The student went for an interview and disappeared without a trace. The next morning her body was found in a field and the police began searching for those responsible. From the first days of the investigation, there were many confusing moments and unexpected twists. But in the end, the truth was revealed. In this video, we will tell you what happened to Megan Sharpton. Megan Sharpton was born on October 24, 1987, in the small American town of Tullahoma, Tennessee. She grew up in a large and friendly family, with 2 sisters and a brother with whom she got along very well. Her parents tried to give maximum attention to all their children, but Megan was closest to her mother. From an early age, the young woman helped her parents take care of her younger siblings. She also always tried to help her friends and loved ones. In her school years, Megan decided she wanted to become a nurse. So she enrolled in the local Motlow College, which was 10 kilometers from her home. The young woman also got a job as a waitress in a local restaurant and eventually moved in with her boyfriend, Chris. In the summer of 2012, when Megan was 24 years old, she had only a few months left before finishing college. After that, she planned to immediately find a job as a nurse. Shortly before this, she also got a job at a nursing home to gain practical skills in helping the elderly. Despite such an intense rhythm of life, Megan tried to see her family whenever possible. On July 1st, her sister, who lived in another city, came home and Megan promised to meet with her. However, that evening, the young woman called her mother and said that she would be delayed. She was offered an interesting job opportunity, and Megan agreed to an interview that same evening. She was happy for this opportunity and promised her mother to come as soon as the interview was over. According to her, the job involved taking care of an elderly woman. However, time passed and there was no news for Megan. She did not respond to messages or calls. Her parents began to worry. They contacted her boyfriend. But he also did not know where Megan was and was not even aware of the interview. Despite this, the parents decided not to panic and wait for their daughter to get in touch. She was already 24 years old, and with her busy schedule, between studying and 2 jobs, the young woman could simply be busy. But the next day, Megan still did not show up. Meanwhile, in a remote area several kilometers from the city, at around 1:30 a.m., a group of teenagers noticed a fire in a field. It was a hot summer, so they thought that the forest fires had spread to the grass. They immediately called the firefighters, who arrived at the scene. However, an unexpected turn of events awaited them. Soon after the firefighters began extinguishing the flames, they saw a body laying in the center of the fire. When the fire was completely extinguished and the police arrived at the scene, they realized that a dead young woman lay before them. They immediately understood that a murder had been committed. However, the detectives could not establish the identity of the deceased. She had no documents, wallet, or phone with her, and due to the fire's effects, she could not be identified. The only thing that the detectives could grasp was 2 small star-shaped tattoos. The detectives studied the crime scene and concluded that the young woman was already dead before the fire started. This was evidenced by a serious head injury, which apparently was fatal, but they could not find any traces of the killer's presence. The victim was partially undressed, but from her t-shirt the police concluded that she worked as a nurse. They also determined that they had not received any reports of missing persons related to this young woman, which also complicated establishing her identity. However, soon after the information spread throughout the small town, her mother saw a post on social media about a young woman with 2 star-shaped tattoos being found in the field at night and realized with horror that her daughter was the victim. Medical experts ultimately confirmed that she was indeed Megan Sharpton. They also found that the cause of death was a gunshot wound to the back of the head, confirming the police version that the young woman was already dead at the time of the fire. Moreover, she was killed in another location and then taken to that field. In addition, she was subjected to violence before her death, and the experts were able to extract a DNA sample from the perpetrator. It was immediately run through the database. There were no matches. First, the detectives began searching for Megan's car, a red Mustang. She had been working at a restaurant that evening and left in her car, but it was nowhere to be found. This indicated that the killer most likely drove it somewhere where they could find substantial evidence. However, its location remained unknown and the police started searching for potential suspects among Megan's acquaintances. Their first focus was on her boyfriend, Chris, and the detectives had a significant reason to investigate him. Megan's sister immediately told them that she suspected Chris's involvement in the murder because there had been problems in their relationship. Megan had been dating Chris for 3 years, some of which they had lived together. They shared an apartment with another roommate and the police spoke with Chris, who denied any involvement in the crime. At first, he claimed that everything was fine between him and Megan, but eventually admitted that their relationship had been struggling lately and they were heading for a breakup. He insisted, however, that he had no motive for the murder and had a solid alibi at the time of her death. While the police checked his alibi, they decided to search the apartment where Megan and Chris lived. In the bathroom, they found the first alarming clue: blood stains and needles containing illegal substances. At the same time, 20 kilometers outside the city, detectives found her car. It had been abandoned in a remote, deserted location. Inside there were no documents or phones, which meant that the perpetrator might have taken or thrown them away elsewhere. The police reached out to the public, asking people to report anything similar they might find. Additionally, there was no signs of struggle or blood in the car, but they found something interesting: a note with an address that didn't exist. The detectives concluded that the unknown criminal had used this address to lure Megan to a deserted place to commit the crime. From the first hours of the investigation, detectives learned that the evening of the crime, Megan was supposed to go for an interview. But they had absolutely no leads in that direction. They believed that the non-existent address was given to her by the person who offered her the job. When the public learned the details of the case, many drew a chilling parallel. 6 months ago, another young woman of roughly the same age as Megan, who was also studying to become a nurse, disappeared without a trace several hundred kilometers from Tullahoma. What was even more terrifying was that this coincidence led everyone to believe that a serial killer was at work in the area, fueling the atmosphere of fear that the perpetrator would strike again. Meanwhile, the police questioned the couple's neighbor, who admitted to taking illegal substances. The neighbor claimed that Megan and Chris did not know about this and never indulged in it themselves. That they did indeed belong to the neighbor, but his story didn't end there. He claimed that Megan and Chris had actually broken up a long time ago, and he had started seeing her recently. The neighbor also insisted that he had been hiding his addiction from her. With this information, the police began to suspect both Chris and the neighbor. Chris could have held a grudge against Megan, and the neighbor had a penchant for illegal substances. There was no evidence against them. During his interrogation, Chris stated that he didn't know about the relationship, and by that time, the police had already verified his alibi. At the time of Megan's murder, he was indeed at work, so they ruled him out as a suspect. As for the neighbor, he didn't have a solid alibi, but analyzing his phone records revealed that he had been trying to call and message Megan all night, in an attempt to find out where she had gone. Although this was not substantial evidence of his innocence, the police doubted that he was the killer. Both of the guys had their DNA samples taken and sent to the lab, but the results could take months to come back. Meanwhile, the detectives had a new lead. Chris had offered to help with the investigation during his last interrogation, which was at home, and said he wanted to talk to her about a caregiver job and that Naomi had recommended her. Chris added that Megan had mentioned a young woman with that name who went to college with her, but he didn't know any details. So the police started looking for her among Matlow's students and soon found her. She was the only student with that name, and the detectives got her address, but she wasn't home. They talked to her neighbors and one of them gave them Naomi's phone number. She was surprised by the police call and said she barely knew Megan. They had a few classes together but didn't talk much, and she never recommended her for a job. In fact, she added that Megan annoyed her so she wouldn't have helped her. The police were disappointed that this promising lead didn't lead anywhere, but they still had something more substantial. Chris gave them the phone on which the job call had come in, and the detectives had the caller's number. Experts determined that the call was made from a prepaid phone, so it was impossible to identify the owner's name. But the police traced the device to the store where it was sold, and there was a surveillance camera at the checkout. By studying the footage on the day of the phone purchase, they immediately saw the buyer. From these shots, the police immediately realized that he was buying the phone for some illegal purposes. Prepaid phones in America are in demand among those involved in criminal cases, as they do not need to provide their data to use them. And this person on the recording at some point took out his own phone from his pocket, indicating that he was buying an additional one for some questionable purposes. There was also a camera in the store, pointing at the parking lot. The police saw the buyer leave the building and get into his car, which soon led to the identification of his identity. It turned out to be Timothy Gifford, who had an impressive criminal history. However, the man only engaged in petty trade of illegal substances and was not involved in anything serious. He was soon tracked down and taken to the police station. He claimed that he had purchased the phone not for himself, but for his acquaintance, a 37-year-old man named Donnie Jones. He said that Donnie was going to have an operation and he himself would not be able to go for the phone. As payment for this service, Donnie gave Timothy several illegal pills. Detectives were familiar with this man. He also had an impressive criminal history, but often acted as a police informant. Until Timothy revealed something else. Donnie wrote to him that he wanted to exchange his pickup truck for a Mustang and ask for help with this. Timothy considered this request quite strange, as Donnie had 2 small children and the Mustang was far from the most convenient family car. However, he agreed to try to find a client. Donnie handed him the pickup truck and he noticed that there was brand new carpets and seat covers in the interior of the rather old car. Donnie explained this by saying that his wife had told him that the chances of selling the car with a refreshed interior were much higher, and here the police suddenly discovered something that shocked them and glued all these parts to the store together. Donnie Frank turned out to be the husband of Naomi, who supposedly recommended the job to Megan. At this point, the detectives realized that they were getting close to solving the case. Unfortunately for them, the man's DNA sample was not in the database, as he had not been charged with violent crimes. They immediately went to Donnie and Naomi's house to talk to them. At first, the man claimed that he was not familiar with Megan, but within a few minutes he said that he had given her and Naomi a ride to college a few times. This seemed strange against the backdrop of Naomi's testimony a few weeks earlier. Then she claimed that she barely knew Megan and they hardly spoke and did not get along in general. However, during the subsequent conversation, the woman did say that her husband had indeed given them a ride once. However, Donnie firmly insisted on his innocence. According to his words, on the evening of the murder, he was at home with his children. He allowed the police to search his house without a warrant and voluntarily provided his DNA sample. In addition, he denied asking Timothy to buy a prepaid phone for him. The police found no evidence in his house and they had to wait for the DNA test results, which could also take months. 2 months had passed since the murder. People hoped that the police would catch the ruthless monster who could kill someone else at any moment. Eventually, the lab results showed a complete match between Donnie's DNA sample and the one found in Megan's body. He was immediately brought to the station, but he continued to insist on his innocence. Upon learning about the DNA match, he changed his story and told the detectives that he had a secret affair with Megan, which he did not tell his wife about. This was supposedly the reason why he did not reveal this information initially. The police considered his story an obvious fabrication, but they had to release him. Besides DNA, they had no other connecting evidence, and finding a 100% refutation of Donnie's words was simply impossible. Thus, the detectives were almost certain that Donnie was the killer, but they needed more evidence. Although they could not charge him with murder, they still managed to arrest him. During a search of his car, they found a firearm that he was not allowed to possess due to his criminal record. While he was in custody, the police had time to search for additional evidence. They did not have to worry about Donnie attacking someone else or running away. Soon, experts determined that Megan was shot with a firearm of the same caliber as Donnie's rifle. Detectives obtained a warrant to track his phone to see his movements on the evening of Megan's murder. They compared this data with the movements of the prepaid phone that Donnie allegedly never owned, and here the police waited for a long-awaited breakthrough. On the evening of July 1st, the prepaid phone was next to Donnie's phone and was moving along the same route. Detectives identified several key locations: Megan's presumed abduction site, the location where she was killed, and the field where her body was found. Both phones were found together at all these points. Donnie's family owned several farms in the Tullahoma area, and according to the investigation, he brought Megan to one of them after kidnapping her, where he assaulted and killed her. Detectives obtained a search warrant and found a significant piece of evidence: a partially burned scarf that belonged to Megan, which was a gift from her sister. This evidence, combined with Megan's belongings and DNA found at the scene, was sufficient to send the case to trial. On November 5th, Donnie was charged with murder. During the trial, new details emerged that only strengthened the case against Donnie. Experts examined his phone and discovered that he had repeatedly contacted other young offering them jobs as caretakers for elderly people. But all of these attempts were unsuccessful. According to the investigation, Donnie found Megan's phone number on his wife's contact list, contacted her and said that Naomi had recommended her for the caretaking job. She agreed and he gave her a fake address, luring her to a remote location. There he attacked her, took her to the farm, where he assaulted and killed her. He then took her body to a field and set it on fire. The final touch was a complete replacement of the floor mats and seat covers in his pickup truck, which he used to transport her body. Apparently, he was afraid that some blood stains might be difficult to clean and the police would be able to detect them. As for Naomi, the police concluded that she had nothing to do with the murder and had no knowledge of it. She was at work that night, which was confirmed by numerous pieces of evidence. During the trial, Donnie claimed his innocence and everyone was preparing for a potentially lengthy process. However, when he realized that the prosecution was seeking the death penalty, he decided to make a deal with the investigation. He would admit guilt in exchange for avoiding the death penalty. He pleaded guilty to the murder of Megan and was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. However, he later claimed that he had only made the deal under pressure and demanded a retrial. When the judge granted his request, the man quickly returned to his original decision to plead guilty, as the death penalty was back on the table during the retrial. During the court proceedings, it was also explained why the criminal voluntarily provided detectives with his DNA sample, without any doubt. Apparently, he hoped that the fire would destroy all traces and the police would simply have nothing to compare a sample to. But he was wrong. Despite this, investigators concluded that Donnie was highly unlikely to be involved in the disappearance of another student who disappeared 6 months before Megan. More suitable suspects appeared in that case, and Donnie's candidacy was no longer considered. After the verdict was announced, Megan's sister stated that the criminal would have continued to hunt young women and could have taken many more lives, but Megan stopped him with her own life. And finally, what makes this story even sadder is that in November 2013, Megan's mother, who had been doing everything in her power to help the police catch her daughter's killer, passed away. She cannot cope with the devastating trauma inflicted on her by one cold-blooded criminal. Looking at Donnie's biography, it becomes clear that he could have been stopped much earlier. Among his many convictions was the charge of kidnapping a young woman, but that time he managed to escape punishment and the criminal remained free. Who knows, maybe Megan wasn't his first victim, but the police still don't know about it. Share your thoughts on this story in the comments and don't forget to like this video if you enjoyed it. A first-year college student was found dead in her own bedroom. Almost immediately, the police had several suspects, any one of whom could have been the killer. The subsequent events resembled a detective series with unexpected twists and a long-awaited truth obtained thanks to a tiny DNA sample. In this video, we will tell you what happened to Jennifer Holland. Jennifer Halland was born on February 23, 1988, in a small American village called Wimberley, Texas. She had loving parents, a sister named Diana, and a carefree, peaceful childhood. Soon her family moved to a city called Bryan, which was about 200 kilometers from her native village. After finishing school, the young woman entered a local college called Blinn College, where she planned to study to become a legal assistant and hoped to connect her future life with jurisprudence. She had many friends who spoke of her as a kind, hardworking and friendly young woman. She always looked at life positively and looked forward to her future career. Jenna settled near her college, renting an apartment in Autumnwoods Apartments. She also got a job as a waitress in a local restaurant to cover her housing expenses and not rely on her parents financially. Despite a busy schedule in which she had to combine studying and working, Jenna often spent time with her boyfriend, Spencer Hood. They had been dating since high school but lived separately even after Jenna moved into a rented apartment. Their relationship had been going on for several years, although the couple argued periodically. On April 8, 2008, Jenna, who was 20 years old at the time, finished her shift and, at around 9 p.m., headed home. Since Spencer studied with her at the same college and lived nearby, Jenna invited him over to help each other with their homework. At around midnight, Spencer said goodbye to Jenna and went home. About half an hour after that, they briefly talked on the phone. After which they wished each other good night and went to sleep. On the morning of April 9th, Spencer discovered that he had left his textbook at Jenna's place, which he needed for a lecture. Around 11:30 a.m., he went to her house to retrieve it. When no one answered the door, Spencer was surprised to find that it was unlocked. Thinking that Jenna was still asleep, he walked into her apartment and headed to her bedroom. However, he was met with a horrifying sight. Jenna was lying lifeless on the floor. Realizing that she was dead, Spencer immediately ran to the neighboring apartment and asked the residents to call the police. The recording of this call is publicly available. Jenna's neighbor informed the operator that she was lying on the floor not breathing, and Spencer's shocked voice could be heard in the background. The arriving police officers examined the apartment and found no signs of forced entry. The only strange thing was that the window in the second bedroom was open. Detectives immediately speculated that the killer may have entered the premises through it, but this theory was questioned due to the unlocked door. Investigators immediately doubted the theory of a possible robbery, which could have led the perpetrator to attack Jenna. As all her things were in their place, nothing valuable was missing, and her purse with money and credit cards was hanging right by the front door, which a thief would have undoubtedly taken. Furthermore, there was complete order in the apartment, no signs of struggle were observed. At first glance, there was no evidence pointing to the killer's recent presence. Examining Jenna's body, the police did not notice any serious injuries, except for a bruise on her forehead and a bitten lip. She was lying on her back, fully dressed, and the position of her body looked entirely natural. Small blood droplets were visible on her shirt collar and on the carpet near her body. After studying the body, medical experts made several important conclusions. Firstly, death occurred about 10 hours before Spencer found Jenna, meaning she was killed just an hour after she finished talking to him on the phone. Secondly, traces of strangulation were found on her body, which was the cause of death. The experts also determined that the unknown perpetrator did not sexually assault the young woman. However, Jenna tried to fight him off, as evidenced by skin and blood under her fingernails. All of these samples were immediately sent to the laboratory to try to extract a DNA sample of the perpetrator. Of course, her boyfriend, Spencer, became the first suspect for several reasons. Firstly, statistically speaking, murders often turn out to be someone close to the victim. Indicated that Jenna may have known the perpetrator and willingly let them into the apartment. During questioning, Spencer cooperated with the investigation and answered all questions. At that time, however, experts had not yet managed to extract a DNA sample from the killer. Therefore, the police could not verify Spencer's involvement in the murder. Eventually, he was released, but investigators did not rush to clear him of suspicion. Meanwhile, Jenna's friends said that he cherished her deeply and was unlikely to have caused any harm to his beloved. Next, detectives began searching for possible witnesses. The police questioned Jenna's neighbors to find out if they had noticed anything suspicious on the night of the murder. They soon found several guys who were playing volleyball near Jenna's apartment complex at that time. They reported seeing a strange guy who came out of the building near the young woman's apartment. They were surprised that this person was only wearing pants. The witnesses added that the guy looked like 26 years old, Sean Stevens, who lived in the same apartment complex. Upon learning of this, Jenna's friends told the police about another troubling fact. Some time ago, Stevens, who lived right across from Jenna, shouted insults at her from his window. It was not entirely clear what was behind this behavior, but for the police, all of these facts were enough to suspect the young man. Stevens was found and questioned. He claimed to know nothing about the murder and that he did not leave his apartment complex at night, let alone walk around without clothes. The police had no way to confirm his words, but without any serious evidence, he had to be released as well. In addition to everything else, the detective studied the possible connection of this murder to Jenna's workplace. However, her colleagues from the restaurant and the surveillance cameras showed that on the day of her death, she did not have any conflicts with anyone and such situations had never arisen before. From this point on, the investigation slowed down. The police continued to search for new leads, questioning Jenna's relatives and friends, and at some point they were able to get a new lead. During a conversation with investigators, the young woman's parents were able to recall important information that could potentially point to another suspect. 2 months before Jenna's murder, she complained to her relatives about a repairman who was doing maintenance work in her apartment complex building. One day when she came out of the shower in just a towel, she discovered a stranger in her living room. When she asked him what he was doing in her apartment, he replied that he thought no one was home. The man claimed that he did not hear the running shower and stayed to check the condition of the apartment and make sure nothing needed repair. Of course, Jenna was shocked by such a situation. She found out that the man was 29-year-old Jeremiah Rosser and reported the incident to the building manager. The police conducted a small experiment. One person stood at the entrance door and the other turned down the shower. The sound of running water was very well heard in the living room and even near the entrance door. In such a situation, it was highly unlikely that Rosser did not hear it and thought that no one was home. After talking to the building manager, the police found out that Rosser stopped coming to work a few days after Jenna's murder. This was the reason for his dismissal. All of this looked very suspicious, and the detectives tried to find the man. But here they faced one problem. Rosser moved out of his apartment and they could not determine his current location. The police only managed to find out that he has an ex-wife and 2 children. Thus, in this complicated case, there were 3 main suspects: Spencer Hood, Sean Stevens, and Jeremiah Rosser. To determine if one of them was the killer, they had to wait for the results from the lab where experts were trying to extract a DNA sample. They were working on studying the particles under the young woman's nails and drops of blood on her shirt and rug. As a result, they found out that one of the drops of blood on the rug contained genetic material that did not belong to Jenna. This sample matched the one extracted from the particles under the young woman's nails. In the end, the experts were finally able to extract a full DNA sample. The first thing they did was enter it into the FBI database. Were no matches. This meant that the killer had not previously been convicted of any serious crimes. Despite this, the police were now able to match the obtained sample with DNA samples from 3 main suspects. The problem was only that their samples were not taken during the initial interrogations. Detectives tried to contact them and were surprised to find out that all 3 had left town, and their current location was unknown. The police immediately began searching for them. Meanwhile, investigators decided not to sit idly by and use the killer's DNA sample. They began voluntarily collecting DNA samples from men who lived in the same complex as Jenna and worked in her restaurant. In total, they managed to obtain 50 DNA samples. But none of them matched the one found at the murder scene. Meanwhile, the police finally managed to find Spencer, who turned out to be 3 hours' drive from Brian at his parents' house. The young man explained that he could not cope with Jenna's death and decided to spend time with his family to distract himself from this tragedy. He voluntarily provided his DNA sample, which was immediately sent to the laboratory. The young man also allowed experts to examine his body for scratches that would undoubtedly be on the killer. After all, his pieces of skin were found under Jenna's nails. Following this, the police managed to establish Stephen's location, who also went to visit his parents, who live 720 kilometers from Blinn College. He voluntarily provided his DNA sample, which was also sent to the laboratory. While the police were waiting for the results from the laboratory, they had to find the last suspect. This turned out to be much more difficult. The police managed to contact Rosser's ex-wife, who shared some troubling facts. According to her, when their marriage was nearing divorce, Rosser was behaving aggressively towards her. He raised his hand to her, knocked her down, and tried to strangle her, which made it impossible to live with him. And the marriage ended in divorce. All of this happened around the same time that Jenna was killed. Thanks to his ex-wife, the police were able to locate Rosser. This happened in early October, 7 months after the murder. During the interrogation, he behaved quite calmly, answering all the detectives' questions. Additionally, the man had never been arrested in his life. He denied his involvement in the murder and, voluntarily, provided his DNA sample. The police also searched his car and found some interesting discoveries. A laptop was found in the car, whose serial number was listed in the theft report. A few months before Jenna's murder, her neighbor contacted the police after her laptop disappeared from her apartment. But that wasn't the worst part. The police also found keys to several apartments in the residential complex where he worked. Considering that he was fired a week after Jenna's murder, Rosser had no right to keep the keys and the manager was obliged to confiscate them. All of this indicated that the man was engaged in petty theft. But could he move on to cold-blooded murder? Meanwhile, experts from the laboratory tested all 3 DNA samples. It turned out that Jenna's boyfriend and her neighbor had nothing to do with the murder. But Rosser's DNA sample matched the sample found under the victim's nails. Upon receiving the results, the police immediately arrested Rosser, but despite the DNA match, he continued to insist on his innocence. Of course, this did not help him in any way. The man was charged with Jenna's murder. Since Rosser was not eager to disclose the details of that night, the investigators came up with their own version of what happened. Apparently, Rosser broke into Jenna's apartment with the intention of committing robbery, using a key to her door. This could have happened in the evening before 9 p.m. when the young woman had not yet returned home from work. Perhaps Rosser did not have time to commit the intended crime because Jenna came home with her boyfriend, and the criminal had to hide in the second bedroom, where he waited for Spencer to leave. It is possible that it was Rosser who opened the window, hoping to quietly leave the apartment through it, but it did not work out for him. After waiting for Spencer to leave, and hearing Jenna wishing him good night over the phone, Rosser could finally try to leave the apartment through the front door. There are 2 possible scenarios for what happened next. Either he tried to leave the apartment, but Jenna noticed him first and, in a panic, he attacked her, or he intentionally went to her room planning to commit murder. The police even suggested that he killed the young woman because she resembled his ex-wife. Considering that the man refused to admit his guilt, the case was taken to court. The wait for the trial to begin dragged on for many months, as is often the case in the state's legal system. However, just 2 weeks before the trial was set to begin, something unexpected happened. In December 2009, more than a year after his arrest, Rosser finally admitted his guilt. He entered into a plea agreement with the prosecutor in the hope of reducing his sentence. The man also asked the investigation not to involve his family in the legal process. His parents and 2 children from his ex-wife were among them. Thanks to this, the trial was completed in record time. If he had not admitted guilt, the trial could easily have dragged on for several years despite the DNA sample match. As a result, Rosser was sentenced to 55 years in prison. In addition, he received 5 years in prison for the theft of a laptop. The assistant district attorney said that, to his memory, this was the maximum sentence in the case of a guilty plea. However, Rosser had a much more serious risk, the death penalty. If the investigation had been able to prove that the murder was premeditated and planned, Rosser could have received this sentence. The man was placed in Resharon Prison in Texas. He will be eligible for parole only in 2036. Given that Rosser was 27 at the time of the crime, he may be released early at the age of 55. However, if he serves his full sentence, he will only be released at the age of 82. During the trial, he refused to look his relatives and friends of Jenna in the eye. He was led into the courtroom in an orange prison jumpsuit, handcuffed. The man only nodded to his parents in greeting when he saw them in the courtroom. Otherwise, he remained silent and unresponsive with his head bowed. The victim's family had the right to speak in court, addressing the murderer directly. All 3 of them took advantage of this opportunity. Diana's sister stood in the court 60 centimeters away from the perpetrator, saying she hoped Rosser would come to realize the terrible act he had committed. She promised to pray for him and believed that she would someday be able to forgive her sister's killer. Jenna's mother expressed doubt that Rosser regretted his actions. She made the killer look her straight in the eye and said with firm conviction that he would never be able to fully understand the horror he had inflicted on their family. The father of Jenna did not plan to speak at the trial but changed his mind at the last moment. He promised to come to any prison where Rosser is placed and tell everyone what a monster he is. He also expressed willingness to attend the hearing in 27 years when Rosser requests parole. In addition, Jenna's parents filed a lawsuit against the owner of the residential complex. They were sure that their daughter's words were not taken seriously when she complained to Rosser's supervisor about his behavior. Moreover, Rosser's keys were not confiscated after his dismissal, indicating the manager's negligence. Jenna's parents believed that their daughter would still be alive if her complaints had been taken seriously and detention had been paid. To Rosser's inappropriate behavior. The only thing that remains unclear to this day is Rosser's exact motives. Despite confessing to the murder, he refused to reveal the reasons for his actions. In any case, it doesn't matter anymore, his guilt is evident and he deserves to spend the rest of his life in prison. Share your opinion on this story and don't forget to give this video a like. If you enjoyed it. A young woman went missing on her way home from the bus stop. Police began a search and initially thought it would be an easy case, but to everyone's surprise, this story became one of the most complex and high-profile in British criminal history. Although the case was closed fairly quickly, its echoes have not subsided to this day, causing a lot of outrage and controversy. Helen McCourt was born on July 29, 1965 in the English town of Bootle. Soon she had a younger brother and from an early age, the girl helped take care of him. Later their parents divorced, her mother married another man, and they, along with Helen and her brother, moved to a small village called Billing, located near the city. It was a quiet, peaceful place where not a single serious crime could occur for decades. The locals knew each other well and were not afraid that something bad could happen in their village. Helen grew up in this peaceful environment, had many friends and was an exemplary daughter. After graduating from school, she got a job at an insurance company located in Liverpool. The young woman stayed in Billings, so she had to get to the office by train and bus. On February 9, 1988. When Helen was 22 years old, she went to work as usual. She had agreed to have lunch with her mother that day, since her mother worked just a few streets away from her. However, the weather suddenly turned bad that day, with strong winds and rain, so they decided to postpone their lunch. Her mother came home significantly earlier, and Helen called her towards the end of her shift. She told her mother that she had planned to go on a date that evening and asked her to heat up dinner for her arrival so that she could wash her hair. Usually Helen returned home just after 5 p.m., but that day she was clearly delayed and her mother began to worry. However, soon after, the news reported that a fallen tree on one of the railroad lines, due to the bad weather, had temporarily paralyzed the train service. Her mother began to worry again and decided to call the railroad service. She explained the situation, but the operator stated that the fallen tree had blocked another road and it did not affect the train schedules that Helen would have taken. At that moment, the woman began to seriously consider that something had happened to her daughter. Firstly, Helen almost always returned home from work on time. If she planned to stay out late. Although there were no mobile phones back then, Helen could have made a call from work or any telephone booth, which were found almost on every corner. The mother thought that Helen might have been in trouble due to the bad weather. For example, she might have fallen due to the heavy rain and wind and hurt herself. The woman and her son then started calling local hospitals in all nearby towns. No one resembling Helen had been admitted. The mother also considered the possibility that her daughter might have stayed late at work and called the office, but they told her that Helen had left several hours ago. None of her friends knew where she was either. Afterwards, Helen's mother, stepfather, and boyfriend decided to go on a search. They walked along the road that Helen used to take home from work. Helen always took the same route, taking a train from Liverpool to the small town of St. Helens and then taking a bus to Billing. However, they were unable to find her, so the family decided to contact the police. They first notified officers in Liverpool and the surrounding areas, distributing descriptions of the missing young woman, but no one was able to find her. The next morning, when Helen had still not returned home or contacted anyone, the police decided to retrace her steps and reconstruct the timeline of events from the previous evening. They wanted to understand at what point along her journey from work to home she went missing. To do this, investigators appealed to the public for witnesses. They also spoke with Helen's colleagues, employees at the train station and bus company. As a result, they came to an unexpected conclusion. They were able to confirm that on the night of her disappearance, she not only took a train but also a bus to her village. This was strange, because the bus stop was only 200 meters from her home. Detectives began to suspect that she might have been abducted, because if it wasn't an accident, she would have been discovered by now. As part of the standard procedure, detectives began to investigate people close to Helen, since, in most cases, they are the ones behind such crimes. Her boyfriend and stepfather had reliable alibis for that evening, and Aunt Helen's friends and acquaintances were also excluded from the list of possible suspects. Forming search teams of 120 officers, the police began a detailed search of the area between the bus stop and Helen's house, hoping to find any clues, such as a piece or something that the potential kidnapper might have dropped. At the same time, leaflets with information about the missing young woman were distributed in nearby towns. Divers searched local water bodies and police officers knocked on every door, questioning people. They also went to all the shops, bars, and cafes in Billings. After talking to the staff at a bar called George and Dragon, they got their first lead. This establishment was located near Helen's house, and she occasionally went there with her friends. But investigators found out that just 2 days before her disappearance, the bar owner banned her from the bar after an incident. She'd had a quarrel with a drunk woman who spilled her drink on her. Helen didn't want to provoke the conflict and went to the toilet to try to clean her clothes, but the drunken woman followed her and started acting aggressively. At some point, she even tried to hit her, after which the bar owner kicked them both out. Moreover, he forbade them from ever returning. The police decided to learn more about this conflict and went to the bar the next day to talk to its owner, Ian Simpson. Moreover, this establishment was located right between the bus stop and Helen's house. The man told detectives about that evening and said that he had to kick both young women out so that their conflict didn't disturb other visitors. During their conversation, the bar slowly filled with people and it became noisy. Then the police suggested that Ian ride with them to the station to continue the dialogue in a more peaceful environment. And here, something strange happened. The man noticeably became nervous, refused to go with them, and tried to end the conversation. All of this seemed suspicious to investigators. Why was Ian so afraid to go to the station? Perhaps he had something to do with Helen's disappearance, or he knew more than he said. They decided to keep an eye on him and found out that the man was known for his philandering. Despite being a married man with 2 children, Ian constantly flirted with other women. And all the villagers knew about it. The police also found out that he constantly paid attention to Helen when she came to the bar. The investigators once again approached him and asked where he was on the evening of Helen's disappearance. The man explained that he was spending time with his lover in an apartment located above a bar. According to him, he spent most of his time there because he was afraid that his establishment could be robbed. The detective spoke with his lover, and here they encountered an interesting twist. The woman claimed that she and Ian had indeed planned to meet at his apartment at around 7 p.m. However, that evening, he called her and asked her to come a few hours later. In the end, she arrived at around 8:30, but the man wasn't home. He returned only around 11:30. All of this looked extremely suspicious. Obviously, Ian lied to the police about his alibi, which automatically made him a suitable candidate for the role of suspect. One more detail seemed strange to the detectives. The man had several fresh scratches on his neck. He said he got them during a fight with his wife when she found out about his lover. However, the investigator spoke with the woman and she denied scratching her husband. The police spoke with Ian again and he changed his story. Now the man claimed that he got the scratches while separating Helen and another drunk young woman on the evening when a scuffle happened in the bar. The detective spoke with this young woman, but she denied this story. According to her, they didn't come to blows, and none of them scratched the bar owner. Soon, the police got a witness who told them a worrying fact. On the evening of Helen's disappearance, he was passing through that street and at some point heard a piercing female scream. It was coming from the bar, but it quickly cut off. Based on all this, the detectives began to think that 31-year-old Ian Sims had a direct to Helen's disappearance. However, he continued to deny everything. The investigators needed serious evidence to tie him to this case. Otherwise, they would be powerless. Police decided to search his car, where they found two gruesome pieces of evidence. Firstly, they found several blood stains, and secondly, a part of a woman's earring was lying on the floor. They immediately took the earring to Helen's mother, who without a doubt confirmed that it belonged to her daughter. After that, Ian was arrested on charges of kidnapping and murder, even though the police still didn't know what had happened to Helen. They searched the bar and the apartment on the second floor, where they found new evidence. In both places, there were many barely noticeable blood stains that had clearly been attempted to be washed away. On one of these spots, the criminalists found a fingerprint that belonged to Ian. Moreover, in the apartment, they found the missing part of the same earring that was previously discovered in his car. Despite such an impressive set of evidence, the man continued to deny everything. By this point, the police thought that Helen was dead. They needed to find her body. Otherwise, the court could justify Ian. They believed that the blood in his apartment and car belonged to the young woman. But in those years, DNA analysis was just beginning to be used in forensics, and organizing such research was very problematic. The man himself told the police that the blood belonged to his dog, which injured its paw. In an attempt to find more evidence, investigators decided to appeal to the public to organize more extensive searches. More than 2,000 people responded to their call, including both residents of the village and nearby settlements. Together with the police, they searched the area around Billing, including forests and fields. Soon, a new piece of evidence did appear in this case, but it was not discovered by volunteers. 25 kilometers from the village, in a place called Collins Green, a man walking his dog noticed a towel on the ground with traces of blood. He looked around and saw another such towel, as well as several pillowcases. In addition, he found men's socks, a sweater and underwear nearby. Some of these items were also covered in blood. He reported his findings to the police, and they took the items to a storage facility for evidence. But here was one problem. Considering that this area was 25 kilometers from Billing, police officers from another department arrived at the call. They did not connect this find with Helen McCord's case, and the investigators who were searching for her didn't even know about the discovery of the bloody items. In the end, the police eventually saw a connection between the cases, and the inscription on the found sweater helped them. It was a print with an advertisement for a beer brand that was being sold on promotion at the George and Dragon Bar at the time. Investigators concluded that all of these things, with a high degree of probability, belonged to Ian Sims. Thus, the detectives had numerous blood samples, but they did not have Helen's body to request a DNA analysis. It was 1988, and such tools were not yet widely used. The police decided to compare the blood samples from the bar, Ian's car, and the witnesses found items with the blood of Helen's closest relatives, her parents and younger brother. The results show that these samples were very close, and the blood almost certainly belonged to close relatives. Thus, the detectives were convinced that the blood samples belonged to Helen. This unequivocally indicated that Ian was clearly involved in her disappearance, but they still needed more evidence. The problem was that the expression, "no body, no case," did not appear out of nowhere. The British court rarely passed guilty verdicts in murder cases if the victim's body was not found. No matter how weighty the evidence may have seemed in the eyes of justice, there was always a slight chance that the victim might not be dead. The police hoped that they would be able to gather more information against Ian, so they questioned all of his acquaintances. After talking to the bar cleaner, they learned about another suspicious incident. The woman told them that on the morning after Helen's disappearance, she came to work as usual to clean the premises. To her surprise, she saw the owner himself doing a general cleaning. He was washing the floors, walls, and tables. Moreover, judging by the scale of the work, he had been doing it for more than an hour. The problem was that this had never happened before. Ian had never participated in cleaning his bar, and in general, he rarely got up so early. Usually, when the cleaner came for her morning shift, the man was still sleeping in his apartment upstairs. When she asked him why he had suddenly decided to clean the entire premises himself, Ian replied that his dog had made a mess. Another witness told the police that he had passed by this bar at night and heard the sound of a working vacuum cleaner from inside. The police concluded that the man had been sleeping in his apartment upstairs. That Ian had been trying to get rid of the blood stains all night, but he had not been able to completely complete the task. Despite all this, even with the suspicion surrounding Ian, they still needed more evidence. Investigators tried to find the young woman's body, but even extensive searches yielded no results. A month later, another piece of evidence fell into their hands. About 30 kilometers from Billings, and noticed a woman's purse in the grass. Looking inside, he found documents in the name of Helen McCourt. The police arrived at the scene and soon they found even more evidence. Nearby they discovered the clothing the young woman was wearing on the day of her disappearance, as well as a second earring identical to the one found in Ian's car. But a more horrific discovery awaited the detectives. A coiled cable was lying near the clothes, tangled with female hair. They were sent to the laboratory and soon the experts confirmed that the hair belonged to Helen McCourt. Examining the young woman's purse, investigators found a check from a pharmacy in St. Helens. It turned out that she went there shopping on the evening of her disappearance, just before taking the bus to Billings. The police found all the items purchased at the pharmacy near the purse, except for one, a toothbrush. But soon, they found it, too, not 30 kilometers from the village next to the purse, but in the same bar as Ian Simpson, where investigators were still conducting extensive searches. They also managed to find a hairpin, and Helen's mother confirmed that the young woman went to work with her that morning. But that was not all. In the bar they found a clump of female hair that belonged to Helen, confirmed by DNA analysis. Despite all of this, the detectives continued to cling to every detail and handed over the woman's clothing to the laboratory. After a thorough examination, forensic experts found traces of carpet on it, identical to the one in the inn. In addition, they found traces of dog hair on the clothing, which matched the hair of Ian's dog. After that, the experts began to study 2 rings and a bracelet that were seized from the man after his arrest. Forensic experts found traces of dirt on them and compared them with the soil in the area where bloody towels and Ian's clothing were found. As surprising as it may sound, they were able to prove that the dirt was from that region, which once again confirmed that the man was there and had himself thrown away these things. Soon after this, the police found another piece of evidence. Near the town of Rixton, located 24 kilometers from Billings, they found a shovel. They were able to determine that the shovel belonged to Ian Simpson, and apparently, he used it to bury Helen's body. However, they still couldn't find the body itself, despite the constant work of hundreds of volunteers. The young woman's relatives were almost 100% sure that she was dead. With such a colossal set of evidence, waiting for a miracle was simply pointless. Yet they couldn't finally confirm this and give her a decent burial, as well as be sure that the perpetrator would be punished. Ian continued to insist that he had nothing to do with the murder, and eventually, the police handed the case over to the court. The trial began a year after Helen's disappearance in February 1989. This was one of the first cases in Britain where a person was tried for murder in the absence of the victim's body. Therefore, despite the huge amount of evidence, the prosecution doubted their victory. According to their version, that evening Helen got off the bus and headed home along her usual route. When she passed by the George and Dragon bar, Ian Simpson noticed her and started talking to her on some pretext. Perhaps the man was trying to discuss with her the incident that led to him banning her from his establishment. Then he must have lured her inside somehow. According to the investigation, Ian could have offered to resolve the conflict and lift the ban on her visiting the bar. Where Helen could go with her friends, she was interested in resolving the conflict. Apparently the man lured her inside the building, where there was no one else at the time. Almost immediately after that, he attacked her, which was confirmed by the testimony of a passing witness. He heard a female scream that was quickly cut off. Attacking Helen, Ian killed her with an electric cable and dragged her into his second floor. From there, he possibly subjected the young woman to violence, after which he waited for darkness and loaded the body into his car. The man drove her away from Billing and buried her, after which he scattered her things, his clothes, and other items in other remote places. There were several versions regarding his motives. The first one was forced. From the testimony of many witnesses, the investigation knew that Ian had repeatedly shown signs of attention to the young woman. But she always refused him. Probably that evening he saw an opportunity to fulfill his criminal desires. The second version was that during their conversation, some conflict arose between them and he killed her in a fit of rage. It is possible that he and Helen began to argue and she threatened to tell his wife about his constant harassment. However, this theory looked less realistic. After the prosecution spoke in court, it was Ian's turn. He still claimed that he was completely innocent and told his version, and it was one of the strangest speeches ever made by a man accused of murder. The man claimed that someone framed him, someone else sneaked into the bar, put on his clothes, lured Helen there and killed her. After that he put her body in Ian's car and buried it with Ian's shovel in an unknown place. The killer drove the car back to the bar and disappeared, framing the innocent bar owner. After such statements, the jurors became even more convinced that Ian was directly involved in the murder. His story sounded completely absurd. Perhaps he already understood that he would most likely go to prison and decided to make fun of the justice system and the victims' relatives. As a result, on March 14, 1989, the man was found guilty and sentenced to life imprisonment with the right to apply for parole no earlier than 16 years in prison. Unfortunately for Helen's family, it was far from the end. The police and volunteers continued to search for her body, but without success. 3 years after the sentencing, the young woman's mother wrote a letter to the killer, desperately pleading to reveal the location of her daughter's body. After some time, Ian replied, but his letter contained only insults and threats. He promised to take revenge on the woman as soon as he was released from prison. The killer repeatedly appealed, but all his appeals were rejected. Only in 2004, when he had already spent 15 years behind bars, one of the appeals was granted and the case was sent for review. It did not play in the killer's favor. With the help of modern DNA analysis tools, experts examined the evidence and concluded that all of them unequivocally proved Ian's guilt. As a result, the case review essentially led to an increase in the prison sentence. After 16 years, the criminal repeatedly applied for release, but all his applications were rejected. Helen's family continued to fight to find her body. In 2015, her mother launched a public campaign seeking to change existing laws. She demanded that convicted murderers be denied early release until they disclosed the location of their victim's body. The woman gave interviews to various channels, wrote letters to Prime Minister Theresa May, and also created a petition that gathered hundreds of thousands of signatures. As a result, this issue was brought to Parliament for consideration, and initially, politicians positively assessed the possibility of passing such a law. However, time passed and Helen's mother initiative was constantly delayed. All these delays led to the fact that in November 2019, after 30 years of imprisonment, Ian Sims finally achieved early release. This event was a heavy blow to the young woman's family, as they had practically lost any hope of finding the location of her remains. 3 months after the decision was made, the killer was released. 63-year-old Ian Sims returned to a normal life. However, he did not enjoy his freedom for long. In late June 2022, the man died from an illness, taking the secret of Helen's body's location with him to the grave. Helen's mother is still alive and does not plan to give up. She now hopes that Ian may have told someone among his cellmates where he hid the body. She also continues to fight for the adoption of a law that would prohibit the early release of murderers who refuse to disclose the location of their victim. Thus, the Helen McCourt case lasted for several decades, although it was solved in a matter of days. Despite the overwhelming evidence against the criminal, he continued to keep secret information that would have allowed the relatives of his victim to say goodbye to her and start to heal their wounds. Share your opinion on this story in the comments and don't forget to like the video if you enjoyed it. A 16-year-old young woman went home on her bicycle and disappeared. The next day her body was found in a field near the road. The unknown perpetrator had killed her and fled. Despite the fact that the police had a DNA sample of the perpetrator, they could not find him until 13 years later. In this video, we will tell you what happened to Marianne Vastra and why this murder is in Dutch history. Marianne Vastra was born on August 10, 1982, in the Netherlands. She lived with her parents in De Westreen, a small village in the north of the country, far from large cities. The young woman was the youngest of 6 children. She had 2 brothers and 3 sisters. Over time, almost all of the older children left for other cities and countries, and Marianne was left to live with her parents and 1 older brother. The young woman studied at the local school, was fond of music, and had many friends. The area where she lived was dotted with small towns and settlements located a few kilometers apart. For this reason, Marianne often went to other localities to spend time with friends or go shopping. In her free time, she also worked at the local supermarket as a part-time employee. On April 30, 1999, the country celebrated a big holiday, Queen's Day. Marianne finished her shift at the store and went to a nearby town called Colum to spend the evening with her friends at a local cafe. A few hours later, their company was joined by Marianne's boyfriend and his friends, and together they all decided to go to a settlement called Boykenpost, which was 6 kilometers away. The group rode there on their bicycles, but Marianne did not have one, so she borrowed a bicycle and went for a ride with her friends. After a while, they decided to go home, and the young woman headed in the direction of her town, which was about 11 kilometers away, but she never made it home. Her parents thought that Marianne had stayed the night with a friend who lived in Colum, although this was doubtful. The young woman had promised to be home by evening, and if she had decided to spend the night at her friend's, she would certainly have called home. Early in the morning, Marianne's father called at the house of her best friend, Affie. To his surprise, he heard that his daughter had said goodbye to her friend that night and had it home. At this point, it became clear to everyone that something bad might have happened to Marianne. Her friend called her boyfriend, took her sister with her, and together they drove along the route Marianne took home. Meanwhile, the young woman's father decided to go to the police immediately. He told them that his daughter had not returned home and none of her friends knew where she was. Soon 2 officers arrived to take a missing persons report, after which they returned to the station and prepared to begin their search. Meanwhile, Affie and her sister and boyfriend were driving near the settlement of Finklister with vast fields on either side of the road. At one point they noticed something shiny in the grass and stopped. As they approached the field, they saw a bicycle lying in the grass. A little further away, about 15 meters away, was the awful sight of Marianne laying there. She had no clothes on, and there was a cut on her neck. All 3 were shocked. Affie wanted to check Marianne's pulse, but could not bring herself to approach the body. It was obvious that the young woman was dead. But her best friend couldn't believe it because of the intense shock. She struggled to get her phone out and called the police. Several officers arrived on the scene at once, and 2 police officers went to Marianne's family home. At the time, they did not yet have official confirmation of the victim's identity, so the officers picked up her father and drove him to the scene. Forensic investigators were already on the scene at the time, and the father, to his grief, immediately identified Marianne. After examining the scene, the detectives noticed an important detail. There were 2 bicycle tracks leading from the road to the place where the young woman's body was lying, and only 1 track in the opposite direction. That meant the killer was also on a bicycle. The police searched the surrounding area for clues and even conducted aerial photography, but the only thing they could find near the murder scene was a lighter. And did not have a lighter, so the police sent her to the lab. Medical examiners determined that the young woman had been abused and found traces of semen, from which they were able to compile a sample of the killer's DNA. The same DNA was found on the lighter. It was uploaded to the police database, but there is no matches. This meant that the perpetrator had no previous criminal record. The police chose a Marianne boyfriend named Spencer as a suspect. There was no evidence against him, but it seemed to the head of the local police department that the boy was the most likely killer in such a case. However, the young man voluntarily provided his DNA sample, and it did not match the one found on the victim's body. In the meantime, the crime had been covered extensively in the local media and on television. Such murders were almost unheard of, and the public demanded that the police catch the culprit as soon as possible. The problem was that detectives were already deadlocked within the first week. They had a DNA sample of the killer, but no suspects. The police also received numerous calls from local residents. Some of them thought someone they knew might be behind the murder, but there was no confirmation of any of those theories. Pointed to one specific place. Near the field where Marianne's body was found was a migration center for people who had applied for asylum. Most of the people there were from Iran and Syria. With each passing day, this theory spread through the local towns. And at one point, an impressive number of people were 100% certain that a refugee had committed the murder. Because of this, the police had to investigate this possibility. On May 5th, Marianne's funeral was held. Almost 1,500 people came to support her family at that moment, many from neighboring communities. 2 days later, the woman's parents organized a memorial procession, at the end of which they addressed the public. A total of about 20,000 people took part in the event, mostly due to the active national coverage of the case. More and more people contacted the police each day. And at one point the detectives got a really interesting lead. Several people reported seeing Marianne at a cafe one night as a certain Oriental-looking guy approached her and tried to get to know her. After the young woman refused, the guy made a gesture toward her with his thumb along her throat. Given that the young woman was killed in this manner, the police immediately began searching for the young man. He turned out to be a 15-year-old refugee from the same migration center. He admitted that he had indeed made such a gesture, but denied any involvement in the murder. The boy gave a DNA sample and it did not match the one found on the victim's body. Despite this, local residents continued to blame the refugees from the migration center. The organization even had to hire additional security guards in case of possible conflicts. 12 days after the murder, people came out to the migration center to protest. At first they simply shouted out demands to give them the murderer, but by evening the situation had escalated greatly. Several people threw Molotov cocktails in the direction of the building, forcing the police to intervene. Since then, security at the center has been significantly stepped up, and there have been no more demonstrations of this kind. A few days later, the police announced the arrest of a 32-year-old man named Pitt, who lived in the same town as Marianne. He was a local alcoholic and was disliked by most of the residents. The arrest came after a witness contacted the police that he had seen Pitt in bloody clothes the night of the murder. The man was detained and his DNA sample was sent to the lab. Almost instantly, journalists spread the word nationwide about the new suspect. The DNA didn't match the sample, and the witness admitted to making up the whole story in retaliation against Pitt for a personal grudge. Investigating a possible connection to the immigration center, police began examining the logbook, which records all movements of refugees from the asylum area. They had the right to leave the center, but to do so they had to check the log and indicate where they were going and why. It turned out that 2 refugees had left the center on the night of the murder, but had not indicated where they were going. They were 26-year-old Ali and 19-year-old Mohammed. Police began looking into their possible involvement, but no details were released for a long time. Marianne's father was unhappy that investigators were keeping his family in the dark and still hadn't found the killer. He contacted a well-known crime reporter who agreed to take over the case and tried to find more information. On July 1st, the father of the victim appeared on a popular television program where he voiced the facts discovered by the journalist. First, the 2 refugees who left the center on the night of the murder were in the same cafe as Marianne. They also left almost immediately after the young woman left with her friends. Second, since that very night, the whereabouts of these men have been unknown. They had not returned to the center and the police could not find them. At the same time, they had photographs of both men, but for some reason, the authorities did not publish them. After all these facts were made public on television, the police stated that they were currently searching for these suspects together with Interpol. The main theory is that they may have fled the country. All this has again aggravated relations between local residents and refugees. In early October, they again gathered outside the center to protest. On October 9th, Turkish police reported the arrest of one of the suspects, 26-year-old Ali. It turned out that all this time he had been living in Istanbul. He was taken to the Netherlands, where a DNA sample was taken and the necessary tests conducted. It did not match the sample found on the victim's body, and the man was cleared of suspicion. The investigation has since stalled again, and at some point, the police and Marianne's family began to suspect her boyfriend again. Even though his DNA did not match the sample, Spencer's behavior seemed suspicious. The young woman's acquaintances and relatives were certain that Marianne would never ride her bike home at night because she was afraid of the dark and the distance was not that short. Spencer should have sent her home by cab, which even Marianne's parents knew. Instead, he let her go alone on her bicycle. The young man was questioned several more times, and here began something strange. He changed his testimony about that evening several times. Originally, Spencer said that he had met Marianne at a cafe, after which they drove to the Bhutan post. On re-examination, however, he stated that the young woman had gone there with friends before he even got to the cafe. So Spencer went to her on his bicycle. He went on to say that on the way there, he saw two guys walking with a bicycle. At one interrogation, Spencer said he did not recognize them because it was very dark outside. Then, he said they were two of his friends. This all seemed strange, but the police had no evidence against Spencer, and his DNA did not match the killer's sample. The case stalled for several more months. On December 20th, the police decided to enlist the help of the public and asked all the men in the area to volunteer their DNA samples. But there was trouble waiting for them. It turned out that the law forbade the mass collection of DNA from citizens even with their consent. So the authorities set a limit for the police. They could only take 150 samples, among which there was not a single match. From that point on, the case practically came to a standstill for several years. Marianne's parents tried to push for a change in the law that would have allowed extensive DNA screening, but they were turned down. The rationale was to protect people's privacy, even though such measures had already led to the capture of the perpetrator several times in other countries. In July 2001, the detectives announced an approximate profile of the perpetrator. They believed the killer was a local man between the ages of 20 and 40. The police again requested permission to conduct a large-scale collection of DNA samples within a 5-kilometer radius of the Marianne murder scene. But they were again denied. After that, the case finally came to a standstill. The victim's parents continued to participate in television shows and gave interviews, but each year, the case attracted less and less attention. There was no new evidence to help solve the gruesome mystery. In 2010, the police assembled a team that created a detailed 3D model of the crime scene and all available evidence using the latest computer technology. This again drew widespread public attention, and Marianne's parents again talked about the need for DNA screening. This time, 11 years after their daughter's murder, authorities decided to finally consider changing the law. The process took almost 2 years, and on September 6, 2012, the necessary amendments were passed. Police called a press conference to ask all men who were between 20 and 40 years old in 1999 to submit their DNA samples. The collection area was also limited to 5 kilometers. They estimated they were talking about 8,000 men, but not all of them agreed to give their DNA. The police managed to collect just over 6,500 samples, and experts began to study them. Unfortunately, the resources of the lab were limited. They had time to check about 400 samples a week, so the study had to take up to 4 months. The experts compared the samples to the killer's DNA profile, but they weren't just looking for a complete match. After all, it was unlikely the perpetrator would have given his DNA to the police. The lab was also trying to figure out the similarities by which they could establish kinship and trace back to the killer through a father, brother, or other relative. On November 19th, a month after the test began, experts finally got a long-awaited match. Was that they didn't just find a familial link, they got the DNA of the killer himself, meaning he voluntarily provided it to the police. Detectives soon announced the arrest of 45-year-old Jasper Seringa, a local farmer and father of 2. His house was only a few kilometers from where Marianne was killed. At first, the man kept silent, but after a conversation with his lawyer, he decided to confess. But the public only learned the details of this terrible crime on March 28, 2013, when the trial began. According to Jasper, that late evening he was finishing up chores on his farm and decided to ride his bicycle before going to bed. As he himself admitted most of the time, riding his bicycle was just a cover for him. In fact, he was riding to a neighboring village to take advantage of the intimate services of local women. His wife was unaware of this, but in court he said that he had not intended to go there that night and had simply planned a ride to take his mind off family problems and difficulties on the farm. At one point he noticed Marianne alone on an empty and dark road. Then it occurred to him that he could do whatever he wanted with her. Jasper drove up to her, took a penknife from his pocket and threatened to silence her. He then took her to a field, where he abused and killed her. At the trial, the man insisted that he did not mean to kill the young woman and did it out of panic. He realized what he had done and what the consequences would be for his entire family. His children were 5 and 8 years old at the time, and they were about to find out what their father had done. For this reason, Jasper decided to kill Marianne and go into hiding, but his conscience has been bothering him ever since. He continued to live in the area, listening to talk about the murder and seeing the family of his victim, whose lives would never be the same again because of his heinous act. Since then, he has repeated thoughts of turning himself into the police, but he's never made up his mind. When a massive DNA screening was announced in 2012, Jasper realized he would be figured out. He had so many relatives in the neighborhood, and one of them would certainly have turned in his DNA. Experts would find a partial match and start looking into all his relatives, which would inevitably lead to his capture. So Jasper decided to give his DNA, but he still couldn't bring himself to come to the police station and confess. The trial lasted only a few weeks, and on April 19th, the judge pronounced his sentence 18 years in prison out of a possible 20 years under Dutch law. After 13 years, Marianne's relatives finally saw the perpetrator punished, but the judicial system gave them an unpleasant surprise. Due to his good behavior, Jasper is scheduled to be released as early as 2023, meaning he has spent less than 10 years behind bars. Share your opinion on this case in the comments below. A young woman disappeared from her apartment, which she rented with her sister. The police couldn't find a single clue, and the case went cold for decades. It wasn't until 53 years later that they were able to uncover the gruesome truth, and it happened in a very unusual way. In the small American town of Helena, Montana. She grew up in a close-knit family and had many friends. Her acquaintances noted that the girl from an early age was responsible and could always come to their aid. Pamela also loved animals, and her parents bought her a black Labrador. She did well in the local school, and in high school, she was passionate about learning the Russian language. After high school, the young woman took a job as a surgical nurse at St. Peter's Hospital in her hometown. Although her parents' home was relatively close to work, Pamela sought to establish an independent life. For this reason, she moved out of her parents' house and moved into a rented apartment with her cousin Mary, who worked at the same hospital. The young woman rented a 2-bedroom apartment on the second floor of an apartment complex. Early in the morning on February 17, 1968, Mary went to work at the hospital. Pamela was still asleep since she had to go out for the evening shift that day. The Labrador also slept in her room. A few hours after Mary left for work, Pamela's father drove by their apartment complex. Near the building, he noticed his daughter's Labrador running around without a leash. The week before, the dog had broken loose and run away from its owner, and Pamela had to pick it up from the local shelter. So what he saw didn't surprise the man. He knocked on the door of their apartment, but there was no answer. Thinking his daughter had gone to work, he took the dog and left. At 3 p.m. Pamela was supposed to go to work, but she never showed up at the hospital. Her cousin tried to call the home phone at their apartment, but there was no answer. When she got home, Pamela wasn't there, and Mary and her parents began to get seriously worried. Pamela was a very responsible person and would never miss her shift without a good reason, especially without notifying management. Besides, if the young woman was going somewhere, she would certainly tell her parents and sister. Another cause for concern was the fact that Pamela's car was parked in the parking lot of the apartment complex. This fact also made it less likely that the young woman had gone somewhere on foot all day. The relatives waited until the next morning and contacted the police. They took a missing persons report but were in no hurry to start a search. Pamela was 19 years old and investigators did not rule out that she left home of her own free will. After inspecting her apartment, detectives found no signs of forced entry or a struggle. Everything looked routine. They asked her sister to look through Pamela's things and tell her if everything was there. Mary noticed that her coat, terry cloth robe, purse and winter boots were missing from their apartment. 2 days after Pamela's disappearance, police organized a search operation within a 30-kilometer radius of her home. They searched fields, forests and bodies of water while volunteers and the young woman's relatives handed out flyers on the city streets. Patrolmen interviewed Pamela's neighbors, co-workers, and acquaintances. None of them had seen the young woman the day she disappeared and had no idea where she might have gone. Her supervisor at the hospital said Pamela was supposed to pick up a check for $200 that day, but never showed up. This further indicated that the young woman was unlikely to have run off somewhere, leaving behind the money she had earned. In the first days of the search, police interviewed more than 100 people who had anything to do with Pamela. Some of them were interrogated by polygraph, but it yielded no results. Investigators were also unable to find any evidence that the young woman might have left town. With no leads on their hands, the police concentrated all their efforts on the search operation. They expanded the area to about 50 kilometers around the city and brought in additional forces. Because many parts of the area were not easily accessible to pedestrians and cars, the search involved many officers on horseback. Speaking to reporters, the sheriff said that this was the most effective, as a person on horseback could see better and an animal could smell a dead body and demonstrate this behavior. The search continued for a month, but was inconclusive, and eventually the sheriff decided to suspend the search operation. Since then, the case has essentially come to a standstill as the detectives have had no leads on their hands. In April, 2 months after Pamela disappeared, something unusual happened. A patrolman in Great Falls, a town about 140 kilometers from Helena, stopped a car for speeding. He issued a warning to the woman behind the wheel and let her go. Later, as he was writing the report at the station, his colleagues noticed one odd thing. The driver's license the woman showed the officer was issued in the name of Pamela Dorrington. The Helena detectives asked for a description of the woman's appearance, and from what he said, it looked very much like she was the one behind the wheel. This news gave new hope to the relatives of the missing young woman, except that investigators never managed to find the car and its driver. On June 13th of that year, nearly 4 months after Pamela's disappearance, the sheriff's office received a call. A national park ranger just a few miles from Helena was walking near the docks at the lake and noticed a human body in the water. From the water, it was turned over to experts who proceeded to examine it and determined that it belonged to a woman about 17 to 23 years old. Detectives almost immediately made the assumption that the deceased was Pamela Dorrington. Along with it, they found several items of clothing that were similar to items from Pamela's closet. They showed them to her sister and parents, and they confirmed that Pamela did have something similar. The medical examiners found several stab wounds on it and signs that the young woman had been abused, but the torso alone could not be identified. All of this was before DNA testing was available. The only thing the experts could surmise was the approximate time the body had been in the water. In their opinion, it could have been there for about 4 months, which coincided with the time of Pamela's disappearance. In the weeks that followed, investigators, along with divers, searched the lake and the adjacent Missouri River, trying to find missing body parts. But it was inconclusive. Despite failing to identify the deceased, the sheriff told reporters that the body was very likely Pamela's, so police were no longer investigating a missing person, but a murder. However, this discovery did not bring them any closer to the perpetrator himself, as there were still no leads. Since then, there has been no progress in the case. Police told reporters and Pamela's family that they had several suspects, but it was impossible to determine their involvement without any evidence. A year after the murder, the sheriff contacted a psychologist in Detroit who specialized in particularly violent crimes. From the information available, he concluded that the perpetrator was a psychopath. with twisted desires, which was the motive for the murder. Given this, it is unlikely that he could have stopped at one murder, and detectives should expect more similar episodes. At the same time, the expert suggested that this man was capable of easily hiding his true face and leading an ordinary lifestyle. All this information did not help the sheriff much, but no other threads of the investigation he no longer saw. The man gave the psychologist the names of his suspects and asked him to assess which of them could commit such a crime. But the expert could not draw such conclusions without additional evidence. Pamela was not buried until 7 years after the murder on June 14, 1975. In all that time, investigators never found her other remains, nor did they come any closer to catching the perpetrator. They continued to consider all sorts of possibilities. Once the detectives even turned to clairvoyance, but the result was quite expected. 15 years after the 1983 murder, something interesting happened. The landlord of the apartment Pamela and Mary had rented was found guilty of murdering his wife. In 1968, a man named Brooke Atlas lived on the first floor, directly below their apartment. He had been on the list of possible suspects since the early days, but a complete lack of evidence prevented any conclusions about his involvement. He later married and moved into a private home with his wife. In 1983, their home burned down and experts were quick to determine that it was arson. Moreover, the body of Ellis's wife was found in the house, but the cause of her death was not fire. The pathologist determined that she had been killed by strangulation. Investigators assumed that the man decided to get rid of his wife and house because of financial problems. Shortly before, he had declared bankruptcy, and the loss of his insured home could have resulted in a hefty payout from the insurance company, but instead he received a life sentence for murder without parole and an additional 20 years for arson. We're interested in this episode. Atlas, who lived literally a foot away from the victim, had the opportunity to kill her. The man could have used a spare key, and over the months of living near the young woman, he may have well learned their work schedules. Detectives talked to Atlas, but he denied all allegations. Given that there was not a single piece of evidence against him, the cops had no choice but to accept it and hoped that sooner or later new leads would emerge in the case. In the 38 years that followed, no progress was made. Pamela's parents passed away without learning the truth. And of her closest relatives, she had only a younger brother. He had given up hope of finding out what had happened to his sister. But in 2021, the case was given another chance. It was turned over to the Unsolved Homicide Squad. The new detectives decided to reopen the investigation. Pamela's murder was not typical of such units. They usually reopened old cases where the perpetrator left his DNA behind, but because of the lack of analytical tools in those years, it was impossible to use that to catch the killer. In Pamela's case, there was no evidence at all, and the detectives could only hope for luck. They studied all the materials left by their predecessors, including a list of possible suspects. Brooke Atlas stood out clearly since he had already been in prison for the murder of his wife. The man was 79 years old at the time and was still serving his sentence. Investigators realized that proving his guilt after 53 years would be very difficult. And the man was unlikely to live to see sentencing. Not only could the trial drag on for years without a single piece of evidence, but no judge would even consider such a case. So the detectives decided to take a very unusual approach to the matter. They went to Atlas in prison and offered him a confession to Pamela's murder. In exchange, they guaranteed him that he would receive no additional punishment for it. Such moves on the part of law enforcement are quite rare, especially when it comes to a brutal murder. But in this particular case, they knew they had only two options. Wait until they got their hands on some new evidence, which was highly unlikely, or get a confession. And given Atlas's age, the second option could disappear at any moment. Besides, Pamela's only living close relative was her brother, who was also of advanced age. The detectives wanted him to know the truth, told him about the possibility of such a deal, and the man agreed. The investigators brought their offer to Atlas and waited. To their surprise, it worked. The perpetrator said he was ready to confess, but the detectives were in no hurry to rejoice. They needed to make sure that the man was really involved in the murder, rather than taking the blame for someone else's crime. They spent many hours questioning him about the details of the murder, Atlas confessing that he had planned Pamela's murder in advance. After waiting for her sister to go to work, he went up to their apartment and rang the bell. When Pamela opened the door, he told her there was a leak in one of the pipes in her apartment and urgent repairs needed to be made. Pamela let the man in without a shadow of a doubt. Once in the apartment, he attacked her and strangled her, then took her body back to his apartment and abused her. This was the main motive for what he did. Atlas then placed her in a barrel and took her to the warehouse of the small airport where he worked as a flight instructor. That very day, a few hours after the murder, the man was quietly conducting a few lessons with his students. The barrel stood in the warehouse for several days, after which Atlas took it to the banks of the Missouri River, separated the body and dumped it in the water. In addition, the man told police several facts that were never divulged, so only the killer could know them. With all this information in hand, the detectives had no doubt that Atlas was telling the truth. 53 years later, they finally succeeded in solving the case, though they had to guarantee the murderer full immunity. Remarkably, the murderer decided to accept the deal for a reason. He said that during his imprisonment, he believed in God and began to feel remorse and apologized to Pamela's relatives for what he had done. The Detroit psychologist's analysis turned out to be quite accurate. Atlas really seemed a decent man. For a long time, he had worked as a heavy equipment operator, then he began teaching flight lessons, started a family. Only after the murder of his wife, his true nature became clear. The victim's brother thanked the investigators for bringing the case to an end. The man understood that a conviction and an additional life sentence for Atlas wouldn't have changed anything. And thanks to the detectives, the case was over. Share your opinion in the comments and don't forget to like this video if you liked it.
A woman was found dead in her own apartment, but the police couldn't find any clues. When the case became known throughout the city, they received a tip from a witness that turned the investigation upside down and ultimately led to the truth. As a result, the case became one of the most discussed in the country, as no one could have expected such horror. Shauna T. Fay was born on March 13, 1966 in Salt Lake City, USA. She was a cheerful and energetic woman, a member of the school cheerleading team, and had many friends. After completing her education, Shauna worked for some time in her home state, but at the age of 29, she decided to move to Las Vegas. She liked the vibrant pace of the city, which offered many more opportunities to earn money. After moving, Shauna worked as a cosmetic salesperson in several elite firms, but in 2001 she decided to become a waitress at the Palms Casino. At that time, the establishment had just opened, but it quickly became one of the most popular casinos in Vegas. It was at this job that Shauna met her future husband, George. Before we continue, I have a small request for you. We've created a new channel where we upload content related to old, historical ruins and interesting events. So, if you're interested, kindly subscribe to my channel, Decoverize, for daily interesting videos and show some love in the comments. I'll read every one of your comments. The link is in the description. He often visited the casino and a romance quickly developed between them. A year after they met, the couple had a daughter, Madison. A few years later, they officially got married. It seemed that this family had a happy and carefree future ahead of them. George worked as a firefighter, paid a lot of attention to his wife and daughter, and always took care of them. Shauna worked at the casino earning quite decent money there, but in 2008 their relationship began to deteriorate. Due to the financial crisis, George lost a considerable portion of his savings, which were invested in real estate. On this basis, he became nervous and irritable, increasingly venting his anger on his wife and daughter. Eventually, the woman decided that they should live separately for some time and moved into her own apartment. The couple went to a family psychologist, but no improvements were observed in their relationship and they increasingly discussed divorce. Another blow to Shauna was that her apartment was robbed. While she was at work, several valuable items were taken from her home, including her engagement ring. But a strange separate detail was that the thief also took her panties, leaving men's underwear in the apartment. The woman reported the incident to the police, but they could not identify the perpetrator. On the morning of September 29, 2012, 3 weeks after the incident, George picked up his daughter from her grandmother and went to Shauna's apartment to retrieve some of the girl's belongings. They continued to share custody of their daughter, and she was supposed to spend a few days with him. As they approached the apartment, they saw that the garage door was open. When they entered the apartment, they were met with a gruesome sight. Shauna was lying on the floor, blood everywhere. Her 8-year-old daughter witnessed a horrific scene. George immediately called the police and reported what had happened. The 911 operator asked them to go outside with the woman and wait for the officers. Investigators began to study the crime scene and determined that Shauna was likely attacked near the stairs on the second floor of the apartment. The house was in complete chaos. Many things were scattered and broken, indicating a struggle between the victim and the perpetrator. Medical experts found serious injuries on Shauna's body and initially thought that her death may have been caused by a gunshot wound. However, they soon realized that all these injuries were inflicted by a heavy blunt object, most likely a hammer. After interviewing neighbors, the police received 2 leads between 3:30 and 4 o'clock a.m. One of the residents in the same building heard some noise from the woman's apartment. He didn't pay much attention to it because he knew that Shauna was coming home from work at that time. Another neighbor found her phone, documents, and cosmetics on a nearby street, which indicated that the perpetrator either intentionally threw them away while fleeing the apartment or accidentally dropped them. Investigators reconstructed the timeline of events that night. On surveillance cameras at the casino and its parking lot, they saw Shauna finishing her shift and leaving for the parking lot. Nothing on the footage indicated that the woman was alarmed or in any danger. Detectives concluded that the killer was likely already in her apartment when she returned home. As usual, the first suspicion fell on her husband George. The police have already found out that the couple was getting ready for a divorce. They also talked to Shauna's friends and learned about the problems in their relationship. Everything looked as if he really fit the role of a killer. However, the detective found that the man had an unquestionable alibi for that night. He was on a 12-hour shift at the fire department. This was confirmed by all his colleagues and camera recordings. Thus, the police did not have any serious clues. They immediately learned that the woman's apartment was robbed 3 weeks earlier, and tried to understand if there was any connection between these events. The version was being developed that the robber might have returned but did not have time to leave the house before Shauna arrived. A struggle broke out between them and he killed her. Meanwhile, the victim's sister continued to suspect George in what had happened. She was constantly talking to Shauna and knew about all the problems in their relationship, about his constant jealousy and scandals. However, his alibi was unquestionable. Therefore, the police focused on searching for other clues. A day after the discovery of the body, they received the first serious lead. By that time, the killer was being talked about in all the local news, which drew the attention of Vegas residents. A man who knew a homeless person called Greyhound turned to the police. He told this witness that he killed the woman with a hammer. According to the man, Greyhound talked about it with joy and even laughed. Given that the details of the murder were not disclosed in the media, this lead became key for the detectives. They found out that the witness lived in a tent on the outskirts of the city and often met with Greyhound near the Albertson store. Together with him, they went there and started waiting. Very soon, the witness saw him and reported to the police, who immediately approached the suspect. During the search, they found banned substances on him which allowed them to arrest Greyhound. In the police station, the officers found out that his real name was Noel Stevens. He had been repeatedly convicted of petty thefts and possession of various substances, but the man denied his involvement in the murder. And the investigators really doubted his candidacy as a suspect. First, he only committed minor offenses, and it was difficult to imagine why this homeless person would kill someone. Secondly, he lived practically at the other end of the city, which made the choice of the victim completely incomprehensible. It took him several hours to get to Shauna's house, while many really valuable things in her apartment were untouched, including cash. None of this made any sense. However, the police continued to investigate his involvement. They found a tent where Stevens lived and conducted a search. The tent was located outside the city in a remote desert area. While examining the area around it, investigators found several significant pieces of evidence. Just a few meters away, they discovered the suspect's pants and underwear covered in blood, as well as a hammer tag. Later, experts determined that the blood belonged to Shauna Tife. However, the main clue was waiting for them at the police station. By gaining access to Noel's smartphone, they found only one contact in his notebook, George Tife's number. At this point, the case took an unexpected turn. From conversations with Shauna's friends and relatives, investigators learned that George had been friends with a homeless man for several years, whom he entrusted with various household and yard work. The woman often complained about him to her acquaintances when he came to fix something. According to her, he behaved strangely and even creepily. But George never took her concerns seriously. Thus, detectives found the missing link between the killer and the victim. But the main question remained whether George had any involvement in this or if Stevens chose the woman as a victim simply because he knew Shauna and her work schedule. With the help of the hammer tag, the police found out when and where the hammer, which was most likely the murder weapon, was purchased. By requesting surveillance camera footage, they were shocked to see Stevens and George T. Fay walking into the store and buying the same hammer. At this point, investigators realized that Shauna's husband could indeed be the mastermind behind this horrific murder. When all this evidence was presented to Stevens, he finally decided to confess to what he had done. The man admitted that he did indeed kill Shauna, but only on the orders of her husband. According to Stevens, George paid him $600 for it. They had been planning this crime for several months. The man bought dark clothes for Stevens and gave him a duplicate of the keys to her apartment. 3 weeks before the murder, he asked the homeless man to break into her house and stage a robbery, so that later the police would be confused and conduct their investigation along that line. On the night of the murder, Stevens snuck into her apartment again and waited for the woman to come home. After she arrived and began to walk up to the second floor, he came out of his hiding place and attacked her. Stevens said he struck her about 17 times, causing the hammer to break. The killer agreed to show detectives the location, near a campsite where he buried his weapon. With Stevens' confession and a multitude of evidence, the police charged George. His relatives were shocked because he had always been a caring and loving family man who helped people. Upon learning of the accusations, George's sister called him and told him that he was suspected of murder. However, at the exit, the man crashed into a fence and flew off the road. The police who arrived at the scene concluded that he deliberately caused the accident in an attempt to take his own life, and there were no tire marks on the path of the car. George did not even try to brake, but only pressed on the gas pedal. However, he did not succeed in his goal. With medium injuries, the man was taken to the local hospital. 2 days later, the police informed him that he was arrested for murder. George's reaction was very calm. He asked to contact his lawyer and also to allow him to take a shower and brush his teeth. From that moment on, the police department began preparing to transfer the case to court. 3 months later, Noel Stevens agreed to make a full confession in exchange for a waiver of the death penalty. George T. Fay refused to admit his guilt, and the trial against him only began 3 years later in August 2015. At the hearings, he did not utter a word, entrusting all the work to his lawyer. His relatives acted as witnesses and spoke about how George could never have done such a thing to his wife and could not be involved in her murder. That Stevens killed Shauna on his own initiative and her husband knew nothing about it. According to the lawyer, the store camera footage did not prove anything. It only showed how George and Noel were buying tools that the latter needed for housework. The prosecution did not believe in such a scenario. In court, they presented a printout of George's phone calls, according to which the man called Stevens 87 times in September 2012, 5 of which were made shortly before the murder. Based on Stevens' testimony, the prosecution concluded that money was the motive for the murder. George lost a significant portion of his savings due to the crisis, resulting in Shaun becoming the main breadwinner in the family. She earned over $100,000 a year, while George's income was only half that amount. He realized that in the event of a divorce or a property division, he would be left with nothing, so he decided to get rid of his wife. Stevens initially didn't believe him when he spoke about the murder. Prior to this, they had been friends for several years, and Noel had actually done various work around the house and property for a small fee to kill his wife, and he agreed. According to his testimony, the man planned to get this money from an insurance company after Shauna's death. Despite Stevens revealing all the details of the murder and how he and George planned the crime, there were certain difficulties during the trial. The results of Stevens' medical examination were presented during the hearing, which showed and regularly took potent banned substances. He did not deny either of these points, so all of his words were questioned by the defense lawyer. Because of this, neither side was sure of the outcome when the jurors began to deliberate. It took them 3 days. In the end, George T. Fay was found guilty of conspiring to commit murder. When the judge pronounced these words, George showed no emotion. He was sentenced to life in prison with an additional 81 years for the remaining charges, including conspiracy to break into a home and robbery. Soon after the verdict, George filed a 107-page appeal in which he confessed to the crime in the third person. He wrote that prescription drugs had clouded his mind, causing him to be unable to distinguish between good and evil. All of this led him to believe that killing his wife would be the only way to protect their child. George revealed that he had suffered a serious injury several years before the murder, but the court did not appoint a psychological examination for him. Despite this, in 2017, the court rejected his appeal because there was no reason to doubt that his mental state prevented him from clearly understanding what was happening. Since George's arrest, their daughter has been living with her maternal grandmother and has been actively helped by her sister Shauna. At one point, this girl lost both of her parents and learned what a monster her father was. He deliberately took her to the apartment, knowing in advance what she would see. Obviously, he did this to provide a more reliable alibi without caring about the consequences for his child's mental health. As for Stevens, he received a 42-year prison sentence. Considering that this man spent most of his life on the streets, it would be foolish to consider such a sentence as punishment. Share your opinion on this story in the comments and don't forget to like the video. A girl stayed overnight at her friend's house and disappeared without a trace in the morning. The bedroom window was wide open and all her belongings were left in the room. Police began searching for her, but none of them suspected the dark secrets they would soon uncover in the small town. She grew up in a large and friendly family with several brothers and sisters. Later, they moved with their parents to Spring Hill, Florida, where Amanda attended the local middle school. She was passionate about dancing, writing poetry, playing multiple musical instruments, and was a very positive child. During school vacations, Amanda always went to her grandparents' house in a small town called White Cloud. She loved spending time there as she had many friends in the town. White Cloud was a quiet and peaceful place with a population of only 1,400 people. Most of its residents knew each other, children played without supervision, and no one worried about their safety. In 2004, when she was only 13 years old, Amanda finished the 7th grade of middle school and went to White Cloud for the whole summer. She spent a lot of time with her friends, went for walks, and enjoyed her vacation. On June 20th, Amanda stayed overnight at her best friend's house. They talked, had fun, and went to bed late at night. In the morning, her friend woke up and found that Amanda was not in the room. The bedroom windows were wide open. She went to the kitchen, walked around the house, but Amanda was nowhere to be found. It was strange because all her belongings, including clothes and a backpack, were left in the bedroom. The friend told her parents that Amanda was missing and they called her grandparents. They walked several streets and called the parents of Amanda's other friends, but no one had seen her. Then the relatives decided to go to the police. They understood that Amanda could not have gone anywhere without warning, especially in just her pajamas. First, investigators talked to Amanda's friend. According to her, she didn't hear anything that night, and Amanda never told her that she was planning to leave. At the time of the disappearance, the friend's parents, as well as her brother and sister, were in the house. None of them heard or saw anything. Police tried to find witnesses who lived near the house, but they also hit a dead end. On that night, no residents noticed anything strange. On the first day of the investigation, the investigators concluded that the girl, with a high probability, had left home on her own initiative and run away. They argued that they found no signs of struggle in the house and that 5 people did not hear anything. It was difficult to imagine a scenario in which Amanda could have been abducted without waking up her friend who was sleeping just a meter away. This version caused outrage among Amanda's relatives. They insisted that the girl had no problems at home and was happy to spend the entire summer in White Cloud. In addition, they pointed out that the girl left all her things, including clothes, in her friend's room. According to the police's version, she decided to run away in just her pajamas. When the news of Amanda's disappearance spread throughout the district, the police received several calls from people saying they had seen a similar girl in different places. This only reinforced the detectives' confidence that Amanda had run away from home, but they could not confirm any of these leads. The investigators decided to check the girl's computer, hoping to find some information that could help in the search. They found correspondence with a certain young man, and based on this, the police assumed that Amanda ran away to meet him. However, there were discrepancies. There was no mention of a possible meeting in these correspondence, and it was about ordinary and everyday topics. Nevertheless, the investigators considered this enough to once again convince themselves of their correctness. At that time, they did not disclose all the details of the investigation, but information about correspondence with a certain guy spread throughout the city, so many local residents also began to think that the girl simply ran away from home. Meanwhile, her relatives were posting flyers and giving interviews to various media outlets. They insisted that Amanda could not have run away on her own initiative, and the police were not putting in all the effort to find her because of this misconception. The investigators did not really use the full range of their capabilities. If they officially considered this case as a kidnapping, they could have involved the FBI and other agencies in the investigation. For this reason, searched for her half-heartedly. They never found any serious leads on Amanda's possible location, and the investigation stretched on for several weeks. On the morning of July 5th, mushroom pickers went to a forest located approximately 10 kilometers from White Cloud, where they found a human body and reported it to the police. Investigators arrived at the scene and immediately recognized the body as Amanda Link. She was wearing the same pajamas she had disappeared in from her friend's house. Later, medical experts officially confirmed her identity and determined that Amanda had received multiple blows from a heavy object and died on the night of her disappearance. Detectives concluded that the victim had been killed elsewhere and then brought to the forest. They could not find any significant leads, so they decided to interview everyone who knew the girl. Over the next few days, police questioned approximately 400 people, which constituted almost one-third of the entire population of White Cloud. Investigators even used a polygraph, but it did not yield any results. They also decided to take another look at the young man with whom Amanda had corresponded online. The problem was that the word killer was used in his nickname. Police considered the possibility that the victim actually went to meet him and he killed her. However, this version still had many inconsistencies. There was nothing to suggest that the girl would have gone to meet someone in her pajamas in the middle of the night. Furthermore, there was no hints of a personal meeting in their correspondence. The investigator could not identify this person, and soon the version of his involvement was no longer considered. In an attempt to get some new leads, detectives decided to study all of Amanda's belongings, which led to a breakthrough. They found her personal diary, which contained very disturbing information. Shortly before her death, Amanda wrote that a certain man had been harassing her, and the next several pages were torn out. This diary immediately became the main lead in the case. Police tried to identify the man's identity. They talked to all of Amanda's friends and asked if the girl had mentioned anything about this. Several of her friends admitted that she had indeed told them about it and even named the man Cecil Wallace. He was the stepfather of Amanda's friend with whom she had stayed the night. For detectives, this information was a real surprise. They had been looking for the killer all over the town and beyond. And in the end, the possible culprit was in the same house as the victim. But the testimony of the friends was not enough to arrest him. Investigators had no substantial evidence against the man. No DNA samples were found on the victim's body, and the court documents did not indicate whether she had been subjected to violence. Detectives questioned Wallace, but he denied any involvement in the crimes. The police themselves wondered how the man could have done all this unnoticed in a small house where his wife and 3 children slept. Without serious evidence or confession, they could not detain Wallace. The detectives continued to work on all possible leads. Soon after, an interesting fact emerged. It turned out that Wallace's sister, Candace, worked in the police department that was handling Amanda's case. Moreover, the woman actively helped her brother and his family during the interrogations. She literally told him what to say and how to behave, but that was not all. 5 years ago, she was fired from another police department for falsifying a report on her brother's accident. She wrote that he was driving on a road when a deer ran out in front of him. However, in reality, the man was drunk and had an accident. By that time, other detectives were already handling Amanda's case, and they questioned the objectivity of the investigation by the local police. However, they could not confirm that anyone other than Candace could be helping Wallace. The investigators questioned the man and his family several more times, but all of this did not yield any results. They continued to look for any leads, but in the end, this case stretched on for several years. During this time, the Wallace family complained several times to the police that their home had been vandalized. The fact that the townspeople unanimously believed that the man was a murderer and that he was being covered up by his sister only increased the negative sentiments. The fact that Wallace continued to live among them freely only intensified these feelings. For years after the murder, in 2008, detectives turned to the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children for help. They sent their investigators to White Cloud, where they reviewed all the case materials, conducted new interrogations, and tried to find new leads. Ultimately, they came to the same conclusion as the local detectives. There was not enough evidence to make an arrest. 3 more years passed, and in 2011, the police finally got a new lead that changed everything. A 27-year-old girl from Texas who grew up in White Cloud went to a news website from her old town. There she came across information about Amanda's murder and started looking into it. After reading that the victim had spent the night at the Wallace house, the woman decided to go to the police and tell them something disturbing. In 1998, when she still lived in that city and was 13 years old, she stayed overnight at the Wallace house because she was friends with his second foster daughter. In the middle of the night, a man entered their room and assaulted both of them. He then threatened them to keep quiet. The victims were too scared to go to the police, so they never told anyone about what had happened. But after the adult victim learned about Amanda's case, she decided to contact the police. Furthermore, she wrote a statement to the police, which helped investigators to get closer to the arrest of the suspect. They interviewed a large number of White Cloud residents who could potentially have been affected by Wallace's actions, and this tactic worked. They were able to find several women who admitted that the man had touched them inappropriately. All of this happened between 1998 and 2002. The victims were then between 13 and 16 years old. Gathering all this information together, in October 2011, police arrested 43-year-old Wallace. He was charged with molesting these victims as well as the man who was officially named as a suspect in Amanda's case for the first time. Knowing all that other women had told them, detectives had no doubt about his involvement in the murder. At the preliminary hearing, he was granted bail of $150,000. And somehow he was able to pay this amount. Apparently his sister and other relatives helped him gather the money. The trial was supposed to begin in a month. While waiting for this, Wallace returned to work. The local residents were unhappy that he had been released on bail. They repeatedly protested outside the company's office demanding that this man be fired. On November 10th, on the day of the first court hearing, an unexpected turn occurred. Wallace did not show up at the appointed time, and the police immediately declared him wanted. A few hours later, they managed to find his car in the woods near the city. The man was there too. The only thing was that he had taken his own life. Detectives who did not expect such a turn of events were forced to continue the investigation. After the suspect's death, they could only rely on significant evidence that could link him to Amanda's death. They obtained a search warrant for his home, trying to find anything related to her murder. The police examined every corner, tore down some walls, and removed floorboards, but they could not find any serious evidence. Afterwards, they shifted their focus to the suspect's sister, Candace. Detectives were certain that she was covering up for her brother and wanted to find out if she knew that he had killed Amanda. After gathering the necessary evidence, Candace was arrested in August 2012. She was charged with intentionally misleading the investigation, but that was only the beginning. During the investigation, detectives found out that Candace had been covering up for her brother during the times when he was dealing in illegal substances. Furthermore, she taught him how to not leave any evidence at the crime scenes. She showed him how to properly wipe his fingerprints off surfaces so that experts couldn't lift them. Candace also advised him to always carry a cigarette with someone else's DNA on it so that if necessary, he could plant it at the crime scene. Detectives also concluded that at least 9 people knew about Wallace's crimes but remained silent. All of them were members of his family. The police were unable to prove their guilt. The investigation into Candace's involvement continued for 2 years until 2014 when she made a deal with the police. She admitted to lying to the investigators, and in exchange, 2 other charges were dropped. The issue was that Wallace's sister could not provide consulting services on a case that she was working on as a police officer. Given that she had been helping her brother through interrogations, she broke this rule and was ultimately punished for it. However, Candace continued to insist that her brother was innocent. The court sentenced her to 30 weekends in jail. This is a dubious practice where the convict is only required to be in the jail building for 2 days a week and can freely roam during the rest of the time. Such sentences serve as a kind of half measure, and if a person has committed a minor offense, they can be given several weekends in jail. This way they receive a punishment, but it does not strongly affect their life. The convicted person can continue to go to work and spend time with their family. Of course, Amanda's relatives were extremely dissatisfied with this decision. They, like the detectives, were sure that Candace had helped her brother avoid punishment, but proving it 100% was not possible. Therefore, she got off with such a minor punishment. The Amanda's family was forced to go through yet another trial. In 2004, medical experts only handed over part of her remains to them so they could hold a funeral. The rest was to be kept by detectives during the investigation, but after Wallace's death, a decision was made to hand over these remains to the relatives. In 2013, the girl's family had to exhume her remains to bury Amanda again. Her mother still hopes that investigators will find any evidence that will prove Wallace's guilt. She also tries to achieve changes in the legislation to change the police approach to searching for missing children. The woman insists that investigators should not conduct an investigation based on their subjective assessments and consider the disappearance as a voluntary escape from home. Thus, there is almost no doubt that Wallace killed Amanda. But what was his motive? Considering that there is no information in the court documents, well, whether the victim was subjected to violence, two assumptions can be made. He probably did assault her but did not leave his biological material. So the investigation decided not to reveal this fact since it was unnecessary. Detectives could also keep this information secret for the sake of the investigation, hoping that the criminal would reveal facts that had never been told. His past crimes also speak in favor of Wallace being the killer. He assaulted at least 3 victims using the same scheme. All of them stayed at his house overnight. The question remains, why did he kill Amanda? Perhaps he planned to intimidate her like the others, but the girl threatened to tell the truth to everyone, or she tried to run away from him and then he panicked. Something else in this case is very alarming. Detectives suggested that all of Wallace's relatives who were in the house on the night of the murder knew about this crime and even helped the man hide it. In addition to Amanda, his wife, son, and daughter were there. This could explain how he managed to attack the victim without waking any of his relatives. In any case, even without a final verdict from the court, Wallace will no longer be able to harm anyone. The fact that he settled the score with his life before the trial once again speaks in favor of his guilt, even though he took the details of this crime to the grave. Share your opinion in the comments and don't forget to like this video if you liked it. The student disappeared on her way to the dormitory, and at first the police thought that the solution was right in front of them. However, with each passing day of the investigation, they became more convinced that there were many tangled moments in this case, and it was only by chance in the end that the truth was uncovered. Amy Blunt was born on October 1, 1969 in Homestead, Florida. She grew up in a loving family and had many friends, largely due to her cheerful and kind nature. When she was 14 years old, her father passed away. Despite this painful loss, Amy found the strength to maintain a positive outlook on life. After high school, she enrolled at Flagler College located in St. Augustine, near Jacksonville. Although it was home to only 13,000 people, it was the oldest city in the USA. It was founded by Spanish explorers, so many architectural elements still differ dramatically from the familiar American things. Amy loved studying at college, and in 3 years she made many friends there. By that time, she was 21 years old and had only a little left before graduation. On November 6, 1990, her friend Kim came to St. Augustine. They decided to go to a local bar popular among students. Amy's roommate and best friend, Kelly, also went with them. The young women had a great time enjoying the long-awaited meeting. At some point, their mutual acquaintance, Sean Nolan, joined them. He and Amy had mutual sympathy, but they were not in a relationship. In the evening, Kelly said that she felt sick and went back to the dorm, and a little later, Kim also left, leaving Sean and Amy alone. The next morning, the young women had to go to classes. However, when Kelly woke up, she found that Amy's bedroom door was wide open and she was not there. It seemed strange to her, but she decided that she would see Amy in class. However, the young woman never showed up. Kelly and Kim were worried about her absence and decided to talk to Sean, who stayed with her at the bar the night before. The guy worked at a place near the college, and the young women went to see him. His story seemed strange to them at first. He said that he had a strong hangover and it was difficult for him to remember the chronology of that night. After gathering his thoughts, he finally told them that after the bar, he and Amy went towards the beach to take a walk. But soon they decided to go home. The guy called a taxi from the nearest payphone, and while they were waiting for the car, he and Amy had an argument. In the end, she went on foot to the dorm, which was only a few minutes away. Kelly was upset that the guy left Amy alone and didn't walk her to her dorm. At the same time, she became even more worried. Amy had nowhere else to go but the dorm, but she never showed up in her room. Her friend was afraid that something bad had happened to her and began to seriously suspect Sean. His strange behavior only heightened her anxiety. It seemed like the guy was not at all worried that Amy had disappeared. Kelly decided to continue her search and went to the university campus, asking all her acquaintances if they had seen Amy. The answer was the same. No one had met her that day and no one knew where she could be. At around 6 p.m., her friend decided to call the police. She informed investigators about the young woman's disappearance, and they began to check the information. They called all local hospitals, but no one resembling Amy had been admitted. The taxi operators were also contacted, but none of the drivers had picked up the young woman. That night, the police could not find any evidence that Amy had been in trouble or become a victim of a crime. Moreover, at the time, the young woman was already 21 years old, so they did not officially declare her missing despite her friend's request. By that time, Kelly was 100% sure that something bad had happened to Amy. Realizing that she could not convince the police to start searching, she decided to call Amy's mother. Later, the young woman admitted that it was the hardest call of her life. The next morning, Amy's sister arrived in St. Augustine to participate in the search. The first thing they did was go to the police station where they received the same response. They couldn't start an investigation because there was no indication of a threat to life. The investigators believed that the young woman had simply left for a couple of days without warning. So the sisters, along with Kelly and other friends of the missing young woman, decided to organize their own search operation. They printed flyers with information about Amy and began posting them all over the city. Soon a local television channel came to their aid, spreading information about the young woman's disappearance. All of this led to a large number of volunteers offering to participate in the search. They split into groups and began combing both the city and the surrounding area. Volunteers searched forests, beaches, abandoned houses, but they were unable to find any clues. This continued for 3 days until the police finally decided to start an investigation. By that time, the whole town was talking about Amy's disappearance, apparently putting pressure on the local police department and forcing them to take action. The first thing they decided to do was to talk to Sean, as he was the last person to see Amy, and here they encountered the first suspicious moment. The guy told them a story that was different from the one Kelly and Kim heard. Sean said that he and Amy left the bar and headed towards the beach, but on the way, they decided to split up and go home. He approached the payphone and called a taxi. But when he turned around, Amy was nowhere to be seen. After waiting for some time, he got in the taxi and went home. Investigators found the story strange. How could a young woman disappear from the street in a matter of seconds and Sean, who was standing a meter away from her, not notice? Moreover, why did he give his friends a different version of events? All of this was enough to start considering Sean as a suspect. Detectives decided to verify his story and find the taxi driver who was supposed to take him home that night, and soon they succeeded. The only problem was that his story also differed from the two versions told by Sean. The driver claimed that he did indeed pick up the young man near the phone booth. However, when he arrived at the location, Sean was sleeping on a bench and the taxi driver had to wake him up. There was no young woman present at the time. On one hand, this provided the boy with an alibi, but on the other hand, he had, for some reason, shared his version of what had happened, which only raised suspicion with the detectives. Despite this, there was no evidence against him, so the police continued to search for new leads. 10 days had passed since Amy's disappearance. During that time, there had been no activity on her bank accounts, which only confirmed that she had not left on her own initiative. By that time, the residents of St. Augustine and the police began to suspect that Amy's disappearance might be related to another series of gruesome crimes, which we have a separate video about. In August of the same year, an unknown maniac killed 5 students in the city of Gainesville, which was 120 kilometers away. People began to fear that this criminal had moved to their town and that they were all in mortal danger. Investigators contacted colleagues from Gainesville and began to compare the cases. But soon they realized that there were many inconsistencies. The Gainesville killer attacked students in their homes and left their bodies there. In Amy's case, the police didn't even know if she was still alive and what had happened to her. Furthermore, at the time of her disappearance, the police had already arrested a man who was highly likely to be the killer. Several serious pieces of evidence pointed to him. Therefore, soon the detectives stopped looking for a connection between that series of crimes and Amy's disappearance. Meanwhile, the police department offered a reward of $10,000 for any information that would help find Amy. They immediately received hundreds of tips, but most of them led nowhere. This happens in any case where authorities offer money for information. People come up with various stories, hoping to get an easy check. It was also about 6 potentially important leads. Witnesses reported seeing her in different parts of the city. Many of them added that she got into some cars. Out of all this, one call was much more interesting. A man reported seeing Amy in the city center on the night of her disappearance. A fairly old car, similar to a Chevrolet Camaro, pulled up to her. There were 2 men inside. After a brief conversation with them, Amy got into the passenger seat and they drove off. At that time, this was the most detailed lead in the hands of detectives. However, something in the witness's behavior made them suspicious. After the call, he agreed to come to the station, answered all the questions, and tried to help. But for some reason, the investigators treated him with suspicion. Detectives called it a police instinct and couldn't explain their doubts. They offered him to take a lie detector test to verify his testimony, and the man agreed. They asked him only 2 questions: whether he had anything to do with Amy's disappearance and whether he could take detectives to her. The witness answered negatively, and the polygraph operator did not detect any signs of lying. Thus, investigators understood that they finally had honest testimony that could help find Amy. The police began searching for all cars that fit the witness's description, establishing the identities of the drivers and checking their alibis for the night of the young woman's disappearance. All of this continued for several weeks, but the detective never managed to find a single potential suspect. Since then, there have been no leads in this case, but on January 1st, 2 months after Amy's disappearance, a disturbing call was made to the police. A man was walking his dog on the outskirts. At some point, his dog noticed a pile of logs with bricks and started acting strangely, barking and pulling on the leash, trying to run there. The owner decided to see what had so upset his dog and was almost speechless when he saw a skeleton hand sticking out from under the pile. He immediately called the police, and investigators began to extract the body. Due to the high degree of decomposition, they were unable to quickly establish her identity, but one detail immediately caught their attention. The body was wearing a green shirt, just like Amy Blunt on the night she disappeared. The body was wrapped in a sheet. Medical experts conducted a more detailed analysis and concluded that the deceased was a young woman. She had received 5 sharp object wounds indicated by cuts on her shirt. In addition, 2 serious abrasions were found on the body. Investigators suspected that the victim was Amy, so they immediately sent her dental records to experts, who soon confirmed that it was indeed her. Friends and relatives of the young woman were devastated by the news. They had hoped until the very end that Amy would return to them unharmed. Now the police had to investigate her murder. Along with the discovery of the body, they received their first lead. Amy had been partially buried and covered with logs on the outskirts of a large private property. Upon learning the name of the owner of this plot, they called him in for questioning. For understandable reasons, the man immediately became a suspect. However, after talking to him, the investigators began to doubt his involvement. First, it was a huge plot of land without a fence, and anyone could enter it. Secondly, there were 2 residential trailers on the property whose owners paid the landowner for rent. He added that he constantly had problems with one of the tenants. When they heard his name, the police were shocked. It was the same witness who had been polygraphed. The man was 22-year-old Timothy Getchell. The police immediately asked the trailer owner to let them search the residence while the man was not at home, and he agreed. The first thing the police saw was a sheet very similar to the one in which Amy's body was wrapped. Upon further search, they found long female hair stuck in the mechanism of a floor exercise machine. It was the same color as Amy's hair. In addition, using special chemicals, forensic experts discovered blood traces in the living room. A sheet of paper with the name Toby and a phone number was also found in the house. The landowner said that a guy with that name did often visit Timothy. The police allowed that this person might also be related to the murder and contacted him. Toby agreed to meet with the detectives and told them his story. On the night of Amy's disappearance, he and Timothy were driving around town, stopping at different bars. At some point, they saw Amy walking alone on the street. Timothy asked Toby to stop the car, got out, and approached the young woman. He invited her to join them, and she got into the car. Together, they went to Timothy's trailer and had a party. However, Toby's story started to sound strange, like a detective story. At first, he claimed that he just dropped off Amy and Timothy near the trailer and immediately left. Then he changed his version and said that he went inside with them, had a beer, then went to the bathroom and left immediately without going into the living room, and got into the car and left. Investigators doubted that he was completely honest with them. They didn't believe that Amy would go to the outskirts of the city with 2 unknown men at night. In the morning, she had to go to classes and was supposed to go to the dormitory right after the bar. It looked like Toby constructed his story in such a way that he couldn't be made an accomplice. Detectives did not rule out that Timothy and Toby might have actually abducted the young woman on the empty night street, but could not prove it yet. Moreover, Toby told something else. He saw flyers about Amy's disappearance and recognized her. Then he asked Timothy what happened that night. He claimed that he took the young woman to the city center and dropped her off there. After that, she approached another car and soon got into it. Toby told him that he should share this information with the police. Despite the fact that his story raised serious doubts, the police had enough evidence to arrest Timothy. They arrived at his house and the man came out with his hands raised. During the interrogation, he told the investigators the same story. When Toby left, he began to flirt with Amy, but she rejected him. Then he got angry and decided to take her back to the city. Considering that he did not have his own car, he took the owner of the land's pickup truck and drove her to the center where Amy allegedly got into another car. But the detectives immediately realized that this was a lie. At that point, they already knew that the rental pickup truck had 3 flat and worn-out tires for many months. The investigators immediately told him about it and Timothy became nervous. The detectives asked him, "Did you kill Amy?" And the man replied, "I don't know, it seems so." From that moment on, he began to talk about the events of that night. According to him, he didn't remember much of what happened. At some point, he tried to kiss Amy and the next thing he remembers is her holding a knife. He allegedly got scared that she might attack him, so he tried to take the weapon away from her. After that, Timothy didn't remember anything, as if he had lost consciousness. According to him, this had happened to him before. He had completely lost some memories. When he came to, he found the knife in his hand and Amy lying on the floor, showing no signs of life. Scared, he decided to get rid of the body. Timothy went to the shed for the shovel and started digging a hole. He then wrapped Amy in a sheet and buried her there, covering the grave with logs and bricks. After that, he prayed to God and went to clean up the blood in the room. With his confession in hand, Timothy was charged with murder. No evidence was found against Toby, so he was only used as a witness. On July 15, 1991, a trial was held where the man planned to defend himself and receive a lesser punishment. He wanted to make it look like self-defense and used the story of memory loss. However, everything changed when the prosecutor addressed the judge and requested the death penalty. Timothy stood up and said he was ready to confess the first-degree murder if the prosecution would drop the death penalty in favor of life imprisonment. After some brief consideration, the court agreed to these conditions and Timothy was sentenced to life in prison. Amy's relatives and friends supported this decision. They all harbored hatred toward the person who took her away from them and wanted him to spend the rest of his life in a prison cell. As for Toby, no charges were ever brought against him. Nevertheless, his story still seems suspicious and I wouldn't rule out the possibility that he was directly involved in the murder. Timothy remains behind bars to this day. He is currently 53 years old. Share your opinion on the story in the comments. Don't forget to give it a like if you enjoyed the video. A first-year student went out dancing with her friends and disappeared without a trace. Several days later, her car was found abandoned under a bridge. The police started an investigation which eventually became one of the most high-profile and iconic cases in the entire state. Although they did eventually uncover the truth, the case continues to haunt detectives to this day. 42 years later, Gina Renee Hall was born on August 24, 1961 in the American state of Virginia. She had an older sister named Deanna and loving parents. However, tragic events followed her in childhood. When she was 2 years old, she and her mother were involved in a serious car accident. As a result, Gina was seriously injured and suffered third-degree burns. She had to undergo a long course of treatment, but it was impossible to completely get rid of the burns. Her mother blamed herself for the accident and, over time, things only got worse. The woman developed serious psychological problems which eventually led to her leaving the family. But their father did an excellent job of raising the children. Later he remarried and the girls gained a stepmother. After finishing high school, Gina decided to attend a local college to become a nurse. But after the first semester, she thought about changing schools. Her older sister was studying at Radford University and Gina transferred there. This university offered more in-depth education in her chosen field and was generally more prestigious. In addition, the young women could spend a lot of time together as they had been very close since childhood. Diana rented an apartment near the university and Gina moved in with her. From the first months of her studies, Gina had a group of friends with whom she spent a lot of free time. She was thrilled with the university and especially happy to be living with her sister again. Diana was finishing her final year at the time while Gina was only in her first year. During the summer break of 1980, both young women decided to stay at the university and attend additional classes. Gina also wanted to spend more time with her sister before she graduated. On June 28th, Gina took her last exam to finish her first year and decided to celebrate. She planned to go dancing at a club with her friends and sister. But Diana decided to stay home at the last minute. Gina was upset about it, but still went to the club with her friends. Around 10 p.m., she took Diana's Chevrolet Monte Carlo and drove to a nearby city where the club was located. At 1 a.m., Diana woke up from a call on the home phone. It was Gina, and from her voice, her sister seemed slightly concerned about something. The young woman said that she was at a lake house with a guy named Steph and soon hung up. Diana thought it was strange. At 18, Gina had never been involved with boys. Throughout her life, the young woman had complexes due to burns covering a significant part of her body, so she always avoided relationships with the absent sex. Diana thought her sister had gone there with other friends and did not attach much importance to it. The young woman woke up at around 6 a.m. and immediately went to her sister's room, but she was not there. The car was also missing from their parking spot. Diana began to worry seriously because Gina should have already returned home. At around 7:30 a.m., an old friend of Gina's came to their apartment. He served in the army and returned home for a few days to see his friends and family. He and Gina agreed to meet this morning. Diana became even more worried. Her sister was a responsible and punctual person, and she could not imagine her setting up a meeting with someone close and not showing up. Diana called several Gina's friends with whom she was with that evening, but none of them saw the girl after the club. Then, with this young man from the army, they decided that Gina could have had an accident or someone kidnapped her. They got in the car and drove to the lake, inspecting the surrounding areas around the roads for the Chevrolet Monte Carlo. This task was complicated by the fact that they did not even roughly know which house Gina was in that night. After driving for several hours on different routes, they returned home and Diana decided to contact the police. As usual in those days, the police were in no hurry to accept reports of a missing person. Gina was 18, so the operator advised waiting until the next day to file a report. In the evening, Diana also called her father and reported her sister missing. The man arrived the next morning and they again turned to the police. This time the report was accepted, but they still did not rush to conduct the full-scale search. The police still thought that the young woman had just gone out and no danger threatened her. Then Diana, her father, and some of Gina's friends decided to go on their own search again. This time they were met with an alarming discovery. Driving near the bridge on the edge of Radford, they saw Diana's car next to the railway viaduct. The trunk was open and the doors were unlocked. The first thing Diana noticed was that the driver's seat was pushed all the way back, which seemed very strange to her. Gina was just over 150 centimeters tall, and she always had to move the driver's seat as close to the steering wheel as possible. Physically, Gina wouldn't be able to drive with the seat pushed all the way back, which led everyone to a very alarming thought. Someone else must have been behind the wheel. In addition, inside the car, relatives noticed several broken handles and a resembling blood was visible on the trunk lid. They reported their findings to the police, and detectives examined the car more thoroughly. Hairs were found inside that matched Gina's hair color and length. Near the location of the car, they also found one of Gina's shoes and a blue towel. In 1980, DNA analysis was not yet practiced, so the police could not determine whose blood was on the trunk door. The detectives finally started to properly investigate the case because they believed that Gina was dead. However, at the same time, a mass shooting occurred nearby and most of the police were transferred to that case. As a result, a simple road patrolman with no experience in such matters was appointed as the lead detective. Soon after the car was found, another interesting fact emerged. Saw the car while driving by. The first noticed it around 5 a.m. on the night of Gina's disappearance. Despite the car being parked with an open trunk, he did not suspect anything and thought the car belonged to a fisherman. They really liked to park in that spot because it was close to the riverbank. The second police officer drove by a few hours later. He did not approach the car, but only ran its plates over the radio. Hearing that the car was not in the system as stolen, the officer left. The lead detective spoke with Diana and learned that Gina called her at 1 a.m. and said she was at a house by the lake. At the time, they did not know which exact house she was referring to or whose staff was. Therefore, the officers went there and knocked on every door. Unfortunately, this did not yield any results. Most of the houses were only used on weekends and the residents of the others did not see Gina. Meanwhile, divers began inspecting the river next to where Gina's car was found. It looked as though an unknown person had killed Gina, brought her to the river, and dumped her in the water. However, the divers encountered strong currents and almost zero visibility underwater, leading them to speculate that if Gina's body was thrown into the water more than a day ago, it could have been carried far away. Meanwhile, Gina's father and sister held on to hope that she would be found alive. They didn't rely solely on the police and went to the local radio station to report her disappearance, hoping that someone in the community might have information or be a witness. The detectives focused on finding the Stephen who was with Gina in the house by the lake. He planned to question all of her friends who were at the club, but before he could do so, Stephen himself called the police station and showed up for questioning. He turned out to be 28-year-old Stephen Epperly. Stephen explained that Bill, one of Gina's friends and a member of their group, invited him to the club that evening. They danced and had a good time, and then Stephen suggested going to Bill's parents' house by the lake. Bill's parents were away for a few weeks and asked their son to look after the house. Gina agreed and they drove to the house in her car. Stephen drove, and after arriving at the house, Gina called her sister. Then she and Stephen went swimming in the lake. When they returned to the house, Stephen tried to kiss her, but Gina refused, saying that she wasn't ready because they had only met a few hours earlier. They spent more time in the house before leaving at around 4 a.m. Gina drove Stephen to his house and then went home. When Stephen heard about Gina's disappearance on the radio, he decided to go to the police station and tell them about that night. The detective asked Stephen to show him the house by the lake, and they went there together. On the way, the detective tried to get as much information as possible from Stephen about that evening, to understand what might have happened to Gina. Stephen recalled that she had planned to meet an old friend who had just returned from the army that morning. He also remembered that shortly before they left the house, Bill and his girlfriend arrived. The four of them talked briefly before Stephen and Gina left. The detective also questioned Gina's other friends, who confirmed Stephen's story that she left the club with him after midnight. Bill told the detective that Steph approached him in the club and asked for the keys. Bill's friend warned him that Steph was planning to come to the house later with his girlfriend, and Steph left. However, something interesting happened next. The detectives asked Bill if he saw Gina when he arrived at the house, and Bill denied it. According to him, when he and his girlfriend arrived there, Steph was standing in the laundry room drying himself with a towel. He said that he and Gina would leave soon, and Bill and his girlfriend went to another room. The last thing they heard was the front door closing. None of them saw or heard Gina. The detective found this strange, as Steph had mentioned that Gina was talking to Bill and his girlfriend, but Bill denied it. The detectives found nothing serious there, only a few traffic fines. But when he asked his colleagues at the station if they were familiar with this name, several officers told him a number of troubling stories. Staff often got into fights in bars and the police had to intervene regularly, but he was never charged in any of these cases. When Stephen was around 18 years old, the police visited his home several times, and because the young man attacked his younger sister and even his mother with his fists, but in these cases, the family refused to press charges, so these incidents did not make it into his criminal record. But that's not all. The detective called several police stations located in other counties where Steph used to live. In one of them, he was told that once the guy broke into his ex-girlfriend's house, beat her and subjected her to violence, but the woman managed to escape. Steph let the victim go to calm the child down. Instead, she ran out with the child to the police station. Despite all this, the young man somehow managed to avoid punishment. Sometime later, he deceitfully lured another young woman to his apartment, saying that they were going to a party with friends. Instead, when the young woman entered the room, he closed the door and subjected her to somehow avoided punishment. With all this information in hand, the detectives began to suspect Steph. The police went to the house by the lake to conduct a search, where they found several disturbing discoveries. When Bill spoke with the investigator, he said he did not notice anything strange in the house after Gina's disappearance. But as soon as the forensic team arrived, they found many troubling signs of heinous crime. There was a large blood stain on the living room floor that had clearly been attempted to be cleaned. Bloodstains were also found throughout the house, including on the refrigerator door, a dustpan, some shoes, and so on. In addition, the broken ankle bracelet Gina always wore was found in the house. Bill and his parents noticed the disappearance of several items from the house, two blue, one of which the police found next to Gina's car, a bath mat, and a large number of paper towels. But the most interesting thing was that almost all of the cleaning supplies had disappeared from the house, which had previously been well stocked with them. The police found an empty bottle of bleach in the garbage container, along with a long hair of the same color as Gina's. Experts examined blood samples from the house. DNA analysis was still unavailable at that time, but they matched Gina's blood group. Learning all this, Bill shared additional information with investigators. He told them that he heard about Gina's disappearance on the radio and immediately thought that Steph might be involved. In addition to being with her that night, all their friends knew about his criminal tendencies and aggressive behavior. Bill went to Steph's workplace and started asking him about that evening. Steph insisted that he had nothing to do with the young woman's disappearance. But then something interesting happened. When Bill asked him to contact the police, Steph agreed but asked his friend not to tell anyone that he was with Gina that night. He also wondered how many people saw him leave the club with her. Bill also told something else about that night. When Gina left the club with Steph, she looked confused, apparently thinking that all her friends were going to the house by the lake and was in disarray. The next day, Bill and his friends had a barbecue in that house. None of them knew about Gina's disappearance at that time. While they were sitting outside, Steph volunteered to make drinks for everyone and went into the house. He spent a lot of time in there. And when he finally returned, he explained that he couldn't find the bottle opener. The detective thought that, in fact, Steve had been trying to clean up the bloodstains all this time since he hadn't been able to do it completely at night. Despite no direct evidence linking Steph to the crime, the detectives no longer doubted that he was the one behind the murder. According to his version, that evening at the club, he invited Gina to the lake and said that the other friends were also going there. In the house, he tried to kiss her, but the young woman refused, and then the man attacked her, subjected her to violence, killed her, and hid the body somewhere in the house. After that, for several hours, he tried to clean the blood and erase the traces of the struggle. When Bill came to the house with his girlfriend, Steph waited until they went into the room and moved Gina's body to the trunk of her own car. Then he drove her to the river, threw her into, and left the car there. The man did not even think to move the driver's seat closer to the steering wheel as it was originally installed. The big problem remained in the story. Gina's body was still not found. In those years, courts rarely sentenced criminals if there was no victim's body. Lawyers could always insist that without a body, it was impossible to consider a person dead with 100% certainty. And there was always a slight chance that the person was actually alive. Investigators continued to search for additional evidence, and 2 weeks after Gina's disappearance, they decided to re-examine the place where her car was found. This time, they brought more officers and it paid off. They found the young woman's clothing nearby, covered in blood. Experts found several hairs on it, one of which matched Steph's hair. In addition, they found small particles of foreign fabric. After conducting a series of necessary analysis, they determined that these particles completely matched the carpet in the house by the lake. In addition to the clothes, they found a second towel missing from the house. However, the police admitted that all these things were thrown by the killer after the car was found. As this particular place had already been inspected that day, the detectives did not stop there. In an attempt to obtain more evidence, he contacted a dog handler and he came with his search dog to the place where the car was found. Then something that shocked all the present officers happened. The dog took the trail and headed across the river on a bridge. Then it walked through the streets of Radford, almost circling the entire city, when suddenly the dog approached one of the houses, climbed onto the porch and gave the signal to the dog handler. It was a house where Stephen Epperly and his relatives lived. Even the dog handler did not expect such a result. He did not know whose theft was and what he was suspected of. The detective had hoped at best that the dog would lead them to some additional evidence or a body, but in the end the dog led them to the porch of a possible suspect. Later that day, Steph was called in for questioning with the use of a polygraph. He continued to deny his guilt, but the polygraph operator repeatedly detected that he was lying. After the questioning, the investigators told him that their trained dog had just led them to his home. Stephen covered his face with his hands and said something like, "What a good dog." However, without Gina's body, he still couldn't be charged with murder. And Steph remained free. When the whole town learned about his previous crimes and the evidence against him in Gina's case, no one doubted his guilt. People came to his house, wrote threatening letters, and the man decided to move to a small town in Ohio. 5 days later, a 25-year-old woman disappeared not far from where Steph had settled, and a month later her body was found in a cornfield. Local detectives knew that Stephen was suspected in Gina's murder, and he immediately became the prime suspect. However, his guilt could not be proven due to the lack of evidence. Bill continued to talk to Steph and tell the police about their conversations. When Stephen found out that Bill had a good lawyer, he asked if he could represent him, and even more disturbingly, he asked Bill to ask him if the police could arrest him if they never found the body. The detective understood that the chances of a guilty verdict in court were slim, but after the other young woman's murder, he decided to risk his career and arrested Stephen. He was charged with murder and the case went to trial. The situation was complicated by the fact that an inexperienced prosecutor was assigned to the case who had only been in the position for 7 months. Others simply refused to participate in such a complex process, where they had to prove a murder without a body. Surprisingly, the prosecutor did an excellent job. The trial lasted more than 3 months, and ultimately the jury found Stephen Eberly guilty of Gina's murder. The prosecutor presented all available evidence and was able to convince the jury that the victim was dead and that Steph was the killer. As a result, he received a life sentence without the possibility of parole. This was not only the first conviction without a body in Virginia, but also the first time a court accepted a search dog's lead as evidence. Unfortunately, investigators were unable to prove Steph's involvement in the murder of another woman in Ohio. They also continued to search for Gina's body, but these efforts were halted in 1994. In 2016, 36 years after Gina's murder, a local resident came forward to the Radford police. He confessed that his family had been keeping a terrible secret all these years. In 1980, their grandfather, who lived on a farm outside of town, saw 2 men in a white van pulling a body out of a car near a field. Detectives thought this could be Gina and resumed their search. They were unable to find any remains. But the grandson's revelation led to new searches for Gina's remains. Her sister, Diana, played a big role in this, continuing to hope for closure. In 2019, she met a forensic anthropologist who invented a unique method for finding DNA underground. His tool detected the presence of any human biological material, and investigators used it in their search. After many months, it bore fruit. In 2020, they found Gina's remains in 8 different locations along the river and lake. These were mostly small pieces that would have been impossible to find without special equipment. Only in one case were they able to find a bone fragment that belonged to the young woman. As for Steph, he is still serving his sentence. Despite numerous appeals and attempts to be released early, investigators believe he may have had many more victims. But they have been unable to find the necessary evidence over the years. The only comfort for them is that he has been isolated from society and has not harmed anyone else. Feel free to share your opinion in the comments, and don't forget to like the video if you enjoyed it. Thank you for watching. A young woman was found dead in her own apartment. The police began an investigation that eventually became the longest in the district for years. The case had many shocking twists and turns, but it was only 46 years later that the unexpected truth was revealed. Lindy Sue Beechler was born on January 31, 1956, in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. When she was young, her parents divorced and she stayed with her mother. Her father started a new family but continued to see his daughter regularly. Soon he had a son with whom Lindy was in constant communication. After school, she enrolled at Millersville University, a state college located just 10 minutes from home. At the age of 19, Lindy met a man named Philip Beechler, and the couple soon married. He also attended courses at the college while working for a car rental company. Lindy herself worked part-time at a local flower shop. After the wedding, they rented an apartment in the Manor Township residential complex just a few minutes from the college. The newlyweds began their life together and were happy with each other. Lindy's happiness was overshadowed by a series of unpleasant events. She began to notice that someone was constantly watching her in this residential complex, but she never managed to see who it could be. The young woman often complained to friends and relatives, but they attributed what was happening to stress after the move. One evening when Lindy was home alone, she noticed a man looking at her through the glass door inserts. The apartment was on the first floor and her husband was at work at the time. The man immediately disappeared, leaving Lindy terrified. Since then, the young woman was afraid to be alone at home, but due to Philip's evening schedule, she often had to be alone until it was dark. Lindy was constantly stressed, and any incident could bring her to panic. Soon after this event, she spent time with her brother and his family at their home. When they heard the sound of breaking glass from the second floor, it turned out that a wall mirror had fallen to the floor and shattered. The young woman was so scared that she started shaking. She asked her relatives to go around the whole house and make sure that no one else had broken in. All the stress was the result of the fact that some unknown man had been watching her for several months. But all of her acquaintances still believed that the young woman was overreacting and that nothing serious was happening to her. On December 5, 1975, Lindy finished her shift at a flower shop and stopped by her husband's workplace before heading to a local store to do some shopping. Around the same time, her aunt and uncle went to their son's basketball game and decided to invite Lindy along as they knew she was afraid to be alone at home and wanted to distract her for a few hours. They arrived at her apartment at around 8:45 p.m. Lindy's aunt approached the door and found it open, which immediately alarmed her. She went inside and saw a knocked-over lamp in the living room, but the worst was waiting for her in the kitchen. Lindy's body lay there. She was laying face down with no signs of life, and a meat cleaver with a towel wrapped around its handle was found in her neck. And detectives began investigating the crime scene. The first thing they noticed was that Lindy was fully dressed, which cast doubt on the motive being related to rape. Additionally, no valuables were missing from the apartment, ruling out robbery as a possibility. There were no signs of forced entry on the front door or windows, suggesting that Lindy either knew her attacker and let them in voluntarily, or the attacker entered the apartment when the door was left unlocked. The fact that Lindy had purchased a lot of groceries and physically couldn't have carried all the bags from the parking lot to her apartment in one go suggests that her killer may have entered the apartment just after she had taken the first load inside and gone back to her car for the second. While the police were investigating the crime scene, Lindy's husband and parents were informed of what had happened. The grieving family members were desperate to see Lindy and had to be restrained by detectives. Forensic investigators found blood stains on the floor and walls, but DNA testing was not available at the time, so they could not compare these samples to Lindy's DNA. They did conclude that Lindy had put up a fight with her attacker. A male shoe print was found in one of the rooms, and medical experts determined that Lindy had received 19 blows from a sharp object. The perpetrator had used two weapons, the meat cleaver from Lindy's kitchen and a second weapon, presumably a knife, that was never found. Later it was confirmed that Lindy had indeed been sexually assaulted, but DNA evidence could not be extracted from the crime scene. At the time, be of much help in solving the case. The police had hoped to find witnesses, but none of their neighbors were home at the time of the murder. Other residents did not notice anything suspicious. However, several people reported seeing a car parked in the residential complex parking lot from around 7 p.m. to 8:40 p.m., which coincided with the time of Lindy's murder. Additionally, none of the residents knew the owner of the car. Unfortunately, detectives were unable to locate it and switched to another line of investigation. As is often the case in such situations, the victim's husband became a suspect. Despite Philip being at work and having a solid alibi, investigators did not rule out his possible involvement. Over the next few months, detectives interviewed about 300 people who could have been involved in the murder, but all of it yielded no results. At some point, they began to suspect a local serial rapist who had committed several attacks on women around the same time Lindy was killed. However, they were unable to find any evidence linking him to the case, and the culprit himself died during an attempt to escape from prison. Moreover, investigators found out that at the time of the murder, he was at work, and eventually they stopped considering him as the suspect. For months after the murder, there was a new twist in the case. A 43-year-old woman named Mary was killed 25 kilometers away from Lindy's apartment. She received multiple stab wounds, and the detectives immediately noted that these murders were almost 100% similar, but soon the culprit was caught, and investigators could not find any connection between him and Lindy. The man admitted to killing Mary but denied involvement in the other crimes. After that, the police had no leads and the case went cold for a year. On December 26, 1976, Lindy's relatives went to visit her grave at the local cemetery. Upon arriving, they saw that the gravestone was covered in red paint and heavily scratched. They immediately reported it to the police, but they were unable to find the vandals. Investigators concluded that the perpetrator of the desecration may have been Lindy's killer, as no other graves were damaged. The nature of the damage also supported this theory, as the criminal clearly harbored animosity towards the deceased in addition to the obvious association with the red paint. By using a knife or sharp object, the perpetrator had to have spent a considerable amount of time damaging the stone in order to completely cover it with deep scratches. Just a few weeks later, something even stranger happened. Chief Donald W. Scheller, whose department was investigating Lindy's murder, received an anonymous 2-page letter. The first part was written from the perspective of Lindy's murder. The author took responsibility for the vandalism of Lindy's grave and demanded that the letter be published in the next day's local newspapers. In exchange, the anonymous writer promised to consider surrendering to the police. He then went on to provide several characteristics to help investigators identify him, claiming to be 178 centimeters tall and that he was a man of high quality and weighing 93 kilograms. Living in the western suburbs of Lancaster, having a good job, being single, and having been caught a few years earlier for possession of illegal substances. On the day of the murder, he was also under the influence of drugs. The last part of the letter was a plea for help, with the unknown author asking to be caught before he killed anyone else. The second page was a separate letter allegedly written by the killer's friend named Jenny Scrum. She wrote that her acquaintance truly intended to surrender once his letter was published in the newspapers and added that the man was mentally ill. She purportedly added this message while he was sleeping before placing both sheets in an envelope. Police believed that the author could indeed be Lindy's killer, but they did not believe the second part about his friend Jenny. Despite being written in a different handwriting, investigators believe that the perpetrator may have asked someone he knew to write it or use some other method to forge the handwriting. They also failed to notice the similarity of this message to the letters sent by a serial killer nicknamed the Zodiac Killer who operated in California in the 60s and 70s, regularly communicating with the police and newspapers through anonymous text messages. Investigators even considered that he might have been responsible for Lindy's murder. However, this theory was highly stretched. Firstly, the killer was operating on the opposite side of the country. Secondly, by the time Lindy was killed, according to the police, the Zodiac Killer had already stopped his killings. Chief Donald W. Scheller decided not to publish the letter in the newspaper as the author requested. At that time, the police had two suspects and they did not want to compromise the investigation. Detectives did not believe that the culprit would surrender and saw no point in scarring residents with a letter from a madman. Eventually, they began to doubt that the author was actually Lindy's killer. The letter did not contain any details that had not already appeared in the newspapers. The police profiler even suggested that the author of both sheets could be a mentally ill woman who had no connection to the case. He made this conclusion after analyzing the writing style. Despite this, investigators located a woman named Jenny Scrum and, after talking to her, concluded that she had nothing to do with these letters. From that moment on, the police had no serious leads, but they continued to investigate the case. At various stages, they had new suspects: Lindy's mother's partner, a regular visitor to the flower shop where she worked, and even one of the investigators on the case. After brief checks, detectives came to the conclusion that none of them were involved in the murder. In 1980, the police had another chance to solve the case. In Florida, they arrested serial killer Gerald Stano, who admitted to killing 41 people. At the time of Lindy's death, his father lived just 10 minutes away from her complex, so detectives considered the possibility that Stano might have been the killer. But they could not find any evidence that the man visited his father and soon stopped considering him as a suspect. Experts were able to extract a male DNA profile, discovering traces of semen on the victim's underwear. This sample did not match any of the suspects that investigators had for 23 years. Since then, the police have not had any significant leads and the case went cold. It was reviewed in 2000, but with no results in the same year, detectives decided to publish a letter in newspapers supposedly written by the killer, hoping it would help them get new leads, but it didn't. Lindy's parents never found out the truth about her murder. Lindy's father passed away in 2000 and her mother in 2007. The next major breakthrough only occurred in 2019 after the case was reopened again, which specializes in genetic research and has helped solve similar cases in the past. Using an innovative method called DNA phenotyping, experts were able to create an approximate portrait of Lydia's killer at the ages of 25 and 60. This method works by studying the criminal's DNA sample and finding information about possible physical traits such as skin color, eye color, hair color, and so on. Such portraits often turn out to be very similar to real DNA holders, although there are exceptions. The killer's portraits were widely distributed through the media. Investigators hoped someone would recognize this man, but in the end, they didn't get any serious leads. A year later, they turned to Parabot Nanolabs again, this time to use the method of genetic genealogy to find possible relatives of any person based on their DNA. Investigators provided them with a genetic sample from Lindy's killer and waited. The main drawback of this method is the incredible complexity of the research. Experts have to study thousands of people, eliminating unsuitable candidates until they finally find a relative of the DNA holder. After many months of hard work, they were able to find a person who was distantly related to the killer. He turned out to be a resident of Italy, and now investigators could begin to examine his family tree. They were looking for a man who was in the USA in 1975 and lived near Lancaster. To do this, they had to locate and question a huge number of relatives. In Lancaster alone, there were 2,500 people related to the killer by distant kinship. In 2022, the detectives finally found a suitable candidate, 68-year-old David Sinopoli, a man who had never come to the attention of the police in connection with the case. In 1975, he lived in the same complex as the victim, so he immediately became the main suspect. To confirm or refute his involvement, detectives needed to secretly obtain a DNA sample. To do this, they began to follow David, waiting for the right moment. On February 11th, they had such an opportunity. The man flew out to the airport in Philadelphia and, before boarding the flight, threw a paper coffee cup into a bin. The investigators took it and handed it over to the laboratory. Experts extracted his DNA sample and compared it with the semen DNA found on Lindy's underwear. The analysis showed a complete match. David was the killer. He was arrested on July 17, 2022 and is currently awaiting trial. At the time of Lindy's murder, he was 21 years old. He moved into the residential complex a year before the victim moved there with her husband. David was married twice in 1972 and 1987. According to available information, he did not have children. He spent most of his life working at a printing press in a local printing house. And his colleagues were shocked that their good acquaintance turned out to be a ruthless killer. David is now in custody and additional details will only emerge after the start of the trial, but even now there is virtually no doubt that he is the killer. Experts also compared his DNA to the blood found in the victim's apartment and the analysis showed a complete match. Lindy's ex-husband and brother thanked the investigators for being able to uncover the truth, and now the guilty party will be punished. Thus, this complex and convoluted case was solved with the help of innovative technologies almost 47 years later. Genetic genealogy is a unique tool that allows the police to find perpetrators based on the tiniest DNA samples stored for half a century. Share your opinion in the comments and don't forget to like this video if you enjoyed it. A woman was found dead in her own home. Police started investigating and immediately found several concerning leads. The longer they looked into the case, the more strange and terrifying details surfaced. After several years, they finally uncovered the truth, but nobody expected such a turn of events. Karen Gregory was born on March 29, 1948 in Albany, New York. She was the eldest of 4 children and helped her parents take care of her siblings from a young age. The girl was into sports and spent a lot of time in nature. Additionally, she loved art and wanted to work in that field. After finishing high school, Karen enrolled in Nazareth College in Rochester, where she received a Bachelor of Arts and a Bachelor of Science degrees. After that, she worked as an art teacher in an elementary school for several years and then decided to become a graphic designer. In 1983, when she was 35 years old, she moved to Florida where she met a man named David McKee. He worked as a manager in an organization that provided consulting services to Vietnam veterans, and he and Karen quickly became mutually attracted. The couple dated for just over a year, and in the spring of 1984, David asked her to move in with him in Gulfport. Before this, Karen lived in an apartment with her friend, and she constantly had to drive to David's house. The woman accepted this offer and began gradually moving her things there. On May 22nd, Karen took the remaining items from her apartment and finally moved out completely. She told her neighbor that she was a little nervous. David had gone to another state for work to speak at a conference, and she would have to spend a whole week alone in his house. From the apartment, the woman went to her friend's house. They had a great time there. Karen told her friend that she was very happy with David and was glad she would finally be living with him. The friends talked until about midnight, after which Karen went to David's house. The next day, he called home several times, but no one answered. He thought Karen might have stayed in her old apartment and called her neighbor, but the woman said she hadn't seen her since yesterday. After that, David called several of Karen's friends and her sister, but none of them had seen her. He continued to try to reach her all day, but he never got an answer. On the next day, May 24th, David called home again early in the morning, hoping to catch Karen before she left for work, but there was still no answer. Later, he called her boss and found out that she had not shown up for work. At this point, David's concern reached its peak and he feared that something bad may have happened to Karen. He then called local hospitals and police stations to inquire if they had seen anyone matching Karen's description. Upon learning that they had not, he decided to call his neighbor, Amy. David asked her, "Is Karen's car parked in front of the house?" Amy looked out the window and replied, "Yes." This only added to David's worry. He asked Amy to go to the house and knock on the door. He was so anxious that he stayed on the line with her until she left to fulfill his request. Amy approached the side door and knocked, but there was no answer. She then walked around the house and saw that one of the windows was open. She called out Karen's name several times, but there was no response. She extended her arm through the open window, pulled back the curtain, and was shocked by what she saw. The window was in the bedroom, and through it she could see the hallway where a bloodied female body lay on the floor. Amy couldn't see the face because she was behind a wall. She knew it was likely Karen. After recovering from the shock, Amy ran back to her own house where David was still on the phone. She grabbed the phone and told him that something terrible had happened before hanging up and calling 911. Doctors quickly arrived at the scene but were only able to confirm Karen's death. Detectives began investigating the crime scene, which horrified even experienced police officers. Based on the amount of blood throughout the house, Karen had fought her attacker until the end. Bloodstains led from the hallway to the front door, where several fragments of glass had been smashed. Detectives noticed several strands of hair matching Karen's hair color stuck in the broken glass. They theorized that she had almost made it outside but was caught by her attacker. In the bathroom, investigators found their first lead: a bloody footprint on the floor. Police checked Karen's feet and found no bloodstains, so the footprint must have belonged to her killer. However, it was unclear why the killer was walking around barefoot in the bathroom. Medical experts examined the victim's body and concluded that she had received about 20 stab wounds and had been subjected to violence. Before we continue, I have a small request for you. We've created a new channel where we upload content related to old, historical ruins and interesting events. So, if you're interested, kindly subscribe to my channel, Decoverize, for daily interesting videos and show some love in the comments. I'll read every one of your comments. The link is in the description. Experts also extracted biological material from the perpetrator. Unfortunately, DNA analysis was not used in 1984, so this clue could not help to identify the killer. In addition, several bloody fingerprints were found on her body, but they were too smeared to be used. According to experts, the woman was killed about 30 hours before she was discovered. This meant that she was attacked on the same night when she returned home from her friend's place. There was another detail that immediately caught the attention of the police and doctors as soon as they saw Karen's body. She was wearing a shirt and a lace corset was on top of it. Apparently, the perpetrator did this. When the police finished examining the crime scene and collected all possible clues, they allowed Karen's friends to start cleaning up. The women did not want David to see all this horror. When he arrived, all the victim's acquaintances knew how much he loved her and wanted to ease his suffering at least a little. David's conference was taking place on the other side of the country, so he needed a lot of time to return home. Meanwhile, the detectives began questioning the neighbors. This area was considered quite prestigious and safe, and the crime rate was extremely low. Many residents knew each other, and they even had a neighborhood watch. This is a form of agreement between neighbors when they keep an eye on order and report any suspicious things to the police. However, in this case, the neighborhood watch did not perform its functions. Detectives found out that on May 23rd, at around 1:15 a.m., 16 residents of the area heard a piercing female scream, and none of them called the police. They all said the scream quickly stopped and they did not get the impression that someone could be in danger. Even the head of the neighborhood watch, who lived practically opposite the victim, did not consider it necessary to call the police. He was fixing his motorcycle in the garage and listening to the radio when he heard a muffled scream. The man walked down the street and did not notice anything suspicious, after which he returned back. A neighbor who lived opposite David shared an interesting observation. On the morning of May 23rd, she saw that the front door of his house was open, and she also heard a scream that night but did not associate it with the open door. In her story, there was one detail: when the police called, the door was locked. Considering that the body had been in the house for about 30 hours, the culprit could have returned and tried to cover his tracks, including closing the door. It was noteworthy that there were no signs of forced entry on any of the doors. Detectives speculated that the perpetrator may have climbed in through the back window, but there were also no signs of forced entry there. Either Karen left it open all night, or she knew the killer and let him in herself. The head of the neighborhood watch shared another interesting observation with the detectives. On the evening of the day after Karen's murder, an unknown man pulled up to her house. He got out of the car, knocked on the door a few times, and kept looking around. Then he returned to the car, but a few minutes later, he came back with a piece of paper in his hand. He placed it on Karen's car windshield and only then drove away. The police immediately checked the car and indeed found a note on the windshield that said, "Karen and David, hi, I stopped by around 7:15 p.m. but didn't see any signs of life. I have a lot to do tonight, so I probably won't be back, but I have what you asked for." The detectives immediately noticed the wording, "no signs of life." given that at the time this person arrived, Karen had been dead for almost a whole day. Such a choice of words was very alarming. The note ended with the name Peter, and investigators tried to find him. It turned out that he had been right under their noses the whole time. The man learned about it from Karen's former neighbor and came to their house. The man cooperated actively and answered all the questions. He voluntarily provided his fingerprints and footprints and also told them what he was doing near the victim's house. According to Peter, a few days before this, Karen called him and invited him and David to dinner. But there was one detail. That David would also be there, even though at the time he was already scheduled to go on a week-long business trip. The detectives also asked Peter what he meant in the note by the phrase, "I have what you asked for." The man said he borrowed a cassette from them and was planning to return it. Another strange detail was that Peter allegedly did not notice the glass shards almost all over the path to the front door, let alone the several broken windows. The man insisted that he hadn't seen anything or paid attention to it. During the conversation with him, one of the detectives noticed a large cut on Peter's hand. When the police officer looked at his hand, the man covered the spot and said that he always gets scratches after playing with dogs or repairing his car. All of the above looked extremely suspicious, and the detectives decided to check his alibi. Peter said that on the night of the murder he was sleeping at home, and his neighbor confirmed this. The police didn't rush to exclude him from the list of suspects since such an alibi could easily be a lie. However, the investigators quickly came up with another suspect. David, Karen's boyfriend. According to his words, that night he was in Rhode Island, which is located 2,000 kilometers away from his home, and he was sleeping in his hotel room. But at the crime scene, the police found a very interesting clue. A local Rhode Island newspaper dated May 23rd, the same day Karen was killed. It was very strange, and the detectives began to wonder if David could have flown to Florida, killed his girlfriend, and returned before his next conference appearance. They calculated the flight and travel times from airports and concluded that it was indeed possible. Additionally, no one could confirm David's alibi for that night since he allegedly slept alone in his hotel room. The head of the neighborhood watch also shared his observations. He had repeatedly noticed that Karen and David argued when the woman came to his house. David, on the other hand, insisted that they had a wonderful relationship and the couple hardly ever fought. When David was asked about the newspaper, he said he bought it on May 21st at a store near his home. He was going to take it with him on the trip to have the weather forecast for the week. They sold that newspaper. He even remembered that David bought it on the 21st. According to the clerk, the publication actually released that issue several days ago, which is normal for printed newspapers. Thus, suspicions against David faded into the background. They asked him if anything was missing from her house, and the man noticed the absence of a white lace corset that Karen had bought for herself a few months earlier, one very similar to the one worn by Karen's killer. This immediately led the detectives to think that the depraved criminal had taken it as a trophy. The police decided to pursue another lead found in the victim's house. A high-quality drawing of a watch signed with the name Stephen Fischler. One particular detail caught the detectives' attention. The paper appeared to be covered in blood. The detectives quickly discovered that Stephen worked with Karen in the same company and questioned her colleagues. They uncovered a lot of interesting information. Almost all the employees said that Stephen was a rather strange person. He persistently tried to court all the female colleagues, shared pictures with them depicting perverted things, and even tried to get a little bit of a sense of humor. And even wrote a perverted poem and tried to persuade his colleagues to read it. All the women who worked with him admitted that Stephen scared them. Karen also complained several times about his behavior, but management didn't give it much thought. The detectives talked to him, and the man denied giving Karen that drawing. He also claimed that he barely knew the victim and offered to take a polygraph test to prove his innocence. The investigators quickly organized such a test, and that's where the most interesting part began. At first, everything was calm, but after one of the questions, Stephen suddenly said that he killed Karen. Literally a few seconds later, he took his words back and said that he had nothing to do with it. What was strange was that in both cases, the polygraph operator did not detect a lie. This confused the detectives, but they couldn't rely on the polygraph results. This instrument is far from perfect and simply cannot accurately determine whether a person is lying or not. At the same time, they understood that Stephen was clearly a very strange person and could say anything. Soon, experts studied his drawing and concluded that the red stain on it was left by ketchup, not blood. As a result, that began to doubt whether Stephen was involved in Karen's murder. Despite such a number of suspects, the police still couldn't gather enough evidence against anyone, and the case remained unsolved for several months. Detectives continued to investigate, but they couldn't find any new leads. This continued until December, when something interesting happened. One of the respected residents of Gulfport was retiring, and in honor of this event, local residents organized special events. Many people attended, including a woman named Mary who struck up a conversation with a police officer who was also present. During their conversation, they discussed the murder of Karen Gregory, and Mary inadvertently mentioned that she too had heard her piercing scream that night. The officer immediately noted one strange detail. Mary lived 2 blocks away from Karen's house, and initially the police didn't even interview residents of such distant houses. The fact that the woman heard the scream indicated that it was really very loud. However, the head of the neighborhood watch, who lived practically opposite Karen's house, described it as muffled. But if the neighbors 2 blocks away heard it, the man clearly could not consider it quiet, especially since at that moment he was in his garage with the door open. All this raised doubts, but the police were not quick to suspect the head of the neighborhood watch. He was 22-year-old George Lewis. He worked as a firefighter and was a good friend of almost all the employees of the local police station. He lived with his wife and young child, and all the neighbors spoke of him as a reliable and decent person. Nevertheless, detectives could not ignore Mary's story. They called George and asked him to come to the station when he had time. The man agreed but never showed up. It is worth noting that before this, he regularly stopped by the station just to chat with his friends. The chief detective in this case was even at his wedding, so it was difficult for him to imagine George as a killer. In January 1985, they managed to talk to him. George insisted that the scream did not seem very loud to him. Perhaps this was due to the music playing from the radio. The detective asked him if he remembered anything else from that night, but George told him the same thing, except for one moment. When his testimony was taken for the first time, he said that he heard the scream, went out of the garage, and walked down the street. But this time he stated he just walked up to the road, looked around, and then returned. Considering that many months had passed since then, this discrepancy in the testimonies did not seem serious. However, the police still decided to make sure that he was telling the truth and offered to undergo a polygraph test. George agreed, but to their surprise, he did not pass it. In a subsequent conversation with detectives, the man admitted that he had hidden one fact from them. He claimed that on the night Karen disappeared, he saw an unknown man near her house. George could only remember that the man was tall and had red hair and a beard. The detectives once again doubted whether he was telling the truth. George could not explain why he had not mentioned this man during the initial interview, because the man knew where he lived and could harm his family. Despite this, the police tried to follow up on this lead and find the man, but the result was zero. Another nuance was that there was almost 30 meters between George and Karen's houses, and it was pitch dark outside. The detectives doubted that the man could see the color of another person's hair under such conditions, but George insisted on his story. Recreated the events of that night and asked George to describe the man who stood 30 meters away from him. He could not see any details, which made the detectives even more suspicious of his words. Nevertheless, they walked around the area and asked local residents, "Have you noticed a suspicious man with red hair who could walk on their streets at night?" To their surprise, several women admitted that they had occasionally seen a man who looking into their windows in the dark. None of them saw the face of this man, but one woman managed to notice him and, according to her, he looked very much like George Lewis. She was not 100% sure because it was dark outside and the man immediately ran away. George admitted that he did sometimes look into his neighbors' windows, but he insisted that he did it solely for their safety. He said he was just trying to make sure everything was okay with them, since he was responsible for the security of his neighborhood as the head of the neighborhood watch. But all this only strengthened the suspicion against him. In March 1985, George agreed to a second polygraph test. This time he changed his story again. He admitted that not only did he see a man in front of Karen's house, but he also approached him to talk, and the man threatened to kill him if he told anyone about him. The polygraph operator once again detected a lie, so the investigator asked George directly, "Did he kill Karen Gregory?" The man answered negatively, and once again his words were considered false. Afterwards, the detectives decided to talk to George's wife, who told them that she had woken up that night from a piercing scream and was very frightened. She had tried to find her husband and went to the garage, but he was not there and the light in the garage was turned off. The woman then returned home and sat in the kitchen waiting for her husband, who only returned half an hour later. The detectives also decided to delve into George's biography and spoke with his ex-wife, who admitted that the man only seemed kind, caring, and responsible. In reality, he was very aggressive and raised his hand to her during frequent arguments. She added that he even choked her sometimes. Afterwards, the investigator spoke with George's close friends, who also shared some interesting information. Several months before the murder, when Karen was not yet living with him but periodically visited him, George told his friends that he liked her. Moreover, the detectives learned that the man sometimes participated in orgies and mentioned that he wanted Karen to join them. During these conversations with George's friends, the police also learned that in the summer of 1984, the man had a secret affair with a young woman who lived a few houses away from him. They spoke with her and learned something else. The young woman admitted that on her 17th birthday, George gave her a white lace corset. It was too big for her, but the man still made her wear it regularly. The police asked her to give them the corset and immediately showed it to Karen's boyfriend. He said that an identical corset had gone missing from the house and that its size matched Karen's. It was the first serious evidence against George. But the detectives continued to dig further. They took a footprint from him and sent it to FBI experts to compare it to the footprint found on the bathroom floor in Karen's house. After some time, the results came in. A complete match. In March 1986, George was called back to the police station and the detectives asked several times, was he in Karen's house on the night of the murder? The man denied it until the detective told him about the result of the examination. For the next few minutes, George continued to deny everything. But then he gave the police a new story. This time he said that he saw a red-haired man near Karen's house, then ran to her house and saw that everything around was bloody and the woman was lying in the hallway with a cut on her throat. Afterwards, he panicked and ran away from there, deciding never to remember that horror again. Of course, detectives didn't believe his story for a second because it sounded completely unbelievable. But George was right about one thing. There was indeed a cut on the victim's throat which hadn't been disclosed publicly. Even if his story was true, he wouldn't have been able to see the cut due to the large amount of blood on Karen's body. At least experienced medical experts couldn't see it until the blood was washed away. This meant that George could only know about the cut if he was the killer. All of the above was enough to finally arrest the man. He was taken into custody on March 15th, almost 2 years after the murder in the state of Florida. He could have faced the death penalty for what he did. George's close friends and colleagues in the fire department didn't share the police's certainty that he was the killer. They still considered him a good person and made every effort to help him. These people gave part of their salary to George's wife and child and even raised $300,000 for bail. Several of his colleagues even mortgaged their homes. As a result, George was released in late December. He lived in his house for another 6 months and the trial didn't begin until June 4, 1987. George's lawyers insisted that the man hadn't killed anyone and never changed his version of events in conversations with the police. However, when the suspect was given the floor, he came up with a completely new story. Its beginning was the same. He saw a man near Karen's residence, ran into the house and saw her body. This sight made George very sick and he ran to the bathroom where he vomited. Apparently, this was how he tried to explain the bloody footprint of his foot in the bathroom. But there was one obvious nuance here. If he had originally run into Karen's house barefoot, the bloody traces would have been from where he found her body to the bathroom. But they weren't there. When asked why he didn't call the police, George said that he was only 22 years old at the time and was too scared to tell anyone about it. It's worth noting that the man had been a firefighter since he was 18 and regularly dealt with horrific situations at work. But when he saw his dead neighbor, he suddenly couldn't even call the police. The prosecution insisted that George had feelings for Karen. For several months, he waited until her boyfriend left for a week and decided to take advantage of the situation. George broke into her house and attacked her. Although the woman managed to scream and even resist him, in the end he killed her and subjected her to violence. As for the footprint of his foot on the bathroom floor, there could be a simple explanation. Apparently, he tried to wash his clothes stained with Karen's blood in the bathroom and took off his shoes with socks, which also got blood on them. The trial lasted for 2 weeks, and in the end, the jury found him guilty. A month later, when his sentence was due to be announced, the judge suddenly scheduled a retrial. George's lawyers pushed for this, and they succeeded. They insisted that some evidence had been compromised by the police and the prosecution had not been able to fully prove their client's guilt. The judge's decision came as a shock to all participants in the process, as it rarely happens. However, the prosecutor was able to challenge this decision, and in 1989, it was overturned. In the end, George was sentenced to life in prison. The death penalty was ruled out because the man had no criminal history prior to the murder. Since then, George has tried to challenge his sentence several times but has been denied each time. Many of his friends and relatives continued to believe that he was innocent despite all the facts and evidence against him. George died in prison in 2014 at the age of 52. He insisted on his innocence until the very end and even gave an interview in which he talked about how difficult it was to bear the punishment for a crime he did not commit. In this whole story, one important point should be noted. 16 neighbors heard Karen scream, but none of them dared to call the police. Given that the police station was located near their street, the patrol could have arrived at the scene in a matter of minutes. The detectives who worked on this case admitted that in such a case, Karen's life could have been saved. But it did not happen. Share your opinion on this story in the comments, and don't forget to give this video a like if you enjoyed it. A woman in Australia left her home and disappeared without a trace, leaving her husband and 2 children behind. Relatives tried to contact her, but after several weeks of unsuccessful attempts, they decided to turn to the police. An investigation was conducted and it was concluded that the woman was not in danger and had the right to control her own fate. Since then, she has not contacted her family, and only 40 years later that they learned the shocking truth. Lynette Joy Dawson was born on May 5, 1948 in the Australian state of New South Wales. She grew up in a large, loving family with 2 brothers and a sister. Together with her parents, they lived in the small town of Clovelly, which is essentially a suburb of Sydney. Lynette was a cheerful child, had many friends, and always tried to help her loved ones. Her parents decided to send her to Sydney Girls High School, believing it would be the best choice for her. The school often held events in conjunction with Sydney Boys High School. And in 1965, at one of these events, Lynette met a boy named Chris Dawson. They were both 16 years old, and soon the couple began dating. After finishing school, Lynette decided to pursue a career in medicine. She wanted to help people, so she chose to become a nurse. At the same time, she took a part-time job at a childcare center. When Chris and Lynette were 21, they decided to get married. The couple got married in 1970. The newlyweds moved to the northern suburb of Sydney called Bayview, where the woman got a job at a local hospital. Chris was actively involved in sports and played professional rugby since 1972. He had a twin brother named Paul, with whom they were in the same sports team. Later, they both decided to end their professional careers and became physical education coaches at one of the Sydney schools. Chris and Lynette dreamed of a large family, but they struggled to conceive for a long time. After 6 years of unsuccessful attempts, they began to consider adopting a child from an orphanage, but Lynette finally became pregnant. The couple had their first daughter, followed by their second. Lynette and Chris were happy to finally have children. Their family seemed exemplary to friends and acquaintances, but soon the first signs of trouble began to appear in this idyllic picture. Lynette's friends started to notice bruises and injuries on her body periodically. When asked about it, Lynette claimed that it was nothing serious and her friends shouldn't worry about it. Lynette's friends were concerned for her, but they didn't see what was happening as something truly terrible. In those days, domestic violence wasn't considered a serious crime in the eyes of a significant portion of society in Australia. Moreover, everyone who knew Chris considered him a loving husband and caring father who never showed signs of aggression and was a positive person, and hoped that the couple would solve their problems. But the relationship between Lynette and Chris only continued to deteriorate. Lynette noticed that her husband had cooled towards her and was worried about the future of their family. A few years after the birth of their daughters, they decided to use the services of a nanny. Chris suggested this job to one of his 15-year-old school students, Bev McNally. But she didn't stay in this part-time job for long. She witnessed Chris raising his hand to Lynette twice and decided to leave. After this, Chris offered this job to another of his 16-year-old students, Joanne Curtis. After some time, Joanne had problems in her family and Chris offered her to stay with them for some time so she could spend more time looking after the children until the situation in her family improved. Despite her kindness and desire to help people, Lynette was against this. She was deeply concerned about the problems in their own family and didn't want someone else to be constantly present in their home. However, Chris insisted on it, and in October 1981, Joanne moved in with them. The young woman lived with them for about a month until Lynette discovered that her husband was sleeping with Joanne. It was a real shock for her and another blow to their marriage. She kicked Joanne out of the house but decided not to divorce Chris. Lynette wanted to keep their family together for the sake of their children, and she continued to love her husband despite his actions. Just a few months later, on December 3, 1981, Lynette faced yet another shock. Chris left her a note saying that he was leaving the family. He wrote that he would move to another city with Joanne and asked his wife not to portray him in a bad light to the children. Lynette was devastated by this news, but a few days later she was surprised again. Chris returned home because Joanne changed her mind about avoiding him in another city and asked to be taken back. Meanwhile, Chris spent New Year's Eve with Joanne, leaving his wife alone with the children. At that time, Joanne moved into Chris's brother's house, which was on the same street. Despite everything that was happening, Lynette wanted to keep their family together no matter what, so she decided to enroll in family therapy. Chris was against this idea, but she managed to convince him. She went to see the specialist right after New Year's, and it seemed that the therapy had a positive effect on their relationship. Chris started to spend more time with his wife and showed a desire to fix everything. On January 8, 1982, Lynette called her mother and told her that the family therapy was going well. They also agreed to meet with her and other relatives at the local beach the next day, and her mother thought that her daughter's speech sounded a bit unclear, as if Lynette was drunk. The woman explained that Chris had prepared some alcoholic drink for her. The next day, the relatives were waiting for Lynette on the beach, but she never showed up. They called her at home, and Chris said that he had driven his wife to the bus stop that morning. She was going to the store to return some clothes that didn't fit. However, she never returned home, and her relatives began to worry. In the evening, Chris called Lynette's mother and told her that his wife had contacted him by phone. She said that because of the problems in their marriage, she had decided to be away from home for a while and gather her thoughts. Her relatives thought that what was happening was strange, as they were aware of the problems that had been building up between the spouses for years, but they still couldn't imagine Lynette leaving her two daughters. She loved her children more than anything in the world and never mentioned considering the possibility of going somewhere. Days passed, but Lynette still didn't contact her family, which only added to their worry. On January 12th, Chris reported that Lynette had called their home phone and said that she was okay. Since then, he had spoken to her a few more times and told her relatives that she had been using her bank card. Despite this, her family continued to doubt that Lynette was okay. She didn't know how to drive and didn't take any items that she might need for living. She even left behind cash that was hidden in case of an emergency. 3 weeks later, Lynette's eldest daughter started first grade, as the school year in Australia begins in January. But Lynette missed this event, which caused even more concern for her relatives. They were practically certain that something bad had happened to her. While Chris said that she continued to regularly call home, and the last such call was at the end of January. Since then, Lynette hadn't been in contact. On February 18th, 6 weeks after Lynette left home, her husband went to the police. He filed a missing person report and expressed suspicion that amid all the problems in their marriage, Lynette could have joined some religious organization or even a cult. Her relatives denied such a possibility, as Lynette was not religious and didn't attend church. The police began a search, but they had absolutely no leads. Lynette's mother and other members of her family were certain that she would never leave home, abandoning her daughters, so they believed that she had been kidnapped where some other tragedy had occurred. Despite this, the police concluded that Lynette had indeed left home, as they had no evidence of the contrary. They tried to find her for some time and then stopped the investigation. Chris posted a message for Lynette in a local newspaper calling for her to come home. He wrote that he loved her and was eagerly awaiting her call. He also called all of her friends, trying to find any information about his wife's whereabouts. Despite Chris's eagerness to find Lynette, he divorced her a year after her disappearance, and the next year he married Joanne Curtis, his former student and lover, who had moved in with him on January 10, 1982, a day after Lynette went missing. Joanne became the stepmother of Lynette's daughters, and Chris, not wanting to traumatize the children with the stories of their mother's disappearance, told them that Joanne was their real mother. Lynette's relatives were not happy about what was happening, but they couldn't do anything about it. They stopped relying. Police, as they had long ago stopped investigating due to the complete lack of leads. Moreover, they didn't even try to question all of her relatives and friends, and the case was abandoned almost immediately without a proper investigation. Chris and Joanne moved to Queensland with the children, selling their old house. Chris almost completely cut ties with his former wife's relatives, only occasionally calling her mother. Later, Chris and Joanne had a daughter. 6 years passed, and during that time, Lynette never contacted anyone. This continued until 1990, when something unexpected happened. Chris and Joanne divorced, and soon after that, Joanne contacted Lynette's relatives to pass on shocking information. She said that she had suspected her husband of murdering his ex-wife all this time. According to her, a month before Lynette's disappearance, Chris had talked about hiring a hitman to get rid of her. On the very day she disappeared, he told Joanne that Lynette had left forever and would never return. She also advised the police to search the backyard of the house where Lynette and Chris lived. In 1991, the police questioned Chris. He said that his ex-wife was just trying to tarnish his name and that he had nothing to do with Lynette's disappearance. He admitted that the woman was intentionally doing this to get custody of their daughter after the divorce. At that time, the court was deciding who would have custody of their child, and Chris' arrest would have been beneficial to Joanne. Police seized phones from Chris and his brother, but nothing suspicious was found. So investigators once again abandoned the case, considering Joanne's words dubious. The case remained dormant for another 9 years until 2000, when police decided to excavate the backyard of Chris's old home. But there was a catch. Due to insufficient funding, they only dug around the pool area. This area was chosen after police talked to the new homeowners. According to them, during the sale, Chris persistently asked if they planned to change anything exactly in this place. The only thing that the police managed to find was a torn pink cardigan. Investigators admitted that it could have belonged to Lynette and contained some evidence, but DNA analysis found no matches with Lynette. A year later, the case was once again brought to attention. That Lynette was killed by someone she knew. Police resumed the investigation, questioning her friends and relatives, but they failed to find any leads. Only in 2003, 2 years later, investigators publicly announced that they considered Chris a suspect. They wanted to charge him with murder, but it never happened. Due to the complete lack of evidence, the man could not be convicted. But investigators managed to find many witnesses who reported that Chris and his brother regularly had intimate relationships with their school students. However, no charges were brought on this matter, and as a result, the case stalled again. In 2006, Chris claimed that he saw his wife among the extras of a series filmed in England, but no one could find any evidence to support his words. In 2010, police announced a $100,000 reward for information about Lynette's disappearance. And 4 years later, they doubled the amount. Despite the large number of appeals, this did not bring any results, and they failed to find any reliable leads. In cases where a monetary reward is promised, there are always many people who want to earn some extra money. They are ready to make up any information, just to get the money. In 2015, police dug up a section of Chris's former home, trying to find his wife's body, but they were unsuccessful. The turning point in this case came in 2018 when a podcast about Lynette's disappearance was released and gained massive popularity in Australia. Arguments were presented in favor of Lynette's husband being responsible for her murder. The podcast was listened to by several million people, which led to a wave of public outrage. Australians accused the police of negligence and demanded that the culprit be punished. The podcast's author, Hadley Thomas, spoke to Lynette's relatives and tried to find new leads. Although he was unable to find any new evidence against Chris, the public outcry was enough to initiate a new investigation. As a result, on December 5th of that year, detectives arrested Chris for the first time on charges of murder. He continued to insist on his innocence and was released on bail before the start of the trial. The wait dragged on for several years. In 2019, he appeared before a judge and claimed that he did not kill his wife and that the trial should have started in 2020. But Chris's lawyers consistently delayed the process. They insisted that due to the widespread coverage of the case in the media, their client had a biased attitude towards him. So they demanded that they abandon the jury and conduct a trial where the judge would make the decision. In May 2022, this demand was approved and the trial finally began. Chris's lawyers insisted that there was not a single piece of evidence against their clients and all the charges were based on societal bias due to the podcast. According to them, the author presented his opinion in such a way that many believed in Chris's guilt and refused to adequately evaluate the situation. Despite the lack of direct evidence on the prosecution side, they built their case on a multitude of indirect factors. Relatives and acquaintances of Lynette, who had repeatedly seen signs of abuse on her body, testified in court. And Lynette had admitted to them that Chris was responsible. Their neighbors who witnessed the man beating her also testified in court. They recounted that the day before Lynette's disappearance, when she returned to family therapy, she had bruises on her neck. One of the key witnesses was Joanne, who revealed that as she grew older, she realized how unhealthy her relationship with Chris was. He became obsessed with her. She was only 15 years old. He would leave notes in her backpack at school and ask her out on dates. He was persistent and didn't take no for an answer, so the young woman felt like she had nowhere to turn. According to Joanne, Chris completely controlled her life. He told her what to wear, who to talk to, and what to do. He monitored her every move and couldn't stand it when things. As a result, the woman concluded that the man could have easily killed his wife. According to the prosecution, Chris had wanted to end the marriage for a long time, but he would have lost part of his property and custody of the children in the divorce, so he decided to kill Lynette and stage her disappearance. In addition, he wanted to get rid of her so that she wouldn't interfere with his relationship with Joanne. Chris' lawyers, on the other hand, insisted that Joanne had made all of this up to intentionally slander her ex-husband. They also called several witnesses who claimed to have seen Lynette years after her disappearance. These testimonies became the mainstay of the defense, but there was no evidence to support their claims. The prosecution believed that these testimonies were simply fabricated and that if Lynette was alive, she would have contacted her relatives and daughters over the years. As for the phone calls that Chris allegedly received in the first month of her disappearance, no evidence of their existence could be found. The prosecution argued that the woman was already dead at that time and the man made it all up to convince Lynette's relatives that she was okay. In their view, Chris killed the woman on January 9th, drove her body in an unknown direction, and hid it. Because the police were negligent in their work in those years, no proper investigation was conducted. Although the killer's motives were always obvious. The trial lasted for 10 weeks, and on August 30, 2022, the judge found Chris guilty. A few months later, in early December, the sentence was announced: 24 years in prison, with the possibility of applying for early release after 18 years of considering that he will be 92 years old by then. Chris may simply not live to see the time. After the sentence was handed down, Lynette's relatives, including her eldest daughter, spoke. She no longer doubted that her father had killed her mother and said that his actions had destroyed her life. The woman demanded that her father confess where he had hidden Lynette's body so that the family could finally bury her. But Chris remained silent and looked at the floor while his daughter spoke. Despite the fact that almost 41 years have passed since Lynette's murder, her relatives still hope to find her remains. Chris, who is now 74 years old, continues to insist on his innocence, but even his own children do not believe him. Thus, one of Australia's most high-profile cases was solved in large part thanks to a podcast that drew the attention of millions of people to this unjust story. If the police had conducted a proper investigation from the beginning, the killer could have been punished immediately after the crime, not after 4 decades. Share your opinion in the comments and don't forget to like this video. A young mother was found dead in her bedroom. From the very beginning of the investigation, detectives faced almost complete lack of evidence. However, soon the case took a very unexpected turn. As a result, they learned shocking details that changed the course of the case and allowed them to uncover the truth. Michelle Young was born on February 17, 1977 in the small American town of Sayville, New York. From an early age, the girl was characterized by perseverance and determination. She set ambitious goals for herself and made every effort to achieve them. In school, she excelled academically and was captain of the cheerleading team. She also chose a career path quite early in life. To obtain the necessary education, Michelle enrolled at NC State University in Raleigh, North Carolina. She also joined the local cheerleading team, but later decided to leave it and fully focus on her studies. For years later, she earned a master's degree, and almost immediately after that, she got a job at a local accounting company. Her position provided a decent income right from the start. She rented an apartment in a good area and devoted a large part of her time to climbing the career ladder. In February 2001, while celebrating her 24th birthday with friends, Michelle met a man named Jason. He was several years older and had graduated from the same university as her. The couple quickly found common ground and soon they started dating. Jason worked as a sales agent in a large company that produced power tools. He lived in another city, and at the time of their meeting, he was in Raleigh on business. After meeting Michelle, he started visiting there more often, and at other times, they communicated by phone. Later, he permanently moved to the city, and after some time, he and Michelle started living together. 2 years later, Michelle became pregnant. The couple decided to get married. On March 29, 2004, their daughter Cassidy was born, and the family moved into a large house located in a prestigious area on the outskirts of the city. Around the same time, Michelle's sister, Meredith, moved to Raleigh and regularly helped the family take care of the child. 2 years later, Michelle became pregnant again, and she and her husband decided they lived in a city called Brevard, which was 400 kilometers away from their home. Unfortunately, instead of a celebration, the trip turned into a tragedy. On the very day the couple planned to return to Raleigh, Jason and Michelle were involved in a serious accident that caused her pregnancy to be terminated. The family was devastated by the news, but just 2 months later Michelle became pregnant again. After a while, the couple found out that they were having a boy, and they eagerly awaited his birth. On November 2, 2006, Jason left for another city for work. As a sales agent, he regularly traveled around the country for business meetings and negotiations. This time he was headed to a town called Clintwood, which was about 490 kilometers away. That day, Michelle invited her friend, Shelley, to visit. The women talked until evening, after which the friend went home. The next morning, Jason called his wife's sister, Meredith, and told her that before leaving for another city, he found some designer women's bags on an online store with a good discount and wanted to order one for Michelle as a gift for their 3rd anniversary. After his departure, he remembered that he had printed out several pages with these bags and left them on the table in his home office, and learn about the upcoming gift. So he asked her sister to go to their house and take them. Meredith agreed and came to their house at around 1 p.m. At that moment, she did not have the keys with her and Michelle was supposed to be at work. But the woman knew that the door to their garage was broken and could be easily lifted by hand. She did just that but immediately noticed something strange. Her sister's car was parked inside. Thinking that she had gone to work, Meredith walked into the house. Upon entering the kitchen, she saw Michelle's purse lying on the floor. The woman called her sister by name, but there was no answer. Instead, she heard their dog barking, which was also strange. When Jason and Michelle left the house, they always let the dog out into the backyard. The woman noticed something red on the floor in the bedroom. Approaching closer, she realized with horror that it was a bloodstain, and next to it was her sister Michelle. She was lying face down. Meredith approached her sister and tried to turn her over, but immediately felt that her sister's body was cold. The woman panicked and immediately called 911. At the same time, Cassidy, the 2-year-old girl who was hiding under the bed next to where the body lay, crawled out and ran to her aunt when she saw her. Meredith called the police and led her outside where they waited for the officers. When the woman was speaking to the operator, he asked, "Is the child okay?" Meredith examined her and found no visible injuries. The only thing she noticed was small blood stains all over the room, which she immediately realized were the child's footprints. The child was immediately handed over to the doctors for examination, and the police began to investigate the crime scene. They immediately noticed something strange. There were bloody footprints of a child all over the room. However, Kennedy's feet were completely clean. Additionally, there wasn't a single drop of blood on the girl. The footprints led to the bathroom in only one direction. Blood stains were found on the inside of the bathroom door, apparently left by the child's hand. Based on all of this, detectives constructed the most obvious version of what had happened. After the murder, the girl was locked in the bathroom for a while, and then someone came in and washed Cassidy clean of blood. Later, when the police talked to Michelle's friend, they learned another interesting fact. Shelley said that they put the girl to sleep together the night before and she was wearing a diaper. However, when the victim's sister came to her house, the child was not wearing a diaper. Based on this, the investigators concluded that the same person who washed the blood off the child also removed the diaper. The detectives did not find any signs of a break-in in the house. They discovered that Michelle's 2 rings, wedding and engagement, were missing from her hand, but all other valuables were in their place, including cash, ruling out the scenario of robbery. Were found on her body and near her, and 4 DNA samples were found on the jewelry box that did not belong to Michelle or her husband. Several fingerprints were also found in the house that did not belong to anyone in their family. In the bedroom where the victim's body was found, experts discovered 2 shoe prints of American size 10 and 12 with the pattern on the soles. They were even able to determine the model of the shoes. Additionally, detectives noticed blood splatters on the door of the closet with clothing. However, the door was open and the splatters were arranged in a way that suggested the door should have been closed when they landed. On Jason's home office computer, the police found something interesting in the browsing history. Besides pages from a women's handbag store and a search for directions to Clintwood, there were several alarming search queries such as anatomy of a knockout, loss of consciousness from head trauma, and related topics. Medical experts concluded that Michelle died from a head injury inflicted by a heavy object. The perpetrator struck her over 30 times. and at the time of her death, she was 5 months pregnant and her baby did not survive the attack. The exact time of Michelle's death was not determined, but experts speculated that it most likely occurred at 5 or 6 in the morning. The brutality of the crime suggested that the perpetrator may have known the victim and harbored a strong dislike towards her. As usual, the detectives first looked into Michelle's husband. They spoke with her friends and relatives who provided them with a lot of interesting information. Their marriage was quite problematic as Jason and Michelle often argued over domestic issues. Furthermore, Jason was not happy when his wife became pregnant with their first child. He asked her to terminate the pregnancy, but Michelle refused. When Michelle became pregnant again after an accident they were involved in, Jason was once again not pleased with the news. It seemed like the couple might divorce in the foreseeable future. Meredith also told the police that Jason's request to retrieve the handbag printouts initially seemed strange to her, considering the obvious problems in their marriage, and it had already been over 3 weeks since their anniversary. However, one obvious fact contradicted the theories of Jason's involvement. At the time of the murder, he was in another city that was 490 kilometers away. And called the police. She also informed their relatives about what had happened. Michelle's mother called Jason's parents while he was on his way from Clintwood to visit them. He decided to stop by his parents' house before heading home, and upon arrival, they told him about what had happened. Jason was shocked by the news and immediately left for Raleigh with other relatives. During this trip, a friend called Jason and told him that the police were asking a lot of questions about him. Jason made a strange decision and said he didn't want to talk to the police and wanted to hire a lawyer, which only increased the investigators' suspicions but also gave them a new lead. Shelley, who was visiting the victim the day before the murder, told the police something interesting. Michelle had told her that she had been feeling like someone was constantly watching her lately. Shelley herself also felt like someone was watching them through the window that evening and even asked her friend to walk her to her car because she was a little scared to leave the house alone. Detectives tried to find any evidence related to possible surveillance but continued to investigate Jason's potential involvement. Jason left his house in his car on November 2nd in the afternoon and, considering it was about a 6-hour drive to Clintwood, decided to stop and stay at the Hampton Hotel, which is roughly halfway on the route. Detectives requested surveillance footage from this hotel and actually saw Jason check in at 10:54 p.m. and 2 minutes later he used his key card to enter his room and the card was not used again after that. The next morning around 7:40 a.m. he called his mother and the signal passed through a cell tower, located near the town of Whiteville. This town was on the way from the hotel to Clintwood where his business meeting was supposed to take place. The police also found out that the meeting was scheduled for 10 a.m., but Jason arrived 30 minutes late. When Jason arrived home with his relatives, the police seized his white Ford Explorer. Forensic experts could not find any blood or other evidence in it. They also examined the hotel room where the man stayed, but nothing was found there either. The same applied to all of Jason's clothing and belongings. Interesting, a pair of size 12 boots of the same brand were found in his car, the tracks of which were discovered in the house, but it was a model with a completely different pattern on the sole. A DNA sample was taken from the man by court order, which did not match the 2 hairs found. The victim's body. His fingerprints were also taken, although this was not particularly useful as they were everywhere in his home, of course. Experts could only determine that none of the fingerprints found contained traces of blood. Thus, the police were unable to find any evidence that could connect Jason to the murder. He did not speak to the police and used the services of a lawyer. When the police searched Jason's car, they found a hotel receipt and a fresh newspaper. A Hampton employee said he had slipped them under the door of his room somewhere between 3 and 5 a.m. This meant that the man was definitely in the hotel that morning. In the end, a rather complex situation arose. Jason could have killed his wife only if he had left the hotel unnoticed in the middle of the night. Driven 270 kilometers to his home, committed the crime, cleaned his daughter of blood, then driven 270 kilometers back and quietly entered his room so that the electronic key did not register it. Detectives tried to figure out if this was possible in principle. They interviewed hotel staff and here they came across an interesting lead. One of the employees noticed that the fire door on the first floor was slightly open, held open by a small redstone. The employee was surprised because this door was always closed from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. He pulled out the stone from under the door and closed it. After that, the man decided to check the surveillance cameras and saw that one of them was not working. The one located on the stairwell next to the door. The employee approached it and realized that someone had disconnected the wire from the camera. He asked his colleague to return the wire to its place, and around 5:50 a.m. the camera started working again. From the recordings, the detectives established that the camera was turned off at 11:19 p.m. Then something interesting happened at 6:35 a.m. Less than an hour after the camera was reconnected, it suddenly turned to face the ceiling. Given that there was no automatic mechanism to change its position, there was only one option. Someone manually turned the camera so it wouldn't face the hallway. The hotel management claimed that the camera had never been turned off before, and the only time someone turned it towards the ceiling was a few years ago, when a guest wanted to leave the hotel unnoticed. This was a significant argument for the detectives that Jason could have left the hotel and gone home, then returned. The idea with the door and the camera was evident. The hotel's fire doors are designed in such a way that they can only be opened from inside the room. Jason could have used this door to leave the hotel without going through the main entrance, as he would have been seen by the employees and other cameras. Investigators interviewed all of Michelle's neighbors, and interesting clues awaited them here as well. On the night of the murder, around 4 a.m., a woman was delivering fresh newspapers to their area near Michelle's house when she noticed a light-colored SUV but couldn't remember the model. Another neighbor left her work around 5:20 a.m. and also noticed a white SUV near Jason and Michelle's house. Passing by, she saw a man behind the wheel but couldn't make out his face. What was even more interesting was that there was a woman sitting next to him in the passenger seat. The neighbor thought she was trying to hide her face from her. The third witness drove past her house around 6:15 a.m. and also saw a white SUV there, but no one was inside. Detectives believed that this car belonged to Jason, but it was a complete surprise to them that there was a woman in the car with him. Attempts to identify her were unsuccessful, but during the investigation, detectives found out that the man had been cheating on his wife with her friends since college. The woman lived in Florida, and Jason regularly went to see her under the guise of business trips. Detectives also discovered that the day before Michelle's murder, the lovers had called each other about 50 times, but the content of their conversations was unknown. Despite all this, the police still had no evidence linking Jason to the murder. He still refused to talk to the police without his lawyer present, but even in the presence of the attorney, he did not answer their questions. Detectives continued to actively work on the case, and ultimately the investigation dragged on for many months. They were almost certain that it was Jason who committed the murder, but without substantial evidence, they were not in a hurry to arrest him. This happened only on December 14, 2009, 3 years after the murder. The investigators realized they would not be able to find any new evidence. So, they gathered all the available materials and charged him with murder. The trial began 2 years later in June 2011. The prosecution insisted that Jason had premeditated the murder of his wife because he did not want to lose part of his property in the divorce. According to their version, he had initially decided to stay at that particular hotel because it would allow him to return home to commit the murder and then drive back. Former girlfriends of Jason also testified at the trial. One of them recounted that he had proposed to her and given her a ring, but later during an argument he grabbed her hand and took the ring off her finger. Given that the killer had removed the rings from Michelle's hand, these statements seemed significant to the prosecution. And another woman turned out to be Jason's second mistress and a friend of Michelle. She revealed that she spent time with the man at his home when Michelle went somewhere. She was also married, and on one of those nights Jason removed her engagement ring from her finger. He did not return it until the next day, which seemed strange to the woman. Another mistress, a college friend of Michelle, also testified at the trial. She admitted that they had a romance. But the prints of their correspondence turned out to be much more interesting. Just a few days before the murder, he wrote to her, "I don't know how it all turned out this way, but I know how it will all end, with 2 broken hearts, but I don't care. I have a lot of suffering ahead of me, but you are worth it, even if only for a moment." Given that Michelle was killed just a few days after this message, its content was very disturbing. But one of the main witnesses was a woman who worked at a gas station between Raleigh and the town where Jason's hotel was located. She recounted that around 5:20 a.m. a man in a white SUV pulled up to the farthest pump. He tried to fill his car, but by law, people had to pay for gas first or show their ID at night. The driver went then threw $20 at her, filled the car with $15 worth of gas, and drove away without taking the change. The woman claimed to recognize this man from the photo. It was Jason Young. This witness changed the course of the case as, thanks to her, it became known that Jason was between his home and the hotel early in the morning. This once again pointed to the fact that he could have killed his wife. At the trial, Michelle's sister, Meredith, also testified. After Michelle's murder, her daughter, Cassidy, stayed with her father, who moved in with his parents. For a long time, Michelle's relatives tried to obtain a court decision allowing them to take the girl to live with them temporarily. This went on for several years, and the lawyers were close to obtaining a positive decision when Jason simply relinquished full custody of Meredith, practically abandoning her. As a result, the girl moved in with her mother's relatives, who had been raising her without her father's involvement since then. Jason spoke for the first time at the trial, telling his version of events and denying that he killed his wife. He admitted that their marriage was falling apart, but insisted that they would have eventually divorced and he had no motive to kill her. His lawyers argued that there was no evidence against Jason and also tried to convince everyone that he could not physically have driven such a distance to kill his wife and return to the hotel early in the morning. They tried to calculate the average fuel consumption of his car and compare it with data on how often he refueled. According to the lawyers, he would not have had enough fuel to make the trip. It was not possible. Nonetheless, the jurors could not reach a unanimous decision and the judge was forced to declare a mistrial and schedule a new one for a year later. Against this backdrop, something else important happened. Michelle's relatives were convinced that Jason killed her, so they decided to file a civil lawsuit against him. Unlike in criminal trials, the required level of evidence for such lawsuits is lower, and the judge cannot sentence a person to prison. Jason completely ignored this lawsuit and decided not to participate in the process, which worked against him. After examining all the available evidence, the judge concluded that he was the one who killed his wife and Jason was ordered to pay $15 million to Michelle's relatives. In the retrial, which began in 2012, the prosecution was allowed to use the decision in the civil lawsuit as an argument in favor of the suspect's guilt. In addition, they discovered something else during the preparation. It turned out that a year before Jason's murder, he had bought boots with the same pattern, the bloody imprint of which was left in Michelle's room, but they had not been able to find those shoes. These additional factors only strengthened the case against Jason. And this time, the jury found him guilty of murder. The man was sentenced to life imprisonment without the possibility of parole. His lawyers tried to challenge the decision and they continue to file appeals to this day. But all of them are rejected. This case was widely covered in the media and its finale sparked heated discussions. On the one hand, over all these years, no physical evidence has been found that would connect Jason to the murder. On the other hand, a huge range of circumstantial evidence indicated that the man had orchestrated almost a perfect cover-up. If he had not stopped at the gas station that morning and had not caused a scene with the cashier, she might not have remembered his face. In that case, this case would still remain unsolved. As for the woman who was seen by a neighbor in the passenger seat of his car that night, everything is very ambiguous. There are no other clues that would indicate the involvement of other people in this crime. Other people's hair and DNA in the house did not guarantee this. It could have been left by one of the guests long before the murder. Nevertheless, the prosecution did not rule out 100% that someone could have helped Jason, but this moment remains a mystery. Share your opinion on this story in the comments and don't forget to like the video if you enjoyed it. A woman was found dead in her own home and the police quickly solved the case. But what happened next is more reminiscent of a twisted detective movie than a real-life story. There are so many unexpected twists and shocking moments in this case that it is rightfully considered one of the most intriguing in history. Donna Brown was born on November 10, 1963 in Miami. She grew up in a large and friendly family with two younger sisters whom she had along with very well. When Donna was young, her parents divorced and she remained living with her mother. Despite this, her father remained actively involved in his daughters' lives and they remained quite close. After finishing school, Donna received medical training and became a surgical assistant at a local hospital. Her colleagues quickly grew to love her because she took her work seriously and was also a kind and open person. Her life was going quite well, but Donna wanted to start her own family for complete happiness. In the late 1980s, Donna went on a date with a man named Mark Winger, and she almost immediately knew she had met her match. Mark was charming and intelligent, worked as a nuclear engineer, and dreamed of having a large family. They began dating and decided to get married in 1989. Shortly after that, Mark received a job offer at a nuclear facility in Springfield, Illinois. It was a big step up the career ladder for him, and he and Donna decided to move there. The couple settled in a nice neighborhood, and soon after the move, Donna got a job at a local hospital. They only lacked children for complete happiness, but all their attempts were unsuccessful. At some point, Donna learned that she was medically unable to conceive, and it was a devastating blow for her. Both she and Mark dreamed of a large family, and all the conditions of their lives were favorable for it. But fate decided otherwise. Then the couple began to consider adoption, but kept postponing this serious step. This continued until 1995, when everything changed in one day. A pregnant underage girl was admitted to the hospital where Donna worked, and she wanted to give her child to a loving family. Mark and Donna immediately decided to adopt the baby. In June, right after the birth, they adopted a girl and named her Bailey Elizabeth Winger. The day they took her home coincided with the anniversary of their engagement. The couple and all the relatives were happy that they finally had a child. In August of the same year, Donna went to Florida with her 3-month-old daughter to visit her parents and introduce them to their granddaughter. The family had a great time, and sometime later, the woman returned home. She flew to the nearest airport, which was 2 hours away from Springfield, and then hired a taxi to her city through a special company. This trip greatly spoiled Donna's mood because the driver behaved quite inadequately. The whole way he talked about how several personalities lived in him, and they forced him to do various terrible things, such as killing people. In addition, the driver talked about how he regularly participated in orgies and even invited Donna to participate in them. The man also constantly violated traffic rules and drove the car quite dangerously. When Donna got home, she told her husband about it, and he was furious. Mark called the company the driver worked for and demanded that he be fired. It turned out that the driver was 27-year-old Roger Harrington. The management decided to suspend him from work, but that wasn't the end of it. During the next week, an unknown man called Winger's home phone, refused to identify himself, and asked for Donna. She and her husband suspected that the caller was Roger, and she was seriously concerned about her safety. Given that the man knew their home address, she was afraid that Roger might harm her. A distress call was made to the Springfield Police Department. Mark Winger was in a panic and reported that an unknown man had broken into their home and attacked Donna with a hammer. Mark, shocked and terrified, took his gun and shot the intruder. When the officers arrived at the scene, they found 2 bodies on the floor with Mark in a state of panic. The police officers detected a faint pulse from both individuals on the floor and called an ambulance while trying to obtain information from Mark about what had happened. Although Mark could barely speak, the detectives managed to piece together a rough idea of what had occurred. Mark explained that he was using the treadmill in the basement when he heard a noise upstairs. He went upstairs to the main floor and found his 3-month-old daughter unattended on the bed. When he went to another room, he saw an unknown man attacking his wife with a hammer. Mark panicked and grabbed his gun, shooting the attacker before calling the police. While waiting for the ambulance, one of the officers found a wallet in the attacker's jacket with documents belonging to a Roger Harrington. The detective knew this person well. Roger lived in a trailer park in Springfield and had a criminal history mostly related to minor offenses. He also had mental health issues and was generally known to be quite aggressive. Both Roger and Donna were taken to the hospital where they died without regaining consciousness. Meanwhile, the police examined the crime scene, collecting evidence. Next to the bodies was a bloodied hammer, while Mark's gun was found on a table nearby along with a pack of cigarettes and a paper cup of coffee. Mark told the detectives that the cigarettes and coffee were likely brought by the killer. The hammer was from his tool set as he was planning to hang some pictures that day, so he prepared it and left it in the living room. Near the Wingers' home, Roger's car was found and detectives discovered a note inside. It contained Donna's home address, Mark's name, and the time for 30 p.m. When asked if he knew the attacker, Mark initially denied it, but when the police mentioned Roger's name, Mark realized with horror that the driver was the same person. He told the detectives the story of how they knew Roger, his strange behavior towards Donna, and the creepy calls to their home number. The investigators spoke with acquaintances and relatives of Donna who were aware of her fears. She had repeatedly complained to them that she was seriously concerned about Roger and was afraid that he might come to her house one day and seek revenge because he lost his job after she complained to their superiors. Donna even wrote down all the details of her trip with Roger on a piece of paper in case she had to go to the police. The police found this paper at their house, and the investigation lasted for 2 days before the case was closed. No charges were brought against Mark for shooting Roger, because his actions were classified as self-defense. He continued to be in a state of shock, and his relatives flew to Springfield to support him and help take care of his daughter. Donna's relatives also provided him with all kinds of assistance. Months went by and Mark continued to struggle with the loss of his wife, and his family began to notice negative changes in his behavior. He began drinking heavily. Although he had never consumed alcohol before these events, he also often visited local bars. His relatives tried to support him in every way possible and help take care of Bailey, but ultimately they had to return to their own cities. Donna's parents understood that it would be difficult for Mark to take care of his daughter, so they suggested finding a nanny. In the end, Mark hired a woman named Rebecca Hondet, who specialized in round-the-clock childcare, so she spent most of her time at their house. Rebecca took care of the girl and got along great with her. Mark gradually began to recover, stopped drinking, and returned to work. This went on for several months, and during this time, a romance developed between him and Rebecca. She hardly ever left his house, and they spent time together with Bailey, constantly communicating, and eventually this lent a mutual sympathy. Rebecca also sincerely loved the girl, and a strong bond was formed between them. In 1996, a woman became pregnant, and Mark was given another chance to start a big and strong family. Rebecca also wanted this, and the couple got married in October. Mark and Donna's relatives were surprised that he started a new relationship just a few months after his wife's death, but ultimately supported him, as the new family was beneficial not only to him but also to Bailey. All the relatives sympathized with Rebecca, seeing her sincere love and care for the girl. Mark decided to sell his house because it constantly reminded him of Donna's death, and after what had happened, he did not want to raise children there. He and Rebecca decided to buy a house with a large plot of land outside the city, renovated it, and moved to a new house, and started to build their new life. Soon they had a daughter, and over the next few years, they had another daughter and a son. Thus, Mark and Rebecca raised 4 children, and the man's dream of a large family came true. Over time, Mark became more distant from Donna's relatives who tried to be present in their granddaughter's life. The problem was that Bailey didn't remember Donna at all and considered Rebecca her mother. Mark didn't want the girl to know about the tragic pasts of their family from an early age, and ultimately he forbade Donna's parents from calling her their granddaughter. They tried to persuade him, but in the end, they gave up all attempts. The relatives understood that it might be better for the girl to grow up away from what had happened. In the following years, Mark and Rebecca happily lived in their new home, raised their children, and made plans for the future. The tragedy of the past gradually faded, but its echoes continued to haunt the family. In 1999, Mark decided to sue the company that hired Roger Harrington as a driver. In Mark's opinion, this company did not make any effort to check this person's sanity, and as a result, it led to the murder of his wife. The company did not want to admit its guilt, and Mark hired a lawyer. To determine their guilt, the court decided to study all the materials of the case and the evidence, which were handed over to the lawyers. While they were preparing for the trial, something completely unexpected happened. In February of the same year, a woman named Deanne Schultz came to the police and told detectives a shocking story. Deanne was Donna's best friend and worked with her at the hospital. When Donna had a child, Deanne actively helped her take care of the girl, but Deanne's story turned everything upside down. She confessed to the police that she had been having an affair with Mark for several months, which they had kept hidden from their spouses. It all started 3 months before Donna's death. Around the same time, the couple adopted a daughter. Mark and Deanne were secretly seeing each other, but this was just the tip of the iceberg. The woman told detectives that Mark wanted to get rid of his wife to be with her. One day he said it would be so much easier if Donna just died. He then began to persuade Deanne to help him with a plan, but he did not reveal the details. Mark said that all Deanne needed to do was go to their house, find his wife's body, and call the police. The woman thought Mark couldn't be serious and was just joking, but he continued to share troubling things with her. After Donna complained to him about Roger Harrington's behavior, he told Deanne about it and said he had planned to frame the driver. He added that he just needed to figure out how to lure him into the house. A week before the murder, he called Deanne and asked if she would still love him no matter what, to which she answered yes. A few days after Donna's murder, friends and family gathered at their house to support Mark. When he was alone with Deanne, he said, "It seems like the police believe me, I did it for us." The woman was shocked, but Mark demanded that she not tell anyone, and she obeyed. They continued to secretly see each other and even exchanged rings, planning to get married in the foreseeable future. But in the following months, Mark started a romantic relationship with the nanny and eventually broke up with Deanne. She was devastated. She had kept this terrible secret from Mark, and he had traded her for someone else. Deanne never dared to tell the police about everything, realizing that part of the blame was her. Over the next few years, the woman repeatedly tried to take her own life, and only after 3.5 years did she finally overcome herself and go to the police station. The detectives were completely shocked. All this time, Mark had been considered a victim and even a hero who tried to save his beloved wife from a terrible killer. But Diane's story from a completely different angle. The investigators decided to re-examine the evidence, but they were met with an unpleasant surprise. All of it had been handed over to lawyers who were preparing Mark's case against the transportation company. It would take time to retrieve them, but some materials from the case remained at the station. The photographs from the crime scene, the lead detective looked at them and realized with horror that they had missed some obvious things all these years. The investigation had been quickly closed after the murder as no one doubted Roger's guilt. But now, as the detective saw these photos for the first time, he realized that the positioning of the bodies did not match Mark's story at all. He had told them that when he entered the room, Donna was lying on the floor and that was striking her with a hammer from above, and then he shot him and Roger fell next to the woman. In reality, however, his body was lying in the opposite direction and he physically could not have fallen in that direction. The detective realized that Mark's story was a lie, and it made him rethink a whole series of moments that now made much more sense. First of all, no one ever figured out how Roger got into the house. There were no signs of a break-in, and Donna certainly would not have opened the door for him. But if you remember the note inside Roger's car, everything falls into place. It had Mark's name and the time, which looked like a reminder of a meeting. Remembering Deanne's story, detective concluded that Mark had somehow invited Roger to their home on some pretext, and let him in, after which he shot him. Secondly, in Roger's car they found a knife and several other items that he could have used for the murder, but he did not take them with him and used Mark's hammer, which the man took out of the closet on that very day and left in plain sight. All of this sounded completely illogical if you assume that Roger came to the house to kill someone. Moreover, he left a pack of cigarettes and a paper cup of coffee on their table. A very strange thing for a person who came there to kill. The detective listened to the recording of the 911 call made by Mark and was once again shocked. Mark told the operator that he had shot the attacker once, after which there was a male mumble in the background as if someone was trying to speak. Mark told the operator that his daughter was crying and he needed to go to her, after which she hung up. However, there is no hint of a child's crying on the recording. A more realistic scenario was that Mark did not shoot Roger once, and on hearing the gunshot, Donna ran to him and her husband hit her with a hammer. After that, he called the police and pretended to be panicked, reporting what had happened. Suddenly, Roger woke up and tried to say something, and those sounds were recorded on the call. Mark lied about his daughter crying, hung up, and shot Roger again. In support of this version, there was another fact that the investigators completely ignored. Mark and Donna's neighbors said during the questioning that they heard 2 shots. However, about 5 minutes had passed with Mark's story but completely matched the more realistic version in which he was the killer. But that wasn't all. During the initial investigation, which lasted only 2 days, the experts did not even examine the evidence. However, now that Mark decided to sue the transportation company, they hired lawyers and were going to win this case. The lawyers requested an independent examination of the clothing of all 3 participants in those events. The results spoke for itself. Blood spatters and traces indicated that Mark's story had nothing to do with reality. According to him, Roger was hitting Donna with a hammer, but there was not a drop of her blood on his clothes, not even the smallest, while there was plenty of blood from his wife on Mark's clothes, which directly indicated that he was not a real man, that he had killed his wife. The police took the evidence from the lawyers and conducted their own analysis, which showed exactly the same result. In the end, the police reopened the investigation, but this time it was about a double murder in which Mark became a suspect. His family was in shock. No one believed that the man was capable of such a brutal crime. Donna's relatives were skeptical of the suspicions against Mark until they heard all the information that the detective said uncovered. The only ones who insisted on Roger's innocence from the first day were his friends and family members. They were all aware of his minor criminal history but did not believe he was capable of murder. Moreover, their neighbor Roger, with whom they shared a rental, initially gave the police important information that they overlooked. Immediately after the murder, the detectives questioned the man and he told them that the day before, Roger received a call, hung up and wrote down Mark Winger's name, address and time on a piece of paper. It all looked as if Mark had scheduled a meeting with him, but the police did not attach much importance to it. Rebecca experienced the greatest shock from the whole situation. She knew Mark as a loving and caring father who had never shown any aggression during their time together. She refused to believe that this person could beat his wife with a hammer and frame someone else. After several weeks of investigation, the police decided to arrest Mark, and he was arrested right at work. The case was sent to court. Mark was granted a $1 million bail. He could not raise that amount, so he remained in custody, awaiting trial. The trial did not begin until 3 years later, in May 2002. All his close ones and even Donna's relatives hoped that this would be a big misunderstanding and that the court would prove Mark's innocence. None of them were prepared for the opposite, and his lawyers insisted on the truthfulness of Mark's version. They noted that the crime scene photos could have been taken after the medics moved Roger's body, considering that the doctor's actions were not documented. It was possible to prove or disprove this possibility. In addition, the lawyers emphasized Roger's criminal history, his mental problems, and his inappropriate behavior with Donna during the trip. Deanne Schultz became the main witness in this case. By law, she could have been punished for keeping Mark's secret all these years, but the judge decided to grant her full immunity in exchange for her testimony. The male lawyers tried to discredit Deanne in every possible way, pointing out that she had attempted suicide multiple times, which could indicate psychological problems. The defense also suggested that she had made it all out of jealousy, seeking revenge on Mark. The prosecution insisted that the evidence and Deanne's testimony unequivocally pointed to his guilt. As for motive, it lay in the mistress's story. Mark lost interest in Donna long before they adopted Bailey. He'd been having secret affairs with her best friend, but he could not divorce Donna because he would have to split their expensive home and other assets, which was unacceptable to him. After Roger gave Donna a ride from the airport, Mark saw the perfect opportunity and decided to act. As terrible as it sounds, Mark was lucky. He encountered a man with a criminal record and mental illness who claimed to hear voices telling him to kill people. After Roger complained to management, he lost his job, which became the perfect motive when both the prosecution and defense laid their cards on the table, leaving only the jury's decision to wait for. Despite the compelling evidence against Mark, there were still doubts about his guilt among both his family members and on his relatives. None of them could imagine a loving father and respected member of society as a killer. Nevertheless, the jury unanimously found him guilty of the double murder. In the end, Mark received a life sentence without the possibility of parole, and Roger was posthumously exonerated. Rebecca could not believe that her husband had actually killed Donna. It took her a long time to impartially consider all the evidence of his guilt until she finally came to terms with the fact that he was truly a murderer. The chief detectives apologized repeatedly to Donna's and Roger's families for the sloppy initial investigation. He admitted his guilt in accepting the most logical version of events as the only correct one, overlooking all the contradictions. If you think that's the end of the story, then I have another unexpected turn for you. Even after the conviction, many doubted whether Mark had actually done it. But in 2006, those doubts were dispelled. In Mark's prison cell, they found 19 pages of handwritten text in which he was plotting to kill Deanne and another person. Mark wanted to hire a hitman straight from prison through other inmates or people on the outside. His desire to kill Deanne was understandable. He wanted to avenge the woman for revealing all his secrets to the police. The second person on the list was a man named Jeffrey Gelman, his childhood friend. Detectives quickly discovered the reason for such a decision. Mark asked him for $1 million bail, but the friend refused to provide such a sum. From these handwritten pages, it fell that Mark wanted to kidnap the man to get a solid ransom for him and then kill him. Why he needed money for life imprisonment was unclear. Perhaps he planned to eventually get out or escape. But in the end, the man faced another trial and received an additional 35 years in prison for planning a double murder. After that, no one doubted that Mark was the one who killed Donna. Rebecca raised 4 children alone, and they all know what kind of monster their father is. They changed their last names and do not plan to communicate with Mark. In 2019, Rebecca decided that Bailey should renew contact with Donna's relatives who had not seen her since she was 3 years old. Bailey was already 24 at the time, and she went to Florida and had a great time with them. They still communicate, and the young woman learns more about Donna from them. As for Mark, he is still in prison and denies his guilt. Perhaps he would never have been held accountable for what he did if it weren't for 2 factors that happened almost simultaneously. The first is the testimony of his former mistress. She could no longer keep this secret, especially watching how the killer creates a new family and raises children. The second factor is Mark's greed. Almost 4 years after the murder, he decided to sue his employer, Roger Harrington, for a substantial sum even though he was earning very good money himself. He did not expect third-party experts to study the evidence much more carefully than the local detectives. Interestingly, Diane decided to turn to the police, including after learning about this lawsuit. It became one of the last straws, and the woman revealed Mark's terrible secret. Share your opinion in the comments, and don't forget to like the video if you enjoyed it. The student returned home after a walk with friends. A few minutes later, she called her boyfriend with a worried voice and said that someone had come to her apartment. After that, she promised to call him back and hung up. But the call never came, and he decided to go to her house. What happened next turned into a long and complicated investigation, with the final point being made. Only 26 years later, Angela Samoda was born on September 19, 1964, in Alameda, California. She was the youngest of 5 children. When she was 1 year old, her father died and her mother raised them alone. After graduating from high school in 1982, Angela enrolled at Southern Methodist University in Dallas, Texas. She chose the Department of Computer Science and Electrical Engineering, which was not the most popular direction for young women at the time. Because of this, Angela was one of the few young women in her class, but this did not prevent her from studying excellently and moving towards her chosen career. Angela also had many friends, and later she started dating a guy named Ben McCall. He was several years older than her and worked in a managerial position at a construction company. During the first few years of study, Angela lived in a dormitory, and during this time, she and her roommate, Sheila, became best friends. At some point, Angela decided to rent an apartment near the university and chose a residential complex 5 minutes from the campus. In addition, she got a part-time job to cover the rental expenses. On the Friday evening of October 12, 1984, Angela decided to go to a bar with her friends. The young woman also invited her boyfriend, but he had to go to work the next morning, so he declined. As a result, Angela went with her friend Anita and their mutual acquaintance named Russell. They visited several bars and had a great time, after which they decided to go home around 1 a.m. Since Angela hardly drank alcohol, she agreed to drive her friends home. First, they dropped off Russell near his apartment. Anita originally wanted to stay overnight at Angela's, but she planned to attend a football match early in the morning, so Anita asked to be taken to the dormitory. After that, Angela decided to stop by her boyfriend's house for a few minutes. She went in for a few minutes and then went home. Her apartment was just a few blocks away from Ben's home. After saying goodbye to Angela, he went to bed. But he woke up 10 minutes later from a call on his home phone. It was Angela on the other end, and her voice sounded very worried. At first, she just asked him to talk to her, which seemed strange to him. He could hear some noise in the background and tried to find out from her what was going on. Soon she told him that some man knocked on her door and asked to use her phone and bathroom. Angela did not specify whether she let him in voluntarily or the man entered the apartment without her permission. She asked Ben, "Are there any convenience stores nearby with a payphone?" The guy looked up a suitable store in the directory and gave her the address. She repeated this information to the man and told Ben that she would call him back soon and hung up. But the call never. Ben started calling her himself, but there was no answer. Then he got into his car and drove to her apartment. When he arrived at the house, he started knocking on her door, but there was only silence and response. Ben had a portable phone in his car that was given to him by the construction company. He dialed Angela's home number and walked back to her apartment. He heard the phone ringing, but no one answered. But then he thought that the young woman might have escorted the stranger to the convenience store with a payphone and decided to go there. But the salesperson said that no one had come to them, and Ben returned to Angela's apartment. He knocked on the door again and decided to call the police. It was almost half an hour before 2 policemen arrived at the house. Ben explained the situation to them and asked to open the door to Angela's apartment. But the officers did not rush to take any active action. They decided to contact the manager of the residential complex and ask him for a key before entering the apartment. The first thing the police officer saw was a shoe on the floor in the middle of the living room. Then they headed to the bedroom, where they saw a horrifying sight. Angela was lying in bed, surrounded by a lot of blood, and she was not wearing any clothes. The police officers immediately noticed multiple stab wounds on her body. Later, experts counted 18 injuries. Investigators started examining the crime scene and noticed several bloodstains in the bathroom, presuming that they could belong to the attacker. In addition, several fingerprints were found in the apartment, but they did not lead to any results. Detectives also determined that the perpetrator had taken a kitchen knife, which was presumably the murder weapon. There were no signs of a break-in, indicating that the victim had let the attacker in, which matched Ben's story about the strange phone call. Medical experts determined that the victim had been assaulted and they were able to extract biological material from the attacker. Unfortunately, DNA analysis was not yet conducted in 1984, so the experts were only able to determine the attacker's blood type. Investigators began searching for a suspect, exploring all possible lines of investigation. First, they looked into all the employees of the residential complex who could have had access to the apartment. They then looked into men who had previously been convicted of violent crimes and lived in the area. But this also did not yield any results. Next, they focused on Angela's acquaintances and first interrogated her boyfriend. He told them about the phone call and the unknown man who came to see Angela. However, the detectives did not immediately believe him and considered the possibility that Ben may have killed her and made up the story. Nevertheless, the boyfriend agreed to provide his fingerprints and a blood sample. The experts determined his blood group was a fake, which did not match the killer's blood group. After talking to the victim's friends, the investigators identified another suspect, her ex-boyfriend, who she had dated in her own town. According to her friends, he sometimes behaved aggressively and once even threatened her with a knife. His blood group did not match the killer's blood group and he was no longer considered a suspect. The next suspect was Russell, who had spent time with Angela a few hours before her death. And here, the police received their first alarm. They could not locate him on the day after the murder. Digging deeper, they found out that on the morning of October 13th, Russell attended a wedding of acquaintances, after which he flew to another city to visit relatives. When he returned home the next day, he was taken to the police station for questioning. The young man insisted that he had nothing to do with the murder, but investigators doubted his sincerity. Russell lived alone and couldn't confirm that he was in his apartment that night. Additionally, detectives learned that Russell had a crush on Angela. He was several years older than her and worked as an architect. They met through mutual friends shortly before her death, and Russell tried to ask her out on a date, but she told him she had a boyfriend and they continued to communicate as friends. Detectives were also suspicious of the fact that Russell left town almost immediately after the murder. Given all of this, he quickly became the prime suspect. However, there were discrepancies in the new version of his involvement. According to Ben's story, an unfamiliar man came to Angela's. Considering the timeline of events, no one else could have killed her and left the apartment. However, detectives did not base their investigation solely on Ben's story, as they simply could not confirm it. In the following weeks, Russell was called in for questioning repeatedly, and each time investigators became more convinced of his possible involvement. Some detectives even privately spoke with near certainty that he was the killer. Sheila, Angela's best friend, was deeply affected by the news of her death. She was so afraid to be alone that she had to move in with her parents. And for the first month after the murder, she even slept in the same room as them. At the same time, she almost constantly followed the progress of the investigation, constantly calling detectives and meeting with investigators. Sheila told them about Angela's friends and acquaintances, hoping to help get to the truth. During one of these meetings, a detective told her that Russell was most likely the killer, but they didn't have enough evidence to hold him accountable. He then asked Sheila to meet with him and ask him a series of friendly questions, such as, "What were you doing a few days before and after the murder?" Match what he told them. A hidden microphone was attached to Sheila before the meeting. The young man told Sheila the same story, but the detectives didn't plan on giving up. They called him in for questioning again at the station and offered to conduct a polygraph test. Russell agreed and successfully passed it, but the investigators continued to consider him the murderer. They were so convinced of their rightness that during the interrogation they showed the boy photos of Angela's body, hoping that this gruesome sight would break him. But all of this yielded no results, and Russo continued to insist on his innocence. After 6 months of constant questioning, he hired a lawyer to investigate the case. Lawyer and refused to communicate with the police personally. After that, detectives placed him under round-the-clock surveillance, but eventually had to switch their attention to searching for other suspects. Russell left for London to receive additional education in architecture, and the investigators lost the ability to monitor him during all that time. The Angela case was actively covered in the media, and her relatives offered a reward of $10,000 for any information that could help find the killer, but this also yielded no results. During the investigation, the police had another suspect, a student at the same university as Angela. Investigators received an unconfirmed lead that this guy allegedly had a crush on the young woman and wrote her angry letters a few weeks before the murder. However, the detectives were unable to confirm any of this and the young man had a reliable alibi. Since then, the case remained unsolved for many years with no new leads appearing for the police and all the old leads leading nowhere. After 10 years of silence, Sheila decided to call the police station and inquire about the progress of the investigation. By that time, she had already gotten married and had 2 children. Despite the fact that her life continued, she could not forget the tragic fate of her best friend and the fact that the guilty party still had not been punished. She spoke with the detectives, but they said that there had been no developments in the case. Sheila asked, have they tried to extract DNA samples from the killer's biological material? After all, it was already 1994 and DNA analysis technology was actively used by the police. However, investigators stated that the evidence in this case had been lost and could not be recovered. Sheila was not satisfied with these answers and continued to regularly call the detectives. Over the course of several years, she made over 700 calls, but each time she received generic responses. She even tried to independently pay for DNA analysis of all remaining evidence in a private laboratory, but was not allowed to do so. The problem was that she had no connection to the police and was an ordinary citizen, so her initiative was not taken seriously. Then Sheila came up with an idea. She thought about obtaining a private detective license. In her opinion, this would allow her to have more useful influence on the course of the investigation. And she began to study this issue. The woman began to study hard, and after several months, she successfully passed the exam and obtained her license. Despite this, she was unable to convince the investigators to reopen the case. She continued to make regular calls until July 2006 to a new unit specializing in unsolved murders. Sheila met with the chief detective and they began to work on the case together. To her surprise, she learned that the DNA sample from the victim's body had not actually disappeared and had been in the laboratory all these years. Apparently, she had been intentionally lied to because she had tired the investigators with her calls. Sheila convinced the new detective to send the DNA sample for analysis, and it finally happened. However, due to queues and bureaucracy, they had to wait almost 2 years for the results. On February 14, 2008, the detective received the DNA profile of the killer and entered it into the FBI database. He immediately saw a 100% match. And after 24 years, they had the killer's name. When the detective called Sheila and told her about it, she expected to hear that Russell was the killer after all. But to her surprise, the detective gave her an entirely unfamiliar name. The DNA from Angela's body matched the sample of a certain Donald Andrew Bess. The man, who was already over 60 at the time, was imprisoned for a series of rapes. In 1977, Donald abducted a young woman and subjected her to violence, for which he received 25 years in prison. As is often the case, he was released early. He was released from prison after 7 years in the beginning of 1984 when he was 36 years old. In that same year, he killed Angela and remained unpunished for decades. In 1985, he assaulted another woman and was caught by the police. The fact that he was on parole at the time of the crime became an aggravating factor, and Donald was sentenced to life imprisonment. Thus, he ended up in prison a year after Angela's murder. After gathering all the necessary information, detectives came to the correctional facility to conduct an interrogation. Donald denied his involvement in Angela's murder and insisted that he had never harmed women. Of course, the investigators were not quick to believe him, as his semen was found on the victim's body. But the man was not eager to give a confession, and the case began to be prepared for trial. The start of the trial had to be postponed due to serious health problems Donald had. A few days before the hearing, he had a heart attack. As a result, the trial began only on June 2, 2010. That he had not killed anyone, but the DNA test results spoke for themselves. His lawyer tried to emphasize his health problems and good behavior in prison in order to secure a lighter sentence for Donald. The prosecution, in turn, asked for the death penalty. According to the investigators, Donald noticed Angela in one of the bars or on the street, after which he began to follow her. He knocked on her apartment door and asked to use the phone and the toilet. After the young woman called her boyfriend and hung up, Donald attacked her and assaulted her. Detectives believed that the criminal was still in Angela's apartment when her boyfriend arrived and started knocking on the door. And Donald may have been afraid that his victim would scream. So he inflicted multiple stab wounds. After waiting for her boyfriend to leave, he left the apartment. The trial was heavily covered in the news, and this led to some unexpected consequences. Several women immediately went to the police and said that Donald Bess had subjected them to violence at different times. One of them was his ex-wife, who told the court about constant beatings from Donald. He raised his hand on her even when she was pregnant with his child, and after the birth of their daughter, he continued to physically abuse her. The wife had to run away and hide, fearing for the life of her child. As a result, the jury found him guilty of the murder of Angela and he was sentenced to death. He attempted to appeal the court's decision several times, but failed. Donald spent 12 more years in prison, and during that time, his execution date was never set. However, in October 2022, he died a natural death, another heart attack. Fatal. Thus, this complicated case came to an end. Investigators acknowledged that Sheila played a crucial role in moving the investigation forward by not giving up in her pursuit of the truth. After her story was publicized, relatives of other victims whose cases had gone unsolved for years began to reach out to her. As a result, Sheila decided to help these people and established a non-profit organization. Regarding Russell, the police department officially apologized to him for the months of persecution. He admitted that it had significantly affected his life and he was genuinely afraid of being convicted of a crime he did not commit. Despite this, he continued to try to help the police get to the bottom of the case. After all of these events, he became a well-known architect in Dallas. One aspect of the story that still troubles investigators is the possibility that Donald may have had many more victims even though he spent half of his life in prison. Perhaps sooner or later, they will be able to link him to other crimes. Please share your thoughts on the story in the comments, and don't forget to like this video if you enjoyed it.
A woman mysteriously disappeared from her own home and her friends decided to go to the police. At first it looked as if she herself had gone somewhere, but with each new clue, the case became more and more creepy. Eventually, investigators were able to uncover the mystery and the truth turned out to be quite frightening. Mindy Schloss was born in 1955 in New York City. When she was 25, she moved to Alaska, where she graduated from a local medical university. The woman earned a degree in psychiatry and took a job as a nurse at Fairbanks Hospital, though most of the time she had to work on the field. Many people in remote areas of Alaska were not able to go to the hospital on their own, so Mindy and her colleagues would use all manner of transportation, including boats and airplanes, to get to them. She loved her job and took it as seriously as she could. Mindy lived about 600 kilometers from the hospital in Anchorage. She took a plane to work and stayed in a hotel all weekdays, going home on weekends. It was August 2007. Mindy, who was 52 years old at the time, returned to Anchorage for the weekend and was soon to fly back to work. During her absence, she always asked her best friend, Jerry, to stop by her house to feed her cat and give him the medicine he needed. On Saturday, August 4th, her friend called her to discuss the matter, but Mindy never came to the phone. She still hadn't been able to reach her all day, and it was strange. So Jerry contacted their mutual friend, but he too had not called Mindy that day. At first, Jerry thought Mindy had gone somewhere on business, but she didn't answer her phone the next day either. Then her friend decided to drive to her house. No one answered the door knock either, and Jerry used her spare key. At first glance, everything seemed normal. The house was in order, there were no signs of a struggle or any other evidence that something bad had happened to Mindy. It was only on the way out that Jerry noticed something strange. The doorknob of the front door was loose, and the woman decided to tighten the screws with a screwdriver. After that, she went to work without knowing where her friend had disappeared to. On Monday, August 6th, Jerry called the hospital where Mindy worked. To her surprise, the woman never showed up for work, which was completely out of character for her. Nor did she contact any of her coworkers to alert them of her absence. All this indicated that something might have happened to the woman, and Jerry decided to contact the police. The police department took a missing persons report, and Jerry and the detective went to Mindy's house again. No sign of a break-in was found. There was also nothing of value missing from the house. This ruled out the possibility that a burglar had broken into the woman's home. What's more, Mindy had some medications in her home that were only available with a doctor's prescription. Any burglar would most likely have taken them since they were in demand among people with drug addictions. Upon entering the garage, they discovered that Mindy's car was missing. It was also very strange. The woman always took a cab to the airport and only used her car to get around town. The police concluded that something really bad had happened to the woman. A forensic team examined the house, trying to find any clues, but it was inconclusive. At the time, the kidnapping theory was unlikely. The police thought Mindy might have probably had an accident. She often went to the countryside and the terrain in those parts was quite dangerous. People could have fallen prey to wild animals or just accidentally fallen off a cliff. But this theory did not bring the police any closer to solving the case, and they decided to begin a search for suspects who, in theory, could have been involved in her disappearance. The first thing they did was check on Bob, Mindy, and Jerry's mutual friend. The men were eager to cooperate with the investigation, and the detectives quickly determined that on the day of the woman's disappearance, he was at work many miles away from her home. The police had no clear answer. The woman had not been in touch since Saturday. After examining her computer, experts determined that the last time she used it was at 1:30 a.m. that same day. With no solid leads, police decided to enlist the help of the public. They posted flyers around town with information about the missing woman and distributed the information to local TV stations. The same day, they began receiving calls from witnesses, but most of the leads led nowhere. People reported seeing Mindy in various places and even in other states. None of these leads were ever helpful. Meanwhile, Bob and his co-workers decided to comb the area where Mindy might have gone. She had been out in the countryside quite often for berries or just out for a walk. Unfortunately, the search also yielded no results. The detectives decided to go a different route and contacted the bank the woman used. They asked them to check to see if there had been any activity on her cards in recent days, and this is where a serious lead finally awaited them. Early Sunday morning, the day after Mindy went missing, someone had withdrawn $500 from her debit card, the maximum amount available for withdrawing in a 24-hour period. Police immediately obtained the ATM camera footage from the bank, and they got a disturbing sighting. It turned out that the money had been withdrawn by an unknown man. His face was covered by a bandana, so they could not identify him. He pulled down the bandana only after his face was out of the camera's field of view. As a result, the police had no choice but to wait until the man tried to use someone else's card again. Meanwhile, the detectives received another tip. They learned from Mindy's co-workers that the woman was planning to renovate her home and had hired workers. At some point, she had a conflict with their supervisor over the cost of the work. Mindy later admitted to her co-workers that she was afraid of him because he acted strangely during visits to her home. The police checked on the man, but he turned out to have an alibi for the day. The woman they also questioned another worker who came to her house on Friday around 7 p.m. The man was also uninvolved and he couldn't remember anything suspicious that night. It wasn't long before detectives had a new lead. Bank security reported that Mindy's card had been charged $500 again in the early morning hours, but this time from a different ATM. After studying the security footage, the police immediately realized it was the same man as the first time. But there was something odd on the tape. The man withdrew the money and left, but returned to the ATM a few seconds later. He walked around it for a while, pushing buttons, and eventually left again. After calling the bank, detectives found out the reason for his strange behavior. The unknown person forgot to take the card out, and the ATM then takes it away to prevent the theft. The real owner can get it back by going to the bank with his ID. Of course, this was not an option for the criminal, so he lost access to Minnie's account forever. This time, the police managed to find a witness. He drove up to the very same ATM when an unidentified man came out of there. According to the witness, he got on his bicycle and rode away. It was a significant lead since most people were traveling by car or on foot, but all that information was still not enough to get any closer to a clue, and detectives decided to interview everyone in the Mindy area. They asked people to recall any oddity or to point them to neighbors who were suspicious. To their surprise, many residents named one particular house right near Mindy's house. According to them, parties were constantly held there. The residents were always making noise and disturbing the peace. The detectives went there and found out that quite a number of people were living there, but they weren't willing to talk to the police. The detectives then went to a woman who lived directly across the street from the house. She said she did not see anything suspicious, but her demeanor showed that she was very nervous. The next day, the woman called the police station and asked the detectives to meet, but not at her house. They met at another location and the woman shared a creepy story. Shortly before the detectives' first visit, a man who lived across the street had stopped by to see her. He said police were walking around the neighborhood and asked the woman not to tell them he lived here. When asked why, he said he was on parole and did not want the police to know his location. At night, the woman heard someone walking on the porch of her house. She looked out the window and saw that it was the same man. He stomped around, looked in several windows and left. The woman was greatly frightened and decided to tell the police about it. Detectives learned his name was Josh Wayne, who was 27 years old at the time. After running him through the database, they found out that the guy had been convicted of murder 7 years earlier. At the time, he was accused of beating a woman to death, but a jury acquitted him. As a result, Josh was accused of tampering with evidence and sentenced to 6.5 years in prison. After spending 3 years behind bars, he was released early. Detectives immediately identified him as a prime suspect. After talking to his housemaids, they found out that Josh didn't have a car and that he got around mainly by bicycle. But there was just one problem. When police began looking for him, the man had disappeared without a trace. On Thursday, August 9th, police suddenly had another lead. A local trucker called them and said he had spotted Mindy's car in a parking lot near the airport. He had seen its picture in the newspaper and immediately recognized the car. Detectives arrived on the scene and confirmed that the car was indeed Mindy's. They also noticed that a surveillance camera was pointed at the parking lot from a nearby building and requested a recording. It showed a man driving this car into the parking lot at 12:30 p.m. on August 4th. Getting out and wiping down the door handle. Apparently, he was wiping off his fingerprints. Unfortunately, the quality of the recording did not allow his face to be seen. CSI examined the car for prints or traces of DNA and were able to recover some samples. However, it took time to study them and there was no guarantee it would be useful in the case. On the passenger seat was Mindy's purse, which could indicate that the woman had been in the car with the perpetrator, alive or dead. Not getting the results they wanted from using modern analysis tools, the detectives decided to use search dogs. Few believed this idea would succeed since it had been a week since Mindy had disappeared. But for lack of other options, they still turned to film dogs. The service dog was taken to the ATMs from which the unknown man had withdrawn money, as well as Mindy's car. The dog picked up the trail and headed down the street toward the woman's house, located 3 blocks from that location. After sniffing the front door, she went straight to the very house where Josh Wayne had previously lived. The detectives, who until recently had not believed in the search dog idea, were shocked. The service dog directly pointed them to the fact that Josh was in Mindy's car, near her house and near those ATMs. The next day, the police repeated the experiment with another search dog. The result was the same. The dogs walked the entire distance and stopped at Josh's house. Though it was not an unqualified piece of evidence that would work in court, the detectives decided not to waste their time and obtained a warrant for the suspect's arrest. They went to his house, but the man hadn't been there in days. After searching the building, they found the same jacket that the unidentified man had been wearing on the cameras near the ATMs, and in the pocket was a cash withdrawal slip from Mindy's card. Next, they discovered a woman's gold watch and immediately showed it to Jerry. The woman confirmed that the watch belonged to Mindy. The experts were able to compare the DNA samples found on the steering wheel of Mindy's car samples from items from his home, and they matched. This indicated that Josh had been in the missing woman's car. This evidence was already much more serious, and the police were focused on catching the suspect. Leaflets with his name were posted all over the city, and they even rented several billboards. According to detectives, it was one of the largest manhunt operations in Alaskan history. Virtually every law enforcement officer was working on the matter, and locals reported any suspicious evidence. At one point, police released ATM camera photos and were approached almost immediately by a woman named Lisa. She said she had met Josh before and was sure he was the one in the photo. The important thing here is that the police did not name the main suspect, but what followed was the turning point in the case. Another acquaintance of Josh's came to the police with a confession. For the past week, she had been helping him get around town by transporting him in her car. One day he left his backpack in the back seat and the young woman and her mother looked inside. There they found several more ATM receipts as well as a phone. In the gallery they found a photo in which Josh was supposedly holding a gun in his hand. For the police, this information only added to the alarm. Detectives already feared that the suspect might attack someone else while they were looking for him. And thanks to his phone, they found out that he was also armed. The cops tried to convince his girlfriend to help them catch Josh. They wanted the young woman to take a tape recorder with her and go to meet him, where they would try to get him to talk about what he had done to Mindy. But the young woman was too scared and refused. Soon, however, she had to participate against her own will. On September 2nd, Josh came to her house and in an aggressive manner began demanding her backpack. Given that the young woman gave it to the police, she had to come up with an excuse on the fly. Realizing she didn't have the backpack, Josh asked her to take him somewhere far away from here to hide from the police, but the young woman refused. She offered to let him stay at her house, but Josh suspected something was wrong and left. The young woman realized that she would not be safe until the police caught the man. So she decided to follow him discreetly in her car, calling the detectives along the way. At some point, Josh reached his acquaintance's house and went inside. By that time, the police, SWAT, and FBI had already begun to converge on the scene. Everyone feared that the suspect would not surrender without a fight, and those fears proved to be true. Using weapons, Josh took 2 people who were in the house with him hostage. A lawyer was invited to negotiate with him, who after several hours managed to convince him to surrender. During the interrogation, he hardly spoke to the police, but the investigators were in no hurry to accuse him of killing Mindy. At that point, they already thought the woman was probably dead, but without her body, it would have been extremely difficult to prove it. So Josh was only charged with stealing Mindy's bank card and watch. The FBI agent decided to get crafty. He listed the charges to Josh and he said they were all lies. The investigator then stated that they had evidence that he was the one who withdrew the money from someone else's card. And Mindy herself had gone to the police to report the card theft. Upon hearing this, the suspect grinned and asked what games they were trying to play with him. From this reaction, the FBI agent was finally convinced that Josh had killed Mindy, but the police still had to find her body in order to charge Josh with murder. They had to work against the weather. It was snowing early in that area, and they would have no chance of finding Mindy if her remains got snowed in. On September 13th, police received a call from an electrician working near the town of Wasilla, about 100 miles from Anchorage. He spotted the body of a woman in a wooded area and immediately thought it was Mindy, and experts from the lab confirmed it. The deceased was indeed Mindy Schloss. The medical examination revealed that the woman had been shot in the back of the head and her remains had been disposed of by fire. After the bullet was recovered, it was determined that it had been fired from the very weapon with which Josh had been apprehended. All the police had to do now was to figure out how the events that led to Minnie's death unfolded. Meanwhile, the experts continued to examine every millimeter of her house, trying to find any trace of Josh's presence. It was extremely difficult to do so. They had to collect virtually every hair from the floor of Mindy's house and then examine it in the lab. It took months, but eventually they were able to find a hair that belonged to Josh. This was confirmed by DNA testing, and the detectives now had proof in hand of the suspect's presence in the victim's home. On May 18, 2008, 10 months after the murder, he was finally charged and brought to trial. While gathering witnesses to testify against Josh, an interesting situation occurred. His ex-girlfriend, Lisa, who had identified him from a photo near an ATM, refused to testify in court. She regularly visited her ex-boyfriend in prison, and at one point, the couple announced their intention to marry. Investigators were shocked by this turn of events, but they quickly realized what was behind the move. The U.S. Constitution allows relatives not to testify against each other, and in all likelihood, Josh convinced Lisa to marry him for these reasons. There was one problem, though. Soon after the marriage was consummated, it was declared null and void because state law prohibited weddings with inmates. But the detectives wondered why Josh was so intent on shielding Lisa from questioning and testifying. Was it really all about some pictures outside an ATM where you couldn't even see his face? Most likely the young woman knew a lot more. Investigators tried to get her to talk, but at first they did not succeed. However, at some point, Lisa herself contacted them and said that Josh confessed to her about the murder during one of her visits to the prison. According to his story, there was a party at his house Friday night. Josh, who had no means of livelihood, decided to sneak into the house next door and steal something. That house turned out to be Mindy's place. Josh opened the door of the house and began to search the house for valuables. At one point, Mindy walked into the room, and he immediately realized that if he let her live now, he wouldn't be able to avoid jail. He didn't want to go there again, so he grabbed the woman, took her to the bathroom, and tied her hands. The perpetrator then went to his house to get a gun, taking some handy things to kidnap her with. Before returning to Mindy's house, he put bags of her legs and secured them with duct tape so as not to leave any trace. He then took the woman to the garage, put her in his own car, and drove out of town. After an hour of driving, he stopped in a wooded area and drove Mindy away from the road, where he killed her. Josh then returned to her house, cleaned, vacuumed the carpet, and left. The trial did not begin until the spring of 2009. The prosecution had offered Josh a deal. He would confess to killing Mindy and another woman 7 years earlier in exchange for waiving the death penalty. This way, the authorities hoped to close 2 high-profile cases at once, and Josh agreed. As a result, he was sentenced to 99 years in prison without parole. During the reading of the sentence, Josh cried, but at one point things heated up. When the judge called him a coward for taking the lives of 2 women, the criminal jumped up and shouted, "What about the men I killed?" At this point, his lawyers grabbed him and silenced him before he could say anything else. That shouting kept the detectives busy. For 5 long years until, in 2014, Josh himself offered authorities a new deal. He agreed to confess to the murders of 3 men if he was transferred from a local prison to a federal prison. Apparently, the conditions there were much higher. Considering that the criminal's request was insignificant, the authorities agreed. Josh said he killed one man in Anchorage in 1994 when he was only 14 years old. He committed the next murder in 1999, and he killed the 3rd man a year later, the same day he massacred the woman. The first 2 men have been identified, but the identity of the 3rd is still a mystery. Investigators have no doubt that Josh was indeed involved in the murders. They are more concerned about another question, whether there are no other crimes under his belt, about which he is silent. In any case, the police have managed to permanently isolate him from society and prevent other murders that would surely have followed. Share your opinion on this story in the comments and don't forget to like it and subscribe. The 15-year-old young woman went out for a walk, promising her parents she would be back soon, but she never came home and her phone was turned off. The parents contacted the police, who began a search for the missing young woman. Detectives had no leads until they gained access to her Facebook account. It was there that the eerie clue as to what had happened to her lurked. Nicole Cable was born on August 12, 1997, in the small American town of Glenburn, Maine. Her parents divorced when she was young, and the young woman was left to live with her mother, stepfather, and 3 younger sisters. During her high school years, Nicole had a passion for music, was on the cheerleading team, and even modeled for a local company. She also had many friends who described the young woman as cheerful, helpful, and kind. She always tried to keep a positive outlook on life, even though she, like many teenagers, had her own difficulties. In the spring of 2013, when the young woman was 15 years old, she was looking forward to the approaching school vacations and her birthday. Only a few months separated her from getting the driver's license she had dreamed of for so long. Nicole lived in a tiny town where there was practically nothing but a few apartment buildings. Were larger communities where almost all of her friends lived, and there were many more distractions. Even her school was a 20-minute drive from home, and she had to wait for the bus every morning. On Sunday evening, May 12th, Nicole told her parents that she was going to meet a friend and would be back soon. She left the house at about 9 p.m. and headed along the main road, but she never returned home. Concerned parents tried to call her, but her phone was turned off and she hadn't logged on to social media. When they contacted her friends, they learned that none of them had seen Nicole that night. After waiting until morning, her mother decided to go to the police. She had hoped to the last that Nicole had simply stayed the night at her friend's house, even though that raised serious questions. First of all, the young woman had never left home all night without her parents' permission. She would certainly have contacted her mother and told her where she was. The police immediately began a search. At first stages, they refused to stick to any one version. Investigators admitted that the young woman could have left home of her own free will, but they also did not rule out a criminal element. The first day of searching brought no results. Police interviewed friends and relatives of the young woman and began searching for her in the Glenben area, to report their daughter missing and urge the public to help find her. That same day, her friends printed and posted hundreds of flyers both inside and outside Glenben. Police asked for volunteers to stay away from the area to avoid having service dogs pick up her trail. On the second day, the police held a press conference where Nicole's mother made an appeal. With tears in her eyes, she asked her daughter to return home if she ran away of her own free will. The mother also spoke out about a possible kidnapping and urged those responsible to let Nicole go if someone was holding her. The head of the local police added that the search operation would be expanded. The FBI and state police became involved, bringing the total number of officers involved to 45. The public soon learned one disturbing fact. Nicole's mother revealed that her daughter had been texting with a certain guy on Facebook for weeks. Police accessed Nicole's account and discovered that this young man was Brian Butterfield. Moreover, based on the correspondence on the day of her disappearance, the young woman had arranged to meet him at the edge of the street where her house was located. At first, the police declined to comment on the situation, but new details soon emerged. It turned out that Brian had gone to the same school as Nicole and knew her personally. The guy claimed he had only spoken to the young woman a few times in his life and had never corresponded with her on Facebook. Against this backdrop, another oddity was noticed. There were two Brian Butterfield Facebook accounts. Only one of them was deleted the night Nicole disappeared. Brian himself stated that he only had one account and had nothing to do with the second account. Furthermore, he was aware of the existence of this fake page, and had even complained to the police a few weeks before Nicole disappeared. It all looked really strange, and the police were in no hurry to accuse the young man of any crime. Instead, they continued to search the area around Glenben, hoping to find some evidence. At the same time, the computer department was taking a detailed look at this suspicious Facebook account. On Friday, May 17th, the sheriff turned to the public for information. Police were looking for a black Ford Ranger pickup truck and asked for any information about the vehicle. They clarified that the driver's involvement in the young woman's disappearance has not been determined and it is too early to draw any conclusions. The sheriff also announced a 24-hour hotline for any tips on the case. They had to allocate a separate number as the number of calls had crossed several hundred. They were enlisting volunteers to search the area. They set up assembly points and put people into groups. The volunteers were to look for anything that might be relevant. And this time, the search area was greatly expanded. It extended to the two nearest towns, Bangor and Old Town. More than 500 people responded to the police call. The crowd included about 400 local residents and about 100 professional volunteers from the various counties. Were off-road vehicle and horse-drawn search parties. Given the sheer scale of the operation and the rough terrain, the authorities tried to use every resource possible. They even used aerial photography in the hope that the footage might reveal something of value to the investigation. The day after the search, exactly 1 week after Nicole's disappearance, the police issued a disappointing statement. The young woman's body was found near Old Town, not far from Road 43. They were in no hurry to release any details, specifying only that the body was covered with branches and was discovered by a service dog. Soon it was announced that the police had a homicide case, and the next day, May 20th, they reported the arrest of a suspect. It turned out to be a 20-year-old local man named Kyle Doobie. No details were known at the time, and the public was kept in the dark for some time. The next day he was formally charged with premeditated murder. At the same time, it turned out that at the time of his arrest, he was already in prison. The guy had been sentenced to 90 days in jail for eluding police and a motorcycle accident last year. Kyle began serving a sentence 3 days before Nicole's body was discovered, but had been on the outside until then. According to the young woman's friends, she had known Kyle for several months. The day before she disappeared, she complained to several friends that Kyle had tried to kiss her, and Nicole had to give him a serious fight to get him to stop. Nevertheless, the police so far had kept the evidence against the man a secret. It was known that he lived with his parents and a 4-year-old daughter, over whom he had custody. Kyle was also dating an 18-year-old young woman named Sarah and worked for a local disability care company. His attorney asked for a closed-door preliminary hearing, and the judge granted the request. Consequently, the public and the media had no access to information about the case, and the judge's decision was criticized. Nicole's funeral was held on May 26th. Beforehand, several hundred local residents gathered and honored her memory by launching balloons into the sky. A few days after the funeral, a judge, under public pressure, lifted a public disclosure ban on the case, and some disturbing facts finally came to light. First, police were able to determine that the fake Facebook account was registered from Kyle's computer and all subsequent sessions were conducted from his IP address. This meant that it was Kyle who had tricked her out of the house shortly before the murder, and it was clear from the medical examiner's report that the young woman had died on the very day of her disappearance. Second, the police had several important witnesses at once: Kyle's own brother and his girlfriend. According to Sarah, whom the suspect was dating, Kyle confessed to her about the murder a few days after it happened. This happened immediately after Sarah was called in for questioning. There it became clear to her that the suspect was not the suspect. That the police had suspicions about Kyle, but there was no evidence. He was also questioned but stated that he was at work the day the young woman disappeared. Kyle told his brother that he lured Nicole to the outskirts of town using a fake Facebook account. The guy planned to make it look like Brian Butterfield had kidnapped her and was holding her in a remote location. Next, Kyle planned to find her and set her free, which he thought would make the young woman fall in love with her savior. It all sounds strange to say the least, but there is more to come. Remember only that this is the perpetrator's own version, told to his brother. Further events unfolded as follows. From a fake account, Kyle lured Nicole to a remote location along Hudson Road. There he was already waiting for her, lurking in the bushes. He was wearing a ski hat covering his face. When Nicole arrived at the appointed spot, he pounced on her, wrapped tape around her head, and loaded her into his father's pickup truck, a black Ford Ranger. The car was parked nearby. Next, in his own words, Kyle drove her away from the abduction site. As he began to pull her out of the car, he noticed that the young woman showed no signs of life. The guy realized that the duct tape made it impossible for her to breathe, and she passed away. Then, he panicked and decided to hide the body. To his girlfriend, Kyle told the same story, adding some details. He said that before he hid the body, he took off almost all of Nicole's clothes and threw her out the car window on the way back home. This was done so that the police would not find traces of his DNA. The police did find several items of clothing that belonged to the young woman. They were in virtually the same place where Kyle had attacked Nicole. The key point here was that Kyle told his girlfriend almost exactly where he had hidden the body. It was because Sarah went to the police telling the whole story that they were able to locate Nicole's body. Kyle himself refused to admit guilt, but the situation was far from in his favor. When the police uncovered all the details of the medical examination, more serious evidence emerged against the suspect. Under Nicole's fingernails, blood was found that matched Kyle's DNA sample exactly. When the boy was questioned a few days after the murder, there were deep scratches on his face. He himself attributed it to an injury he sustained at work. Also, the cause of the young woman's death was strangulation, as evidenced by the injuries to the neck. And this went against Kyle's versions of what he told his brother and the young woman. If he had taped the victim's mouth and nose, there would have been no such injuries. His lawyer requested a psychological evaluation, which caused the trial to slow down. But a few months after his arrest, something interesting happened. Kyle was charged with theft after a stolen gun was found in his home. The guy had been arrested multiple times before for robbery, but each time he got away with a fine. An examination showed Kyle to be completely sane, and a trial was set for February 2015. While awaiting trial, the defendant was in jail. Before the trial began, Kyle's attorney filed a motion to exclude certain witness statements from the case file. One of them was the correctional officer where Kyle arrived to serve a sentence for eluding police and a motorcycle accident. According to the officer, the guy was acting very nervous and even crying. When asked why he was so nervous, Kyle said something like, "It's not about the time limit, it's about what else I've done." The trial began on February 22, 2015. Kyle's lawyer stated that his client was innocent of murder and that the investigation was completely biased. According to the defense, he was at home at the time of the murder and Nicole was attacked by someone else. Kyle's girlfriend, Sarah, was named as a possible suspect. She allegedly hated Nicole because of her association with her boyfriend. The lawyer claimed that she had access to Kyle's computer, from which she could create a fake account to frame her boyfriend after the murder. This theory had no corroboration and went against the actual evidence. Kyle logged into the fake account not only from his computer, but also from his phone. What's more, he logged in through one app, changing his personal account to a fake one. Because of this, it was clearly visible when he logged out to one account and immediately logged into another. Also, there was no physical evidence against Sarah, unlike Kyle. His DNA was found not only under the victim's fingernails, but also on her clothes, which the killer threw away on his way home. The next witness was the real Brian because Brian had previously dated his girlfriend. In his opinion, this is what led Kyle to create a fake account with his name so that he could frame the young man if anything happened. The prosecution also provided screenshots of correspondence showing that Kyle was not only communicating with Nicole, but also with other underage young women. The next witness was a colleague of Kyle's who worked with him at a disability care company. The defendant's lawyer insisted that the scratches on Kyle's face appeared while he was working, but the witness denied this. According to his story, on May 11th and 12th, he and Kyle were at the home of a woman suffering from mental illness. At one time, she became aggressive and attacked Kyle, leaving several scratches on his face near his eye. Kyle went to the hospital for help, only to notice the next day, May 13th, a coworker noticed new scars on his face. This happened right after Nicole disappeared. Another co-worker said that the day Nicole disappeared, Kyle left work at about 9 p.m. and did not return until 6 a.m., even though he was supposed to be on duty all night. At the same time, he asked that he not tell anyone about his absence. The court also summoned 4 inmates with whom Kyle had interacted while in jail, awaiting trial. They all said that Kyle had confessed to them about killing the young woman. To one of them, he told them he had strangled his girlfriend and made it look like an accident. To the other, he openly stated that he had originally planned to commit the crime. Even more interesting was the testimony of an inmate named Scott Ford. He had spent most of his life behind bars and had a reputation for being well-versed in the legal system. Kyle had been in contact with him for a long time. After which he decided to inquire about the best way for him to get away with his crime. Next, Kyle wrote several versions on paper of what had happened to Nicole and handed the pieces of paper with this information to Ford. All of these versions had one thing in common. Kyle admitted that he had created a fake account and lured Nicole to a deserted area, but he went on to describe different versions of events. First, he wrote that he had just wanted to kidnap her and then rescue her, but he didn't settle for duct tape and the young woman suffocated. On another sheet he said that he had jumped Nicole out of the bushes and she fainted from fright. Panic, Kyle duct taped her mouth shut and drove her away from town, after which he noticed she had no pulse. Another version was that he didn't use the duct tape and the young woman died for nothing. Another version said that Kyle jumped out of the bushes and grabbed her torso. Then realized that he had actually squeezed her throat, after which she lost consciousness. As we can see, all of these stories seem downright delusional, but there was something really useful in them for the investigation. Kyle described in detail the place where he attacked her, and where and how he hid the body. Moreover, he specified the exact location where he had hidden the ski mask in which he had attacked the young woman. All this information was kept secret until the beginning of the trial. So only the killer could know such details. Experts examined the sheets and found fingerprints and Kyle's DNA on them. The trial was not without his difficulties. Kyle's younger brother, who had testified against him 2 years earlier, began to deny the fact that Kyle had confessed to the murder. The problem was that the brother had written down all the details of what had happened in great detail, which he could only have learned from Kyle. The only one who didn't utter a word during the entire trial was Kyle himself. He refused to testify even in his own defense. The investigation offered him a deal in which he could expect a reduced sentence in exchange for a confession, but he refused. On March 6, 2016, the final court hearing was held at which the verdict was handed down. Kyle was found guilty of the premeditated murder of Nicole. His relatives and attorney tried to get a lenient sentence, citing his age and having a young daughter, but the court refused to make concessions. Kyle received 60 years for murder and another 30 for kidnapping. In closing arguments, the judge noted that the evidence against Kyle was overwhelming and his guilt in the case was clear. Instead of showing remorse and confessing, he made up various versions of what happened and tried his best to avoid prison. For this reason, the court refused to commute his sentence. Moreover, the judge was inclined to believe that Kyle had originally planned to kill Nicole, a plan he had been working on for weeks. Nicole's parents called the sentence fair and expressed the hope that he would never get out of prison again. They also gave numerous interviews and appeared on various television shows talking about the dangers of social media, using their daughter's murder as an example. In their opinion, the tragedy could have been avoided if the perpetrator had not had the opportunity to impersonate another person online. However, people like Kyle, sooner or later, can get to the point of murder even without fake accounts. Share your opinion on this story. This creepy story happened in the middle of 2021. A young woman went on a first date with a guy to the movies, but that evening turned into a tragedy. Despite the fact that this case was fairly quickly solved, there are so many strange and shocking moments in it. In this video, we will tell you what happened to Riley Goodrich and Anthony Baraha. Riley Goodrich was born and raised in the American city of Corona, California. In school, she played volleyball and was a cheerleader, as well as had many friends. They described her as a positive, open and fun-loving young woman with a big heart. After graduating from high school, Riley received a scholarship to Grand Canyon University in Arizona. She moved to a dormitory but tried to visit her family whenever possible. In the summer of 2021, she finished her first year and returned to Corona for the holidays. On July 4th, on Independence Day, her friends threw a big party. There, Riley met a young man named Anthony Baraha, who was a year older than her. They quickly developed a liking for each other and continued to communicate in the following days. Anthony, unexpectedly, became a popular figure on TikTok. In 2019, he created an account where he posted various humorous videos. At some point, his videos began to attract the attention of a wide audience, and by the summer of 2021, he had almost 1 million subscribers. The guy also actively developed his account on Instagram, but was still trying to figure out what to do in the future, continue to run his blog as his main activity or do something else. After chatting for some time on social media, they decided to go on a first date, but it was important for Riley that her father Dave approved of her choice. Despite the fact that she was already 18 years old at that time, the young woman was very close to her parents and wanted them to meet Anthony first. At first, the young woman's father was skeptical, mostly because Anthony made a living through TikTok. It all seemed not very serious to him. However, when they met in person, Anthony made a good impression on Dave, and the father approved of his daughter's choice. The guy seemed to him kind, well-mannered, and overall a positive person. In the end, Riley and Anthony decided to meet on July 26th and go to an evening movie session, choosing the movie The Forever Purge. The plot of the film is based on the fact that in the United States, every year they including murder. Who would have thought how creepy of a coincidence it would be to choose this movie? Before heading to the cinema, they had dinner at their favorite restaurant, Riley located nearby. Their screening started at 9:30 p.m. and ended closer to midnight. Considering it was a weekday, there were not many people in the theater. During the movie, Riley messaged her mother that the film seemed boring to her, but she still enjoyed the day with Anthony. The young woman did not contact her mother anymore after that. When the movie ended, a theater employee went into the hall to clean up the room. To his surprise, he found Riley and Anthony there. From a distance it seemed to him that the couple was just sitting or sleeping in their seats, but as soon as he took a few steps towards them, he was horrified to discover that both visitors were seriously wounded and unconscious. The police and ambulance arrived at the scene. The medics almost immediately determined that Riley had already passed away. Anthony was still alive but in a serious, unconscious condition. He was taken to the local hospital and connected to life support equipment while detectives began investigating the crime scene. At first it was difficult for them to understand what had happened in the theater. The only thing they managed to establish almost immediately was that the police had already was the fact that Riley and Anthony were shot in the head. However, there were no clues at the crime scene that could shed light on what had happened. Of course, it was absolutely useless for detectives to take fingerprints or search for DNA samples in the cinema, so they went a different way. Almost immediately the story spread through California media and later throughout the country. In the first hours of the investigation, there was even a theory that Anthony could have been the killer, allegedly shooting Riley and then taking his own life, but the police did not even consider this version, if only because in that case the weapon would have been lying nearby and it was nowhere to be found. As soon as the detectives identified the victims' identities, they contacted their families and informed them of what had happened. Riley's parents simply could not believe that their daughter was dead. Just a few minutes before her death, she was texting with her mother, and no one could have thought that something so tragic could happen during a movie screening. In addition, the police could not provide any details to her relatives about what had happened, as they themselves still had no idea what had happened in that theater. As for Anthony, the doctor's prognosis was bleak. The young man had suffered a serious injury, and the medical staff had to do everything possible to help him. First, the detectives questioned the theater employees who worked that evening. It turned out that only 6 tickets were sold for the showing. This meant that the killer was most likely one of the 4 visitors. There was another aspect that puzzled not only the police, but also everyone who learned about this incident from the news. If the killer was one of the 6 viewers, how did the other 2 visitors not hear the sounds of gunfire? The only explanation at that time was that the killer was one of the 6 visitors. Was the version that the other 2 viewers simply took the sounds of gunfire as part of the movie. This action movie had many violent scenes, including the use of weapons. The theory that the killer struck during one of these scenes was not excluded. However, this mystery was quickly solved. Detectives found that out of all the tickets sold, 4 were purchased by one person for himself and 3 of his friends. Could have been committed by a group of people. The investigation continued all night, and the next day the police announced the arrest of the suspect. He turned out to be 20-year-old Joseph Jimenez. The interesting fact here is that pure chance helped to catch the suspect. It turned out that Joseph himself called the police the next day after the murder, but he did not do this to confess to the crime. At around 9:30 p.m., Joseph called 911 and reported that someone was chasing him. When the police arrived, they found him in the middle of the street with a gun in his hand and arrested him. They immediately realized that the attack in the theater was carried out using a weapon of the same caliber, so they handed Joseph's gun over to the experts. Having 3 empty shells from the theater in their hands, they established that this was the same weapon. But the detectives quickly found another weighty evidence. Searching the suspect's house, they found Riley Goodrich's wallet there. Later, the police located the other 3 individuals who were at the movie theater with Joseph. It turned out that they were all friends with him, but their story truly shocked the detectives. According to them, none of them had any idea that a simple trip to the movies would turn into such a tragedy. They were just sitting and watching the film, but during the screening they began to notice something strange. Joseph suddenly began to behave very suspiciously. He was talking to himself and muttering something. At some point he said that he needed to go to the bathroom and left. However, instead of going to the bathroom, he went to his car, took out a gun and returned. After sitting for some time, he suddenly told his friends that he had brought a gun from his car, and they began to panic. In the end, the friends allegedly lied to him, saying that they also needed to use the bathroom and would return. But instead they left and went outside. There were many strange moments in their story that could be doubted. The most concerning part was their escape from the theater. Did they really not try to find out why Joseph brought a gun, and did they not consider that he might use it against the two other moviegoers? Moreover, the friends did not report any of this to theater staff or the police. Joseph's behavior, practically indisputable, indicated that he was planning to do something bad. But his friends decided to simply ignore the entire situation, and they admitted that as soon as they heard about the murder, they immediately thought of Joseph. All of this was enough to arrest Jimenez on 3 charges: murder, attempted murder, and robbery. At that time, Anthony was still on life support, but in the end, the doctors could not help him. On the evening of July 31st, he passed away without regaining consciousness. In connection with this, Joseph was charged with an additional count of murder, which carried the possibility of a death sentence. While detectives tried to get any information from him, hundreds of concerned people held a farewell ceremony in memory of Riley and Anthony outside the movie theater. They lit candles and expressed words of support to the families of the victims. It was then that it became known that long before the incident, Anthony had signed papers allowing his organs to be donated to those in need in the event of his death. The young man could hardly have imagined that it would happen so soon. The situation was not looking good for Joseph Jimenez. With the evidence against him, he was almost guaranteed to end up on death row. Apparently, he understood this perfectly and decided to confess to the crime. However, his story raised even more questions. Joseph claimed that he was diagnosed with schizophrenia 9 months ago, which he had been managing with medication. Shortly before the incident, he stopped taking his medication and voices started to appear in his head. At first they told him that someone was going to steal his car and TV, but later they threatened to kill his entire family. On the night at the cinema, he heard the voices again, and this time, they ordered him to kill Riley and Anthony. They also promised to kill his entire family if he refused. According to Jimenez, he tried to resist these voices, but in the end he gave in and committed the crime. In his speech, he devoted a lot of attention to how scared he was during the murder and in the following hours, as well as how he worried about his future. Of course, this turn in the case was perceived ambiguously. Let's look at the facts and try to understand if we can trust him. Could Joseph have made up this whole story about the voices? Of course. Moreover, only serious mental problems could have saved him from the death penalty in this case, so it was his only chance to avoid such a sentence. In addition, the petty theft of Riley's wallet does not fit into his story, according to which Joseph was so frightened that he immediately ran out of the cinema and got into his car after the shots. Who, in a panic, is going to steal a wallet? On the other hand, there are still many strange moments in his actions. If we believe his friends, he talked to himself and behaved suspiciously. In addition, Joseph himself called the police, saying that someone was chasing him, but in reality, he was just standing in the middle of the street with a gun. If we assume that all of this was a planned game, the plan to avoid responsibility seems too complicated. But if we still consider such an option, the situation could have developed in a completely different way. During the movie, Joseph realized that there were only 2 random people in the theater who he could rob. He went to his car to get a weapon, but something went wrong, or perhaps he truly intended to commit murder. It's possible his friends were even present at the time and didn't leave the theater. However, it's unclear why he didn't take the victims' smartphones if that was his motive, and why did he call the police the next day instead of hoping not to be caught. Additionally, Joseph had no criminal history and had never been in trouble even for minor offenses. It's hard to imagine someone without a criminal past suddenly committing double murder over a wallet, especially with such a high likelihood of being caught. In late September, the first court hearing took place, during which Joseph pleaded not guilty, citing his mental state. This doesn't mean he denies involvement in the murders, but now the court needed to consider the issue of his sanity. Jimenez stated that he would only plead guilty if deemed insane. The next court hearing was scheduled for the first half of 2022. A decision about the defendant's mental state has not yet been made, as he still needs to undergo evaluation. In any case, whatever the outcome of this case, it is shocking in its injustice. The 2 innocent young men simply wanted to spend an evening at the movies and ended up as victims of a completely random act of aggression. The public and media blamed the theater management for not checking Joseph upon entering the theater. But should they be blamed? In the United States, theater staff only check backpacks and bags. Prevent visitors from bringing in outside food. But if someone brings a gun and hides it under their clothes, no one will ever know. The only thing that can be done in such a situation is to install metal detectors in every theater. Perhaps this will become a mandatory requirement over time. What do you think? Was Joseph truly mentally ill and that led to his horrific act? Or was the story about the voices fabricated to avoid a death sentence? Share your thoughts in the comments, and thank you for watching. An 18-year-old student came home for the holidays, but after a few days she disappeared without a trace. Her mother began receiving strange messages and soon the police got involved. What they discovered during the investigation truly shocked the entire family, and none of them were prepared for such a truth. Soon she had two younger sisters, but in 2005 her parents divorced and the young women stayed with their mother. In 2010 her mother remarried and they had another daughter. Thus Angelica had three younger sisters with whom she got along well. Angelica graduated from a local high school and enrolled at Longwood University in Farmville, located about 3 hours from home. She joined two sports teams and planned to finish her studies a year early, which required her to work at an accelerated pace. Despite this, she regularly visited her family in Norfolk to see her parents and sisters. In March 2015, when Angelica was 18, she went home for spring break, planning to stay there for a few days. Angelica had a great time with her family, was in a great mood and was happy to have the opportunity. Live at home again. On the morning of March 2nd, her mother prepared her three younger daughters for school and then went to work, leaving Angelica alone at home. However, when her mother returned from work in the afternoon, Angelica was no longer there. Everything looked like she had left in a hurry. The back door was open, music was playing, and only some of her things were loaded into the washing machine. Her mother found this strange because she and her daughter constantly kept in touch and Angelica was supposed to inform her if she was going somewhere. But that day Angelica didn't answer her phone. Then her mother wrote to her and asked where she had gone. Angelica replied that she had gone for a walk with friends but didn't specify where exactly and when she planned to return home. They exchanged several messages and her mother noticed something strange again. According to her, the messages from her daughter were very different in style from what she was used to. Usually, Angelica wrote her detailed messages, telling her all the details. But this time, she only received short and vague phrases. Despite this, her mother did not suspect anything bad, especially since her daughter was already 18 years old. And she thought that the young woman just wanted to spend time with her friends. On that day, Angelica never came home, but continued to respond to messages. However, she still did not give clear answers about where she was and when she planned to return home. In the second half of the day, the young woman stopped responding to her mother. Then she decided to call Angelica's friends and found out that none of them had seen her daughter and did not know where she was. By the evening of March 3rd, the mother decided to turn to the police. Detectives began an investigation and at first glance it seemed like the young woman had left on her own free will. Soon this version was supported by a note found in the house. Angelica's mother claimed that it was probably written in her daughter's handwriting. There was only one sentence with a very strange content. Angelica wrote that due to everything that was happening, she needed time alone with herself. No one in her family could understand what she meant. The young woman was cheerful, spent all of her free time studying and making plans for the future. She never mentioned any serious problems in her life, so the note seemed meaningless. The police also found that Angelica left her clothes, wallet, and car at home. This already contradicted the version that she had gone somewhere of her own free will. However, at that time, there was no evidence to the contrary. The first lead appeared several days after the investigation. A neighbor named Cody, who lived near Angelica's family, found a piece of her credit card near his house. He reported this to the police and immediately became the main suspect. Detectives assumed that he could have some connection to her disappearance, so they questioned him for 12 hours. He denied his guilt, and yet the police did not rush to remove suspicion from him. Angelica's relatives also believed that he was hiding something. By that time, all residents of the area knew about this case and many tried to help the investigation. People formed teams and searched the area for any evidence. They all began to suspect Cody after the credit card incident. Moreover, it turned out that he and Angelica attended the same school and dated for some time. Soon, another event occurred that indicated his involvement in her disappearance. Less than a week after the investigation began, Angelica's stepfather, Wesley Hadsell, burst into Cody's house and found Angelica's jacket there. The situation developed quite strangely. Wesley, who was involved in the search for his daughter with her friends, told them to go to Cody's house and look for Angelica's things, as he believed that the boy was involved in her disappearance. The friends did just that. They went to Cody's house and found her jacket there, which they immediately reported to the police. Cody was interrogated again, putting serious pressure on him. Despite this, Cody said that he had no idea where the jacket came from. All of this greatly confused investigators. On the one hand, the jacket in Cody's house was a very serious piece of evidence. But on the other hand, during the interrogation, the detectives had a strong impression that the boy was telling them the truth. He was willing to voluntarily provide his DNA sample, undergo a polygraph test, and do whatever they asked. But most importantly, he provided an alibi for the day of Angelica's disappearance. The police checked this information and concluded that he could really be innocent. Then they talked to Angelica's friends who found the jacket, and they told them that Wesley, Angelica's stepfather, gave them the tip. With this information, the detectives allowed that the man here was the main question. Why would he do that? The most obvious option was that Wesley was involved in his daughter's disappearance. The police began to study his biography and found that the man had more than 10 convictions for crimes of varying degrees of severity, and even more charges were not proven in court. He was repeatedly arrested for robbery, possession, and use of illegal substances. He kidnapped his own wife and subjected her to violence for several days. However, the court could not prove his guilt, so he did not receive any serious punishment. He had been in prison several times in his life, spending several years there in total. The detectives also found out that a few weeks before Angelica's disappearance, her mother kicked Wesley out of the house because he started using heavy illegal substances. Since then, he had been living in a hotel. All of this was enough to seriously consider him a suspect. During the interrogation, the man claimed that he had nothing to do with the disappearance of his daughter and was actively trying to find her. When asked when he last saw Angelica, Wesley stated that he saw her at a gas station around noon on the day of her disappearance. The young woman had asked him for a few $100s before they parted ways. However, the detectives reviewed the footage from the gas station cameras and found no evidence to support his claim. Wesley's colleagues at work reported that he had taken a few hours off on that day as his daughter had asked him for money. He returned to work at around 2 p.m. and was extremely nervous. There was an obvious contradiction in his statement. Wesley had told his colleagues that he needed to leave because his daughter had asked for money, but he told the police that he had accidentally spotted Angelica at the gas station while driving by. Furthermore, Angelica's car was parked near her home, so it was unclear why she would be at the gas station. When asked why he left work that day, Wesley stated that the alarm at the house where he lived before the quarrel with his wife had gone off, and he received a notification on his phone. The police could not verify this information and did not explain the obvious contradictions in his statement. The police then obtained a warrant to search Wesley's motel room, where he had been staying for the past few weeks. They found something interesting. Wesley had been keeping firearms and a large number of bullets. Since Wesley had several convictions, the law prohibited him from owning weapons, so he was immediately arrested. However, there was no evidence related to Angelica in his room. Thus, Wesley was charged with 3 crimes: illegal possession of a weapon, breaking into Cody's house, and tampering with evidence due to the jacket he had supposedly planted. He still insisted that he had nothing to do with his daughter's disappearance and was doing everything he could to find her. As a result, the court sentenced him to 20 years in prison, and the detectives continued to search for the young woman. They confiscated Wesley's work vehicle and found a shovel, tape, and dark gloves inside. However, the most interesting item was the GPS navigator, which they sent experts for analysis. The investigators wanted to know where Wesley had gone in the days after Angelica's disappearance. According to the data they received, on March 4th, Wesley had driven to a neighboring town, 90 kilometers away from Norfolk. His car had stayed in one place for 20 minutes before he drove back to work. Having arrived at the location on April 9th, the detective saw that his car was parked near an abandoned house in a remote area. After searching the area, they eventually found Angelica's body in a ditch not far from the building. She was covered with a piece of plywood, but even without it, it would have been extremely difficult to find her by chance, as the area around the house was overgrown and inaccessible. So no one could have stumbled upon her. The body was sent for a medical examination, and an unexpected statement awaited all participants in the process. According to the results, a dose of prohibited substances was found in the young woman's blood, which was 3 times the lethal dose for an average person. Angelica's family was in shock. The young woman didn't even drink alcohol, was actively involved in sports, and devoted almost all her time to studying. No one could believe that she was taking prohibited substances. Medical experts decided to conduct additional tests by analyzing the hair. It is possible to determine whether a person has taken narcotic drugs in the past, and this analysis showed that Angelica had never dealt with prohibited substances before. This made the version that she suddenly took a triple dose of her own free will practically impossible. In addition, someone buried her body in the ditch and covered it with a piece of plywood. Everything indicated that the young woman could have been given these substances against her will with the sole purpose of killing her and making it look like an accident. The detectives questioned Wesley again, who was already in prison at the time. The first question they asked him was what his work car was doing near the house where Angelica's body was found. The man's version was, to put it mildly, unconvincing. He said that he could have been set up and that he didn't go there himself. At the same time, he had previously said that no one except him had access to this car. Wesley even suggested that someone could have taken the navigator from his car, driven to that house, and returned the gadget back. Meanwhile, the police collected footage from various street cameras located along the way to this house, and they did indeed manage to find several recordings that showed that on that same day, Wesley was in the city where his daughter's body was found, driving his work car. Despite all this pointing to the man's involvement in the murder, the court needed more evidence. Therefore, the police continued to work on this case for several more years, trying to find irrefutable evidence. As a result, Wesley was charged with the murder of Angelica only at the end of 2018. The main court hearings began in January 2022, according to the prosecution's version of events. On March 2nd, Wesley arrived at the house where Angelica was located with the sole purpose of kidnapping her for the purpose of committing violent acts. He took her out of the house, carried out his plan, and gave her a triple dose of prohibited substances because he initially planned to make it look like an accident. During countless interrogations, the police repeatedly found that the man carefully thought out his versions and tried in every way to divert suspicion from himself. The prosecution managed to find a witness who supported their version, a person who sold Wesley the same prohibited drugs that Angelica died from. The court also heard that the police found Angelica's phone on the street and its location data was compared with Leslie's phone data. Since the young woman's disappearance, her smartphone was next to Wesley's smartphone, even when messages were sent from her mother's account. This indicated that it was Wesley who took Angelica's phone and tried to convince her mother that everything was okay with the young woman. The defendant's lawyers insisted that their client was innocent. According to their version, the young woman was depressed and decided to end her own life, and Wesley had nothing to do with it. This version did not explain why his car was near the place where her body was found or who buried her, covering her with a piece of plywood. All these arguments tried to explain either coincidences or attempts to frame Wesley. Interestingly, the man had said many times before that he did not believe in the overdose version and believed that Angelica was murdered. But for some reason, his opinion changed in court. It took the jury less than an hour to reach a verdict. Wesley was found guilty of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. The man said he would appeal the verdict and theoretically, he has a high enough chance of getting it overturned. As you may have already guessed, there is not a single material evidence against him. For example, no samples of his DNA were found on the victim's body, which would have been practically unquestionable evidence of guilt. The prosecution's main argument is the fact that Wesley's work car was actually located near the place where the young woman's body was later found. All other arguments are not serious evidence. Although just this person's past alone makes any of his words questionable. Considering that 10 years before the incident, he also kidnapped his wife and subjected her to violence, the prosecution's version seems more than convincing. But due to the lack of more significant evidence, lawyers may well challenge this verdict and achieve a new hearing. What do you think? Is Wesley guilty of murder, or does he have nothing to do with what happened? Share your opinion in the comments. A woman was found dead in her own apartment, and from the very beginning of the investigation the case was very strange. The only serious clue was a bite left by the attacker on the victim's body. It took the police over 20 years to finally uncover the horrifying truth, but such a turn of events caused a lot of dissatisfaction and criticism as no one expected such an outcome. Sherry Rasmussen was born on February 7, 1957 in the state of Washington. She grew up in a large and friendly family with 2 sisters and loving parents. Later they moved to the city of Tucson, Arizona, where Sherry attended the local school. She was an excellent student and even finished elementary school a year ahead of her peers. Sherry completed the entire 7th grade program on summer vacation by herself. After graduating from high school in 1973, she enrolled in a California college where her older sister was already studying. In her first year, Sherry decided to pursue a medical education and become a nurse, for which she had to take additional courses at another institution. After graduating from college in 1975, Sherry decided to get a master's degree at the University of California, Los Angeles, and also worked there as a nurse to pay for her education. After receiving her master's degree at the age of 23, her father bought her an apartment in the suburbs of Los Angeles. But Sherry did not want to live off her parents, so she wrote her father a check every month for the entire amount of the mortgage payments. She also got a job at a local hospital, heading the nursing department for caring for seriously ill people. In May 1984, when Sherry was 27 years old, she met a man named John Rutan. They immediately hit it off and the couple started dating. John had a good education, worked as a computer engineer, and was a very intelligent young man. A year later the couple decided to get married and, after that, John moved into Sherry's apartment. The newlyweds spent their honeymoon in Jamaica, after which they returned home to celebrate with Sherry's family. It seemed that this couple was destined for a happy and carefree future. On February 24th of the following year, when John was getting ready for work as usual, Sherry complained of feeling unwell and decided to stay home. She asked John to call her in a few hours. At around 7:20 a.m. John left for work. Closer to 10 a.m. John tried to reach her by phone, but she didn't answer. Half an hour later he tried again, but still no answer. So he called her workplace to check if she had gone to work, but Sherry hadn't shown up at the hospital either. Her sister also tried to reach her, but without success. John returned home from work at around 6 p.m. and immediately noticed something strange. The garage door was open, even though he had closed it in the morning, and Sherry's car was missing. Therefore, he first thought that she had gone somewhere. As he approached the garage, he saw a lot of broken glass and immediately discovered its source. There was a small balcony above the garage with a glass door which had been smashed. He entered the house through the garage and to his horror, found Sherry there. She was lying on the floor, her body badly disfigured. John immediately called the police and detectives began to examine the crime scene. In all the rooms, there was complete chaos, broken vases, overturned furniture, scattered items. A bloody handprint was found on the wall next to the alarm button. Apparently the victim tried to reach it, but failed. In addition to extensive bruises and wounds, experts noticed a human bite mark on Sherry's wrist. Apart from all of the above, the marks on her hands indicated that the attacker tied up the victim before untying her. The cause of death was 3 close-range gunshot wounds. Detectives found a blanket with bullet holes in the apartment and concluded that the attacker wrapped the gun in it to muffle the sound of the shots. Detectives immediately concluded that there was a prolonged struggle between the attacker and Sherry. This was evidenced by the amount of scattered and broken items throughout the apartment, as well as a bloody mark next to the alarm button. The lead investigator quickly concluded that they were dealing with a failed robbery. According to his opinion, at least 2 criminals broke into Sherry's apartment, but they didn't expect her to be home. A struggle ensued between them, and Sherry fought for her life until the end. Several facts supported the robbery version. Firstly, Sherry's car disappeared from the garage. Secondly, someone had placed the stereo equipment and player next to the staircase leading to the second floor. According to the police, the robbers wanted to take them and leave, but after the scuffle and murder, they fled the scene. However, there were some dubious moments in this version. Firstly, the police did not find any signs of forced entry. This meant that either Sherry let the criminals in herself or they had a key. Secondly, the perpetrators did not touch absolutely all the valuable items, including the jewelry box standing in plain sight. Detectives interviewed all of Sherry's neighbors, but it didn't yield any new leads. Some residents heard the sounds of a struggle, but not gunshots. They also didn't see anyone entering the woman's apartment. Experts took blood samples and fingerprints from the house, but they couldn't conduct DNA analysis in 1985. The lead investigator also took a piece of cotton and soaked it in the trace of the bite on Sherry's body. He hoped that the attacker's saliva could be left behind, and eventually experts could use this clue to catch the killer. After a thorough search of the apartment, detectives learned one interesting fact. It turned out that the criminals took only one thing: Sherry and John's marriage certificate. This was very strange and also raised suspicions about the man himself. But his alibi was unquestionable. John was at work until the evening, and he simply couldn't have committed this crime. Moreover, he himself told the police about the disappearance of this document. Detectives were unable to find an explanation for this strange fact. After a week and a half, they found Sherry's car in a parking lot 4 kilometers from her apartment. It was unlocked and the keys were in the ignition. Forensic experts tried to find fingerprints, but they were unsuccessful. Either the criminals only touched it with gloves on, or they wiped away all the fingerprints. 2 months after the murder that took place just a few hundred meters from Sherry's home, a robbery occurred. Detectives immediately found many similarities. 2 criminals broke into a stranger's apartment through the garage, threatened the owner with a gun, and stole stereo equipment. The lead investigator immediately thought that these 2 were behind the woman's murder, so the police tried to find them. From witness accounts, they created approximate composite sketches of the suspects and also learned that both men were Latino, but they were never found. However, investigators did not show much interest in getting to the truth, which constantly irritated Sherry's parents. Her father regularly went to the police station, inquired about the progress of the investigation, and asked the detectives to consider different versions. Once he even asked them to take a closer look at John's ex-girlfriend, Stephanie Lazarus, who was a police officer herself. Sherry had told her father several times that she was obsessed with John, but the investigators only laughed at this version. They told him to watch fewer detective shows. The thing was that Stephanie couldn't accept John's departure. Learning that he was going to marry another woman, she came to Sherry's workplace. Stephanie told her that their marriage was doomed and that she and John would be together again sooner or later. In addition, she said that John had slept with her already after becoming engaged to Sherry. Of course, after this visit, Sherry was deeply upset. Upon returning home, she told John what had happened, and he admitted that he had indeed slept with Stephanie. After she found out about his engagement, the young woman begged him to come over, spoke of her love, and urged him to return to her. But he said he loved Sherry and intended to marry her. Then Stephanie offered to sleep with him one last time, and John agreed. He apologized to Sherry and said it was a huge mistake on his part. The woman forgave him, and this incident with Stephanie gradually faded away. But the story didn't end there. Stephanie came to their home several times without warning under various pretexts. Once she came with a set of skis and announced that John promised to wax them for her. The next time she entered their apartment when the man was not at home. Sherry did not even hear how she entered the room and was shocked to see Stephanie in her living room. When asked what she was doing there, the woman said she came to talk to John. Sherry had a hard time convincing her to leave. Later, she even thought of going to the police about this incident, but did not. The woman was afraid that if she told about the harassment by their own employee, they would just laugh at her. She also wondered how Stephanie managed to enter the residential complex. It was surrounded by a high fence and a special pass was required to enter. Apparently, the woman used her police badge and the security let her in. As for Stephanie's apartment, there had to be a duplicate key. Otherwise, she simply could not have entered without breaking the lock. In addition to this, Sherry repeatedly noticed that someone was following her. Once she and John were sitting in a restaurant and the woman saw someone staring at them intently. As soon as she looked at this person, he immediately left. Sherry did not see his face because it was covered with a hood. It could be Stephanie. The victim's father told detectives about all these incidents, but they did not attach any importance to his words. They were sure that the murder was committed by the two Mexicans who robbed an apartment near Sherry's home. 3 months after the murder, something interesting happened. Some documents from Sherry's case disappeared from the police station. Among them were records of detectives about the progress of the investigation. They had to record almost every step related to the investigation of this crime. But at one point, the police simply could not find these journals. However, there were no important leads there anyway. Since then, the case has been hanging for years. Detectives did not show much desire to look for new leads despite constant pressure from Sherry's parents. 8 months after the murder, Sherry's father offered a reward of $10,000 for any information that would help find the perpetrator. A year later, he held a press conference where he again promised a reward for information, but in both cases, it yielded no results. 7 years later, the lead investigator on the case retired. The victim's father decided to meet with his successor, hoping that he would take his job more seriously. Additionally, it was 1993 and DNA analysis technology was already being actively used by the police to solve crimes. Sherry's father asked the detective to perform such an analysis and even offered to fully pay for it. However, the detective stated that it was pointless since they did not have a single suspect with whom to compare the obtained DNA profile. Meanwhile, John started a new family, but at some point he reunited with Stephanie. They planned to go to Hawaii together, but something unusual happened before that. The man called the detective and asked if they had any new evidence indicating Stephanie's involvement in the murder. Apparently, he himself suspected that the woman might have done something like that. However, all these years, he was afraid to talk about it, although this did not prevent him from sleeping with her again. As for Stephanie herself, she was quickly climbing the career ladder in the police department. She received higher ranks, twice became Detective of the Year, and had an impeccable reputation. She also married another police officer, but this did not prevent her from regularly sleeping with John to work on unsolved murders. They were given Sherry's case along with thousands of similar cases, and the detectives began sorting through them gradually. They briefly studied each case, trying to understand which ones had the greatest chance of being solved. For example, murders without any clues were pushed to the end of the queue, and cases with DNA samples of possible suspects were marked as the most promising. Sherry's murder made it onto this list because among the evidence was a piece of cotton that could have contained the perpetrator's saliva left behind after a bite. 2 years later, detectives picked up the case and sent all available evidence to the laboratory. Due to high demand, they had to wait almost 2 years for the results until January 2005. Among the evidence were nail fragments and blood samples from the apartment. All of them contained only Sherry's DNA, and the forensic scientists only had to study the sample from the bite mark on her body. The problem was that they couldn't find the vial with this evidence for a whole day, until they finally discovered it by the wall of a large refrigerator. After studying the sample, experts found foreign DNA belonging to an unknown woman. This profile was immediately run through the FBI database, but it wasn't there. Detectives speculated that this woman could have committed the robbery with another criminal, or 2 female robbers could have broken into Sherry's apartment. The investigators still believed that the murder occurred during a robbery, therefore they didn't consider any other versions. After they failed to find any new leads in this direction, the case was put on hold. This continued until February 2009, when a new detective took up Sherry's case, began studying the materials left by other investigators. Seeing that DNA from another woman was found at the bite mark on the victim's body, he questioned the robbery version. Detectives considered that the motives for this crime could be completely different, so they decided to compile a list of all the women who could potentially be related to Sherry's murder. As a result, they managed to collect 5 names. Among them was Stephanie, the victim's colleague at work, and 3 other young women. The detectives initially doubted Stephanie's involvement, considering her reputation and successful career in the police. For this reason, he first decided to check the other suspects. Together with other investigators, they fairly quickly concluded that 3 women from this list had no connection to Sherry's death. They lacked motives and had alibis. After that, they began to investigate the nurse who worked with Sherry. The case file stated that they had rather tense relations, and the police secretly obtained a sample of her DNA from the trash he threw away. Experts extracted the profile and found that it didn't match the saliva found at the bite mark location. Thus, the detectives had only one suspect left: Stephanie. He and several colleagues agreed to keep this information secret until they could obtain solid evidence or disprove this theory. None of them wanted to accuse a police officer with an impeccable reputation of murder, and Stephanie could easily ruin their careers using her connections. They began secretly gathering information on her, trying to find any connection to the murder. Interestingly, the woman worked in the same building on the same floor as them. The investigators had to take many precautions and not even mention her name in their notes. Soon the detectives discovered the first interesting fact. During the years of the murder, Stephanie owned a .38 caliber revolver, the same type of gun that was used to shoot Sherry. They also learned that the victim had repeatedly complained about strange and even aggressive behavior from Stephanie in her uniform, and said rude things to her seemed suspicious. Even more suspicion was added by the fact that Stephanie had broken into Sherry's gated community and even into her apartment several times. After analyzing the reports and photos from the crime scene, the detectives concluded that the possible robbery seemed staged. Nothing was taken from the apartment, not even the valuable items that were prominently displayed. But instead, only a player and stereo were taken away. Moreover, the shooter had to be well-versed in how the gun worked. In extreme conditions, he was able to wrap the gun barrel with a blanket in such a way that the neighbors did not hear a single shot. It is unlikely that a low-level thief of players could possess such skills, but a trained and experienced police officer could. Another fact indicating Stephanie's involvement was a stolen marriage registration certificate found in her apartment. Why would some random burglars look for this document and take it with them, leaving a whole box of jewelry behind? But for Stephanie, it could have had a significant symbolic value. Perhaps killing Sherry was not enough for her, or she had planned to break into her apartment only for this document, but the woman caught her in the act. In the end, the detective learned that 2 weeks after the murder, Stephanie came to the police station and filed a report of theft. According to this information, someone had broken into her car, which was left near the pier, and stolen several items, including a sports bag, clothes, videotapes, and a .38 caliber revolver. Given all the facts presented, the moment with the gun seemed very suspicious. Detectives suspected that she intentionally got rid of the weapon, disguising it as a theft. Furthermore, she filed a report at a different police station where nobody knew her, which seemed very strange since her colleagues would have taken the case with the utmost responsibility. As a result, the detectives decided to obtain a DNA sample from Stephanie. Several officers undercover followed her for a week until they finally had the opportunity to get it. On May 28, 2009, Stephanie and her stepdaughter stopped at a cafe for a snack. As soon as they left, the officers took the glass she drank from and sent it to the lab. The next day, the result was ready. A full match. Despite the many factors pointing to Stephanie's involvement, the detectives were still shocked. It was hard for them to believe that a high-ranking and respected police officer was connected to the murder. But the DNA results were indisputable. However, at that moment, they did not have time for these thoughts, and investigators began developing a plan to arrest her. None of them wanted to do this in the middle of the police station in front of hundreds of officers. Moreover, Stephanie had extensive connections, and the detectives decided to lure her away from prying eyes. The chief of the Los Angeles Police Department was unofficially informed that one of his subordinates was suspected of the murder. The chief ordered the detectives not to approach Stephanie while she had her service or personal weapon with her. He also considered the idea of arresting her in her own home risky since she lived with her husband and stepdaughter. The detectives began to think about how to get the person who outranked them to surrender their weapon. And soon they had an excellent idea. In the basement of the police department, there were holding cells designed for temporary detention of criminals. So anyone entering there had to surrender their weapon. To lure her there, a legend was created. Stephanie had extensive experience working in the department that dealt with art thefts. Therefore, on June 5, 2009, two detectives with hidden microphones approached her and asked for help. They said they had arrested a suspect who may have some information about stolen paintings. The detectives admitted that they were not familiar with all the details and needed the help of an experienced professional. Stephanie agreed and went with them to the basement where the suspect was supposed to be held. After the woman surrendered her weapon, they went to the interrogation room, but there was no suspect there. Instead, the detectives gradually and very carefully laid out the cards on the table, asking Stephanie questions about Sherry's murder. At first, they simply said that they needed to ask her a few questions about an old case related to her ex-boyfriend. Over the course of an hour, they smoothly led the dialogue to a discussion of the murder itself, but Stephanie said that she hardly remembered Sherry as it was all a long time ago. Finally, the detectives announced that they had obtained the killer's DNA and asked Stephanie to provide her DNA sample for comparison. At that point, the woman immediately said that she was not going to give her DNA, refused to talk further without a lawyer, and decided to leave. The detectives let her go, but several policemen with handcuffs were waiting for Stephanie at the end of the corridor. 23 years after the murder, the woman was arrested. Considering Stephanie's vast police experience, all attempts to talk to her during interrogations led to no results. She knew the situation perfectly. There was DNA evidence against her, found at the bite mark on the victim's body, and it was extremely difficult to dispute this evidence. Nevertheless, she denied her involvement and insisted on her innocence. As a result, the detectives had no choice but to prepare documents for the transfer to court. Over the next few years, Stephanie was held in a woman's prison until the first hearings began in 2012. It took the police 3 years to basically rebuild the case from scratch. Because their predecessors blindly believed in a failed robbery, it was necessary to redo all the materials and focus specifically on Stephanie. After trial, the woman continued to insist on her innocence. Her lawyer questioned the DNA test results and also pointed out that there were no suspicions against Stephanie during the initial investigation. But all these arguments turned out to be completely unconvincing. The prosecution believed that on that day, Stephanie waited for John to leave for work and entered Sherry's apartment. She went upstairs, shot Sherry once, but Sherry managed to resist and a struggle ensued, which moved downstairs. Ultimately, Stephanie killed her, staged a riot in the apartment, creating an illusion of a burglary. She then found a marriage certificate and left the scene. After her arrest, detectives discovered that Stephanie had boasted to colleagues about her lock-picking set, and they found several books on how to pick locks in her home. This could explain how she entered the apartment without leaving any traces of a break-in. A lock of not the best quality can be picked with lock picks so that no expert will notice any traces. The trial ended on March 8, 2012. The jury found Stephanie guilty of murder. She received a sentence ranging from 27 years to life in prison, as well as an additional 2 years for using a service weapon. The judge deducted 1,000 days from her sentence, citing the time spent behind bars awaiting trial and her good behavior. Sherry's parents tried to sue the detectives who originally worked the case, despite the fact that the victim's father had been telling them to look at Stephanie from the very beginning. They ignored his words. This raises a reasonable question. Were they deliberately covering up their colleague, or did they really not believe in her involvement? In the first case, it would have been a serious crime. And in the second case, it would have been simple negligence and ignoring significant facts. Unfortunately, the statute of limitations had expired in this case, and the court refused to prosecute these police officers. As for Stephanie, she filed an appeal immediately after the trial, but it was quickly rejected. She still denies her guilt while behind bars. At present, she's 62 years old and can file a petition for early release only in 2039. Sherry's ex-husband, John, lost interest in investigating her murder. Almost immediately after it happened, he started a new family, slept with Stephanie for a while, and later moved to another city. Detectives questioned his involvement, but this version seems unlikely. Most likely, he did not know about his ex-wife's plans. Thus, this case could have been gathering dust in archives to this day if it hadn't fallen into the hands of professional detectives. Everyone who worked on it before refused to even consider the version of their colleagues' involvement. Share your opinion about this story in the comments, and don't forget to give a like if you enjoyed the video.
A young woman was found dead on the floor of her own apartment. The police began an investigation and immediately uncovered several very alarming facts. It turned out that the residents of this complex had long noticed something strange and lived in fear. During the investigation, detectives learned more and more horrifying details until they finally arrived at an unexpected truth. But it was only the beginning. Stephanie Bennett was born on August 30, 1979, in the small American town of Rocky Mount, Virginia. When she was little, her parents divorced and Stephanie stayed with her mother. However, their father lived near their home and the young woman continued to see him almost every day. Later, her father remarried and Stephanie gained a stepsister named Diana. After school, Stephanie enrolled in Roanoke College, located 350 kilometers from her home. In her final year, she met a guy named Walter and they soon started dating. After college, the couple moved to different cities, but they continued to be together. Stephanie moved to the city of Raleigh, North Carolina with her stepsister, Diana, and their mutual friend, Emily. The three of them rented an apartment in the Bridgeport residential complex, located in a quiet, peaceful area on the outskirts of the city. The young woman found a job at IBM while her boyfriend moved to Greenville, South Carolina to obtain an engineering degree. Stephanie lived in Raleigh for about a year. By that time, she and her sister and friend were planning to move to different cities. The young woman, who was only 23 at the time, was planning to move to Greenville to be with her boyfriend, and the couple had already begun looking for a place to rent. In May, Stephanie went to Greenville where she and Walter looked at several apartments and chose a suitable option for rent. When she returned to Raleigh, her friends and sister were no longer in the apartment. Emily had moved to another city and Diana had gone away for a few days to attend a funeral. On the evening of May 20th, Stephanie came home from work and spoke to Walter on the phone. Her boyfriend was planning to send her a rental agreement via fax for her to sign. They agreed that he would send it the next day when she could use her work computer. The following day, Walter tried to reach her, but Stephanie didn't answer either her work or home phone. He then called her sister Diana, who contacted Stephanie's colleagues. It turned out that Stephanie didn't show up to work that day, which was very unusual. Stephanie was always responsible and would have informed her boss if she was sick. Moreover, if she was at home sick, she would have answered the phone. Diana asked her friend to go to their apartment and check if everything was okay. There was no answer when they knocked on the door. Then Diana asked the apartment manager to open the door with a spare key. As soon as the man entered the apartment, he saw a horrifying sight. Stephanie was lying lifeless on the floor of the room with no clothes on and bruises on her neck. The manager immediately called the police. Detectives found Stephanie's documents and confirmed that the deceased was indeed her through a photo. On the laundry basket cover, which was under the window in Emily's bedroom, investigators noticed leaves and concluded that the killer may have entered the apartment through the window. They also discovered that the home phone was in the closet in Emily's room and the cable was cut. Apparently, the perpetrator was hiding there and took the phone with him so Stephanie couldn't use it. After speaking with Diana, the police determined that several items were missing from the apartment. The perpetrator took $8 from Stephanie's wallet, 2 tape recorders, and the laundry basket from Stephanie's room. It seemed that he had put the stolen items inside the basket. Experts found semen on the victim's body and extracted a DNA sample, but it wasn't in the FBI database. They also determined that the cause of death was strangulation. Interestingly, the perpetrator took the object he used to kill a victim with, as the police were unable to find it in the apartment. Meanwhile, investigators interviewed all the residents of the complex, hoping someone might have seen the killer. During these conversations, the police learned that something strange had been happening in the residential complex for several months. People regularly noticed someone peeping at them through the windows of their apartments. They complained to the manager, but the management of the complex could not find the person. Interestingly, at least once this person was seen at Stephanie's window. In addition, several months ago an unknown man near the lake near the complex assaulted a young woman who went for a run. After this incident, Stephanie was afraid to stay alone in this apartment and wanted to move to Greenwell as soon as possible. Detectives studied the area around the complex and discovered something strange. In the bushes they found dozens of pieces of women's underwear, which has later turned out belonged to Stephanie. The police thought the killer took them out of the apartment, but then, for some reason, threw them in the bushes. However, soon this version was refuted. It turned out that a teenager living in the neighboring apartment regularly sneaked into Stephanie's room and stole her underwear, after which he threw it into the bushes. He admitted this when investigators questioned all the residents, but he denied his involvement in the murder. His DNA sample was taken and it did not match the sample obtained from the killer's semen. For this reason, he was no longer suspected of the crime. The police believe that the most obvious candidate for the role of the killer was the same man who repeatedly peeped at the female residents of the complex through the windows. After talking to everyone who had ever noticed this person, the detectives compiled an approximate portrait. It was published in newspapers, but it did not yield any results. As part of the standard procedure, investigators checked the victim's boyfriend. He voluntarily gave his DNA, which did not match the killer sample. In addition, at the time of the murder, Walter was hundreds of kilometers away from her home and physically could not have been there. After that, the police went to all the male residents of the complex, asking them to voluntarily give their DNA. This also did not yield any results. The experts did not find a single match among the 283 samples obtained. At this point, they did not have any serious leads. Detectives organized surveillance of the residential complex, hoping to catch the man who was spying on the residents. To their surprise, they quickly succeeded. On June 3rd, the police noticed a man who approached several windows on the ground floor and peered into the apartments. Stopping at one of the windows, this person began to satisfy himself and the police immediately arrested him. This pervert turned out to be Christopher Lee Campin, who had been caught spying several times before and had been convicted of stalking a woman 3 years earlier. The detectives thought they had finally caught the killer, but they were disappointed. Christopher's DNA did not match the sample found on the victim's body. He was charged with spying, but they stopped considering him a suspect in the murder case. Since then, the police continued to work on the case, but they had no substantial leads. A year later, the lead detective heard about a lab in Florida that could determine a person's ethnicity based on their DNA. However, he had doubts about this technology, but he didn't want to miss such an opportunity. As a test, he sent the DNA of 4 of his colleagues of different ethnicities to the lab. The experts succeeded in their task 100%, and the detectives sent them the DNA of Stephanie's killer. The lab determined that the DNA belonged to a white person, but this information did not help the police much. The victim's father offered a reward of $100,000 for any information that would lead to the capture of the killer. Her mother wrote a letter which was published in local newspapers, begging people to share with the police any information that could help identify the suspect. All of this brought some new leads, but they did not lead anywhere. In April 2004, based on the testimony of multiple witnesses, detectives decided to interview all residents of the complex again. They suspected that the man arrested for voyeurism might not have been the only one who walked around the complex buildings and peeked into other people's windows. Knowing the identity of the first man and having his photographs, the investigators wanted to talk to the residents who had seen the voyeur again. Unfortunately, none of them had ever seen his face. Most often, this man appeared at night, and he almost always wore a hood. However, some witnesses said they saw him without the hood but could only see that he had long hair. Detectives interviewed several dozen people until they finally reached a man who saw this person right in front of Stephanie's window before her murder. His testimony was already with the police, but this time he remembered something else. The witness claimed that he saw this person a few days after the incident during daylight hours. This man was walking his dog near the wooded area behind the residential complex, and the witness recognized him by his hoodie. He watched him for a while until he disappeared behind the trees with his Labrador. Apparently, the witness simply forgot about this incident or did not think it was related to the murder. So during the initial questioning, the police did not receive this information. One thing is for sure, detectives only obtained this information 2 years after Stephanie's death. Now they knew they should be looking for a man with a Labrador. Judging by the fact that this person was walking his dog in the area, he must have lived nearby. And here the detectives noted one interesting fact. Behind the forested area where the witness saw the man, there was another residential complex. He could well have lived there. The police went there and asked the staff if there was a man with a Labrador among the complex residents. They immediately gave them the name of 35-year-old Drew Planton, as well as added a few interesting details. All the complex employees considered him somewhat strange. He hardly talked to anyone, never looked people in the eye, and was generally very unsociable. The man was very thin with long hair and always wore beige clothes. Many people thought he was trying to attract as little attention as possible. In his case, however, it worked just the opposite. The police decided to find out more about this person and talked to an elderly resident who, according to the staff, kept an eye on everything happening in the complex. And here they were in for a very unexpected turn. When they told her they were investigating the murder of Stephanie Bennett, the woman replied, "Haven't you arrested anyone yet? Everyone knows it was that guy with the big dog." The detectives were, to say the least, shocked. It took them 2 years to get to this person, and the residents of his complex initially suspected this man, but none of them deemed it necessary to share their suspicions with the police, and settled on the other side of town. The investigators decided to talk to him and came to his apartment, but no one responded to their knock on the door. They came there several more times at different times of the day and never received an answer. Either the man was never home or he intentionally did not open the door for them. While they tried to locate Drew, the police questioned his former neighbors at his old place of residence. They managed to find several witnesses who shared troubling facts. A woman living on the floor above had seen Drew in the company of a young boy a few days after Stephanie's murder. They were walking down the street and talking about something. According to the witness, Drew asked the boy to stop contacting the police and not to tell them anything. The investigators immediately concluded that the young man in question was the same teenager who had stolen underwear from the victim's apartment. Several women had reported being genuinely afraid of Drew, having spotted him during the runs or walks in secluded areas. The man would either closely observe them or even follow them. Detectives who had been unable to speak with Drew found his place of work and headed there. He was a chemist at a fertilizer production laboratory, and the investigators managed to catch him at his workplace. He immediately stated that he had not heard of Stephanie Bennett's murder, which was strange considering that he lived just a kilometer away from her complex at the time. The man clearly had no desire to talk to the police and told them he was very busy at the moment. Drew told the investigators that they could come to his home at an appointed time and he would answer all their questions. The detectives met him at his apartment and the man finally opened the door to them. During the conversation, he stated that he had never walked his dog near Stephanie's complex. However, given that the police had many witnesses who had repeatedly seen him in that area, the investigators immediately understood that he was lying. The man also claimed that he did not wear glasses, even though his driver's license indicated that he was required to wear them while driving, and several witnesses had reported that the man who was peeping into the windows of other apartments wore glasses. As expected, Drew refused to voluntarily provide a DNA sample. The detectives then decided to conduct surveillance on him, hoping to obtain a sample in a different way. However, this proved to be a very difficult task since the man did not leave behind any items that could be sent to the laboratory. For example, during lunch breaks, he would leave work, sit in his car, and just stare at one point. The man did not eat anything, so the investigators could not obtain any objects with his DNA. Once they noticed Drew throwing an empty water bottle into a garbage bin. Detectives took it and sent it to the laboratory, but experts were unable to extract a DNA sample from it. According to one version, Drew took someone else's bottle and purposely threw it on the street, knowing that he was being watched. After that, the police decided to obtain his garbage, but here too they were unsuccessful. For several days, they never saw Drew take it out. Interestingly, the man's neighbors also could not remember ever seeing him with a trash bag. Next, investigators asked Drew's boss for help. The woman agreed to help them obtain any item from his workplace that might contain Drew's DNA. She watched him for several days, but was unable to get a hold of any item. Drew rarely ate at work, never threw anything away, and she couldn't find a single hair on his desk, which seemed strange given that the man had fairly long hair. Investigators were already convinced that Drew was intentionally covering up all traces to prevent them from obtaining his DNA. One day, the boss saw him tying his hair back with a rubber band and then bending down to pick up all the hairs that fell in the process. After that, the woman decided to invite him for a lunch break at a cafe to supposedly discuss some work matters. But even there, the man was extremely cautious. He mostly ate with his hands, put all the used napkins in his pocket, and even took the straw and cup with his drink. For dessert, they ordered banana pudding and Drew finally used a fork but then wiped it with a damp napkin for 15 minutes, ruling out any possibility of obtaining a DNA sample from the utensil. Despite this, the investigators still took the fork and sent it to the laboratory. The experts were able to find tiny traces of DNA which showed a partial match with the DNA of Stephanie's killer. However, the result was too imprecise as more biological material was needed for a full comparison. In the end, the detectives obtained a warrant to search Drew's workplace. They hoped to find some item containing his DNA. The investigators were afraid that the man might escape if he found out about the search, so they decided to conduct it in the evening. Among the suspect's belongings, they found gloves that he had to wear when working with chemicals. The detectives understood that his DNA might be inside, so they took them and left another pair in their place. They still feared that Drew might try to run, so they kept him under surveillance for several days until the laboratory confirmed. The gloves did, in fact, contain his DNA. On October 18, 2005, police quietly surrounded the laboratory where a man worked and waited for him to come out. Investigators feared that if they tried to arrest him inside the building, he might take one of his colleagues hostage or attack them. Their concerns were not unfounded. When the man emerged from the building, he was immediately apprehended. He was found to have a loaded pistol on him, and apparently knew that the police were just steps away from catching him and had no plans to surrender easily. During a 6-hour interrogation, the man, Drew, remained silent and refused food, water, and hardly moved. Eventually, detectives had to put him in a wheelchair to move him around the area. After obtaining a search warrant for his apartment, investigators found a laundry basket stolen from Stephanie's home. 2 rifles, 40 knives, a sword, and a machete. Among his belongings, detectives also found a set of lockpicks and handcuffs. They found a notebook with dozens of women's names and immediately located them to ensure they were safe. One of the women was the same resident of his complex who had complained about Jude during the investigation. She said that he had been watching her on the street and she felt uncomfortable with his gaze. Her concerns were confirmed when police found her underwear and tampons in Drew's home, as well as a copy of her high school graduation tape. It turned out that Drew had broken into her apartment, taken the tape, made a copy, and returned the original. All this time, he kept these items even after moving. In his apartment, they also found a check in the name of a woman who was killed in 1999. Investigators learned that at the time, Drew lived in her city and moreover, the woman was shot with a fairly rare caliber gun. But exactly such a weapon was found in the man's collection during the search. Thus, Drew became a suspect in this case. But first he had to stand trial for the murder of Stephanie. A month after his arrest, the prosecution officially announced that they would seek the death penalty. The trial was supposed to begin the following year and Drew spent that time in solitary confinement. But the trial never happened. On January 1, 2006, a man was found dead in the same cell. Despite all precautions taken, he managed to end his life. Investigators had no doubt that Drew had killed Stephanie Bennett. But after a search of his house, the inevitable question arose. How many other victims could this person have had? At the very least, he was highly likely to have been responsible for the woman's murder in 1999. But detectives were practically certain that Drew could have been involved in other crimes. After carefully studying his biography, the police discovered several interesting facts. Drew grew up in a complete family with 3 brothers. Their father constantly humiliated and beat the children until the mother fled with them to another state. As a result, Drew became a very withdrawn teenager, and this only intensified in the future. Despite this, he received a good education and got a decent job as a chemist. His colleagues said he was very smart, but his social skills were practically non-existent. He had no friends, he didn't talk to anyone at work, and always tried to keep as far away from the team as possible. Interestingly, Drew's own brother also had a criminal record. He peeped at women with a hidden camera and received a suspended sentence. In 2008, Drew's mother sued the state government, accusing the authorities of causing her son's death. However, the judge concluded that the prison staff had taken all prescribed precautions and could not stop the man. Stephanie Bennett's father tried to sue the management of the residential complex for ignoring residents' reports of a peeping Tom and not paying enough attention to the safety of residents on the premises. In his opinion, there was not enough lighting around the building at night and anyone could walk there unnoticed. He also learned that the window in his daughter's apartment had been broken, but the complex management did not rush to fix this problem even though it was their direct responsibility. But in the end, the man himself refused these accusations, not commenting on his decision. Thus, this complex and confusing case was ultimately solved. Police to this day wonder how many other victims could Drew have had. The available information indicates that the man was prone to serial crimes, but after his death it became practically impossible to find out the truth. Share your opinion in the comments. Don't forget to like this video if you liked it. There was a booth in the park with various flyers, among which was a photo of a dead dog named Albert. The owners placed this flyer on the stand to say goodbye to their pet, but the detectives noticed a plastic bag underneath it. When they opened it, they saw a Polaroid photo of Samantha in the background with a newspaper from February 13th and a letter written on a typewriter in which the kidnapper demanded that $30,000 be deposited in her bank account. He promised to kill the young woman if these conditions were not met. The police and the FBI immediately devised a plan that could help them catch this thoughtful criminal. They told the young woman's father to top up the card in installments so that the kidnapper would have to repeatedly go to the ATMs. He did just that. First, the man deposited $5,000, and a few hours later, that money was withdrawn from one of the Anchorage ATMs. The kidnapper was caught on camera. But even here, the detectives were unsuccessful. The man was wearing a hat, a hood, glasses, and what appeared to be a false beard and mustache. It was impossible to identify him from the photograph. The police immediately arrived at the ATM, but the perpetrator had already fled. A week later, the thief withdrew another batch of money in Willcox, Arizona, the opposite end of the United States. He traveled 6,000 miles to throw off investigators, but they continued to monitor his activities. The next cash withdrawal occurred in Lordsburg, New Mexico, just an hour away from Arizona. Following that, he made 2 more withdrawals in different cities in Texas. In the meantime, police carefully examined ATM photos. They soon realized that the criminal had made a huge mistake in Willcox. He had left his car in the camera's line of sight, so the detectives now knew the model of his car. Of course, it was impossible to make out the license plates in such a picture, but now they had something to work with. Investigators feared the kidnapper might cross the border into Mexico, so all patrols were instructed to stop white Ford Focuses. A few days later, on March 13th, a Texas highway patrol spotted a vehicle of that make in a hotel parking lot. There was a man sitting behind the wheel. The officer decided to wait for him to pull up and follow him. Soon the man drove out of the parking lot and along the highway. As soon as the driver exceeded the allowable speed limit of 3 miles, the patrolman ordered him to pull over at the curb. This was done to put the suspect's vigilance to sleep. If a dangerous criminal is behind the wheel, he may be armed and ready to fight back to the last man, so the patrolman pretended that the reason for the stop was a minor infraction. The driver of the white Ford turned out to be 34-year-old Israel Keys of Anchorage. The policeman was immediately alerted and decided to search his car, calling for backup in the process. Samantha's cell phone and her boyfriend's bank card were found in the car. They also found a gun, a false mustache, a beard, and dark glasses. Police had no doubt that he was behind Samantha's kidnapping, but they were still shocked because Keys had never come to their attention. The man had a perfectly clean criminal history. He lived with his girlfriend and 10-year-old daughter and ran his small construction business successfully. He was respected and trusted among his acquaintances. Even some members of the Anchorage prosecutor's office used his repair and construction services, but one question preoccupied everyone. Where was Samantha Koenig? Under questioning, Keys was extremely calm. He joked and laughed a lot. The FBI agents kept up the dialogue in his style, and after a while, he confessed what he had done. He stated that he had been planning to rob this coffee shop for several days. He did not know in advance if he would kidnap the employee. Moreover, he had worked out 2 rules which he himself broke. Never look for victims near his own home and never transport them in his car. All of this made him hesitant as he stood in front of Samantha in a dark coffee shop, but he made the decision to act to the end. On the night of the kidnapping, he drove her to the shed in the backyard of his house where his daughter and girlfriend were at the time. The perpetrator turned on the radio in case his victim tried to scream and left to get the bank card. When he returned, Israel quietly entered the house, trying not to wake his family, poured himself a glass of wine, and went into the barn. There, he abused Samantha and killed her. But what about this photo they found in the park? It had the February 13th issue of the newspaper from 2 weeks after the kidnapping, and Samantha appeared to be alive. But in fact, she had been dead all along, and there is no manipulation in the photo. Keys fixed her eyelids so that her eyes were open and applied makeup to her face. According to a detective who attended the interrogation, Israel recounted the details of the murder with such ease as if he were listing the foods he'd eaten for breakfast. The perpetrator agreed to tell it all on the condition that the confession portion of the interrogation not be published. He did not want his daughter to hear it all. In doing so, he killed Samantha only a few dozen yards from her bedroom. The detectives already thought Key's story was nearing its end, but that was only the beginning. The morning after the murder, Israel and his family went on a sea cruise from the city of New Orleans. Tickets for it had been purchased in advance, and the perpetrator was well aware that he was committing this murder just hours before departure. Accordingly, he had to leave the body somewhere so that no one would discover it. Keyes did the simple thing and left it in the same barn. It was freezing outside, so the body quickly froze. When Keyes returned home 2 weeks later, he took a picture with a newspaper and used a typewriter to write a ransom letter. He then separated the body into pieces and went to a small lake 40 minutes outside acreage. Using a chainsaw, he made holes in the ice where he placed bags of the body parts and additional weights. After all that, the maniac went winter fishing. It took police divers 10 hours to retrieve those bags from the bottom. Detectives also learned that during his trips between ATMs across the states, Keyes used a rental car, the same white Ford Focus. At one point, he had a malfunction and went to one of the dealerships to have the car changed. Surprisingly, that woman played a key role in catching the culprit. The car was caught on ATM camera before the breakdown, and all the police were looking for that particular model. The dealership gave him the same white Focus because they had no other suitable cars at the time. Had the situation been different, he would never have been stopped. In the end, during questioning, Keyes confirmed what the investigators had already guessed. Samantha was not his first victim. The perpetrator had promised to tell them about all the crimes he had committed in exchange for 2 conditions. First, he wanted a guaranteed death sentence and demanded that it be carried out within a year of being pronounced. He asked that everything he said be kept secret from the press. These conditions surprised the detectives, but they saw no reason to refuse, and the maniac began to tell them horror stories. Israel began committing crimes at an early age. He would break into other people's houses, steal, set fires in the woods, and torture animals. His parents were deep believers, but they practiced a very questionable and unpopular branch of Christianity. Because of his parents' constantly shifting religious preferences, they regularly moved around the country. At the age of 20, Keyes joined the army, where he spent 3 years. A few months before that, he had molested a random young woman after spotting her in an Oregon park. When questioned, Israel said he wanted to get out of the army as soon as possible so he could start killing. After quitting at age 23, he began his killing streak. He's made weapons caches in the woods so he could go there at any time and start looking for victims. Police found 2 such caches in Anchorage and New York. Inside were money, knives, gun, and body disposal supplies. Over the next few years, he regularly went out hunting in different states, but the exact number of his victims is still unknown. The FBI has only been able to pinpoint 5 of them. But detectives believe Keyes committed at least 11 murders, and these are just the cases where many factors point to his involvement. In total, the number of murders could be as many as 30. In addition, Israel had been robbing banks, stores, and private homes so that he always had enough money to buy weapons and travel. In his hiding places, discovered after interrogations, he was found to have considerable cash reserves. The man has never come to the attention of the police except on one occasion. In all interrogations, he denied his involvement, but detectives did not believe him. On March 3, 1996, a 12-year-old girl named Julie Harris disappeared. Israel Keyes, who was 16 at the time, lived in the same neighborhood. Police suspected him after a witness found Julie near Keyes shortly before her disappearance. It was not until a year later that the girl's remains were found in the river and her killer was never caught. During interrogations after Samantha's murder, Keyes denied his involvement, but investigators were again reluctant to take his word for it. They did not, however, have any direct evidence. In a conversation with FBI agents, Israel admitted that he had studied serial killers since he was a child. His idol was Ted Bundy, and the maniac wanted to be like him. He felt no remorse for his victims and happily recounted how he managed to lead 2 completely different lives. On the one hand, he was a decent family man and businessman, and on the other, he was an inhuman killer. The only thing that gave any hint of feeling was that Keyes had asked the detectives to keep the details of his crimes from his daughter. He also stated that he had never killed children or anyone who had, again because of his own daughter. The FBI agents did not believe this, but they could not prove otherwise. They were all forced to admit that Israel was an extremely thoughtful maniac who had made only one mistake in his entire series of crimes. The investigators hoped that he would tell them all of his atrocities himself, but that never happened. 9 months after his arrest, Keyes took his own life in his cell. Even though FBI agents had spent hundreds of hours interrogating him up to that point, much he had withheld from them. 11 drawings depicting skulls were found under the bed in his cell. It is possible that each one symbolized a victim. The picture of these drawings were not published until 2020. Thus, Israel Keyes can be considered one of the most violent and elaborate maniacs. He managed to maintain an impeccable reputation, committing dozens of different crimes, always getting away with it. If he hadn't left his car in camera view, might never have been caught. Investigators had no doubt that if he had, he would have continued to kill. Keyes himself said he saw killing as his purpose in life and planned to continue hunting people until he was caught. Share your opinion in the comments and don't forget to like this video if you like it. An 18-year-old young woman drove her car to another city and disappeared without a trace, and a week later her body was found in a river. The police had no suspects, and her car could not be found for years. Only 14 years later did the young woman's relatives learn the gruesome truth. Lisa Kimmel was born July 18, 1969, in the small American town of Covington, Tennessee. Soon her parents had 2 more daughters, and in 1972, the family moved to a town called Billings. From an early age, the girl was distinguished by her independence and determination. She helped her parents take care of their younger sisters and also worked part-time at a local restaurant. Thanks to this, she earned a new Honda CRX for herself even before she graduated from high school. The young woman also finished her license plate with the inscription, "Little Miss," as she was often called by her parents and sisters, and these plates would play a significant role in the whole story. After graduating from high school in 1987, Lisa decided to continue working at the restaurant despite her parents' objections. They wanted their daughter to go to college, but the young woman planned to pursue a career in her chosen direction. They eventually agreed that Lisa would work for a year and still consider going to college. The young woman worked at a large chain restaurant, Arby's, along with her mother, who was the regional manager there. And soon after graduation, Lisa was offered a management position herself, but already in another city. She was to go to the suburbs of Denver, about 900 kilometers from home, and manage a restaurant there. For the 18-year-old young woman who had just graduated from high school, it was a serious challenge, but Lisa accepted without a shadow of a doubt. In addition, her mother frequently traveled to Denver for work, and they saw each other almost every week. Sometimes the young woman herself drove to her family's house in Billings. The restaurant where Lisa worked was in a town called Aurora. She quickly settled into her new place, rented an apartment, and was generally excited about her new life. She made new friends and a few months later started dating a guy named Ed. He often went to Aurora but lived 800 miles away. On Friday, March 25, 1988, Lisa was getting ready with anticipation for the weekend she had big plans for. She was going to go to Billings and take her boyfriend with her to finally introduce him to her family. He lived in Cody, Wyoming, which was along her route. Lisa planned to pick him up and drive on with him from there. She left Aurora at about 4 p.m. She had about 7 hours to drive to the boyfriend's house. After driving about 400 kilometers, Lisa reached Douglas, Wyoming. Apparently, she was in a big hurry, because at 9 p.m. a police officer stopped her car for speeding. According to his radar readings, Lisa was going about 140 kilometers per hour. He gave her a $120 fine, which state law required her to give to the officer on the spot. Lisa didn't have that amount with her, so the police officer suggested she withdraw the money from the nearest ATM near the road. They got there, but the terminal did not support Lisa's bank card. According to the rules, the police officer had to detain the offender, who was unable to pay the fine. But the man agreed to let Lisa go on the condition that she send the check to the local police department. The young woman got into her car and drove on. It was about a 4-hour drive from Douglas to her boyfriend's house. He never waited for her that night and toward morning and fell asleep. When he woke up at about 7 a.m., Lisa was still gone. In those days, there were no cell phones, so he had no way to contact her. Instead, the guy started calling the police departments of the 2 states. He gave them information about Lisa and her car, wondering if anything had happened. The police accepted the information but would not file a missing persons case. The reason for this was the fact that Lisa was 18 years old and too little time had passed since she disappeared. The guy waited a few more hours and then started calling mutual friends. None of them knew where she was missing. He also called Lisa's boss and then tried to contact her parents, but they were not at home. They came back hours later and their phone was ringing off the hook. Several people tried to contact them at once to see if they had heard from their daughter. At first, the parents thought Lisa had just been delayed and was still on the road. She had traveled this route many times before, and it was hard to imagine that anything could have happened to her, but time passed and she was still gone. By then her parents had called Ed and called him over to their house. The first meeting that Lisa had planned for so long happened without her and under such unsettling circumstances. 2 days passed. The young woman was still unreachable and the police refused to start looking for her. According to the law, it was necessary to wait 72 hours before filing a missing person report. The parents decided not to sit idly by and start searching on their own. Lisa's father hired a light aircraft pilot to fly along the road where the young woman was supposed to be. He hoped this would help locate her car, but the search was unsuccessful. The father also drove part of that route in his car, but he was unable to find any sign of Lisa. The family did not stop there. The young woman's parents contacted a private investigator they knew who had previously worked for the police. Thanks to his connections, he was able to convince the local police department to take an early missing person report. Unfortunately, they could not find any solid leads. The police immediately determined that their patrol officer had stopped Lisa the night she disappeared, but her fate remained unknown. Only one thing was clear. The young woman had disappeared with the car somewhere between Douglas and the town of Cody. The police had searched the area along that route, but there was one significant problem. We are talking about hundreds of miles of fields, woods, and mountains. It took months of work and thousands of people to cover the entire area. For this reason, the search on the ground made little or no progress. 8 days passed. On the morning of April 2nd, a man called the police. He said he was fishing in a river near Casper, Wyoming. At one point, he noticed a human body lying face down in the water. Shortly before, the fisherman had heard on the radio the police were looking for a missing young woman. So he immediately thought it was her. Detectives arrived on the scene, took the body out of the water, and determined that the deceased was indeed Lisa. Medical experts have studied the body and came to a terrible discovery. They determined that the young woman died about 6 days after her disappearance. That is, Lisa died just 2 days before the discovery, and detectives had to figure out where she was all this time. That said, police initially thought the death occurred about 5 hours after she disappeared, which later led to confusion. Had been abused while alive. And on her body, they found several stab wounds and contusions. Apparently, she had been thrown into the water from a bridge while she was unconscious. Police later confirmed this version, finding blood on the bridge. Finally, medical experts extracted biological material from the young woman's body, which turned out to be a sample of male semen and apparently belonged to the killer. It was sent to a lab, but in those years, the tools to study DNA were very scarce. The local lab simply did not have the necessary resources to extract the profile of the perpetrator. Detectives concluded that the killer was most likely a local resident who lived near the river. This was evidenced by the fact that the bridge from which the young woman had been thrown was located in a remote wilderness area. It had not been used for a long time, and in order to access it, one had to turn from the main road to a country road and then drive some distance. Based on that, the police assumed that only someone who knew the area well could have chosen this bridge for a body dump. Detectives focused on finding Lisa's car. They assumed that the killer had driven it somewhere and there might be additional clues in it, but the car seemed to have fallen under the ground and they could not find it. Investigators actively shared information about the case with the public, hoping that someone had useful information. The case was also widely televised and a lot of people did come forward. But here something strange started to happen. In all, the police received more than 100 calls. People said they had seen a Honda CRX with little Miss plates, as well as Lisa herself. Only these testimonies came from different states, and even Canada. A few appeals seemed more convincing to the police. 5 different witnesses claimed to have seen the very car with the license plate Little Miss driven by a young woman who closely resembled Lisa. Except this was a few days after her disappearance on March 26th and 27th. It's hard to imagine that the young woman stayed in the Casper area for several days for whatever reason, and didn't see fit to call her relatives. Moreover, she had to go to work on Monday and she would never have missed it. One witness stated that there was a man sitting in the car with Lisa, but the police were unable to confirm this information. Based on all the inquiries, the detectives compiled 7 portraits of the alleged men seen near Lisa, but none of them were of any help to the investigation. The descriptions were too different to isolate any one man. The police questioned the words of all these witnesses. They conceded that the killer might have driven Lisa's car, but there was no logical explanation that she herself could have driven around the area all weekend without calling her parents from any nearby payphone. Apparently, one of the witnesses actually saw the killer drive Lisa's car to hide it is either erroneous or outright false. Police later determined that there were several similar car models registered in that area, and witnesses may well have seen them. During the investigation, detectives identified several suspects, but they all turned out not to have been involved in the case. 6 months later, police had a new tip. Someone pinned an envelope to Lisa's grave with a note. In it, on behalf of a man, it was written that he missed Lisa and called her death his painful loss. The letter was signed by Stringfellow Hawk, a character from a popular television series at the time. At first glance, there didn't seem to be anything suspicious about the note, but all of Lisa's relatives and acquaintances denied having anything to do with the letter. The detectives therefore assumed that it might have been left by the killer. Exactly 1 year after Lisa's disappearance, the case was reported on a popular television program devoted to unsolved crimes. Given that it was watched by millions of viewers across the country, the police received numerous tip-off calls. It took months and extra manpower for local detectives to verify them. Lisa's parents felt that the local police department could not handle the volume of tips and leads that came in after the program aired. For this reason, they wanted the FBI to handle their daughter's murder. But Sheriff Ron Ketchum was very negative about the idea and said he had no intention of giving the case up. In spite of that, a year later, Lisa's parents still got federal investigators involved in the case with the support of higher authorities. They became involved in the investigation and wanted to work with the sheriff, but he would not cooperate or even return their calls. Thanks to the FBI's involvement, the detectives were now able to examine a DNA sample from the victim's body at a federal lab. It was compared to Lisa's boyfriend's sample and they did not match. He had not been considered a suspect before, but the investigators decided to be 100% sure. Next, they decided to check the patrolman who had stopped Lisa shortly before she disappeared. He had a recording of a conversation with the young woman that showed him saying goodbye to her. But detectives conceded that he might have found Lisa and attacked her later. The officer immediately agreed to provide his DNA sample and it did not match the killer's. The next unexpected tip came after a local radio station aired a program about Lisa's murder. The police were contacted by a witness who stated that he had seen the young woman stopped in the road by Sheriff Ron Ketchum on the day she disappeared, and there were some really suspicious moments here. The sheriff himself never said he stopped Lisa that night. He also actively opposed the FBI's involvement in the case, and just like that, exactly 2 years after Lisa's murder, a man quit the force and tried to take his own life. He was able to be recuperated and was undergoing psychological treatment at the time. Investigators came to him with questions, but Ron pleaded not guilty and refused to provide a DNA sample. This all looked suspicious and the investigators began to seriously consider him as a suspect. But a few months later, when they were ready to apply for a court order for a DNA sample, the man did provide one himself and it did not match the killer's sample. It's not entirely clear why the sheriff was acting so strangely if he had nothing to do with Lisa's murder. His colleagues pointed out that he had always been a complicated and closed person, who had been through Vietnam, so he was behaving this way even before the young woman's disappearance. At this point, the police ran out of serious leads. In 1992, they published more data on the case in the hope that they would be able to find new witnesses. According to the main version of the investigation, there could have been several perpetrators, most likely one man kidnapped and killed Lisa, but someone helped him get rid of the car. Investigators also believed that the young woman was kidnapped during a traffic stop at a gas station or somewhere else. They ruled out the option of Lisa picking up a hitchhiker because the young woman was very cautious. Shortly before these events, Lisa's car stalled on the road and another driver stopped to help her. The young woman did not get out of the car and only lowered her window slightly to talk to him because she understood the potential risk. The police never managed to get any new leads and the case went cold for another 10 years. It wasn't until July 2002 that a long-awaited breakthrough awaited them. The local police department reopened the investigation and the first thing they did was put the killer's DNA sample into the FBI database. It didn't yet exist in the late 80s, and it took many years for it to start being used en masse across the country. When they did add a sample from Lisa's body there, investigators immediately got a match. The sample belonged to a 59-year-old man named Dale Wayne Eaton, who was in prison at the time. He had been arrested in 1997 for armed assault on a family. A young couple and their child were driving through the Wyoming wilderness when their car stalled. Dale drove by and stopped to help. He inspected the car and said there was no way to fix it on the spot. So we offered the family a ride to the nearest service station, which supposedly belonged to his brother. They agreed and got into his van, and a few miles later, Dale said he was tired and needed to sleep. He asked the woman to drive, and he got into the back of the van himself. When the car moved, he pulled out his rifle and ordered the woman to pull off onto a country road. But the woman twisted the wheel so hard that Dale lost his balance and dropped his weapon. They got out of the car, and the perpetrator pulled out a knife. But at that moment, the father of the family grabbed the rifle and hit Dale with the buttstock. The family then got into his van and drove to the nearest police station. Detectives drove to the scene, located Dale nearby, and arrested him. During his trial, he was found to have a number of mental disabilities. So instead of going to jail, they sent him to a closed rehabilitation facility. The idea of the authorities was that he would spend several years there, during which time he would be held to get on with his life, learn a profession, and so on. However, he escaped from there after a few months, for which he was arrested and sent to prison for 5 years. The important thing here is that before he was incarcerated, a DNA sample was taken from Dale and entered into the FBI database. Finally got a match. He was 43 years old at the time of Lisa's murder and lived near that area. Upon examining Dale's background, law enforcement discovered an impressive list of offenses behind him. He committed his first serious crime at the age of 16. Dale sold a woman some watermelon and offered to help carry them home. When they entered the premises, the woman examined the watermelons and saw that they were rotten. She refused to pay for them, and after a brief argument, Dale stabbed her and then fled. The guy was arrested the next day, and the court sent him to compulsory treatment. He was diagnosed with a number of moderate mental disorders. After receiving treatment, he kept changing jobs because he couldn't get a foothold in any job. Sometime later, he married and the couple had 3 children. The marriage was not happy. The couple quarreled constantly and divorced after 15 years. In 1996, he moved to a town called Minetta, just an hour away from Casper. There, his in-laws had several unfinished buildings and a bus converted to housing on the property. It was there that Dale settled in. There were no living conditions in that bus, except for a small bed. Once in a while, he would go to a neighbor's house to take a shower. As a result, there was an inveterate repeat offender before the investigation whose DNA was found on Lisa's body. But they wanted more evidence before they could charge him. Officers arrived at the precinct where he lived before his arrest. Several neighbors lived a short distance away, and one of them told the detectives an interesting story. According to him, around the same time Lisa disappeared, Dale dug a huge hole on his property. He said he was going to put in a septic tank, but that never happened. Investigators dug up the lot and found what they had already guessed. Lisa's car with little misplates was there. With all this in hand, the police set about gathering all the data they needed to build a win-win case against Dale, since they had more than enough time. While in prison, the man had killed his cellmate, so it would be a while before he got out. In April 2003, he was finally charged with the murder of Lisa Kimmel. The man refused to plead guilty, so the case went to trial. Because of the usual bureaucracy of the American judicial system, the trial did not begin until a year later. The prosecution summoned Dale's other cellmate to testify. According to him, the man confessed to him about Lisa's murder and told him all the details. The young woman allegedly saw him on the side of the road, stopped, and agreed to give him a ride. At one point, Dale began to molest her but was rebuffed. Then he pulled out a gun and ordered her to his house, where he held her for several days and then killed her. But no one believed this version. Lisa's parents said she would never stop at night in the middle of nowhere to take a hitchhiker. Either Dale lied to his cellmate or he made up the story himself to reduce his sentence for testifying. So he clearly had a motive to lie. According to the investigation, that's not what happened. Most likely Lisa stopped at a gas station, and that's where Dale attacked her. They even named a specific gas station between Casper and Dale's house. Lisa had to drive past it on her way to Cody. Dale himself often drove there to use the public restroom and sink since he had no water on the property. Most likely, he got into her car and used a gun to force her to drive to some remote location, then brought her back to his station and helped her in the bus. A few days later, he decided to get rid of her, stabbed her several times and dumped her in the water. Experts also compared the handwriting of the note left on Lisa's grave with Dale's. They found a high similarity, but it was hard to call it evidence in court. Regardless, the DNA evidence on the body and the car on Dale's property was enough to convict him. Even the attorneys understood this, and they tried to avoid the death penalty for their client rather than a complete acquittal. They pointed to the mental abnormalities that made him unable to take full responsibility for his actions, but all was in vain. The jury found Dale guilty, and as a result, he was sentenced to death. Lisa's parents then filed a civil suit against him, which was granted by the court. Dale was seized from the land with the buildings on it and gave it all into the possession of the young woman's parents. Those, along with the fire department, burned all these structures to the ground on Lisa's birthday. Since the conviction, Dale's attorneys have filed numerous appeals to overturn the death penalty, which have always been rejected. But in 2010, the court did accept the appeal and set a new hearing. The appeal was accepted on the grounds that in imposing the sentence, the court failed to consider the offender's severe childhood, mental disabilities, and developmental delays. In addition, lawyers latched onto Dale's cellmate's testimony. The jury was not warned that the man had been promised a reduced sentence for this, so his testimony may well have been made up. Despite all this, there is no question of a complete reversal of the sentence. Dale is still in prison and is currently 78 years old, so the death penalty is unlikely to take place. There is one more point worth mentioning in this whole story. There have been several murders and strange disappearances of young women in the area where Dale lived, which have not yet been solved. The police have no evidence on hand, but they admit that Dale could have been the killer. His entire biography indicates that he is clearly prone to serial crimes, so Lisa Kimmel might not have been his only victim. Share your opinion on this story in the comments and don't forget to like it. It took 25 years to unravel this eerie story. An American university student walked out of a party and disappeared without a trace. From the early days, the police had a suspect but could not prove his guilt. It wasn't until decades later that the author of this podcast unearthed the gruesome details of the case, brought it to the attention of millions of people, and forced the police to reopen the investigation. Kristen Smart was born February 20, 1977 in Augsburg, Germany, but moved to the United States with her parents, brother, and sister at an early age. The family settled in Stockton, California. Her parents worked as teachers for the children of U.S. military personnel. After graduating from high school in 1996, Kristen entered California Polytechnic University. In her spare time, she worked as a lifeguard at the recreation center on campus. On May 25, 1996, there was a big birthday party for one of the students at the fraternity house. Kristen had planned to go, but her friends declined the idea, so she went to the fraternity house alone. That party was held in typical American student style. A large group drank alcohol, listened to music, and had a good time. That night, Kristen drank too much alcohol, felt bad, and around 2 a.m. went to her dorm, but she could hardly walk by herself. When two other students, Cheryl Anderson and Tim Davis, spotted her on the street and decided to walk her home, they had both been present at the party. After a while, they were joined by another student who had also attended the party, Paul Flores. He offered to walk Kristen to her dorm since he himself lived the closest. Who had to go in the other direction, said goodbye to them, and left. No one had seen Kristen alive since then. At first, her disappearance was not given much thought. Christine's roommate, Margarita Campos, was the first to become concerned. She was sure her friend would return home after the party, but she never did. Adding to the anxiety was the fact that all of Christine's belongings, including her passport, wallet, and bank card, remained in her room. That meant she couldn't just pick up and go somewhere. Marguerite did not contact campus police until 2 days after the young woman disappeared. Apparently, she had hoped to the last minute that Kristen was okay and would return home. But campus police didn't take her roommate's statement seriously. It was the weekend before, and it was also the U.S. National Day of Remembrance, which commemorates fallen American servicemen. The local police simply assumed that Kristen had gone home, and they were not confused by the fact that she had left all of her important belongings and documents in the dormitory. On a separate note, it was a 7-hour drive from the university campus to Christine's hometown. Too long a distance to suddenly make such a journey without money and documents, especially in the middle of the night. A few days later, the local police decided to go to work after all and called the young woman's parents. Had not come home in a long time and had not called her in recent days. That call made the mother worried and the parents went to the police. But even there, the police were not eager to open an investigation. They said that not much time had passed since Christine's disappearance and she might well have been out with friends, and it wasn't until the 4th day after she went missing that the search began. But the search yielded no results. The first thing the police interviewed was Paul Flores, who had volunteered to walk Kristen to her dormitory door and was supposed to be the last person to see her. He told detectives that he and Sri Kristen walked to her dormitory, then said goodbye, and she went to her house alone. He then allegedly went straight to bed, but this story quickly became inconsistent. Paul's dorm mates saw him go to the shower around 5 a.m. while he and Kristen parted ways after 2 a.m. In addition, the young man had a black eye and scratches on his knees. When asked by several people, he told 3 different stories about where he got all these injuries. Paul Flores seemed highly suspicious, but there was no direct evidence against him. A month had passed since Christine's disappearance, and police had expanded the search for the young woman to her hometown. Catching the similarity of the story to the plot of the popular TV series Twin Peaks, the news even mentioned certain psychics who had already solved the case. According to their version, the young woman was killed by 2 men on campus and then driven to the cliff and thrown into the water. Of course, these allegations yield nothing to the police. A year after Christine's disappearance, her parents sued Flores, accusing him of complicity in the young woman's disappearance. In 1997, Paul testified under oath, but of all the questions he answered, only one when asked to give his name. On all other occasions, he invoked the Fifth Amendment, which allows a defendant not to testify against himself. Paul's parents then sued Christine's family for moral damages, but both of these lawsuits went nowhere. The police had no evidence to prosecute Paul. On May 25, 2002, the 6th anniversary of Christine's disappearance, authorities officially declared her dead. In all that time, they also failed to come any closer to solving the case. This went on until 2018, when a California resident, Chris Lambert, decided to start his own podcast series on various crimes. He was 8 years old at the time of Christine's disappearance, and he remembered the creepy story well from the news. 22 years later, he decided to do his own investigation and was struck by how neglectful the police had been all along. The first thing Chris did was to talk to all the witnesses to those events. He learned from university students that Paul Flores had a bad reputation. The young man had repeatedly molested female students, but it never came to official complaints. Chris further analyzed the actions of the police and came to the conclusion that they had made a number of critical errors. The detectives did not arrive at the home of Paul's father, Ruben Flores, until 2 months after the young woman had disappeared. Given that Paul was living with his father, the police should have investigated the residence immediately, but when the police did arrive to search it, they were extremely sloppy. The detectives did not bring a forensic specialist or a police dog trained on the smell of decomposition. Because of this, the search was essentially useless. The detectives also failed to examine the 2 cars of the Flores family, one of which Paul may have used to drive Kristen from the campus to her father's house. Several months after the police visit, one of the cars was sold and the other was allegedly stolen. The police never showed up at Paul's mother's house, and that was where one of the main clues was hiding. Chris Lambert discovered that 4 months after Kristen Smart disappeared, a woman named Mary Lassiter had rented Paul's mother's house. In one of the rooms, she discovered a necklace linked very similar to the one Kristen was wearing. This necklace was also in the pictures posted all over the city. She immediately took the evidence to the police, but they refused to accept it as evidence and then lost it altogether. Chris found out that the backyard of Paul's mother's house had always been concreted, but shortly after the young woman disappeared, a small piece of concrete was cut out. A flower bed had been planted in that spot. Mary Lassiter told Lambert a very eerie story. Every day since moving in, Mary had heard sounds coming from that very flower bed. Every day at the same time at 4:20 in the morning and at 4:20 in the afternoon. She would hear the sound very much like a wristwatch alarm. Soon the sound stopped. Most likely the watch's battery died. With this story, Chris went to Christine's mother. Miss Smart told him that her daughter did set the alarm for 4:20 in the morning since she had to be at work at the recreation center at 5. Lambert's podcast aired in 2019. Millions of listeners came away outraged at what they had heard. They were struck by the negligence and inaction of the police. The evidence Chris found further shocked listeners. Despite much circumstantial evidence, Paul Flores is still at large. Public pressure led the police department to reopen the investigation into Kristen Smart's disappearance. The first thing investigators did was search the Flores family's homes and vehicles were seized. Forensic investigators finally dug up that ill-fated flower bed, but no body was found there. Despite the fact that there was no body, the experts managed to establish that there were traces of decomposition of the human body in the ground. On April 13, 2021, Paul Flores and his father were arrested. Paul was charged with Christine's murder and his father was charged as an accomplice. According to the investigation, Paul began molesting the young woman after Tim Davis and Cheryl Anderson left, but was rebuffed. This could explain the injuries on Flores' body. After the fight, Paul could have killed Kristen and then taken her body to his house. Seeing what his son had done, Flores' father decided to help him hide the corpse. Together, they took the young woman to her mother's house and buried her in the backyard, which was later replaced with a flower bed. Sometime later, apparently afraid of police harassment, the suspects dug up the grave and took the remains to an unknown destination. Paul Flores was found guilty of first-degree murder by a Monterey County jury and faces 25 years to life in prison. His father, Ruben Flores, was charged as an accessory to the crime. He faces up to 3 years in prison. Christine's parents issued a proclamation thanking Chris Lambert and all concerned people for their family's grief that even after many years of their daughter's disappearance, this case is finally solved. One thing they wonder is, didn't Flores' mother have any idea her son's crime had been committed? The flower bed that was unexpectedly planted in the backyard didn't raise any suspicions in her mind? Or maybe she had known all along what had happened that night, but out of love for her son, she had chosen to keep quiet. Of course, some questions would remain unanswered, but that didn't matter now. Perhaps one day the young woman's remains will be found and Kristen Smart will find peace. Share your opinion on the case in the comments. Also, if you liked the video, you can support it with a like. A 17-year-old young woman and her friend went on a trip to Australia and at one point disappeared without a trace. Despite an extensive search and many witnesses, her fate remained unknown for 18 years. When this terrible mystery was finally solved, one shocking fact surfaced. The police had everything they needed to close the case in a matter of days, but their negligence stretched it into nearly 2 decades. In this video, we will tell you what happened to Haley Dodd. Haley Dodd was born on November 30, 1981 in England. When the girl was young, her parents, along with other children, moved to Australia, settling in the small town at Mandurah. The young woman was an excellent student, played sports, and planned to go to study to be a veterinarian or a school teacher. But before finally deciding on a choice of future profession, she wanted to travel around Australia. Graduating high school in 1999, at the age of 17, she set off on a trip to Western Australia with her best friend, Lisa. Their plan wasn't just to drive through local towns and attractions, but to spend a few months away from home. The young women were going to look for temporary jobs along the way to cover their living, food, and travel expenses. They planned a hitchhike between didn't sound like such a dangerous idea. At the time, there had been a number of murders of young women hitchhiking in the country, but compared to the overall number of people hitchhiking safely, these crimes did not cause any mass fear. However, Haley feared that her parents would not allow her to travel that way even in the company of a friend. For this reason, she assured them that she planned to travel by bus. At the end of July, she and Lisa traveled to a town called Dungera. There they were going to work as day laborers on a local farm. They were staying at a camping site where they could get a place to sleep for a small fee. Such places are in high demand in Australia, mainly because of their cheapness. A few days before going to work, Haley decided to use the remaining free time and go to a farm to family friends, which was 200 kilometers away. She decided to hitchhike to it, and Lisa didn't want to let her go alone. But Haley insisted she had nothing to worry about and would be back in a few days. To say goodbye, Lisa gave her folding knife for self-defense and some change so Haley could call her from the phone booth. After saying goodbye, she hit the road at about 8 a.m. Family friends at the farm awaited her arrival, but Haley never showed up. Worried, they called her mother and informed her. The woman feared something might have happened to her daughter, so she immediately called the police. The first thing she did was to dial an emergency number and describe the situation. After listening to her story, the operator thought that nothing urgent had happened, so she advised her to go to the local police department and file a missing person report. So she did. The detectives began their search for Haley, beginning to reconstruct the chronology of events. The first thing they did was arrive at the campsite where Lisa was staying. She was mortified at the news that her friend had never made it to the farm, but the young woman was able to give the police a comprehensive introduction. She accurately described all the clothes Haley was wearing that day and even drew a sketch of the earrings she was wearing for the police. Haley had bought these earrings a few days before the incident. She and Lisa had gone to the store to treat themselves to some inexpensive items, and the young woman was attracted to this jewelry. At that time, she couldn't have imagined that those earrings would be the key to solving this terrible mystery of her disappearance. Detectives disseminated information about the missing young woman along with her description. Haley looked much younger. She was 152 centimeters tall and weighed just over 40 pounds. The police were able to locate the first witness fairly quickly. It turned out to be the truck driver who had given her a ride that day. According to the man's story, she had knocked on his cab window at a gas station and asked for a ride to Mora, a town near where there was a farm. The trucker was on his way to another town, but he agreed to give her a ride most of the way. The man dropped her off at a turnoff about 50 kilometers from Mora, near the town of Bajandra, where she was to turn off the main road and onto a country road. According to the trucker, Haley was in high spirits, chatting with him the whole way and talking about her journey. After she said she was almost out of money, he gave her $15 so the young woman could buy something to eat. The man also left her his number in case she hitchhiked back. He made trips down that road almost every day and could have let her down again. Later, detectives received several more calls from people who had seen Haley in that area. Based on their statements, police concluded that the young woman had been on foot along the northwest road towards Mura. Apparently, she could not find any driver at the gas station to give her a ride. For this reason, she decided to walk along the road and try to hitch a ride. Based on the testimony of the next witness, he gave Haley a ride to the turnoff on Gundur Do Road, after which she headed further in her direction on foot. The next witness was a woman driving along the road. She spotted Haley just as the young woman was getting out of her car and moving on foot towards Mora. In all, the police were contacted by more than 10 witnesses. After putting their statements together, detectives concluded that the young woman was last seen at about 12 noon on the Northwest Road, about 50 kilometers from Mora. There was another witness, though. He had not seen Haley but still shared a disturbing observation with police. The man pulled over on the side of the Northwest Road because his engine was overheating. At one point, he heard a dog barking, followed by a piercing female scream. He couldn't see the source of the sound as it might have been far enough away. The road passed through an empty flat area where there was virtually no extraneous noise. With all this information at hand, the police's prognosis was disappointing from the start. Lead Detective Eddie Rowe decided that they should look for the body and not consider the possibility that Haley might be alive. But management forbade him to investigate in such a manner, leaving it to the status of the search for the missing person. It's worth clarifying here that a murder investigation would have given the police more options than a missing person investigation, but the police had no leads that could help them get on the young woman's trail. So they quickly set about looking for potential kidnappers. In a short time, they were able to identify who lived in the area, but eventually the police focused on 3 men. One worked as a teacher at a local school, another was a part-time gardener there, and the third lived not far from where Haley disappeared. When questioned, each of them pleaded not guilty and provided alibis. The police could not conclude with certainty of their innocence, but they could not find any evidence to the contrary. But soon the situation changed dramatically. The investigators were approached by a neighbor of one of the suspects, a 43-year-old school gardener named Francis Wark. He told them that the day Haley disappeared, Francis borrowed his car to go shopping in Mora. When the man returned home around 1 p.m., a neighbor noticed damage inside the car. The turn signal knob was broken, and the dashboard also showed signs of impact. The neighbor didn't even have time to ask what happened to the car. Francis came home, done with the shopping bags in the kitchen, got on his motorcycle and drove off. This story seemed strange to the police, and they decided to re-interview Francis. The man said that at the time of Haley's disappearance, he was many kilometers away from the alleged place of her abduction. According to his story, after returning home, he immediately went to a party in the city of Perth on his motorcycle. But he was not supposed to get there that day. On the way there, he exceeded the speed limit and had a serious accident that took him to the hospital. The information available was enough for the detectives to ask the perfectly logical question, where was he going in such a hurry? His own testimony seemed very strange, and investigators decided to apply for a search warrant of his home. The officers searched his residence, but they were unable to find any potential evidence. They also searched the car and removed the seat covers so that experts could examine them in the lab. Unfortunately, none of this yielded any results and Francis was left alone. Almost immediately after that, he moved to the other side of the country, to Queensland, and the detectives were left empty-handed and the case went into a long drawer. They tried to find new witnesses and evidence to move the investigation forward, but to no avail. This went on for 8 whole years until Francis came back on the police radar in 2007. At the time, he was living in a remote outback in a small settlement. One morning, an elderly couple who lived next door to him were sitting on the porch of their house. Was running in their direction and her head was covered with blood. She asked for help and the residents of the house called the police. The victim said that she had tried to catch a ride the night before. A man stopped in front of her and offered her a ride. At one point, he told her he needed to go to a place to get gas and fill up his car. They drove up to a house in the middle of nowhere and he called the woman inside and offered her some tea. Unfortunately for her, she said yes. Almost immediately thereafter, he attacked her and after a brief struggle, tied her up. For the next few hours, the victim was subject to indescribable torture and violence. Her assailant also tore off one of her earrings and took it for himself. As you may have guessed, this man was Francis. By morning, the woman realized that she could get the rope off her hands, then free her legs and run. She loosened the rope, waited for the right moment for Francis to move as far away as possible, and rushed to the back door of the house. Before she left, she removed her pendant and tossed it under the bed. The woman feared that the police might not find any corroboration of her story, so she decided to leave some personal item in his house, and it really worked. The police searched Francis's house, found the very same pendant, and arrested the man. At the trial, he quickly realized that he could not get away with it and decided to confess to what he had done. He was sentenced to 12 years in prison. The police in Western Australia, who handled the Haley Dodd case, were notified of Francis' arrest, but they did not appear to be at all interested. No action was taken by the detectives to revive the 8-year-old case, which was so closely a Francis crime. Only through the insistence of Haley's mother did the detectives agree to reopen the case, but they quickly concluded that there was still no evidence against Francis, which meant there was nothing they could do about it. All these years, Haley's family tried to get the police to investigate thoroughly, but they assured them that they had done everything in their power, desperate to wait for help from law enforcement. The relatives spent tens of thousands of dollars on private investigators, but all to no avail. The case did not take a new turn until 6 long years later in 2013, when an extremely outrageous fact came to light. It turned out that the police had simply forgotten about the evidence that ended up being the key to the case. The medical examiner, Tracy Horn, filed a request to reopen the investigation. The reason was that the very same car seat covers seized from Francis' neighbor's car in 1999 were found in evidence storage. Suddenly, it turned out that for 14 years they had never been tested for blood, DNA, and other evidence. When experts did retrieve them, they were immediately able to find a woman's earring that had snagged on the fabric of the covers. Taking a drawing of Lisa's just after her friend's disappearance, detectives were horrified to see. It was the same earring that Haley was wearing the morning of her disappearance. But that wasn't all. A human hair was found in one of the car mats that had also been removed from the car. Experts extracted a DNA sample from it that showed a match to Haley Dodd's mother's DNA. That meant that the hair was very likely Haley's own, but that probability was not 100%, which made it very difficult to prosecute Francis in the shortest possible time. As soon as the news leaked to the media, a wave of criticism poured in against the police. For 14 years, this evidence laid literally under the noses of the investigators. But in all that time, they never remembered it. Of course, such a find instantly changed the course of the case, and the detectives went to the other side of the country to interrogate Francis again. At the time, he was still in prison for assaulting a woman in 2007. The man gave them the same story he had told them 14 years earlier. He denied his involvement and assured them that he was shopping in Moora at the time of Haley's abduction. The interrogation, which lasted nearly 4 hours, was inconclusive, so the police had to prepare the case to go to trial. It wasn't until 2015 when he was formally charged with Haley's murder and deported to Western Australia. 2 more years later, in late 2017, the trial began. Francis' defense insisted that all the evidence presented was circumstantial. The earring Haley bought at a local store was very cheap and popular, so it could have been left in the car by another woman. The hair found in the car showed an almost 100% match to Haley's DNA, but not an absolute exact match. Although a mistake here would have been highly unlikely, that was enough for the lawyers. But all these arguments seemed unconvincing to the judge. Perhaps Francis would still have had a chance to get away with it if not for his crime in 2007. But then he didn't just kidnap a woman who was hitchhiking, he also took her earring. The prosecution believed that the man was collecting the victim's earrings as trophies, which only increased the suspicion against him in the end. As a result, the judge found him guilty of kidnapping and murdering Haley Dodd, sentencing him to 21 years in prison. All of this took place while his previous sentence was still pending. Francis was 62 years old at the time of his sentencing, but the story did not end there. The court believed Francis kidnapped and killed Haley, then hid her body, but it was never found. And the man himself refused to plead guilty. Haley's mother repeatedly asked the killer to tell her where he hid the body, but to no avail. And in 2018, she helped pass a new law that says murderers are not eligible for parole if they refuse to reveal the location of their victims' bodies. In 2020, another high-profile event occurred. The court granted Francis appeal to overturn his sentence and scheduled a new hearing. His lawyers again tried to insist that the man would not have had time to kidnap Haley between his trip to Mora and his return home, but the court felt that the time frame allowed him well enough to do so, especially given the rush with which he arrived home and immediately set off for Perth on his motorcycle. Moreover, the earring, along with the hair, were still on the list of key evidence against him. But Francis still managed to get a sentence changed. The court found him guilty of involuntary manslaughter, reducing his sentence from 21 years to 18 years. But thanks to a law passed in 2018, he would not be able to go free even after that time if he refused to identify the location of the body. There is another point in the whole story that keeps the detectives busy to this day. They are sure that many more women have become victims of Francis and that none of them managed to escape. This maniac could have been picking up young women on the roads for decades, and what happened to them next only he knows. One of the most likely similar cases is the disappearance of a woman in late 2005. She hitchhiked to another city and was never seen again. The detective handling the case is certain that Francis kidnapped her because he knew the victim personally, but there is no evidence at this time. Perhaps the police will find it again in their warehouse a few years later, but it won't make a difference to the perpetrator. If the police had examined the car more thoroughly, Francis would have been arrested back in 1999. Now we can only guess how many lives he ruined in the ensuing years, but sooner or later, the mystery may be solved. There's another creepy thing about this whole story. Remember that in the initial stages of the investigation, the police identified 3 main suspects, including Francis. Now, one of them killed his wife 5 months after Haley disappeared, and the other, who worked as a school teacher, turned out to be one of the worst child molesters in Australian history. Too bad the police had no way to stop them at the time. If you liked this video, don't forget to support the channel with a like and share your opinion in the comments. This story is about a pair of lovesick maniacs from England who devoted their lives to killing children. Working as a team, the lovers would lure them into a deserted place and then subject them to hellish torments. Even after their arrest, the criminals found ways to torture the teenagers, and prominent British politicians tried to secure their release. Meet Ian Brady and Myra Hindley. Ian Brady was born on January 2, 1938, in Glasgow, Scotland. His mother, Margaret Stewart, worked as a waitress, and who his father was is not known. According to his mother herself, he was a local journalist and died 3 months before her son was born. Realizing that she herself simply cannot cope with the upbringing of a child, Margaret gave 3-month-old Ian to the Sloane family. They had 4 children of their own, but they accepted the boy. Ian took their last name but continued to see his mother regularly. At the age of 9, he and his family moved to the town of Pollock, where he enrolled in the local school. From an early age, his acquaintances noticed Ian's cruelty to animals. They later described the terrible things the child did. At school, his behavior only worsened. He twice broke into other people's homes, for which he ended up in the hands of the police. Alas, no serious punishment was incurred by this future maniac due to his age. In addition, Ian constantly bullied the younger children. At age 15, he left school and got a job at the shipyard. But after less than a year, the young man changed his occupation and became a messenger butcher. At the age of 16, he was again put on trial. His girlfriend, Elevon Grant, went to a dance with another boy for which Ian threatened her with a knife. The judge placed him on probation on one condition. The young man must live with his birth mother. So he did, moving to Manchester to live with his mother and her new husband, Patrick Brady. As you may have guessed, the would-be maniac took his stepfather's last name. He arranged for him to work as a porter of fruit at the market. But the hard work was not to Ian's liking. A year after the move, he was caught by the police on theft with a bag of lead seals. The young man intended to sell them on the black market and make extra money. But instead of money, he earned his first real sentence. Given that he was under 18 at the time of the crime, the judge sentenced Ian to 2 years in a juvenile facility. While serving his sentence, the young man managed to get alcohol in prison and got pretty drunk. For this, he was transferred to a stricter institution where he completed serving his sentence on November 14, 1953. Back in Manchester, Ian changed 2 jobs, but he was drawn to something more. Determined to improve his education, he began reading books. True, not all of these books were useful. One of his favorite works was Adolf Hitler's Mein Kampf. In addition, he liked books about the crimes of the Nazis. Myra Hindley was born 4 years after Ian on July 23, 1942, in an area of Manchester. Her family was not an ideal family. Her alcoholic father regularly beat his daughter and instilled violence in her. The family lived in a dilapidated house with only one room that was more or less safe. After her parents had another daughter, Myra was sent to live with her grandmother. Her father taught the girl self-defense in a rather brutal way. He demanded that his daughter could fight back against any abuser and did not tolerate weakness. Once he made her beat up a neighbor's boy who scratched her cheek. Later, the maniac called this incident her first victory. Another shock in the girl's youth was the death of her close friend, 13-year-old Michael Higgins. One day he invited her to go for a swim in the local abandoned reservoir, but she refused. As a result, the boy drowned and Myra felt guilty. After that incident, the girl gradually began to delve into religion. She joined the parish of the local church and became godmother to Higgins' nephew. At 16, the girl took a job as a clerk in a small firm. Her duties were basic: brewing coffee, fetching something, printing out documents. Despite this, she won the love of the team from the very first days. After receiving her first paycheck, Myra spent it in a week, leaving her without a livelihood. Then her co-workers chipped in and gave her the same amount from their pockets. Around the same time, the girl planned to get engaged to her boyfriend, Ronnie Sinclair, but later changed her mind. At 17, she changed jobs, but she did not show the same enthusiasm for the new place. 6 months later, she was fired for constant absenteeism. At the same time, Myra went to the judo section where even the guys didn't dare to fight with her. Once she got a taste for it, she could not stop in time and caused serious injury to her opponents. At the same time, Myra dyed her hair pink. The future maniacs met at Millward, where both got jobs. Myra was 19 years old at the time, Ian was 23. According to the young woman's diary, their first conversation took place on July 27, 1961. At first, Myra felt sympathy for the young man despite his criminal record, but later lost interest. However, 6 months after they met, Ian asked her out to a movie and the young woman agreed. The choice of a movie for a first date was as strange as possible. A documentary about the Nuremberg trials, and they agreed on that. The couple continued to go to the movies for the most, and soon Brady instilled in Myra an enduring interest in Nazis. Often they sat down together to read materials and books about the atrocities of the Third Reich while drinking German wine. Because of her new fascination, Myra began to imitate the Aryan young woman model. She dyed her hair white and started using dark red lipstick. Later, she dramatically changed her style of dressing to a more candid short skirts, leather jackets, and high-heeled shoes. The couple continued to work together, but every day they paid less and less attention to the team. To call the relationship perfect at the time was impossible. In a letter to her old friend, Myra once reported that Ian had slipped her sleeping pills. A few months later, she asked him not to pay any attention to that letter. Considering that the couple had little money in those years, they began to look for ways to get rich quickly. Eventually, Ian and Myra decided to rob a bank. The young woman rented a van and tried to learn how to shoot, but she failed to master the skill. Despite this, she eventually acquired a rifle and 2 revolvers. Eventually, the couple decided to abandon the idea. They were probably well aware that without the proper training and experience, they would not succeed. Instead, they really got into photography and bought professional equipment, but they only took pictures of each other and not in a very decent way. 2 years after meeting in June 1963, Ian came to Myra and her grandmother. A little later, they were given new housing under a government program since the old one was considered unsafe. It was also at this time that Brady first voiced to Myra his deepest dream of committing the perfect murder. He was inspired by the book Coercion by Meyerlevin, in which two teenagers planned to kill a 12-year-old boy and avoid the death penalty. The young woman was not deterred by this revelation and agreed to help her lover. The plan was very simple. Myra and Ian were going to look for the victim along the road, then take her to a remote place and kill her. Brady told Myra to drive the van down the street alone while he himself was to follow her on a motorcycle. Upon spotting a suitable victim, the maniac was about to signal his accomplice with his headlamp, after which she was to convince the victim to get into the car. On the evening of July 12th, just 1 month after moving in, they went out hunting. Brady chose the first victim and signaled Myra. She drove off past him. Catching up with her, he demanded an explanation. The young woman reported that the maniac's target was 7-year-old Marie Ruck, who lived next door to her mother. According to Myra, it would be extremely difficult for them to get away with it because the police would start searching for such a young child instantly. The couple then continued down the street, looking for another victim. At 8 p.m., on Froxmore Street, Brady again made his choice, and Myra again recognized the girl. She turned out to be Pauline Reed, a 16-year-old friend of her younger sister who was on her way to the disco. Determined to act, Myra stopped and offered her a ride, whereupon the girl got into the car. To take her to a deserted place, Myra made up a story. She had supposedly lost a very expensive glove on the Saddleworth Heath. The area was popular with the locals for its rich supply of peat used as fertilizer. The unfortunate Pauline agreed to help her acquaintance. Shortly after arriving at the site, Brady drove up to them. Myra told the girl it was her boyfriend and he would help them in their search. How the situation unfolded further is unclear to the end. The problem is that Brady and Myra tell two different versions, but they all end up with the same story. Pauline is murdered. In Ian's version, he and his lover abused and killed the girl. Myra, on the other hand, claimed that she was left sitting in the car while Pauline and Brady went supposedly to look for the glove. After a while, the maniac returned alone and reported that the girl was dead. He took Myra to her body and she noticed that the girl's clothes were badly wrinkled. In my opinion, Myra's version makes no sense. What excuse would a 16-year-old girl have for going on a search with a guy she didn't know while Myra herself was sitting in the car? Most likely, with the story, the maniac was only trying to absolve herself of responsibility for direct participation in the murder. After burying the body, Myra and Brady loaded the motorcycle into the van and drove home. On the way, they spotted Pauline's mother and her brother looking for the girl. After a break of almost 6 months, the couple decided to act again, but this time they chose a 12-year-old boy. After spotting the victim in a store, they struck up a dialogue and offered the child a ride home. As an added incentive, Brady offered the boy a drink. Once in the car, he specified that the alcohol would have to be picked up at their house. A pair of maniacs asked the child to help find a fictional glove in Saddleworth. To his misfortune, the boy agreed. Next, the situation unfolded according to the same scenario. Hindley asserted that Brady had taken the child away from the car, abused, and killed him. The maniac once again stated that she was not present for all of this. 7 months later, on June 16, 1964, the couple similarly abducted 12-year-old Keith Bennett as he was on his way to his grandmother's house. He suffered the same fate of violence and murder. The police, who at the time were unaware of the existence of serial killers, first arrested the boy's stepfather but found no evidence against him. The next murder was also committed 6 months later on December 26, 1964. It is not quite clear whether they were able to sustain this cycle unintentionally or whether the pause was necessary to lull the police into a state of alertness. You would agree that if children started disappearing one after another in a relatively small town, law enforcement would throw all their energy into catching the maniac. But back to December 26th of that year, few days remained before the New Year and Christmas. And Ian and Myra decided to give their town another unpleasant gift. This time, the scenario has changed dramatically. They looked for their new victim on the playground. She was 10-year-old Leslie and Downey. Scattering bags and purchases near the car, the maniacs asked the girl to help with the collection. After they also asked her to help them bring the bags home, the girl agreed and was attacked as soon as she crossed the threshold. The couple abused the unfortunate child for a long time, right in her home. Having played with her, the sadist killed her and took the corpse to Saddleworth. Again, Myra assured that she was not present at the murder. The attentive viewer remembers that the couple lived with Myra's grandmother. Where had she gone at the time of all these atrocities? The caring granddaughter sent her to relatives' house and forbade her to return home. In spite of this, the old woman tried to return in the evening, but Myra simply would not let her in. The next day, after cleaning up the girl's corpse and the house, she still brought the grandmother back. The couple committed their next murder 10 months later, breaking a peculiar cycle. But that's not the only thing that makes this case special. At the time, Maureen, Myra's younger sister, already had a husband, David Smith, 17. The couple often spent time together, and the young man immediately won Brady's affection. First of all, he was ready to listen with interest to everything the maniac said, speculations about Nazis, philosophical speeches, dreams about robbing a bank, and so on. Secondly, he had already been in the police station more than once, just as Ian had been in his years. Even their crimes were very similar. Smith had been caught breaking into someone else's house and inflicting severe battery. Perhaps Brady saw him as his protege, a new member of the improvised gang. As time passed, the young man made more and more visits to their house, where in long conversations with Ian, talk of murder began to spill over. It got to the point where Myra began to seriously worry if their relative would run to the police. But Brady was adamant. He thought Smith was his own and trusted him. Shortly before the next crime, he even told her that he and Smith would soon commit a crime together. It all happened on the evening of October 6, 1965. Myra and Brady went to Manchester Central Station to look for a new victim. And soon Ian made his choice. He met 17-year-old Edward Evans, who agreed to go to his house after a little chat. Upon arriving at the house, the company drank wine, and at a certain point, Brady sent Myra to get Smith. After he arrived, the action began to unfold rapidly. From Myra's words, it was possible to reconstruct the following picture. She had gone into the kitchen to feed the dogs. Smith remained in the living room. A few minutes later, she heard screams and sounds of fighting. Upon entering the room, the girl saw Evans and Brady struggling. After a brief fight, Ian grabbed an axe and struck the victim several times with the blade. He then wrapped an electrical wire around the neck of the unconscious Evans and strangled him. After what he had done, Brady wanted to take the body immediately to the wasteland, but it was too heavy. In addition, the maniac twisted his leg during the fight. In the end, he decided to leave it at the house and go with Smith to Saddleworth the next day. He asked him to stay so he could feel the gravity of what he had done. At first, Smith agreed to help Brady get rid of the body. Perhaps he was too frightened to refuse. With a little history of minor law-breaking under his belt, the young man might not have shared the sadistic tendencies of the homicidal couple. When he returned home, he decided to tell his wife what had happened at her sister's house. After listening, she asked him to report the horror to the police. Smith listened to her and called the police from a nearby phone booth at 6 in the morning. His story was slightly different from what Myra could later say. The police archives contained an exact transcript of that call. Brady opened the door and said in a loud voice, "You want the little buns?" I nodded to say yes, and he led me into the kitchen and gave me 3 small buns with a drink and said, "You want the rest too?" When I entered the house, the door to the living room was closed. Ian went into the living room and I stayed waiting in the kitchen. I waited a minute or two and then suddenly I heard a wild scream. Like a woman screaming, a very high-pitched voice. Then the screaming continued, one after another, very loudly. Then I heard Myra screaming very loudly to him, "Dave, help him." When I ran in, I just stood in the living room and saw the young guy. He was lying head and shoulders on the couch and his feet were on the floor. He was face up. Ian was standing over him, facing him. The guy was still screaming. Ian had an axe in his hand. He held it over his head and hit the guy on the left side of his head with the axe. I heard the blow. It was a terribly hard blow. It was a horrible sound. Although Smith told it all in his usual monotone voice, the abundance of detail made the police take the call as seriously as possible. They decided to proceed carefully to get into the house without a court order. A policeman drove up to the scene and picked up a local baker who delivers bread in the morning. Wearing his apron, he took a couple of loaves from him and knocked on the maniac's door. An unsuspecting Myra opened it. Next, the policeman took out his identification card and quickly made his way into the house where he caught Brady. He was writing an explanatory letter to work, asking for time off because of an injury. The officer told a made-up story about investigating gun cases and asked to see the house. It was unclear why, but Myra agreed. He inspected all but one room, the one where the young man's body lay. Because it was locked, the policeman asked to open it, but Myra said she had left the keys at work. Of course, there was no credibility to the story. The officer offered to drive the young woman to her place of work and retrieve the key, but she gave up and opened the door. After finding the body, Brady was immediately arrested. Before leaving the house, he told a police officer that there had been an argument between him and Evans, trying to make it look like self-defense. When questioned, he continued with his version, but it sounded very unconvincing. Brady allegedly met Evans in a bar, a fight ensued, and somehow the boy came to his house where the fight ensued. Smith had also testified against Brady at the time, and the police believed his testimony much more. Ian later insisted that Smith had been directly involved in the murder. The young man described how Ian bragged about killing 3 or 4 children and even gave the approximate locations of their burial. He also revealed the presence of 2 evidence suitcases in which the killers kept various trophies. The problem was that these suitcases were stored in some unknown lost and found office in Manchester. It took the police several days to find them. The arrest of the maniacs was followed by a search of their home. There, the police found many interesting finds: notebooks, lists of names, photographs of Brady and Myris Saddleworth, and explicit pictures of them. The notebooks contained lists of coded words which the police were quickly able to decipher. It turned out that Brady kept records of burial sites, weapons, and methods of killing. Alas, it was impossible to ascertain the exact location of all the victims on the basis of this information, as it was rather superficial. Another book contained a list of names, including all the victims of the couple. But here's the strange thing. In addition to the victims we know, the list contained the names of other children. With all this information, the investigators questioned Brady again, and his story was once again very weak. Allegedly, the list contained the names of his friends, and he had joked about killing children in his conversation with Smith. At the same time, the police managed to find the very suitcases, the contents of which shocked everyone. There were photographs of a naked girl. Also found in them were audio tapes, one of which would soon become perhaps the most damning evidence in history. They contained cries and pleas for help. Other tapes contained recordings of Nazi plays. After listening to the tape, one of the mothers recognized the voice of her daughter, Leslie and Downey. It is frightening to imagine how difficult all this was for the poor woman. In addition, the suitcases contained many photographs of the backdrop of the marshland, various batons and lashes, and erotic magazines. All of this, including a recording of the girl screaming and a photograph of her, would have been enough to press charges. But the police had yet to read Saddleworth. They faced the daunting task of identifying the victims' burial sites from the many photos. They were also assisted in this by a 12-year-old neighbor, Myra, who had once gone with them to the swamp to pick peat. It is not known why, but the maniacs left the girl alive. Perhaps Myra and Brady's guilt in such a case would have been obvious. 150 officers were involved in the search for bodies in the swamps. Initially, they focused on the area near Route A628, but later, based on witness statements, they moved to Route A635. That's where their first find awaited them. On October 10th, police noticed a hand sticking out of the ground. Because of the degree of decomposition of the body, the identity of the child could not be confirmed until after the examination. She turned out to be Leslie and Downey. 11 days later, police discovered the body of John Kilbride. At the same time, Brady and Myra were charged with Leslie's murder, extending their custody. Despite this baggage of evidence, Ian continued to try to feed the police flimsy tales in an effort to avoid punishment. When asked about the origin of the nude photographs of the little girl taken at the Hindley house, he did not deny that he had taken them. However, he insisted that the girl had been brought to their home by 2 men and then taken away to an unknown destination. Because of the onset of winter, the police temporarily halted their search of the swamps, but a virtually win-win case had already formed against Myra and Brady. On April 19, 1966, one of the most high-profile trials in British history began. Both lovers were charged with the murder of Edward Evans, Leslie Downey, and John Kilbride. The turning point was the very recording of little Leslie's last words. The case hurt her from the first to the last second. The reporters in attendance called the tape the most damning evidence ever put on the judge's desk. The trial lasted more than 2 weeks, and on May 6th, the court found the maniacs guilty, sentencing them to life in different prisons. That was the last day they saw each other. The couple kept up an active correspondence, but over the years, their fervor waned, and their letters came less and less frequently. The trial was remembered for another interesting moment. David Smith, who became the main witness, signed a contract with a local newspaper under which he undertook to give an exclusive interview in case Myra and Brady were convicted. The paper paid him £1,000 for this, which was quite a substantial sum at the time. Smith and his wife spent the money on a holiday in a 5-star French hotel, which angered the judge. He found such a transaction inappropriate, but there was nothing he could do about it within the law. Since then, the story of Myra and Brady split into 2 lines, but it was not over. In 1974, Ian managed to change several prisons until he finally stayed at Wormwood Scrubs. Here began the most interesting part. The maniac managed to abuse children while in prison. How was that possible? Shortly after his transfer to Wormwood Scrubs, Brady, who had been placed in solitary confinement, went on a hunger strike. He was unhappy with the ban on socializing with other inmates. Prison officials have decided that the child killer is going to afterlife rather quickly. As a result of his dramatic weight loss, the maniac was transferred to the hospital wing where his life took on new colors. He was allowed to watch television and do house cleaning work. At the same time, juvenile delinquents with mental disabilities were admitted to the hospital wing of the prison. In 1981, one of these teenagers said that Brady had forced him into intimate contact. Later, similar statements by the victims surfaced repeatedly. Taking advantage of access to secluded corners of the prison as a janitor, Ian led his victims there. When prison officials learned of this, he was banned from cleaning, but no further charges were filed. More interestingly, he was left in the hospital wing next to the same teenagers. It would seem how such a thing is possible, but there was nothing the chief medical officer of the prison could do about it. British law mandates that prisoners be assisted, and Brady used this skillfully. He threatened to resume his hunger strike every time he talked about being transferred back to a cell. In 1982, a harsh decision was made to transfer the maniac to another prison with stricter conditions. However, 3 years later, in 1985, Brady was declared insane. Thanks to this, another transfer awaited him to Ashworth Psychiatric Hospital. Many of you may have wondered how such a violent sadist managed not only to establish a comfortable life in prison, but also to do his dirty work with teenagers. The answer might surprise you. He was helped by the Earl of Longford, Frank Pakenham, one of the leading politicians of the time, to get favors and privileges. Brady approached him while in prison, and soon the Earl actually sided with him. Of course, there was no talk of helping to get the charges dropped, but Ian didn't count on that. Pakenham helped him stay in hospital by appealing to Britain's Home Security himself. After that, the politician repeatedly bailed out his newly minted friend by pulling the right strings in the British upper echelons. But the main request of Brady he could not fulfill. The maniac dreamed of a date with Myra. On that note, let's move back a bit to Hindley's story. Her life behind bars was much less intense, but not without interesting moments. While in prison, she managed to have a mistress, but more interestingly, she was able to get out of there for a while. Not long after beginning her sentence, Hindley began a tort affair with the warden, Patricia Cairns. Together, they planned an escape, but were caught by the police in the preparation stage. As a result, Cairns went from a prison employee to a prisoner for 6 years. In November 1986, Keith Bennett's mother wrote her a letter begging her to tell her about her son's fate. Pain and despair, and the last lines make clear. I am a simple woman working in the kitchens of Christie's Hospital. It took me 5 weeks to write this letter because it is very important to me that it be accepted by you as it is, a plea for help. Please, Miss Hindley, help me. It is impossible to say for certain whether Hindley was moved by this or whether there were other motives, but she agreed to take part in the investigative experiment. Under tight security, she was taken to Saddleworth Heath, which was cordoned off by 200 police officers along its perimeter. Myra's task was to locate the bodies of children whose fate was still unknown. She failed in that task. The search yielded no results. The detectives who organized her participation were harshly criticized for wasting money on an event of this scale. However, it bore fruit a little later. One of the detectives continued to visit the woman in prison, and soon she decided to partially confess to a number of crimes. Myra recounted all the murders, but insisted she was never there at those moments. Of course, no one was in a hurry to believe it, but the detective was happy with the new information in any volume. Since then, Myra had been out on the heath several more times. And in 1987, the cops were successful. And that's what you call the discovery of Leslie and Downey's body. And later, Pauline reads, once Brady learned of his former lover's cooperation with the investigation, he also decided to partially confess to what he had done. True, the maniac asked to be given the means and opportunity to leave his life, which no one could legally do. Having been refused, Ian still talked and also expressed his desire to help the police in their search for the remaining bodies. On July 3rd of that year, he was taken to Saddleworth, where he was never able to pinpoint Keith Bennett's burial site. Later, frustrated detectives refused to make another trip to the Heath with the maniac, and he turned to reporters. In a letter, he indirectly admitted they had killed 5 other children, but police could not confirm this information. 6 months later, Brady still secured a second visit to Saddleworth, but again proved useless. Heath's body has not been found to this day. In 2003, the police resumed their search using the most advanced technology. It gave no results. They only had 40-year-old photos, which made finding the right place next to impossible. Myra made a long attempt to obtain an early release. She wrote appeals, secured Lord Longford's support, and by the early noughties, almost everyone was convinced that her release was inevitable. Unfortunately for her, life decided otherwise. Hindley died on November 15, 2002, at the age of 60. The cause was complications from a heart condition. The rest of Brady's life was less rosy. While Myra's release was seriously considered, Ian's release from the asylum was being given the go-ahead by senior British officials. With each year in the asylum, he gradually went mad until he lost what little, if any, sanity he had left. In spite of this, he managed to live long enough until he was 79 years old. In 2017, the maniac died of cancer, and the urn with his ashes was buried at the bottom of the sea. Brady's death made few people sad. His namesake, Police Federation branch chairman Ian Hansen, noted that such monsters deserve no sympathy. That was the end of the story of the child-murdering lovers. But in Britain, their names will long be remembered. Ian and Myra are a prime example of inhumanity.
Eileen Cotter was born in 1952, 3 years after her parents moved from Ireland to England. Her father, Patrick Cotter, was a laborer. In 1967, 15-year-old Eileen found the body of her mother, who sadly took her own life. Eileen left school at 16 and worked at a holiday camp in Berry Island in Wales. Later on, she found work at a care home in Ireland. Just after 2 p.m. on June 1, 1974, a resident at a block of apartments in Hamilton Park, Highbury, North London, saw what she thought was a bundle of rags in the courtyard next to a block of garages. Another resident realized it was a body and asked her father to call the police. When police arrived at the scene, they documented that the female body was lifeless. The body was identified as Eileen Cotter's. She was 22 years old at the time. Eileen was found strangled with her one eye black and bruises on her face and neck. She was lying face down with her lower body exposed and her underwear and tights pulled down. Her handbag, glasses, and shoes were missing. Eileen Connor's father released a statement detailing his daughter's short life marred by family tragedies after her body was found. A forensic examination was done on her body. A pathologist found that the cause was manual strangulation. DNA samples were recovered from 2 places on Eileen's body. The DNA was used to extract DNA profiles. No matches could be made at the time. Police interviewed 92 potential suspects and carried out an extensive operation to identify local curb crawlers in their effort to find the attacker. Unfortunately, he was not identified and her case went unsolved. In 2012, 37 years after Eileen's body was found, the investigation was reopened. Following advances in DNA profiling, the trail went cold for 7 more years until 2019, when John Applegren came to the attention of police for attacking his wife and Smythe Applegren. He lived in the same area as Eileen when the crime was committed. John Applegren is an 80-year-old pensioner who was formerly a minicab driver and a bricklayer. He is from South Africa and had previously been married in South Africa to a woman with whom he had 2 children. It is not clear if Smythe Applegren is his second or third wife, as there are no details of a second wife, although many sources call him his third wife. It was in February 2019 that he was arrested for domestic assault by his then-wife and Applegren. There was a breakthrough when police took Applegren's DNA for the first time. The sample was a 1,000,000,000 probability of a match to the DNA collected from Eileen Cotter's body. When interviewed, he claimed that he did not know Eileen, but accepted he had relations with other women during his marriage. On June 22, 2022, John Applegren was arrested and charged with the slaying of Eileen Cotter. The arrest was made after investigators concluded that Applegren is 100% responsible for what happened to Eileen. Detective Chief Inspector Lawrence Smith said that if someone knocked on his door and arrested him for a crime of almost 50 years ago, he would repeatedly plead his innocence until he could no longer speak. That was not him. He was very calm about it. He had an aura of, dare I say, evilness about him. Appelgren appeared at the Bromley Magistrates' Court on Thursday, June 23, 2022, where he was remanded into custody. The judge fixed a trial of up to 4 weeks from June 6, 2023. Opening the prosecution's case, prosecutor Alexandra Healy said that DNA samples taken from Eileen's body in 1975 matched those of John Appelgren of Brighton Close in Sydenham, southeast London. During the trial, she told jurors that in 2019, Appelgren had come to the attention of police for attacking his wife. The court heard Appelgren was seen on the night of the slaying in 1975 at a Finsbury Park hot dog stall where Eileen would often go. Ms. Healy also told the jury that it appeared Eileen had been pushed out of a car after she and Appelgren had intercourse. She described to the court, without shoes and with her tights and underwear still around her right leg. Appelgren hit Eileen in the face and throttled her before throwing her body out of his car. The defendant was 31 at the time. This happened just 6 weeks after the birth of his first child with his then-wife, Anne. Appelgren told police in 1975 when he was interviewed as a potential suspect that he was living in Leighton and never went to the Finsbury Park and Highbury area, which was a lie. Ms. Healy also said Eileen did not have the defendant's DNA on her underwear and tights because she never pulled them up after they were together. She never pulled them up because she was not alive anymore. During the court case, it was revealed that Eileen and Anne were most definitely not Appelgren's only victims. Appelgren assaulted an 18-year-old female guest at his own wedding to Anne Appelgren on October 14, 1972. Ms. Healy told jurors the incident only came to light years later when police interviewed Anne Appelgren as part of the reinvestigation into Eileen's case in 2012. Ms. Healy told jurors that Appelgren had pushed the 18-year-old woman against a wall after she left the toilet at his wedding reception and assaulted her. The victim had not told anyone about the incident as she was afraid she would be blamed. The teenager told Anne Appelgren about the assault after the pair later divorced. Anne Appelgren, mother of 2, also revealed that she had been mistreated and that Appelgren had once grabbed her neck with both hands. She added that she believed he was cheating on her just months after their 1972 marriage and later found out he was sleeping with her brother's wife. After 11 hours of jury deliberation, Mrs. Justice May announced the jury's final decision. She told Appelgren that putting your hands around a young woman's neck and squeezing hard carried a high risk which ought to have been obvious. The judge added Eileen must have been terrified. The jury found Appelgren guilty on Friday, June 16, 2023, following a 2-week trial. In addition to being found guilty of manslaughter, he was also convicted of indecent assault. Justice May then sentenced Appelgren to 10 years for manslaughter and a further 6 months for the earlier assault, to run consecutively. This means he will be eligible for release on parole after 5 years and 3 months on June 21, 2028, when he is 85 and hopefully worm food. In mitigation, Justin Rouse listed Appelgren's health problems, saying the defendant would be affected significantly by serving his sentence. Detective Chief Inspector Lawrence Smith said Eileen's life was tragically ended at a young age, with her body then discarded onto the street. When my team reviewed the original investigation, we were impressed by how thorough it was. Investigators at the time used every available method to find the suspect, including operations with decoy women. This was a tactic used at the time where female police officers under protection were placed at the scenes of crimes in efforts to draw out predatory men. Smith continued, unfortunately, they did not have the science available to us now, and although he should have been in prison decades ago, he has now been brought to justice. Investigating violence against women and girls is a priority for the Metropolitan Police, and we will relentlessly pursue predatory men, whether a crime took place decades ago or today. Eileen's half-brother, Patrick Cotter, who was 5 at the time of her demise, said in a statement, I was not only deprived of a sister I had little time to get to know, the knock-on effect also meant I lost my mother who took her own life and my father to mental illness and alcoholism. This was all brought about because John Appelgren took Eileen's life. 3 years after Eileen's strangling, my mother took her own life as the relationship between her and my father broke down significantly. Due to the fighting between them, I was placed in a care home where I suffered abuse until the age of about 11. It was never explained to me why I was placed in care, and I lived most of my childhood believing it is because of something I had done wrong. His statement continues, again, being a young child, I struggled to understand with little explanation given to me. My father drank heavily. But Eileen's demise and the loss of my mother caused him to drink even more, and he was eventually admitted to Springfield Psychiatric Hospital. Following this, my father went to live with his brother in Ireland. However, his drinking became too much and he also passed away. According to Patrick Cotter Jr., he has no memory of Eileen's funeral and has no idea whether she was buried or cremated. He also has no idea where she was laid to rest. As a result, he had never been able to visit her grave. Patrick continued, I spent a very unhappy childhood moving amongst various care homes and foster homes. However, when I was 14 years old, I was placed with my foster parents, John and Yvonne. I was very fortunate to be placed in a loving, caring home. They explained various aspects of my life that I did not know or understand, filling in the gaps, so to speak. I also had a half-brother from my mother who was 17 years older than me. However, when I was taken into care, he was told to avoid any contact with me. I felt as though I lost him as well. He was someone I was very fond of and have happy memories of. Was also taken from me. Patrick Cotter concluded, I would like to see justice for Eileen, whose life was cruelly cut short 49 years ago. As a result of the traumatic event during my childhood, I shut down emotionally. It has made it difficult for me to form close relationships. I only have very faint memories of my sister, but I believe she cared for me. Heidi Marie Erickson was born on December 14, 1984 in St. Paul, Minnesota. She was the daughter of John and Linda Erickson and had two brothers, Peter and Joel. Heidi committed her life to Jesus Christ as a young girl and faithfully walked with him. She was described as a joyful child of God. She loved and was loved by her family and many wonderful friends. In 2005, Heidi met Nick Firks at church, hit it off, and they got married soon after. Nick was born February 25, 1983, and is the son of Steve and Julie Firks. Heidi found work at Securian, a financial services company, while Nick Firks was the director of operations for a carpet cleaning business. Heidi and Nick Firks were both close with their parents. In 2010, the couple had been dealing with financial difficulties and were about to be evicted from their home. They were in over $15,000 of credit card debt. Heidi knew none of this, however. Out of shame, Nick did not tell anyone about their financial situation. Early in the morning on April 25, 2010, at approximately 6:30, 25-year-old Heidi made a 911 call from her cell phone. She frantically said that someone's trying to break into their home. She could be heard breathing heavily and screaming. It was clear she was terrified. The call ended abruptly with a loud noise. Just 65 seconds later, another 911 call was made from their home, this time from her husband, 27-year-old Nick Firks. My wife is shot. Someone broke into our house. Nick screamed into the phone. I've been shot. When officers arrived at the scene, they found Nick with a gunshot wound to his left thigh. He was beside Heidi on the floor, talking to the 911 operator. He was highly emotional and was taken to the hospital. Heidi had been fatally shot in the upper back. Her body was found in the kitchen. Investigators noticed that the Firkus house was clean and tidy, and the entryway table beside the front door was undisturbed. They could not find any signs of a struggle taking place or anyone that forced themselves into the house. Nick Firkus told Sergeant Jim Gray of the St. Paul Police Department that he awoke to a suspicious noise at his front door, grabbed his shotgun from and alerted his sleeping wife. Both of them were trying to run out the back door to the detached garage to escape, according to Nick. Heidi stopped next to the front door to grab her wallet, which was on the table next to the front door. At that moment, the door opened and there was a guy around 6 feet 1 inch or 6 feet 2 inches with a dark hooded sweatshirt with the hood drawn tight around his face. Nick Firkus said that the guy grabbed the barrel of the shotgun, they wrestled, and that his finger slipped onto the trigger and it went off. The gunshot hit Heidi and she fell onto the floor. Nick Firkus and the intruder struggled over the shotgun and the gun went off a second time, hitting Nick in the leg. He fell down and the intruder took off through the front door. He told police that they were about to lose their house because they were behind on their bills. He said that they had not told any of their friends or family about the foreclosure or their need to be out of their house, but that they were going to tell their parents and friends and were planning to move later that day. According to him, they had planned to pack up their house on Sunday and Monday morning, put some of their belongings in the garage to get later, and find someone to stay with. Photographs and a video taken inside the Furkas home after the incident showed that despite having to be out of the house the next day, absolutely no packing had been done. Also, Heidi was scheduled to work on Monday, April 26th. She did not request a day off. On Thursday, April 22, 2010, 3 days before her life was ended, Heidi exchanged text messages with a friend, making plans to get a pedicure in the afternoon on Sunday, April 25th. In this exchange, Heidi was given the option of doing the pedicure on Sunday or the following Wednesday, and Heidi chose Sunday. She also suggested that they all go to church together that Sunday morning. It was evident that Heidi knew nothing about the eviction or that they had to move to a new place. Heidi's funeral took place at the Calvary Church in Roseville, Minnesota, a week after she lost her life. Many messages sympathizing with her parents, Nick, and their family streamed in. She was remembered as a beautiful young woman, and the community was deeply saddened. On her tombstone, the words, "Joyful Child of God," are engraved. Extensive neighborhood canvassing and a canine search showed no sign of an intruder. He was never found. Investigators did note that Nick Furkas perpetuated several false accounts to them during interviews. He became a suspect in the case when the police found no signs of a forced break-in or any missing items. There were also no background noises that indicated there was an intruder or a struggle taking place when investigators looked into the audio of the 2 911 calls made. Investigators also found only Nick Furkas' DNA on the gun, and several witnesses testified there were no signs of a break-in. Nick Furkas' attorneys claimed the intruder was wearing gloves and was in the home for only a couple of seconds, so he could not have left DNA evidence. Nick Furkas retained the services of a defense attorney, Joe Friedberg, who recommended he cease contact with the St. Paul Police Department. At the advice of his lawyer, Nick Furkas declined investigators' requests to sit down with a police sketch artist to create a composite of the alleged intruder. "I knew they had used that as a lever to try interrogating him more, so I said, no, we won't do that. But we'll hire an artist and do it," Friedberg told ABC News. Nick Furkas and Joe Friedberg returned to the St. Paul's Police Department with their own sketch of the alleged intruder, who Nick Furkas said was a male in his late 30s and wearing a hoodie. The police released the sketch through the media to see if any tips would come in. A woman identified Michael P. to police as a potential match. Investigators started researching him immediately, and they learned that he was engaged in a pattern of breaking into homes in St. Paul around 6 in the morning. However, Michael P. was incarcerated on the day of Heidi's slaying. Authorities subsequently cleared him of having any involvement in this case. A few months after Heidi's demise, Nick Furkas met with a man, Rachel Watson. She believed he was the man of her dreams. Rachel is described as a loving, caring, and generous individual who is always ready to extend a helping hand. She is also known for her kind and amicable behavior, which helps her maintain positive relationships with everyone around her. Also born in Minnesota, Rachel got to know Nick Furkas on a personal level through her sister Sarah and her brother-in-law, David Olson, who were both close friends of Heidi. In fact, Sarah considered herself one of Heidi's best friends, and she was the one to insist that Nick Furkas was a wonderful man who loved and took care of his first wife without fail. Neither Sarah nor David minded when Rachel fell in love with him. Before deciding to tie the knot, the two got married in August 2012 and moved into a house purchased for them by Nick Furkas' parents. They welcomed their first child just a few months later. Neighbors who were acquainted with the couple claimed they appeared utterly in love. And they even went on to become proud parents of 2 more wonderful children. Yet with time, Rachel began doubting her husband's involvement in Heidi's case. Her suspicion about her husband's involvement with what happened to Heidi were raised when she found a notice that they might lose their home to foreclosure due to unpaid property taxes. Nick and Rachel Firkus had an arrangement where they would pay the mortgage amount to Nick Firkus' parents and he would pay the property taxes directly to the county. She immediately thought of what she had heard about Heidi's demise. According to Rachel, "I didn't know that this was happening and I'm living with this person. I have children with this person and the last time he had problems with finances, a lot of things went wrong," she said in an interview. She decided to confront him about it. Because she feared for her life as well, she sent their children away and even decided to the whole conversation before talking to Nick. Although Nick Firkus said nothing incriminating while talking to his spouse, it was apparent he was hiding something. In one recording, Rachel said, "The fact that you're lying was so easy for you to do in front of me over and over and over makes me think that I could end my wife's life?" He responded. She replied yes. This worry kept nagging Rachel until she could not take it anymore and divorced him in 2019. Rachel told ABC's 20 to 20 that catching Nick Firkus in a substantially similar lie was what led her to see the 2010 event in an entirely new light. In 2019, Sergeant Nicole Sipes of the St. Paul Police Department took a new look at Heidi. "The case always bothered me because the circumstances did not seem to fit what happened," Sipes said. Once Sipes learned of Nick Firkus' recent divorce from his second wife, she reached out to Rachel, who shared her suspicions. She could have also been a victim, Sipes said. In May 2021, Nick Firkus was arrested and for the first time officially charged with taking his first wife's life. The investigation showed Nick Firkus was served with foreclosure in June 2009, and their house was sold at a sheriff's auction in the same month, 10 months before Heidi was slayed. Eviction proceedings had been filed in February, and an eviction hearing was held on March 8, 2010, which Nick Firkus attended alone. The lockout date was originally set for April 9, 2010. Nick Firkus called the attorneys and stated his grandmother was in hospice and asked to move it to April 26. However, investigators found no evidence either of his grandmothers were in hospice or passed away in 2010. In a review of correspondence between the couple and financial documents found in the home, investigators were unable to find any proof that Heidi knew of the impending eviction. Nick Firkus' trial started in February 2022. Defense attorneys argued Heidi knew about the foreclosure and impending eviction. Prosecutors, on the other hand, said she did not know, and her husband was desperate. Nick Firkus, the complaint said, had done absolutely no packing and kept Heidi completely in the dark about the fact that they were about to be evicted on April 26, 2010, which was one day after the slaying. Investigators have reviewed the text messages and emails sent to and from Heidi and Nick Firkus' cell phones and email accounts. There is not a single message that references foreclosure or eviction proceedings or gives any indication that they would need to move out of their house imminently. On the contrary, on March 11, 2010, "Wish we weren't tied down to our house so we could move somewhere fun." The law firm handling the foreclosure and eviction has no documentation signed by Heidi, and their representatives never had any contact with Heidi. All their contacts were with Nick Firkus. Investigators have spoken with Heidi's family, friends, and co-workers, and not one person said that Heidi ever said anything about foreclosure, eviction, or needing a place to stay or store their belongings. In April 2010, Heidi emailed Nick Firkus multiple times regarding scheduling a meeting with a realtor who helped them buy their house and who was referred to as JS and also a friend from church. Nick Firkus responded by saying that he had been in contact with JS on April 23, 2010. Heidi sent Nick Firkus an email asking whether he had heard from JS. Nick Firkus responded, "JS said that he's ready to meet when we are. I told him Monday should be good." Police interviewed JS, who said that he had not spoken to Nick Firkus in over a year and that there was no meeting scheduled for any Monday. The FBI also combined their ballistics testing and a virtual model of Heidi and Nick Firkus' house to prove that the shots were most likely not accidental in the middle of the struggle, but deliberate. However, Nick Firkus' attorney countered that these findings did not necessarily disprove his version of the events. Finally, the prosecutor asked the big question. "Did you have anything to do with the incident in which Heidi lost her life?" "No," Nick Firkus said. "Absolutely not. Ramsey County prosecutors argued that Nick Firkus hid details of their financial troubles from his wife and took her life due to the shame of their impending eviction. It wasn't just going to be the loss of his house. It was going to be the realization that he had lied to his wife. And he had lied to his friends. He had lied to the community for many years, Ramsey County Assistant District Attorney Elizabeth Lamon said. He took Heidi's life and saved his reputation. Senior Assistant Hennepin County Attorney Rachel Craker said at the trial where she aided Ramsey County prosecutors in securing the conviction. The trial lasted 11 days. On February 10, 2023, after 4 hours of deliberation, the jury found Nick Firkus guilty of slaying Heidi. Robert Richmond, Nick Firkus' defense attorney, refuted these allegations, but nevertheless, he was found guilty on all the charges against him. In April 2023, Firkus was sentenced to life in prison without the chance of parole. It took more than a decade for this case to be solved, and it could very well have still been unsolved if Firkus was not caught in a big lie by his second wife, Rachel. Nick Firkus' family declined a request from ABC News for an interview, but issued a statement in support of him. He was wrongly convicted and sits in jail for a crime he did not commit. This is not just the belief of heartbroken parents, a part of the statement reads, after 13 years, Heidi's family and friends found some sort of closure. They had this to say in a statement: because of the lies we were told as early as the day after her life was ended, along with the pressures to believe them, it has been virtually impossible to find closure to our grief as the shock begins after what happened to Heidi. The realization quickly set in that everything Nick Firkus was telling us betrayed who I knew my sister to be, Heidi's brother, Peter Erickson said. The fact that he had the audacity to peddle a story that was so obviously inconsistent with Heidi's character was, and still is, very much insulting and offensive to me and everyone else who actually knew and loved her. I really miss my sister, he added. Heidi's mom, Linda Erickson, holding back tears, said Nick Firkus' unthinkable actions robbed her daughter and loved ones of participating in that adventure of life with her. She looked forward to being a mother, she said of Heidi. Because of Nick Firkus, I never get to see my friend again, Jessie Bain added. Because of him, Heidi is missing out on so much. At present, Rachel still resides in St. Paul, Minnesota, where she owns and operates her own cosmetics company, Be Lovely. On top of it, she is also a vocal advocate for victims of human trafficking. In fact, reports indicate that Be Lovely donates 10% of each sale to organizations that work for victims of trafficking and other social injustices. It honestly is great to witness Rachel's success. Nick Firkus is serving his life sentence without parole at the Minnesota Correctional Facility in St. Cloud, Minnesota. Morgan Bauer was born on April 13, 1996 in Memphis, Tennessee. She was the only child of Sherry Keenan and an unknown father. Morgan grew up in Aberdeen, South Dakota and graduated from Central High School in 2014. She was a pretty girl with blue eyes and brown hair. Morgan had a passion for music and art, and aspired to become a tattoo artist. She had a number of tattoos herself. One of those tattoos was a butterfly that symbolized her freedom and transformation. Her other tattoos were a sun-moon near her right shoulder inside a Celtic design, an anchor with the words, "Whatever you love can be taken away, so live like it's your last day," on her left wrist. A blue and orange jellyfish on her arm from her inner wrist to elbow, and a black tree and flowers on the back of her neck. She also had her ears gauged and her lip pierced twice. Morgan was an avid reader and writer, enjoying books from all different genres. She also wrote poems and stories on her blog, and had been dancing since she was 3 years old. She participated in various competitions and shows. She started dating Jose Rodriguez when she turned 18. The two of them met online. Morgan also had a dream of becoming a journalist or photographer. She always carried her camera with her. Morgan was active on different social media platforms. She posted photos of herself and her friends, as well as inspirational quotes and memes, especially on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. She had thousands of followers who admired her beauty and personality. Morgan loved to travel and explore new places. She had visited 13 states in the US and had plans to visit more. She decided to leave the small town of Aberdeen in South Dakota and move to Atlanta, Georgia in search of a new independent life. She left on February 12, 2016. Morgan had a pet cat named Luna whom she adored. She adopted Luna from a shelter and left the cat with her mother when she moved. She stayed with a man she had met on Craigslist for the first night in Atlanta. Their arrangement included that Morgan cleaned the house until she managed to find a job. Unfortunately, this agreement did not work out between the two roommates. She then stayed at different hotels. Morgan took a job as a dancer in a Gainesville, Georgia club called the Top of Gainesville. She and her mother were in contact every day or every other day through social media or phone calls. Morgan also remained in contact with friends until February 25, 2016. It was then that she abruptly went silent. On that specific evening, she was dancing at Top of Gainesville. Afterwards, Morgan, Morgan's co-worker, and her co-worker's boyfriend all left the club together. They dropped Morgan off at the Citgo gas station in Covington, where she got into a green Eclipse with an unknown driver. That would be the last time Morgan was seen alive. Her mom, Sherry Keenan, became concerned when she could not reach Morgan. She decided to go to Atlanta to find Morgan. Sherry went to the last motel that Morgan was staying in. There she found that all of Morgan's luggage was still in place. This indicated to her that Morgan did not run away. Sherry then talked to Morgan's boyfriend, Jose Rodriguez, to hear if he knew anything about where she could possibly be. Jose told her that he loved Morgan and was worried about her safety as well. He also said that he had not seen her or heard from her. On March 8, 2016, after not hearing from Morgan for over a week, Sherry Keenan reported her daughter as missing to the Atlanta Police Department. According to her cell phone records, officers determined that Morgan's last phone call was made to Jose on February 25, 2016. In Morgan's last Instagram video, she was seen walking in the Yellow River Park in Newton County, Georgia. An unidentified man could be seen walking behind her. Morgan's Instagram was private, but Sherry Keenan said a friend of her daughter sent her a screenshot of Morgan's last post. It showed that it was posted on February 26, 2016. A day after she was seen climbing into the green Eclipse. That meant police were looking in the wrong places based on an incorrect timeline. Investigators tried to identify the man in the video to gather information, but they were unable to do so. Multiple law enforcement agencies got involved in the attempt to locate Morgan. Family members spoke to news outlets to share more information about the missing teen. Her disappearance sparked a massive online search due to the huge following she had. She had moved to the Atlanta area only about 2 weeks before she went missing, leaving nothing but unanswered questions in her absence. Despite investigators' best efforts, they were unable to locate Morgan. They did not know if she left willingly or if foul play was involved. Sherry Keenan said in 2019, "There is not a lot of information out there. Morgan is a cold case, but an active cold case with the Atlanta Police Department." Family and friends held a vigil on February 25, 2023, where they remembered the young woman who went missing when she was only 19 years old. Sherry Keenan said, "I am not ready to say goodbye until she is found." She organized a Saturday vigil at the Yellow River Park in Newton County. This was the same park as the one where Morgan was last seen. The next update on the case came on July 27, 2023. It was then that police said they wished they could not make public. The information had prompted investigators to go back and review the case from the beginning. It then led to a search warrant for a property on 2 South Broad Street in Atlanta. Based on the new information, it was suspected that Morgan's remains might be buried there. Police reported that the current owner of the house cooperated with the investigation and was not considered a suspect. The location of 2 South Broad Street is about a 10-minute walk from the park where Morgan was last seen. Authorities searched both the home and the large area of open property. The Porterdale Police Department, in conjunction with the FBI and the Atlanta Police Department, conducted a one-day search on July 27 to retrieve evidence related to the missing person case. There were several tents set up in a wooded area near a large home. Police released videos of FBI agents slowly combing the property in grid formation. Police said after the search that they believe Morgan's life was taken and her body was dumped. Police did not specify what they found that led to this conclusion, since they did not find Morgan's body. Sergeant Michael Walden gave feedback and said that their search led to the location of items of evidentiary interest. However, they could not reveal additional information. Morgan's mom, Sherry, had this to say during the search. "I believe Morgan, if she was still here, she would have reached out. Even if she did not want to talk to me, she would have reached out to her grandma." She added that the last time she saw her baby girl, she gave her something to keep her safe. "We did not really talk. I gave her a penny though. I told her to put the penny in her pocket and to keep it with her to keep her safe. She was with a friend, but I do not know who he was. They walked off and that was the last time I ever saw her." Sherry referred to an unknown man that was with Morgan before she left for Atlanta. Sherry suspected the new information and the search of the property would unveil something big in her daughter's case. Casey McClure, who runs an organization that provides outreach to exploited women and has helped in the search since it began, said, "It all goes back to the couple that was last seen with Morgan." McClure also said that the investigators have spoken directly to the couple acting on a tip. They were identified by officers and were publicly referred to by their last names, Goebel and Warren. McClure said, "Goebel was very sweet and polite and well-mannered and seemed concerned about Morgan. Warren was very rigid." On Saturday, August 5, 2023, the City of Porterdale Police Department posted the following on Facebook. "Porterdale police officers obtained arrest warrants and 2 persons have been arrested in this ongoing investigation. Investigators are still actively working on this case and it is continuing to develop while they are in constant communication with our district attorney and his office." Police Chief Jason Cripps said in the arrest announcement that he was grateful for the help of the other agencies. This was finally a new update in the over 7-year disappearance of Morgan. 27-year-old Jonathan Alexander Warren was arrested in Los Angeles in connection to Morgan's case. He was charged with 4 felonies, taking Morgan's life, hiding that fact, and being aggravated assault and tampering with evidence. In accordance with California law, Warren's mugshot was not released. He apparently lived in the area where Morgan was last seen at the time that she disappeared. Warren has a long list of previous offenses. He has charges of fleeing or attempting to elude, driving without headlights in the dark, and reckless driving. He was 22 years old when he committed these crimes. Most importantly, his address was listed as 2 South Broad Street, Porterdale. This is the same address where the latest search for evidence was done. 27-year-old Caitlin Goebel was arrested in Peoria, Illinois, also in connection to Morgan's case. She was charged with 2 felonies: concealing the fact that she assisted in taking Morgan's life, as well as tampering with evidence. She is currently being held in Peoria County Jail. Her mugshot was also not released. The nature of the relationship between Morgan and the couple was not confirmed by police. Newton County District Attorney Randy McGinley said his office is hopeful that Morgan's family will soon see justice. "I always look at it from the victim's perspective, or in this case, the victim's family. This family has been waiting for years, not knowing what has happened." He also said that right now they were still waiting on Warren and Goebel to be extradited back to Newton County, so they can begin to review the case files. "We do not usually have the entire case file until the arrest is made, so we need time to review the case file," McKinley added. On Monday, August 7, 2023, Morgan's mother was not ready to speak on camera about the news of the arrests, but instead posted an update on the massive Missing Morgan Facebook page. Sherry Keenan described Morgan as charismatic, gentle-hearted, beautiful and funny. She also said that Morgan was her best friend and that she missed her terribly. "What we cannot share is speculation," she wrote. "Please understand, legally and currently, Morgan is still considered a missing person. While we are so grateful that arrests have been made, this is an ongoing investigation." Paxton Gilbert, a friend of Morgan, had this to say after the arrests. "It is a big shock. They would last 2 people to be seen with my friend Morgan. I just want to know what happened, you know." They told investigators. They even told her mom. They dropped her off at a gas station, and that is the last they saw of her. The new information that investigators received was an informant that said investigators should take a new look at Warren and Goebel. The evidentiary items found at the couple's home confirmed to investigators that they were responsible for taking Morgan's life. The hope is that the couple will admit to what they did and tell investigators where Morgan's body can be found, can start the healing process. Destiny Renee Pittman was born in Kokomo, Indiana, on January 9, 1992, to parents Melvin Douglas and Carla Pittman McCombs. Destiny was one of 5 children and had 2 brothers and 2 sisters. In 2013, at the age of 21, Destiny was staying with her 2 young children, her boyfriend, a female roommate, and her husband, and 3 dogs in 815 James Drive, Kokomo. On the evening of February 7, 2013, 2 armed intruders forced their way into Destiny's home. Destiny stepped out from her bedroom into the hallway to confront the intruders. She was then fatally shot by one of the attackers. The bullet went through her chest and struck a wall at the end of the hall. Renee's boyfriend, roommate, children and dogs were at home at the time, but hid away out of fear and were unharmed. At approximately 9:33 p.m., officers from the Kokomo Police Department were dispatched to 815 James Drive when they were notified about shots being fired at the residence. When officers arrived at the crime scene, Destiny was already gone, and there was nothing they could do to revive her. A single .40 caliber shell casing was recovered. Neither her boyfriend, whose name was never disclosed, or roommate saw the intruders and could thus not give investigators any description. It was suspected that the perpetrators may have been looking to rob Destiny and her boyfriend of marijuana and cash they had from selling weed. Destiny's boyfriend reportedly admitted to police that he sold marijuana and had taken a bag containing weed and over $2,000 in cash to another house just days prior to the home invasion. Both the boyfriend and the roommate also admitted to police that Destiny, too, was involved in selling, but had not as much since she inherited money. Unfortunately, investigators were unable to identify the attackers and the case went cold. For more than 10 years, Destiny's case remained unsolved without a single suspect ever being identified. Destiny's demise left her surviving family and friends devastated. Even years after, her mom stayed depressed and cried a lot. "My life has turned absolutely upside down. They took my child for no reason. Whoever it was, I hope they are satisfied. They did not get anything out of it. She was just getting ready to start modeling and have a life for herself." Her mother said, not knowing who did this to her daughter or why eats at her each and every day. On March 2, 2023, 2 men were finally identified as suspects in Destiny Pittman's case. Investigators announced the arrest of 32-year-old Joey McCartney and 36-year-old Jesse McCartney. Joey McCartney was taken into custody by U.S. Marshals at the crack of dawn at a residence in Graham, Kentucky. Jesse McCartney was arrested by U.S. Marshals and local police at a residence in Kokomo. Graham and Kokomo are more than a 4-hour drive apart. As a result of the continued investigation since 2013, along with citizens continuing to provide leads, investigators with the Criminal Investigation Section were able to determine that these 2 individuals were responsible for what happened to Destiny. On December 5, 2022, a woman called in and claimed to have information about Destiny's case. She told police she could not keep this information to herself anymore after repeatedly seeing press releases on the case over the years. According to the court documents, this informant claimed to have been with Jesse McCartney on the night Destiny's life was ended, and had been sitting in his white Jeep Cherokee outside Destiny's home. According to the informant, Jesse and Joey said they were running an errand, which the individual reportedly believed meant a deal that involved illegal substances. Jesse reportedly told the informant to stay inside the vehicle while he proceeded to put on black leather gloves and grabbed his handgun. Jesse at Destiny's front door before the pair entered the residence. The 2 of them then started searching the home, which police believe it was for substances that Destiny and her boyfriend were selling. The informant heard a gunshot and saw both men come running out of the house. Jesse was sweating heavily and had a large bag of marijuana and cash in his hand, according to the informant. She alleges that she and Jesse drove back to his apartment and Joey joined them. She said Jesse then made her drive back by the home the next day. When they drove past, there was police tape surrounding the house. The informant also told police about Jesse McCartney changing his phone number and said he still lived in Kokomo on Monroe Street. She said he sold his gun and Jeep 6 months later after the crime was committed. The woman told investigators she did not come forward sooner because she was scared and still is. She had an alleged history with Jesse. Lee showed Destiny's boyfriend photographs of Joey and Jesse McCartney after the new revelations. The boyfriend stated that Joey looked familiar and might have visited before with a comment, but it was still unclear to investigators whether Destiny knew the McCartneys. The two men each faced charges for taking Destiny's life as well as burglary. Jesse McCartney faced additional charges of robbery and possession of illegal substances. The brothers were held without bond for the alleged connection to the case, with their hearing taking place in March 2023. Jesse McCartney's trial took place on August 11, 2023, and he was acquitted of some of the charges against him since it was determined he was not the one that shot Destiny. Joey McCartney's trial is yet to take place. Gretchen Eleanor Harrington was born on June 13, 1967, in the quiet town of Marple Township, Pennsylvania. She was the beloved daughter of Harold Boyd Harrington and Anna Cover Harrington. Gretchen had 3 sisters, Zoe, Ann, and Jessica. The girls grew up in a household filled with love and sibling companionship. Undoubtedly played a crucial role in shaping Gretchen's character and forming cherished memories. Her father, Harold Harrington, was a pastor and dedicated his life to serving various congregations of the Reformed Presbyterian Church of North America. On the morning of August 15, 1975, 8-year-old Gretchen Harrington left her home on 27 Lawrence with her Bible in one hand. She was on her way to go to summer Bible school camp at the Trinity Church Chapel Christian Reformed Church on 140 Lawrence Road. This was the premises of 2 local churches. Gretchen's father was the pastor of the one church, and David Zanstra was the pastor of the secondary church. She was eager to attend Bible school. Usually, she walked the half-mile with her older sisters, Zoe and Harriet. But on this particular day, though, her mom, Anna, was bringing home her newborn baby, Jessica. Zoe and Harriet preferred to stay home and wait for their arrival. Pastor Harrington encouraged Gretchen to go to Bible school to keep up her perfect attendance record. Therefore, Gretchen was all alone as her father waved goodbye to her. She began her stroll up the hill to the church just after 9 a.m. A child walking alone on a sunny summer day in a place like Marple was hardly unusual. It was not regarded as dangerous or risky. This was the 1970s in a leafy suburb. Kids played various games outside till all hours. They played on the streets, in the dark, and in the woods. They cooled off in Darby Creek, which ran behind Gretchen's home, without a care in the world. Kids walked to their friends' houses blocks away, no cell phones or GPS watches to tether them to their parents. Marple was as safe could be. At around 9 to 9:30 a.m., the children arrived at the camp, and the first activity on the agenda was a morning exercise session, led by David Zanstra, the other pastor. At approximately 10 a.m., half of the children were then transported to the Reformed Presbyterian Church for the remainder of the day. Zanstra was one of the people responsible for transporting the children. At 10:30, Gretchen's father became concerned when she had not arrived yet at the second church where he was waiting. Harold began searching Lawrence Road to see if maybe Gretchen had wandered off or went home. When he could not find Gretchen, Harold contacted Zanstra's wife, Margaret, who was at the Trinity Church, to find out if Gretchen was still there and if David Zanstra perhaps knew if she was transported to the other church. Margaret told Harold that her husband returned to Trinity Chapel after transporting children. He was somewhere on the property of the church and had not seen Gretchen that day. The Harringtons and Zanstras knew each other well. The two families lived close to one another. Both dads were in the same line of work, and both moms filled the stereotypical role of pastor's wife. One of Zanstra's daughters was Gretchen's best friend. When David Zanstra learned that Gretchen's father was looking for her, he called the Marple Township Police Department at Harold Harrington's request and reported Gretchen missing. The call was made at 11:23 a.m. and Zanstra described Gretchen to the police as an 8-year-old girl with blonde hair in pigtails, 3 feet 6 inches tall, 50 pounds, wearing dark blue and no visible buttons, and a white top. Quite a detailed description for someone who apparently did not see Gretchen on that day. As the sun set that day just before 8 p.m., there was still no sign of Gretchen. Margaret Zanstra brought supper to the Harrington home, where Ina, Gretchen's mother, seemed resigned to the fact that she would never see her daughter alive again. She was just kind of accepting the fact that Gretchen was gone. I do not know whether she was just putting on a brave face. I think she was in shock. Gretchen's disappearance sent shockwaves through Broomall and Marple Township. The people went into full-blown panic mode. By Saturday, hundreds of people were involved in the search for Gretchen. A Pennsylvania State Police helicopter searched the area continuously from above. Friends and family members began handing out flyers to passing motorists in the area. The flyers showed Gretchen in her most recent school photo, sporting a missing tooth and a childish grin. There was a lot of speculation, so many unanswered questions. Had she run away? Did she drown in a creek? Did a stranger kidnap her? Was it somebody she knew? People and church members who searched for little 8-year-old Gretchen said her disappearance destroyed the belief that their community was safe. Karen Frank Zetterberg was a Bible school classmate of Gretchen. They were the same age and lived in the same tightly knit community. After Gretchen's disappearance, Karen's mom took her to the hairdresser to cut her hair real short in order for her to look like a boy. She did not want her daughter to stand out with her long hair. Karen was also not allowed to walk alone to her piano lessons and to the swim club anymore. Paul Barton, who lived in nearby Newton Square, heard about the search on his police scanner while he was relaxing in his backyard pool. He soon drove down to Darby Creek to join a search team. His group combed a grassy hill. There was just this very solemn feeling amongst all of us who were out there searching. We went out there not knowing what to expect, what we might find. We were looking for something, anything, but we found nothing. Nobody did. That Sunday, just 2 days after Gretchen's disappearance, police called off the large-scale search operation. Investigators had little to go on. The police chief told a local newspaper, "We haven't got a clue." No useful clues of any kind were found by the search parties. In the weeks that followed, the police spoke with several people to piece together what had happened to Gretchen. On August 17, 1975, the interviews began for the investigation. Witnesses, camp teachers, students, and parents were interviewed by police, providing various important facts for the case. Crucial pieces of information were the observation of either a green station wagon or light-top, dark-bottom Cadillac stopping to talk to a girl near the church. Another fact that was brought up was that the camp's daily routine was broken on August 15th because the group at Trinity Church stayed 45 to 50 minutes longer than usual. The investigation took a turn on August 19th, when a small pair of shorts were found on a fence post in Westchester, Pennsylvania. David Zanstra was called in to talk to police, based around the fact that he provided such a specific description of Gretchen's shorts, although, according to him, he never saw her that day since she never arrived to camp. The shorts found in Westchester ultimately ended up not being Gretchen's. But investigators were still left questioning how Zanstra knew such specific details about her shorts. When investigators interviewed Zanstra on August 19th, he told them that he had picked up some children and driven them to the church the day Gretchen went missing. He still denied having seen her that day. On October 14th, 2 months after Gretchen disappeared, a jogger in Ridley Creek State about 20 minutes from Gretchen's home stumbled on human remains. At first, he was not sure what he had found until he saw what was clearly a fingernail. He ran to fetch a park ranger. Gretchen's parents confirmed that the distinctive clothing found with the remains was hers. Ina made the girl's clothes by hand. The remains found were of a small human body, which the autopsy later revealed was indeed Gretchen Harrington's. Dental records were used for identification purposes. Dr. Halbert Feilinger performed the autopsy. He found a cranial cerebral injury and stated that Gretchen had suffered 2 or more blunt impacts to her skull, leaving her with a depressed skull fracture. Police suspected that she had been assaulted as well. Though the autopsy revealed no evidence of that, the heart-wrenching discovery left everyone mourning the loss of a promising young life. The Sunday after Gretchen's body was found, her father Harold delivered a sermon at church. Gretchen, with her simple faith in Christ, is free, he declared. But the perpetrator is in terrible bondage. The world is filled with unspeakable evil, because of the wickedness of the human who knows the truth but will not accept it. The discovery in the woods led to a new frenzy of activity in the case. Witnesses came forward with reports of men of various descriptions they had seen in the area where Gretchen was found. Police received numerous tips, some sounding very promising, some completely frivolous. David Zanstra was called back to the police station for a further interview about the morning of August 15th. Zanstra told police that he started picking up children for the opening session at 9:10 a.m. and was finished with the pickups and back at Trinity Chapel by 9:30 a.m. He denied ever seeing Gretchen and told police that he was unaware she was even missing, until he was called to the Reformed Church at 11:05 a.m. by Harold Harrington, Gretchen's father. Investigators looked into a series of potential suspects, including several known offenders of assault living in the area. Nothing led to an arrest. What happened to Gretchen became a mystery for decades. No one knew who took her life. The case went cold. Joanna Falcon Sullivan was only 9 years old in 1975 when Gretchen's slaying took place. She was born and stayed in Brummel, Delaware County at the time. The case had always haunted Sullivan. She became a veteran journalist and wrote a true crime book detailing the ongoing investigation in Gretchen's case. Sullivan said, "I grew up in Brummel. My co-author Mike Mathis grew up in Brummel as well. He grew up in Lawrence Park where this happened. It affected both of us as kids, and it affected a lot of kids our age." Sullivan started the book during the pandemic, and Marple's Gretchen Harrington tragedy was released in October 2022. The novel was Sullivan's first book, but she said she does plan to revise this true crime book to reflect any updated information about this case as it unfolds. Naturally, when detectives retire or pass away, other investigators inherit their cold cases. In the case of Gretchen, Sergeant Coffin became the head investigator. When a woman called Marple Police and wanted to talk to somebody about Gretchen, our message went to Coffin's phone. He was sitting at Marple Township Police Headquarters when he heard the voicemail. The woman said she thought she knew who was responsible for what happened to Gretchen and talked about an attempted kidnapping around the same time. She also mentioned that she kept a diary in the 1970s in which she recorded some of this information when she was a 10-year-old girl living in Havertone, about 3 miles east of Marple. The woman still had the diary in her possession after all these years. Sergeant Coffin got in touch with Pennsylvania State Police. Though the case remained open with the Marple cops because Gretchen had last been seen in their jurisdiction, the state police technically became the lead investigatory agency once the remains were found in the state park. Coffin noted, "I have 4 detectives in my division. The state police have so many more resources." State troopers scheduled an interview with the woman. She is designated in court documents only by her initials, SF and CI number 1, the terminology used for confidential informant. The interview would turn out to be a monumental development in a cold case that had been unsolved for nearly half a century. And monumental developments in decades-old cold cases do not happen that often. The woman told the state on January 2, 2023, that she had been childhood friends with Gretchen and Zoe Harrington, one of Gretchen's sisters. She was also friends with David Zanstra's daughters, Mara and Kristen, and that she would often play at the Zanstra home. She frequently slept over at their house. During one of these sleepovers, when she was 10, she told the troopers she awoke in the middle of the night to find Pastor Zanstra touching her inappropriately. She shifted her position and he immediately hurried from the room. The next night, he touched her again, she said. When the girls woke up the following morning, the woman said she mentioned David Zanstra's odd behavior to Mara, his one daughter, and then Mara told her something to the effect of, "He does that sometimes. And sometimes I hear my sister crying in the middle of the night." When the girl related the incidents to her parents, they told her she was not allowed to sleep over at the Zanstra house anymore. Notably, police believe the incident in question occurred exactly 1 week before Gretchen vanished. A short time afterwards, the Zanstras moved to Plano, Texas, a Dallas suburb. Also told state police about another child in the neighborhood with whom she was friends, a girl named Holly. According to her, somebody had attempted to kidnap Holly. She wrote the following entry in her diary, which she turned over to the state troopers. In one entry dated September 15, 1975, she wrote, "Guess what? A man tried to kidnap Holly twice. It is a secret, so I cannot tell anyone, but I think he might be the one who kidnapped Gretchen. I think it was Mr. Z." She confirmed to the troopers that the Z stood for Zanstra. Local police had questioned Zanstra twice back in 1975, along with many other people. Some witnesses had said they saw Gretchen outside a car, talking to someone sitting inside. On the morning she disappeared. Some of the descriptions of the car matched one of Zanstra's, but Zanstra always insisted he had not seen Gretchen on the day in question. Bizarrely though, as you the viewer would already have noted, there was an investigatory gap never explained by Marple police. Zanstra was able to give an accurate and detailed description of the homemade shorts Gretchen was wearing that day, even though he supposedly had not seen her. Sadly, the original Marple detective in her case passed away in June of 2020, and therefore there is no explanation for the state troopers tracked Zanstra down to a lakefront home in Marietta, Georgia. He and his wife had moved there. Zanstra agreed to meet the troopers at the headquarters of the Cobb County Police Department on July 17, 2023. The troopers questioned Zanstra about Gretchen's disappearance, and he denied any involvement. Then they revealed the newest allegations to him. That the pastor had assaulted his own daughters and a best friend. David Zanstra then finally came clean to investigators on what really occurred on the morning of August 15, 1975. Jack Stolzheimer, the Delaware County District Attorney, outlined Zanstra's confession about what happened. Once Gretchen was out of her father's view, Zanstra then invited her into his green AMC Rambler station wagon. Instead of driving her to church, he drove her to a secure wooded area, parked the car, and asked her to take off her clothes. She refused and responded that she wanted to go home. He struck Gretchen with his fist and she began bleeding from her head. After feeling her pulse and her appearing lifeless, he carried her out of the car and attempted to cover her body with sticks. He then left and went on with his day. Due to the nature of the close relationship the Harringtons had with the Zanstras, investigators determined that Zanstra had the means, motive, and opportunity to take Gretchen's life. David Zanstra was taken into custody in Georgia on July 17, 2023. He is currently being held in Cobb County, where he has been denied bail. A DNA sample was collected from Zanstra that would be compared to DNA collected in other open cases in Pennsylvania and across the country. Investigators believe that it is unlikely Zanstra is not involved in other crimes, considering he worked with children for decades. Phil Stoddard, a detective in Marietta, Georgia, who sat in on the Zanstra interview, told a TV news crew there that Zanstra was emotionless during his confession to the troopers. Trooper Eugene Trey conducted the interview. Afterwards, Trey said, "I do not know if he is sorry for what he did, but this is a weight off his shoulders for sure." On July 24, 2023, Delco officials announced the arrest of 83-year-old David Zanstra in connection with Gretchen's kidnapping and slaying. Zanstra was born in May 1940. He was still working as a pastor in Georgia at the time of his arrest. Delaware County District Attorney Jack Stolzheimer said, "This heinous act left a family and a community forever changed. At long last, I can announce today that David Zanstra had admitted to this crime. Justice has been a long time coming, but we are proud and grateful to finally be able to give the community an answer. We have to realize that most people in this world are good, and that most pastors, especially people who claim to be men of God, are good people. But there have always been people, and there always will be people, who are this cold-hearted, remorseless, and just evil. Thank God there is law enforcement here to hold them accountable. And however long this takes, we are going to do it, because this young lady should be alive. What happened to her is just horrendous." And that his office was seeking a governor's warrant to bring Zanstra to Delaware County. The district attorney's office will submit a petition for requisition. Once approved, arrangements will be made to have representatives from the Delaware County Sheriff's Office pick up Zanstra and bring him to Pennsylvania. The process could take as long as 2 months. Stolzheimer added, "We are going to try him. We are going to convict him, and he is going to stay in jail for the rest of his life. Then he is going to have to find out what the God he professes to believe in holds for those who are this evil to our children." He slayed with his bare hands this poor young girl and then lied about it for 48 years. He ended this girl's life that he knew and who trusted him. And then he acted as if he was a family friend, not only during her burial and funeral, but for years. Chief Graf of the police department in Marple Township said during Monday's press conference, "If you're a praying person, you can certainly pray for Gretchen, and I do not think she needs it. She is in God's hands. You can certainly pray for the evil man responsible for this, because he is going to need it." The charges filed against Zanstra have brought a sense of closure to Brummel, Pennsylvania, which has been haunted by Gretchen's case for nearly 48 years. Gretchen's demise had transformed this community. Pre-August 1975, it was Anytown, USA. Post that day, it changed everything for the kids. For the parents, for the families, for everybody, because nobody could do anything anymore in the innocence that they used to do it before this happened. Jim Cristaldi, who as a youth delivered newspapers to the Harringtons, spoke fondly of a pre-disappearance childhood in which he and his friends would spend countless hours building forts in the woods with only the light of the moon. But right after Gretchen vanished, Cristald, a teenager at the time, found himself in search parties in those same woods looking for Gretchen or anything that might have led to her whereabouts. We were innocent, and this absolutely shattered our innocence. Pennsylvania State Police Lieutenant Jonathan Sunderland said in a statement, "The residents of the Commonwealth can have confidence that law enforcement will not rest until justice is served. This case has been investigated by generations of detectives, and they all are owed a debt of gratitude for never giving up." Particular recognition is due today to Corporal Andrew Martin of the Criminal Investigation. His determination to build upon the work of his predecessors and his belief that the case could still be solved have been instrumental in getting us to today's announcement. Michel Delon, President and CEO of the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, said, "Today's announcement is a testament to the power of perseverance and a family and community's commitment to justice. Regardless of how much time has passed, we know answers can be found." As we mark this achievement, we applaud the incredible efforts of the Delaware County District Attorney's Office, the Pennsylvania State Police, the Marple Township Police, and their partner law enforcement agencies, and the Cobb County Police Department for their unwavering dedication in this case. Protect children, and we're keeping Gretchen's family in our thoughts, as well as the many other families out there who are still searching for answers. David Zanstra has been charged with taking Gretchen's life in the first, second, and third degree, as well as kidnapping of a minor and the possession of an instrument of crime. The website of the Christian Reformed Church lists Zanstra as a retired minister, and said he was ordained on September 20, 1965. In addition to the Trinity Chapel Christian Reformed Church in Brummel, Zanstra also served at churches in New Jersey, California, and Texas between 1965 and 2005. The Christian Reformed Church said in a statement on Monday that it wanted to extend their condolences to the family of Gretchen Harrington. "We are additionally grieved to hear that a CRC pastor has been arrested in the case. We recognize that we live in a broken and sinful world where violence can happen anywhere by anyone, even within our churches and by leaders we hold to the highest standards." David Zanstra's wife, Margaret Zanstra, did not immediately respond to a request for comment after her husband's arrest. While the Marple community now has most of the answers it had been seeking for all these decades, many of the residents had not found peace in the shocking turn of events. It was much easier to believe that some outsider had done this. Some deranged, itinerant offender who had somehow wandered into town, snatched up a young girl, and then disappeared just as quickly, taking his evil with him to whatever unfortunate place he landed next. Instead, it was a respected member of their community, a religious leader with a wife and young girls of his own, a wife who had brought supper to the family of the girl he's confessed to slay. Karen Frank Zetterberg, Gretchen's Bible school classmate, observed, "Back then, everybody was surprised that Gretchen would get into a car with a stranger, and now to find out that this monster was hiding amongst us in plain sight all the time, it is just sickening. We were always taught in church that evil exists in the world, but you do not really understand evil until something like this happens. We were far too young to learn about evil the way we did." Sullivan, who wrote the book on Gretchen's case, said after the announcement, "I was stunned. The fact that this case is finally, potentially coming to a close, it is very exciting to hear this news. It is still very sad, you know. We cannot change what happened. I interviewed Zanstra, his wife, and his daughter when doing research from my book. Zanstra had a murky recollection of the day Gretchen went missing. There was a sense of fear and apprehension in Brummel. I remember seeing a helicopter flying over our neighborhood in a search effort for Gretchen. That image stayed with me for the rest of my life. Sullivan's book was just released last year, and CBS News Philadelphia talked to her about whether she believed it may have led to a break in this case. Sullivan replied, "We started interviewing people. We went to Marple Police Department and were able to comb through the cold case files kept by Chief Brandon Graff, who never gave up on this unsolved case. Marple Police encouraged our research and said that we somehow contributed. I think we got people talking again." Reverend Zanstra took our calls. He answered questions about that day. There's a lot of relief and disbelief that it is actually happening. David Zanstra's neighbors in Georgia also reacted after learning about the charges against him. Karen Alstorff said, "It is shocking. I had no idea. They have just always been very nice people." Aaron Christian said, "Friendly guy, I talked to him a few times. I see him walking around with his cane." The family of Gretchen Harrington released the following statement. "With today's announcement of an arrest, we are extremely hopeful that the person who is responsible for the heinous crime that was committed against our Gretchen will be held accountable. It is difficult to express the emotions that we are feeling as we take one step closer to justice. Gretchen was only 8 years old when she was suddenly taken away from us on her way to church on Friday, August 15, 1975. If you met Gretchen, you were instantly her friend. She exuded kindness to all and was sweet and gentle. Even now, when people share their memories of her, the first thing they talk about is how amazing she was and still is. At just 8 years old, she had a lifelong impact on those around her. The kidnapping and demise of Gretchen has forever altered our family, and we miss her every single day. We are grateful for the continual pursuit of justice by law enforcement, and we want to thank the Pennsylvania State Police for never stopping in their constant search for answers. We would not be here today if it was not for them. As a family, we ask for privacy at this time as we continue to digest this information. Thank you for your understanding, love, and continued support. It means the world to us." Gretchen's parents were married for an impressive 59 years. Her father passed away in 2021 at the remarkable age of 94. Officials said Zanstra moved around quite a few times to different churches during his 40-year tenure. He lived in California, Texas, and Georgia. Stolzheimer said, "We are concerned that there may be more victims who might have been assaulted by this man. We want to hold him accountable for everything he did. We need to be diligent. If anyone has any information about that. If David Zanstra ever committed an act against you, please reach out to District Attorney Geoffrey Payne or the Pennsylvania State Police." From what should have been a 10-minute walk down the road, turned into a cold case that gripped a whole community for nearly 50 years. Sandy Point is a coastal town located in Victoria, Australia. It is situated on the southeastern coast of the country, near the entrance to the Gippsland Lakes. Sandy Point is known for its beautiful sandy beaches, making it a popular destination for beachgoers and water sports enthusiasts. The area also offers opportunities for fishing, bird watching, and other outdoor activities. On Christmas Day in 2017, a snorkeler made a startling discovery at Shallow Inlet in Sandy Point. The snorkeler found human remains on the ocean floor. The remains were devoid of tissue, clothing, or personal effects. Almost the entire skeleton was uncovered in a near-perfect condition beneath the sand. With no context or clues to the man's identity, Victoria Police reported the finding to the coroner and transferred the remains to the Victorian Institute for Forensic Medicine. As the team of experts began their scientific tests, they were able to infer some characteristics of the unknown person. The forensic anthropologist determined that the remains belonged to a Caucasian male aged between 21 and 37 years, who stood at approximately 170 centimeters tall. The forensic odontologist who delved into the dental restorations noticed that work done on the teeth hinted at the fact that the person lost their life a very long time ago or were not from Australia. The man's upper jaw was recovered, but not the lower jaw. Radiocarbon testing was not able to illuminate the timeline. It indicated a 95% probability that the individual lived between 1666 and 1942, which is hardly specific. A nuclear DNA profile and a mitochondrial DNA profile were obtained from the remains. The DNA profile information was compared to the Victorian Missing Persons DNA database, but no match was found. The DNA profile was also uploaded to the National Criminal Investigation DNA database for identification purposes, with no match. Since he could not be identified, the man was named the Sandy Point John Doe. At one point, there was speculation that the remains could have been those of Martin Weiberg. Martin was a ship's carpenter aboard the SS Avoca, who in 1877 managed to steal 5,000 gold sovereigns that would be worth millions of dollars today. Martin was caught and arrested on October 29, 1878. He spent 6 weeks in custody and went to the Tarwin River to show police where the rest of the gold sovereigns were hidden. During the search, Weiberg punched one of the officers in the stomach and ran into nearby bushes. He managed to evade police capture for 5 more months. Weiberg met up with police again on a bush track near Eagle Point in Paynesville, Australia. He was arrested, taken to Melbourne and sentenced to 5 years of hard labor. Once released, Weiberg traveled to Hobart and purchased a yacht. He sailed the yacht back to Waratah Bay in Gippsland, parked the yacht, and rowed a small boat to shore to collect supplies. But when he tried to row back to the yacht, the weather turned bad. His small boat was found washed ashore the next day, and Weiberg is presumed to have drowned. But his body was never found. Of course, the only way of finding out if the remains belonged to Martin Weiberg would be modern DNA technology. The Victorian Institute for Forensic Medicine was determined to discover the identity of this unknown man. Recently, they embarked on a program to explore the use of forensic genetic genealogy to solve several Australian cold cases, including this cold case. Forensic evidence was sent to Othram's laboratory in the Woodlands. Texas and Othram scientists used forensic-grade genome sequencing to develop a comprehensive DNA profile. Once Othram developed the DNA profile, it was returned to investigators, who then uploaded the profile to genealogical databases. The investigative research resulted in a compelling lead that Sandy Point John Doe was Mr. Christopher Luke Moore, a Gippsland farmer and World War I veteran who was thought to have drowned in Waratah Bay in 1928. He enlisted for the war, aged 18, serving for more than 18 months for the 10th Field Artillery Brigade. Police and coronial documents reveal that Christopher was at Waratah Bay with his parents, Cornelius and Charlotte, brother Francis, wife Elizabeth, and toddler Mary when he got into difficulty in the waves on December 30, 1928. A beachgoer tried to save him, but the tide was too strong. Cornelius Moore spent 10 long days searching the coastline for his son. Without success. Unearthed historical records unveiled an interesting twist. Mere weeks after Christopher's potential drowning, a local Sandy Point farmer discovered a mandible at Shallow Inlet. Christopher's father, recognizing the distinct dental work, confirmed the mandible as his son's. The coronial inquest held on January 24, 1929, officially validated this identification. Recently, the Victorian Institute for Forensic Medicine's findings were shared with the state coroner. A possible grandniece of Christopher Luke Moore was identified, residing in Gippsland, Australia. Police contacted this vital link to history, and she graciously cooperated, confirming the family's account of Christopher's drowning and the subsequent recovery and burial of his mandible. To establish an irrefutable familial connection, the grandniece provided a DNA sample. Through confirmatory DNA analysis, the truth was confirmed. Sandy Point John Doe was indeed Christopher Luke Moore. The discovery was made in July 2023. It is confirmed that Christopher accidentally drowned and no foul play was involved. Thanks to the effort of the Victorian Institute for Forensic Medicine and Othram, a 95-year-old case has finally been solved. 12-year-old Jennifer Renee Odom was a 7th grader at Thomas E. Waitman Middle School in Wesley Chapel, Florida, in 1993. She played the clarinet in a school band, and she was also a barefoot water skier who placed high in tournaments. Often she was the skier who climbed to the top of the human pyramid gliding atop the water. Jennifer was born on August 25, 1980. She was the eldest daughter of Renee Converse and stepdad Clark Converse. She had a 9-year-old sister, Jessica and Odom, and was the granddaughter of Jim and Margie Denny. They lived in St. Joseph, a small community near Dade City, Florida. Jennifer and Jessica had a rabbit called Beanie. Jennifer also absolutely loved her Springer Spaniel Gypsy. The two sisters built forts, rode four-wheelers, and spent summer days swimming in the creek behind their house on the family's 15-acre property. It was a crisp morning on Friday, February 19, 1993, when Jennifer Odom put on her white jeans and white turtleneck in order to get ready for school. She put a red cashmere sweater, a gift from her grandmother, over her shoulder-length chestnut-colored hair. She was slim and tan due to spending a lot of time outdoors. On that same morning, after lacing up her pair of black boots, she got into the car with her mother. The two drove 200 yards up the winding lime rock driveway to wait for the school bus near their mailbox. Jennifer climbed onto the bus and took her usual spot on the back seat, so she and her mother could see each other until Renee, following behind, turned left to head to work. After school, at around 3 p.m., Jennifer stepped off her school bus, waved goodbye to her friends, and started walking the short 200 yards to her home. At about 4 p.m., Jennifer's sister arrived at their home from school to find it locked and unable to enter. She then called their mother to tell her that her big sister was not home yet. Renee Converse then realized Jennifer must not have made it home. She called Jennifer's best friend Michelle, who stated that she saw Jennifer exit the bus and begin walking home. Within hours, deputies launched a wide-scale search. A search party of about 400 volunteers was formed to help scour about 60 square miles of countryside. Family, friends, neighbors, and other volunteers searched for Jennifer. Law enforcement was equipped with police dogs to comb the rolling groves, pastures, and woods surrounding the tiny Pasco County town of Dade City. Every law enforcement agency in the Bay Area was looking for a blue truck that was seen in the area by some of her classmates. Children riding the school bus with Jennifer remembered seeing an older light blue, unknown model pickup truck slowly following Jennifer down the road in the direction in which she was walking. The children described it as having a silver-painted rear bumper, not chrome, and a trailer hitch with wires hanging and pipes or a ladder in the back. The driver was described by the children as a white male in his 40s with shoulder-length brown hair. The blue truck was the focus of the search parties as investigators believed that the driver may have been involved in the disappearance of Jennifer. As a last resort to find the truck, the FBI, as well as Hernando and Pasco County Sheriff's personnel, worked from a dock and boathouse as drivers searched Lake Jovita for the vehicle. 6 days after Jennifer vanished, on Thursday, February 25th, a man and a woman searching an abandoned orange grove about 10 miles north of Jennifer's school bus stop found her badly decomposed nude body. Her body was found near a horse trail off Powell Road south of Brooksville, amid a cluster of pine trees in the orange grove. She was found viciously assaulted and suffered blunt force trauma to her head. Detectives said she likely lost her life there in the woods, not long after her disappearance. We are not exactly sure how long her abductor kept her captive or when exactly the slaying took place, but we are relatively confident it took place in that field. He added, "Every one of us, including those in law enforcement, can look at Jennifer as our niece, our sister, our granddaughter, and realize that it is a tragedy beyond tragedy, neither the blue truck nor its driver." While Jennifer's family was still busy with her funeral arrangements, country music star Vince Gill was scheduled to sing at the local Strawberry Festival on Monday, March 1, 1993. Jennifer's stepfather, Clark Converse, said the girls had looked forward to Gill's performance for weeks, hoping they could get him to autograph photos. Before the concert, Clark Converse and Jessica went to the festival to fulfill Jennifer's wish that Gill autograph a photo in which Jennifer and her sister had posed with the singer at a previous concert on January 10th. Between shows, festival vice president Joe Newsom took the 3 snapshots to Gill, who was eating dinner. Jennifer's stepdad had asked that Gill autograph one for Jessica, one for Jennifer, and one for both girls. Newsom said afterwards, "I told Gill this young lady had been slayed and her dad was outside." Gill replied that he remembered hearing about the incident. He, who also had a young daughter, autographed the photos, writing on one to Jennifer, "May God be with you," as both Gill and Newsom wept. Before singing the last song, he told the audience about Jennifer. "I'm going to try to get through this the best I can," he said, his voice cracking. Gill sang his Grammy-winning hit, "I Still Believe in You," and dedicated it to Jennifer, who was tragically robbed of her life. Midway through the song, with tears running down his face, Gill asked the crowd to help him finish. Nearly 15,000 voices joined in. Radio personality Jeff Moore stood backstage and looked out at thousands of tear-stained faces. "It was heart-ripping," he said afterwards. Unfortunately, with no one in the community providing investigators with useful information, her case went unsolved. 13 months before Jennifer was abducted, on January 16, 1992, a 17-year-old girl was kidnapped as she got off a school bus in north-central Pasco County. She was found in a pool of blood behind an abandoned house, brutally attacked, assaulted, and beaten. Sheriff Neenhuis said she suffered injuries to her head and skull that were very significant. She survived. But her life was forever changed as she was paralyzed on her left side. Neenhuis said she was a former honor roll student and track and field participant and was a true victim. She was not engaged in a high-risk lifestyle. Law enforcement was able to collect DNA from the crime scene at the time. Since there were similarities between what happened to Jennifer and the unnamed girl, detectives believed the cases may be related. Both victims were adolescent girls who were abducted after getting off of the school bus in Pasco County, taken to a remote field, assaulted, and abandoned with the belief they will succumb to their injuries. The other victim was found just a few miles from where Jennifer's body was found. After a series of blind alleys, the police called upon psychic Nancy Meyer 16 months after the incident to assist in finding the person responsible for what happened. Nancy Meyer is a psychic from Pennsylvania who has been working with police around the country for decades. According to Nancy, she had consulted in more than 300 criminal investigations and had offered critical clues more than 80% of the time. Nancy believed that two men were involved in taking Jennifer's life. She described them as white, muscular mechanics, and she said one may be a smoker with a heavy cough. The crime scene photographs were classified. Therefore, Nancy Meyer was not allowed to see it. Despite this, she was able to visualize two men in detail. She was taken to the site where Jennifer's body was found. Nancy pointed out that there were belongings in a nearby area that had not yet been discovered. She was able to describe several of Jennifer's items that were still missing, including her cousin's clarinet case with the letters LO on them. She continued to give information about the perpetrators in hope of solving the case. Detective Carlos Douglas of the Hernando County Sheriff's Office said, "Nancy Meyer was extremely accurate on some things that led us to look in other areas that we had not thought of, so we obtained a lot of information from what she had to offer." On December 2, 1994, Jennifer's unsolved case was aired on an episode of Unsolved Mysteries on national TV. After the show aired, more than 50 phone tips and even more investigative leads from around arrived by mail at the Hernando County Sheriff's Office. A spokesman of the sheriff's office said, "The show did for us what we wanted it to do. It got us some more exposure." Despite the new exposure, former Hernando County Sheriff's Major Gary Zorn Smith, who oversaw the investigation in its early years, said the investigators were stumped. He said there was a strong possibility the crime would go unsolved. "And what's even worse is that if we solve it, it may take another crime to do it," he said at the time. Approximately 2 years after Jennifer's body was found, on Thursday, January 5, 1995, a couple hunting for scrap metal in a rural area of Hernando County discovered Jennifer's missing book bag and clarinet case. It was found several miles from the location of her body. Police were able to lift fingerprints from her backpack and clarinet case from what is believed to be the person responsible. Unfortunately, there was never a hit in the database for a suspect matching these fingerprints. Over the years, the case garnered national attention and haunted the Tampa Bay region. Thousands of dollars in reward money offered for tips went unclaimed. Detectives logged tens of thousands of hours chasing leads. Jennifer's family waited for news as the years turned to decades. Jennifer's mother, Renee Converse, wondered if it was somebody Jennifer knew. Clark Converse, Jennifer's stepfather, added, "There is a real chance that the person who did it is somebody we have contact with. If they catch someone, we're going to be thrown into the spotlight." Learning how to deal with a trial and confronting this person is going to throw us to square one in learning to deal with this. Renee said she cries a bit more each year. The reality is that Jennifer is gone and will never be in our lives again. Nothing is going to change that. She also said that the family is thankful for what they do know. We are blessed that we have this much closure. We are not looking for her. We know where she is. It is going to be a bittersweet finale. She could still picture her 12-year-old daughter, slim and sun-kissed, waving goodbye at the back window of the Pasco County school bus. It was the last time she would see her brown-eyed firstborn girl. Renee recounts the last words being spoken between the two as "I love you." The couple said they have done everything possible to cooperate in finding Jennifer. They wanted the person found so that no one else got hurt. On Monday, February 19, 2007, the St. Petersburg Times reported that it marked 14 years since the unsolved abduction and subsequent slaying of Jennifer. In that same year, members of Hernando County Crime Stoppers handed out special playing cards to inmates at the Hernando County Detention Center. Each card featured a brief description of an unsolved case from around the state and a hotline number. Jennifer's card was the Queen of Diamonds and featured 2 color photos. A website has been set up by the Hernando Sheriff's Office with pictures and information about Jennifer. A slideshow was also put together with photos of Jennifer set to a mournful soundtrack. Hernando County Detective George Lloydgren later on headed the cold case unit. He was armed with the latest DNA technology and a disturbing theory. "I believe that there is probably one person, if not more, that would know who is responsible for this," he said. He also believed that person could be a family member or ex-spouse, either protecting the perpetrator or too afraid to come forward. "I think the reason people do not want to get involved is they may not want to sit there and have to testify against that individual." Over the years, a couple of anonymous tips came in that led investigators to believe that there are several people out there with more information, and the investigators wanted them to come forward. They tried various methods of generating new leads, from billboards and a $20,000 reward to a documentary on national TV. Investigators amassed some 1,000 pieces of evidence, took thousands of tips, and conducted hundreds of interviews over time to try to determine who took Jennifer's life. The National Center for Missing and Exploited Children reached out to the sheriff's office and offered to scan every piece of paper in Jennifer's case so it would be readily available. It was more than 75,000 pieces of paper. During all the investigations, there were clues, including the fingerprints on Jennifer's clarinet case and backpack. There were also suspects. Serial offender Frank the Neil Potts was a possible. He assaulted a 10-year-old girl in Lakeland in 1993. At the time of the slaying, he was working on a construction site in Pasco County and owned a blue pickup truck, which he allegedly later dismantled. Authorities were unable to link him to Jennifer's case, however. Another possible suspect was Walter Ducharme, who lived in the area at the time of the slaying. His ex-wife claimed that he was responsible for it. However, her testimony was inconsistent. When the case against him was presented to a grand jury, he was not indicted. He was no longer believed to be involved in the case. In February 2015, Detective George Lundgren was contacted by Pasco County Sheriff Chris Naco. According to him, new technology had led to a solid lead in the 1992 case in which the teenage girl was found alive. It was the case investigators believed was linked to Jennifer's. The odds of finding another match, Naco said, was 1 in 7.7 million, a number with 30 zeros. Lloydgren commented, "As it is with any of the old cases, because items were collected. It is just now that the technology has advanced." The biological evidence found in the investigation of the 1992 case was tested before February 2015, and detectives got a full DNA profile. Investigators used a DNA procedure known as familial searching, which allows law enforcement by comparing male DNA left at the scene with that of family members. The shortfall of a standard DNA search is that a suspect's genetic fingerprint must be on file in the offender database for law enforcement to make a match. Sheriff Neenhu has said until 2015 there were no leads on that particular piece of DNA. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement compared the DNA to local DNA to see if there were any close matches, which would be a family member. The sheriff said they found the DNA match that of Jeffrey Crum, who was in jail at the time. Investigators then obtained DNA samples from Crum's brother, father, and grandfather. A direct comparison between the DNA found on the victim and that of Crum's father found a match. Investigators concluded that Jeffrey Crum took the girl from the 1992 case by the arm and led her behind the abandoned house, where he hit her head with a blunt object so hard it crushed part of her skull and caused her to lose part of her brain, leaving her paralyzed on the one side. This then finally led to the arrest of Jeffrey Crum, 53 years old at the time, in connection to the 1992 case. It was Crum's arrest in this case, authorities said, that made him a person of interest, reinvigorating an investigation in Jennifer's case. Sheriff El Ninhuas said, when Crum was implicated in the 1992 case, he quickly, almost instantaneously became our #1 suspect in Jennifer's case because of the similarities. He also noted that over the years there were suspects. But Crum was not on that list, so he came out of left field in 2015. In 2018, on the 25th anniversary of her daughter's demise, Jennifer's mother told The Times that she and other family members tried to have faith that her case would eventually be solved. I think the investigators would have done anything in the world to have solved this case. Crum was sentenced to life in prison for the crime he committed in 1992, leaving his victim partly paralyzed. The victim's aunt spoke in court during the sentencing hearing, recounting the lifelong damage he had inflicted. Her aunt said her life stopped that day. She also mentioned Jennifer. A year later, a young lady, Jennifer Odom, was slayed, she said. And that brought back so much different things that today, the perpetrator still has not been caught. The arrest and sentence of Crum gave Detective Lloydgren a new resolve and Jennifer's family new hope that the person responsible will be caught. Detectives then began an intensive investigation and interviewed everyone they could find for the next several years they may have been associated with Crum around the time Jennifer was kidnapped. This information was turned over to the state attorney, and the facts and circumstances were turned over to a grand jury. On July 27, 2023, a month shy of what would have been Jennifer's 43rd birthday, officials announced that they had finally made an arrest in the case, and that prosecutors would seek capital punishment against the accused. State Attorney Bill Glass made the announcement during a press conference. This was just after the Hernando County Sheriff's Office announced that it has charged the 61-year-old Jeffrey Norman Crum with the kidnapping, assault, and slaying of Jennifer 30 years before. Glass also said, and we have the right aggravators in this particular case to treat it as a capital punishment case. This is every parent's nightmare. This is the thing that keeps parents up at night, worried about their children. Detective George Lloydgren, who had spent years investigating Jennifer's case, said, "Shock is probably the best word to describe the reaction of Jennifer's family when he told them about the arrest. He did it quickly because I did not want to get emotional. It is a lot for them to take in and absorb, and I can imagine it is going to take some time before it really sinks in." According to Sheriff Ninhuas, every viable lead for the past 30 years, including those that came from the Pasco County Sheriff's Office or the Florida Department of Law Enforcement or private citizens, were investigated thoroughly. He added, the investigation never stopped. Hundreds of items were tested and retested every time new technology came out in the hope of finding a smoking gun to solve this case. The sheriff added, literally countless detectives and sworn law enforcement personnel and civilian and tipsters have had a hand in this investigation. The minute Crum was identified as a suspect in the case, Detective Lundgren went to work putting a mosaic together, or a puzzle, and I can tell you, other than the conviction in a previous case, there was no other piece of the puzzle. That was a big piece of the puzzle. Every other piece of the puzzle that got us to this point were tiny little fragments that gave the state attorney and the grand jury enough confidence to indict Crum. Sheriff Ninhuas also said that they are searching for additional victims. Authorities fear Crum may be responsible for other crimes. A picture of him from 1993 was released, asking that anyone who recognized him from the 1980s and 1990s to contact Sheriff Ninhuas. We urge anyone who had interactions with this individual, has information on other crimes he may have committed, and or may have themselves been a victim of Jeffrey Crum, to reach out to the Hernando County Sheriff's Office and speak to our cold case unit. Despite keeping a lot of information close to the vest, authorities did say that in 1992, Crum worked in construction as a drywall installer and lived on Somerset Lane in Spring Hill, the Pasco County area where Jennifer was abducted from. His residence was about 21 miles from the place where Jennifer was last seen and 12 miles from where her body was found. Officials also say at that time he drove a blue truck. During Thursday, July 27, 2023's press conference, Sheriff Neen, who was kept reiterating Crum was not on the investigators' radar until the past few years. Records showed Crum has a significant history of convictions for violent crime. The sheriff said Crum had been arrested in the early 1980s for armed robbery in Hillsborough County. In 1985, he was charged with kidnapping, assault, and false imprisonment in Hillsborough County. He was arrested by Tampa police in 1987 for carrying a concealed weapon. In 1988, he was caught again carrying a concealed weapon and was charged with aggravated assault. In 1998, he was arrested for domestic violence in Hernando County 3 times. In 2001, he was arrested for violation of probation in Hillsborough County. He was arrested a few years later for aggravated assault with a deadly weapon in Hernando County. In 2015, he was arrested in Pasco County for aggravated assault on a child under the age of 12. Sheriff Neen, who has stated he is a bad individual who enjoyed violence. Crum is already serving 2 life sentences for the assault and kidnapping case out of Pasco County that was prosecuted around 2015. He is currently in the Hernando County Jail. Judge Curdy Hitzman ordered him to be held without bond and appointed a public defender to represent him. Communities in Pasco and Hernando counties were on edge after Jennifer Odom's kidnapping and slaying back then. They shared their thoughts and feelings after the news of the arrest was announced. Jeannie Cameron, the general manager at Papa Joe's Italian restaurant in Brooksville, said she and others in the community remember hearing about her disappearance all too well. So we all remember hearing about her disappearance, Jennifer's, and about the blue truck, and everybody was on alert about looking. I think the bottom line was finding out who did it and getting him off the streets so that another family doesn't have to be tormented. Because I really feel like the whole community was tormented until they found out the answer. Joseph Giaratana, the owner of Papa Joe's Italian restaurant, said, "Back then, 30 years ago as a parent, I was very angry that someone could do something like that to a child and then leave her there in the middle of nowhere." Jessica Ellis said she went to Waitman Middle School with Jennifer and played in the same clarinet section in band class. "I would say we saw each other a lot. We weren't like close friends, but we knew a lot of the same people. We rode the school bus every day, and I just remember her always being nice, with me and everyone else that rode her school bus that knew her. You know, a lot of us are parents ourselves now. The fact that anyone would do this to a child, it makes me hold my 5-year-old a lot tighter now." Grief and fear followed in the days, months, and years after Jennifer lost her life. The arrest of Crum is closure for many in the community. Monica Faye Pritchett was born on February 16, 1979 in Anniston, Alabama. She was the daughter of Donald and Dorothy Pritchett and had 2 sisters as well as 2 brothers. Monica married Jeremy Rollins, her high school boyfriend, and they stayed in Heflin, Alabama. They had a stable marriage until the birth of their second son, Aaron, for reasons they never made public. The couple decided to live separately. This was despite Monica being pregnant with their 3rd child. Monica and the boys moved into their Sugar Hill Road home in mid-2001. Jeremy Rowland still had visitation rights to visit his 2 sons every other weekend. Monica loved her children dearly. Dalton was 6 years old and Aaron 2 years old. She was very excited about her 3rd son's arrival in only a few weeks. Monica planned on naming him Shane. She was a busy mom, balancing a full-time job and raising her 2 sons. She worked at a daycare called Kitty Castle until July 2002, when she accepted a higher-paying job at ITC Deltacom. Monica and her sons visited her father, Donald Pritchett, after work at his home in Anniston. He had a gift for his oldest grandson Dalton and could finally give it to him. The gift was a foal. Dalton named it Mojave. The evening was filled with horseback riding, playing, dinner, and conversation. At 8:30 p.m., Monica and the boys headed back to their Heflin home. They planned to return later that weekend to spend more time with Monica's father and his wife. However, when the weekend passed without any further word from Monica, relatives decided to go check and make sure everything was all right. When they arrived at Monica's mobile home on Monday morning, September 16th, nothing could have prepared them for what they would find. Had been brutally slayed inside their home. It seemed as if Monica went into labor from shock during the attack. The baby was found partially delivered and not alive anymore. 2-year-old Aaron was found alive and unharmed hiding in a closet. A relative called 911. The same day of the discovery, Jeremy Rollins, Monica's ex-husband, ended his 12-hour shift at Southwire around 6 p.m. and went home. A few hours later, officers arrived at his house and told him what had happened. They asked him to come to the police station. According to officials, Jeremy Rollins was quickly ruled out as a potential suspect and was cooperative throughout the investigation. After being ruled out, Jeremy said how he felt when he learned about what happened to Monica and Dalton. "It was unbelievable. There, where I was at, somebody was telling you something that you just cannot believe." Early press reports indicated that Monica and Dalton had both lost their lives due to stab wounds received at some point over the weekend. Everybody pretty much knows everybody when you live in a small town. And with a population of less than 3,500 people, Heflin is one of those towns. When something as horrible as a triple slaying occurs somewhere like Heflin, it rocks the very foundation of the community, especially when the victims were a young pregnant mother, a 6-year-old son, and her unborn son. The crime terrified the community, and people started improving security measures on their homes. And kept their kids inside. Family members described Monica as an easygoing, loving mother who was always smiling and good with kids. Debbie Clark, owner and director of Kitty Castle, said she was just always smiling, just a good person. Her little boy, he was so precious. Funeral services were held for both Monica and Dalton on September 19, 2002, at Dryden Funeral Home Chapel. They were set to be buried at the Cedar Creek Cemetery, but prior to the burial, investigators decided they needed to collect more DNA for investigative purposes. On September 20, 2002, Governor Siegelman offered a $10,000 reward for information leading to the arrest and conviction of the person who committed this terrible crime. Very few details about the slaying were made public, even years later. The Heflin Police Department kept the details confidential as an investigative technique. They believed that the perpetrator would one day mention something about the slaying that was never made public, leading to an arrest. Captain Joe Neighbors of the Alabama Bureau of Investigation confirmed that DNA, fingerprints, and other evidence had been collected at the scene and were sent to the Alabama Department of Forensic Science for analysis. At the time, the department was facing serious backlog issues due to budget constraints, which created a delay in processing. In June 2014, Heflin Police Chief A.J. Benefield contacted the Attorney General Office's cold based on new information. They began to interview people again. They met with the State Bureau of Investigation and local prosecutors and started new discussions. Police Chief Benefield was an officer at the time of the slayings. He and his partner responded to the 911 call of the relative who found Monica and her son's bodies. When talking about the case in 2014, Benefield had this to say. "So really, there were 3 victims. It was the worst crime scene I have ever seen. Not a day goes by that we are not talking about this or working on it in some way. It is very near to our hearts." In 2015, Benefield hinted that they were looking at someone that they have known about since 2002, but he did not elaborate further. In March 2015, the Alabama Attorney General's office joined the investigation. Authorities periodically posted on social media asking for information on the case. Unfortunately, no useful leads came in, and the case went cold for some time. In 2021, the case was reopened by Chief McGlawn and Captain Scott Bonner. They resent multiple items to forensic labs, both private and state. They continued to keep close contact with some of the family members and tried their best to provide support as much as they could. Although they could not go into specific details due to the ongoing investigation, Captain Scott Bonner said there was a suspect and evidence. There is no threat to anyone from the suspect in this case at this time. The suspect, who I cannot name yet, is in jail in another state for unrelated crimes. he said. With help from the state, grant money from Seasons of Justice, and a literal truckload of evidence, investigators were able to make an arrest more than 20 years after the crime. Louis Landon Spivey was arrested on June 26, 2023, and charged with taking the lives of Monica, Dalton, and Shane. Heflin Police Department made the announcement to the public. Louis Spivey kept the sordid secret to himself until he was released from a Florida prison. He is now 39 years old and was 18 years old when he committed that horrendous crime in 2002. They were acquaintances, Captain Bonner said in a press conference. They had a relationship. Bonner did not reveal a motive or the circumstances leading up to the slayings. For the last 15 years, Louis Spivey has been sitting in a Florida prison cell for an unrelated robbery and aggravated assault case out of Bay County, for which he was sentenced in February 2010. Captain Bonner and Chief McGlone took Louis Spivey into custody after his release from the Florida prison. Captain Bonner explained, Louis Spivey has since cooperated with the investigation. He was looked at early on in the investigation by other agencies before we opened up the case. Good investigation work gave us some good leads. We did not have surveillance, pictures, or cameras, said Bonner. We did not have the things that you would have nowadays. When investigators sat down with Louis Spivey, he allegedly gave them a complete confession, outlined the crime, and took sole responsibility for the slayings. A bond hearing was held on June 29, 2023. The court determined that the criteria for invoking Anaya's law had been met, leading to Louis Spivey's continued pretrial confinement without the possibility of bond. Anaya's law is a legislation named after Anaya Blanchard, a college student whose life was tragically taken in 2019. The law aims to enhance penalties for certain violent offenses in Alabama. It allows judges to deny bail or parole for individuals charged with certain violent crimes, ensuring that they remain in custody throughout their trial process. The law seeks to prioritize public safety and protect potential victims by keeping individuals considered dangerous off the streets during legal proceedings. Investigators gave few details on what led to the break in the case, but we do know about the confession and that the department was given a grant for DNA analysis, and several items were processed by a state lab and private labs in Canada. In a statement on behalf of Mayor Robbie Brown, Chief Ross McGlone offered his condolences to the family of Monica and Dalton. Hopefully this will bring you some sense of closure to this awful chapter in your lives. We would like to extend our deepest gratitude and appreciation to Captain Bonner, the Heflin Police Department, and all the other agencies and individuals who displayed unwavering dedication and determination in their pursuit of justice for Monica, Dalton, and their grieving family. It was definitely the hardest case, and I have worked several similar cases in my career, explained investigator and Captain Scott Bonner. The box of reports and everything we had to go through, that alone took several months. This case proved to become personal to Bonner. He admitted he has probably spent more time with Monica and Dalton's family over the last 3 years than he had with his own. I have become really close to them, he said. It makes me feel great that I can give them some peace. Jeremy Rollins, Monica's ex-husband, remarried in 2011 and has twin daughters with his wife. Aaron Rollins, Monica's second son, graduated high school in 2018 and is now in his early 20s. The family still resides in Heflin. Louis Spivey was transferred to the Cleburne County Jail, where he is now being held without bail and awaiting trial.
Elaine Park was a creative and uninhibited spiritual woman in La Crescenta, California. Her deeply ingrained passion for acting and an imagination suited for personal expression were cut short by an unexplainable, unsolved disappearance in January of 2017, leaving all who knew her across her Los Angeles neighborhood and the entirety of Southern California at large, grasping for answers in a sea of evidence that drowned us all in doubt. In the hope of providing more substantial reasoning built upon observable evidence and situational analysis, this is an examination of Elaine Park's disappearance and the deeply disturbing pattern of mysterious happenings all around the shores of Malibu. Elaine Park was born on September 24, 1996 to parents Ray and Susan Park in Los Angeles, California. She was an only child for a short while until her younger brother, Dustin, was born a few years later. At an early age, Elaine showed a propensity for social activities and exploring her imagination. She loved to perform for her family and made friends with just about anyone. She was a social butterfly at school and always seemed to be in the mood to create. As Elaine neared her preteen years, however, he was met with an all-too-common occurrence for children around the world. Her parents informed her that they would be filing for divorce and her father, Ray, would be moving out. The news hits Elaine hard. Being the age she was, the fracturing of her family brought a melancholy mood upon her. She would later say the situation resulted in bouts of depression, however it didn't completely debilitate her, and as she reached high school, Elaine found various outlets to help express her emotion. One of her favorite activities was dance and cheer. She was on the cheerleading squad at her local high school, Crescenta Valley High in La Crescenta, California, the neighborhood she lived in with her mother and brother. With the cheer squad, Elaine eventually made cheer squad champion while helping her fellow cheerleaders and upcoming underclassmen fit within the team. Besides cheer, Elaine also enrolled at CVHS's theater program, falling in love with all things plays and musicals. When she wasn't cheering at football games or performing on stage, Elaine was dancing in her free time, a huge fan of hip-hop, rap, and R&B. In fact, her passion for music grew so much she got into singing as well, sometimes writing lyrics for songs she thought up, even going as far to record a few raps upon reaching adulthood. After graduating high school, Elaine couldn't quite set her mind on what she wanted to do for a career. Her interests bounced around so many artistic endeavors beyond just music and dance. She grew especially fond of acting, and submitted headshots and acting reels to casting agencies, always keeping an eye open for background acting gigs and bit parts in Hollywood, only a 30-minute drive from her home. These dreams of acting materialized with roles in movies such as Role Models and Crazy Stupid Love. Regardless of the position, Elaine was putting her heart into everything she did. When she wasn't acting, she was busy sketching tattoo designs or practicing new makeup techniques or coming up with new and unique fashion ideas. Fashion slowly became one of Elaine's truest loves. She had an uncanny ability to come up with trendy brainstorms with marketing strategies and future spin-offs that only someone truly dedicated to their work could come up with. Elaine spoke of these ideas and her design to make an impact on the fashion world with her on- and off-again boyfriend, Divine Compare, whom she met in 2016. She had recently moved back in with her mother in Lacroix Center after being laid off from a waitressing job. When she spoke of her fashion designer dreams with Divine, known as Div, Divine was the son of film and music producer Shakim Compare and met Elaine through mutual music industry interests. Elaine would sometimes stay with Divine and over text one night shared her passionate ideas about clothing and branding. While Elaine opened her heart like she so often did through her extroverted and spirited personality, her relationship with Divine didn't last forever. The two never really formed a bond as partners and eventually broke off contact in January of 2017 when Elaine informed Div that she needed time for herself to truly focus on her future and next steps. The hiatus in their relationship only lasted a few weeks, however, until January 27, 2017 when the two made plans to see a movie and spend the night together. It was apparently nothing more than two lovers reigniting their fling. That is until the next morning. On January 28, 2017, when Elaine left Divine Compare's guest house in Calabasas, California, never to be seen again. Elaine Park's story and the circumstances around her disappearance require a deeper look into her past, dating back to about a year and a half before she went missing. This exercise involves the topic of sexual assault and viewer discretion is advised. We'll now review the timeline of events leading to Elaine's disappearance. On July 27, 2015, Elaine Park attends a concert with a few friends at the Orange County Observatory in Santa Ana, California, featuring artists such as Father and Playboi Carti. Later that night, Elaine is invited backstage by one of the artist's touring managers. She ventures back there with her friends, but her friends don't stay long after feeling uncomfortable. Elaine wants to stay and whilst backstage consumes both Xanax and alcohol. At some point during her time backstage, Elaine is sexually assaulted by multiple men while inebriated by the drugs and alcohol. In the following days and weeks, Elaine struggles to remember the night of July 27th, but fears she may have been raped. Nonetheless, she remains mostly quiet about the subject, despite the situation deeply affecting her. Flash forward almost a year later to July of 2016, and Elaine endures a car accident that leaves her with scratches on her hand when she helps to get the people in the second vehicle free. Her friend Sadie, who was driving, also walks away mostly unharmed. Over the remainder of summer 2016, Elaine and her mother, Susan, engage in a few fights regarding an insurance claim settlement from her very minor injuries. Elaine begins seeing a chiropractor against her own desires, and the mother and daughter's relationship fractures. In November of 2016, Elaine meets Devine Compare, the son of entertainment producer Shakam Compare. On Tuesday the 8th, Elaine and Devine get together and begin what would transform into an on-again, off-again relationship. Throughout the rest of the month, Elaine and Div hang out frequently, often smoking weed with their friends and discussing their daily lives over text. They talk about going to a concert together and Divine's car breaking down in a text conversation now available to the public. Elaine's fortune changes for the worst when the calendar flips to December 2016. She moves back in with her mother in Lacrosse Center after living with her friend Daisy. Elaine is also fired from her waitressing job, while dropping out of classes at Pierce College simultaneously. On December 1st, Elaine opens up to Divine over text about a fashion design and marketing plan she was brewing. It is one of the many moments Elaine displays her creative soul and the promise she had in her artistic endeavors. Within the next couple of weeks, Elaine encounters further arguments with her mother about money and petty cash. At the same time, Elaine's birth father, Ray, completes his final child support payment to Susan. Sometime in mid to late December, Elaine appears to go through a personal crisis as she unfollows and/or blocks her childhood friends from all her social media accounts. Elaine's crisis continues through the latter third of December when reminders and memories of her sexual assault in 2015 begin to resurface. She reaches out to the touring manager she knew, a man by the name of Michael, who tells Elaine that while he doesn't have concrete memories of an assault happening, he says it wouldn't surprise him. When Michael asks Elaine why she's calling him a year and a half later, Elaine says she can no longer block the feeling from her mind and that her art and design is no longer helping her cope and she needs answers. Around the same time, on December 28, 2016, Elaine posts a Twitter thread about her experience dealing with the trauma of sexual assault. She also says that the people involved, quote, know damn well who they are, but that she wouldn't fight them or make it a legal matter. Over the next couple of days and into the new year, the text conversation between Elaine and Devine wanes and becomes less responsive. Then on January 3rd, Elaine breaks up with Devine over text. One of the lines of text reads, quote, I need this year to really invest in myself right now. So I'm gonna grind and spend time alone until I can get myself real right. Devine responds by saying it isn't what he wants and that he will fight for Elaine because she is all he has. On the night of January 20th, Devine sends a string of texts to Elaine saying he is in Utah but wants a response from her. He tells her she can't hold in whatever she's holding in, while he also needs to let out something to her before reassuring her that he'll be by her side, supporting her no matter what. A week later, in the pre-dawn hours of January 26th at 3:45 a.m., Elaine calls her mother Susan to report her car out of gas and the battery dead. According to Susan, she and her boyfriend, Jeff, drove to Elaine's location to deliver gas and jumpstart her car. The following day, on the morning of Friday, January 27th, Susan sends Elaine $20 and asks for a payment by 6 p.m. Later in the day, around 5 p.m., Elaine visits her father, Ray, to pick up cash for the weekend. Ray would later say his daughter acted perfectly normal during this visit. An hour later, at 6:01 p.m., Elaine receives a text from Susan regarding the money she lent her. Another hour passes by and at 7 p.m., Elaine's friend Sadie stops by Elaine's house to pick up her hair curling wand. Elaine hands it to Sadie without saying a word, and as Sadie climbs back into her car, she turns around to see Elaine locking the front door as she leaves herself. In the next 30 minutes, Elaine reaches her car and departs Lacrosse Center to meet up with Divine Comparative's place in Calabasas, California. At around 8:10 p.m., Elaine arrives in Calabasas. 54 minutes later, at 9:04 p.m., Elaine responds to Susan's texts, saying she'll have the money back to her later that night. Susan sends a text back only a minute later at 9:05 p.m., asking Elaine to keep her word. A little less than an hour and a half later, at 10:20 p.m., Elaine and Devine take an Uber from Calabasas to the AMC movie theater in the nearby neighborhood of Woodland Hills. Moments after, Elaine made a stop at her car and is captured on the CCTV footage at the Compare residence. Another vehicle is also spotted on camera but departs the driveway just as the Uber pulls up. Over 2 hours later, at 12:43 a.m. on Saturday, January 28, 2017, Devine and Elaine returned from the movies in Calabasas as captured by the Compare family's CCTV. At 3:20 a.m. Elaine checks her social media profiles on Twitter, Instagram, and Snapchat for the final time. Not long after, at around 4 a.m., Devine wakes up to Elaine suffering a panic attack. He would later describe her as shaky and distressed, singing to herself but not speaking. Closer to sunrise, despite many pleas from Devine, who believes Elaine is not in a proper state of mind to drive, she dresses quickly and departs, not saying a word to Devine. At exactly 6:0453 a.m., Elaine is captured by CCTV cameras walking out of Devine's guest house through the parking area and to her car. A couple of minutes pass by and at 6:07 a.m. Elaine pulls away from the Compare family's driveway and through the gates of the community where a camera picks up Elaine's license plate. This is the last confirmed sighting of Elaine Park. At 6:28 a.m. Elaine's location is shared with Devine via their Apple iMessage app, while her Facebook Find My Friend activity is initiated simultaneously. It's unknown whether or not this is manually set by Elaine or just an automatic update. Devine does not respond to the iMessage notice. 45 minutes later, at 7:13 a.m., new cookies appear on Elaine's iPhone for the Pandora Music app. Over an hour passes and by 8:51 a.m., 3 times demanding the money she owes her. Soon after, at 9:28 a.m., Elaine's Pandora app sends an automated message asking if she's still listening to music. Between 10:13 and 10:15 a.m., Devine attempts to call Elaine 3 times, but none of the calls connect through. At 10:50 a.m., Susan Park calls her boyfriend Jeff, followed by a since-deleted text at 12:04. An hour later, at 1:10 p.m., Elaine's friend Sadie texts her, asking what she's doing today, but receives no response. Between 1:33 and 1:34 p.m., Devine tries calling Elaine 2 more times, still unsuccessfully. At around the same time, between 1:36 and 1:42 p.m., Susan attempts to reach her daughter 3 times by phone, but she can't get through. 2 hours later, at 3:42 p.m., the last ping to originate from Elaine's phone hits a cell tower in Malibu, California. Later that night, 2 ticks before midnight, Susan calls the Crescenta Valley Sheriff's Office to report Elaine missing. They ask if Elaine has ever run away from home before, and Susan says yes. Susan later claims the sheriff's office recommended she wait 1 more day as Elaine would most likely be voluntarily missing. The following day, on Sunday, January 29th, Susan expresses a desire to her boyfriend, Jeff, to officially file the missing persons, believing that Elaine would have paid her back by now had she been okay. At 9:40 a.m. on Monday, January 30th, Susan reaches out to Elaine's friend Sadie, saying she is worried and that Elaine's makeup is gone, along with a blue traveling bag she may have taken to Devine's. Finally, Susan calls the same sheriff's station as well as Glendale Police Department at 11:48 a.m. to report Elaine missing. An officer arrives at Susan's La Crosse Center residence that afternoon at 4:25 p.m., where he calls Elaine's father to ask if he knew anything. This is the first time Ray hears of his daughter's disappearance and says he hasn't seen or heard from Elaine since her visit on Friday the 27th. 2 days later, on February 2nd, Susan and Jeff visit Devine's parents. They have no idea where Elaine is, and Susan departs, only to visit the Lost Hills Sheriff Department to request a ping on Elaine's phone. The station is able to locate a ping from Coral Canyon Road cell tower in Malibu. Later that day, Elaine's car is discovered on the 26,000 block of Coral Canyon Road on the Pacific Coast Highway in Malibu, California, a 30-minute drive from where she was last seen. The vehicle's doors are unlocked and the key is in the ignition, with the electric turned on, not the engine. Inside the car are her belongings: her black backpack with a laptop inside in the passenger seat, her cell phone, the blue travel bag with toiletries, and about $30. All in plain sight. The car is taken in for analysis and no signs of foul play or break-ins are discovered. The car is in fine condition outside of the battery being dead. A month passes by and no leads are uncovered. On March 2nd, Elaine's Facebook is logged into for the first time and all of her history is deleted. 10 days later, on March 10th, a massive search goes underway in Calabasas to find Elaine, but the search efforts turn up empty. 11 days later, on March 21st, and the settlement in Elaine's car accident lawsuit is finalized, with her name being signed on the document and $5,000 awarded to the estates of Elaine Park. 45 days later, on May 6, 2017, a cadaver dog search is initiated at the park residence. They uncover no major clues. Fast forward over 5 years since Elaine's disappearance, and law enforcement is no closer to finding Elaine Park than they were back in 2017. Especially after the Compare family and the Park family have been deemed non-suspects by police. Despite a large reward sum being posted, lots of community activism, and the work of various investigators and journalists, Elaine's trail has grown cold. The first segment of the CCTV clip shows Elaine walking out of her ex-boyfriend's house, leaving the parking area and supposedly making a stop at her car. However, there is another car with its lights turned on, and it turns around through the driveway before leaving the residence, driving away and up the hill in the background. Elaine then returns to the car park area where she approaches the Compare home entry. Before she enters, however, Divine Compare exits himself and follows Elaine back to the driveway. Simultaneously, the Uber they ordered to take them to the cinema drives down the hill toward the house and pulls into the drive. Some viewers claim they can see Elaine and Divine enter two different cars. However, law enforcement have stated they took the same Uber both there and back from the movie theater. The second segment of CCTV footage depicts Elaine and Divine returning from the cinema about 3 hours later. The Uber drops them off and departs as it should, and the couple enters the Compare compound at a normal pace. The third segment of the recording is the most mystifying. At around 6 a.m., Elaine is captured leaving the Compare residence by herself, this time walking at a much more hurried pace. She hops into her car somewhere in the driveway and pulls away from the Calabasas home. Viewers again point to something strange they notice at this point in the video. They call out the shadow. That flicker across the wall on the left side of the frame when Elaine is about to disappear from view, theorizing it may be a third party watching Elaine from afar running in the background when they see she is about to leave. However, if you go back to the first segment, you'll notice those same shadows appear on that same wall each time Elaine walks back towards the driveway in both directions. It is simply Elaine's shadow from a light off screen and is not a hidden clue. What is a helpful clue? Is the license plate reader footage that is included at the end of the video. This captures Elaine's vehicle as it leaves the Compare family's gated community and gives you a clear look at her license plate number, 7NKR261. If you have any information regarding this license plate number from the early morning hours of January 28, 2017, or anything else that appears in the video, you can call 1-800-222-8477 or go to lawcrimestoppers.org. As previously stated, the following section involves the topic and discussions of sexual assault, and viewer discretion is advised. The first theory many people jump to when they hear Elaine's story is that her boyfriend, Divine Compa, had something to do with her disappearance. Besides the obvious fact that he was the last person to see Elaine alive, people point to his connections with musicians and rappers around Los Angeles and how he might be connected to the sexual assault Elaine survived. In 2015, while Divine wasn't at the concert in question in July of 2015, he did have connections with some of the performers and people backstage who may or may not have been there when Elaine was assaulted. People wonder if this is what Divine is referring to in the text messages made available to the public after she breaks up with him when he says, quote, "I need to let all this out to you." Followed later by, quote, "You can't hold all that in? Let it out, what's going on?" People wonder if this is Divine coaxing Elaine to say everything she knows about her assault in 2015 to make sure she isn't about to take the information to the police and expose either Divine's contacts or Divine himself. They back this up with information gathered in 2018 by people part of the investigation who noted that a witness had observed Elaine and Divine getting into a verbal altercation the evening of Thursday, January 27th, and it was over the assault allegations and Divine's role in them. The testimony then stated the following day the couple didn't actually go to the movies the evening of January 27th, and instead the arguments boiled over before Elaine went missing the next morning, potentially at the hands of Divine or a theoretical accomplice. To accentuate this theory, many point to the CCTV footage and take issue with how it conveniently ends right after Elaine leaves the property and what follows isn't publicly available. It casts a suspicious light over the Compare family at large and definitely leaves room to wonder. However, there are many pieces to the case that address and refute this theory. First and foremost is that Divine himself has been heavily investigated by law enforcement and private detectives and cleared of all suspicion. That's not all, though. Let's look at the materials we have ourselves. We have the texts Divine was sending to Elaine after their breakup. And nowhere did it ever show Devine was making threatening comments or showing a lack of support to Elaine. In fact, he was quite supportive of Elaine overall, saying that he would be there for her and that they'd make it to the other side. In interviews with other amateur investigators, Devine stated he never pressed Elaine about her assault experience and that she was truly attempting to figure it out on her own, but was struggling with the weight of holding it all in and not being able to remember it for over a year. There's also the matter of Elaine's tweets from the night of December 28th, where she talks about her emotions and trauma as a result of the assaults, but also the wisdom she wants to give to others. Most notably, at the beginning of the thread, she says that while the people who assaulted her know who they are, she is not out to frame anyone, pursue legal action, or enact justice through accusatory means. Rather, she wants to heal from her trauma on her own terms and leave the law out of it. In addition, one evening before Elaine went missing, she posted a live Periscope stream of a rap she had written, the lyrics very strongly hinting at her relationship and breakup with Devine. Through her rap, Elaine never talked about Devine as if he was connected to her assault or really about the assault at all. Rather, she explained the reason she and Devine couldn't be together was a difference in morals and materialistic desires. Thus, Elaine, both publicly and privately, was adamant about not pursuing some sort of legal or vigilante justice. If someone wanted her dead because of that, there's absolutely zero proof Elaine would have tried it anyway, most likely ruling out one of her assaulters or Devine. The only other sensible motive that would pit Devine against Elaine is being upset that they broke up and not wanting it to end like it did. However, as exemplified by the text messages and interviews Devine has taken part in, he has shown no animosity towards Elaine or anger about their relationship. Also, it must be taken into consideration the date Elaine and Devine went on the night before she went missing. A couple facing that much volatility and tension simply doesn't go to the movies together and pretend like everything is normal for a couple of hours. The Uber drivers who drove the pair have since been tracked down and interviewed and have stated they didn't suspect anything was wrong with either Devine or Elaine, that they were hugging and kissing during the car rides, and overall sporting a calm demeanor. There was an instance in which the Uber driver said Devine asked Elaine if she was good a couple of times, but Elaine always replied yes and never displayed any sort of warning signs. While the CCTV footage is distressing and adds suspicion to the Compare family, there simply isn't a shred of physical proof or sensible motive that connects them to foul play in the case. So if there are holes in the theory that Devine had something to do with it, what about other love interests or ex-boyfriends in Elaine's life? There was one man from Elaine's past that caught the attention of law enforcement, an underground rapper by the stage name of Lolo. Lolo and Elaine had a short fling sometime in the year leading up to Elaine's disappearance. However, the quick relationship wasn't sunshine and roses. Lolo was quite clingy and creeped out Elaine's closest friends. He would repeatedly call her even after Elaine tried to sever ties. And despite being blocked on multiple numbers, Lolo would find new phones to contact her with. In addition, there were times Lolo would angrily text Elaine, saying things like he wanted to fight her for not responding, and that, quote, people were gonna die. Most glaring of all was an incident in 2016 in which Elaine and Lolo were pulled over and the car was searched by police. Authorities found an unauthorized firearm in Lolo's backpack, a firearm Elaine had no knowledge of. Elaine was set to testify at Lolo's court hearing on the matter mere weeks after she went missing, and some wonder if Lolo was involved to prevent her testimony from entering evidence. Not only that, but Lolo was released from jail pre-trial just 2 days before Elaine disappeared in Venice Beach, just a quick drive south on the Pacific Coast Highway from where Elaine's car was discovered in Malibu. Could he have left imprisonment and done something to Elaine to protect himself from his firearm charge? There are two things that suggest this isn't the case. First, Elaine's testimony wouldn't alter the outcome of Lolo's charges. Elaine didn't know he had the gun and therefore couldn't give any sort of insight into when or how he obtained it. So had she just told the truth, which is what her friends told her to do, she would have explained her perspective and been dismissed without altering the ruling. Second, Lolo was eventually tracked down by both law enforcement and private investigators. The PIs were the ones to first alert Lolo of Elaine's disappearance, and his reaction was one of genuine concern. He stated that he had stopped attempting to contact Elaine after his arrest and her continued pleas for space, but still thought about her every day. While it definitely appears he had an unhealthy obsession with Elaine, Lolo fully cooperated with the PIs and later the authorities, consistently making offers to help look for Elaine and provide as much assistance as he could. Without a true motive and taking into consideration his behavior after the disappearance, the theory of his involvement is highly unlikely. Recently, one theory has caught fire amongst many across the internet. One suggesting that Susan Park is herself responsible for her daughter's disappearance. Like all missing person cases, the parents are usually the first to have fingers pointed at them both by police and passerby. And it makes sense to some degree. They are usually the closest to the victim and some of the last people to make contact with them. In the case of Susan, her portrayal in certain media regarding Elaine's disappearance has caught many by surprise and led to a larger network of people who want to jump on the coincidences and misrepresentations of her actions. Susan's suspicion lingers on a few aspects of her relationship with her daughter, most notably their propensity for arguing and both verbal and sometimes physical conflict. Susan and Elaine would fight about money even in amounts as low as $5, ending up in cursing matches loud enough to wake the neighbors and sending texts with intense and anger-ridden tones. The pair were not close and spent more time bickering than getting along. But in the end, that's how the entire family was. Elaine often spoke to her friends about how discordant her family life was. Since Ray and Susan got divorced in 2008, and even while they were all still under the same roof, the family didn't spend much time bonding. And the blame for who caused the divorce was thrown around even onto Elaine. There was very little love and nurturing once Elaine and her brother entered their preteen and teenage years. And the connection that a lot of families have with one another simply didn't exist. Susan will admit much the same. A lot of people point to Susan's openness about being a bad mother and failing her daughter. Susan knows she and Elaine didn't have a great relationship, but that doesn't automatically mean she would go to great lengths to kill her. Susan also has spoken about the cultural differences between an Asian American family and the prototypical American family, and how it is not considered or even understood by people who have been conditioned to think families cannot toe the lines of verbal abuse without there being murderous tendencies. The text Susan sent to Elaine, saying, quote, "Die," and calling her brutal names are despicable and disturbing, particularly considering what would happen just months later. But the tragic truth is that these types of sentiments are shared by families all over the world. And just because it's beyond any sort of family dynamic we are used to, it doesn't make Susan a killer, an abusive bully, and terrible guardian, perhaps, but it does not prove her a murderer. The theory also hinges on Susan's actions after Elaine went missing, like her alibi being changed at certain points, or how quickly she got rid of Elaine's belongings and rented out her room and cleaned her clothes that may have had valuable evidence on them. But the fact of the matter is that the police told Susan repeatedly they had no leads and nothing really to investigate. While there was belief that Elaine may have gone involuntarily missing, they had no reason to collect Elaine's things, and would have collected them before Susan got rid of it all had there been any reason to do so. In the end, everyone's process of grieving and responding to trauma is different. Yes, you usually see the parents of missing children keep their bedrooms and belongings in their original condition for decades, but just because a mother in another case doesn't do it, doesn't insinuate guilt of any kind. Ultimately, Susan did keep a few things of Elaine's, just in case she returned. Finally, we must shed light on the amount of effort Susan has put into finding Elaine. Nobody who makes someone else disappear goes to the lengths Susan has gone to try and put a spotlight on the victim's case. Both the Park parents have been fully cooperative with both outside investigators and law enforcement. Susan has made countless media appearances and, despite some of them pitting her own past against her, continuously pleads for help to find Elaine. The risk of exposure would be far too high had she committed a crime. We may not like the way she treated Elaine and the things she said to her daughter, but we cannot conflate coincidence or bias with fact. So if someone close to her didn't make Elaine disappear, could it have been a stranger? It is certainly possible. 3 routes to this theory exist. The first path is one taken by someone Elaine made contact with in the year before her disappearance, but not related to the assault in 2015. The most likely suspect would be someone connected to the drugs that Elaine would sometimes involve herself in. It's a known fact via the text messages between her and Devine that Elaine frequently smoked weed and purchased weed and other weed-related paraphernalia around Los Angeles. While weed was legalized in California the same month, Elaine and Devine started hanging out. In November of 2016, studies have shown that 80 to 90% of cannabis purchasing went through underground channels. Despite this, cannabis wasn't the only drug Elaine had connections to either. While she wasn't a dealer herself, nor did she frequently consume such drugs, it was known that Elaine had contacts for dealers with substances such as Xanax and codeine. While drug dealing isn't always hand in hand with other violence or criminal activity, it definitely opens up the pool of suspicious people Elaine may have interacted with. The second path to the outsider theory is simply someone Elaine ran into the morning she left Devine's house. We know that Elaine loves to drive, her Devine's own words. He spoke about how that was her way to decompress and wind down, and maybe that's why she left so quickly on the 28th, to get out of the panic spiral and go for a drive. We also know that a little while after her car was spotted leaving the gated community in Calabasas, her location was shared with Devine and she started listening to music on Pandora, both natural occurrences had she planned to be driving for a bit. This is where the theory truly becomes a theory. It would make sense that maybe along the way, Elaine wanted to drive along the Pacific Coast Highway overlooking the ocean and grew tired. After a sleepless night, only to park her car by Coral Canyon for a nap. This is where it was found 4 days later. So if she did stop to rest, maybe someone stopped by and pretended they needed help or simply kidnapped her when no one was looking. This theory struggles to hold weight when you look deeper at the facts. It's agreed upon by many that Elaine's vehicle was probably planted at the location it was found by her kidnappers rather than it being the origin of Elaine's disappearance. Due to how neat everything was found in the vehicle and how there was no trace of Elaine found in the vicinity. The spot where Elaine's car was found is also a very busy section of Malibu and has frequent tourists stopping by, even at 6:30 a.m. in the morning. If something were to have happened to Elaine against her will, someone would have heard something or seen something. People also claim there's no way the car would have been able to sit in the location it was at for 4 days without being ticketed or towed, or at least observed by police. However, that section of the Pacific Coast Highway is known for parked cars sitting along the coast for days, if not weeks at a time. And it is totally reasonable that the LA County Sheriff missed it, if not completely ignored it. The third and final path to an outsider theory is that a serial killer is operating in or around Malibu, California, and law enforcement in the area has failed to make arrests, allowing people like Elaine to become a victim. In this general area of Malibu, there has been a string of disappearances and murders in the last decade plus, most famously featuring the disappearance and death of Matrice Richardson and the murders at Malibu Creek State Park. The latter crimes were covered up by the Lost Hills Sheriff's Station, which had a long history of scandals and similar legal issues, including releasing Matrice in the middle of the night, instead of holding her until her family was able to pick her up the next day. As reported on by CC Woods of the local Malibu, she has also shed light on this case while helping to advocate for Elaine Park and believes there may be more to the disappearances. It is possible Elaine pulled over on the PCH, left her stuff in her car, hiked the hills in Malibu until she went too far and ended up in the wrong hands. It is a little far-fetched, but still a potential explanation. The final theory put forth in Elaine's case is suicide. Some of the precursors are there. Elaine was suffering from a mental health break due to the trauma of her assault and displaying signs of reclusiveness from her friends, whom she had been slowly blocking on social media. She was also feeling alienated from home, and the constant bickering with her mother regarding the money she owed could have been a breaking point. Combined with the bizarre and hurried morning she had with Devine before she went missing, it is possible Elaine got in her car, drove to the beach, and decided she would try an alternative way to escape the turmoil and trauma. Some say this is highly unlikely, that she wouldn't have left her phone in her car and at least would have taken it with her, but that doesn't mean anything. It's too often we assume that just because the younger generation grew up with phones in their pockets, that they are all addicted and cannot go a few minutes without being online. It simply isn't true. A lot of people who are overwhelmed and dealing with anxiety, depression, and panic disorder want nothing to do with what's on their phone and want to be isolated and alone. If Elaine was struggling with social pressures and the constant texts and calls from her mother, it totally makes sense that Elaine would want to leave her phone behind if she was going to de-stress for a while, if not depart for good. Elaine could also have had a bad reaction to drugs she may have taken during the last night she spent with Devine. Devine has said the pair didn't consume drugs or alcohol on the night of the 27th. But those statements were taken in front of his parents, and the use of such substances cannot be 100% ruled out. Maybe he tried to persuade Elaine from leaving that morning or driving because she was under the influence of something, or she simply smoked too much weed and grew paranoid. This may have led to a lot of guilt, and while Devine should absolutely never hide information like this, Elaine could have been in an altered state and taking her phone with her wherever she went was simply an afterthought. Again, it's hard to believe Elaine could have disappeared in the area that she did and committed suicide without a body ever appearing. But stranger things have happened in the hills of Malibu. And with the law enforcement's shady history, it's not impossible they missed a major clue. It should also be noted that the Lost Hills Sheriff's Station does not have jurisdiction in Elaine's case. That belongs to Glendale Police Department due to Elaine's address falling in their precinct's jurisdiction. But the drastic difference in locales for each law enforcement agency makes it hard to coordinate searches and know exactly where to look, which still unacceptably falls in the hands of police. The communication needed to be clearer for search efforts to go underway as they should have. And it leaves so many theories to Elaine's disappearance, unfortunately open-ended. The case of Elaine Park is as tragic as they come. The fate of a young woman with such a big heart and such massive potential is unknown, vanishing without a shred of physical evidence left behind. It truly is as maddening as cold case investigations come and makes drawing a conclusion nearly impossible. In our estimation, we believe the most likely scenario is a combination of the theories previously mentioned. Elaine most likely suffered some sort of mental collapse with the trauma of her assault weighing down on her and the panic attacks restraining her physically and emotionally. It is what made her leave in such a mad rush on the morning of January 28, 2017. And the lack of support from either friends or family only added to her feelings of being confused and unwanted. While we believe Elaine was under psychological distress, we don't believe she committed suicide, mostly because of the situation with her car. We believe she went somewhere to cope with her newfound state of panic, potentially under the influence of drugs, and ran into someone who ultimately took advantage of a woman desperate for help, much like someone took advantage of her in July of 2015. Whoever this was then brought Elaine's car somewhere away from the crime, to a place where parked cars are constantly abandoned along the coast of the Pacific Ocean in Malibu, California. Here, they left behind Elaine's belongings to stage a runaway. While there's an argument to be had about Elaine running away and leaving her phone behind, no one runs away and leaves plain cash behind. That's the one thing you would need if you were planning to stage a disappearance. No, Elaine's life was purposely positioned to warrant the least amount of suspicion on foul play. And in the end, that's exactly where we ended up anyway. Who this perpetrator is anyone's best guess. But it is most likely not Divine, Lolo, or Elaine's family. While we can't rule it out 100%, it would take a huge piece of physical evidence to make that scenario a dominant lead. As gut-wrenching as it is to walk away from such an in-depth investigation without a conclusive hypothesis, it should not take away from the efforts we continue to make in our search for Elaine. While it's unlikely, there is still a chance Elaine is out there alive and breathing. It is up to us to bring her home, and if not, at least bring about closure and justice for Ray, Susan, and Dustin Park. Until then, it's important to shine a light on Elaine's legacy. Elaine, despite growing up in a broken home without a lot of love to receive, was the first to bring that love to others. She nurtured relationships with many friends and put her heart into everything she did. She was well on her way to being an iconic fashion designer, an effervescent actress and dancer and lyricist, a powerful poet, and above all, a passionate and personable artist. She was a survivor whose entire being was filled with courage and strength. She spoke her heart so that others without a voice may find solace in her persistence. She had dreams like the rest of us and so much more to share. We must find a way to make those dreams a reality and allow her imagination to return to the world. Even if Elaine Park remains missing, the positive impact she made on the world will not perish and the goodwill that she stood for will not be erased. 10-year-old Catherine Lyon and her sister, 12-year-old Sheila Lyon, lived in Kensington, Maryland in 1975. They lived with their parents, John and Mary, as well as their older brother, Jay. On March 25, 1975, Sheila and Catherine left their home between 11 a.m. and noon. Their mother instructed them to get back home by 4 p.m. They were heading to see the Easter exhibits in the Westfield Wheaton Plaza shopping mall, which was located about half a mile from their home. It was their spring break, so they planned on enjoying a day out, even having lunch at a pizzeria within the mall called the Orange Bowl. By 7 p.m., the Lyons sisters had still not returned home. Their parents then called police to report them missing. The extensive search and investigations for Sheila and Catherine revealed nothing about the location of the girls, but thanks to witness statements, it did help the police set up a timeline that they felt was accurate. At 1 p.m., a neighborhood boy saw the sisters outside the Orange Bowl. They were speaking to an unidentified man. At about 2 p.m., their elder brother Jay also noticed them at the pizzeria, alone and enjoying their meal. A friend of theirs then saw the girls walking westward down a street near the mall somewhere between 2:30 and 3 o'clock p.m. It was the direct route to their home. That was the last time Sheila and Catherine Lyon were seen alive. The neighborhood boy who recalled seeing Sheila and Catherine talking to someone outside the Orange Bowl described the unidentified man to be about 6 feet tall, 50 to 60 years old, and wearing a brown suit. He said that the man was carrying a briefcase with a tape recorder inside. The man was demonstrating a type of audio cassette player to the teens and children gathered near him, which included the Lyons sisters. 2 composite sketches of him were created and released to the public, and several other witnesses came forward to declare that they had seen him in the mall that day. A girl around Sheila and Catherine's age then talked to the detectives and gave them a completely new possible suspect. She described how the young girls had confronted a man who had been staring so intently at them that it made them uncomfortable enough to act. He was described as a white male, 5 foot 11 inches tall and weighing roughly 140 pounds. It was believed he was in his late teens or early 20s. He had acne on his face and scars on his left cheekbone. The man wore a light-colored Peters jacket as well as a blue and white horizontal striped shirt with white pants. The Lyons sisters' disappearance shattered the sense of security in Kensington, Maryland, rattling parents to the point where they no longer let their children play outside or walk to Wheaton Plaza. Even with all the promising information, the case soon got plagued by false leads and questionable subjects, eventually making it go cold. An 18-year-old named Lloyd Lee Welsh went to a security guard at the Wheaton Mall a week after the girls disappeared. He said that he had been at the mall that day and saw the girls get abducted by the tape recorder man. Mall security then called the police, who took Lloyd to a nearby station. When the investigators made Lloyd take a lie detector test, Lloyd then confessed to having made the whole thing up. It was believed he was just interested in the $9,000 reward money being offered, and he was released. On April 7, 1975, about 2 weeks after the disappearance, a witness in Manassas, Virginia reported seeing 2 girls resembling the Lyons sisters in the rear of a beige 1968 Ford station wagon. The witnesses stated that the girls were bound and gagged in the vehicle. The driver of the vehicle resembled the man in the publicly available composite sketch. The witness further claimed that when the driver spotted the witness tailing him, he ran a red light and sped west on Route 234 towards Interstate 66. The station wagon had Maryland license plates with the possible combination of DMT-6. The last 2 numbers are unknown due to the bending of the car's plate. The known combination was issued in Cumberland, Hagerstown, and Baltimore at the time. This supposed sighting inspired a small army of mobile CB radio users to scour the area throughout the night with a running commentary and chatter, but without any tangible results. A search for matching plate numbers failed to produce any information. Although this witness's report was at first treated as credible and a media firestorm erupted because of it, it was later deemed questionable by police. The disappearance granted calls from psychics, extortionists, and detention seekers. Several phone calls from people claiming to be holding the girls for ransom were made to the Lyon family in the immediate aftermath of their disappearance. One began with an anonymous mail on April 4, 1975, and demanded that John Lyon leave a briefcase with $10,000 inside an Annapolis courthouse restroom. John Lyon left $101 in the briefcase as directed by law enforcement officials. It was just enough to make the crime a felony, but the briefcase was never claimed. The same anonymous person called John later and said there were too many police officers around the courthouse and he could not retrieve the ransom. John said he would have to hear the girls' voices before he could do anything else. The caller never made contact again. There were suspects, but nothing that linked them to the crime, one being Fred Howard Coffey. Coffey was convicted in 1987 for assaulting and strangling a 10-year-old girl in North Carolina in 1979. Authorities learned that he interviewed for a job and was subsequently employed in Silver Spring, Maryland, 6 days after the Lyons sisters vanished. This is a short distance from Wheaton Plaza. Investigators were unable to determine if Coffey was connected to the case, and he was never charged in the disappearances. Raymond Rudolph Molesky Sr., a resident of Suitland, Maryland, at the time of the disappearance, took the lives of both his wife and teenage son in November 1977. He was convicted and sentenced to 40 years in prison. Based on both prison informants' tips and Molesky's own claims to know something about the case, which he offered to share more fully in exchange for more favorable prison conditions, authorities searched his former residence in April 1982. No evidence was discovered. Raymond Rudolph Molesky passed away in prison in 2004. Police interviewed countless witnesses and followed hundreds of tips. Every stand of woods or weeds were searched. Storm sewers were explored. As was every vacant house for miles, the residents of a nearby nursing home were interviewed one by one. Scuba divers groped through mud at the bottom of ponds. Nothing was found. Nothing came of anything the police did. The case haunted the Montgomery County Police Department. Generations of detectives had come and gone, and many had taken a crack at it. Periodically, a new team would start over, combing through the many boxes of yellowing evidence, hoping to find something missed. In 2012, the Montgomery County Police Department decided to make one final push to solve the Lyons sisters' mystery. Their approach was to act as if a call had just come in for the two missing girls and to scour the boxes of case records as if starting from scratch. One of the most intriguing finds early on was a brief report written by investigators a week after the disappearances. The report was about 18-year-old Lloyd Lee Welsh that falsely claimed to see the tape recorder man abduct the sisters. The detectives newly plowing the case learned that Lloyd Welsh went on to compile an extensive criminal record. His record includes an arrest in 1977 in Montgomery County for breaking into a house 8 blocks from Wheaton Plaza Mall and stealing $580 worth of jewelry. The burglary case yielded a mugshot which bore a striking resemblance to a composite sketch drawn in 1975 of the man at the mall who stared at the Lyon girl so long that they confronted him. The newly assigned detectives learned Welsh was imprisoned in Delaware after being convicted of assaulting a 10-year-old girl in that state in 1998. Detectives drove to see him, not sure what to expect. Would he even want to talk to them? It turns out he did. Welsh talked and talked for 8 hours. It was on October 16, 2013 that Detective Dave Davis traveled with Montgomery Deputy State's Attorney Pete Feeney to Dover, Delaware to interview Welsh. He acknowledged he was at the mall the day the Lyons sisters were reported missing, but said he had no involvement in their disappearance. The investigators continued trying to uncover as much as they could about Welsh. They learned that his mother lost her life when the car driven by his drunken father, Lee, crashed. Lloyd Welsh was a passenger. He was placed in foster homes but ran away to live on the streets instead, where he did whatever he wanted to. As an adult, he traveled around the country, sometimes hitchhiking, and at one point started a landscaping business in South Carolina. In that state, he was also convicted of assaulting a 10-year-old, just like in Delaware. As the detectives gathered Welsh's history, they repeatedly returned to interview him in Delaware. In subsequent interviews, Welsh lied elaborately and repeatedly about his connection to the Lyon case. He eventually admitted that he had helped kidnap the girls, but insisted that the crime had been planned and carried out by others in his family. He would talk for hours, shifting his story and offering names of relatives he said he had seen abduct the Lyon girls and hold them captive. In the summer of 2014, investigators began an extensive probe of the entire Welsh clan. What the detectives found shocked them. The clan had 2 branches, one in Hyattsville, Maryland, and the other 5 hours southwest on a secluded hilltop in Thaxton, Virginia. It was a place locals called Taylor's Mountain. Here the family's Appalachian roots were still in existence, even though some members had gradually moved into more modern communities in and around Bedford, the nearest town. The family's mountain hollow ways, a suspicion of outsiders, an unruly contempt for authority, stubborn poverty, a knee-jerk resort to violence, set it perpetually at odds with mainstream suburbia. During one of the interviews, Welsh named relatives he had seen abuse and take the lives of at least one of the Lyon girls. If the sisters had been taken by this family, as Welsh claimed and the detectives now suspected, then someone in the family might help investigators with more information. In 2015, Welsh was claiming that the chief culprit had been his uncle Richard, who he said had planned the girls' kidnapping and demise. Richard Welsh was nearly 70 at the time but seemed older. In addition to heart trouble, he faced a frightening array of accusations. Various family members had accused him of ugly and violent behavior toward them in the past. Richard Welsh denied it all. He was summoned to appear before a grand jury in February 2015, where he still stuck to his story. He said he never saw either of the Lyons sisters and did not know what happened to them. On May 12, 2015, detectives visited Lloyd Welsh again to see if he could tell them anything else. He continued spinning one story after the next to explain what had happened to Sheila and Catherine, always placing the blame for the crime on others. Gradually and often inadvertently, he revealed more and more about himself and the crime. The detectives came to realize that you had to forget the narrative. The way to read Welsh was to look past his stories to their details. Running through many of his versions were certain particulars that recurred: stalking girls in the mall, a station wagon, a crying girl, back seat, a basement access from the backyard, an axe, an army green duffel bag, and a bonfire. On a Monday in May 2015, Detective Dave Davis went looking for the place where Welsh said his Uncle Richard had taken Catherine's life before stuffing her remains in a duffel bag and ordering him to take it to Taylor's Mountain. Uncle Richard's old house had been completely destroyed to make room court building, but Dave knew where it had been. Right away, Welsh's story didn't add up. The house was the last place he would bring two little girls who were the object of a massive manhunt. The house was right next to police headquarters. Dave next sought out Buchanan Street, which Lloyd Welsh had also mentioned and where members of the Welsh family had once lived. When Dave arrived there, he recognized the house from snapshots in the police file. It was the house where Lloyd Welsh's parents had lived. The current owners of the house led Dave to a basement only accessed by walking around the house to the rear. Dave stepped into a dark, low-ceiling stone dungeon heaped with old furniture. This was the place. He knew it. It was exactly where one would stash two frightened young girls. You could do anything without being seen or heard. Dave returned the next day with a forensics team. They squirted Blue Star spray to try and find any blood. It lit up from the floor to the ceiling. The room announced itself as the place where Sheila and Catherine Lyon, or at least one of them, spent their last moments. Welsh often talked about his Uncle Richard's sanctuary, but that was all untrue. This was the space where Lloyd Welsh hung out. It was his. Not long after, Dave Davis found the likely crime scene. The case against Lloyd Welsh was solid enough to charge him. On September 12, 2017, he pleaded guilty to ending the lives of both Sheila and Catherine Lyon. Despite pleading guilty, he still claimed that his involvement was in fact very limited. He was given a 48-year sentence, and given that he was 60 years old in 2017, it was essentially a life sentence. Lloyd Welsh still refuses to tell investigators where they can find the bodies. Investigators are still looking into the possibility that Lloyd Welsh did not act alone. Uncle Richard worked as a mall cop around the same time, and it would have been much easier for him to abduct the two girls than it would be for Lloyd Welsh. Let me know what you make of the case down in the comments section. Connie Margota was born in Rockville, Connecticut on July 31, 1976 to parents Cindy and Kenneth. Connie was one of four siblings, having two sisters, Marlise and Leslie, and a brother, Keith. The Margota children grew up in Vernon and Ellington. Connie attended Ellington High School, where she graduated in 1995. After which, Connie attended the University of Connecticut. She attained her undergraduate degree in 1999 and began working as a pharmaceutical sales representative for Rekide Bankizer. Everyone who knew Connie described her as a warm-hearted, generous person who would do anything for those she loved. Connie had many friends and was popular among everyone she met. In the early 2000s, Connie told her close friends about a man she had met. His name was Richard DeBate, and Connie was smitten. He was a handsome man who treated Connie like a queen. When Connie was introduced to Richard's family, they immediately knew that she was the one for him. Richard, or Rick as he was known, was born on July 29, 1976 to parents Richard Sr. and Julie DeBate. He grew up in Manchester, Connecticut, and graduated from Manchester High School in 1995. After finishing high school, Rick attended technical school before beginning his career in computer network administration. Ricky and Connie married on July 4, 2003 and had two sons, RJ and Connor. Connie was a devoted mother to her boys, and Rick seemed like the perfect husband and family man. The DeBates lived in a beautiful home in Ellington on Birchview Drive. Two of Connie's closest friends, Peggy and Darlene, lived in the same neighborhood. Their families spent plenty of time together, with Peggy and Darlene often joking about what a doting husband Rick was to Connie. From any outside perspective, life of the DeBates looked picture perfect. They seemed to have it all. In reality, cracks had started to show. December 23, 2015 started like any other day. It was a Wednesday, and everyone in Ellington felt a festive cheer with Christmas just 2 days away. At 8:10 a.m., Rick dropped Connor and RJ off at the nearby bus stop. While he was out, Connie dressed and headed to a spin class at the local YMCA. What happened next is unclear, as Rick has given many differing versions of events. This is what he first told investigators after the incident. Rick dropped off the boys and then returned home to change into his work clothes. Once he was ready, Rick got back into his car at 8:30 a.m. and set off on the 40-minute drive to work. He wasn't on the road for long until he realized his laptop was still at home. Rick couldn't work without it, so he went onto his cell phone and emailed his supervisor that he would be late. As Rick looked at his phone, he happened to see a security alert about a silent alarm that had been triggered at his home. He mentioned this in the email as well. Rick headed back home and cautiously went inside. Rick heard a noise coming from upstairs, and upon further investigation, it sounded like someone was in their main bedroom. The door was partially open, and when Rick looked inside, he was confronted by a masked intruder. It was a large framed man standing roughly 6 foot 2 inches tall, wearing a dark green camouflaged outfit and mask. The intruder pulled out a knife and told Rick something along the lines of, "Give me your money, your wallet, and your pins, and if you don't, I'm gonna wait here for your wife and kids." The man had a deep voice which Rick compared to sounding like Vin Diesel. Rick had been with the intruder for less than a minute when he heard the sound of their garage door opening. It was Connie. Her class had been canceled and she was back early. Rick screamed out to her, desperately trying to alert his wife to the danger in their house. The intruder then apparently turned his attention to Connie, and he and Rick were in a race to reach her first. In the struggle, Rick was pushed down the stairs and was briefly disoriented. The intruder managed to get past him and pursue Connie into the basement. Rick was able to pick himself up off the floor and rush to Connie's rescue, but it was too late. As he sped down the stairs, a gunshot rang out. It was so loud that his hearing was affected for several minutes afterward. The intruder turned his focus back on Rick, where he overpowered him by using a certain pressure point that caused him to collapse. The next thing Rick knew, he had been partially tied to a metal folding chair with zip ties. The intruder had grabbed a box cutter from Rick's toolbox and inflicted superficial wounds on Rick's body with it. The intruder next grabbed a blowtorch, which he used to burn random items. He then tried to use the blowtorch on Rick, but Rick was able to use his free hand and grab the blowtorch from the intruder. He aimed it at the man's face and burned him, despite Rick previously saying the man had a mask on. The entire ordeal lasted 5 minutes before Rick scared the man off after the blowtorch incident. Looking at the original timeline, this meant that it would now be no later than 9:05 a.m. Rick only calls the police at 10:21 a.m. State troopers were already on their way, as a call had been automatically placed to them at 10:16 a.m. from the security company regarding an alarm triggered at home. This alert gets sent to authorities immediately. So why did it not get sent after the alert that Rick allegedly saw shortly past 8:30 a.m.? The first to arrive at 7 Birchview Drive was a member of the Ellington, but the storm door was still closed. He knocked with no answer and proceeded inside. He first noticed a light layer of smoke that hung in the air. The basement door was open and droplets of blood led from the basement toward the kitchen. The man followed the trail where he found Rick. Rick was still attached to the folding chair, lying face down on the kitchen floor. Rick told the man that he is still in the house, referring to the intruder. The man quickly called for backup, reporting the crime as a home invasion, and soon a flood of officers were on the scene. They focused on locating the gunman as soon as possible. The investigators started taking note of everything in the house. They took multiple images of Rick on the floor, showing how he had been tied to the metal chair. Curiously, it was only Rick's left hand and left ankle that was zip-tied. She had been shot twice, once in the stomach and in the back of the head. She was pronounced deceased at the scene. This was no longer just a home invasion. Canine units were soon on the scene, hoping they would show investigators which direction the gunman had gone in. But the dogs seemed only to be focused on one person, Rick DeBate. One of the dogs found Rick's wallet on the lawn outside, presumably where the intruder had dropped it while fleeing. Still, the dogs could not follow a scent leading away from the property. Instead, they led their handlers to the ambulance where Rick was being treated for his superficial wounds. From the get-go, investigators saw holes in Rick's story. Rick was taken to Hartford Hospital. This is where he was first questioned about the events that day. He described the intruder to the investigators and told them he had seen the man shoot Connie in the basement. After he said his version of events, the investigators had some follow-up questions for Rick. This was when they noticed Rick's story changing slightly, which is always a red flag. There was confusion about the alarm system when Rick saw the alarm alert and whether he had been the one who set it off. Initially, Rick said he left before Connie dropped the boys off. This changed to him saying he couldn't remember who left first. The next thing that changed was his explanation of the sound upstairs. Now Rick hadn't heard a sound when he first entered. Instead, he went upstairs and noticed the bedroom light was on. He then came across the intruder rifling through their closet. The next story change involved the staircase. Remember that Rick first said he was pushed down the stairs. Now he was saying he tripped down them. Most important to investigators was the gun story. The gun used to shoot Connie was a .357 Magnum. It was one of Rick's guns that he kept in the house. He first told investigators that he was unsure how the intruder got the gun from Connie. Now he said he saw Connie and the man wrestling for the gun, pulled it from Connie, and he then shot her. Oh, and the basement was also dark during all of this, apparently. Rick told investigators how he dragged himself up the stairs, still attached to the metal chair, after he regained consciousness. He found his cell phone and called for help, all while calling out to Connie, hoping she would call back. Rick's injuries were conveniently located. The wounds to his chest were only found on his left side, and the wounds to his legs were all within reach of his right hand. This piqued the investigators' interest. He also had no injuries that would suggest he had been pushed or fallen down the stairs. The dried blood from the box cutter marks hadn't dripped down the edges of his legs like you would expect if the wounds had been inflicted while he was sitting on the metal chair. The other inconsistency that stood out to investigators was the lack of blood leading up the stairs. If Rick had dragged himself from the basement to the kitchen, you would expect to see evidence of that. Instead, only droplets were found on that path, and the only drag marks were found in the kitchen. Rick seemed to have walked upstairs before collapsing in the kitchen. Investigators were also curious why Rick hadn't tried to check on Connie. The evidence shows he hadn't been near the body after she was shot, as the pool of blood near her body was undisturbed. Investigators wanted to find out exactly how an intruder was able to get into the home. They theorized they had entered through an open basement window, as the rest of the house showed no sign of forced entry. But even this didn't make sense. The locks on the basement window were removed from the inside and just left on the windowsill. An intruder wouldn't have been able to access these locks from outside without leaving significant damage. After he said his version of events, the investigators had some follow-up questions for Rick. This was when they noticed Rick's story changing slightly, which is always a red flag. There was confusion about the alarm system when Rick saw the alarm alert and whether he had been the one who set it off. Initially, Rick said he left before Connie dropped the boys off. This changed to him saying he couldn't remember who left first. The next thing that changed was his explanation of the sound upstairs. Now Rick hadn't heard a sound when he first entered. Instead, he went upstairs and noticed the bedroom light was on. He then came across the intruder rifling through their closet. The next story change involved the staircase. Remember that Rick first said he was pushed down the stairs. Now he was saying he tripped down them. Most important to investigators was the gun story. The gun used to shoot Connie was a .357 Magnum. It was one of Rick's guns that he kept in the house. He first told investigators that he was unsure how the intruder got the gun from Connie. Now he said he saw Connie and the man wrestling for the gun, pulled it from Connie, and he then shot her. Oh, and the basement was also dark during all of this, apparently. Rick told investigators how he dragged himself up the stairs, still attached to the metal chair, after he regained consciousness. He found his cell phone and called for help, all while calling out to Connie, hoping she would call back. Rick's injuries were conveniently located. The wounds to his chest were only found on his left side, and the wounds to his legs were all within reach of his right hand. This piqued the investigators' interest. He also had no injuries that would suggest he had been pushed or fallen down the stairs. The dried blood from the box cutter marks hadn't dripped down the edges of his legs like you would expect if the wounds had been inflicted while he was sitting on the metal chair. The other inconsistency that stood out to investigators was the lack of blood leading up the stairs. If Rick had dragged himself from the basement to the kitchen, you would expect to see evidence of that. Instead, only droplets were found on that path, and the only drag marks were found in the kitchen. Rick seemed to have walked upstairs before collapsing in the kitchen. Investigators were also curious why Rick hadn't tried to check on Connie. The evidence shows he hadn't been near the body after she was shot, as the pool of blood near her body was undisturbed. Investigators wanted to find out exactly how an intruder was able to get into the home. They theorized they had entered through an open basement window, as the rest of the house showed no sign of forced entry. But even this didn't make sense. The locks on the basement window were removed from the inside and just left on the windowsill. An intruder wouldn't have been able to access these locks from outside without leaving significant damage. Those close to Rick hadn't even considered the possibility that he had something to do with Connie's passing, and they grieved alongside him. While they clearly had a main suspect, the investigators didn't want to lose focus on exploring all possibilities. The debates did have someone who would potentially want to hurt them. They had been involved in a long-standing legal battle with a contractor who worked on the house. Connie and Rick sued the man in small claims court after multiple problems with the contractor's work, and Connie had even expressed concern about her safety. The man was difficult to deal with, and Connie's car had even been vandalized twice in 2015. She believed the contractor was behind it. After these incidents, the Debates installed their security system and purchased guns. The contractor even came up multiple times when friends of Connie and Rick were questioned after her passing. But this lead fell flat after the contractor was found to have an airtight alibi on the day of the crime, and he didn't at all match Rick's description of the intruder. While no one other than law enforcement suspected Rick was involved in Connie's demise, many people noted odd behavior from him. He didn't seem to be grieving how you would expect. Not long after the incident, Rick placed a message on the neighborhood group asking everyone where they liked to get takeout food. This seemed off for a man who had recently lost his wife in such traumatic circumstances. As investigators peeled back the layers of the Debates' lives, they uncovered some glaring financial issues. Money was going out faster than was coming in, and Connie felt like all the responsibilities were resting on her shoulders. She told her close friend she was thinking about separating from Rick and even had a file on her notes app titled, "Why I Want to Divorce." The reasons ranged from Rick's lying to his poor treatment of her and not being a good father to the boys and focusing only on himself. Money is often a motive in cases like these, and in mid-January 2016, investigators found out about 2 life insurance policies for Connie and Rick. Each policy was for the hefty sum of $475,000. It turned out that only Connie's life insurance was still valid, as Rick's had lapsed due to non-payment. Rick waited just 5 days to claim Connie's insurance money. He also received $75,000 from her employer a month after her passing. Over the next year, investigators slowly built their case against Rick Debate. They executed multiple search warrants looking into both Rick and Connie's phone records, financial statements, communications with outside parties, security system data, and most importantly, Connie's Fitbit. Connie's Fitbit showed she had first been active at 7:52 a.m. on the morning of December 23rd. This was followed by an extended period of inactivity consistent with Connie driving to the YMCA, the search warrant stated. We know Connie arrived at the YMCA as she was spotted on surveillance cameras. Then her Fitbit again registered another 10 minutes of inactivity when Connie was driving back home. She was back at the house at around 9:20 a.m. From 9:37 a.m. to 9:43 a.m. she was stationary. Investigators believe Connie was just resting during this time. The next 20 minutes saw Connie moving around like normal. During this time, Connie posted videos from her phone to Facebook with an IP address linked to her house. The last time Connie's Fitbit picked up any movement from her was at 10:05 a.m. So why was this so significant? This information provided concrete evidence that Connie's life was not taken at the time that Rick stated it had been. Connie was alive and moving until 10:05 a.m., an hour after Rick said he had witnessed the intruder take her life. Once they felt like they had enough evidence to convict Rick Debate, authorities arrested him on April 14, 2017. He was charged with taking Connie's life, evidence tampering, and giving false statements to investigators. Rick pleaded not guilty to the charges. The police had a 50-page affidavit that included the Fitbit information, Rick's contradictions, and his affair with Sarah. The news of Rick's arrest rocked the close-knit community of Ellington. No one had given a thought to him being responsible. Even Connie's close friends, who she had spoken with about her marriage issues, thought many people go through difficulties without it ending like this. His bail was set at $1 million, which he posted immediately. Despite the mountain of evidence, it was a while before the case was actually taken to trial. It had been postponed twice before it kicked off on April 5, 2022. From his arrest to his trial, Connie's case received a lot of media attention. It became known as a case that was solved by a Fitbit, which Connie's family didn't approve of. They felt that it took the focus off of Connie to get a catchy headline. While it seemed like the prosecution had a clear-cut case, the defense was able to bring forward some damning information. Unidentified DNA had been found in the home in 6 separate places. This DNA coincides with Rick's story about the intruder starting off in their closet, moving down the stairs, and ending in the basement. The other evidence that the defense used was the gunshot residue found on Rick. The amount found on him was insignificant. You would expect there to be much more had he been the one to pull the trigger. The prosecution was able to counter this by explaining that the test had been administered hours after the trigger was pulled, meaning his hands could have easily been wiped or washed during that time. The prosecution stated a clear motive from the get-go. Rick's life was falling apart around him, with Sarah's pregnancy and Connie thinking about leaving him. The pressure is mounting, the baby is coming, and the defendant's worst fears are going to be realized. Following the 5-week trial on May 10, 2022, the jury deliberated for 3 hours before reaching a verdict. Richard DeBate was guilty of all charges. Connie and her family finally got justice after 6.5 long years. Judge Corinne Klatt handed down a sentence of 65 years in prison. She called the crime a brutal, calculating, and incomprehensible act. Her sentence fell just a year short of the maximum penalty. While his lawyer did signal they will be filing an appeal, it is safe to say Richard will spend his remaining days behind bars. During the trial, Judge Klatt got to know the wonderful woman that Connie was. She was a loving mother, a hard worker, and a best friend to many. As Judge Klatt so beautifully put it, the world is truly a lesser place without Connie in it. Roger Scott Dunn was born on February 10, 1967 in Lubbock, Texas, one of 2 sons born to Jim and Mary Sue Dunn. Everyone referred to him as Scott. Scott was described as a jokester, fun-loving, and as a ladies' man. By 1991, the 24-year-old left the military and settled in Lubbock. He worked at MGM Electronics, where he installed custom sound systems in vehicles. He loved working on cars, and he had even won stereo installation competitions. He also bought, restored, and resold used automobiles on his own. Scott dated Laisha Hamilton. She was a 28-year-old waitress. On the evening of May 13, 1991, Scott attended a party at one of his friends' homes. Out of nowhere, Scott got seriously ill. He couldn't walk or drive home, and slept at his friend's house. The next morning, Laisha came to pick him up so that he could rest in the comfort of his own bed at the apartment they shared at Oakwood Club Apartments at 5818 24th Street. The day after that, on May 15th, Scott was finally feeling well enough to get back to his work. His car was still at his friend's house, so he arranged for his friends to take him to work. He told Laisha about this arrangement. She made him tea and left for work. When his friends arrived at their apartment, Scott didn't answer. Laisha arrived home later and told his friends that he must have left while she was at work. Scott did not come home that night, and for the next 2 days, there was absolutely no sign of him. Laisha then contacted Jim Dunn, Scott's dad, who lived in Pennsylvania, and told them that Scott disappeared. Jim Dunn then contacted the Lubbock Police Department to file a missing persons report. Jim told detectives that it was unusual for Scott to leave his Camaro, nicknamed the Yellow Submarine, and his tools at work. When the police arrived at Laisha and Scott's apartment, Laisha immediately told the police that a piece of carpet was missing from underneath the couch. In Scott's bedroom, the police found that missing piece of carpet. It had been duct taped together with the carpet in the bedroom. A piece of carpet had been removed from the bedroom. Along the seam, the police noticed a rusty-colored stain. It was clear that it was blood. There was another large stain on the padding underneath the carpet in one section. The blood on the padding had seeped down to the concrete below. It also looked like someone had cleaned blood off of the baseboard of the wall. The investigators used luminol to test the room. The room lit up. It was obvious that someone, presumably Scott, had suffered a violent attack. Investigators looked at Scott's life and the people he knew to see if anything stood out to them. Scott had a previous arrest for using illegal substances. At age 23, he was arrested in connection with a Domino's Pizza robbery. The police followed up on this to see if anyone might have had reasons to hurt Scott because of the substances or money. They didn't find anything useful. Looking at Scott's relationship with Laisha, investigators found a lot of oddities. It seemed that Scott wasn't able to commit to Laisha as much as she would have liked. 1 month before Scott's disappearance, Laisha had learned that Scott was engaged to another woman. Investigators saw this as a possible motive. Could Laisha have sought revenge against Scott? Scott's friends told investigators something worrisome about Laisha. A family friend of Scott said that Scott was afraid to break up with Laisha. Laisha's ex-boyfriends warned Scott that she could lather herself up into violent, jealous rages. Laisha continued to contact Jim to talk about the case. Jim taped all of their phone calls. For some reason, Laisha didn't really seem that interested in finding Scott. She often talked about his sports car. She even asked Jim if she could have it. Laisha told Jim that she didn't want the car but needed it. Laisha was clearly getting impatient about having to wait for the car. This was really odd behavior. Investigators learned that Laisha had a criminal record. She had been arrested in New Mexico for embezzlement. Investigators continued looking into the possibility that she was responsible, but then she actually came up with the first suspect. Laisha told Jim that she believed a man named Tim Smith was involved in Scott's disappearance. Tim lived near Scott and Laisha and became infatuated with her. The police went to speak to Tim at his apartment and saw that he was packing up to move. Tim willingly let the police search his apartment. When the police walked back out to the room where Tim was standing, they discovered that Tim had moved a roll of duct tape that was on his bookshelf. Tim claimed he didn't move anything, but the police found it hidden behind some books. The tape was sent in for forensic testing. Using infrared lights to look at different wavelengths and components of the tape, the results were that the tape from Tim's apartment were consistent with the tape used on the carpet in Scott's bedroom. On the side of the tape, triangular green carpet fibers were found, which were the same color as the carpet in Scott's bedroom. Unfortunately, without a body, there wasn't much else investigators could do, and the case went cold. Jim got impatient and set out to find answers himself. He met with a group called the Vidic Society. It's a group of 82 international forensic experts. The group is a members-only group that meets in Philadelphia to try to solve unsolved crimes. Jim met with Richard Walter, a co-founder of the group, to go over the case of his son. Richard immediately confirmed that Scott is not alive anymore. Furthermore, he was convinced that Laisha held the answers. Richard sent the information to Dr. Richard Shepherd of New Scotland Yard. Dr. Shepherd concluded that Scott's life was taken in his bedroom and had been struck multiple times with a blunt object. He conducted multiple tests and confirmed that with the amount of blood that was lost, no one could have survived. Richard Walter begged the district attorney to take this case to trial. Richard said that they didn't have a body but had a body part, the blood's connective tissue. Richard Walter noticed that there were unidentified hairs in the duct tape found in Scott's bedroom. It was sent in for testing and was determined to be hair from both Tim Smith and Laisha Hamilton. Smith and Hamilton were finally arrested 3 years after Scott disappeared in 1994. It is believed that Scott's life was taken in the early morning hours of May 16, 1991, while he was asleep. Scott was struck 4 times with a blunt object. Hamilton and Smith tried to clean up the scene, but obviously left behind too much evidence. It is believed that Laisha wanted revenge after finding out that Scott had been seeing other women and was engaged. Smith probably helped Hamilton because she manipulated him and he was obsessed with her. They were tried separately and both convicted. Laisha Hamilton was sentenced to 20 years in prison, and Smith was sentenced to 10 years of probation. The jury believed that Smith was involved in helping Hamilton clean up and get rid of evidence, but weren't convinced that he was in the room when the crime took place. It's not clear why Laisha got such a short sentence, in Texas no less, but she had to serve it in full after losing multiple bids for parole. Laisha dropped out of sight once she got out of prison. Frustratingly, neither Hamilton nor Smith wanted to tell police where they put Scott's body. There was much relief in 2012 when Lubbock Victims Assistance Services got word to Jim Dunn that a work crew had uncovered skeletal remains in a sewage system near Scott's apartment complex. Dental records confirmed they came from Scott. On June 16, 2012, the Dunns buried him in a grave beneath a stone engraved with a likeness of Scott's Camaro. Jim was quoted as saying, "I tell everyone that Scott came home for Father's Day." Lisa Ziegert was born in Holyoke, Massachusetts on March 24, 1968, to parents George and Diane. She had 3 siblings, David, Lynn, and Sharon. Lisa and her family moved to Agawam, Massachusetts in 1974. She graduated from Agawam High School in 1986. While in high school, she played tenor saxophone and flute in the concert band. She had also been a drum majorette for the school's marching band for 2 years. Lisa worked for the school newspaper and literary magazine. After school, Lisa became a member of the National Honor Society and the American Field Service. In 1990, Lisa received a degree in elementary education from Westfield State College. Lisa was a communicant of Sacred Heart Church and taught confraternity of Christian doctrine classes there. Lisa loved to draw and often gave pieces of her artwork to her friends and family. She remained close to her family as a young adult and had a close group of friends. She had a boyfriend named Blair. He co-owned a house where many of their friends lived together. Lisa became a teacher's aide in the special education department at Agawam Middle School. It did not pay well, so she had to get extra work. One of those jobs was working as a clerk at Brittany Card and Gift Shop. She also worked at the Perry Lane Camp for 4 summers. It is a summer camp for residents of Agawam. April 15, 1992 started like any other day for 24-year-old Lisa Ziegert. It was just a few days away from Easter. After a long day of teaching special needs students, Lisa hopped in her car and drove over to her night job at Brittany's card and gift shop in Agawam. The 24-year-old with dark curly hair, freckles and blue eyes was scheduled to work until closing time at 9 p.m. Lisa spent most of her shift putting helium into balloons as shoppers filled their carts with gifts and decorations for the upcoming holiday. At around 5:30 p.m., an unexpected visitor walked into the store, Lisa's sister, Lynn. It was a rare chance for the siblings to catch up. They chatted about Lisa's job at the school where she was beloved by students and her future goals. After about half an hour, Lynn left the store and drove home, glad that all seemed well with her sister. The following morning, Lisa's co-worker, Sophia Maynard, showed up as usual to open the shop. When she spotted Lisa's white Chevy Geostorm in the parking lot and saw that the store's open sign was still outside the door, alarm bells started ringing in her head. The front door was unlocked and the lights were on. A radio was playing in the background. Sophia called out Lisa's name but received no reply. She walked up to the cash register and saw that Lisa's car keys and purse were left behind. When Sophia walked into the storeroom to look for her friend, she noticed that the back door was open and several boxes had toppled over. Sophia began to panic. She ran out of the store and across the street to Alvin's sandwich shop. "Something's wrong," she shouted. "Call the cops." There were shoe markings on the back door and a small amount of blood in the storeroom. The police theorized she had been taken out the back entrance and into an alley. 2 doors and a card rack were removed by police and taken as evidence. Interestingly, the cash register was undisturbed. It did not appear to be a robbery. Spent hours scouring the banks and watery depths of the Westfield River on foot and from the sky with a state police helicopter. They could find no trace of Lisa. Lisa had not reported to work at Agawam Middle School, which was unusual enough that the school called her mother. Her family then also started searching for Lisa. A police officer said that he saw that the lights of the shop were still a few hours before Sophia entered the shop. He did not call it in because he had to transport a prisoner. Lisa was last seen when she spoke to the owner of the carpet store next door for about 15 minutes around 7:35 p.m., an hour and a half before her shift ended. They commiserated over the parking problems at the shopping center caused by people using its lot when going to the nearby bowling alley instead of the stores in the center. Before he left, he told Lisa he would not be challenging any drivers because there are a lot of crazy people out there. The last transaction in the shop occurred at 8:20 p.m. Another customer arrived at the store at 9:05 but found it empty. She thought she heard a noise coming from the back of the store but left without investigating it. This meant that Lisa vanished sometime between ringing out the purchase at 8:20 p.m. and when the customer arrived just after 9 p.m. On April 17th, Agawam Police Lieutenant Robert Campbell told the press that the chances of Lisa simply walking away from the store were slim. He announced that the case was considered a kidnapping as their investigation had ruled out any other possibilities. 3 days after Lisa went missing on April 19th, it was Easter Sunday. All 12 churches in Agawam passed out white ribbons for their congregants to wear. It was a sign of hope that Lisa would soon be found and of support for her family at their services that morning. Later that day at around 2 a.m., a man was hiking with his dog along a mud-caked path in the woods 4 miles from the gift shop when he stumbled upon what appeared to be a partially clothed body of a young woman. Based off of the clothing of the body and a charm bracelet on her wrist, the woman was quickly identified as Lisa Ziegert. Lisa had suffered 7 stab wounds around her shoulder and throat, some more than an inch deep, and another knife wound to her upper left leg. Her light blue denim skirt and blood-soaked white blouse were pulled down toward her ankles. The cuts on her hands led detectives to think she had not gone down without a fight. An autopsy would later confirm their hunch that she had been assaulted by a man. Police discovered male DNA and blood all over her clothes and body. After visiting the crime scene, Agawam Police Detective Wayne Macy sped over to the Ziegert house. He feared that if he slowed down at all, he would lose his nerve and leave the difficult task of informing Lisa's family to someone else. He tried to think of the least offensive word he can use to tell them that Lisa was not alive anymore. It turned out he did not have to come up with a euphemism. When Lisa's mother opened the door for him, she already knew based on the fact that he had come to their home. Lisa's funeral took place at Sacred Heart Church. More than 900 people were in attendance. Joseph O'Neill, the owner of Brittany's card and gift shop, made the decision to permanently close the store. He had been considering doing so for some time, but the dismay he felt knowing Lisa had been taken from the store and the grief he felt over his employee's demise finalized his decision. After the crime, fear spread through the town. Young women from Agawam and the surrounding communities signed up for self-defense classes in droves and insisted someone walk them to their cars at night. Within 2 days of the discovery of Lisa's body, more than 300 women had filed permits to carry firearms or mace. Police offered check-ins at businesses that were open late to ensure the safety of the people working there. All 8 members of the Detective Bureau at the Agawam Police Department were put on the case. The FBI provided resources for the investigation, and the Connecticut State Police were brought in because of the proximity of the site where Lisa's body had been found to the state border. Lisa's case was worked on nearly constantly, with investigators working shifts of 18 hours or longer spanning every day of the week. Investigators received many calls from residents with possible leads. One of those leads led them to Gary Scarra. Let me explain what that lead was. It started with Noelle Delorier. She was a 22-year-old nursing student living with her parents in nearby Longmeadow at the time of Lisa's slaying. She was gripped by Lisa's case. Day after day, she sat glued to the TV coverage of the case as police searched for the perpetrator. 9 months later, in January 1993, Noelle was in a patient's house working as a home health aide when a breaking news update shot across the television screen. It was another local case that was unfolding in real time. Reporters were interviewing a man who said his infant son had been abducted. Noelle realized she knew the man. The infant's father was Gary Scarra, whom she had briefly dated while they were students at Longmeadow High School in 1986. A few days after seeing him on the television, Noelle was surprised to pick up the phone and hear Gary's voice on the other end of the line asking her out to dinner. They had not seen each other since high school, but she remembered Gary fondly and agreed to meet him a few days later at Collegian Court. It's a historical restaurant and banquet hall in Chicopee, Massachusetts. During dinner, Gary pulled out his wallet and showed Noelle a photo of his infant son. 1 month later, the mystery of the boy's abduction was solved when police found Gary's son living with his mother across the country in Seattle. What was once a kidnapping case was chalked up to a messy custody dispute. Through her attorney, Gary's wife Joyce McDonald made a startling claim to Agawam detectives. She told them that Gary was responsible for taking Lisa's life. She added that he had an obsession with the case. Agawam police had never heard of Gary Scarra before. He had no criminal record and there was not any evidence linking him to the crime. Since the beginning of the investigation, detectives had been flooded with tips from angry former wives and girlfriends who tried to pin the crime on the men who had them wrong. Detectives quickly placed Joyce's allegations against her ex into that category and dismissed the tip. Even her own family did not take Joyce's claims seriously. She had a long history of alcoholism. At least one relative, according to news reports, said she was convinced Joyce was just being a crazy drunk. Weeks and months went by without a prime suspect in the case. When months turned into years and no other similar crimes were committed, residents began to relax. All but forgetting it seemed that the perpetrator was still on the loose. Mark Fowle worked the case from the beginning, starting in 1993 as an Agawam police officer with a 4 p.m. to midnight shift, during which he fielded phone calls and read the volumes of information about Lisa's slaying. In 2001, Mark had been recently promoted to detective sergeant and took the reins of Lisa's case. He was determined to revive it after the original lead investigator retired. Mark scanned through everything in the files. As a result of Joyce McDonald's claim, Mark asked to interview her former husband, Gary. Gary had declined an earlier request to sit for an interview, but this time he agreed. When Gary showed up at the Agawam police station a few months later in 2002, he was polite and cordial. After Mark asked him to submit a DNA sample to clear his name, things turned sideways. Gary refused to give a sample, saying he was scared of being secretly cloned. In the meantime, Lisa's family kept pressuring the police for answers. Her mother, Dee Ziegert, appeared on an episode of Unsolved Mysteries. It led to a lot of new leads, but none of them were fruitful. Lisa's mother also organized charity golf tournaments to raise money for college scholarships and took part in candlelight vigils in her daughter's memory. "We want people to know that we will not forget, we will not give up," she told a reporter. "Someone knows something, and we hope that they will have the courage to come forward." By March 2015, Noelle Delorier found herself alone and struggling through a messy divorce. Heartbroken, she isolated herself for several months until her friend invited her to another high school reunion dinner. Gary Scarra was there at the reunion. Their Noelle and Gary talked all night and soon after started dating. Noelle believed she had finally met Mr. Right. Gary had a steady job as a shuttle driver for Enterprise Rentals at nearby Bradley International Airport in Connecticut. He loved animals and was especially good with children. Noelle thought he might be overcompensating because he had no contact with his own son who was living with relatives in Seattle. An orphan like the fictional Bruce Wayne, Gary had a deep affinity for Batman movies. He had a collection of Batman t-shirts. Gary's adoptive parents had taken custody of him as a small child after he had bounced from foster home to foster home in California. The family eventually moved to Western Massachusetts for Gary's high school years. Soon after they started dating, Noelle began to notice odd behavior from Gary. It seemed as if he suffered from anxiety around crowds. When they went to the Boston Marathon, he refused to walk through the police checkpoint and he was white with fear. As time went on, Noelle began to wonder whether perhaps it wasn't the crowds he was trying to avoid, but police. One day, Noelle recruited Gary to chauffeur her wheelchair-bound patient to the girls' senior prom at a local country club. After the dance, the teen struggled with a disability ramp and nearly fell out of her chair. Gary rushed to the girl's aid and saved her from landing onto the concrete sidewalk. The patient was okay, but protocol required Noelle to call 911. When police arrived, Gary was nowhere to be found. Noelle later learned he had hidden behind the transportation van while the officers interviewed her about the incident. By 2016, police were solving one cold case after another thanks to advancements in DNA evidence. With Lisa's case, that meant they were able to put together a digital composite image of the perpetrator. A man of European extraction with some freckling, dark eyes and black or dark brown hair. District Attorney Anthony Galliuni said all evidence and leads previously developed in this case are now being evaluated in view of this new forensic development. The technology that we have put to use is at the leading edge of the industry. With their mission renewed, State Police Trooper Noah Pack and Detective Sergeant Mark Fowle once again began poring over the stacks of case files. They focused on 11 suspects who matched the new digital composite and had refused to provide a DNA sample when questioned. After taking the case to a grand jury, Anthony Galliuni received a court order granting him permission to force any unwilling suspect to provide a DNA sample, including Gary Skira. On Wednesday, September 13, 2017, Noah Pack visited Gary's residence in West Springfield, Massachusetts. He lived with a roommate in a two-bedroom apartment on the first floor of a large two-family home. At the front door, Noah told the roommate he was there to see Gary. The man told Noah that Gary was not home but said he would relay the message. Later that day, Gary called Noelle and asked if he could stay at her place for the night. Noelle found the request a bit odd. Gary never spent the night at her home during the week while he was working. But he told her that the traffic around his street was intense because of the hordes of visitors flocking to the gates of the Big E Fair nearby, and he was worried about being late to work the next morning. Gary arrived at Noelle's home 20 minutes later, and they settled into a relaxing evening of dinner and TV. The next morning, she woke up before dawn and got dressed for work while Gary slept. When Noelle returned home at 4:30 p.m. after an exhausting 10-hour shift, she noticed Gary had left his wallet, his watch, and a handful of coins on the kitchen counter. She tried calling his cell phone, but the device was shut off, so she couldn't even leave a message. Noelle then noticed a clipboard belonging to Gary on the coffee table. Attached to it was a letter with Noelle's name written on top in Gary's handwriting. Here's what he wrote, with a few words changed to accommodate YouTube guidelines. You are going to find out some awful things about me today. They will tell you I abducted, assaulted, and took the life of a young woman approximately 25 years ago. It is true. All of it. I had no intention of taking her life when I grabbed her. But events spun out of my control. And in the eyes of the law, it is all the same. I have never regretted anything so much. I always knew one day it would catch up to me, and now it has. I received a text from my roommate last night that the state police were at the house with important papers for me. That will be a warrant to take DNA, and that will send me away for life. I have never really been or felt normal. From a young age, I was fascinated by abduction. I could never keep it too far from my mind for long. On that fateful day, I let myself do something terrible. I've never forgiven myself for that. I also never did anything of the like again. I hated what happened. I despised myself. I thought of turning myself in hundreds of times over the years, but I am truly a coward. Today it will all end. I will either take my own life or face the music, as it were, Gary Shara. The next 2 pages included Shara's last will and testament and also a letter to Lisa's family. In the letter, he expressed remorse for the slaying and wrote that he could never apologize enough for taking their daughter and siblings' life. I neither expect or deserve your forgiveness, he wrote, but I hope knowing who I am and knowing I am gone will bring you some closure and peace. I am truly so sorry. At first, Noelle didn't believe it. She thought that he was having a psychotic breakdown and that he had only imagined committing this heinous crime. Even though she had her doubts, Noelle knew she had to give the letter to the police. She scrambled into her car and drove to the Massachusetts State Police Barracks in Westfield. Noelle ran into the station and asked to speak with someone working on Lisa Ziegert's case. Investigators were stunned when she showed them the letters. They had believed DNA would identify the perpetrator, but they never thought they would see a confession before a DNA test was performed. Police interrogated her into the night, asking hundreds of questions. Most important of all, where was Shara? After saying she was afraid that he took his own life and was hanging from a tree somewhere, Noelle added that she still loved him very much. In Agawam, Mark Fowle got a call from the state police, jumped into his squad car, and raced to the barracks to read the letters for himself. He stayed silent as he digested every word. To Mark, the letters did not reveal a full confession. After all, Shara did not detail much about the crime, but it was clear to the veteran detective that Shara was attempting to clear his conscience. Mark Fowle then reflected on a visit he had paid to Joyce McDonald's relatives in Seattle, where they told him she had received a music box like the one sold at Brittany's Carden gift shop from Shara on the night Lisa's life was taken. Detectives pinged Shara's cell phone and tracked its GPS coordinates to Stratford Springs, Connecticut. It was just past 10 p.m. when police found his black Honda Civic in the parking lot of Johnson Memorial Hospital. There was no sign of Shara, but he had left a note on the dashboard. To whomever finds my body, I apologize for any psychological trauma incurred. Palmas State Police, thank you. Hours earlier, Shara had swallowed a fistful of ibuprofen. But he immediately grew scared and walked into the emergency room where doctors pumped his stomach and admitted him overnight. He was then put into the critical care unit, and once detectives arrived, they placed him under arrest as a fugitive from justice. Noelle waited outside her home while investigators searched each room for evidence. They took Shara's toothbrush and a full syringe of insulin used to treat his diabetes. They even searched the well under her house and the cereal boxes in the kitchen cabinet. In the end, the DNA results were conclusive. Saliva found on Shara's toothbrush tied him to the decades-old crime. In 2017, 48-year-old Shara was extradited from Connecticut back to Massachusetts, where police formally charged him with the slaying, aggravated assault, and abduction. It took Noelle several months to work up the courage to visit Shara at the Hampton County Correctional Center. She waited for him on one side of a plexiglass partition until he arrived in a red jumpsuit and sat on a stool on the other side. Over the jailhouse phone, he attempted to make small talk, telling her that the food was not so bad and that his brother had sent him some books. After listening for several minutes, Noelle stared into his eyes and unloaded. After she yelled at him, he just blankly stared back at her. He did not say a word. In 2019, 50-year-old Gary Scarra went to court and changed his plea from not guilty to guilty. He was given a life sentence with no chance of parole. In Agawam, Mark Fowle got a call from the state police, jumped into his squad car, and raced to the barracks to read the letters for himself. He stayed silent as he digested every word. To Mark, the letters did not reveal a full confession. After all, Shara did not detail much about the crime, but it was clear to the veteran detective that Shara was attempting to clear his conscience. Mark Fowle then reflected on a visit he had paid to Joyce McDonald's relatives in Seattle, where they told him she had received a music box like the one sold at Brittany's Carden gift shop from Shara on the night Lisa's life was taken. Detectives pinged Shara's cell phone and tracked its GPS coordinates to Stratford Springs, Connecticut. It was just past 10 p.m. when police found his black Honda Civic in the parking lot of Johnson Memorial Hospital. There was no sign of Shara, but he had left a note on the dashboard. To whomever finds my body, I apologize for any psychological trauma incurred. Palmas State Police, thank you. Hours earlier, Shara had swallowed a fistful of ibuprofen. But he immediately grew scared and walked into the emergency room where doctors pumped his stomach and admitted him overnight. He was then put into the critical care unit, and once detectives arrived, they placed him under arrest as a fugitive from justice. Noelle waited outside her home while investigators searched each room for evidence. They took Shara's toothbrush and a full syringe of insulin used to treat his diabetes. They even searched the well under her house and the cereal boxes in the kitchen cabinet. In the end, the DNA results were conclusive. Saliva found on Shara's toothbrush tied him to the decades-old crime. In 2017, 48-year-old Shara was extradited from Connecticut back to Massachusetts, where police formally charged him with the slaying, aggravated assault, and abduction. It took Noel several months to work up the courage to visit Shara at the Hampton County Correctional Center. She waited for him on one side of a plexiglass partition until he arrived in a red jumpsuit and sat on a stool on the other side. Over the jailhouse phone, he attempted to make small talk, telling her that the food was not so bad and that his brother had sent him some books. After listening for several minutes, Noel stared into his eyes and unloaded. After she yelled at him, he just blankly stared back at her. He did not say a word. In 2019, 50-year-old Gary Scarra went to court and changed his plea from not guilty to guilty. He was given a life sentence with no chance of parole. Stephen Mitchell Adams, known to his friends and family as a hardworking and persevering individual, was a kind and empathetic young man hailing from eastern Oklahoma. His deep-rooted interests in higher education and engineering, as well as his inclination to take care of his family and protect those he loved, was cut short by an unexplainable, unsolved disappearance. In the hilly woodlands of Toluca, Oklahoma on December 13, 2004, leaving all who knew him across Cherokee Nation and the entire county at large, grasping for answers in a sea of evidence that drowned us all in doubt. As I hope to provide more substantial reasoning built upon observable evidence and situational analysis, this is an examination of the disappearance of Stephen Mitchell Adams and the troubling mystery near Tenkiller Lake. Stephen Mitchell Adams was born on August 4, 1978 to parents Carl Adams and Deanie Hayes near Weber Falls in Cherokee County, Oklahoma. Stephen was the third child, becoming the youngest of three boys. His older brothers, Bradley and Chris, welcomed a younger brother with open arms and quickly fostered a healthy bond with the family's newest member. From birth, Deanie always spoke about Stephen's sweet brown eyes and his delicate love for everything and everyone he encountered. He was fascinated by people and displayed little shyness, smiling at strangers and rarely crying out. This bled into his childhood and adolescence when Stephen continued to live as a well-mannered boy, obedient yet still his fun-loving, whimsical self. He knew how to make the people around him laugh. A natural class clown guaranteed to boost his classmates' spirits. His mother described him as a character never afraid to back down from a bit of weirdness to mellow out tense situations or simply just to make others feel at ease. People regularly told Stephen he would one day make a wonderful father as well as just being a faithful friend. When Stephen and his brothers were still in grade school, the family did hit a bit of a rough patch after Carl and Deanie Adams got divorced and the family split up. Despite this fracture, however, the Adams clan remained tight-knit, strengthening their bonds even amidst the hardships. Stephen and his brothers continued to perform well in school, not letting the distractions of life take them down nefarious paths. As he neared the end of high school and the beginning of adulthood, Stephen realized he could continue his academic excellence and attend college, an opportunity not necessarily readily available to all of his classmates in Cherokee County. He researched as much as he could the programs that interested him and prepared tenfold for a post-graduation career in engineering, eyeing job opportunities in management sectors. He ultimately chose Haskell Indian Nations University in Kansas to pursue his passion. Prior to completing his degree, though, Stephen's life would take a drastic twist in his late teenage years, delaying his move to university. You see, Stephen met fellow Tahlequah resident Alicia Renee Sizemore, and the two quickly entered a relationship. Before long, Alicia discovered she was expecting a baby girl and the couple married. They moved in with each other as Stephen worked a few jobs here and there, but nothing that set him on his career path. Eventually, their infant daughter was born, who they named Cheyenne, and Stephen and Alicia became full-time parents. Unfortunately, however, the stresses of parenthood at such a young age saw the once happy couple's relationship crumble behind closed doors. Stephen and Alicia would get into frequent arguments and soon recognized their marriage was untenable with a baby girl to attend to. The couple divorced at the turn of the millennium. However, Stephen's troubles were far from over. After the divorce and on two separate occasions, Stephen was falsely accused of child molestation by Alicia and her family. Both incidents led to Stephen being found not guilty and the charges were dismissed, but Stephen was still plagued by disagreements with his ex-wife. Even though they had sordid custody battles in court, Alicia would not allow Stefan to visit his daughter on his own time and instead forced supervised visitations as Alicia fought for sole custody and to completely remove Stefan from his daughter's life. Nevertheless, Stefan persisted. While managing custody issues, he moved in with a cousin of his nearby the Northeastern State University campus where Stefan had finally enrolled to take college courses. He was doing quite well despite the other stresses of his life. And he had a good part-time job at El Chico, a local Mexican restaurant. He had the full support of his family behind him as the unfortunate disturbances shrouded his life and was able to start a much healthier relationship with his new girlfriend, Brianna Farr. It was looking like an uphill climb to fight for time with his daughter Cheyenne, but a climb Stefan was mentally and emotionally prepared to undertake. He had already made it so far in his young life, and he'd be damned to let it all slip away. Tragically, however, despite Stefan's unshakable determination, his aim to build a better life for himself and his daughter was seemingly ended when, in the middle of December 2004, he vanished without a trace, bringing his fight for a career and a happy family to a screeching halt. Let's now turn to the timeline of events that led up to Stefan's unexplainable disappearance. The morning of Monday, December 13, 2004 begins like any other. Stefan Mitchell Adams awakes at his Tahlequah, Oklahoma apartment. He shares the modest living quarters with his cousin but keeps to himself most mornings. Stefan eats breakfast after sunrise and prepares for an important day. He has final exams for his autumnal semester at Northeastern State University later that day and is anxious to perform well. Stefan informs his roommate that he also has a shift at El Chico that evening and will visit his mother between class and work. He packs up a few books and school supplies, but leaves the majority of his possessions behind, not needing much for an exam across town. Stefan departs between 8 and 9 a.m. and heads towards Grand Avenue, where the NSU Tahlequah campus resides. Between 9 and 10:30 a.m., Stefan takes his final exam. At NSU, his classmates and professor alike confirm his attendance and report nothing out of the ordinary. At the same time, Stefan takes his test, and from maybe as early as 7:50 that morning, eyewitnesses spot a man sitting in his truck at the Dollar General store located on East Downing Street in Tahlequah. This Dollar General is only a few blocks from Stefan's apartment, and the man occasionally gets out of the car to walk around as if waiting for someone. One eyewitness asked the man what he's doing hanging around at the storefront, to which the man says he's a construction worker from Keys, Oklahoma, waiting for someone to pick him up. No one recognizes the man, and his activity is considered odd compared to the day-to-day traffic around the area. Back at the NSU campus at around 1:45 a.m., Stefan wraps up his exam and leaves his classroom. He hops into his white 1995 GMC Sierra single-cab short-bed truck with chrome bed rails, driving off NSU grounds and theoretically towards his mother's place in Weber Falls. Within the next 15 minutes, estimated to be around 11 a.m., the mysterious man at the Dollar General disappears and does not return. About 7 minutes later, at 11:07 a.m., he picks up and the couple chats about Stefan's exam. He tells Brianna he thinks he fared well and is looking forward to wrapping up the semester. Stefan also informs Brianna that he is on his way to Weber Falls to visit his mother, Deanie, but after he drives an unidentified man down to Keys. Stefan doesn't clarify if he knows the man or not, but Brianna hears a muffled voice in the background, assuming Stefan has already picked up whoever it is, most likely just a hitchhiker. Outside of this bizarre errand, Brianna claims Stefan sounds normal and in good spirits and doesn't think much else of it. This would be the last confirmed contact anyone has with Stefan Adams. At around 11:30 a.m., Stefan's cousin, who lived with him back at their apartment, tries calling Stefan's phone. The cell rings only twice before cutting to voicemail. Subsequent attempts to call Stefan's phone result only with voicemail options. From this point, his phone never rings again. Around the same time frame, between 11:30 a.m. and 12 p.m., Stefan is spotted by an eyewitness outside a convenience store in Cuxton, Oklahoma, south of Keys. He is by himself, the supposed hitchhiker nowhere in sight. Stefan appears agitated or upset by something, a different demeanor than one heard by Brianna just a short time before. He reportedly gets back into his car and drives northbound along Highway 82, the opposite direction of Weber Falls. This is the last confirmed sighting of Stefan Mitchell Adams. Monday, December 13th wears on and Stefan never arrives at his mother's house in Weber Falls. Despite multiple calls by her and other family members, no one is able to reach him. At 5 p.m. that same day, Stefan fails to show up for his evening shift at El Chico. Neither Stefan's supervisor nor his co-workers hear from him, a strange anomaly at odds with his usual punctuality. Later that night, when Stefan never returned to his Tahlequah apartment complex, his family reaches out to the rest of their family and various friends to check to see if Stefan had taken shelter with any of them. Again, they are unable to find Stefan's whereabouts and go to bed fearful of his fate. The following day, on Tuesday, December 14th, Stefan's supposed disappearance reaches a new severity when he fails to show up to class for another exam at NSU. This is the final straw for his family, who know that Stefan would never jeopardize his future by skipping a final exam. They file an official missing persons report with the Tahlequah Police Department. Investigators immediately start seeking out the hitchhiker Stefan told Brianna he was driving to Keys the day before. They also put out a be alone notice for any 5'7" Native American men matching Stefan's description, as well as his white GMC Sierra truck. Over the next few weeks, law enforcement canvasses the hills and various landscapes of Tahlequah, Oklahoma, and its surrounding communities. When the holidays come and go without any sign of Stefan, detectives begin approaching the case as a homicide investigation. They base this conclusion on the fact that Stefan left all his personal belongings behind, including his 2 inhalers, which he needed due to a severe case of asthma. At the same time, police look at Stefan's ex-wife and her family as potential instigators. Stefan had been due in court for a custody hearing on December 21st in hopes of reversing the supervised visitation rule. But the timing of his disappearance seems like more than just a coincidence. They interview Alicia Sizemore and have her take a polygraph test. She technically fails, but as we know, polygraph tests are famously unreliable, and without any concrete evidence against her or her family, law enforcement let her go. Just after New Year's Day in January of 2005, Stefan Adams' family receives a vile phone call from an anonymous man who threatens to hurt the family if the investigation does not cease. Police are made aware of the call and the Adams family goes on high alert. However, no physical damage is ever brought forth against them. In 2006, rescue groups team up with law enforcement agencies to search the waters of Ten Killer Lake, a large and deep body of water, located in the vicinity where Stefan was last spotted. The search only covers portions of the lake rather than its entirety, and nothing of note is found. These dives are paralleled with ground searches at the Fort Gibson historical site, but they all prove fruitless in the end. Across the next few years, investigators scour the rest of eastern Oklahoma for any vital clues, but come up empty-handed. They keep tabs on Stefan's social security number, bank accounts, credit cards, and phone service, but none are ever used or activated, dating back to December 13, 2004. The case is left cold until July of 2011, when Stefan's father, Carl Adams, submits a petition to impanel a grand jury to the district courts of Cherokee County, asking for a special investigation into the disappearance of his son nearly 7 years ago. The petition lists several factors contributing to the motion, including previously unheard statements that the man Stefan picked up at 11 a.m. on December 13th went by the name of Ronnie Meachling, who was tasked with delivering Stefan and his truck to multiple individuals. The petition claims that Meachling also wrote threatening letters from jail to Brianna Farr, Stefan's girlfriend at the time, demanding she keep her mouth shut about her missing boyfriend. The petition also claims that there are witnesses who saw Stefan beaten to death, that his disappearance was orchestrated by members of the Sizemore family, and the district attorney's office in Cherokee County refused to charge first-degree murder against any specific individuals or allowed the Adams family access to any investigative files or any pertinent information regarding the search for Stefan. The factual basis of these claims mentioned are neither confirmed nor denied, but the case is taken up by a grand jury nonetheless. Another 5 months pass by before the grand jury publishes their final report stemming from the special investigation on January 12, 2012. The report lists 5 major hypothetical conclusions in the overview of the grand jury's findings. The first being that they believe Stephen Adams is indeed a victim of homicide and that his body is located somewhere in eastern Oklahoma. Their second point states that Stephen's truck had been located parked, locked and abandoned by the Illinois River the day after his disappearance, but that it was subsequently ransacked of its belongings, including Stephen's NSU textbooks, which were sold back to the university, before the truck was stolen a second time. The report also clarifies that while there were certain individuals who had motives to kill Stephen Adams, they could not discern the exact cause of death, but they felt those responsible actually appeared before the grand jury in court. Most crucially, the overview states that they do believe the killers will be brought to justice and that those who clearly lied under oath during the grand jury testimonies should be investigated and properly prosecuted by then District Attorney Brian Custer. The grand jury concludes their report with optimism that their investigation and later findings will help aid the search for Stephen's body and bring his killers to justice. Over 9 years later, however, and neither revelation has happened. The case is still open, but there are no updates, no clues, and no promising leads as of the present day. Whilst discussing the timeline of Stephen Adams' disappearance, we mentioned a man spotted in the parking lot of a Dollar General store the morning of the ordeal. As random as it may have seemed, the dollar store situation may be connected to the case in more ways than one. In fact, investigators have pleaded with the public to keep an eye out for the man who was seen there, who authorities aren't calling a suspect, but a person of interest. They believe he may have vital information to either the location of Stephen's body or could at least provide a better idea of what happened to him that chilly winter's day. The dollar store man is our major case point, seemingly at the center of this mystery. When the unidentified man was first sought out by law enforcement, a sketch was released along with a detailed description built from multiple testimonies of people who shopped at the Dollar General that morning. He was described as a Caucasian male, in his 40s or 50s, standing at around 5 foot 11 inches and weighing approximately 190 pounds. He was thought to have had either brown or salt and pepper-colored hair obscured beneath a dark green stocking cap or beanie. Some people also mentioned that the man had a beard and a mustache of about 4 to 5 days' worth of facial hair growth. However, this wasn't a unanimous testimony. Along with the green cap, the man also wore dark blue or black faded jeans, a tan-colored car hat jacket over a flannel shirt, and wore eyeglasses. His vehicle was estimated to be a black or other dark-colored 2000 Ford Ranger pickup truck fashioned with a silver toolbox in the bed. He never gave his name, only his destination and a basic reason as to why he was hanging around for such a long time. There are a few reasons why this is pertinent to Stephen's case. The first is the general strangeness of the predicament. Locals were quick to pinpoint the bizarre nature of the man's situation. There aren't a lot of middle-aged men sitting in parking lots of dollar stores waiting for rides to cities just a few miles away, especially before 8 in the morning in Tahlequah, Oklahoma. The second is the location of the man. The Dollar General in question is found right next to Stephen's apartment complex in the 400 block of East Downing Street, less than a minute's walk away. Not only that, but police reports from the morning also detail another sighting of a, quote, suspicious man snooping around Stephen's apartment the morning he went missing. It was never confirmed that the Dollar General man was also the man at the apartment complex. But the fact that the area had two strange interactions with an unidentified male at the same time make it truly baffling. The third reason this connects to Stephen's case is the timing of it all. Along with the parallel suspicious sightings, the Dollar General man timed his stakeout at the store to coincide with Stephen's departure from his home and his time spent at NSU campus. The Dollar General man also left the shop at the exact same time Stephen left class and right before Stephen theoretically picked up the hitchhiker, later reported to be Ronnie Meachling. It was never clarified if Ronnie Meachling was the Dollar General man, but considering the police are still looking for the man in the sketch, it is safe to assume they are two different people. So could this all just be a coincidence? Of course, there is nothing criminal about waiting in a parking lot for someone to give you a lift. However, when you start to list all the coincidences, it becomes too much to ignore. The Dollar General man was near Stephen's apartment on the morning of the murder. He went missing and never returned. He also told people he was heading to Keys, Oklahoma, the exact location where Ronnie Meachling or whoever the hitchhiker was told Stephen they were going. Is it possible the Dollar General man was working in tandem with others in an abduction operation? At the very least, it cannot be ruled out. He could have been watching Stephen the morning of the 13th and waited for him to leave for his exams. Then, when 11 a.m. arrived and Stephen never returned, he knew that Stephen had been kidnapped and at that point left the scene. Again, however, it is also possible that the Dollar General man is truly just a person of interest and had no involvement with the disappearance. Maybe the man is sought out by police because he had the best vantage point of Stephen's apartment the day he went missing and thus could be the only eyewitness to be able to describe the other male, who was seen snooping around that morning. It is impossible to label the Dollar General man's exact involvement, but considering the circumstantial oddities and overall suspicious nature of his activity, it is vital we find the man in the dark green stocking cap to take that next step in this investigation. Let's now turn to the most prominent theories surrounding the disappearance of Stephen Mitchell Adams. Many of the earliest theories surrounding Stephen's disappearance involved an accidental death, theories that included no third parties or alleged killers responsible for the man's fate. Instead, these theories suggested Stephen ran his truck off a road on his way down Highway 82 towards Weber Falls to see his mother. These theories posits that Stephen drove the hitchhiker down to Keys and dropped him off without a hitch, then somewhere on his journey, his truck may have started causing problems or broken down to a degree where it was still drivable but not necessarily safe to do so. This could have been when Stephen pulled over at a convenience store near Cookston, where a passerby alleged they spotted Stephen acting flustered or in some sort of emotional distress. Maybe Stephen was upset about his truck, worried about having one more thing break down or go wrong when so much in his life was volatile at the time. And then after deciding to turn around because of his truck's troubles, he broke down again, but this time on one of the winding roads through the surrounding foothills. If this was the case and Stephen lost control of his truck and sped off the road, it is highly possible he drove into a ravine or steep drop-off that concealed his destroyed car and, even worse, Stephen's injured body. When people think of Oklahoma, they usually imagine the flat plains and open pastures of prairie grass and farmlands. However, it should be noted that eastern Oklahoma is a more mountainous region of the state, featuring uneven terrain that could definitely contribute to such a scenario. Stephen was driving a 10-year-old truck at the time, so a random breakdown during a routine trip isn't out of the ordinary or unexpected. It also would explain why Stephen was heading northbound after he left the convenience store in Cookston when Weber Falls is in the opposite direction. If he felt more comfortable just heading back to Tahlequah where a trusted mechanic could look things over for him, he may have simply decided to postpone his visit with his mother. All that being said, there are too many holes in the accidental death theory to be ignored. If Stephen was having car troubles and needed immediate help, why wouldn't he just call someone? He owned a cell phone and could have called a local mechanic or a friend to pick him up. On a similar note, if the car troubles were enough to disrupt his plans with his mother, why wouldn't he call her to let her know what was happening? Remember, at the same time Stephen was seen at the convenience store, his cousin was attempting to call him but only reached voicemail. Now certainly, Stephen was agitated at that point and may not have been in the best of moods to talk. But if he was in a bind with his truck, it surely would make sense that Stephen would at least answer his cousin's call and explain what was happening. On a larger scale, the accidental death theory doesn't make sense ultimately because of the fact that the truck was never found to begin with. Had Stephen driven off the road, he couldn't have gone very far after that, even traveling at high speeds down Interstate 82. The trees and inclines surrounding the highway would have slowed his vehicle enough so that it wouldn't completely vanish into the woods. These lands were scoured by search and rescue teams and investigators, especially Highway 82. A large white truck would have been found. And if a random passerby found the total truck before police, they would have reported it, seeing as though Stephen's body would be inside. An entire pickup truck doesn't evaporate into thin air. And unless Stephen drove his broken truck deep into the wilderness after crashing it through a horrific injury, there is simply no reason why it wouldn't be found. Spinning on from these theories came another hypothesis that if Stephen didn't drive off the road by accident, he did it on purpose. Some believe that the life circumstances around Stephen had become too intense and led to a breakdown, which tragically then led to a suicide attempt. These theorists believe Stephen left his apartment that morning with the idea he would not return, explaining that was the reason he left behind all of his personal belongings, including his life-saving inhalers for his asthma condition. They continue, saying Stephen camouflaged his day to appear normal with final exams and a trip to his mother's house. When his girlfriend called after class, Stephen again hid his true intentions, presenting himself to be in good spirits. Then, he used the story about a hitchhiker to cover up his plans, giving himself an alibi, so to speak. This would explain why Stephen was then seen alone and upset at the convenience store. He had never actually picked anyone up and was struggling to cope with what he was about to do. The theories then speculate this is why Stephen's cell phone was ignored and eventually shut off. From here, there are dozens of sub-theories, with some suggesting Stephen drove into the nearby 10-Killer Lake on purpose. Others posit that Stephen drove off somewhere he knew he'd never be found to end his own life on his terms away from where his family could find him. However, we must follow up this theory with the fact that nearly every professional investigator associated with the case, including Stefan's family and closest friends, have rejected the idea that Stefan committed suicide. Too many people attempt to decipher one's mental state as being fragile and immediately label a disappearance as suicide. Yes, Stefan was going through immense difficulties and fighting to see his own child, but he was also determined and strong-willed and had already overcome so much. In short, he had hoped that his situation was ready to change, with a custody hearing to reverse supervised visitation in a mere 9 days. To speculate without any concrete evidence that he killed himself simply because his current situation wasn't the smoothest of rides is an insult to his memory, especially when there are many other factors to suggest suicide is not the cause of death. Most contradictory of all is the fact that there were numerous purported threats against Stefan's family and his girlfriend. If Stefan had ended his own life, why would people who had a vendetta against him scare his living family members and threaten them with violence if the investigation wasn't halted? If Stefan's enemies saw that he had disappeared and they had nothing to do with it, why would they try and stop investigators from figuring out what exactly did happen? That would absolve them of any wrongdoing and that have nothing to worry about. Plus, there have been countless private detectives, law enforcement officials, and an entire grand jury who have all ruled Stefan's case to be that of a homicide. So it is reasonable to assume there may be yet more information that might not be available to the public that points directly to murder. It also makes little sense that all the bizarre behavior would take place within the same few hours on the same day Stefan vanished too. The suspicious sightings, the hitchhiker, the cell phone, Stefan's behavior at the convenience store. It all adds up to something more than a mere suicide attempt. So if Stefan was murdered, the question is, who could have done it? The idea of a serial killer doesn't really get tossed around much in Stefan's case, and it makes sense. There were 0 known or unidentified serial murderers in the Tahlequah, Oklahoma area in the early 2000s, or really the surrounding areas for much of that time frame and location. Our research did show there were a couple of criminals and small-scale killers around eastern Oklahoma in December of 2004. But almost all of them involved specific motives or victims not of Stefan's demographic or were obvious instances of the killer knowing their victim and not just a random murder as is too often seen in serial homicides. In fact, it's that exact type of crime, a killer killing because of a personal relationship with the victim, that fits Stefan's case file best. As previously mentioned, Stefan did have a group of people who did not want him alive. And theorists believe it was this collection of characters who conspired to and ultimately did kidnap him. Remember, Stefan's ex-wife Alicia accused him not just once but twice of child molestation against their young daughter, Cheyenne. Both times the accusations were dismissed in court and Stefan was found not guilty. But that didn't stop the rest of Alicia's family from taking out their anger on Stefan himself. Deanie Hayes, Stefan's mother, told police after his disappearance that at some point between Stefan going missing and the court cases, Alicia's father threatened to kill him personally. Stefan never appeared too distraught or intimidated by the threats and never instigated any violence against the Sizemore family to protect his future with his daughter. Yet that didn't stop them from verbally abusing Stefan or stop Alicia from going out of her way to stop Cheyenne seeing her father. So beyond a clear motivation, what else could point to the Sizemores being responsible? Well, theorists are quick to point out that the last sighting of Stefan at the convenience store in Cookson was actually reported by a semi-distant relative of Alicia's. The woman who told authorities about Stefan's agitated demeanor and northbound departure in the wrong direction was Alicia's mother's brother's sister-in-law, or in simpler terms, the sister of Alicia's aunt-in-law. Now it's easy to understand how this might sound convoluted and somewhat irrelevant. Small towns across America are known for large interconnected families, where scratch anyone and their kin to anyone else. Yet it has led some to wonder if this eyewitness was a part of the Sizemore family that held disdain for Stefan. Could they have made up the sighting to throw off police? Maybe this person did see Stefan at a convenience store but lied about him being alone to give the hitchhiker or Ronnie Meachling an alibi, or at least absolve them of any wrongdoing. Or maybe this eyewitness lied about the direction in which Stefan drove so that detectives would look in the wrong places for his body or his truck and at least slow down the investigation. However, it is still entirely plausible that even if the witness was giving a false statement to aid her extended family, parts of the sighting remain true. The part which makes the most sense is Stefan's odd behavior. His obvious discomfort and agitation for telling what was about to happen, whether he knew outright what it was or not. Again, it must be stated that just because this eyewitness had a relation to Alicia and her family does not mean she was lying or covering up a murder. That is an extremely heavy accusation to make with pretty much no evidence other than a rough, distant relation to someone we know wanted Stefan out of the picture. Also, if the Sizemores included a relative so far down the family tree in their scheme, that would most likely mean there were plenty of others in the family who knew of their dastardly plot too. Maybe the eyewitness was closer to Alicia than just being her mother's brother's sister-in-law, but there is still an enormous amount of doubt surrounding her potential role in a murder conspiracy. Could she be one of the people who lied under oath during the grand jury inquiry in 2011? That too is a distinct possibility. Aside from the convenience store witness, the other suspects in the investigation aren't as clear-cut as to what they mean regarding Stefan's fate. It's still unknown whether or not the Dollar General man was ever located. And if so, what detectives learned about his time spent in Tahlequah on December 13th. It's also still unknown how Ronnie Meachling, the supposed hitchhiker, fits into the investigation. The man wasn't identified until Carl Adams, Stefan's father, listed his name in the petition for the grand jury in 2011 and claimed that Ronnie told people his role in the disappearance was to hitch a ride with Stefan and then, quote, deliver him and his truck to another group of individuals. Who these people were has also never been clarified. Brianna Farr told police she received a letter from Ronnie from jail, though, advising her to back off from the case, but it also hasn't been made public why Ronnie was in jail in the first place. Was it for his connection to Stefan's disappearance or a completely separate issue? We have searched for Ronnie tirelessly across the internet and databases, but found zero matches. Could it be his name was misspelled in a court report? Could it be that Ronnie Meachling is an alias for someone else? And on that subject, is Ronnie Meachling also the Dollar General man? They never appear in the same vicinity together in the story, and the Dollar General man's movements align perfectly with Ronnie's entrance into the scenario. Again, these answers have not been provided by investigators. Maybe they think that by releasing Ronnie's full profile, it will hamper their investigation. But from our perspective, the official investigation has been stalled for 9 years now. And the haze surrounding Ronnie Meachling makes it very hard to get a full grasp on the case at large. Technical details aside, theorists who believe Stefan was kidnapped and murdered by someone associated with Alicia and her family tied it all together like this. Stefan was supposed to be kidnapped at an earlier date, like the grand jury reported, but those plans fell through and they were redirected for December 13, 2004. A man, either part of the Sizemore family or paid by them, later known as the Dollar General man, is recruited to spy on Stefan's apartment that morning. He arrives at the Dollar General at around 7:50 a.m. and begins to stake out the area, waiting for Stefan to leave. During his time spent in the parking lot, he also wanders over to the apartment complex himself and snoops around, making him the man who was later reported to have been spotted near Stefan's home that morning. Then, when Stefan left for class, the Dollar General man stayed put, making sure Stefan did not return home earlier than expected. At 11 a.m., once it was confirmed the coast was clear, the Dollar General man left, his job done. This is where Ronnie, or the hitchhiker, as we'll call him, enters the plot. On Stefan's route home, possibly where Stefan parked his car on NSU's campus, the hitchhiker introduces himself to Stefan and asks for a ride to Keys. Knowing Keys is on his way to Weber Falls, Stefan agrees and calls his girlfriend. When Stefan tells Brianna everything is okay and hangs up the phone, the hitchhiker probably asks to use the phone himself. This is where the hitchhiker most likely calls the people he is delivering Stefan to. The hitchhiker then holds onto the phone after he is done. And when Stefan's cousin attempts to call, the hitchhiker either turns the phone off or destroys it, using a gun or other means to hold up Stefan. The hitchhiker has Stefan drive off into an unknown part of town or secluded location where they are then intercepted by others who take Stefan's truck, kill him, and dispose of his body. They dump the body somewhere in the eastern Oklahoma wilderness and drive the truck to the banks of the Illinois River where it is ransacked and stolen the following day. Everyone involved gets out clean and the police are left with a massive case void of clues. In this theory, the sighting at the convenience store is considered a red herring fabricated by those responsible. To date, this is perhaps the most plausible theory drawn up by investigators. It includes crystal clear motive, suspicious characters, and fits the timeline of events. It may seem a stretch to believe that a little family in a little town in Oklahoma could concoct such a horrific scheme and also get away with it. But remember, the grand jury themselves said they felt like they knew who killed Stefan and those responsible had testified before the courts. This was almost certainly referencing the Sizemore family since they were known to be involved with the hearings. At this point, it comes down to physical evidence being procured by cold case detectives and/or combined with an admission by a member of the family or guilty party. Until that happens, this remains just another theory like all the others regardless of how well the pieces seem to fit the puzzle. Before we divulge our hypothesis of Stephen Mitchell Adams' unsolved disappearance, we want to make known that our conclusions presented in Cold Case Detective are purely logical speculation based on evidence, circumstance, and factual subtext. We are only privy to the same information presented in each episode, and we do not attempt to promise certainty or an expert guarantee on the findings we reach in closing. We simply observe, research, and report. In Stephen's case, we find it relatively obvious how Stephen disappeared via kidnapping and then most likely murder. There are too many factors to suggest Stephen ended up the victim of foul play, let alone the numerous conclusions reached by professional investigators and the Cherokee County Grand Jury. Frustratingly, they reveal a lot about the case while simultaneously not revealing much at all, at least in terms of specifics. But they do lead us to believe police have their prime suspects lined up in sight and are just waiting for the physical evidence to surface so irreversible arrests can be made. Who those suspects are is easy to define and is definitely the people who called to threaten Stephen's family, both before and after he vanished. Sometimes it is all too easy to get lost in cold cases and try and link victims with far-fetched narratives about random killings. But when there is a clear-cut motivating factor behind people connected with Stephen, it is logical to assume they are the guilty party. Of course, they are innocent until proven guilty, but in terms of building a hypothesis, the people who literally called for Stephen to die prior to him going missing are most likely the ones who did it. So if they did, how was it done? The final theory we mentioned in the previous segment sums it up best, as we believe the Dollar General man was staking out Stephen's apartment and complicit in the crime whether or not he was the actual killer. We believe Stephen did indeed pick someone up after finishing his exam. And even if the man's name wasn't Ronnie Meachling, or if Ronnie Meachling doesn't actually exist, we believe they held Stephen at gunpoint and directed him towards his fate. Then after the murder, they disposed of his body in a place no one will ever find and dumped the white GMC pickup truck near the Illinois River, per the grand jury's findings. We wish investigators would continue looking for the people who looted the truck and resold Stephen's textbooks back to Northeastern State University because they too could hold vital information regarding evidence left behind. The killer could have left DNA and fingerprints in the truck. And while those have most likely been lost to time over the last 16 years, there is always a chance, and chances are worth clinging to in times of desperation. Thus, we ask that anyone with any sliver of information related to Stephen's disappearance, his truck's disappearance, or the situation at large to please call the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation at 800-522-8017. We also want to take a quick moment and acknowledge the complicated issue regarding the accusations of child molestation against Stephen. We do not want to minimize these types of accusations, but rather clarify we are simply reporting what was found by two separate courts in the matters. Each accusation was dismissed in court and heavily refuted by both Stephen and his family. Therefore, that is how we present the research. Tragically, and far too often, ideas that women lie or fabricate their stories about neglect, abuse, and rape are shared and believed. These are incredibly serious topics and are very real and never to be minimized. Also, just because someone's case is dismissed by a judge does not mean they didn't do something. And that is why every instance is unique and should be handled with care and respect, no matter how you feel about the accuser. However, in the end, cold-blooded murder is never justified. And Stephen Mitchell Adams did not deserve to leave Earth so soon and without a trace. He was a hard-working young man who fought tooth and nail to provide for his family. He was a free-spirited presence who loved to laugh and, more importantly, entice others to join him in the laughter. Stephen was well on his way to management within the engineering sector and would have made a wonderful leader among his peers. Needless to say, he had a bright future, a future cut to darkness far too soon. His family does not deserve to dwell in that darkness any longer. Therefore, it's up to us to rekindle the fire that will light the way towards his discovery, illuminating the mystery of Stephen Mitchell Adams and his final drive through the foothills of the Ozark Mountains. Immaculate Basil, nicknamed Mackie by friends and family, was a compassionate and empathetic woman from the Coos Reserve in British Columbia, Canada. Her unmistakable laugh and deeply woven care for children were cut short by an unexplainable, unsolved disappearance in June of 2013, leaving all who knew her across the village of Tash and the entirety of the Coos Reserve at large, grasping for answers in a sea of mysteries that drowned us all in doubt. In the hope of providing more substantial reasoning built upon observable evidence and situational analysis, this is an examination of Mackie Basil's disappearance in Tash, British Columbia, and the harrowing story of murder, mayhem, and missing Indigenous women in rural Canada. Immaculate Mary Basil was born on December 8, 1985 to parents Samuel Basil and Patricia Joseph in rural British Columbia, Canada. The day marked the Roman Catholic holiday, known as the Feast of the Immaculate Conception, a celebration of the Virgin Mary. Samuel figured there wasn't a more befitting name for his newborn baby girl than one signifying the holiday, and Immaculate received her namesake. It didn't take long for the nickname Mackie to originate, and the newest member of the Basil family was welcomed with a burgeoning identity. Mackie and her family were raised in Tash, British Columbia, a First Nations village located in the vast woodlands of rural Canada. The town belongs to the Tlasden Nation on the Coos Reserve, where a group of Indigenous peoples called themselves Dakel, translated to people who travel upon water. It contained one road in and out of the village and hosted a population of just 400 people resting on the lake called Nakalban, also called Stewart Lake. Tash's close-knit community spent their summers foraging in the mountains and catching fish in the waterbed. Winters were brutally cold and heat sources were scarce, but the people who called it home didn't flinch and survived as best they could. Mackie grew up in a mostly stable home for the first few years of her life, watching as the family grew. She was the third of 8 siblings, with older brother Peter, older sister Ida, and younger sister Crystal, forming the clan of her early years. The siblings got along fantastically and were well on their way to enjoying wonderful youths under a stable roof. All of this changed, however, when Mackie was just 4 years old. Her father, Samuel, was caught in an adultery scandal and ended up leaving the Basil household to live with another woman. The incident crushed Mackie's mother, Patricia, who had covered up immense pain and struggles of her own for decades. Patricia had been a victim of a Lejac residential school during her youth, where her identity and culture as an Indigenous woman were stripped from her as she withstood abuse and neglect from her country. These traumas, combined with her ex-husband's infidelity, led to a severe bouts of alcoholism, and the family struggled to move forward. At first, Mackie's brother, Peter, took the reins in attempting to care for his younger siblings. Being a teenager at the time, he could at least find casual work around the reserve and come up with basic resources for Mackie and her sisters. But it didn't suffice in the long term. Eventually, a ward for the Welfare Division in British Columbia arrived at the Basil household to take the children away from their mother and into foster care, as arranged by the Ministry of Children and Family Development. Mackie's life took a terrible turn for the worse once put in foster care. In the first couple of years, she was able to stay under one roof with her sisters, Crystal and Ida. The three looked out for each other as they were exposed to the torment of uncaring foster parents. In one household, they were fed spoiled food and forced to undress in public when they would get dirty from playing outside. Eventually, Mackie and her sisters were separated into different foster homes. While it was a crushing blow to their overall well-being, the siblings remained in contact with each other. They still attended the same school and met up during lunchtime. And if they weren't in class, the girls would call each other at 10 a.m. every day. The separation hurt Mackie the worst, though. At the time, her parents were nonchalant with the styles of the period and dressed Mackie in outdated clothing, often leading to bullying at school for both her attire and her thick regional accent. After a few years of isolated foster care, the three sisters were finally put back in the same home. Once they all reached adolescence, the reunion was anything but sweet, however. Once the girls matured, their foster parents, more specifically their foster fathers, would commit acts of sexual abuse and assault. Ida and Mackie, fearing for their youngest sister, Crystal, would go out of their way to take the brunt of the violence. Mackie especially received a high percentage of this abuse, be it physical or verbal, without anyone to turn to. Mackie and her sisters internalized the trauma and fought to survive a system set up against them. Over time, the Basil children found ways to reunite with their eldest brother, Peter. Sometimes Mackie, Ida, and Crystal would be placed in hotel rooms for weeks on end rather than official homes. And they'd use their allowances to hop on a bus and travel north to visit Peter. If the bus wasn't available or money was tight, they'd hitchhike instead. Regardless of how she got there or what she had to do to make it possible, Mackie fell in love with the idea of reconnecting with her roots as an indigenous woman and with the family she was separated from so many years ago. She wanted to familiarize herself with her tribe's history and the culture she never got to experience. These dreams were realized when Mackie graduated high school and moved back home to Tash. She started a family with her partner at the time, the father of their newborn baby boy named Jameson. While in Tash, Mackie gained employment at a local school working as a teacher's aide and receptionist for the band office. She even did nominal cleaning assignments around the reserve but mostly dedicated her time to nurturing her son. Hoping to provide a better living situation for other youths around the Cuzche Reserve, Mackie also fostered a few children who needed care themselves. Knowing the horrors of her own past were still taking place around the greater BC area, Mackie did her best to save the soul still growing and learning around the village. When she wasn't taking care of her kids or working tirelessly at school, Mackie was finding creative outlets, whether that be drawing or coloring or coming up with vibrant and beautiful decorations for the holidays and celebrations held with family members. She adored music and when home alone would blast it from her front porch, finding songs that represented the courage, strength, and perseverance she displayed since a young age. Mackie ended up separating from her longtime partner and the father of Jameson. Needing a place to stay, Mackie moved in with her brother Peter and his wife Vivian. Here she would help Vivian forage for food in the nearby hills and cook various meals for her son, nephews, and anyone who stopped by. In a sense, she was following the footsteps of her late mother who had been struck and killed by a tractor trailer in 2006, and was on her way to confronting her dark past and healing from the trauma hanging over her like a storm cloud. Yet in a cruel and wicked twist, these efforts were halted when Mackie disappeared without a trace after attending a summer party in the middle of June 2013, creating yet another resounding echo of silence and tragedy in the small town of Tash. Let us now turn to the timeline of events leading up to Mackie's disappearance. In 2012, Mackie Basil and her boyfriend of a few years split up after living together with their newborn son, Jameson. Mackie moves in with her brother and sister-in-law while maintaining full custody of her son. While she isn't at Peter's house full-time, it's where she spends a bulk of her free time, rarely going out and keeping to her introverted personality. Fast forward to June of 2013, about 1 week before Father's Day. Mackie asks Peter to take care of her baby on multiple occasions, promising to return. What she's referring to isn't fully understood, but Peter senses an irritation or anxiety bubbling to Mackie's surface. A few days later, on Friday, June 13th, Mackie goes shopping with Peter and Vivian. There they buy groceries, including 2 26-ounce bottles of vodka that Mackie asks Peter to purchase for a party that night because she's misplaced her identification. Afterwards, they head back home to check the mail. That same evening, around 5 p.m., Mackie attends her aunt's funeral with members of the Basil family. Soon after the funeral ends, Mackie returns to Peter and Vivian's residence. She showers and changes into fresh clothing, including gray leggings, a blue t-shirt, and a black hooded sweatshirt with a maple leaf design on the front. A few minutes later, right before she departs for her party, Mackie makes sure to pack her navy blue iPod shuffle and headphones with 1 bottle of the vodka so as not to be without music. She also finds Vivian and tells her she'll return to the house the following day to take Jameson and her nephew to the park to play. Just as the sun touches the horizon and dusk begins to fall, Mackie departs Peter's home in Tash. She heads to the party on foot to a remote cabin in the Cuzche Reserve woodlands, a 20-minute walk from the Basil house. Just after midnight on Saturday, June 14th, Mackie arrives back at her brother's place. She picks up the second bottle of vodka and leaves once more, but not before saying goodbye to Peter and telling him, "I love you." Peter follows Mackie outside and she explains she's with 2 men, a man by the name of Victor and her cousin, Keith. Peter watches as Mackie walks up the path that runs alongside his house and up into the thick of the trees. Mackie climbs into a pickup truck driven by Victor and Keith and they head back to the party. Peter feels a twinge of strangeness about the whole ordeal. This is the last confirmed sighting of Immaculate Basil. Later that night, Mackie allegedly rides with Victor and Keith as they retrieve red roofing tin from another hunter's cabin on the reserve. At some point in their journey, the white and blue pickup gets into a minor accident on the Leo Creek Forest Service Road around an area colloquially called 16 Kilometer. At around 9:30 a.m., a forest worker driving down the same service road makes a sighting of a single long-haired woman walking over a bridge in the opposite direction of a disabled pickup truck. The worker also spots two men with the truck who pay no attention to the long-haired woman. About 30 minutes later at 10 a.m., three witnesses named Vanessa, Joseph, and Ron see Victor walking through Tash, his clothing soaking wet all the way up to his chest. Around the same time, the Basil sisters began to worry as Mackie misses their daily phone call. They want to call their brother, Nick, who sometimes hosted Mackie, but neither she nor Nick own a phone. Nick's home was too far to reach by foot also, so the sisters stay home. 24 hours go by, and at 10 a.m. on Sunday, June 15th, Father's Day in 2013, the Basil family's worries escalate to a real fear that something has happened to Mackie, still having not heard from her. Vivian and Mackie's two sisters call people around the community asking if anyone had seen or heard from Mackie. The following day, on June 16th, Crystal and Ida finally connect with their brother Nick, who informs them he never saw Mackie in the days leading up to Father's Day. Another day passes with no new information coming forward. And on June 17, 2013, Crystal files an official police report with the RCMP. Authorities arrive at the Basil home the next day. On June 18th, where they interview Crystal. They kick off their investigations with interviews of anyone suggested to be at the party Mackie attended on the evening of June 13th. Simultaneously, the Basil family round up nearly 300 volunteers from both Kush and the surrounding reserves to form a search camp and comb through the woodlands in the hope of finding Mackie. They begin their search at the same bridge where the forestry worker made their sighting of a long-haired woman. A day after the volunteers established their campground, the RCMP joins them with their own official search and rescue squads equipped with search dogs and radio instruments. Over the next couple of weeks, both parties discover various objects strewn throughout the forest, but nothing of notes or connection to Mackie Basil. At some point during the initial search missions, Peter and Vivian woke up at the volunteer campgrounds to find their tent had been slashed open. In the middle of the night, as the investigation makes no grounds, rumors around Tash begin swirling, involving the two men last thought to be with Mackie, Victor, and Keith. One rumor in particular strikes the Basil family as odd. Apparently, the truck driven by Victor and Keith had been scrubbed rigorously with bleach in the days after Mackie disappeared. It doesn't take long before the gossip reaches the RCMP investigators, who clarify they've interviewed both Victor and Keith. The RCMP also reveals both men passed polygraph tests, and when they took possession of the truck in question, they found no signs of either foul play or bleach. They also announced Victor and Keith remained cooperative during their investigations, and a forensic psychologist was brought in to observe their behaviors, which were also cleared. Sometime afterwards, Vivian Basil makes personal contact with Keith and Victor, who tell the Basils they aren't 100% sure what happened but think Mackie hitched a ride from someone other than them the night of the party. Without many other leads to chase down, police turned to Mackie's ex-boyfriend. No one knew the exact reason why Mackie and her partner broke up, and the police never announced an official answer. However, they do learn of an alibi Mackie's ex had to explain his whereabouts the night of June 13th. The RCMP corroborate this information and determined the man was too far from Tash to be considered a person of interest. Not long after, law enforcement runs out of clues. They tell the Basil family that without a crime scene, there cannot be official suspects. However, they do believe foul play cannot be ruled out and that anyone could be culpable for taking advantage of a young woman alone at night. In the years since Mackie went missing, the Basil family and remaining members of the Tash community rely on their own methods to learn of Mackie's fate. They use dreams and their symbolism to look for clues, like following channels of water or watching the animals in the trees as their guides. The family especially likes to watch true crime television in hopes that they will be inspired when thinking of potential leads or similarities in other cases. They even go as far as to contact a psychic who tells them one day someone will come forward with pertinent information. Meanwhile, the remote cabin where Mackie attended the party is searched endlessly by both investigators and volunteers. It deteriorates into a half-standing structure and becomes a home for spider webs and strewn materials left by a logging company operating in the vicinity. As of the present day, the community of Tash is still in utter disbelief regarding Mackie's unexplainable disappearance. Their close-knit connections and sense of togetherness was shattered, and the lack of closure or any reasonable answers has left many of them deeply hurt by the tragedy. And yet, the Basil family still believes someone in their village is responsible and haven't given up hope that the truth will be revealed. Like many cases across rural Canada involving the disappearance of First Nations women and children, there are few clues or points of emphasis in Mackie Basil's case file. So much of the information is already murky with little verifiable facts or indisputable data made public by the assigned investigators. While this is understandable to a degree, considering authorities keep certain details classified as to not interrupt the cadence of an investigation, nearly 9 years has passed since Mackie first vanished. And we still don't have much testimony or physical leads that help paint a picture of what exactly we are dealing with. That being said, one major eyewitness account stands out from the rest with head-turning observations that may have more subtext than originally thought. This case points comes from Vanessa Joseph, a relative of Mackie's on her mother's side. Vanessa was interviewed not long after the investigation went underway, and she had some interesting things to say about the party on the evening of June 13, 2013, and the two men last spotted with Mackie alive. Vanessa stated that while she doesn't know the exact number of people attending the party at the remote cabin that fateful evening, she does believe it included mostly Mackie's cousins and fellow relatives, all people of an inner circle where everyone knew everyone. Vanessa included in the statement that she personally knew who Victor and Keith were, despite not having close relationships with either man. Vanessa also felt the circumstances surrounding Mackie's disappearance and the involvement of Victor and Keith were suspicious and left no stone unturned. She visited the supposed crash sites where the pickup truck disabled at 16 km on Leo Creek Forest Service Road. She revealed that she did find parts of a truck stewed near a tree that had broken in half, believing that at very least there had been an automobile accident of some kind. Others believe the truck simply got caught in the mud. But at least there were bits and pieces of the truck left behind to prove that something happened. Vanessa kept digging and discovered that after Victor and Keith's truck crashed at 16 kilometers, they tried to wrangle a black truck, owned by someone at the second cabin where the red roofing tin was being held, so that it could come down through the woodland and tow the disabled pickup truck back to town. The issue with this explanation, according to Vanessa, was that the black truck never made it down Leo Creek Forest Service Road and into Tash. Rather, it was left behind at the hunter's cabin in the Couche Woodlands, about an hour-long drive from 16 km. What further complicates the situation is Vanessa's own sighting of Victor the morning after Mackie disappeared, where he had been seen walking through Tash at 10 a.m. with his clothes soaking wet up to his chest. If the timeline we've been given is correct, that means he made it into town just 30 minutes after he had been seen by the forestry worker at the crash site. So, if the black truck at the cabin never came down to tow the disabled pickup truck, how did Victor make it to downtown Tash so quickly? And why was he soaking wet? If a passerby offered to drive him into town, why wouldn't they just bring him directly to his destination and not force him to walk in wet clothing? Which is a question in its own right. What was he doing to be drenched nearly head to toe? If they were stuck in mud, there is no corroborating eyewitness testimony specifying his clothes were dirty or muddy. Unfortunately, while Vanessa's testimony is noteworthy and leaves inklings of suspicion, it complicates the investigation rather than clarifying it. She has since stated she believes everyone involved in the case has been properly interviewed by police and has no idea who could be responsible, despite her comments on Victor and Keith. It goes without saying she isn't the only one. Let us now turn to the most prominent theories in explaining the disappearance of Immaculate Basil. To better understand the theories surrounding Mackie's investigation, it's important to take a closer look at the geography of Tash and the nature of rural British Columbia as a whole. Tash sits on the northern shores of Stewart Lake, British Columbia, properly named Lake Nicalban. The closest, most heavily populated junction nearby is Fort St. James, 45 minutes south of Tash, connected to the reserve by Tash Road and Route 27. Between the two locations are plenty of lakes, smaller ponds, interconnected rivers, and hillsides featuring infinite backwoods. If an area isn't covered by man-made structures or bodies of water, it's covered with trees. There are no prairies or plains or open stretches of land. Everything is covered by the cloak of the forest. Due to the highly concentrated woodlands and rural nature of the area, the only major industries located near Tash are logging, forestry operations, and mining. An inactive railroad runs through the area as well, but went out of operation long before Mackie Basil went missing. Considering the lack of employment and the remoteness of the Couche Reserve and the surrounding communities, it's very possible the environment itself is to blame for Mackie's disappearance. A popular theory held by some, including investigators at the RCMP, is that Mackie vanished as a result of an animal attack. Just a few species that call rural British Columbia their natural habitats are gray wolves, coyotes, cougars, and both black and grizzly bears. All of these are distinct predators that, if hungry or provoked, are known to attack and kill humans under the proper circumstances. Thus, there is a reasonable point to be made that if Mackie was walking alone through the trees and under a night sky, she could have been unaware of a predator lurking behind her, or worse, pack of wolves or coyotes. Maybe Mackie had run into a bear cub and the protective mother was within striking distance to protect her young. Remember, Mackie was a music enthusiast, and it is a known fact she had her iPod Shuffle and headphones with her the night she went missing. If she needed to walk a lengthy distance, she was most likely listening to music to keep her company or comfort her during periods of loneliness and isolation. It would also help combat that creepy feeling of walking through a forest in the dark as well. If she did have her music turned up to a point of outside noise cancellation, she would never hear an animal making its approach, take into consideration the stealthy and quiet nature most predators have to begin with. And it's a recipe for a horribly tragic incident. The problem with an animal attack attributed to the case is the complete lack of evidence such an incident would produce. Had Mackie been attacked by a cougar or a bear, there would have been objects left behind, most likely traces of skin, blood, or bone strewn through the forest. While the woodlands around Tash are vast and seemingly endless, there were countless rescue missions that scoured every square inch of a 20-kilometer radius around the area Mackie was last seen. Animals kill on instinct. It is their nature to hunt and take their prey off to a secluded place to eat, either by themselves or with a pack. They are not wired to clean up after themselves, nor do they fully consume a corpse. There would be bone fragments left behind, not to mention the clothes Mackie was wearing. Every shred of fabric and personal belongings found in those British Columbia backwoods was forensically tested for DNA matches to Mackie, and nothing ever returned a positive match. While it's not ruled out completely, there simply aren't enough signs to suggest animal encounter or misadventure. Another potential theory put forth is the possibility that Mackie disappeared of her own accord, whether it be escaping to form a new life or potentially ending one via suicide. There isn't much circumstantial evidence to support this theory other than that there are few other explanations as to how someone could leave without a trace. Some would point to Mackie's behavior in the months and days leading up to June 13th. She left a long-term relationship with the father of her son out of the blue, never explaining how or why to her closest family and friends. She also asked her brother and sister to take care of her son on random occasions and specifically told Peter, "Goodbye, I love you," twice on the night she left. To some, it sounded like a subtle way to make peace with her loved ones before leaving permanently. Others will argue that Mackie couldn't have ended her own life or left without notice because of her unconditional love for her son and other children she helped foster, including her nephew. The sad truth of the matter is that for certain people who seek out suicide or self-harm, it doesn't always matter who or what is in their life to provide love or happiness. Who's to say Mackie wasn't dealing with inner turmoil regarding her circumstances? What if she had to run away for her safety? What if someone threatened her or her son if she didn't leave? These are far-fetched scenarios that rarely happen, especially to public knowledge, but they should be addressed. And while there are at times signs of suicidal ideation in folks contemplating taking their life, there isn't any set rules or guidelines to picking those folks out of a crowd. There are people who appear perfectly content and at peace with their life, who are actually fighting internal battles and wind up ending things anyway. Mackie could have been one of those people. She endured years' worth of abuse, assault, and neglect. She was abandoned by her father. And sometimes when anxieties of abandonment surround people as children, those same insecurities fuel them in adulthood. Those who suffer from fears of abandonment will often abandon others later on in life. Not because they are cruel people who want their loved ones to suffer, but because if they abandon someone first, it removes the possibility of that same person abandoning them later on. In the end, it's impossible to tell. And if it doesn't come directly from Mackie herself, the suicide or consensual escape theories are nothing more than guesswork. The third theory that makes the most sense in our eyes and the eyes of those involved with the case was that Mackie met with foul play in the early morning hours of June 14, 2013. Of course, this theory begs a vital follow-up question. If another human being or beings is responsible, then who is at fault for Mackie Basil's disappearance? The most obvious possibilities are Victor and Keith, if not for any reason other than they were the last two people who allegedly saw Mackie alive. Their testimony places Mackey at the 16-kilometer checkpoint on Leo Creek Forest Service Road in the twilight hours on June 14th, walking away from the pickup truck they crashed while on the way to a hunter's cabin for supplies. It is not public knowledge as to why she left the two men, but then again, she may not have told them why either. The men reported that after the crash, Mackey departed on foot, saying she was going to try and hitchhike her way back home and would find a ride elsewhere. It is unclear what time any of this takes place in the men's version of the story. The issue with Victor and Keith's testimony, accepted by law enforcement and passed by the untrustworthy polygraph test, is that only they can stand by such claims. There were no witnesses to the car crash situation outside of the forestry worker who was unable to identify the woman he saw as Immaculate Basil, or properly define exactly what was wrong with the truck on the side of the road. The police actually followed up with this anonymous worker and found his claims baseless. Making matters even cloudier is the fact that Victor didn't exactly have the most promising history. Not only was he much older than his counterpart, Keith, and Mackie Basil herself, but Victor also wasn't a Tash resident and had a somewhat lengthy list of prior criminal activity. The provincial courts in British Columbia officially have 5 separate violent crime convictions reported on Victor, as well as at least 1 charge of sexual assault. While the exact descriptions of these charges aren't known, it certainly paints Victor in a different light. It's possible he took advantage of Mackie, killed her, and threatened Keith with violence, as his past might indicate. Keith was younger than Mackie at the time and may have struggled to protect her under the prowess of a much older, larger man. Again, this is all assumption. Victor has repeatedly denied any and all claims in the matter and has technically been ruled out by the RCMP. The circumstantial facts don't make anyone necessarily feel good about that, but legally it's what we have and what we must go by. Both he and Keith are still alive to this day, and the potential for additional information to come out still remains. While there is little public knowledge as to any known serial criminals or kidnappers in Tash, many people believe the potential kidnapper or killer is from the area. It would make sense too, given that Mackie was on rural, unmarked roads for most of the night, and in a general area in which only locals would have known how to navigate without being seen. Who else it could be outside of Keith or Victor is impossible to discern with the information we have right now. Mackie also wasn't the first person to go missing from the general area in her own family. On September 8, 2007, her cousin Bonnie Joseph went missing while attempting to hitchhike to Vanderhoof from Prince George on Highway 16. While Bonnie was most likely the victim of a random hitchhiker, it does speak to how often these types of crimes happen to First Nations women all across Canada, specifically along Highway 16, dubbed the Highway of Tears. We've covered a few videos detailing Highway 16, and if you haven't heard of it before, we recommend educating yourself on the horrifying and tragic topic as soon as you can. As a quick recap, the Highway of Tears is a 725-kilometer stretch of highway, specifically Highway 16, connecting Prince George to Prince Rupert in British Columbia. Since 1970, it has seen an inordinate amount of Indigenous women and children go missing and be murdered at much higher rates than both other demographics and other regions across Canada. It should be noted that Tash is located over an hour's drive north of Highway 16. And because of the remote access of the Coos-Che Reserve and the surrounding communities, there aren't many out-of-towners or passerbys that make it all the way up to Tash. Most of the forestry and logging work sees a large share of their workers coming in as regulars from the area. So it's simply less likely that an opportunist on Highway 16 would wind all the way up in a secluded area of woodlands instead of just finding someone closer to the highway. That's not to say Mackie couldn't have first hitchhiked down to Fort St. James and then been captured by a second hitchhiker in the shadier places of the city. Mackie did have a history of using hitchhiking as her mode of transportation, and her own sister, Crystal, was the near victim of a hitchhiking-related crime around the same time. She had been attempting to find a way to get from Fort St. James back to Tash when she decided to hitchhike from 2 men in a pickup truck, much like Mackie. While the men took various back roads instead of taking the main roads to Tash, Crystal overheard them saying, "Take her over there." Luckily, she was able to call them out, but imagine if she had never heard them utter that phrase. It should be noted that the men in the story are not considered suspects and have never been identified, but it gives context to what most women face to this day along the Highway of Tears and how many suspicious figures lurk in the surrounding streets. Much like the theories regarding running away and self-harm, there isn't much to use as evidence Mackie wanted to hitchhike that night. It wasn't uncommon for Mackie to spend the night in other places, but if she was going to be out overnight, she would take her travel kit bag with her. The travel kit bag, including all of what little money Mackie had, was found in her room at Peter Basil's house. It wouldn't make any sense to leave those items behind, especially if she was truly planning to be back the next day. It is important to remind ourselves that even if Mackie did run into trouble whilst hitchhiking, and even if she knew that hitchhiking in that area was dangerous, it doesn't make those who hitchhike unintelligent or bad people. For many First Nations men and women, hitchhiking is the only choice they have to get to a grocery store for foods to survive or starve. Indigenous peoples on reserves are not provided the resources to acquire driver's licenses, much less afford a car. Buses are underutilized on reserves, and sometimes there aren't even real grocery stores in an entire village, making traveling across highways to neighboring towns a requirement of survival. We must never blame someone's trauma or fate on their decision to hitchhike. Instead, place that energy towards a solution to the transportation problem First Nation peoples experience every single day. It could lead to a lessening of cases along the highway of tears. And more people like Mackie could make it home safe and sound without needing to hitch a ride from a total stranger. Writing a conclusion to the case of Immaculate Basil is basically a fool's errand. There is so much information we simply do not have, and even an educated guess feels useless. With only a couple of testimonies to scrutinize and a generalized timeline without images or clues left behind, it leaves the pool of persons of interest too vast to navigate. And that's if you agree with the foul play theories in the first place. As we attempt to narrow down the list of potential suspects, we are confident alongside the Basil family that if someone is indeed responsible for Mackie's disappearance, they come from the village of Tash or its surrounding communities. In fact, we go a step further to say the ones at fault most likely attended the same party that Mackie did. Police have said they've interviewed everyone at the party, but what if they missed someone? What if the attendees missed someone as well, who only showed up for a few minutes before making up their mind they would follow Mackie that night until she was alone? Whoever did it had to know the area well enough to evade capture, but also feel confident they wouldn't leave traces of her behind. They would also have to have the knowledge or resources to take her far enough away from the Tash area that search parties would not recover her body or belongings. While it's not impossible that an opportunist staying in Tash decided to kidnap her and continue along on their way across Highway 16, they would have had to have been incredibly lucky to not leave behind a trail of evidence in a woodland rarely accessed by outsiders. It is our hope that as more people are made aware of Mackie Basil's story, additional eyewitnesses will come forward with information about the party she attended on the evening of June 13, 2013. Someone knows something, and it's never too late to step into the spotlight and bring closure to family and friends who desperately seek it. Mackie Basil did not disappear into thin air on a whim. There is a reason behind it, and it's up to us and those still around to find out what it is. It is also our duty to share the story of Immaculate Basil in the proper context of who she was as an individual. She was a spirited and diligent person to those who knew her best, yet quiet and calm. In the face of the public, she found a way to love everyone who crossed her path, introducing optimism to even the darkest of situations. She had the courage to stand up after being knocked down time and time again and did not let the tragedies surrounding her define her individuality. She was a proud artist and a proud mother. The opportunity to search deeper within her culture and heritage was sadly ripped away from her. But the legacy she leaves behind will not be about that. It will be about a young woman who survived, strengthened, and sought to bring peace and joy to those who were around her and those who choose to carry on that positive way of life moving forward. In late November 2010, the sudden disappearance of a young girl shook the tight-knit community of Brambati di Sopra. It's a small town on the outskirts of the Alps in northern Italy. The investigation that followed is widely considered one of the largest in Italian history. This is the story of Iara Gambarazio and a twisted tale that gripped a nation. 13-year-old Yara Gambarazio came from a large, loving family. She was one of 4 children to parents, Fulvio and Mora. Her father worked as an architect and her mother as a teacher. Their respective families had lived in the area of Brambati di Sopra for generations. It was a quiet town with 8,000 residents, despite being only an hour from the fashion capital of the world, Milan. Life in Brambati di Sopra could not be more different. Time moved slowly there, and the scenery is quintessential rural Italy with cypress-lined streets and views of distant mountains. It seemed like the ideal place to raise a family. On Friday, November 26, 2010, Yara said goodbye to her family and set off to the local gym where she trained for gymnastics. She left at 5:15 p.m. to walk the short couple 100-meter route like she had done countless times before. Yara needed to drop off a stereo for her instructor and then she would be right back home. When 2 hours had passed and Yara had still not returned, worry set in for her parents. Yara's mother, Maura, dialed her number, but the call went straight to voicemail. They waited until 7:30 p.m. hoping their daughter would walk through the door with an explanation of something that was keeping her busy until then. Unfortunately, she was still not home and Yara's father, Fulvio, called the police. The call went through to Latticio Gary, the magistrate on duty in the nearby city of Bergamo. The experienced magistrate wasted no time in getting authorities out and searching for the missing 13-year-old girl. When retracing her steps, the investigators found out that Yara made it to the gym that day where she saw her instructor. They had done a light training session in preparation for an upcoming competition before Yara left and started the journey back home. The last time anyone had contact with Yara was at 6:44 p.m. when she sent a text message to close friend Martina. She told Martina that they could meet up early the next weekend before the gymnastics meet. There were a few witnesses who claimed to have seen Yara talking to two men near a red car, but this could not be confirmed. They were not completely certain that it was, in fact, Yara. Tracker dogs were brought to the gym to try and trace Yara's route home. Instead, the dogs led their handlers in the opposite direction towards Mappolo, a small commune located less than 10 minutes from Brambati di Sopra. Yara's phone records confirmed that her phone had been in Mappolo at 6:49 that evening. As is standard procedure in missing persons cases, the family is always questioned by authorities. Each member of the Gambarasio family was thoroughly interviewed, which meant the investigators were able to rule them out as potential suspects. Maura and Fulvio were respected members of the community, and Yara was loved dearly by them and her three siblings. The Taziarugari authorized wiretaps on hundreds of cell phones belonging to possible suspects and had her team try to track down the 15,000-odd devices that had passed through Mappolo on November 26. This led to the identification of their first suspect, a Moroccan man named Mohammed Fikri. A conversation had been overheard where Fikri asked God for forgiveness and mentioned something about not being responsible for taking her life. At the time of Yara's disappearance, Fikri was working in Mappolo on a building site. By the time investigators believed he may be linked to the case, he was already gone, heading for Tangiers, a city in northwestern Morocco. The Italian authorities weren't going to give up that easily and set out to intercept the boat. The mission was successful and Fikri was arrested. His van was subsequently searched and lo and behold, a mattress with dried red stains was discovered inside. It seemed like they could be on the right track to finding out what happened to Yara, until further investigation revealed that the mattress was unrelated to the investigation and that the supposed phrase heard over the wiretap had been mistranslated. Now the investigation began to slow as no obvious fresh suspect stood out to the authorities. The case had garnered national attention with the mystery of Yara's disappearance being filing into Brambati di Sopra. The Gambarasios knew the attention was good for Yara's case, but nonetheless found the intrusion during such a difficult time hard to bear. Over the next 3 months, the scores of investigators working on Yara's case tracked down every possible lead, checked every possible sighting, and interviewed any possible suspects. That their beautiful young daughter was alive somewhere and would be brought home to them. Tragically, that hope was crushed on February 26, 2011, 3 months after she was last seen. Lario Scotti had been flying his model airplane in a town 6 miles or 10 kilometers south of Brambati di Sopra. He chose an area away from any public spaces and over an expanse of scrubland to try out his new toy. Hilario was having some issues with the device, which led to him landing it in an overgrown section of shrubbery and weeds. He walked over to the site and waded through before reaching his plane. As Hilario stood back up, something caught his eye. It appeared there was some fabric on the ground. His first thought was that someone dumped some clothing there. But then Hilario saw a pair of shoes. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the remains of a person. While the person had clearly been left in that location for a long time, a few items of clothing stood out. A black jacket and a Hello Kitty sweatshirt. The same clothing items that Yara had last been seen wearing. Further analysis of the scene uncovered Yara's iPod and house keys. Her SIM card and phone battery was also found, but her cell phone was not. The autopsy was performed by Professor Cristina Cartagno, one of Italy's most well-known forensic pathologists. Traces of lime were found in Yara's nose and airway, and rope fibers were found on her clothing. This suggested that the person responsible may be a builder or involved in the building trade. Yara's body had multiple marks sustained from a sharp object. The saddest finding of all was that she had lost her life due to exposure, not a direct result of her injuries. 2 DNA samples were recovered at the scene, one on Yara's gloves and the other on her phone battery. The samples were run against the national system, but neither person had been recorded before. All of the items were shipped off for further investigation, including Yara's clothing items. This is how a third DNA profile was discovered 2 months later on Yara's underwear. Authorities believe there had been a struggle and the perpetrator had injured himself, hence the DNA being left behind. The suspect was named Ignoto 1, meaning unknown one. Now they just needed to find who this DNA belonged to. The investigators ordered DNA samples to be collected from everyone close to Yara. That included family members, friends, and locals who frequented areas that Yara had. Other officers were in charge of cross-referencing phone records of devices that had moved through. When a number was found, the owner was tracked down and asked to provide their DNA. This was not glamorous police work. It took hundreds upon hundreds of hours looking through data and trying to put faces to these numbers. Each new sample took a few hours to analyze and get a profile from, with multiple geneticists from across Italy working overtime to get them logged. The search for Yara and the subsequent search to track down the perpetrator has gone down as one of the largest and most expensive manhunts in Italy's history. Yara was finally laid to rest at the end of May 2011. In the months following the discovery of her body, thousands of DNA samples had been analyzed, but still, there had not been a hit against unknown one. Letizia Ruggieri decided to look at another angle. She knew that many perpetrators tend to dispose of their victims in areas that they are comfortable in or familiar with. Where Yara's body was found, there was a nightclub not far away. She knew it was a long shot, but Letizia ordered officers to take DNA samples from club patrons outside on busy Friday and Saturday nights. This is how Damiano Garanone entered the picture. Damiano frequently attended the nightclub, and his DNA sample bared a striking resemblance to unknown one. But he had a rock-solid alibi since he was in South America during the time that Yara was last seen. Still, the authorities weren't giving up on this lead, and geneticists were convinced that unknown one was a relative of Damiano Garanone. Every member of the Garanone family was looked into, and a shocking link to the Gambriagios was discovered. Damiano's mother, Aurora, had worked for the family as a domestic helper for 10 whole years. Yara and Aurora were close. Aurora always made sure to keep an eye out for Yara, seeing that she did not get up to nonsense, and Yara loved to show off her new gymnastics moves to Aurora. Even though she stopped working for Fulvio and Mora, Aurora maintained a good relationship with the family. So imagine her shock when she found herself at the center of the investigation. "It was the worst thing that could happen to me," Aurora later confessed. Both Aurora and her son, Damiano, were extensively questioned. The pair's phone calls were monitored and they were followed. After months of trying to find any connection between either of them. What happened to Yara, Letizia admitted resigning herself to the fact that, in the end, this was nothing more than a sick coincidence. At the 1-year anniversary of Yara losing her life, the pressure on authorities to bring the person responsible to justice was reaching a breaking point. Various politicians were making digs at Letizia, questioning her competence as magistrate despite her running a textbook investigation from the get-go. But she could not let this background noise distract her from solving Yara's case, so she doubled down on the only viable lead so far, Damiano's DNA profile. They focused on building an extensive family tree of those around Damiano, which resulted in hundreds of names being cataloged. Relatives as far back as 1815 were recorded until an immense family tree lay before them. This led investigators to the sleepy village of Gorno, where the same families have lived for generations, including the Garnonis. Damiano's uncle Giuseppe passed away in 1999. Investigators hoped they could somehow obtain a DNA sample from him. So they visited his widow, Laura, in September 2011. As luck would have it, she was able to provide 2 stamps that her late husband had licked. The results showed that unknown one was likely Giuseppe's son, making him Damiano's first cousin. Giuseppe worked as a bus driver and was a talented accordion player, putting his talent to use at Gorno festivals. He had 3 children with Laura, 2 sons and a daughter. When their DNA was compared to unknown one, neither came back as a perfect match. Since neither of them had children, the next logical explanation was that Giuseppe had another son out there that they did not know about, one that he did not have with Laura. Letitia described this as an investigation within an investigation, so how on earth would they track down Giuseppe's illegitimate son? Through their deep dive into Giuseppe's personal life, investigators found out that he visited a resort called Solace Terme every May from the early 1960s. It was an annual tradition for him. These trips were made without his wife, Laura. The spring months of 2012 were spent looking through Solace Terme's records, tracking down women whose time at the resort overlapped Giuseppe's. The effort proved fruitless, as did searching through orphanage records and women's shelters. They came to the conclusion that the possible woman they were searching for was most likely married. Divorce in Italy had been illegal until 1970, so even if the mystery woman had an affair with Giuseppe, she likely stayed married. During this time, Yara's parents had hired a freelance geneticist, Giorgio Porera, to look over the investigation and explain to them in layman's terms what everything meant. After reviewing the information, Giorgio campaigned for Giuseppe's body to be exhumed so a proper DNA analysis could be performed. The DNA taken from the stamp could only compare part of unknown one's DNA sequence. His wish was granted on March 7, 2013, when Giuseppe's body was exhumed. This effort confirmed that, without a shadow of a doubt, Giuseppe was unknown one's father. He did have a son out there who was responsible for Yara's passing. The authorities kept details of the information private for the most part, much to the frustration of the media desperate for a story. Slowly, rumors started to spread about Giuseppe's illegitimate son, who was believed to have taken Yara's life. As an array of journalists started their own investigation, many affairs and family secrets were uncovered. Things began playing out like a soap opera in the small towns, but a breakthrough was on the horizon. Marshal Giovanni Maccherino worked closely with Letizia. He worked in an office alongside her own. Marshal was a well-liked man with a stubborn streak by his own admittance. Yara's case had caused him many sleepless nights and 4 years with no breaks, working towards bringing the man responsible to justice. In stark contrast to the high-tech work that went into analyzing the DNA samples and tracking phone records, Marshall was more old-school. He liked getting out into the community and talking to people, making them feel comfortable by talking face-to-face. Through this, Marshall found out many details of Giuseppe's life. As previously mentioned, Giuseppe worked as a bus driver, and Marshall managed to track down his old colleagues. The main bus route for the drivers was taking factory workers to the abundant textile factories in the area. Many of these passengers were women. The drivers often described Giuseppe as somewhat of a ladies' man. While Marshall became acquainted with every aspect of Giuseppe's life, a name came up: Esther Ruffi. Esther was born and raised in Ponte di Selva, where Giuseppe lived since the early 1960s. Giuseppe actually lived not far from Esther at the time. When she was 19 years old, Esther got married and moved to a nearby village. She worked at a textile mill and would take the bus daily to her job. This is how Esther met Giuseppe. Her husband was a sickly man who used a cane. And during her frequent trips in Giuseppe's bus, Esther fell in love. Did investigators finally have their missing link? Letitia and her team checked their database to see if Esther happened to be on file. They found that a sample had been taken from Esther back in 2012, but a lab error meant it was not showing on the system. The result was conclusive when the moment came to run Esther's DNA against unknown one. Had her sample been correctly logged in the first place, this very well may have come to light 2 years earlier. Esther left the home with her husband and they moved back to Ponte Selva in 1970. The couple welcomed twins that same year, a boy and a girl. The little boy was named Massimo. In 2014, Massimo Bassetti was 44 years old and married with children. The family lived together in Mapello, the same town where Yara's cell phone had last pinged. Now that Letizia had a name, she wasted no time in tracking down Bassetti and collecting a DNA sample from him to compare it against unknown one. This would be the final puzzle piece if it confirmed that his DNA was found on Yara's body. They knew asking Bassetti directly for a sample would raise suspicion. So they came up with a clever plan, but first they needed to find him. Bassetti was observed for a few days where the team learned he had a fairly set routine. He worked in construction and returned home each evening at the same time in his small truck. Bassetti seemed like any other family man. After establishing his routine and confirming what car he drove, the plan was set into action. While Bassetti was out driving, an officer pulled him over and explained they were breathalyzing drivers to catch people driving over the legal limit. Bassetti was asked to blow into the device. His initial response was a chuckle followed by, "I do not drink." The officer persisted and got Bassetti to complete the test. The officer then looked down at his breathalyzer and explained to Bossetti that it seemed to be faulty, before asking him to blow into a second device. It showed that Bossetti had not been drinking that day, so he was free to go. As he drove off, the officer jogged back to his car armed with 2 quality DNA samples from their prime suspect. They were sent off to the lab immediately and ran as they arrived. By early afternoon, authorities had their answer. Massimo Bossetti was unknown one. On June 16, 2014, Bossetti was pounced on by police and taken into custody, where he was charged with taking the life of Yara Gambarasio. During their investigation into Bossetti, investigators found that he frequented areas near where Yara lived. He often ate at a pizzeria down the road and would park his car behind the gym where Yara practiced her gymnastics. He also got regular suntans from a local shop. His internet search history showed a twisted desire for teenage girls, and his phone records showed he was in Brembati di Sopra when Yara disappeared. Bossetti intentionally turned his phone off at 5:45 p.m., only turning it back on the following morning. When he was questioned, Bossetti remained silent and claimed he was not guilty. His legal team decided to call the DNA evidence into question, saying that while it may prove he had contact with Yara, it did not prove he was responsible for her slaying. The trial began in mid-2015 and lasted an entire year. It revealed the sheer extent of the investigation, where over 18,000 DNA samples had been analyzed. After multiple witnesses took the stand and dozens of pieces of evidence presented, it was time for a ruling. The court of Bergamo, overseen by Judge Antonella Pertogia, found him guilty on July 1, 2016. Bossetti was given a life sentence. Yara's case is unique for many reasons. Not only was her loss felt by her family, but the investigation into finding the monster who took her away from them upended multiple other families. Giuseppe's widow now had to come to terms with the fact that her husband had been unfaithful, and that his son was the man responsible for this deplorable crime. Bossetti's mother and sister also have to live with what he had done, along with many other scandals that were uncovered along the way. It of course goes without saying that the loss of the bright young girl that was Yara Gambarasio is by far the hardest to swallow. We still do not know exactly what happened that night, as Bossetti still maintains his maybe one day the truth will come to light. In an 18-month stretch from February 2003 to August 2004, 3 young women were preyed upon by a malicious monster out to inflict as much harm as possible. Each of these women had been out in public minding their own business when a man decided he would try to take their lives in a horrific manner, from trauma to the head to using his vehicle as his weapon of choice. Towards the end of 2004, the man was captured and taken into custody. He was found guilty of the charges a few years later, but in a shocking twist, he was linked to another unsolved slaying that had happened 8 years earlier. Amanda Jane Dowler, or Millie as she was known, was born on June 25, 1988, to parents Bob and Sally Dowler. Millie had an older sister, Gemma, who she adored. The girls got on extremely well and were practically best friends. Gemma described her sister as friendly and vivacious with a sparkle in her eye. She had many close friends and was a kind, generous young girl who loved to cheer others up when they were having a bad day. Millie was a bright light in the lives of those around her, making her sudden disappearance all the hotter to bear. It was March 21, 2002. 13-year-old Millie left Heathside School at 3:07 p.m. and walked to the Weybridge railway station with a friend. Both girls got on a train and rode to the Walton-on-Thames station. This was one stop before where Millie usually got off at Hersham. The girls had decided to grab a bite to eat at the station cafe. Millie made a call to her father at 3:47 p.m., telling him she would be home in the next 30 minutes. The girls parted ways at 4:05 p.m. and Millie set off home. The last time she was seen was waiting at a bus stop on Station Avenue, where a friend of Gemma recognized her. CCTV cameras further along the route showed no sign of Millie. Millie didn't arrive home as planned, and worry started to set in. By 7 p.m., her parents called the police and reported her as missing. A large-scale search operation followed by numerous different officers on foot looking for Millie. Police helicopters were also deployed, hoping to catch a glimpse of the young girl or find something that showed signs of her being in a particular area. Local rivers were searched, and the route Millie should have taken was gone over with a fine-tooth comb. When the CCTV cameras along Station Avenue were accessed, a red Daiwa Nexia was pictured at 4:32 p.m. 7 years later. We would find out who was behind the wheel. Detectives working on the case made multiple public appeals for any witnesses who may have seen anything suspicious or seen Millie herself that day. Her disappearance was so sudden that initial theories revolved around Millie either purposely running away or knowing the person who took her. How could a complete stranger have grabbed her at this time of day in a fairly public setting? It didn't make any sense. Millie's family was adamant that she wouldn't have run away. Crime Watch UK aired a reconstruction of Millie's last known movements and featured a direct appeal to the young girl, as Millie having run away was the definite best-case scenario. But her mother couldn't fathom why her youngest daughter would do such a thing. Years later, it was publicly revealed that Millie had written letters saying she was going to leave home and expressing some unhappiness. In reality, these letters were nothing more than a teenage girl writing her completely normal frustrations out on paper. After what was likely a typical argument with her parents or sister, nothing more. On March 28th, the police still didn't believe they were dealing with a stranger taking Millie by force. No witnesses had come forward having witnessed any sort of struggle, despite Millie having been seen on multiple occasions throughout the afternoon. They felt it was unlikely she had gone anywhere with a stranger, hence believing she was familiar with the person she left with. 4 weeks went by with few leads and still no sign of Millie. On April 23, 2002, a body was found in the River Thames, and immediately speculation ran wild that this could be Millie Deller. It was later confirmed that the remains were that of 73-year-old Macy Thomas. She had disappeared the year prior and her passing was ruled as non-suspicious. Macy likely drowned. Weeks turned into months with still no new information about what had happened to Millie. Frustrations continued to grow for the Dollars, not understanding how their daughter could just disappear into thin air. As if things couldn't get any worse, the family themselves started facing scrutiny, with Bob Dowler being the main target. Since the police had stated on many occasions that Millie likely knew whoever she had left with, naturally the media latched on to that person being a family member. While trying to come to terms with their loss, they also had to contend with stories being published and unfounded rumors spreading. Bob Dowler had nothing to do with his daughter's disappearance, which made the focus on him hard to bear. Not only was it a horrific thing to be accused of, but Bob knew that all the time spent looking at him was time wasted on finding the person who was really responsible. Authorities later apologized for the possibility of missing crucial leads while looking at Bob for Millie's disappearance. By June, the authorities spoke to the Dollars and told them they needed to brace themselves for the worst-case scenario. Bob and Sally continued to send their daughter text messages, hoping she was still out there somewhere. That month, a £100,000 reward was offered by the Sun. But still, no one came forward with any useful information. In September 2002, everyone's worst fears were realized. It was September 18th and a small group of mushroom pickers were out in Yateley Heathwoods in Yateley, Hampshire when one of them spotted something in the undergrowth. It was a body. The authorities were immediately identified and dental records confirmed that they had found Millie Deller. She was found unclothed with none of the items she had in her possession when she disappeared. That included her backpack, purse, and cell phone. To this day, none of the items have ever been recovered. The case was no longer a missing person investigation. Authorities were now looking for the person responsible for taking Millie's life. The Surrey police launched the investigation titled Operation Ruby to bring this monster to justice. A month after Millie was found, the Surrey police set up a large-scale roadblock near Yateley Heathwoods. Roughly 6,000 motorists were stopped and questioned, but this produced no new leads. Items from Millie's bedroom were taken in for forensic testing, and on March 23, 2003, a year after she was last seen alive, unknown male DNA was found on one of her items of clothing. This led authorities to theorize that Millie had potentially met with the man who took her life before she vanished. This lead was shortly ruled out. Despite hundreds of people being interviewed, extensive house-to-house inquiries, and a thorough look into some unsavory characters that lived near where Millie was last seen and near where her body had been found, the Surrey police still had nothing. The next possible lead came when the Dowlers received a chilling letter from someone claiming to be responsible for what happened to Millie. It didn't take long to work out the letter was written by Paul Hughes, who was in jail at the time for indecent acts to a young girl. He was given an additional 5 years behind bars for the letter and the threats he made to Millie's sister, Gemma. The prison service made an apology to the Dowlers for not having intercepted the letter before it was sent to them. Other sick individuals also viewed Millie's disappearance and passing as some sort of Leah Newman made multiple phone calls claiming to be Millie before her blog was found. She called Bob and Sally, the police, and even Millie's school. Newman was given a 5-month prison sentence after pleading guilty to making these phone calls. Gary Farr, a mentally ill man, repeatedly emailed those close to Millie and the investigators claiming she had been smuggled into Poland. Farah claimed her body was nothing more than a cover-up. He was eventually sanctioned under the Mental Health Act for indefinite holding due to being a danger to the public. Behind all of this nonsense, there was still a family desperate to know what happened to their Millie, but the truth was years away. On February 4, 2003, 19-year-old Marcia McDonald was hit over the head with a blunt object not far from her Hampton home. The incident happened not long after Marcia had gotten off the 111 bus at the Percy Road bus stop. Tragically, Marcia lost her life 2 days later in hospital. On May 28 of the following year, 18-year-old Kate Sheedy was walking home when she noticed a suspicious car parked on the roadside. A man was inside and the engine was running, but the lights were deliberately turned off. Kate decided to move away from the vehicle and cross the road. Before she even knew what happened, Kate was run over by the car. Proving this wasn't an accident, the man then reversed over Kate's body before racing off. Miraculously, Kate was able to drag herself off the road and find help. Despite the severity of her condition, Kate survived after a lengthy hospital stay. 3 months later, another young woman was preyed upon. Amélie Delegange was a 20-year-old French student visiting England. Shockingly, Amélie's life was taken in a brutal manner similar to that of Marcia McDonald. It took authorities less than 24 hours to link the cases. On November 22, 2000, in 2004, a man was arrested for what had happened to Amélie Delegange. His name was Levi Belfield. Levi Rabbits was born on May 17, 1968, in Isleworth, London, to parents Jean and Joseph Rabbits. It is unclear exactly when he changed his surname to Belfield from Rabbits, but we do know that was his mother's maiden name. When he was still a child, Belfield's father passed away after battling with leukemia. He grew up with his 4 siblings on a council estate in southwest London and attended Crane Junior High School. When Belfield was in his early teens, he was convicted of breaking into a house and stealing various items. That was in 1981. In 1990, Belfield got into a physical altercation which resulted in a second charge. His criminal history is littered with multiple offenses and convictions, but none of them were as serious as what he would later be accused of. Belfield has 11 children with 5 women. His ex-girlfriends later described Belfield's behavior as charming initially before his true colors started to show. All of the women shared the same stories of what Belfield was like as a partner. This is what Detective Chief Inspector Colin Sutton, who worked on the later cases involving Belfield, had to say of the man. When we started dealing with him, he came across as very jokey, like he's your best mate. But he's a cunning individual, violent. He can switch from being nice to being nasty instantly. In 2003 and 2004, Levi Belfield operated a wheel clamping business. This gave him an intimate knowledge of the streets he stalked. Like a wild animal looking for its next meal, Levi would prowl the streets looking for a suitable victim. Detective Sutton commented on this mentality of Belfield, saying, "Belfield has a massive ego to feed. He thinks he's God's gift to everyone. He drives around in his car, feels a bit whatever, and sees some young blonde girl. The young blonde girl says, 'Go away.' And he thinks, 'You dare to turn down Levi Belfield. You're worth nothing.' And then she gets a whack over the head. It is shown in the case of Kate Sheedy. She was smart enough to think she didn't like the look of his car and crossed the road. He thinks, 'You think you're so clever,' and whoosh, he runs her over. After CCTV linked him to Amélie's case, Belfield was surveilled by undercover officers who witnessed him talking to young girls at bus stops. It was quite clear that had he not been taken into custody, more women would have lost their lives. On February 25, 2008, Levi Belfield was found guilty of taking Marcia McDonald's and Amélie Delegange's lives. He was also convicted of his actions towards Kate Sheedy. On February 26, Belfield found he would be spending the rest of his life behind bars. His defense passed the news on to Belfield as he refused to be in court that day. Levi Belfield was also considered in 2 other cases, falsely imprisoning 17-year-old Anna Maria Renbach in October 2001, and attempting to take the life of Irma Dragosi in December 2003. Both women identified Belfield as the person responsible, but juries failed to reach a unanimous verdict in both cases. Following his convictions, 39-year-old Belfield was publicly named as a chief suspect in Millie's case. This was mainly due to CCTV footage that tied him to the Red Day Wunexia scene around the time Millie was last seen on the same road that she had been on. Further investigation showed that Belfield's then-girlfriend owned the car and she lived in the same area as the Dowlers. In an interview Belfield did with the Daily Mirror in 2009, he said, "So we've got to be realistic about it. But then I've got to be careful about how I answer these questions. I did use the Daewoo once and I was stopped by the police once in it for speeding." It is unclear why Belfield thought this was the right thing to say when being considered for something so heinous. Like Millie's items, the car was never found. In March 2010, investigators felt certain they had their man. And Levi Belfield was charged with snatching Millie from the road and taking her life. Belfield's trial began on May 10, 2011 in the Central Criminal Court presided over by Mr. Justice Wilkie. It took place over 6 weeks before a verdict was reached. In his opening statement, the prosecuting barrister recounted what happened to Millie on her final day. On this day, an entirely innocent and quite ordinary diversion to a station cafe to buy some chips with some school friends was a decision that was to cost Millie her life because it meant her taking a fateful journey along Station Avenue. Belfield was found guilty on June 23, 2011 and given a second life sentence. Years later, Belfield admitted to what he had done to Millie. The Dowlers finally had some sort of closure, but still a sour taste was left in the mouths by many aspects of the investigation. Sally spoke to journalists and explained, "Our family life has been scrutinized and laid open for everyone to inspect." Bob said that the price for this conviction had been far too costly for the family. She later described what she witnessed as one of the worst days in her life. The defense attempted to paint Millie as a depressed teen, not the vivacious girl those around her knew. Millie's story was subsequently brought back into the spotlight on June 30, 2011, when Crime Watch aired a special titled, Taken, The Millie Dowler Story. The program detailed the investigation, had witness interviews, and had Millie's family involved. Reconstruction was also featured, where they reenacted how that day unfolded. Millie's family was finally able to show the nation who Millie was as a person beyond the sensationalized headlines. After everything, one question still remained. Was Belfield responsible for more slayings? Patricia Joyce Morris was born on January 10, 1966 to parents George, a retired Army chief, and Marjorie Morris. She was one of 3 siblings with a sister and 2 brothers. Patsy, as she was fondly known, was born in Birmingham but moved to Isleworth, southwest London when she was 13 years old. On June 16, 1980, Patsy disappeared during a lunch break at school. It has been theorized that the 14-year-old decided to walk home that day as she needed to change into dry clothes after she had been without a raincoat that morning. On her way there, Patsy vanished. 2 days later, a police dog found her body on Hounslow Heath. She had been left face down in a thicket just a quarter-mile from her home. Had been used to take her life. Levi Belfield was 12 years old at the time. After leaving Crane Junior School, he moved to Feltham Comprehensive, the same school that Patsy attended. In fact, Belfield had been her childhood boyfriend. A year after what happened to Patsy, Belfield was convicted of the first official crime of burglary. He wasn't at school on the day Patsy was last seen, and he knew the area where she was found very well. When Patsy's mother learned of where her daughter was discovered, it caused great confusion. She didn't understand why Patsy would have walked through there. "We can't understand what she was doing on the heath. She was always told not to go there and never disobeyed our orders," she told the press. Knowing now that Belfield used to hang out there, often skipping school to do so, it does make you wonder. But was Belfield born evil? Could a boy that age really be capable of committing something like that? Following the conclusion of Millie's case, the possibility was explored. When Patsy's father, George Morris, heard about Belfield's connection to his daughter, he recalled a time all those years ago when a teenage boy had called his house and given him a death threat. He believes that was Belfield. He's a local man, which is why it could be him. And it's terrifying to think that someone of 12 or 13 could have done it, George said. Patsy Morris wasn't the only unsolved slaying that Belfield was considered for. In 1990, 51-year-old housewife Judith Gold was found a stone's throw from her Hampstead home, having been viciously struck in the head with an unknown item. Similar incidents took place across London from 1990 to 2004. All of these cases could be linked to Belfield due to the nature of them. The weapons of choice were distinct, the same type of weapons he used on Marcia and Amelie. While they couldn't confirm without a shadow of a doubt that he was the person responsible, he could also not be ruled out in any of the many incidents except for one. On July 6, 1996, 45-year-old Lynn Russell and her young daughter Megan, the pair and Lynn's other daughter, 9-year-old Josie, were ambushed while walking home from a swimming gala. They were then tied up and struck repeatedly with a hammer. Lynn, Megan, and the family dog lost their lives that day. Miraculously, Josie survived. While she was able to make a full recovery, it is highly likely that she still lives with the mental scars of what happened that tragic day. Belfield allegedly confessed to the crime to his cellmate. Belfield denies ever making this confession. His ex-girlfriend, who helped get a conviction in Millie's trial, has always maintained that Belfield was with her that day. "My daughter was born in '96 and that was the day of my birthday. Belfield, never left my side all day and all night. So there's absolutely no way he could have gone from Twickenham, where I lived, or Windsor, where I kept my horses, to Kent. Do what they say he did and get back without me knowing he was there. I can hand to my heart, I hate to say it, but I can say hand to my heart. He didn't do it," she said. Michael Stone was convicted of the charges after a second trial following a successful appeal from his first conviction. Michael Stone had been behind bars since 2001. He still maintains his innocence. There have been many other cases that Belfield was considered for and some that he allegedly confessed to. But as of today, police have not been able to find any substantial evidence that ties Belfield to any of these cases. Maybe one day the police will track down who was responsible for taking these lives. And maybe that man may just be Levi Belfield. Levi Belfield remains behind bars at HMP Franklin in County Durham. He will never set foot in the outside world again. On June 29, 2017, Gemma released a book titled My Sister Millie. In the heartfelt piece, Gemma describes what it was like living through that wild time, dealing with the loss of her sister, the media circus, and the suspicions of her parents. Gemma explains how she found healing. As an excerpt from the Blub Reads and Gemma's, and about the love that kept the family together as they struggled with terrible darkness and injustice. It was a hot summer day on July 8, 1987, when the people of Carlsbad, New Mexico were shaken to the core. The reason? The body of 38-year-old Donna Sue Hyatt was discovered in her home on Elm Street. The crime was unimaginable and there were signs that she had been assaulted as well as being stabbed and strangled prior to her demise. The whole community of Carlsbad was left in shock, wondering who could have committed such a heinous act against an innocent woman. How did the police crack the case after all these years? Today, we are looking at the 36-year-old cold case finally solved in 2023 of the murder of Donna Sue Hyatt. But first, if you haven't subscribed to our channel, please hit the subscribe and like buttons. Now, without any further ado, let's dive into the mystery. Carlsbad, a city nestled in the southeastern region of New Mexico, is renowned for its breathtaking scenery of caves, limestone cliffs, and desert landscapes adorned with cacti. The Carlsbad Caverns National Park, with over 100 limestone caves displaying distinct formations, serves as a safe haven for nature enthusiasts worldwide, such as rock climbing and ATV tours, while also exploring the local history exhibits featured in several art galleries. However, the city's idyllic reputation was shattered when a heinous crime took place, leaving its residents in fear and disbelief. Donna Sue Hyatt's birth on August 28, 1948 was a momentous occasion for her parents, who eagerly welcomed their new daughter into the world. Growing up, Donna shared a close bond with her sisters, Marlene Johnson and Sandra Daniel, and they spent countless hours playing together around the house. Donna's education began at the local schools in Carlsbad, where she excelled in her studies and developed a passion for learning. She went on to pursue higher education at New Mexico State University, where she continued to thrive academically and personally. Outside of her studies, Donna was an active member of both the First Baptist Church and the Christian Women's Club, dedicating her time to serving her community and living out her faith. Her kind and generous nature endeared her to those around her, and she quickly became a beloved member of both organizations. She shared a deep love with her husband, and their daughter Angela was the shining star of their lives. However, tragedy struck when Angela stumbled upon a gruesome sight in their bedroom. Her mother lay lifeless and partially clothed. The sheer horror of the scene was overwhelming for Angela, who had to witness the unthinkable happening to her beloved mother. Despite her bright future and the joy that she brought to those around her, Donna's life was tragically cut short, leaving her family and friends devastated by their loss. The pain of saying goodbye to someone so full of potential was a heartbreak that they would carry with them for the rest of their lives. The sun beat down on the quiet town of Carlsbad with its usual relentless heat. As the day wore on, Donna Sue Hyatt went about her usual routine, carrying out household chores and attending to her daily responsibilities. However, as night crept in, a sense of foreboding began to settle in the air. Little did she know that tragedy lurked in the shadows, waiting to strike. At around 11:40 p.m., Donna's daughter Angela arrived home to find a harrowing scene. Her mother's lifeless body on the floor, surrounded by bruises and stab wounds. The shock and disbelief that engulfed Angela were almost too much to bear as she struggled to come to terms with the horrifying reality before her. After taking a moment to collect herself, Donna's daughter realized that she needed to take action. She knew that she had to alert authorities right away. Without hesitation, she dialed the emergency number and informed the dispatcher of the grim discovery. The police were dispatched to the scene immediately. The investigation was a mystery that baffled the entire Carlsbad community. The city was in shock when the news of the death of a young woman hit the headlines. The Carlsbad Police Department detectives were quick to respond to the crime scene as soon as they were notified. The detectives cautiously entered the home and began their investigation. The detectives were quick to take control of the scene. They combed through the scene of the crime, collecting valuable evidence including foreign, hoping it would be useful later in the investigation. Upon investigation, detectives learned that Donna was last seen in the company of a tall Caucasian man who was seen leaving a nearby store on foot around 9:15 p.m. on the day of her untimely death. This crucial piece of information became the starting point of the detectives' investigation, and they worked tirelessly to identify the man and uncover any other leads that could help solve the case. As the investigation into Donna's tragic death continued, the Carlsbad Police Department detectives meticulously interviewed all involved parties, witnesses, and family members to piece together the sequence of events. But they were unable to turn up any solid leads to follow. And advanced technology at the time proved to be a major roadblock in bringing justice to the Hyatt family. As a result, the case went cold, and justice seemed like a distant dream for the family of Donna Sue Hyatt and the Carlsbad community as a whole. In 2023, Detective Joey Landgraf and Detective Tim Nice, both from the Carlsbad Police Department, the 36-year-old cold homicide case, and embarked on a mission to identify the perpetrator. With the help of new investigative techniques, they were able to unlock valuable leads and send the crime scene evidence collected all those years ago to Othram, where advanced DNA sequencing was conducted using forensic-grade genome sequencing to build a comprehensive DNA profile of the suspect. The FBI's forensic genetic genealogy team used this DNA profile to develop leads. And after reviewing both new and existing evidence, Landgraf and Nice pinpointed a man named Michael Ruff Wigley as the prime suspect in this case. But how could they confirm their suspicions? They looked further into his past to find if he was in Carlsbad around the time of the assault and murder. The detectives were able to match his description with that of the suspect provided by the witnesses earlier in the investigation, further solidifying Wigley as a prime suspect in the case. The detectives made a significant breakthrough by identifying Wigley as a person of interest. Through extensive research, the Carlsbad Police Department determined that Michael Ruff Wigley was indeed present in Carlsbad during the time of the assault and murder of Donna. This discovery led them down a path of further investigation, ultimately uncovering Wigley's past criminal record and his connection to this case. Upon delving deeper into Wigley's profile, detectives unearthed a shocking fact about Michael Ruff Wigley's past. He had been investigated for 2 separate incidents of sexual assault in Central Texas in the early 1980s, and he was ultimately convicted and sentenced to prison for one of those incidents. This revelation shed new light on the case and helped detectives understand the gravity of the situation they were dealing with. The investigation took an unexpected turn when they discovered that Michael Ruff Wigley had passed away in a traffic accident in 1989 after his release from prison. Undeterred, they obtained a search warrant for Wigley's exhumation and DNA collection, and with the support of Amarillo, Texas law enforcement, executed the search warrant with precision and care. The collected DNA samples were then subjected to the KINSNP testing by Othram, which definitively identified Wigley as the culprit behind Donna Sue Hyatt's murder in July 1987. The detectives went above and beyond by not only relying on DNA evidence to solve the case, but also conducting interviews with witnesses and family members. Through their diligent work, they were able to further confirm Wigley's presence in Carlsbad at the time of the assault and murder, solidifying his guilt beyond a shadow of a doubt. The partnership between the Carlsbad Police Department's detectives and Othram Lab, a private lab based in Texas, marks a notable development in forensic science and crime scene investigation. By conducting DNA testing, the detectives were able to compare DNA samples collected from the crime scene to those obtained from the exhumed remains of Wiggly, the suspect. While it may seem like a difficult feat to close such an old, unsolved case, the detectives' unwavering commitment and persistence allowed them to successfully bring justice to the Hyatt family and the community. The process not only brought closure to the family but also served as a testament to the detectives' dedication to their work. The impact of this achievement also reverberated beyond the case, as it restored the community's trust in law enforcement and highlighted the value of cooperation and innovation in the fight against crime. The memories of that fateful night still lingered in the minds of the officers and detectives who had responded to the scene back in 1987. They had worked tirelessly to preserve the crime scene's integrity, collecting every potential piece of evidence that could aid in the investigation. It was their diligence and dedication that proved to be the difference maker, as their work enabled officers to bring closure to the case almost 4 decades later. Carlsbad Mayor Dale Janway made sure to recognize the effort of these officers and detectives, acknowledging their hard work and commitment to the case. The city of Carlsbad also stepped up, providing financial assistance to ensure that the DNA in the case could be tested and analyzed. It is our sincere hope that the recent efforts and the efforts of those involved in 1987 can bring some small form of peace and closure to the family of Donna Sue Hyatt and the community of Carlsbad, Janway said. When do you think justice was served in this case? At the time of Wiggly's demise? Or after he was charged with the crime after his death so many years later? Let us know your thoughts in the comments section. With a loving husband and a 2-year-old boy, Yvonne Scruggs was living a happy and peaceful life in Travis Drive, Wisconsin. Everything seemed to be working out fine and the family was stronger than ever. However, the happiness they had was short-lived as Yvonne found her 29-year-old husband, Benny Scruggs, stabbed to death in the early morning hours of July 17, 1985. The police on investigating uncovered many secrets. However, they had no idea that it would take more than 35 years for the case to be solved. Who could have been the killer? Was it just another murder? Or was there something else going on? Today we will be unraveling the cold case of Benny Scruggs, who was stabbed to death in 1985. Before starting, we would like you to take a moment and hit the like and subscribe buttons. Also, press the bell icon to be the first to discover all new cold cases. Let us now take a stroll through this atrocious cold case. The city of Wisconsin Rapids serves as the county seat of Wisconsin's Wood County in the U.S. Life here is a harmonious blend of small-town charm and modern conveniences where neighbors greet each other with genuine smiles and lend a helping hand when needed. It is a tapestry of diverse communities where friendships flourish and traditions are cherished. Whether it's cheering on the local sports team, participating in community festivals, or simply enjoying the tranquility of the nearby natural wonders, living in Wisconsin Rapids offers a fulfilling and enriching experience. Moreover, given that there are 1.71 violent crimes per 1,000 residents in this area, it offers a safe environment. However, no city in this world is totally free from atrocities. When Benny Scruggs was savagely killed in Wisconsin Rapids, the city became a setting for one of the longest cold cases in the city's history. Benny Eugene Scruggs was born on August 18, 1956, in Pickens, South Carolina, in the United States. He was the third child in Garvin and Rudy Scruggs' family, and he grew up with his older sister Ansel, his older brother Wayne, and his little sister Kim. However, not much is known about his childhood. On May 15, 1982, Benny, at the age of 25, got married to Yvonne Koba in Easley, South Carolina. It was a successful marriage, and after a year into the marriage, in 1983, Yvonne gave birth to a baby boy and named him Matthew. It was July 16, 1985, and Benny and Yvonne went out to eat and have some drinks at Lance's Never Inn, a local restaurant. While they were gone, they requested their babysitter to watch after Matthew, their 2-year-old son. The babysitter looked after the youngster until they came home at 1 a.m. According to the babysitter, the couple returned home that night in exceptionally high spirits. Bidding goodbye to her, the couple headed to bed. What exactly transpired after that remained a mystery. However, all the scenarios end with the same climax, the death of Benny Scruggs. On July 17, 1985, at around 3 in the morning, the police received a call from a man named Brian Walker. He informed the police about Benny and requested their presence immediately. When the police asked for more information about the situation on their way, he stated that he was Benny's neighbor and had been summoned by Benny's wife, Yvonne. When he arrived, he noticed that Benny had been stabbed. Brian continued saying that Benny was hardly breathing and bleeding profusely. The officers urged him to continue applying pressure to the area in order to halt the bleeding. He responded that he was holding a knife because the murderer might still be there. The cops were aware of the situation and understood how anxious he would be, so they calmed him down first and urged him to put the knife aside and instead apply pressure to the wound. The man yelled out to Yvonne and instructed her to apply pressure to Benny's bleeding area. Over the phone, the officers also heard Yvonne mention that one of her butcher knives had gone missing. The Wisconsin police soon reached Benny's residence in Pioneer Village Mobile Home Park, 1310 29th Avenue South in Travis Drive. Benny was lying on the waterbed at his trailer home covered with blood with a towel over the wound. Then the ambulance arrived at the scene and it was declared by a coroner that Benny was no more. The police sent his body for an autopsy, and the cause of death was determined to be a single knife wound to the upper left side of the chest. The medical examiner, Dr. Robert Huntington III, stated that the murder weapon was a hell of a big knife. He told the investigators that the weapon was possibly a large butcher's knife. Benny was stabbed in his sleep, according to Huntington, since he had no defense wounds on his hands or arms. The knife had sliced through his left lung, between two vertebrae and into the last layer of flesh on his back. He also stated that if the knife had been even a quarter-inch longer, there would have been a hole in the waterbed. When the detectives spoke with Ivan, they discovered that the knife that had gone missing from their kitchen suited the description of the murder weapon quite accurately. That led to an exhaustive search for the murder weapon. Police emptied a pond in search of the weapon near Pioneer Village, the mobile home park where Benny resided, but no knife was found. Volunteer divers from the Central Wisconsin Diving Academy also aided authorities in their hunt for the knife on July 22, 1985, but to no avail. Benny was buried in Reslawn Memorial Park, located in Wisconsin Rapids, Wood County, USA, the following week. During the initial interview, Benny's wife, Yvonne, who was 21 at the time, indicated that she had heard her kid screaming from another room and had gone there to comfort him. She went on to say that she had fallen asleep in her son's room. She returned to the bedroom where Benny was sleeping when she woke up. Only then did she come to know that Benny had been stabbed while she was away. However, this was not the only statement she made. After the first interview, when her presence was requested for a follow-up interview, Yvonne stated something a bit different. She told detectives that Benny had gone to sleep after the babysitter departed, but she didn't. After some time, she heard her 2-year-old son wailing. Since she was already awake, she went to check on the toddler and spent 10 minutes in his room. On her way back to the bedroom where Benny was sleeping, she noticed something was wrong as she found an unusual shovel sitting against the fridge and the caravan door open. The Scruggs family did not own a shovel, so Yvonne quickly rushed to check on Benny. She saw her husband lying in a pool of blood. Witnessing the horrific sight, she summoned her neighbor Brian to assist her. After the second interview, the investigators overheard Yvonne telling her friends that I was asleep next to him. He got stabbed. I don't know it. In the next recounting, Yvonne stated that Benny was on the opposite side of the bed from where he was discovered. Yvonne stated in her final interview of the evening that she and Benny had fallen asleep together, and she woke up to find him vomiting and their son coming into their room crying. Yvonne's statement kept changing throughout the interviews. All of these shifting comments made the detectives' job uselessly complex. They were forced to believe that Yvonne didn't want to help them crack the case. As a result, they began to focus on additional remarks made by a neighbor, Donald Meyer. Although few people knew anything that might have aided in the investigation, the authorities considered Donald Meyer's testimony to be crucial, and her 10-year-old son near Benny and Yvonne's residence. On or about August 10, 1985, Meyer, an important figure in this gripping tale, confided in one of the witnesses, revealing intriguing connections to the victim Benny Scruggs. Claiming to have known Benny for only a brief period, he said that their acquaintance arose from a car purchase and a motorcycle sale. Yet an intriguing twist emerged as Benny disclosed his prior connection to Benny's wife, Yvonne Scruggs, stretching back to their high school days. Interestingly, their paths crossed again. Meyer and Yvonne had been co-workers at the Woolco store 4 or 5 years ago. Meyer said that Yvonne believed he did not do right with her during the school time, but she was determined to have him back. Took a personal turn in no time, involving a romantic involvement. She used to provide Meyer with rides home, often pausing on a secluded dirt road for intimate encounters. He continued to mention that Yvonne had a bad temper and he wouldn't be surprised if she was the one behind Benny's murder. Prior to Benny's murder, Yvonne had allegedly been confiding in Meyer, venting her frustrations about her husband. The once fiery passion between Ivan and Benny had waned. She claimed to have lost the fizz, a phrase Meyer interpreted as her having lost her feelings for Benny. The tension escalated in the days leading up to Benny's tragic demise. 3 days before he was found dead, Benny approached Meyer and revealed Ivan's incessant mention of Meyer's name, fueling Benny's ire. Both men perceived it as an intentional attempt to make him jealous and provoke him. He stated that he had last seen Ivan in February 1985 and mentioned that the last time they met Ivan had invited him over while Benny was out. They used their personal time pretty well and had fun in the living room. Yvonne reminded him that if he ever wanted to be with her, he already knew how to get rid of Benny. These remarks by Meyer fundamentally changed the course of the case. Yvonne was confronted by the police with Meyer's comments during an interview in August 1985. Yvonne verified Meyer's account, claiming she didn't inform the cops about her connection with Meyer because she didn't think it was relevant to the investigation. Also because she was embarrassed. However, she denied ever hinting at getting rid of Benny. Soon the suspicions started revolving around Yvonne and the detectives delved deep to uncover any information that would shed light on their concerns. On August 20, 1987, Detective Bruce Malarick and Detective Exner met with Cynthia A. Reese, who had been a high school acquaintance of. She mentioned that she and Ivan were in the Wood County Courthouse for a social service function in May 1985. When Benny and Ivan entered the room, Ivan approached Cynthia, lowered her face towards her ear, spewed crude remarks about Benny, and then revealed that he had discovered her lover. However, she said it wasn't a matter of great concern for her as she and Benny wouldn't be together for much longer. After this cryptic sentence, Yvonne went away and contacted Cynthia roughly 2 months after Benny's death. She inquired whether she had heard about Benny's murder, which Cynthia had. Yvonne shared that everyone thought she had killed Benny. When Cynthia asked her if she did, Yvonne did not reply. Another witness who knew the Scruggs reported that Yvonne told her that she knew who. When the witness questioned her about why she didn't report the incident to the police, she reaffirmed that she knew who was responsible but couldn't turn him in. That statement raised suspicions on Ivan, and the police started believing that she must have been involved in the crime somehow. All these eyebrow-raising comments from Ivan kept the investigators on edge. They continued for a few years. The case got cold after 1993 until new testimonies from Meyer in 2012 gave the case new life. While the case was winding down, Meyer piled on an extensive list of criminal charges, while Yvonne, on the other hand, got remarried to Kevin Newkirchen. In 2005, Meyer was charged with 2 counts of threatening a Wood County judge. In 2006, a jury found him guilty of the allegations. Meyer was charged with 10 counts of stalking after contacting jury members who had convicted him, and another jury convicted him on 6 counts. Years were passing by and the police were still without answers, but soon the case was about to take a turn. While Meyer was in Wood County Jail and the Wisconsin prison system awaiting trial he contacted the Wisconsin Rapids Police Department in 2012 and stated that he wanted to discuss Benny Scruggs' murder. Meyer admitted to authorities that he did not commit the crime but was crucial in solving the case. During the interview, Meyer informed the cops that Ivan was attempting to frame him for Benny's murder. He also indicated that he had gone to the Scruggs' house several times, and that his fingerprints would be discovered all over the place, making it simpler for her to execute her plan. He also drew an extensive drawing of the caravan and revealed previously undisclosed features about the residence, such as how the bedroom door would not lock and the back door was bolted shut. The suspicions about Ivan rose even more when a witness stepped forward in 2013. After reading about Benny's murder in a newspaper, in the interview she said that her son dated Yvonne between 1989 and 1990 while she was still married to her new husband. She went on to add that when she questioned Yvonne about dating her son while married to someone else, Yvonne said that she loved both of them. The witness then warned her that she couldn't have it both ways, to which Yvonne responded that she had previously killed one spouse and could do it again if necessary. The son of the witness who dated Ivan was also present in the interview. He stated that he had inquired about the father of her child and what had happened to him during their courtship. Ivan said that he had died because she murdered him. She did, however, add that she was drunk and couldn't recall much of it. In 2013, the investigators interviewed some of Meyer's inmates. They mentioned that Meyer used to love mentioning his ongoing physical relationship with Yvonne when she was married to Benny. According to the inmates, Meyer also discussed the Benny Scruggs case with other convicts while imprisoned. According to one convict, Meyer waited outside in the caravan park and observed Benny, and on July 17, 1985, According to the detainee, Meyer told him that he knew Yvonne Scruggs would be in her son's room at the mobile home, leaving Benny alone in the bedroom. During another interview, a convict informed police that he was told by Meyer about what had happened on the day of Benny Scruggs' murder. According to his statement, he then went home, undressed, took a shower, and tossed his clothing and the murder weapon in the garbage. Meyer claimed he chose that day to kill because he knew the trash would be picked up first thing in the morning. He also mentioned that the trash collectors scooped up the garbage with the knife in it while the police were still searching for the murder weapon. Yvonne passed away in the city of Eagle River in Wisconsin due to severe alcohol poisoning. Despite the fact that Yvonne was the focus of Benny's investigations and the investigators had reservations about her, she was never accused of or prosecuted for murder. On hearing the news of Yvonne's death, Meyer told a witness that police would never find the knife because she was dead. Another inmate reported to the police that Meyer said he engaged in a physical relationship with Yvonne the night before he killed her husband Benny. Later in 2017, one of Meyer's fellow inmates stated in an interview that Meyer had confessed to killing Benny. He said that Meyer killed Benny because Yvonne refused to be with him while her husband was alive. He continued his interview by saying that he also overheard Meyer on the phone with his mother. In that phone call, Meyer was expressing his relief that both Benny and Yvonne were dead. The tape of the phone call was eventually recovered by the investigators, who confirmed the testimony by the witnesses. The Division of Criminal Investigation of the Wisconsin Department of Justice assisted the Wisconsin Rapids Police Department with the investigation. And in 2022, after 37 years, 60-year-old Donald Meyer was charged with the murder of Benny Scruggs. Assistant Wisconsin Attorney General Robert Kaiser was acting as the special prosecutor in the case. Meyer, who was in the Racine Correctional Institute in Sturtevant, was scheduled to make his initial appearance on the murder charge on September 9, 2022. However, he refused to come out of his cell for the hearing and even refused to work with his public defender. In December 2022, Meyer's public defender tried to get him a new date for a public hearing, but the judge was not eager to comply. However, Meyer got a second hearing and pleaded not guilty. His next trial was scheduled for April 2023, which took place through a video conference. The trial ended without a conclusive decision. On May 2, 2023, Donald Meyer appeared in court when Judge Todd Wolf ordered the competency assessment after the defendant made a series of allegations. This included Meyer's desire to terminate the contract with his legal representative and continue the case or to serve as his own attorney. Meyer's attorney, Timothy Hogan, claimed he was ignorant of Meyer's wish to relieve him of his duties. Judge Wolf then ordered a competency hearing. Before proceeding with the lawsuit, the case remained without a firm conclusion and no further court action was immediately scheduled. Nonetheless, it seemed quite obvious that Meyer would go through some time in prison even though his fate was not sealed at the hearings. Although Meyer's future was still up in the air, Benny was gone for good. The case of Benny Scruggs was complicated, and from a distance it seemed that any of them could have been the killer. But we'll have to wait and watch how legal proceedings progress. Only then will we have all of the answers. Do you think Meyer was truly responsible for Benny's death, or was it all orchestrated by Yvonne? Share your thoughts in the comments section. Saratoga is a city in Wood County, Wisconsin, located in Silicon Valley in southeastern Bay Area. Saratoga is an affluent residential community known for its wineries, restaurants, and attractions like Villa Montalvo, Mountain Winery, and Haycone Gardens. It not only offers inviting neighborhoods and friendly communities, but also a booming industry and incredible growth opportunities. Saratoga is home to several unique neighborhoods, each with its own character and charm. Brookview and Pride's Crossing in the north, Blue Hills and Greenbrier in the southwest, and Congress Springs in the southwestern corner of Saratoga. But amidst the beauty and charm of such vibrant communities, a sinister crime was committed in 1984. A 73-year-old woman was found brutally murdered in her own home, leaving investigators with little to no substantial evidence. Eleanor Roberts of Nakusa, Wood County, Wisconsin, was born on April 10, 1911. She was a beloved mother, wife, and grandmother. She had a son named Marshall Roberts who lived close to her in Saratoga. Known for her kind-hearted nature and always going out of her way to make sure everyone around her feels loved and cared for, she was a beloved member of the Saratoga community that she was residing in 1984. Sadly, when she was least expecting it, tragedy was waiting for her just around the corner. The events that unfolded in the Roberts household on that fateful day on November 27, 1984, was nothing short of chilling. It was after Eleanor failed to show up to meet her brother at an automobile dealership where she was looking to buy a car that her brother went to her home on South Hollywood, but when Eleanor didn't answer the door, he called her son Marshall Roberts. As Marshall made his way to his mother's Saratoga home, little did he know that he was about to be confronted with a scene of horror that would stay with him for the rest of his life. Marshall knew there was a key to his mother's house kept at a hidden place outdoors. As soon as he unlocked the door and entered the home, he immediately noticed that something was amiss. The air was heavy. The house was eerily quiet. But it wasn't until he made his way to the bathroom that he realized the magnitude of what had happened. As he opened the bathroom door, Marshall was hit with a sight that he could never have prepared for. His mother, Eleanor Roberts, lay motionless on the floor in a pool of her own blood. Her head was covered with a bath mat, which Marshall immediately pulled back, only to be confronted with the unthinkable. His mother's lifeless body, with signs of violent trauma. In that moment, Marshall knew that he was looking at a crime scene, one that would forever change the course of his life. Marshall immediately dialed 911 and reported that he had found his mother dead in her own home and gave the address to the police. Within minutes, officers were dispatched to the location. After he dialed 911, he was taken to the hospital. In a short while, the place was packed with Wood County Sheriff's Department detectives and forensic team personnel. The forensic pathologist who did the autopsy determined that she died from a combination of blunt force trauma and numerous stab wounds, which, based on the shape and other factors, he believed came from being stabbed with scissors. There were no natural causes related to her death, and the death was ruled a homicide, as the sheriff's office report stated. Someone had stabbed and beaten Eleanor to death. She suffered broken ribs and a punctured heart and lungs, the wounds being consistent with being stabbed with a pair of scissors. The only items authorities found missing upon further investigation of the home were a pair of scissors, a knife, and a telephone, according to the warrant. As the investigation into the tragic loss of an innocent life unfolded, the killer seemed to have left no trace behind, leaving the authorities with nothing to go on. But just when all hope seemed lost, a glimmer of light appeared in the form of a palm print that was found in the bathroom where Eleanor's body was found. Investigators found the knife that same day on Hillcrest Avenue in Saratoga, not far from Robert South Hollywood Road home. They found the scissors the next day, about 1.25 miles away, and the telephone 4 months later in March 1985 in the Wisconsin River, about 2.5 miles away. On the day of Eleanor's death, an officer found a ski mask on the branch of a tree across from Eleanor's home, according to the criminal complaint. It appeared to have been thrown there. The mask, along with the knife, the scissors, and the phone, were found in places along the same route. The investigators theorized that the potential suspect lived along this route as well. The route on which the evidence was found led the investigators to John A. Sarver, an employee who worked at a store where Eleanor had purchased a lawnmower from. On December 3, 1984, Sarver was first interviewed. He told investigators the day before Eleanor's death he was with another witness shooting pool at Evergreen Lanes. Investigators learned that Eleanor came into contact with Sarver when she bought a lawnmower from Competition Cycle where he worked. During the summer of 1984, the lawnmower required repairs covered by warranty, and Sarver had performed the repairs when Eleanor made the complaint. On May 1, 1985, Sarver was interviewed again, and he confirmed his last contact with Eleanor would have been in the summer of 1984 when he went to repair the lawnmower she had bought from his employer. When the palm print that was found in the bathroom was identified and confirmed as Sarver's, he was interviewed again. And again he told the investigators that his last contact with her was late summer, early fall 1984, which was consistent with other records investigators had, but Sarver said he never was inside her home. So how did his handprint get there? The other witness Sarver claimed to have been with at the time of the murders was also interviewed, and while the witness could not specifically remember everything that night, he said he didn't remember ever shooting pool with Sarver. Investigators said he gave several different alibis in that interview. And upon further interrogation of the witnesses Sarver had claimed to be with, none of them could be confirmed. In fact, another witness he said that he was with told investigators they were by themselves that evening. During various interviews, Sarver gave different explanations of where he was when Eleanor was killed. Investigators were never able to confirm any of his explanations or alibis. Another witness around the time of Eleanor's death told investigators Sarver was having financial difficulties and that he had borrowed $2,000 from him shortly after the murder. The witness said he was never paid back. In 2005, a confidential informant at the time told investigators that 17 years earlier, Sarver admitted to killing a woman with a karate chop to her neck, which matched Eleanor's injuries, according to the complaint. For small claims, cases were filed against Sarver since 2006 for non-payment of bills, and one similar case was filed 3 months after he was arrested. Eventually, though it seemed like all the evidence pointed to Sarver, the case went cold. Retired Wood County Sheriff's Office Lieutenant Robert Lewandowski, who was one of the first investigators on the case, said the case often stalled through the years. Former Sheriff's investigator Jay Schroeder spent hours organizing years' worth of information. There often were disagreements between investigators and prosecutors about whether the case was ready to be reopened. Lewandowski said for decades it sat cold and a solution seemed impossibly far. Nearly 3 decades after the crime, in May 2013, investigators said they got a search warrant to obtain DNA from John A. Sarver, whom authorities had regarded as a prime suspect in the case since Eleanor's tragic demise. Jerome C. Lippert, a retired business executive who lives in the Pittsville area and studies local history and events, wrote an article that was published in the Wisconsin Rapids Tribune on December 16, 2016, which made a shocking claim. Not all police officers involved in the case deserve praise. What unfolded was a story within the story. During the late 1980s, John Sarver served as a citizen informant for the Wood County Drug Enforcement Unit under the supervision of Detective Brian Illingworth, also known as Big Al in the field. Illingworth, who was later retired as a detective and former Wood County Sheriff, testified during the trial. Despite attempting to present a favorable view of his work with Sarver, evidence presented during the trial suggested that the former sheriff had become too close to his informant. For instance, Sarver was not fingerprinted upon starting his work, a standard procedure that was only carried out 2 years later by another officer. Additionally, Illingworth attended Sarver's wedding, an uncommon practice, and there was a question during the trial about Sarver becoming heavily intoxicated while under Illingworth's supervision, which is clearly against departmental policy. In 1988, during the investigation into Eleanor Roberts' murder, an intriguing meeting took place at a cabin in Adams County where Sarver and Illingworth were purportedly alone before other law enforcement officers arrived to question Sarver. The details of that conversation held during this private interaction, if any, have never been disclosed. Furthermore, Lippert was aware of another crucial piece of information that never came to light during the trial. In the 1990s, a member of the Roberts family approached then-Sheriff Illingworth with a Reader's Digest article that discussed advances in DNA testing, wondering if it could help with the case. Shockingly, the sheriff glanced at the family member and callously retorted, "The suspect is a friend of mine," before tossing the magazine back at them. This is an utterly unacceptable response for any law enforcement officer to give to a grieving family member seeking justice for their loved one. It can now be openly stated that not all police officers involved in this case deserve praise. This attitude or conflict could have contributed to the delay in justice for this case. Furthermore, there was a peculiar incident that occurred towards the end of Sheriff Illingworth's career in Wood County, which may have some correlation. It is possible that some long-term residents in the area remember that in 1997, Illingworth was admitted to Rock County Institution, allegedly due to depression and struggles with alcohol and drug abuse. This information was initially kept from the public, but eventually came to light, and as a result, Illingworth decided not to seek re-election in 1998. He retired from law enforcement without much fanfare the following year. In that article, Lippert also noted that there had been a chief suspect. At the time, he was not at liberty to name the individual for obvious reasons. But that person was Mr. Sarver. Lippert also indicated that the whole story was not being told. Indeed, the trial proved that his assertion was also correct. He asked for renewed interest in this case, which led the investigators to work on this case determined to find the killer of Eleanor Roberts. The Wood County Sheriff's Officer Heiser added, "The first thing we did was look at all the evidence, looked at the 5,000, 6,000 pages of reports that were done over the years. And then we met with all the investigators who had worked the case." The accused, Sarver, was 21 when Eleanor died, worked at a business that sold her a lawnmower, and had gone to service it at her home, according to the warrant. At first, he told authorities he was never inside Roberts' home, but investigators later found his palm print on the bathroom counter. In April 2020, the same witness told investigators that Sarver admitted to going into Eleanor's home to rob her. He said he was surprised she was home and beat her to death by accident, according to the complaint. After nearly 36 years, developments were made in the gruesome Central Wisconsin murder case. One of the key witnesses who wanted to remain anonymous finally came forward in 2020 after almost 4 decades of suppressing his memories, primarily due to fear. He was the one who confirmed at trial that there were in fact 3 people at the crime scene in 1984. During his testimony, Mr. Sarver was referred to as a scary dude due to his connections with the police, which made him afraid to speak out and even fear for his safety. In 2020, he overcame his fear of John Sarver and decided to come forward with his painful memories, realizing that it was better to confront them before he died. His testimony was truly gripping. The courtroom was so silent that one could have heard a pin drop. As per the complaint, the witness told the investigators that he had heard that Sarver had confessed to breaking into Eleanor's house through the rear entrance with the intention of robbing her and accidentally killing her. The criminal complaint states that the department persisted in submitting samples for DNA testing from 1988 until 2020, utilizing increasingly sophisticated testing techniques as they became available. The case experienced a setback after charges were pressed in 2020. The Wood County Sheriff's Office and Wisconsin Department of Justice, DOJ, announced that on August 27, 2020, the prime suspect of this case, John A. Sarver from Port Edwards, Wisconsin, had been arrested in connection to the first-degree murder in the death of 73-year-old Eleanor Roberts. If convicted, Sarver, who had been in jail pending a $1 million cash bond, had been charged faces a maximum sentence of life in prison. Sarver had a hearing and requested Wood County Circuit Judge Nicholas Brazitt Jr. delay the trial scheduled to start March 14, 2022. Roberts' son and Assistant Wisconsin Attorney General Annie J., a special prosecutor in the case, both asked Brazitt to keep the trial scheduled for March 14th through 18th, according to online court records. Sarver's attorney, Jeremy Meyerode, said he and attorney Taylor Hart needed more time to interview witnesses and finish their investigation. Brazitt ordered the trial be reset and scheduled for a hearing for updates on March 15, 2022. And in November 2022, John Sarver was found guilty at trial of killing Eleanor Roberts. Because Sarver committed the crime after November 3, 1983, but before August 31, 1995, the judge has no say over his parole eligibility. Sarver will have to serve 13 years and 4 months before he can go before a parole board. An inmate must satisfy 5 requirements before the parole commissioner may recommend a grant to the parole chair. The 5 requirements are good conduct, competition of programming, sufficient reduction in risk to the public upon release, sufficient time served so as not to depreciate the seriousness of the offense, and a completed and approved release plan as determined by request of an investigation by the commission. He has had the opportunity to live a full life, to raise a family that maybe he shouldn't have had the opportunity to do. It's a good thing that he did it because there are good people in this world, but there isn't nothing in my mind or heart that makes me think that he should have opportunities to get out there, said Judge Brazil. Was his parole, according to the reports. The arrest came as the result of a joint investigation between the Sheriff's Department and the State Department of Justice which will prosecute the case, Wood County Sheriff Sean Becker said. It was a brutal homicide that has gone unsolved for way too long, Becker said during a news conference outside the Wood County Courthouse. There were times that people were frustrated, but we never gave up. The prosecutors from the State of Wisconsin Department of Justice, DOJ, did an excellent job of methodically building their case. The lead defense attorney did his job in fine fashion as well, working to cast doubt whenever he could. Ultimately, however, he was not successful because from my perspective, the facts were just too much to overcome, Wood County Sheriff Sean Becker said. November 2, 2022, in Branch 2 Wood County Court, a guilty verdict was finally rendered in the case. John A. Sarver was convicted of this heinous crime and the case finally came to its conclusion. On January 23, 2023, justice was finally served in the case when John A. Sarver was sentenced for the first-degree murder of 73-year-old Eleanor Roberts. The resolution is a significant achievement and testament to law enforcement officials' dedication and persistence, providing closure to the victim's family and the community, and reminding us that justice can be served regardless of time passed. This case takes us to Sanford, one of the cities of the U.S. state of Florida. It is situated in the central part of Florida. Sanford, the historic waterfront gateway city, is located near the mouth of the St. Johns River on the southern edge of Lake Monroe. Thousands of years before the city was founded, Native Americans inhabited the region. Since then, a myriad of diverse people settled down in the Sanford region. The historic district has grown in recent years, drawing a wide range of restaurants and breweries and providing a charming low-key nightlife to the city. The Army, Air Force, and Naval Training Center in Orlando brought plenty of people to reside in Sanford for comfort. It has a tight-knit community where people help one another, even though it has its share of local crime. Pamela Kahanas's murder was one such crime. At Stanford, witnessed in 1984. Born on August 24, 1958, in Stillwater, Washington County, Minnesota, Pamela Jane Kahanes was the second youngest of 8 siblings. Her parents, Louis and Alice Kahanes, ran a dairy farm together to raise their 8 children. Pamela was raised in a close-knit, loving family in Stillwater. Later, she relocated to St. Paul so she could work for a publishing house. By the time she was 25, she wanted to explore more. She applied for the Navy, and fortunately she got the offer from the Navy to travel the globe. Pamela gladly accepted the offer and decided to report to boot camp in Orlando with her parents' approval. It was because of her background on the family farm. She was confident and well prepared for military duty. In order to travel across the nation to Florida, Pamela Kajones bid farewell to her 7 brothers and sisters in May 1984. She was excited about the boot camp and was indeed thriving in her training. Finally, she successfully made it through 2 months and graduated from the Naval Training Center of Orlando. Before reporting for her duty to serve the nation, she wanted to return home one more time to spend time with her loving family in Minnesota. But things didn't go as planned. On August 3, 1984, Pamela graduated from her training in the Orlando Naval Training Center after 2 months of hard work and consistency. The next morning, Pamela went to the Fashion Square Mall in Orlando. She bought a few things and spent a good time strolling around the area. She bought something in the late afternoon at a Kmart in Orlando. Between 6 p.m. and 7:30 p.m., she was spotted at the Navy Training Center with an unidentified man and then in Main Street. The two were strolling in the same area. Pamela and the unknown man were later spotted at the Mariners Club, a pub and club on the she was supposedly also seen after 8 p.m. at an ABC liquor store in Sanford. She was quite excited about the new life she was stepping into. However, fate had other plans for her. On the morning of August 5, 1984, a car was passing by the Riverview area near Sanford. It was around 7 a.m. and the driver was enjoying the calmness around when his eyes landed on something unusual. It was a woman lying unconscious in the front yard of an abandoned house in the same area. The driver stopped his car and took a closer look at the woman. It didn't take him long to understand that what he thought to be an unconscious woman laying on a lawn was actually deceased. He immediately called 911 and reported everything that he had discovered. Seminole County Police rushed to the crime scene. The police confirmed that it was the body of 25-year-old Pamela Kajones. She was found almost naked except for a pair of white underwear. Nobody knew how she got to be a half-hour north of the Orlando Naval Training Facility. Was she taken to that place, or did she go there willingly? Based on the immediate physical evidence on her body, police reported that she had been beaten and strangled. They were also able to deduce that she was not killed at the location where her body was found, rather she was just dumped there from a vehicle with all of her belongings. A generic receipt found at the crime site indicated that a transaction was made by Pamela at a Chinese restaurant around 1 a.m., which confirmed that she was still alive at 1 a.m. on August 5, 1984. Pamela had her whole life in front of her. But there she was, lying dead cold in the front yard of an abandoned house. A young lady who dreamt of serving the nation by fighting for it lost the battle of life to some vicious criminal. Was the criminal someone she already knew? Or was it some stranger who resided in the local area? What could be the motive behind this murder? The investigation started immediately after finding her body, and the detectives firmly believed that the suspect was related to the training base. They found bloodstains on her fingernails, and it was reported in the autopsy that she tried fighting back for 8 to 10 minutes, but then the murderer overpowered her and was successful in killing her. In fact, the police also retrieved bodily fluid samples from her underwear, which police believe to be a significant piece of evidence in the case. Other than that, police were able to get a detailed timeline of her movements and places where she had been seen between August 3, 1984, the day of graduation, and August 5, 1984, the day her body was found, in case any clues could lead the investigators to the suspect. It helped investigators with 2 things. First, It arranged the series of events that took place before her murder in chronological order. And second, it provided them with a suspect who Pamela was hanging out with when she was last seen at Mariners Club on the night of August 4, 1984. Investigators were unable to identify her close friends because the majority of Pamela's classmates had already departed Orlando. Could not understand why somebody would want to harm her. Detectives of Seminole County, Florida, put a lot of effort into the case, but no arrests were ever made. Slowly and unfortunately due to the lack of evidence, the case went cold. However, in the late 1980s, in a demoralizing turn of events, the family received a tip that the suspect might have been captured, but it was revealed that the tip was inaccurate. One of Pamela's older siblings, Eileen Cajuns Bergman, recalled that the incident led her and her family to lose faith in the investigation. Justice seemed like a dream for the Cajuns family at that time. Investigators were as frustrated as the family, if not more. They had similar questions in their minds. How long would it take to capture the perpetrator? If the killer is still roaming around freely, how many more lives, like Pamela's, are at stake? The case was reopened in 1995 when the investigators were confident that they had access to new and better technology. They carried out forensic tests on Pamela's underwear from a new perspective. With the DNA taken from under her fingernails and the bodily fluid that was found on the forensic experts were able to create a DNA profile of the suspect. Although they did succeed in creating the DNA profile of the suspect, they did not manage to identify him. Without any constructive lead to move on, detectives were standing at the same point they started the investigation. Slowly, the case turned cold again for almost another 2 decades. The Cajuns family tried to move on, but couldn't. As Pamela's death and not finding the person behind it weighed way more than they thought. It wasn't until 2018 that investigators had the technology that had the potential to provide a more constructive result. Thus, they decided to give this case another shot and try their luck again. Based on the extracted DNA and the suspect profiling performed in the 1990s, they were able to build a family tree after uploading the data of the extracted DNA to a public database and analyzing the matches. This led them to 59-year-old Thomas Lewis Garner, who was a dental hygienist practicing in Jacksonville in 2018. Born on January 16, 1960, Thomas Lewis Garner grew up in Glenwood, Alabama, USA. In his long career, he had the phase of serving the nation when he joined the military and training centers of the naval recruitment facilities. In 1984, he was training at Orlando Naval Training Center. Soon after, he decided to leave the military and practiced as an independent dental hygienist. In February 2019, a surveillance team watching Gardner observed him throwing out a bag of garbage at his Jacksonville residence. They retrieved a cigarette butt, a cotton swab, and a piece of used dental floss from the bag. These items were sent for DNA analysis. Soon after, the results were back. DNA from the bodily fluid on Pamela's underwear matched Garner's DNA. The Seminole County Sheriff's Department detective texted the Cajuns family on Sunday, March 10, 2019, to set up a face-to-face meeting in Minnesota, where 5 of the siblings still resided. The family was expecting an informal meeting that would include some case updates, as the detectives had not explained the reasons before the meeting. The siblings gathered at Bugman's home, and 4 days later, on March 14, 2019, Thursday morning, it was the time for the meeting. When the investigators entered the room and announced that she wanted to show them a video, the siblings were sure it was some update on the case of their deceased sister. The footage showed Thomas being taken into custody on March 13, 2019, 1 day before the meeting. Thomas Gardner was unknown to the Cajuns family. However, his existence now was a constant reminder to them that he was the one who took away the life of their loving sister Pam. Eileen recalled the moment investigators informed them about the arrest. She remarked that the siblings never really knew that the case would be solved, so once they were informed about the arrest, they were overjoyed and overwhelmed with a sense of relief. It was after the Cajuns family was informed the news of the arrest was made public. Remarked that the man probably thought he was getting away with murder. Investigators were now able to retrieve information about his background, which suggested that Thomas was stationed at the Naval Training Facility in Orlando at the same time as Pamela Cajuns. After his arrest, he denied knowing Pamela in person and remarked that he did not understand how he was charged with her murder. Thomas additionally turned up as a potential DNA match in a Honolulu homicide from September 1982. An Atlanta-based employee of Delta Airlines named Kathy Hicks vanished while traveling to Hawaii. Thomas's DNA, according to authorities, matched evidence found at the spot where Kathy Hicks' body was found on a grassy slope along now a new poly drive close to a ravine. According to reports, Kathy was beaten to death and strangled, just like Pamela. The detectives even found out that he was in Honolulu when Kathy was visiting a softball tournament with her Delta Airlines co-workers and later turned up dead. Thomas Lewis Garner was not charged with killing Kathy Hicks because the case's evidence had not yet been thoroughly examined. He was taken up for his trial at the Seminole County Courthouse as the 4-day trial commenced, Pamela's family assembled to seek justice for their beloved Pam. During the trial, Anna Valentini, assistant state attorney, said in a statement that for the sake of defending her nation, Pamela Cajans joined the Navy. Instead, she was forced to defend herself against Thomas Garner for more than 8 minutes before succumbing to his attacks. Thomas maintained his innocence throughout his trial, admitting that he was pretty promiscuous at the time, but denying that he killed her. He also stated that if he had a casual fling with Pamela, he probably wouldn't remember. Although the motive behind the murder was unknown and Thomas kept on pleading not guilty to the charges against him, the matching DNA of his bodily fluid found in the underwear of Pamela and the DNA profile of Thomas told a different story. The fact that they were in the same naval training facility in Orlando in the same period was significant enough for the 12-member jury of the Seminole County Courthouse to give away the verdict of this case. The charges against him were proved in favor of the prosecution. After 2 hours of review at the Seminole County Courthouse in Sanford, Thomas Garner of Jacksonville was found guilty by a jury, according to Todd Brown, a spokesperson for the Seminole Brevard State Attorney Phil Archer. Circuit Judge Marlene Alva gave Thomas Garner a life sentence in prison. 2 hours after the procedure with the jury began on the Pamela Kahani's murder case, Eileen said the moment the decision was read was bittersweet. She knew that her young sister Pamela wouldn't ever return. But they still had to seek justice and let Pamela's soul rest in peace. She acknowledged the loss that was around the joy after the verdict was made against Thomas Garner. There was some relaxation, but there was no sense of closure. "It'll stay up there for a while," Eileen said. "Our parents are no longer with us, so it would have been lovely to be able to share it with them and let them appreciate this moment." However, the siblings acknowledged the happiness that the news brought for the rest of them. Nevertheless, the family had some painful recollections after hearing the judgment. Jerry Kahane, Pamela's elder brother, stated it brought them right back to that same day when they heard the bad news. In Lake Elmo, near Highway 36, a striking new billboard appeared at Eileen's family's company, Country Sun Farm and Greenhouse, after the arrest. It was erected by Eileen's son, who was only 11 years old when his aunt tragically passed away. The billboard was put up to ensure that the entire community could bear witness to justice. Over the years, the case remained a point of deep interest for neighbors, friends, and Pamela's former classmates from Stillwater High who have steadfastly maintained their involvement. Federal Way, Washington is a city that perfectly blends urban amenities with natural beauty. With its stunning views of Mount Rainier and the shimmering Puget Sound, it's a paradise for nature lovers. The city has a population of over 100,000 people, making it a bustling and diverse community. From shopping malls to movie theaters to sports centers, Federal Way has everything you need for a modern lifestyle. Despite its urban flair, the city has a warm and welcoming vibe that's hard to resist. However, in 1991, a tragic incident rocked the city to its core. The brutal murder of Sarah Yarbrough sent shockwaves through the community, turning this idyllic place into a scene of horror. Sarah Yarbrough was born on October 3, 1975 in the city of Federal Way, Washington. She was a young woman full of life and energy. Sarah had an infectious smile that could light up a room and a kind heart that touched everyone she met. Sarah was an excellent student who excelled academically, but her true passion lay in the arts. And music was her life. She exhibited her love for dance and music by joining the school's cheerleading team. She loved to sketch, paint, and create works of art that could express her innermost feelings. Sarah was a caring sister to her younger brother Andrew and always made time for him even when she was busy with her own interests. She was the kind of person who would go out of her way to help someone in need. Her friends described her as a beautiful person inside and out, and her teachers adored her for her hardworking attitude and dedication to her studies. The day of the murder, in the cold morning of December 14, 1991, Sarah Yarbrough woke up with excitement bubbling inside her. It was the day of the drill competition, and she had been looking forward to this day for weeks. She got dressed in her cheerleading outfit, put on some music, and started doing her hair. After getting ready, she got into her car and drove to Federal Way High School. As she pulled into the parking lot, she saw her teammates gathered around the bus, chatting and laughing. She parked her car and walked over to join them, feeling happy and excited. However, things took a dark turn soon after. On December 14, 1991, Sarah did not make it onto the school bus scheduled to leave Federal Way High School at 9:30 a.m. Her body was discovered by two boys who were cutting through the campus and saw a man pop out of the bushes and quickly walk away, tossing glances over his shoulder at them. As they passed by, they saw Sarah's body lying in a brushy area near the school's tennis courts, just 150 feet away from where her parked car was located. The boys ran back to one boy's house to alert his parents. One boy's father drove to the school and immediately called 911, leading to a large-scale police response. The police quickly realized that they were dealing with a horrific crime, and immediately began gathering evidence from the crime scene. Detective Jim Doyen, the lead investigator in her murder case, felt a deep sense of responsibility to find justice for her. He led the investigation, and the King County Sheriff's Department took charge of the case. The police recovered DNA from the scene, including semen stains on Sarah's clothing and DNA from underneath her fingernails. However, the DNA did not match anyone in their database. Despite hundreds of individuals being swabbed, the case remained unsolved for many years. The police also examined Sarah's cell phone and vehicle but found no significant information. Jody Sass, a DNA scientist at the Washington State Patrol Crime Lab, worked tirelessly on the case. Along with other investigators and scientists, the case had all the solvability factors that investigators could ask for, including a single-source male DNA profile and two eyewitnesses who provided a sketch and a detailed description of the suspect they had seen leaving the crime scene. The King County Sheriff's Department immediately started a search for the suspect and circulated two composite sketches of a possible suspect in the local media, hoping that someone would recognize him. The sketches depicted a man in his 20s at the time of the attack with shoulder-length blonde hair. He was described as wearing a black trench coat and driving a 1970 tan Chevrolet Nova-style car. The police also shared details of the man's physical appearance and other information they had gathered from the scene. Despite the police's best efforts, the sketches did not lead to the identification of a suspect, and a name was never put to the sketch. The lack of a suspect meant that the case remained unsolved for many years, causing anguish to Sarah's family and friends. The case continued to receive media coverage and the police continued to appeal for information. But no new leads emerged. The case went cold for 30 years. As Sarah's younger brother Andrew ran around the field kicking the ball with his teammates, he had no idea that his world was about to shatter into a million pieces. His mind was consumed with the game, unaware that just a few miles away, his sister was taking her last breaths. As the game progressed, the police arrived at the field. Andrew's parents were pulled aside and given the news that would change their lives forever. Meanwhile, Andrew continued to play, completely unaware of the tragedy that had befallen his family. It was only later, when he returned home, that the full extent of the situation became clear. Sarah's absence felt like a gaping hole in the heart of the family. Andrew was left to grumble with the knowledge that his beloved sister was gone forever, taken from him by an unknown assailant in a senseless act of violence. After the case had lain cold for 30 years, the investigation started again upon finding a new twist. The connection between the Yarborough case and the Mayflower Fullers is a fascinating one, and it highlights the power of genetic genealogy in solving cold cases. The Fuller YSD, or Surname Project, was a group of descendants of Robert Fuller who arrived in Salem, Massachusetts in the 1630s and were relatives of the Mayflower Fullers. The project consisted of individuals who share the Fuller surname and had undergone YSDR testing, which analyzes short tandem repeats on the Y chromosome that are passed down from father to son. When identifiers began working on the Yarborough case in 2011, they searched the YSDR database and found a match between the killer's YSDR profile and members of the Fuller Project. This led investigators to William Fuller, a longtime friend of the Yarborough family, who had been in the area at the time of the murder. Fuller's daughter Elizabeth was also a classmate of Sarah's. William Fuller voluntarily gave a DNA sample, which was compared to the crime scene DNA. It was determined that he was not the killer, nor was he the father of the killer. However, his YSDR profile matched the Y profile from the crime scene DNA, indicating he was a paternal cousin of the killer. This was an important breakthrough in the case because it allowed authorities to trace the killer's genealogy back to the 1600s, even though the killer himself was still unknown. Investigators looked into other Fullers in the area, but the case went cold again. It wasn't until 2019 that the case saw a breakthrough, when DNA evidence found at the scene was matched to a profile in the National Combined DNA Index System, or CODIS, database. This match identified Patrick Leon Nicholas as a potential suspect in the case. CODIS is a large computer database that enables federal, state, and local forensic laboratories to exchange and compare DNA profiles electronically, linking violent crimes to each other and to known offenders. The DNA match was achieved using autosomal SNP testing, which analyzes single nucleotide polymorphisms, or SNPs, throughout an individual's genome to identify potential relatives. Patrick Leon Nicholas, the suspect in the 1991 murder of Sarah Yarborough, was a man with a dark past. Born in the early 1960s, Nicholas was in his late 20s at the time of the murder. He was described as having a lean, athletic build, standing at around 6 feet tall, with short brown hair and brown eyes. Nicholas had a troubled history long before he became a suspect in the Yarborough case. In 1986, he was arrested for possession of cocaine and received a sentence of 30 days in jail. He was arrested again in 1988, this time for the assault of a young girl in Benton County, Oregon. Nicholas approached the victim in her car, brandishing a knife and threatening to kill her. He then forced her to undress and walked her towards a river where she managed to escape by swimming away. He was convicted of the crime and sentenced to 10 years in prison, though he was released after serving only 4 years. Despite his criminal history, Nicholas was never a suspect in the Yarborough case until advances in forensic genetic genealogy brought his DNA to the attention of detectives. Patrick Leon Nicholas was a man who had managed to escape suspicion for all those years. Despite a rap sheet that included arrests for assault and other crimes, Nicholas had never been on the radar of the investigators who had tirelessly worked the case. But DNA doesn't lie, and when forensic scientists examined the genetic material found at the crime scene and compared it to a sample from Nicholas, they found a match that was nothing short of remarkable. Perfect match. The odds of someone else having the same genetic profile was 1 in 120 quadrillion. It was a revelation that stunned everyone involved in the case. To build their case against Nicholas, detectives put him under surveillance following his every move. And it was during this surveillance that they were able to collect the evidence they needed. And a paper napkin that fell from Nicholas's pocket were all it took. The DNA on one of the cigarettes was a match for the DNA found on several items of Yarborough's clothing at the scene. It was a long time coming, but finally there was a break in the case. And it was all thanks to the groundbreaking technology of forensic genetic genealogy. Nicholas was finally arrested in January 2019 and his trial began in January 2020, nearly 30 years after the murder of Sarah Yarborough. The trial of Patrick Leon Nicholas for the murder of Sarah Yarborough was a tense and emotional affair. Throughout the proceedings, the prosecution presented a compelling case against Nicholas, linking him to the crime through strong forensic evidence. Expert witnesses testified that DNA samples taken from Yarborough's clothing and body matched Nicholas's DNA, which had been collected from cigarette butts and a napkin left behind by Nicholas while he was under surveillance. This evidence proved to be crucial in the case against Nicholas. Furthermore, prosecutors argued that Nicholas had assaulted Yarborough before strangling her to death. They also presented testimony from witnesses who claimed to have seen Nicholas near the school on the day of the murder. This testimony, combined with the DNA evidence, made a strong case against Nicholas. In response, Nicholas's defense team tried to cast doubt on the prosecution's evidence, especially the reliability of DNA testing. They also argued that there were other potential suspects, who should have been investigated more thoroughly but who were overlooked by investigators. However, the prosecution was able to refute those claims and maintain their case against Nicholas. During the trial, Yarborough's mother Laura emotionally testified about the moment when she learned that her daughter's body had been found. Her mother's testimony brought back painful memories for those in the courtroom, including friends from the Federal Way High School class of 1993 who packed the room. One of Sarah's friends, Shannon Grant, testified about driving by the school and seeing police caution tape after the murder. The trial was also a reminder of the passage of time, as many of the original detectives on the case had retired or passed away and some witnesses had moved away. One of the officers who initially responded to the scene in 1991 also testified during the trial, highlighting the longevity and complexity of the case. The trial was a highly emotional affair for Yarborough's family and friends. They were present throughout the proceedings, listening to testimony about the brutal murder of their loved. Emotions ran high as they waited for justice to be served after more than 3 decades of waiting. The trial lasted several weeks, during which time the jury heard from dozens of witnesses and experts. The proceedings were meticulous and thorough, with each piece of evidence and testimony carefully examined. In the end, the jury found Patrick Neon Nicholas guilty of first-degree murder, and he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. The verdict brought closure to Yarborough's family and friends who had waited more than 3 decades for justice to be served. While the trial was a difficult and emotional experience, they were finally able to see the person responsible for their loved one's death brought to justice. The trial served as a reminder that justice may be delayed, but it will eventually be served. The comments made by the mother and friends of Sarah Yarborough are a testament to the lasting impact of her murder on their lives. For Laura Yarborough, the case had been a constant weight on her and her family's minds. The news of the arrest was both a relief and a trigger, bringing back all the emotions of 1991. The thought of what Sarah could have accomplished in her life also added to their sorrow. Despite their grief, they were united in their determination to see justice served for their loved one. Laura Yarborough said that although they continued with their lives, the case was always at the back of their minds as unfinished business. She expressed that living with this for 28 years had been exhausting, and if the case had never been solved, it would have cast a shadow over their lives for the rest of their time. Nestled on the southwestern side of Dallas, Texas, lies a neighborhood with a unique charm and character, Oak Cliff. This vibrant community boasts a fusion of eclectic cultures, diverse architecture, and natural beauty that exudes an undeniable charm. As you enter Oak Cliff, you are greeted by a kaleidoscope of colors that adorn the streets and buildings. From the stunning murals that line the walls to the quirky boutiques and vibrant markets, there is no shortage of eye-catching sights to behold. Oak Cliff is a place where people know their neighbors and take pride in their community. Its population of over 64,000 is made up of a diverse group of individuals, each with their own unique story to tell. From artists to entrepreneurs, the neighborhood is home to people from all walks of life. But it was here, in this seemingly peaceful neighborhood, that a horrible crime took place in 1989. Mary Haig Kelly was a woman who lived a long and fulfilling life at her residence in North Francis Street in Oak Cliff, Dallas. She was born in Clarksville, Texas on May 5, 1911, to her parents, John and Lulu May Haig, John Jr. and Richard, and a sister, Maddie. From a young age, Mary had a passion for learning, which she would carry with her throughout her life. Mary attended East Texas State Teachers College, which is now known as Texas A&M University Commerce. In 1931, she graduated with a degree in education and went on to teach at several schools. Mary's teaching career spanned over 30 years in the Dallas Independent School District, where she was loved by her students for her kindness and compassion. Mary never married and had no children of her own. She lived alone in an apartment at Villa de Oro Complex in Oak Cliff, a neighborhood in Dallas. Mary was known for being a private person who kept to herself, but she was friendly with her neighbors and would often stop to chat with them. By 1989, Mary was 78 years old. She had been retired for several years but still kept in touch with many of her former students. She was a beloved member of the community and had a reputation for being a kind and caring person. But little did anyone know that a tragic event was waiting for her just around the corner. On the chilly winter day of January 19, 1989, the Dallas Police Department received a distressing call. A concerned relative of Mary Haig Kelly had used his own key to enter her residence after being unable to get in touch with her. Upon entering, he was met with a horrifying sight. Mary Haig Kelly was found dead, naked from the waist down, shoved underneath her. The relative immediately called the police and patrol officers rushed to the scene. As the officers arrived on the scene, they were met with a tense atmosphere. The home was quiet, yet the sense of unease was palpable. The relative who had discovered Mary's body was waiting outside, his face etched with worry and grief. The officers entered the residence, apprehensive about what they might find. The officers' eyes were immediately drawn to the bed, where they saw Mary Haig Kelly's lifeless body shoved underneath the bed. She lay there naked from the waist down, as if someone had been there with her and taken advantage of her vulnerable state. The sight of her limp, cold body was an image that would stay with the officers for a long time to come. Everyone who knew her, from her former students to her neighbors, was devastated by her untimely and violent death. Mary was known for her gentle and caring personality, and the idea that someone could do something so heinous to her was almost unbearable. The post-mortem examination revealed that Mary had been strangled to death, her life for her humanity. Some items missing from her home indicated that a burglary had taken place, but the absence of forced entry was puzzling. How had the perpetrator gotten into Mary's home undetected? The investigation into Mary Haig Kelly's murder was intensive and thorough, with detectives interviewing several persons of interest and canvassing local pawn shops for her stolen valuables. Despite their best efforts, no leads materialized and the investigation began to stall. The lack of forced entry at the crime scene puzzled investigators, who could not determine how the perpetrator had gained access to Mary's home without leaving any sign of a break-in. Prints found at the crime scene were submitted for comparison, but no matches were found, leaving detectives at a dead end. Forensic DNA evidence was also found, however, there was no one it could be traced to. Frustrated and running out of options, the case information was submitted to the FBI's Violent Crime Apprehension Program, VICAP, in hopes of finding similar cases. Pawn shops throughout the city were contacted to check for stolen items missing from Mary's home, but to no avail. The investigation went on for months, but with no witnesses to the crime and all leads exhausted, the case eventually went cold. Despite the lack of progress, detectives remained committed to solving the case and bringing justice to Mary Haig Kelly and her family. After 33 years, the case of Mary Haig Kelly was reopened in November of 2021 when the Dallas County District Attorney's Office teamed up with Othram to explore if advanced DNA testing could provide new leads. The forensic DNA evidence found at the crime scene all those years ago was sent to Othram, and using forensic-grade genome sequencing, they were able to develop a genealogical profile from DNA evidence. With the help of the in-house genealogy team, they were able to produce investigative leads that were submitted back to the Dallas County District Attorney's Office. The investigation continued, and in July 2022, 53-year-old Davis Rojas was identified as the suspect in the murder of Mary Haig Kelly, thanks to the breakthrough that Othram provided. The Dallas Police Department arrested Rojas and charged him with capital murder. The funding for the DNA testing and genealogical research was made possible through a grant from Season of Justice. The grant was awarded to Leighton DeAntony from the Dallas County District Attorney's Office. The Season of Justice has been a valuable resource in pushing cold cases forward. Through funding for advanced DNA solutions like forensic genealogy and next-generation sequencing. Rojas was 20 years old at the time of the murder, and genetic genealogy led to the half-brother of the man whose DNA was found on Kelly's body. He lived next door to Kelly at the time of her death. The police tracked down the half-brother and used a discarded six-pack of Bud Light to that which was found on Kelly's body. The Dallas Police Department announced Rojas' arrest on July 22, 2022, and he is being held at the Dallas County Jail on a $750,000 bond. DeAntony, Assistant District Attorney of Dallas County DA's office, praised the work of Othram in solving this difficult case, saying that the case would not have been solved without them. This case is a testament to the power of advanced DNA testing and genealogical research in solving cold cases that seemed unsolvable for years. The Mary Haig Kelly cold case is a haunting reminder of the importance of justice and closure for victims and their families. For over 3 decades, the investigation remained cold until advanced DNA testing and genealogical and identified a suspect. The work of organizations like Othram and Season of Justice, along with the relentless dedication of law enforcement officials, played a crucial role in bringing David Rojas to justice. This case serves as a testament to the power of collaboration and cutting-edge technology in the pursuit of justice. While the outcome cannot undo the tragic loss of Mary Haig Kelly, it is a step towards healing and a reminder that no case is truly closed until justice is served. Nestled in the heart of the Lone Star State, Beaumont, Texas, this vibrant city with its own unique character sits along the banks of the mighty Neches River. Home to a diverse population, Beaumont pulsates with energy and intrigue. With a population of over 118,000 residents, Beaumont strikes a balance between a close-knit community and the buzz of urban life. Its streets weave a tapestry of history as evidenced by the stately architecture that adorns its neighborhoods. The city's roots run deep, with a rich cultural heritage that resonates in its art, music, and culinary offerings. But this city was also the stage for the chilling tale of Mary Edwards. Mary Catherine Edwards, a name that echoed through the corridors of Price Elementary, was more than just a school teacher. Born on July 9, 1963, to Mary and Edwards and Lum Caswell Edwards, her journey began in a different time in a world that awaited her with open arms. From a young age, Mary exuded a natural intellect and a passion for leading her down the path of education. In 1992, Mary became a teacher at Price Elementary School in Beaumont, Texas. She had a positive presence and engaged her students with her enthusiasm. Throughout her career, she made a lasting impact on her students, encouraging them to embrace learning. Mary's personal story unfolded against the backdrop of Beaumont's close-knit community. Despite her independent spirit, she cherished the bonds of family and friendship. Living alone in her new townhouse on Park Meadow Street, Mary embraced the solitude and freedom it offered. She had a large circle of friends who would often gather at her house and engage in playful banter. The second week of January 1995 had unfolded like any other for Mary Catherine Edwards, seemingly ordinary and uneventful. The days followed a familiar rhythm, each one blending seamlessly into the next. She carried out her responsibilities, nurturing the minds of young students, and returned to the solace of her home on that ill-fated Friday, January 13, 1995. As the evening settled upon Beaumont, Mary embarked on her customary routine. She walked her beloved dog and after a while returned to her townhouse. With a glass of wine in hand, she exchanged sweet words with her devoted boyfriend over a phone call. Little did they know that their tender exchange would mark the final known contact with Mary. The next day, Mary's parents tried to reach out to their daughter, but they received no response. With each unanswered call, their concern and anxiety deepened. Unable to bear the uncertainty any longer, they decided to go to Mary's home, unaware of the horrifying discovery that awaited them. Nervously, they entered her home, their hearts pounding in their chests. What they found in the quietness of the bathroom would forever haunt their memories. Mary Catherine Edwards lay lifeless, drowned in the bathtub before them. Her hands were bound with handcuffs and her life had been cruelly snuffed out. As the reality of the situation sank in, despair tightened its grip on their hearts, but had also been robbed of her very existence. The investigation into Mary Catherine Edwards' case started off with a lot of fervor. The detectives carefully searched the crime scene, looking for any clues that could help solve the mystery. They combed through every inch of her bedroom, collecting and analyzing items with great care. The results of the autopsy were also important in uncovering the truth. The medical examiner examined Mary's body and discovered foreign DNA that pointed the investigators in the right direction. The evidence, including physical items and people's statements, began to form a picture that hinted at who might be responsible for the crime. The investigators worked tirelessly, leaving no stone unturned. They interviewed countless individuals, from people who may have seen something strange to Mary's fellow teachers and people close to her. They wanted to gather as much information as possible to piece together what happened. Despite their hard work, the case eventually hit a dead end. The leads they had once pursued with hope started to fade away, leaving them with a frustrating sense of silence. It was like they were stuck in a dark tunnel, not knowing which way to turn. One detective who had a personal connection to the case through his close friend had vivid dreams relating to Mary's death. In these dreams, he saw the autopsy and imagined Mary reaching out to him as if wanting to reveal the identity of her attacker. But every time, the dream would end abruptly, leaving him with more questions than answers. His determination to find the truth remained strong, and his unique perspective and emotional investment compelled the investigators to seek his guidance. Mary Catherine Edwards' tragic death had a profound impact on everyone touched by her story. It ignited a shared determination to bring closure to her case, reigniting the hope for justice to be served. Despite diligent efforts, the leads in the case gradually dwindled and eventually the investigation reached a standstill. The case went cold, leaving investigators with no substantial breakthroughs or new information to pursue. As the years passed, the memory of Mary Catherine Edwards' tragic case lingered in the hearts of those who knew her and the community that had been touched by her presence. It was a case that held personal significance for many, including Bob Wortham, the district attorney of Jefferson County. Several individuals in the office had personal connections with Mary, either through their or because they attended the same church as her. This sparked a renewed determination to seek justice. The Texas Rangers, led by Brandon Bess, stepped forward to reignite the investigation in 2020. Together with his partners, Aaron and Tina Llewellyn, they embarked on a meticulous journey to re-examine every aspect of the case. Was to bring all the scattered pieces of evidence together, sorting through the old files and eliminating duplicates, ensuring that nothing was overlooked. With the foundation laid, the team began exploring new possibilities. It was during this time that they crossed paths with Othram Labs, a pioneering force in the field of DNA analysis. Though not an expert in the intricacies of science, recognized the potential that this technology held. He engaged in conversations with experts like Dr. David Middleman, the founder and CEO of Othram Labs, seeking to understand the significance and advantages of DNA analysis in the context of the investigation. Advancements in DNA technology played a crucial role tracking the case. DNA taken from Mary's body was entered into a database, and authorities utilized family tree websites to search for potential matches. Finally, in 2020, a breakthrough occurred as a match was found linking the DNA to Clayton Foreman. The long-awaited breakthrough breathed new life. The Christmas of 1977 was a miracle for 15-year-old Marissa as she got the most special gift of her life. She was finally united with her biological sister, and her life was taking a huge step forward, only to see it all end within 3 months. On March 28, 1978, after spending a wonderful weekend with her sister, her battered and lifeless body was discovered near Sutro Heights Park in San Francisco. Investigation into the awful tragedy began right away, but the detectives had no idea that it would take more than 40 years to crack the case. What could have happened on Marissa's trip to San Francisco? Who could have subjected a 15-year-old girl to such horror? And today, we'll be solving a cold case of 15-year-old Marissa Harvey, who was discovered dead in the city of San Francisco. But before we unravel the case, don't forget to like and subscribe to the channel. Without further ado, let's investigate Marissa Harvey's tragic case. With the diversity of scenic splendor, San Francisco really is a place that attracts people from around the world. Nestled between the Golden Gate Bridge and the rolling hills of the Bay Area, the city boasts a diverse landscape that ranges from bustling streets to pristine beaches and scenic parks. The area is a hub of excitement and fast-paced living, with a myriad of opportunities for work. A thriving social scene that never sleeps, and a bustling entrepreneurial culture that keeps the energy high and the innovation flowing. San Francisco, with its allure, contrasts, and enigmatic tales, remains a city where dreams and realities intertwine. It is still considered one of the safest large cities in the country, with a relatively low, which is a historic public park in the outer Richmond district of western San Francisco. Became the stage for one of the most tragic cold cases in the history of the nation when the battered and bruised body of a 15-year-old girl was discovered in 1978. Marissa Rolfe Harvey was born in 1963, someplace in New York. She was an orphan, and there was no way of knowing who her biological family members were. Very little was known about her life before being adopted by a family residing in Port Washington, New York, when she was 3 years old. According to Marguerite Schultz, Marissa's adoptive mother, Marissa was a very special, very different little girl. Marissa was a true adventurer at heart, and nothing brought her more joy than exploring new horizons on horseback. Through the rolling hills of her hometown, or pedaling through the scenic landscapes of Europe during the summers of '76 and '77, Marissa was always seeking her next adventure. Not only did she possess an adventurous spirit, but she also had a compassionate heart. She was known to spend long hours shoveling snow for her elderly neighbors, always ready to lend a helping hand to those in need. Although she began to live a happy life with her new family, deep inside she had a secret desire to learn more about her biological family. Years passed, and Marissa soon was 15 years old. Then on that fateful Christmas day of 1977, the tides of fate began to shift. Little did she know that the course of her life was about to take an unexpected turn. The festive spirit was in full swing as Marissa's family celebrated December 25, 1977. A mysterious woman named Miriam Wadif arrived at Marissa's family's home in Port Washington. Miriam made a shocking claim. She was Marissa's long-lost biological sister. She revealed that she had embarked on a relentless quest with the help of a professional research to track down her beloved younger sister. And now, standing before Marissa, Miriam extended an invitation, urging her to take a trip to San Francisco to meet her long-lost biological family. Was this a Christmas miracle or an ill-fated incident? Marissa wouldn't miss this opportunity, as she was eager to get in touch with her biological family members. The teenager's parents initially hesitated at the thought of letting her go to California by herself, but they eventually agreed. According to her adoptive mother, they didn't really want Marissa to leave, but they felt it would be unfair for her if they didn't let her go. But before allowing it, they had asked Miriam, her sister, to take care of her. Her parents considered that it would be the perfect opportunity for Marissa to embark on a journey. Marissa eagerly awaited her Easter break, counting down the days until her solo trip to San Francisco. Finally, the stage was set and she was ready to go. It was a crisp Friday morning, March 24, 1978, as the plane touched down at San Francisco International Airport. Miriam greeted Marissa with open arms at the airport and brought her to the apartment she was living in. Marissa was more than excited to join her sister for the remainder of the holiday. After spending some of the most amazing days with her sister, it was almost time to return home. But she was not done having fun. On the last day of her trip on March 27th, she requested Miriam to take her horseback riding. At such an innocent request, Miriam couldn't say no to her little sister and had to comply. However, her job was in the way. She was a graduate student and instructor at the San Francisco Institute and had to go back to work. So she requested a friend to take Marissa to the stables on her behalf. Unaware that the stables were closed that day, her sister's friend dropped her off at the Golden Gate Park stables. When Miriam got back home from work, she was shocked to see that Marissa was not home yet. She immediately reported her sister missing. That weekend was supposed to be a special weekend for Marissa, and what she deserved was a good ending to the time spent with her sister. Instead, tragedy struck. It was meant to be the last day with her sister in San Francisco, but little did anyone know that it would be the last day of her life. The following evening on March 28, 1978, a young man walking at dusk in the Sutro Heights Park near the Cliff House noticed a pair of tiny feet coming out of a bush and dialed 911. The police reached the place and found Marissa's lifeless body in a bush alongside a pedestrian trail. She was identified by her sister Miriam. Seeing Marissa's lifeless body, it was quite obvious to the police that she was a victim of assault. According to the report made by Coroner Boyd Steffen, she had been badly beaten and strangled with a cord-like device after she was violated. The police thoroughly investigated the vicinity to look for clues, but to no avail. The San Francisco Police Department oversaw an investigation that made use of the most advanced technologies at the time and followed every lead. They discovered a DNA sample from the crime scene. However, in the absence of superior technologies during the time, the evidence found failed to help them further progress the investigation. And collect all the evidence that was available, investigators were unable to identify any suspects. With a lack of evidence and no lead to follow on, the case almost immediately got cold. For 42 years, the case stayed dormant until it was reopened by the department's cold case team in October 2020. San Francisco Police Chief Bill Scott expressed his feelings in a statement, saying that for more than 4 decades, Marissa Harvey's family members had been relentless advocates to bring her killer to justice. He firmly felt that the conclusion to the case had been long overdue and their family deserved answers immediately. The police used advanced investigative methods to resume their search for the killer, but they did not elaborate further on the methods. Made up of the SFPD Homicide Unit, the San Francisco District Attorney's Office, the FBI, and the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office in Colorado, further investigated the case. According to San Francisco District Attorney Chisa Boudin, the case was solved after investigators accessed a third-party DNA database and discovered genetic material from a relative, which helped a 76-year-old man named Mark Personet. The hard work by the police and further search in the case paid off, and just over 1 year later, on March 15, 2021, his DNA matched with a DNA sample found at the crime scene by the police. So on the same day, SFPD apprehended Personet in suburban Denver. He got arrested by the police 35 miles southwest of his residence in Conifer, Colorado. After the arrest, a joint operation by San Francisco Police, the FBI, and the Jefferson County Sheriff's Office was scheduled. Personet was charged with 1 count of homicide on Thursday, December 16, 2021. In order to determine whether Personet could be connected to any other unsolved killings, San Francisco police stated they were urging all police departments nationwide to search for available records. The departments also made available Personet's old booking images, including many taken by police in New Jersey. When Personet's neighbors were questioned about him during an interview, they said that while they didn't think he would commit such a terrible act, according to online records, for the murder of a little girl, and had a hearing set for January 10, 2022. It wasn't immediately clear if he had a lawyer. In the court hearing on January 10, 2022, it was brought to light that Personet was earlier detained for assaults that took place during October and November 1979 in the New Jersey cities of Somerville, Bernards Township, and Hopewell Township. One of these allegations arose from his allegedly luring a 16-year-old girl into his car on the pretense of providing her a ride, taking her to the woods in Basking Ridge, New Jersey, where he assaulted and physically violated her. Despite being attacked, the victim made it to a nearby house where she sought assistance. She was able to give a thorough account of her assailant and the car he was driving. SF Gate, a San Francisco Bay Area local news source, claimed that Personet was arrested and charged with aggravated assault in 1980, but he escaped before the case went to trial. After all these years, he was again in for the same situation. However, this time he could not escape. On Thursday, January 21, 2022, Personet appeared in court in San Francisco for the murder of Marissa Harvey. When the Associated Press left a message for his lawyer Adam Gassner to respond, no reply from his side came through. Later, Gassner stated that Personet had entered a not guilty plea to the charges. According to him, the case was an extremely old case that required a detailed and in-depth defense investigation. In January 2022, he was formally accused of killing 15-year-old Marissa. Although more details about the case were not made public, it was certain that Personet would be held accountable. According to San Francisco District Attorney Chisa Bowden, the police department was making every effort to ensure that Personet would receive severe punishment for the horrific deeds that had claimed Marissa's life. They were determined to offer her family some measure of comfort. It took 44 years for the perpetrator to be identified after a long hunt for justice. By the year 2022, Marissa would have turned 59, possibly a grandmother and probably with her own family. She was only a little girl when her bright future was stolen from her. What would you consider to be the ideal resolution to this tragic tale then? Let us know in the comments section. Highgate Hill is a bustling suburb located in the heart of Brisbane, Queensland, Australia. With a population of over 6,000 residents, it's a vibrant and diverse community that boasts a mix of old and new architecture, from traditional Queenslander homes to modern apartment complexes. The landscape is hilly and offers breathtaking views of the Brisbane River, and the surrounding area is known for its leafy streets, parks and gardens, making it a popular destination for families and nature lovers. However, as the case of the McCulkin family shows, even a bright and busy city like Brisbane can have a dark underbelly. Despite the beauty and charm of Highgate Hill, the case of the McCulkin family serves as a stark reminder that evil can strike anywhere at any time. Barbara McCulkin, born in 1940 in New South Wales, was a vibrant and resilient woman who faced life's challenges head-on. In June 1960, Barbara married Billy McCulkin, a small-time crook and debt collector. They had two daughters, Leanne and Vicky. Despite the hardships that came with Billy's unpredictable lifestyle, Barbara remained steadfast in her commitment to her family. She navigated the complexities of their relationship with unwavering strength and grace. Despite growing up in a difficult era, Barbara always kept her head held high and worked tirelessly to provide for her two daughters. She was a woman of many talents, from cooking and sewing to providing an education for her children. She made sure they were well-fed, well-clothed, and well-educated. Barbara truly was the epitome of a great mother. She often worked long hours at a milk bar, serving customers with a smile despite the exhaustion that she felt. Meanwhile, Billy's criminal activities only continued to escalate, causing Barbara more stress and worry. She tried her best to shield her daughters from their father's dangerous associates and activities. But it was a constant battle. Billy was hardly ever home, and when he was often in a foul mood, causing tension in the household. Despite this, Barbara never gave up on her husband and tried her best to keep the family together. Barbara didn't have it easy. Living in a city like Brisbane in the 1970s, which was plagued with kidnappings, murders, and drug overdoses, made life even harder for her. According to Peter Campbell, a close friend of Barbara, she was always trying to get a better job. She just lived for the kids and did a great job at that. She did a great job as a mom. Peter's stepdaughter often had sleepovers at the McCulkin house with Leanne and Vicky, who attended the same school, Uranga State School. As time went on, the financial pressure only mounted and Barbara struggled to make ends meet. And the darkness of Billy's criminal activities eventually caught up to the family. Billy the Mouse McCulkin was a notorious figure in Brisbane's underworld during the 1970s. Born in Queensland on March 15, 1940, Billy was a small, wiry man with a cunning mind and a quick temper. He was known to be a debt collector, getting money from the bookies and massage parlors, and was willing to do whatever it took to make money. To make a quick buck. Despite his family responsibilities, Billy's criminal activities continued to escalate and he became more deeply involved with the Clockwork Orange gang. Billy was determined to move up in the underworld and become a powerful figure. He was known to be violent and unpredictable, and his involvement with the gang only made him more dangerous. The Clockwork Orange gang was a notorious group of thugs in the criminal underworld of Brisbane in the 1970s. Named after the famous book and movie, they were a group of young men who believed in living fast and making easy money. Along with Billy McCaughan, the gang consisted of Vincent O'Dempsey, Peter Hall, and Gary Shorty Dubois, among others. They were known to target clubs and businesses, demanding protection money in exchange for keeping them safe from harm. The gang had a reputation for using violence and intimidation to get what they wanted, and they were not afraid to use extreme measures to achieve their goals. Gangs would often target clubs because they knew they would get protection money. It was a simple equation: pay up or your club would get bombed. One of the clubs they targeted was the Whiskey A Go-Go. On the night of March 8, 1973, the Whiskey A Go-Go Club was bursting with life as Brisbaneites, business people, and even police officers all gathered inside to enjoy the vibrant atmosphere and loud music. But as the night wore on, things took a sinister turn. At precisely 2:10 a.m., 2 drums of diesel fuel were brutally thrown into the foyer of the club, shattering the peaceful atmosphere with a loud bang. Within moments, the drums were ignited by a lit torch that was thrown through the open door. The burning diesel fuel spread quickly and sent a plume of carbon monoxide up to the club's main room on the first floor. The heat was intense and the thick smoke made it difficult to see. The stairs were smeared with large quantities of grease, making it impossible for the patrons to escape. The door of the fire escape was also greased, which made it slippery and challenging to open. As the fire raged on, panic-stricken patrons tried to flee the building, but the flames had already blocked their way. The heat and smoke became unbearable, and 15 people lost their lives, including waitresses, musicians, and even an off-duty police officer. The tragedy shocked the city, and a circular plaque ringed with the names of the 15 dead still sits outside the Amelia Street doorway in Fortitude Valley, serving as a stark reminder of the horrific events that occurred that fateful night. About 100 patrons, bar staff, and entertainers had been inside the club at the time of ignition. Many had to escape by jumping from broken windows onto an awning and dropping 15 feet to the ground. As the investigation into the fire began, police quickly identified 2 prime suspects, John Andrew Stewart and James Richard Finch. They were charged and eventually convicted of the bombing, but many believed they were framed, and an inquest that could have widened the investigation was stopped after they were charged, even though it was clear that others were involved. The Whiskey A Go-Go fire was a tragedy that shook the city of Brisbane to its core. The night of the Whiskey A Go-Go fire, the flames didn't just engulf the club, but they also cast a dark shadow over Barbara McCaughon's heart. She had overheard the Clockwork Orange gang discussing their plans to bomb nightclubs, including the Whiskey A Go-Go, during one of their boozy meetings at Billy's home. Little did she know that her husband was deeply involved with the gang, and his actions would soon have devastating consequences. Barbara discussed this with John Ryan, a friend and security guard at the Whiskey A Go-Go, who agreed to help her disappear and reveal all the secrets of the infamous Clockwork Orange gang. The plan was to document everything on camera and recordings, and bring justice to the victim of the gang's ruthless activities. But as the night went on, John received no call. Barbara had put the plan on hold to let her daughters Leanne and Vicky attend a birthday party. The night of January 16, 1974 was filled with anticipation and fear as John Ryan, the security guard at the Whiskey A Go-Go Club, waited anxiously for Barbara McCaughon's call. Meanwhile, in the streets of Brisbane, the McCaughon family's fate was already sealed. That evening, her daughters Vicky and Leanne went to Junine's 10th birthday party across the street while Barbara was alone at home. Neighborhood friends Janet and Junine Gayton saw Vince and Shorty, also known as Vincent O'Dempsey and Gary Dubois, members of the Clockwork Orange gang, with Mrs. McCaughon at their Highgate Hill house, along with an orange Valiant Charger parked out the front. Dubois later drove the Charger to Peter Hall's house in Chermside, where he confessed that he and O'Dempsey were on the piss at the McCaughon's house and he was going back for more. As the night went on, Leanne left for home from the birthday party alone at 8:30 p.m. A neighbor watched her as she entered the house. Vicky returned home as well, but this was the last time anyone ever saw the McCaughon family alive. On January 18, 1974, the eerie emptiness of the McCaughon's home was the first sign that something was amiss. Billy McCaulkin, Barbara's estranged husband who had been involved with another woman, arrived to find the house abandoned. The sewing table held a dress mid-stitch. Barbara's purse was perched on the fridge and the cats were locked away in the bathroom. The family had vanished without a trace. Detective Sergeant Virginia Gray revealed that Billy immediately suspected his criminal acquaintances, Shorty and Vince, and confronted them with the information he had gathered from one of the girls at the birthday party. But the suspects fled town within days of the confrontation, going into hiding. Despite being prime suspects, it took until April 2, 1980 for the duo to be charged with 3 counts of murder. However, in 1981, the case was dropped for lack of sufficient evidence and the 2 men walked free. For the next 34 years, the case remained unsolved until in 2014 when new evidence emerged following the reopening of the case that year. Apparently, the Queensland Police Cold Case Unit got a tip-off that hinted that O'Dempsey and Du Bois might have confessed their involvement in the murder to trusted criminal associates. Detective Sergeant Virginia Gray and Detective Inspector McDowey reopened the cold case of the McCaulkin murders in 2014. They had little to go with until the tip-off was made. With that new information, Queensland Crime and Corruption Commission, known as the CCC, called in Peter Hall, a former criminal associate of Shorty Du Bois. The CCC is an independent Queensland government entity which has the power to investigate major crimes and corruption by using coercive powers to force witnesses to give evidence, denying them the right to silence. During the interrogation, Peter Hall admitted involvement in several crimes of the past. Hall admitted to the firebombing of the Torino's nightclub in February 1973, an unsolved arson in which no one was killed. He admitted to doing break-ins as a petty criminal with his fellow Clockwork Orange gang members Gary Shorty Du Bois, Tommy Hamilton, and Keith Meredith. However, when the CCC pressed on, he denied any knowledge of any role that Shorty Du Bois may have played in the abduction and murder of Barbara McCaulkin and her daughters. What was significant about that denial was that Hall was not actually being specifically questioned at that point about the McCaulkin disappearance. Also, during the interrogation, Hall let slip a comment. He said Shorty went missing the following day. Caught the attention of Detective Sergeant Virginia Gray, who realized the significance of what Hall had inadvertently revealed when she listened back to a recording of his CCC interrogation a week later. She believed that Hall was flagging that he knew Shorty Du Bois had gone missing after one unspecified but crucially important day. The detectives then realized that Peter might know what happened to the McCaulkin family but didn't want to due to the criminal code of silence, who would blame him. From his experience as a petty criminal in his youth, Hall was bitterly skeptical of police. He believed they were the enemy and was well aware of corrupt police officers from the bad old days of the Queensland Police Force who were systematically bribed by organized criminals. So Detective Virginia Gray and Mick Dowie had to win Hall's confidence and trust. And slowly, but surely they did. Peter Hall decided to break the code of silence and reveal what he was told by Du Bois just 2 days after the murders. He had kept this secret for 40 years, but he decided to publicly admit his criminal past and reveal what he knew. According to Hall's confession, Barbara McCaulkin and her 2 daughters were abducted from their home on January 16, 1974. They were taken to a remote bushland area near Warwick, 2 hours southwest of Brisbane, where O'Dempsey separated Barbara from her children and strangled her to death. Du Bois then assaulted at least one of the girls, and both children were murdered and buried with their mother. However, their bodies were never found. Gary Du Bois allegedly recounted that they had waited for the sun to rise so they could see what they were doing. And as the light filtered through the trees, they dug holes to bury the bodies. But it was the sight of the lifeless bodies lying there in the morning sunlight that unnerved him the most. In the aftermath of the unspeakable horror, he couldn't get out of the place fast enough. Hall describes Du Bois as a victim of circumstance, forced to comply with O'Dempsey's orders or face certain death himself. Anyone who got in his way at the time would have been killed, Shorty included, Hall recalls. It was a terrifying reality that Du Bois could not escape, and one that ultimately led to the deaths of 3 innocent lives. Peter Hall recalled that Du Bois had invited him to come with them to the McCaulkin house that night of the disappearance, promising him that he would have the chance to make love. Peter Hall's decision to decline Gary Du Bois' invitation to join him and Vincent O'Dempsey at the McCaulkin home was perhaps the difference between life and death. The promise of making love was merely a ploy to entice Hall into joining the depraved duo on their mission to murder the family. In retrospect, it was a bullet that Hall dodged both literally and figuratively. As Hall reflected on that fateful night, he shudders at the thought of what could have happened had he gone along with Du Bois. He wondered if he, too, would have been coerced into committing heinous acts of rape and murder against innocent children. The haunting possibility that he could have been complicit in the horrific crimes still sends shivers down his spine. But if I had, I think I would have probably been still up there now. The weight of the words and the seriousness of the situation are not lost on Hall. He understands the gravity of what could have transpired had he made a different decision that night. Looking back, Hall is grateful to have escaped the clutches of the Clockwork Orange gang and to have lived to tell the tale. He knows that the McCaulkin family was not so fortunate, and their tragic fate serves as a stark reminder of the evils that lurk in the shadows of society. Hall's confession was a significant breakthrough in the case, and Vincent O'Dempsey and Du Bois were convicted and sentenced to life in prison on June 1, 2017. Hall's decision to break the code of silence and his willingness to testify in court played a crucial role in securing the convictions. His wife's tears during the interview were likely a combination of relief and stress because her husband was taking a significant risk to bear witness against O'Dempsey and Du Bois. Warren McDonald was mentored by Vincent O'Dempsey for a period of 20 years in criminal activities. Warren's father had a history of criminal association with Vincent, and because of that connection, Vincent took Warren under his guidance and mentorship. They had worked together on several criminal ventures, including overseeing a massive illegal cannabis crop in 1997, which McDonald still vividly remembered. During the drive back to Warwick from the crop site, McDonald remembered a conversation they were having concerning a particularly difficult worker who was causing problems at the crop site. O'Dempsey then said, "Oh, you need a notch on your gun." So he asked what it meant, to which O'Dempsey replied that he needed to kill to gain respect. The stunned McDonald let O'Dempsey keep on talking. That was when O'Dempsey raised the McCaulkin murders. Just came straight away with it, McDonald remembers. O'Dempsey right there admitted to the McCaulkin murders, saying that Shorty was nothing but an assailant and that they would never catch him as they would never find the bodies. Warren McDonald's decision to come forward and testify against Vince O'Dempsey was not an easy one, as he knew the risk involved in speaking out against him. He had kept his secret about O'Dempsey to himself for the last 20 years, but he eventually decided to testify after the police had gathered enough evidence to put him in jail for years for the drug crop. McDonald's testimony was crucial in securing O'Dempsey's conviction for the McCaulkin. However, McDonald's decision to testify also put him and his family in danger. O'Dempsey had allegedly planned his murder from his jail cell, and McDonald knew that O'Dempsey had a history of making witnesses disappear. McDonald feared for his life and that of his family, saying, "I would be murdered, my family would be murdered, they're trying to murder me now." McDonald was determined to get the monkey off his back and bring O'Dempsey to justice. He scoffed at suggestions that he had fabricated the allegations to get off the hook, saying that the stress was unbearable and he could be murdered any day. O'Dempsey had once given him sage advice, saying, "If you want to live a long and healthy life, never repeat a word that'll get yourself or anyone else into trouble," which now seemed ironic given O'Dempsey's situation. Peter Hall's partner at the time, Carolyn Scully, had a daughter named Carrie and who was born on July 14, 1981. Carrie Ann recalls Vincent being around when she was growing up a little bit at her mother's house. Vincent and her mother were seeing each other. Carrie Ann grew up and became a heroin addict. In the middle of 2011, Carrie Ann had young children and needed financial help. She called Vincent, who was then living in Warwick. Vincent gave her some money. Carrie Ann and her children then began living with Vincent in his house at Warwick. According to Carrie, Vincent had lots of books. He bragged to her that he had been in lots of newspapers and that he had been written about in a book. He gave Carrie Ann $20 to go and buy a copy of a book called Shotgun and Standover. While lying on the bed, Vincent told her he'll show her what the book said about it. According to her, he was really proud of it. O'Dempsey showed her a picture in the book of himself walking from court with a leather jacket slung over his shoulder and bragged about the McCaulkin murders. A little later, he said to her, "I did it and they still couldn't get me for it." Miss Scully left the relationship the next day and remained in fear of the man who she later told police was an intelligent serial killer who covered his tracks. "He takes you in the middle of the night like an angel and you're gone for good," Miss Scully told a committee hearing in November 2015. The memory of that night still haunted her. The image of O'Dempsey's face etched into her mind. She knew then that he was not just an ordinary man, but a predator, a monster hiding in plain sight. Carrie Scully went into hiding, living in fear for her life, constantly looking over her shoulder, waiting for the day when O'Dempsey would come for her. But she knew that she had made the right decision, that it was better to live in fear. than to become another victim of a man who had no remorse for his heinous crimes. In the final stretch of the trial, a crucial witness emerged, adding weight to the evidence against O'Dempsey. The witness, a remand prisoner whose identity remains undisclosed, had jotted down O'Dempsey's confession on scraps of paper and crossword puzzles. The prisoner testified that O'Dempsey had said she had to be dealt with, referring to Barbara McCaughan. He had also tried to distance himself from the murders, claiming that he had never laid a hand on the children and that Shorty had committed the gruesome acts. The informant also revealed that O'Dempsey had approached him after being granted bail with an attempt to prevent the testimony of Warren McDonald and Carrie Scully in court. The informant detailed how O'Dempsey had shared information about McDonald's daily, including the road he took and the roadside diner where he stopped for breakfast. The revelations left no doubt about O'Dempsey's involvement in the McCaughan case and his intention to silence witnesses. With the testimony of the final witness, the case against O'Dempsey and Du Bois was complete and the verdict seemed imminent. Vincent O'Dempsey was a 78-year-old man, born in 1937, who was currently on trial for murder in the Brisbane Supreme Court. His great-grandfather James O'Dempsey came to Warwick from Ireland in the mid-1850s and started a family that would ultimately produce a murderer. He sits upright and attentive in the dock, wearing a hearing aid to listen to the proceedings. But those who know him well say that he has always been lacking in empathy and feeling, as he was diagnosed as a psychopath in his youth. O'Dempsey's large, meaty hands and coal-black eyes unnerve those who have encountered him. He has never shown any remorse for his actions and, if anything, seems proud of his violent past. His former girlfriend, Carrie and Scully, testified in court that he boasted to her about his involvement in the McCaughan and even confessed to being responsible for a total of 33 murders. That would make him one of Australia's worst mass murderers, although he has not been charged for any other murders. There is still speculation that O'Dempsey was involved in the Whiskey Al Go-Go nightclub bombing that left 15 people dead. O'Dempsey had co-opted Shorty Du Bois and his, which could offer a possible motive for the McCaughan murders. It is believed that the reason why Barbara McCaughan and her daughters were killed was because they feared she might reveal something she knew about the bombing of the Whiskey A Go-Go. The speculation all throughout the murder trial was that O'Dempsey and others were concerned they might be incriminated in the Whiskey murders because of their involvement in the Torino arson 11 days earlier. And for that reason, Barbara had to die. Detective Sergeant Virginia Gray told 60 Minutes that she believed Barbara knew enough to get herself into trouble. The children, unfortunately, would have placed O'Dempsey and Du Bois at the scene of their mother's abduction that night. So it is suggested that is why they had to die as well. But some people like Peter Hall believe that O'Dempsey enjoyed killing for the sake of it. He believed that O'Dempsey went there that night for even baser reasons. Regardless of his motivations, O'Dempsey is a psychopath, gangster, and convicted murderer. After more than half a century, he is only now coming into focus as Australia's worst serial killer. The trial of the McCaughan murders was held in the Supreme Court in Brisbane, where Justice Peter Applegarth presided over the sentencing hearing on May 23, 2017. The court heard that modern laws allowing the court to set a parole eligibility date could not be applied retrospectively. Justice Applegarth addressed both offenders, Vincent O'Dempsey and Gary Du Bois, telling them that they were cold-blooded, heartless killers who showed no remorse and would likely die in jail. He said that O'Dempsey had boasted about killing the McCaughan's and getting away with it, and that he was a hardened killer and criminal with no conscience. Judge Applegarth stated that O'Dempsey had murdered a defenseless woman and was a child killer who was beyond redemption. He also said that Du Bois had no conscience and was a cowardly old man who had aided O'Dempsey and continued to do so out of fear. Justice Applegarth further explained that O'Dempsey used intimidation and traded on his reputation as a mad dog. He said that Du Bois had obeyed O'Dempsey and aided in killing and assaulting the girls like a coward. However, when Du Bois began talking over the sentence, Justice Applegarth told him to shut up. When he did not comply, Du Bois was removed from the courtroom. The judge went on to say that the last hours of Barbara, Vicky, and Leanne's lives must have been terrifying. He said that Du Bois was a coward, but O'Dempsey had been the prime offender. Justice Applegarth also explained that it was clear that Barbara McCaughan knew enough about each of the pair's roles in the nightclub bombings at the time for them to want to silence her. He said that Du Bois and O'Dempsey had escaped justice for decades and luck was on their side. So was the fear they installed in others. Justice Applegarth explained that the dedication of police, the testimony of dozens of witnesses, and the conscience and courage of some key witnesses at each of the trials had ensured justice at last. He told the killers that they could have no expectation of early parole. If they maintained their silence over where the bodies were buried, they could not reasonably expect to ever be granted parole. Earlier in the hearing, Justice Applegarth had allowed O'Dempsey to read a handwritten note in the court. In the note, Killer said that he had been wrongly convicted on false testimony and never had any reason to harm the McCulkins. Du Bois also requested to speak but had not prepared anything in writing, so he was not able to address the court directly. Outside court, O'Dempsey's lawyer Terry O'Gorman said that his client was innocent and had been convicted on unfair testimony, including statements. However, O'Gorman acknowledged the grief and angst that the McCulkin family had been through. He extended his sympathies to the family while repeating what O'Dempsey had said, that he was innocent of these charges. In the end, Justice Applegarth sentenced both men to life in prison. He told them that they would never be released unless they revealed the location of the McCulkin family's bodies. The judge's words echoed through the courtroom, leaving a lasting impression on all of those present. The story of Barbara McCulkin was not just a tale of tragedy and murder, but also one of secrets and hidden truths. Vincent O'Dempsey may have thought he knew everything about Barbara that fateful night, but there was one thing he didn't know: her daughter. As a young girl of 17 years old living in Queensland, Australia, Barbara had fallen, but the family of the boy wanted nothing to do with her. Neither did her parents want her to keep the baby or marry the father. And in those days, tragically, there was no option for an unmarried mother, no domestic support benefits, and nothing but shame and social pressure for having a baby out of wedlock. So she gave her beautiful newborn baby girl away for adoption in 1957. The adoptive parents renamed the baby Jocelyn, and she grew up unaware of her biological family until she discovered the adoption papers hidden in her adoptive mother's bedroom cupboard in 1972 when she was 14 years old. Jocelyn was devastated when she finally learned the truth about her birth mother, Barbara, and her two half-sisters who were murdered. She had always felt loved by her adoptive family, but the loss of her biological family was a heavy burden to bear. "You can't help but feel so sad about the whole scenario," Jocelyn lamented. "They didn't do anything wrong. Just because she had some information, they didn't deserve to die." Jocelyn often wondered if her mother had been allowed to keep her, would she have ever found herself married to the detestable criminal Billy McCulkin? She also wondered if she had been with her sisters that fateful night in January 1974, would she too have been taken for a one-way drive by Vincent O'Dempsey? During the O'Dempsey murder trial, Jocelyn sat in the public gallery studying his unemotional visage as his dreadful crimes were detailed. She had hoped to see some remorse or acknowledgement of the pain he had caused her family, but he showed none. Jocelyn was philosophical about not letting O'Dempsey's crimes against her family get under her skin, but she wanted justice to be done. "They're evil men and they don't deserve to be walking around free," she said. One mystery that remains unsolved is where Barbara and her children's bodies are buried. Jocelyn hopes that the DNA sample taken from her as Barbara's closest living relative may one day be used to confirm their location. "For 45 years I've kept all that to myself," Jocelyn said, her voice trembling. "My mother gave me life, so it was something that I could do for her in death and just a way of saying thank you to her." Jocelyn implores Shorty Du Bois, who surely knows where the bodies are buried, to finally do the right thing, so we can have closure for everybody in the family. However, it is unlikely that Vincent O'Dempsey will ever reveal what he knows. He probably relishes the pain his final foul secret still causes. The story of Barbara McCulkin is a tragic one, but Jocelyn's hope for justice and closure continues to shine through. She may never know all the answers, but she will always honor her mother's memory and fight for the truth. On the morning of June 7, 2021, a 74-year-old man was found lying lifeless at 4:30 a.m. in his single cell at the Maryborough Correctional Centre in Queensland, Australia. The man was later identified as Gary Reginald Du Bois, who had been convicted of the manslaughter of Barbara McCulkin and the rape and murders of her two daughters, Vicky and Leanne, in 1974. Staff and paramedics tried to revive him, but he was declared dead at 5:20 a.m. Du Bois had been jailed for life in 2017 alongside co-accused Vince O'Dempsey. Both men were described as cold-blooded, heartless killers who showed no remorse for their crimes. Justice Peter Applegarth, who presided over the case, said that the last hours of the victims' lives must have been terrifying. Du Bois was described as callous and a coward, while O'Dempsey was deemed the main offender. Du Bois' death occurred just as he was due to testify this month at a reopened coronial inquest into the 1973 Whiskey-A-Go-Go nightclub bombing. The death was a significant blow to the investigation, as Dubois' testimony could have shed light on the incident and helped to bring those responsible to justice. On May 16, 2022, Vincent O'Dempsey, a convicted triple murderer, testified at a coronial inquest regarding the 1973 firebombing of Brisbane's Whiskey-A-Go-Go nightclub. O'Dempsey had been implicated in the attack and was asked tough questions about his involvement. He refused to take an oath or affirmation and expressed defiance throughout the proceedings. He denied any involvement in the arson and claimed not to know James Richard Finch, one of the convicted men. When questioned about the disappearance and murders of Barbara McCaughan and her daughters, he evaded the inquiries. Despite O'Dempsey's denials, there was a sense that he was withholding the complete truth. The inquests aimed to uncover further details about the attack and whether others had knowledge of it. With the conclusion of the inquest approaching, the mystery surrounding the Whiskey-A-Go-Go attack remained unresolved. The family of Mrs. McAlkin and her two daughters expressed relief that justice had finally been served with the guilty verdict of O'Dempsey. However, they also acknowledged that closure cannot be fully achieved until they locate the remains of their loved ones. Brian Ogden, Mrs. McAlkin's nephew, spoke on behalf of the family outside court and said, "For 43 years, our families have longed for information and justice."
Maureen Dutton. The unsolved murder of Maureen Dutton in 1961 is perhaps one of Liverpool's most shocking and gruesome cold cases. Maureen was just 27 at the time of her death and was a typical English housewife. Her husband, Brian, was a research chemist who worked for the Imperial Chemical Industry Company, often shortened to the ICI. Just 3 weeks earlier, Maureen had given birth to the couple's second child. They already had a 2-year-old, a little boy named David. By all accounts, the couple had a happy marriage and lived a normal life, which is perhaps why Maureen's murder was all the more disturbing and shocking to the local community. On December 21, 1961, Maureen stayed home all day at the couple's house on Thingwall Lane in the area of Nottingham. She had intended on taking David to visit the nearby Childwall Parish Church, that she didn't want to take Andrew as it was cold and foggy out. So she called her mother-in-law, Elsie, and asked her to babysit later that day. However, Elsie had to cancel the arrangement because the fog had gotten so thick she was unable to traverse it. And so Maureen's plans were abandoned and she stayed home with her children. She was last known to be alive at around 1:30 p.m. that afternoon. Just after 6 p.m., Brian returned home from work and was immediately suspicious when he was greeted with both darkness and silence. With 2 young children, the house was never quiet. Maureen was always bustling about, carrying out household tasks while caring for her 2 young boys. Brian's suspicions grew when he saw the family's half-eaten lunch still on the kitchen table. He moved through to the living room, and it was there he found his family. In the middle of the room was Maureen. She'd been stabbed 14 times in the chest, throat, and back. It is widely believed that David, who was sitting nearby, dazed and gazing at his mother, witnessed the crime. Andrew was in his crib nearby. The children were thought to have been alone for the best part of 6 hours. Investigators at the Old Swan police station immediately launched an inquiry into the horrific slaying of the mother of 2. They believed a long-bladed knife was the murder weapon, and searched nearby bushes and shrubs for any sign of the object. They even searched drains on the streets, but turned up nothing. There was no obvious forensic evidence available. Maureen had not been sexually assaulted, and there was no signs of forced entry, nor had anything been taken from the home, all of which made it difficult for authorities to pinpoint the motive. After carrying out door-to-door inquiries, police discovered that nobody had been seen coming or going from the home, and nobody had heard screaming or a struggle. Then a young woman came forward with an interesting story. After seeing the newspaper report of Maureen's death, the young woman who lived in nearby Halewood told authorities that she had been visited by a young man who claimed to be a doctor. Like Maureen, the young woman had recently given birth. She assumed that the doctor had been sent to check on her as part of her postnatal care, but this was not the case. After her husband returned from work, she told him that the doctor had indecently assaulted her, which prompted her husband to make inquiries about the so-called doctor. He was told that there was no doctor operating in the area at that time. The man was described as being between the ages of 27 and 30, wearing horn-rimmed glasses and a dark gray overcoat. On the back of this information, police theorized that Maureen had let the killer into her home under the belief that he was some kind of professional, like a doctor or a nurse. Perhaps the 27-year-old had fought back when he tried to sexually assault her, and the culprit flew into a rage and attacked her with the knife. Another strange possible suspect in the case was that of the quote, good-looking stranger. This man was described as being rather young and wearing a leather jacket. He was seen several times in the vicinity of the street on the day of the crime. Witnesses saw him running very fast down the road that afternoon, and not long afterwards, he was seen being violently sick outside of the Courthay Methodist Church. One onlooker noted that the man kept his hands in his pocket the entire time he was vomiting, which they thought was very peculiar. One woman claimed they'd seen the man on the day of the incident. He had knocked on her door and stood before her clapping his hands. Frightened, the woman slammed the door on him and locked it. By January 17th, the police had gathered over 20,000 statements. With the help of witnesses, they put together a composite image of what they thought the man might have looked like. The Liverpool Echo featured the picture on the front of their paper, and within the first 24 hours of it being published, 60 people contacted authorities with information. However, the names that were given to the police were steadily eliminated, and the man in the leather jacket was never identified. The next suspect in the case was a young blonde woman who was seen acting suspiciously when she boarded a bus close to the crime scene. This unidentified woman boarded the number 10D bus on East Prescott Road. She reportedly had an Irish accent and muttered about how she needed to leave the city immediately. Upon exiting the bus, she repeatedly said, "Oh my God, the woman has never been traced and never come forward." The most bizarre theory to ever be explored in Maureen's case was done so by investigators acting under the orders of Deputy Chief Constable of Liverpool, a man named Herbert Barmer. He theorized that the 27-year-old housewife had been executed in a sacrificial killing by a Polynesian cult. Several of the cult's followers lived in Liverpool, and it was believed that they were making sacrifices to their god Tiki during the winter solstice, the time period in which Maureen was slain. The members were also known to have a tattoo of a reversed swastika. Whether this theory holds any weight at all is unknown, but it is what the deputy chief constable believed. Eventually, authorities landed on a suspect by following this theory. A 24-year-old nurse living in Upper Parliament Street was arrested and charged for stealing equipment and drugs from 3 Liverpool hospitals in 1962. He reportedly pretended to be a doctor and had the reversed swastika tattoo. However, the man was subsequently ruled out as being involved with the murder of Maureen, and the entire theory was abandoned. Authorities regularly review the files and evidence in Maureen's case and made a fresh appeal for information as recently as 2016. Despite authorities uncovering numerous compelling suspects, Maureen's case remains unsolved. If the culprit is still alive today, it's likely they are at least in their 70s, meaning it is unlikely authorities will be able to bring them to justice. Lynn Bryant. At the time of her passing in 1998, Lynn Bryant was a mother of 2 who'd been planning her 41st birthday celebrations. Although her case received tremendous amounts of media attention at the time, it has all but disappeared from the minds of the public today. Described by her loved ones as popular, sociable, and family-oriented, Lynn was well-liked and well-known by locals in the village where she lived, Ruan Highlands in South Cornwall. She had 2 daughters, 19-year-old Erin and 21-year-old Lee, who just had her own first child. The 10-month-old baby was Lynn's first grandchild, and she was looking forward to seeing her family continue to grow in the future. On the morning of Tuesday, October 20, 1998, Lynn went to work as usual. She was a cleaner for a nearby house. Upon finishing, the 40-year-old dropped in to visit her parents before returning home. At around 12:45 p.m., Lynn drove her gray Ford Sierra to Harris Garage at the village of Tregony, but she found out they were out of fuel. Next, she drove to Chenoweth Garage at Ruanghai Lanes, where she bought milk, gas, and a few groceries. While there, a scruffy white car-derived van was seen entering the forecourt. It was driven by an unknown bearded man. Law enforcement later noted that a similar vehicle had been seen in the days before Lynn's death, but both it and the driver were unknown to locals in the area. After visiting the garage, Lynn had lunch with her daughter Erin. The pair chatted about Lynn's upcoming birthday and watched Emmerdale between 1 and 1:30 p.m. Just after 1:30, the 40-year-old took the family dog, a lurcher named Jay, out for a walk. Her family told authorities that Lynn always took the same route. Several witnesses reported seeing her on her way and told law enforcement later that nothing seemed amiss. A passing motorist saw Lynn talking to a man at the junction by Ruan High Lanes Methodist Chapel. The man is described as being clean-shaven in his 30s, about 5'9", and wearing light-colored clothing. This is the last known sighting of Lynn alive. At 12:30 p.m., Lynn's body was found by a woman driving up the lane between the chapel and Travails Manor. Panicked, the woman reversed her car back down the road and alerted a local farmer who recognized the body. While emergency services were called, by the time the air ambulance arrived at 2:50 p.m., Lynn was long dead. She had sustained multiple knife wounds to her neck and back, with the fatal blow striking her in the chest. Authorities noted that the 40-year-old had fought her attacker viciously, and that her clothing was disturbed, which led them to believe she had been the victim of a sexually motivated assault. Law enforcement determined that the murder weapon was a single-edged blade between 10 and 14 centimeters long. It was likely either a penknife or a small kitchen knife, but so far it has never been located, despite the fact that police immediately carried out a fingertip search of the area after Lynn's body was found. One interesting clue found at the scene was the vivid blue polyester cotton mixed fibers that were located on Lynn's body. The fibers have never been matched to a specific garment but are commonly used in both polo shirts and sweatshirts. They are alien to Lynn and her home, leading investigators to conclude that they must have come from the perpetrator. Authorities also stated that due to the struggle and the mud splatter found on the 40-year-old's clothing, they believe the culprit would have mud and blood on their clothing. Another local farmer told the police that he'd seen a man walking across his field between 2:45 and 3 p.m. This was unusual to him because there was no footpath across the area and it was never used by walkers. He noted that the man wasn't dressed for a walk or a hike either, wearing regular, everyday clothing instead. Another bizarre incident that occurred in Lynn's case was that of her tortoise-shell glasses, which she had been wearing when she left the house earlier, but were not found on or with her body. They also did not turn up when the police searched the area. 4 months later, however, on February 2nd of 1999, the glasses were located, sitting on top of the murder at the gateway where the mother of two's body was found. Authorities have been unable to determine where they came from, suspecting that either a member of the public found them or that the perpetrator of the crime had taken them as a trophy and for some reason returned them afterwards. The investigation into Lynn's horrific murder was long. 3,144 house-to-house inquiry forms were completed. 1,600 alibis were established. 7,884 statements were taken, and 6,573 vehicles were traced and eliminated. All men between the ages of 14 and 70 who were living in a 1-mile radius of the crime scene were traced and their alibis checked and corroborated. Due to the remote location of the crime scene, authorities concluded that the culprit was either a local to the area or knew it well. Perhaps they worked nearby or had family who lived in the community. In 2015, investigators who were reviewing the case managed to pull a partial DNA profile from the evidence. Although DNA samples had been taken in 1998, authorities had to begin the process all over again with some 6,000 people in 2016. This was because new legislation, which had come into effect 3 years earlier, had compelled law enforcement to destroy the old samples. So far, however, these efforts have not led to an arrest or a conviction, although 3 suspects were cleared using the DNA profile. In 2018, on the 20th anniversary of Lynn's death, authorities put out a fresh appeal for information, which led them to receive 160 calls. 27 new leads involving 13 people came as a result. That same year, a reconstruction of the 40-year-old's last known movements was made and released to the public. The 3 men police wish to speak to have never come forward or been identified. These men include the man seen driving the white car-derived van, the man who spoke with Lynn at the chapel, and the man who was witnessed walking across the field. It's unknown if any of them have anything to do with the crime. In 2016, a former intelligence officer named Chris Clark put forward the theory that Lynn's case is linked with that of Helen Fleet and Kate Bushill, both of whom were murdered while dog walking. Kate Bushill was just 14 years old when she was found dead in Exwick, Exeter on November 15, 1997. She had been out walking the neighbor's dog when she was found. She had a knife wound to the neck. Helen Fleet was 66 years old when she was beaten to death while walking her dogs on March 28 of 1987 in Walbury Woods in Weston-super-Mare. Both cases have never been solved and law enforcement has never officially linked the three murders. Lynn Bryant's case also remains unsolved. Amy Ayres, Sarah Harbison, Jennifer Harbison, and Eliza Thomas. All heartfelt, nature-loving teenagers were wonderful and immeasurable young girls from Austin, Texas. Their undying friendship and shared passion for all living things was cut short by unsolved murders in the waning hours of December 6, 1991, leaving all who knew them across the Texas Capitol and the entire state at large grasping for answers in a sea of evidence that drowned us all in doubt. As a hope to provide more substantial reasoning built upon observable evidence and situational analysis, this is an examination of the 1991 Austin yogurt shop murders and the horrifying tragedy left in the I Can't Believe It's Yogurt storeroom. The youngest of the four girls was Amy Lee Ayres. Born on the final day of January in the winter of 1978. She was quickly introduced into the ranching culture and cowgirl lifestyle that the open plains of Texas can inspire. From a young age, she became obsessed with the outdoors and all that Mother Nature had to offer, finding a special affinity for animals and associating with them in her free time. Her two major interests were fishing and horses, falling in love with competition shows. As young as 3 years old, Amy excelled in horse shows across the state of Texas. She even learned the art of cutting horses, in which a horse and its rider attempt to separate a cow from its herd and keep it singled out. It was a fine equestrian skill to master, let alone for a young girl. In short, Amy was born to be a horse whisperer. These deep-rooted passions carried on into her adolescent years as well. When she wasn't hanging around the horse barn, she was training her dogs new tricks or making friends with strangers' pets, withholding the uncanny ability to attract animals on the fly, as if her energy and spirit made them draw near. She took this spirit wherever she went, whether it was to the rodeo to support her brother, Sean, or to her meetings with the fellow yearbook staff at Burnett Middle School. After classes ended, Amy would venture to Lanier High School's Junior Future Farmers of America, where she served as vice president, or to the Travis County Livestock Show, where she would show hogs and join arts and crafts programs. It was all prep for her master plan, as Amy dreamt of one day owning horses on open farmland while tending to animals as a veterinarian. With so much natural talents, we can be sure that these dreams would have materialized had it not been for that fateful final journey to the yogurt shop with a friend in late 1991. The next youngest victim, Amy Ayres, a aforementioned best friend, was 15-year-old Sarah Harbison. Born on October 28, 1976, Sarah was the younger of two daughters belonging to stepfather Frank and birth mother, Barbara Harbison. In 1979, Barbara and her daughters moved to Austin, and Sarah never looked back. Much like her future best friend, Amy, Sarah displayed a love for outdoor activities and wielded a competitive spirit at an early age. She loved playing sports, especially basketball. She just loved being a part of something and forcing herself to be better at whatever she set her mind on. Sarah never slowed down either, taking on as many activities as she could. Alongside basketball, Sarah also joined the cheerleading squad and would cheer directly after her own basketball game, supporting the boys' teams too. When she got into high school, she also excelled on the freshman volleyball squad too. This hectic lifestyle didn't bother Mr. and Mrs. Harverson though, as they pushed Sarah to achieve greatness and follow her passions. Thus, Sarah joined other organizations at school, such as the Lanier FFA chapter, and became a representative on her high school student council. But her very favorite extracurricular activity, showing sheep at local county fair competitions, was shared with her older sister, Jennifer, another victim of the yogurt shop mystery. Jennifer Harbison, the eldest child of Barbara Harbison, was born on May 9, 1974, 2.5 years prior to Sarah. She, her mother and her sister had an inseparable bond growing up. In 1980, Barbara married Frank and the family of 3 grew to 4, cemented with true happiness and consistent support. Through this support, Jennifer was much like her younger sister in that she was encouraged to live up to her imaginations. She was short and petite, quick and clever, but equally as confident and athletic. She loved to remain social at school, also channeling most of her energy into sports and the Future Farmers of America program, where she served as president of the local chapter and vice president of the district. She led the sports fandom between her and Sarah, playing t-ball as a youngster before becoming a stellar track and field star in high school. She used her athletic abilities to ready herself for a future career in rodeo barrel races, the perfect dream for a girl with her interests. Without a doubt, she and Sarah held many similarities in their close relationship, their mother describing them as wonderfully unique, faithful, and most of all, mature for their age. It was Jennifer's maturity that prodded Barbara to allow her to work part-time late-night shifts at a minimum wage job at the I Can't Believe It's yogurt shop so she could help pay for a navy blue Chevy S10 truck her birth father was wrangling for her. In a heartbreaking twist, it was this innocent plan that led into darkness after a few months on the job for Jennifer and her older co-worker, Eliza Thomas. Eliza Thomas was born on May 16, 1974 in Travis County, Texas. Her parents divorced when she was only a child, but she remained tight-knit with her birth mother, Maria, and grew up with her younger sister, Sonora Thomas. Like many of her friends and fellow Mid-Texas natives, Eliza was fond of country music and dancing. When she became a teenager, Eliza and her best friend at the time, Michelle, would go out together to dance events. Maria Thomas would tell reporter Dick Ellis after the murders that her favorite memories of her late daughter were the times when Eliza and Michelle would meet up before or after dancing, get dressed up with nice clothes and makeup, and laugh through the homemade photo shoots. It was this youthful ritual that inspired Eliza to dream of becoming a model someday, with her expertise in beauty products a facet of her career goals. When she wasn't collecting tubes of lipstick, she was looking for the newest little knickknacks to add to her miniature collection, mostly made up of cats figurines. Much like her friends, Jennifer, Sarah, and Amy, she too loved animals and the Future Farmers of America program. In fact, she used these activities to support her modeling aspirations, selling the pigs she'd show at county competitions to fund her first modeling portfolio. It was also a big reason why she also got a job as the night shift closer at the local yogurt shop. And sadly, why she passed away far too soon, along with the 3 other innocent girls of Austin, Texas in December of 1991. Let's now turn to the timeline of events leading up to the Austin yogurt shop murders. At around 4:30 p.m. on Friday, December 6, 1991, Barbara Harbison returns home from work to find her youngest daughter, Sarah Harbison, sitting on the couch, eating a snack. Sarah informs her mother that she's going out that night with her friend, Amy Ayers, and asks if Amy can spend the night with them. Barbara agrees and tells Sarah she and Amy can get a ride from her eldest daughter, Jennifer Harbison, to a mall near Jennifer's work and then a ride home after her shift ends. A few minutes later, Jennifer returns home from school to prep for work. Her mother and sister tell her of their plan and she happily agrees. Sometime after 5 p.m., Jennifer and Sarah depart the Harbison household for the Austin shopping complex, the last time Barbara sees her children. Jennifer drops off Sarah and Amy at the mall and clocks in for the closing shift at the I Can't Believe It's yogurt shop at 2949 W. Anderson Lane with her co-worker, Eliza Thomas. Over the next 4 hours or so, the night shift at the yogurt shop operates as usual. At around 10 p.m., customers at the store report seeing all the girls inside, happy and acting normally. This would be the last confirmed time that Eliza, Jennifer, Sarah, and Amy are seen alive. Sometime within the next hour and 47 minutes, assumed to be around 11 p.m., the 4 friends are entrapped at the yogurt store by multiple assailants. The offenders gag, sexually assault, and eventually murder the girls in cold blood via gunshots to the head with .22 caliber lead bullets. They stack the bodies in the shop's storeroom, pour accelerants around the crime scene, light it all on fire, and escape into the thick of night. At exactly 11:47 p.m. the same night, Austin police officer Troy Gay patrols the Anderson Line, North Austin area. He spots a fire burning at the I Can't Believe It's yogurt shop and calls it into his dispatcher. Austin police backup arrive on the scene, and just after midnight on Saturday, December 7th, authorities discover the dead bodies of Eliza, Jennifer, Sarah, and Amy. Eliza and Sarah are found with their wrists tied, with Jennifer's unbound, but her hands positioned behind her back. Their corpses are nude and charred almost beyond recognition. Amy's body is found in another section of the store, a sock-like cloth tied around her neck, with second-degree burns on about 30% of her body. It's theorized the bodies were stacked on top of each other, with Amy escaping the pile and crawling away before being shot once more. All the girls are presumed to have died before being burned. A few days later, on Monday, December 9th, law enforcement confirms reports that there were multiple people involved in the robbery-turned-homicide, and there were no signs of forced entry, and that the items used to tie up the 4 girls were all found in the store that night. The following day, on Tuesday, December 10th, the city of Austin, Texas grieves with the various parents over the loss of their 4 children. A funeral is held, and it is attended by over 1,500 citizens. On Thursday, December 12th, State District Judge John Wisser sealed the autopsy reports to sustain the evidence's confidentiality and protect the investigation. At North Cross Mall on Saturday, December 14th, a man by the name of Maurice Pierce is arrested for possession of a .22 caliber gun and bullets. Austin Police Detective Hector Polanco brings him into question in regards to the yogurt shop murders. And Pierce eventually tells the detective that his friend, Forrest Wellborn, used a .22 gun in the 4 girls' murders. Despite this development, police report that they have few leads on December 23rd. After a false confession by an anonymous teenage girl and her boyfriend are proven untrue. To make matters worse, the Maurice Pierce tip is buried in case files after the interrogating officer, Detective Polanco, is removed from the investigation due to his dirty past in coercing false confessions from suspects on March 23, 1992. 7 months later, in October 1992, the next best lead evaporates when Pavirio Villa Saavedra, a suspect that Mexican police say confessed to his involvement, recants his testimony, telling American authorities that Mexican federal agents tortured him into coercion. Over the next 3 to 4 years, leads pour into the Austin police departments, but no arrests are made, and the yogurt shop murders quickly begin to devolve into a tragic, cold case. However, sometime at the end of 1996 or the beginning of 1997, APD Detective Paul Johnson is newly assigned to tackle the murders and pulls the old Maurice Pierce tip case file for closer inspection. The testimony isn't acted upon until early 1999 when forensic officers test Pierce's .22 caliber gun against the crime scene evidence. They find it does not match the weapon used at the yogurt shop. Nevertheless, police bring in one of Maurice Pierce's alleged cohorts, Michael Scott, multiple times between September 9 and 14, 1999. After over 20 hours of intense interrogations, Scott confesses to playing a role in the murders. On September 15, Austin police travel to Charleston, West Virginia, where they interview another alleged cohort, Robert Burns Springsteen IV. Springsteen is interrogated under scrutiny for 5 hours, before admitting to raping Amy Ayers and helping kill the others. A couple of weeks later, on October 5, 1999, Austin Judge Mike Lynch signed the arrest warrants for Scott, Springsteen, Maurice Pierce, and Forrest Wellborn. They are officially arrested the following day, on October 6, for capital murder. Later that year, on December 1, police collect the 4 suspects' blood and DNA samples for crime scene analysis. 8 days later, on December 9, another judge rules Pierce and Wellborn will be tried as adults, despite being just 15 and 16. On December 14, Robert Springsteen is indicted by a grand jury, followed by Michael Scott and Maurice Pierce on December 28. District Attorney Ronnie Earl says he will seek the death penalty for both Springsteen and Scott. In another twist, though, a different judge dismisses the capital murder charge against Forrest Wellborn on June 30, 2000, after a second jury fails to indict him. Despite the lack of physical evidence against him, prosecutors continue with their case against Robert Springsteen in April of 2001. At the conclusion of the trial, the jury finds Springsteen guilty of murder. And in June of 2001, Springsteen is sentenced to death. 16 months pass by. And a similar conclusion to Michael Scott's trial is reached when he's found guilty of murder on September 22, 2002, and sentenced to life in prison on September the 24th. However, a few months later, on January 28, 2003, District Attorney Ronnie Earl asked for a dismissal of the charges against Maurice Pierce, claiming there wasn't enough evidence to convict him in the moment, and Pierce is released after spending over 3 years in prison. It wouldn't be until 3 years later, on May 30, 2006, when the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals overturned Springsteen's conviction, claiming that the written confession of Michael Scott was improperly used against Springsteen in his own testimony. This exact same reasoning is used again on June 6, 2007, when the court overturned Scott's conviction as well. In a bombshell announcement by prosecutors in the spring of 2008, they report that advances in DNA technology have revealed that a previous piece of undetected DNA from an unknown male subject was discovered on a vaginal swab taken from Amy Yes's body. This DNA profile does not match any of the 4 original suspects. This same DNA profile is found on the body of one of the Harbison sisters in June of 2009 and matches none. Of the over 100 suspects the police have looked into thus far, nor any of the forensic officers or medical personnel who had dealt with the corpses in the years since December 1991. Later that month, on June 24, 2009, the DA's office tells a Travis County judge that they are no longer prepared for a retrial against Michael Scott or Robert Springsteen without the identity of the man to whom the new DNA belongs. At 2:50 p.m., the 2 men walk out of the courthouse with their attorneys, finally free men. In October of 2009, all charges are officially dropped against Scott and Springsteen. In the 11-plus years since the wrongful arrests of Maurice Pierce, Forrest Wellborn, Michael Scott, and Robert Springsteen, and almost 19 years since the tragic assaults and murders of Amy Ayers, Sarah Harbison, Jennifer Harbison, and Eliza Thomas, no matches of the DNA samples found at the yogurt crime scene have been announced, and there are currently no known active leads in the investigation. Without a doubt, the biggest piece of evidence discovered in the yogurt shop murder investigation is the mysterious DNA profile belonging to an unidentified male, found on 2 of the 4 bodies after DNA technology expanded at the turn of the millennium. While not much is known about the sample outside of the gender of its donor, it's been announced that the profile does not match any of the tested suspects police have compiled since their manhunt began. Nor does it match hundreds of associates of the prime suspects listed by the Austin Police Department thus far. Technicians have been ruled out, fellow law enforcement officers have been ruled out, the first responders have been ruled out. This means the DNA most certainly belongs to one of the men responsible for these harrowing acts of rape and murder. As we await the results of further testing and for a match to be uncovered, another set of points to the case are critical in understanding how hurtful the authorities were in their brutal mishandling of suspects early on and how the deception of the police may have derailed the entire investigation through their despicable use of coercion and eliciting false confessions. Had Detective Hector Polanco not intimidated Maurice Pierce into claiming his .22 caliber gun was the one used in the homicides by his friend, Forrest Wellborn, investigators would never have followed up this false lead and would never have arrested 2 innocent men along with their supposed cohorts, Michael Scott and Robert Springsteen. Instead, they could have focused their time, money, and energies into finding a viable suspect. Police and prosecutors alike knew the 4 men had no physical connection to the yogurt shop, as well as having the knowledge that Pierce's gun wasn't the murder weapon. So to cover up their ineptitude, they turned to the bad cop routine. It is a tale we have seen far too often. If you want a better idea of how detectives coerced false confessions from 4 young boys, hampering the search for true justice and destroying 4 more innocent lives in the process, you can listen to clips of these coerced confessions by following the link in the show notes. You'll hear audio clips from the elongated interrogations, full of persuasive tactics utilized by cops who want pleas of guilt to spill out of the tired minds of innocent people. Mike, look at me. You're remembering what happened this city room time there, right? I don't. You're remembering what happened. I don't honestly remember going in the toilet. Imagine being an underage boy brought in by police officers for a crime you didn't commit. Cornered in a windowless, low-lit room by men twice your size, demanding you say what they want to hear, bullying images into your malleable minds, forcing false memories upon you. Is that the gun you walked up behind somebody with and shot in the head? Not only that, but the officers used each man's false confession against the other, tricking them into believing that their friend was right, and to deny it would be to deny the other's seemingly true story. It's a crippling, debilitating sensation, and one that took precious years away from a proper investigation into finding the real killers. The Austin Police Department and Travis County Prosecutor's Office should be ashamed to the highest degree and must take the blame. Their rush to create answers where there obviously were none cost the victims' families the justice they deserved. It is inexcusable and disgusting behavior. Yet vital to understand in grasping the entire picture of the failed and fractured yogurt shop case files. We can now turn to the most prominent theories surrounding the mystery of the Austin yogurt shop murders. The wildest part about the yogurt shop murders and its notoriety for the coerced confessions is that it didn't stop with the four main suspects believed to be responsible for years until DNA cleared their names. In fact, investigators heard over 50 false confessions related to the case, including one from infamous serial killer Kenneth Allen McDuff. McDuff's testimony coming the day of his execution was at first seriously considered by police when they realized he was in the Austin area around the time of the yogurt shop massacre, murdering Colleen Reed with accomplice Alva Hank Worley on December 29. At 1991. However, after exhaustive investigative measures were taken, it was found that these claims by McDuff were false, a disturbing trend for a case lacking more and more clarity by the day. So why did so many people come forward with fake motives and lead authorities astray, distracting everyone from the real culprit still running free? For some like McDuff, it was perfect fodder to receive their twisted 15 minutes of fame. These instigators deserve absolutely no recognition and should not be named, as their falsifications take away from the serious matter at hand. For others, false confessions might have come from further malpractices taken by Austin police and case detectives, who had the previously mentioned history in pulling the trigger on coercion. If the four boys were manipulated into confessing for the case to be fast-tracked to the solved folder, it's not out of the realm of possibility that others were subjected to similar tactics. Again, it goes without saying these awful investigative patterns damaged the case, and the police who took them were criminals in their own right. So while the police were wasting time putting figurative and even literal guns to the heads of innocent parties, what other theories were discussed among case followers and armchair sleuths? The craziest and most ill-advised theory was purported in court by the prosecutor's office after Pierce, Wellborn, Scott, and Springsteen were cleared by DNA evidence. They claimed that they still believed the four men were guilty, but that a mysterious fifth cohort was the donor of the DNA profile. This theory was nothing but a desperate attempt by APD and the district attorney to save face in an obviously bungled prosecution effort that shouldn't be considered further as anything but a coward's last attempt to frame four innocent men. Another string of theories discussed across the message boards and email chains revolved around possible serial killer suspects. After Kenneth McDuff was ruled out, sleuths started pointing out other murderers with similar MOs. The most frequently mentioned was Paul Dennis Reed, also known as the fast food killer, convicted of 7 murders over a string of 3 fast food chain robberies from February to April of 1997. Reed killed his victims in a similar fashion to the yogurt shop murderer, bringing them to the building store room, binding them at the wrists, and shooting them in the head, execution style. While these slayings happened in Nashville, Tennessee, Reed had a criminal history in Texas, dating all the way back to 1983, getting out of prison for an armed robbery charge in 1990. However, because Reed was eventually apprehended, his DNA records would have been entered into a criminal database and subsequently ruled out as a match to the yogurt shop murders. Reed also operated alone and dealt with mental disabilities according to his family, going against yogurt shop crime scene evidence that there were multiple offenders who were likely skilled criminals operating with precision. These data points also most likely rule out involvement of the gunman in the Lane Bryant shooting mystery that took place on February 22, 2008. Despite the vast amount of time between the Lane Bryant case and the yogurt shop case, it's hard for people to ignore the similarities in crime scenes. The Lane Bryant shootings also involved all female victims who were executed via gunshots to the head after being trapped in the back of their store. Ultimately, there was one victim who survived and told police that the gunman was working alone. And for a case that took place in Illinois, 1,000 miles away and 17 years apart from the yogurt shop case, a link between the two is highly improbable. Of all the theories put forth by the community surrounding the case, there is one hypothesis that stands out from the rest, an idea about who the killers might be built from a couple of eyewitness testimonies gathered by the consumers at the I Can't Believe It's Yogurt shop the night of the massacre. These statements place two unidentified men sitting at a booth after 10 p.m., coming across as odd and emitting a peculiar aura. The first man was described as white, standing at around 5 feet 6 inches in his late 20s or early 30s, sporting dirty blonde hair and a large black jacket. The second figure was described as much bigger, a 6-foot white male of average build with darker hair and an elongated pointy nose, sporting a green military fatigue-type jacket. He spoke with a deep, yet crystal-clear voice. The first customer to speak out against the two men was Darrell Croft, who testified for defense lawyers in Michael Scott's criminal trial in 2002. Croft, a former police officer and security manager in 1991, had visited the Austin yogurt shop at just about 10 p.m. on December 6 with two friends. He recollected how when he went to go stand in line, a man wearing a green military fatigue jacket matching the description of the second man was loitering, asking other customers to go in front of him so he'd be at the back of the line. When he approached Croft, he actually asked him if he was a former cop and if he'd jump ahead of him in line. Croft denied his bizarre request and monitored the man as he made his way to the counter and ordered a soft drink. Once he paid for the beverage, the man then slinked around the counter and walked into the back of the store. Croft, growing more and more suspicious, asked Eliza Thomas, who was working the cash register, why the man was allowed back there. She informed Croft that the man had asked to use their restroom, and she gave him permission, acting as the shift supervisor. But Croft couldn't shake the strangeness of the incident and waited around the front counter for a few minutes longer than normal, waiting to see if the man in the green jacket returned. When he failed to show up, Croft left the store with his friends, but reported the description of the man to the police a few days after the murders were reported on. For reasons unknown, a police sketch of the man in the military jacket was never procured, and Croft failed to pick a recognizable face out of a couple of suspect lineups in the aftermath, lineups that included the 4 innocent boys. The other major testimony regarding the two men was pulled from old police statements by the Austin Chronicle for a story published by reporter Jordan Smith in December of 2011. These statements came from a female customer who told police she and her husband were two of the last customers at the yogurt shop just before closing at 11 p.m. on the night of December 6th. They reported seeing the same two jacketed men sitting in a booth acting in a way that made the woman's skin crawl. She watched them in the reflection of the shop's front window as the girls began to close up the shop by refilling napkin holders, cleaning floors, and flipping chairs on top of tables. Even as the couple left, the two men remained in their seats, acting as if they weren't going anywhere soon as Jennifer Harbison locked the door and flipped the sign to read closed, as to dissuade any new customers from entering. The girls inside acted normally, but according to the couple, the men, it did not. It's hard not to find these shared experiences rather intriguing. These two men have not been named or cleared by authorities. For all we know, they were never tracked down by police nor interviewed. Law enforcement has stated that they are interested in speaking to the two men, but as witnesses rather than suspects. However, considering their uncomfortable vibes and peculiar behavior, those who consider them suspects have good reason to do so. In one of the crime scene photographs taken the morning after the murders, you can see a booth in the background of the dining area that has an empty napkin dispenser and cleared tabletop. When customers were shown the photo, they agreed it was likely the booth the two suspicious men sat at. This means that the murders happened in between the men leaving and the girls being able to finish up closing their booth. A very slim amount of time, considering they were in the middle of clearing the tables. Thus, if the two men aren't responsible, they at least had the best shot at spotting the real killers, making the mystery of the unidentified male closing customers the most puzzling and important of all. Before we divulge our hypothesis of the 1991 Austin yogurt shop unsolved murders, we want to make it known our conclusions presented in Cold Case Detective are purely logical speculation based on evidence, circumstance, and factual subtext. We are only privy to the same information presented in each video, and we do not attempt to promise certainty or an expert guarantee on the findings we reach in closing. We simply observe, research, and report. For starters, we believe that these murders were indeed the actions of multiple assailants or a killer with at least one other accomplice. The evidence hides in the simple fact it would be next to impossible for a single perpetrator to subdue all 4 girls by themselves, take them to the back storeroom, tie them up, and set the entire place on fire without causing a ruckus. There are 2 key pieces of data to support this. Remember, none of the neighboring businesses at the strip mall where the yogurt shop was located reported hearing anything to suggest murder the night of December 6th. One business did say they heard a few popping noises, most likely the gunshots, but nobody heard screaming or shouting or banging or anything to suggest a desperate fight was put up. If there were multiple offenders, keeping everything quiet would have been a much easier task. The young girls, friends, and families agree with this, stating that their courage and tough murder personalities would be too much for one person with one gun to overcome. Secondly, we are confident that these murders were orchestrated by career criminals and likely sociopaths who were seeking to attack women with the resources to do so without detection. These horrific crimes were not carried out by high school boys attempting to rob the neighborhood yogurt stand. Rather, they were premeditated acts of violence, people who sought to harm and strike fear in their victims. The reason the killings are more than likely not a simple robbery gone wrong is the presence of an accelerant around the storeroom after the fire was put out. Most criminals do not bring lighter fluid along with their robberies, usually seeking to run in and out of their target and leave without physical conflict. Plus, there were plenty of other shops around the area that would have provided much more cash than the yogurt shop did. No, we believe these murders were intentional from the beginning. It is highly possible that the men who murdered the girls were watching one of them from afar. Maybe even prior to December 6th, they could have made Amy and Sarah targets after spotting them at the mall without parental supervision, a popular spot for offenders to track unsuspecting women. While there is no evidence to suggest this, it cannot be ruled out when considering these killers were concise in how they acted and the history of violence against young women in general. So who could the killers be? While it is impossible to know for sure, we believe those 2 jacketed men previously mentioned are the most fitting suspects. They were acting suspiciously, bothersome to multiple customers, and were the only 2 of over 50 customers that evening that have yet to be accounted for. Not only that, but the story by Daryl Croft leaves us wondering if that tall man in the green jacket wasn't just going back to use the restroom, but rather scoping the shop for cameras or worse, a place to commit a future assault. They were the last 2 people seen with the girls and wearing clothes that could have concealed weapons. Of course, this is all circumstantial evidence. However, it is also curious that the 2 men who were lurking in the booth at the I Can't Believe It's yogurt shop on December 6th have not come forward to absolve themselves of any further suspicion. They could have effortlessly cleared their names and identities through science, submitting DNA to be compared to the sample obtained by police. Until that happens, they are the greatest suspects we have and must be found to unlock further answers regarding the entire mystery. Until then, we must keep the faith that the DNA profile currently held in evidence can be used to help aid investigators. Sadly, the type of DNA sample received, a YSTR strand, also known as mitochondrial DNA, isn't the kind one can simply input into a genealogy database and connect it to relatives. While it can rule out suspects when compared with direct DNA donations, it's hard to be used as a backwards investigative tool, like the DNA was used for cases in the Golden State Killer investigation. Not only this, but the FBI has withheld the DNA sample from such genealogy studies anyway, claiming privacy laws to be complicating its potential use in further DNA campaigns. Still, we will hold out hope that a breakthrough is just around the corner. And in the meantime, we will celebrate the lives of Amy Ayers, Sarah Harbison, Jennifer Harbison, and Eliza Thomas. We will champion their unique personalities, shared passions, and their unparalleled drive to be nothing but unapologetically themselves. We will spread the hope and happiness and heartfelt courage those 4 girls emanated in their daily lives, never missing an opportunity to inspire those around them. We will remember their athletic feats, their unmatched equestrian skill sets, their farming expertise, and their community-driven spirits. We will remind the world that these were 4 young women full of promise, navigating their mid-Texas neighborhoods so that one day they could move out to new pastures and shape the world at large for the better. The tragic rape and murder at the I Can't Believe It's yogurt shop on the night of December 6, 1991 will not be the defining legacies of Amy, Sarah, Jennifer, and Eliza. Their legacies are defined by every positive and life-affirming moment before, defined by their love for both nature and humanity. This is a type of love that is not burned or broken, no matter the circumstances of their final moments. It is the reason their memory will never perish as we continue a search for their justice into the infinite night. Khadija Britton. Born April 22 of 1994, Khadija Rose Britton was described by her loved ones as a bright and athletic teenager who was sure to go far in life. A member of the Round Valley Indian tribes of the Round Valley Reservation, Khadija grew up in Covillo, California, and was an accomplished student who was also the star of her high school basketball team. Her friends and classmates noted that she was popular and confident, with a strong sense of humor. Everyone was certain that as a young woman, she would break away from her hometown and go to college. But Khadija had that opportunity robbed of her in the early months of 2018. It was the night of February 7, 2018 that Khadija was last seen alive. 3 days passed before her family filed a missing person report after hearing nothing from her. It's not that her family were unconcerned. It was more that in the last few years, Khadija had begun to live an increasingly unpredictable lifestyle. Instead of leaving to go to community college after graduating high school in 2012, she began to fall in with the wrong crowd. It wasn't long before she'd become involved in abusing drugs. Her community was known to be suffering from both drug and alcohol issues. Through her substance abuse, Khadija got to know a man named Niji Tony Fallis IV, who was around 14 years her senior. Although she didn't know it right away, Fallis was bad news. He'd had far more than his fair share of brushes with the law and had been charged with numerous offenses, ranging from manufacturing meth to endangering the health of a child to domestic violence. He'd even had his children taken from his custody after keeping them in filthy, squalid conditions. However, he appeared to father more children after his stint in prison in San Joaquin County because shortly after he met Khadija, she was in charge of his children. She would do their laundry, cook their meals, and collect them from school. While friends and family were unimpressed by Khadija's choice of boyfriends, their complaints and concerns fell on deaf ears. On January 30, 2018, a hysterical, bleeding, and bruised Khadija turned up on the doorstep of the house belonging to her father, stepmother, and their children. She told the couple about how Fallis had beaten her with his fists before picking up a hammer. The next day, working with the tribe's domestic violence center, Khadija filed a restraining order against her boyfriend. She was also given money to replace the possessions she'd left behind at his home, including her clothes and phone. Ultimately, however, Fallis managed to dissuade or force the 23-year-old not to follow through with the charges against him. This is thought to have been because, given his criminal history, Fallis would have spent considerable time in jail had the charges been successful. However, that was not the end. After Khadija was reported missing on February 10, 2018, a witness came forward to police with a horrific story. On the night of her disappearance, Khadija was known to have been visiting a friend in the 23,000 block of Airport Road. The witness claimed that around midnight, Fallis, accompanied by his new girlfriend, a woman named Antonia, turned up at the house in a black Mercedes. Armed with a small pistol, Fallis went to the door of the house and demanded that Khadija come out and speak with him. After this, a physical altercation ensued, and Fallis began to chase his ex-girlfriend around the car, which was being driven by Antonia. Fallis managed to hit Khadija and shove her into the car, and the three drove off together. The 23-year-old was never seen since. 10 days later, in mid-February, Fallis was charged with multiple offenses in connection with the disappearance of Khadija, including assault, kidnapping, first-degree burglary, threats to commit a crime resulting in death or great bodily injury, attempted murder, and for being a felon in possession of a firearm and ammunition. However, Fallis pled not guilty and refused to cooperate with detectives who were investigating the vanishing of his ex-girlfriend. Several months later, in June of 2018, the police were forced to drop most of the charges due to a lack of evidence. Fall's bail was reduced and he was released shortly afterwards, although he still faced the gun and ammunition possession charges. In August, Antonia was arrested for suspicion of harboring or concealing a wanted felon. A few months later, in October, Fall's pled no contest to the firearm charges, while his girlfriend pled no contest to being an accessory to a felony. Fall's, who was 37 at the time, was sentenced to 4 years in prison, while Antonia was sentenced to 18 months in prison and 18 months under supervision. She was also ordered to have no further contact with her boyfriend and was forced to spend 6 months in an inpatient drug rehabilitation program. Both detectives and Khadijah's family believe that Fall's kills the 23-year-old on the night she was taken. The problem is they're unable to prove it without first finding her body. During the investigation, authorities questioned and arrested many of Fall's associates. They also set up an anonymous tip line. And missing persons posters were plastered all across the surrounding counties. Meanwhile, friends and family did their best to raise awareness for Khadijah's case on social media, including setting up a Facebook group. In 2019, a pond in Mendocino County was drained when cadaver dogs indicated that something was buried there. However, no human remains were found. Lieutenant Shannon Barney of the Mendocino County Sheriff's Office, who was also a member of the reservation, said in a 2018 article that he believed somebody knew what happened and where Khadijah was, but they were keeping quiet, telling the press Democrats, quote, "Throughout the ages, tribal people have closed down, among their own, within their own little tribal system, for protection. That's part of the culture. We know there are people who know more than they're telling us, but we have not been able to break through that tribalism." In 2018, a $50,000 reward was made available. That reward was doubled in 2020 with the help of the FBI, who have been assisting in the investigation. Khadijah's family continued to look for answers. In March of 2018, her father, Jerry, and one of her brothers searched for her in the snowy landscape of the Mendocino National Forest after receiving a tip. When their SUV got stuck, the pair continued on foot, but their efforts proved fruitless. Abandoned buildings and chicken coops have been investigated by Jerry, who takes a shovel when he goes out with him, so he can check out any shallow graves. Although the perpetrator in this case seems obvious, the family have still not received closure or justice. Khadijah's body has still not been recovered, and it's likely that without it, Fall's will not be charged. The case is still open and active. Kiera Coles. Born September 24, 1992 to Joseph Coles and Karen Phillips, Kiera was the fourth of 5 children and appeared to have a relatively normal upbringing. As an adult, she was close to her mother. The pair spoke on a near-daily basis, and she was also very anxious to start her own family. Kiera often told her family and friends that as soon as she was financially stable, she wanted to have her first child. Shortly before her vanishing, she was on her way to having her perfect life. She had moved out to her own apartment on the south side of Chicago, Illinois, and she had purchased a new car. She had also recently found out that she was pregnant. Her baby was due in April of 2019. 26-year-old Kiera was working for the USPS at the time of her disappearance. According to some reports, she had been there since 2017. While other sources claim she'd been there about 3 years. According to her mother, Karen, Kiera had taken the 1st and 2nd of October 2018 off from work for personal reasons. She was due back on the 3rd. However, the 26-year-old never showed up to her shift. Instead, she called in sick. Between the 3rd and the 4th of October, Karen continued to call her daughter, who wasn't answering her phone. The calls were going straight to voicemail, leading Karen to believe that Kiera's phone must have been out of battery. She then asked Kiera's sibling to check her social media. Kiera hadn't posted there either. Beginning to grow concerned, Karen asked the Chicago Police Department to perform a welfare check on her daughter. Kiera's car was still parked outside her apartment block, but the young woman herself was missing. Initially, police didn't think much of Kiera's vanishing, believing it to be a non-suspicious case. But eventually they began to suspect foul play. Karen had last seen her daughter on the Sunday before she vanished, September 30th. The pair had spoken about Kiera's preparation for the baby and what milk was best to drink while she was pregnant. However, the case grew a little complicated when the 26-year-old sister claimed that she had last seen her on Monday the 1st after picking her up from work. This statement conflicted with Karen's testimony that her daughter had taken Monday the 1st and Tuesday the 2nd off from work. This information has never been fully clarified in subsequent reports on the disappearance. Upon investigating further, the case grew all the more complex when authorities found out that the father of Kiera's baby, Joshua Simmons, whom she'd been seeing for 5 years, actually already had a long-term girlfriend and several children. There are also some reports that he had a third girlfriend, although this is only mentioned in a few articles. Not only was Kiera pregnant, but Simmons' long-term girlfriend was also pregnant with their third child. Reportedly, both Kiera and the other girlfriend knew of one another. According to Karen, the pair did not get on, and Kiera had been banned from visiting Simmons at his house. It is unclear if the authorities ever spoke with Simmons. In early 2019, he was wanted for questioning in relation to Kiera's case. Reportedly, after the 26-year-old vanished, Simmons, his girlfriend, and their children moved out of state. They never participated in any searches for Kiera nor any vigils. NBC5 found Simmons living in Louisiana in 2021, but he failed to reply to any of their letters. Following her disappearance, investigators found CCTV footage from a neighbor's surveillance camera, which showed a woman resembling Kiera walking toward her car on the morning of October 3rd. The woman was possibly wearing a postal worker uniform, although this has been heavily debated. The woman appeared to spot something out of frame and walk towards it. She didn't appear fearful or hesitant as she passed by Kiera's car and disappeared from view. Her movements led some to speculate that she had seen someone she knew or a car she recognized and walked towards it. Over the years, this footage has been subject to much scrutiny. At first, the Coles believed that this was their missing loved one. Over time, however, they have changed their minds. Most notably, Karen came forward earlier this year to tell the media that she never believed the woman was Kiera, but that authorities had asked her to keep quiet about her suspicions. Karen explained that the woman's gait and the shape of her body did not match that of her daughter. She also added that she was only revealing this information now because the investigation had stalled and she felt she had nothing to lose. The USPS for their part also does not believe that the woman in the footage is Kiera, but another postal worker who was on that route that day. In February of 2021, Karen also revealed that another neighbor had come forward with CCTV footage from the night of October 2nd. The video showed Kiera and Simmons leaving her apartment in separate vehicles. Investigators told the media that they had also recovered surveillance images of the 26-year-old withdrawing $400 from her bank accounts before handing it over to Simmons. It's unclear if Kiera's bank account has been used in the years since she vanished. After Kiera disappeared, her phone, bag and lunchbox were recovered from her car. Meanwhile, her keys and purse were found in her apartment. Online sleuths have noted that the lunchbox being found in the car was odd, given that she had supposedly called in sick. This phone call has been a controversial part of the case online. Many armchair detectives have suggested that perhaps someone called in sick pretending to be the 26-year-old. Her family have been unable to confirm if the phone call was in her call log, as they have been unable to access her phone without her passcode. It's unknown why authorities haven't looked into this. The USPS worker who took Kiera's call is adamant that it was her. Authorities also searched Whistler Woods Forest Preserve in Riverdale after following some anonymous tips they'd received. While a few bones were discovered at the scene, it's unknown if they were animal or human. Many areas in and around Chicago were searched, but all to no avail. A reward of $50,000 was also set up, although it has yet to be claimed. Kiera's family are desperate to bring her home and hopefully meet her baby. Her father, Joseph, quit his job in Wisconsin and moved to Chicago following the disappearance. He has spoken frequently about the case online and to the media and has handed out flyers on the street. For a period of time, he lived in his car outside of Kiera's apartment block, determined to find answers. The 26-year-old's friends and co-workers also continue to tirelessly spread awareness of her case. Even today, Joseph continues to hold meetings to spread awareness about his daughter's disappearance. In 2020, he said that he believed Kiera was alive, but being held captive in a vacant home. He added that he believed authorities had not done enough to help bring her back. In July of 2020, law enforcement announced that the investigation was suspended because they had exhausted all leads. They have stated that they still suspect Kiera met with foul play, but have otherwise been tight-lipped. They told the media that they are looking for evidence to back up their theory and that they believe 2 or 3 people were involved with the 26-year-old's disappearance. In September of 2020, the Chicago Police Department told the Chicago Tribune that they were working with the U.S. Postal Inspection Service and the FBI to continue the search. They also noted that the case was not closed, and they'd be investigating any new evidence or tips they received. Although there isn't much in the way of evidence in Kiera's case, there is a lot of speculation online. The most common theory is that Joshua Simmons was involved in Kiera's disappearance, with some even suggesting that his girlfriend was also involved. Amateur sleuths came to this conclusion after noting the way the couple left Illinois in the aftermath of the vanishing, and that neither helped with the investigation or the search. Some have theorized that it was done out of jealousy, but others have proposed that neither half of the couple wanted anything to do with Kiera's baby, and so they sought to rid themselves of the problem. Karen has said that while she initially didn't believe that Simmons was capable of harming her daughter, his silence has caused her to think otherwise. Another theory that has been proposed in Kiera's case is that she left to start over, overwhelmed by all the changes in her life. However, her family don't believe that she would abandon everything she'd worked for, and they don't believe she wouldn't at least let them know she was okay. Others have speculated that Kiera was simply a victim of a local gang or was the target of a crime of opportunity. While Kiera's case is still open, the investigation has slowed down considerably in the last year. Connor and Sheila Dwyer. The sudden vanishing of a married couple from County Cork in 1991 has baffled both amateur detectives and local authorities alike. The bizarre disappearance occurred almost 30 years ago, but still there are no answers in this extremely cold case. Connor and Sheila Dwyer lived and worked in Fermoy, County Cork in 1991. Connor, 63, had previously been employed as a plumber and handyman, but had most recently taken up work as a chauffeur for a wealthy German businessman named Fritz Wolf, who was holidaying in a nearby village. According to reports, Connor was having the time of his life in this occupation, as it allowed him to drive the flashy cars he had been dreaming of owning since he was just a child. Their neighborhood was not the most affluent, meaning neighbors didn't miss the shiny Rolls-Royce that sometimes sat at the front of their house. It wasn't subtle and it stuck out like a sore thumb. While Connor was in his element with his new career path, Sheila, 61, was a homemaker. The couple's 2 grown children had since left the nest, both choosing to move to England. But Sheila kept herself busy throughout the day with cooking, errand running, and other household tasks. Friends and neighbors noted that she was always well-dressed and made a consistent effort with her appearance. Nothing seemed to miss in the pair's life when they suddenly stopped answering their telephone and vanished one day from their home without a trace. Connor and Sheila were last seen attending a funeral at St. Patrick's Church in Fermoy on April 30, 1991. The church was just 100 meters from the couple's Chapel Hill home, and they made it back safely. That evening, Sheila spoke with one of her sisters on the phone. It is unclear when exactly the Dwyers vanished. The last time anyone spoke to the couple was on May 1st, when again, one of Sheila's sisters spoke to her on the phone, but subsequent calls to the residence went unanswered. There are conflicting reports about when the couple were reported missing. Some sources say May 19th, while others say May 22nd. Either way, it's clear there is a gap of around 3 weeks, in which the pair's movements are not accounted for. It's unclear why nobody reported the couple missing, not friends, nor family, nor neighbors during that time. One of the Dwyer's children, also named Connor, said he had last spoken to his parents on St. Patrick's Day, March 17th. He reported that nothing had seen amiss with the couple. The Dwyers were finally reported missing when one of Sheila's sisters went to the home after failing to contact either half of the couple. She was met with a silent, empty house and she alerted the local authorities. When the gardener arrived on the scene, they immediately began to investigate. Nothing seemed out of place and nothing was missing. There were no signs of a struggle or forced entry. The couple's personal belongings, including clothes and passports, were found in the home. A biscuit tin kept in the house still contained around €2,100. The only thing the gardener couldn't locate was the couple themselves. And their car, a white Toyota with the registration plate 5797ZT. In the years since their disappearance, no trace of the Dwyers has ever been found. Their bank accounts have never been accessed and their car has never been located. Since the River Blackwater runs through the town, authorities conducted an exhaustive search of the water and the surrounding countryside, all to no avail. Shortly after their vanishing, Interpol was alerted and ferry records were combed through for any sign of either the couple's car or their presence on any of the ships. But once again, this lead was a dead end and no sign of the Dwyers was found. Although there have been no confirmed sightings of the couple since 1991, several witnesses stepped forward in the years following their disappearance, claiming to have seen them alive and well. One local woman believed she had seen the pair in their car, stopped at a set of traffic lights in Fermoy, just shortly after the couple were thought to have vanished. There have also been different sightings in the cities of Dublin and Waterford. In 1993, the case was featured on an episode of Crime Call, the Irish equivalent to UK's Crime Watch program. After seeing the show, a woman reported seeing the couple at Laudes Airport in France in June of 1991. She said that the man appeared suspicious because he wore a long trench coat and kept a constant careful eye on his wife while he went to grab a newspaper. She thought it seemed like he was worried the woman would talk to somebody else while she sat and waited for his return. She said when the man returned to his wife, he said something to her and they both left. The witness claimed that the couple both had Irish accents. At the time, she was unaware of the missing pair, and thus didn't report the sighting sooner. She added that she was later interviewed by authorities with one of Sheila's sisters and that apparently the clothing she described matched the clothing that was missing from the house, presumably the clothing the couple had worn when they went missing, as no other garments were reported as gone from the home. Another interesting sighting came that same year in 1993 when a witness recalled seeing the pair at a Munich airport. This conversation was particularly interesting to the gardener considering before his disappearance, Connor had been working for a German businessman. However, neither the Bavarian Police Department nor Interpol could confirm this sighting. Another unclear detail in the couple's case was whether or not Connor was working for Fritz Wolf at the time of his vanishing or if he had stopped, perhaps because Wolf had returned to Germany. If Connor was still under Wolf's employment when he went missing, why had Wolf not reported his driver as missing? In the year 2000, new information led authorities to search a lime quarry about 45 minutes from Fermoy. However, this search turned up no new leads. One of the most curious aspects of the case is that it is shrouded in rumor and hearsay. Reddit forum users have noticed their family's reluctance to discuss the case, while accusations range from Connor orchestrating a murder-suicide plot to the 63-year-old being involved accidentally in a drug-running business. One particularly interesting whisper involves Connor disappearing for several years back in the 1980s. It is unclear where this rumor started, and it is unknown why he left or returned if the rumor is true. It's also been speculated that the couple took their own lives together in a suicide pact. This theory arose because Connor's brother mentioned that he had suffered from depression before. If Connor really did disappear in the prior decade, then perhaps his mental health struggles played a role in that too. One theory in the case postulates that the couple's vanishing is linked to the disappearance of William Billy Fennessy, who vanished from Fermoy almost exactly a year prior. William was of a similar age and his car was also missing. However, his body and car were both pulled from the River Blackwater in 2013. The theory that appears to be the most likely is that the couple suffered the same tragic fate as William Fennessy, but their vehicle and bodies have simply not yet been found. The couple's more outspoken son, Connor, claimed in a 2008 interview that his parents had no enemies and were not disliked. They were friendly and respectable and well known in the community. He also noted his belief that they were still alive, but added, "I wonder what the hell was going through their minds. There's a void of information." It's very bizarre and inexplicable. It is a living nightmare. There have been very few updates in the couple's case in recent years. There have never been any suspects or theories announced to the public, and authorities have stated their belief that the couple's vehicle is likely the key to the case. Mary Boyle. If you're an Irish viewer, you are likely familiar with the name Mary Boyle. The missing 6-year-old's case is not only controversial, but also extremely tragic. Mary has been dubbed Ireland's Madeleine McCann in recent years. Her vanishing is the longest-running missing child case in the Republic of Ireland. Born June 14 of 1970, Mary Boyle was a vibrant and talkative little girl. She had an older brother, Paddy, and a twin sister, Anne. Mary and were reportedly inseparable, with Mary being the boldest of the two. Although originally born in Birmingham, the young girl moved with her family to Ballyshannon in Ireland in the early 70s. Mary was last seen at around 3:30 p.m. on March 18, 1977. She was playing with her cousins and siblings near her grandparents' rural farm, which the family had been visiting since St. Patrick's Day on the 17th. While playing, the 6-year-old saw her uncle heading off with a ladder, which she was returning to a neighbor, and she decided to tag along. However, her journey was cut short when the two came across a large bog. Defeated, Mary turned back to return home. The trip should have lasted no more than 5 minutes. But the little girl never returned home. Mary's uncle stayed at the neighbor's farm for around 30 minutes, engaged in conversation with the occupants. Meanwhile, her family began to search for the 6-year-old, scouring the local area and questioning passers-by. In one article by the Irish Independent newspaper, a fisherman reported seeing Mary being snatched by somebody in a red Volkswagen Beetle. However, this witness apparently clarified his statement on a BBC podcast by stating that he had not seen Mary being taken, but he had seen a suspicious red vehicle in the area at the time. When the Garda arrived on the scene, they sprung into action, draining bogs in the area in an attempt to uncover her body. The lake behind Mary's grandparents' house was also drained, and authorities filmed a reconstruction of her last known movements using her twin sister and a famous Irish country music star named Margot O'Donnell, who was a friend and distant relative of the family, caught wind of the case and funded searches for Mary on the surrounding hillside by selling new music. Searches have been regularly carried out since 1977, but so far, Mary has never been located. Mary's case is extremely controversial. There are unclear details, conflicting reports, and allegations of corruption surrounding it. It is widely believed that a politician stops law enforcement from detaining and questioning a prime suspect in the case. Thus, it has never been solved. One of the loudest voices supporting this belief is a right-wing journalist named Gemma O'Doherty. O'Doherty is a determined journalist who has not only written about the case in publications, but has also created a documentary about the disappearance called Mary Boyle: The Untold Truth. The documentary is available to watch on YouTube, although O'Doherty herself was banned from the platform in 2019 for repeatedly violating YouTube's hate speech policies. O'Doherty is largely considered to be a controversial character herself. She's known to be a racist anti-vaxxer with anti-LGBTQ+ beliefs. Reportedly, her news-gathering ethics have also been called into question in the past. That said, her theory pertaining to Mary's case can't be entirely discredited, as there are several pieces of evidence supporting corruption and a cover-up. In her documentary, Gemma suggests the theory that Mary was sexually abused and murdered. Her sister Anne and several other relatives have publicly claimed that they know what happened to the 6-year-old and they know who the culprit is. Anne supports O'Doherty's theory and says the perpetrator is still alive and still living in the country. In the documentary, Anne can be heard saying, "I believe Mary had a secret. I believe Mary had to be killed to stop her telling." However, this claim has not come without a cost. And no longer speaks to her mother, and the Boyle family is largely divided as a result of their split beliefs. In 2016, the twins' mother also called the appeals the most ridiculous carry-on I have ever seen in my life. Margot O'Donnell recalled asking the politician, the one who allegedly stopped the interview with the prime suspect, if he had done such a thing. The politician denied any involvement and branded Margot a barefaced liar. The initial suspect was released without charge and does not appear to have ever been named in any newspaper reports. According to O'Donnell, the politician was not only friends with the suspect but also had a good relationship with the superintendent who was in charge of the case. A detective sergeant named Aidan Murray has also confirmed that he was close to a confession from the prime suspect when a superior officer ordered him to rein it in. Murray added that he had also witnessed the call between the politician and law enforcement, which instructed the guarder not to question the suspect further. The politician who intervened in the Mary Boyle case is alleged to have been a man named Sean McKenneth, who passed away in 2017. When still alive, McKenneth was supposedly surrounded by accusations of sexual abuse and grooming. Mary's uncle, Jerry Gallagher, reportedly worked for him. Many believe that Jerry Gallagher is responsible for the disappearance of his niece. And Boyle has never outright accused her uncle, but armchair detectives have put two and two together. According to Odo Hardy's documentary, Gallagher gave conflicting statements over the years and apparently didn't even admit that Mary had been with him when she initially went missing. The documentary is not without its criticisms, even from those who starred in it, but it does give viewers some compelling information. Even if no politicians were involved, it appears that law enforcement's efforts to find the murderer of a 6-year-old girl were severely lacking. Other suspects in Mary's case are few and far between. In 2014, a man named Brian McCann, who had been jailed for 2 years for several sex offenses just a few years before, was pulled in for questioning but later released without charge. He has publicly denied any involvement with the 6-year-old's disappearance. Another man who was considered a suspect for a time was the infamous Scottish serial killer and pedophile Robert Black. He was thought to have been involved when authorities discovered that he was a cross-border truck driver who, as part of his job, often visited that same county from which Mary vanished. He was even known to have been in the area at the time of her disappearance. One witness even claimed they heard crying coming from the back of his van, which was parked outside of a pub in the village of Anagri. However, he has since been dismissed as a suspect. Mary's case, according to the Garter, is not cold, although the family have little faith in law enforcement and don't believe they will ever see justice. In 2018, a silent protest was held outside the coroner's office in the town of Stranola. Participants aimed to force the coroner to hold an inquest into Mary's disappearance, allowing key witnesses to be interviewed on the public record for the first time. Protesters also handed in a petition with 10,000 signatures demanding an inquest be held. This does not appear to have been successful, however. There are claims that Mary's mother has continually denied any inquests into the 6-year-old's disappearance. There are many theories in Mary's case. Most believe that Jerry Gallagher was involved and that O'Doherty's cover-up theory is truthful. Others have pointed to the suspicious actions of Mary's mother and suggested that the parents helped cover up the crime in some way. It's also been postulated that the 6-year-old was involved in an accident, but nobody wanted to admit it, or that perhaps Mary never even left the cottage at all, suggesting she was killed in the home. Mary's father passed away in a fishing accident in 2005. The rest of the family remains split by their opinions on what really happened to the little girl. To this day, her case is still unsolved. And there you have the facts.
Beth McCann was an energetic, innocent, and heartwarming young girl. Her unfulfilled childhood and endless potential to grow into an inspiring, creative, and world-impacting woman was cut short by an unexplainable, untraceable vanishing on May 3, 2007, leaving all who knew her in person and eventually both the entire United Kingdom and surrounding countries grasping for answers in a sea of evidence that drowned us all in doubt. As a hope to provide more substantial reasoning built upon observable evidence and situational analysis, this is an examination of the disappearance of Madeleine McCann and the mystery at Little Britain in the village of Pride Lewis, Portugal. Madeleine McCann was born on May 12, 2003 in Leicester, England to parents Kate and Jerry McCann. Kate and Jerry were Roman Catholic physicians and a loving pair meeting in Glasgow in 1993 before marrying 5 years later in 1998. It would be another half-decade before the couple bore a child and introduced Madeleine to the world 2 years before having 2 more children, a set of twins Sean and Emily in 2005. Madeline, along with her younger brother and sister, formed a beautiful kinship with their parents and often traveled around the world on vacations, and seeing the sights are in Europe. Both Kate and Jerry would later describe the mechanic plan as the perfect nuclear family of 5. Madeline's parents described her as vivacious, a lively young girl and lovingly extroverted. She was a ringleader amongst her infant siblings and fellow toddlers, never missing an opportunity to extend impressive social skills and communicating with those who gave her attention. Madeline's openness usually developed into an uncanny humor that's only an innocent, bright child cocooned. They said her ability to express herself, unveil her imagination, and communicate with her feelings was second to none. Madeline's burst of energy inspired her to enact role-playing and forming miniature stories with playmates, creating a strong bond as she related so easily to other children. However, the never-ending drive and the little ray of sunshine often wore out her parents, constantly needing attention from the people in the room she occupied. In fact, Madeline's youth was accompanied by hardships just as much as the positive bits. Kate and Jerry claimed the first 6 months of Madeline's life were very difficult, and that she had suffered from college. She cried practically for 18 hours a day. We had to permanently carry her around. Colic is an infamous illness found in babies, causing severe abdominal pain and intestinal blockage. The cries then transformed into screams after Kate gave birth to twins. Again, her parents explained that Madeline would run up and down in the background while Kate attended to the newborn babies. This hysteric hyperactivity would later prove a trait found in all the McKen siblings, but never broke up the unconditional happiness felt between the family members. Friends and family of the McKen offered similar sentiments as well. They all witnessed firsthand Madeline's brilliance and social inclinations while also noticing her protective nature towards her 2 siblings, often mothering them when their parents were out. In fact, some associates of the Macons believe Madeline and her siblings' camaraderie stopped at the presence of secluded strangers or an unknown group of people. However, because she knew how to engage even in foreign situations, relatives believed Madeline could get along with anyone if she was given the time. These careful observations and infinite effects of joy surrounded Madeline all the way up until a vacation she and her family took to Praia da Luz in the Algarve region of Portugal, settling in a well-known tourist town for British holiday makers. The McKen family quickly linked up with fellow doctors and assorted friends also vacationing in the area starting on Saturday, April 28, 2007. Kate, Jerry, Madeline, and the twin youngsters were having a wonderful time on one of their many frequent trips, and all the good times seemed destined for picture books. That is until the night of May 3, 2007, barely a week before Madeline's 4th birthday. Kate and Jerry went out for dinner only to return to their flat and find missing their resilient and radiant daughter because sometime between 8:30 and 10 p.m., Madeline McKen disappeared without a trace, leaving a void in the hearts of not just his family, but in the hearts of people around the world. Launching an exhaustive search that would soon evolve into the most discussed missing persons tragedy of the 21st century. On April 28, 2007, the McKen family travels to Praia da Luz, Portugal for a 7-day spring break getaway. The 1,000-person village is nicknamed Little Britain for the vast amount of UK travelers staying in the area. The Mackens retreat to 5A Rua Drive, Agostinho de Silva, a flat owned by a retired teacher from Liverpool. Throughout the next week, the McKen family dines with 7 other friends and 5 fellow children. The adults known as the Tapas 7 consisted of Fiona and David Payne, Diane Webster, James Tanner, Russell O'Brien, and Matthew and Rachel Oldfield. All of the men worked together over the years and their respective families all got along wonderfully. On day 6 of the vacation, May 3, 2007, Madeline and her twin siblings hang out to the Ocean Club's Kids Club at the Praia da Luz Resort, while her parents go for a walk at around 10 a.m. During breakfast, Madeline asks her parents, "Why didn't you come when Sean and I cried last night?" An hour and a half later at 12:30 p.m., Kate and Jerry pick their children up from the kids' club and have back at 5 before setting off for the swimming pool. At 2:29 p.m. that afternoon, Kate McCann snaps the last photograph taken of her daughter. At the resort poolside with the sun shining and Madeline smiling per usual between 3:30 and 5:30 p.m. Madeline and her siblings return to the kids' club and eat dinner together. At approximately 6 p.m., Kate brings her children back to 5 while Jerry attends a tennis lesson elsewhere at the resort. Around 6:30 p.m., Jerry sends Tapa's 7 but David Payne back to the apartments to check on his wife and 3 children. When the tennis lesson ends at 7 p.m., Jerry returns to 5 and helps Kate put Madeline, Sean, and Emily to bed. Their bedroom is fastened next to the front door at the flat. And as a single window overlooking the car park and public street, the shutter is closed before the children fall asleep. Between 7:30 p.m. and 8:30 p.m., Kate and Jerry clean up from the day's activities and share a bottle of wine together before heading off to dinner. At around 8:35 p.m., the McCann couple is the first of the friend group to arrive at the resort Tapa's restaurant. Located just 160 feet away from the A5 apartment. They reserve a table overlooking their living quarters where the top of 5 could be seen. The resort staff leave a message in writing at the reservation is specific because the families have children sleeping back at the complex. 20 minutes pass by and a few more members of the Tapa's 7 arrive at the restaurant at 8:55 p.m. As the friends begin their orders, Matt Oldfield quickly returns to the apartment complex to check on his flat and alert the Payne family that everyone else is waiting on them. 10 minutes later at 9:05 p.m., Jerry heads back to 5A to check on his own children. He walks through the unlocked back patio doors to avoid using the locked front door and potentially awakening the sleeping youngsters like they had been doing all week. Everything inside seems normal until he finds the children's bedroom door to be open about 45 degrees instead of just ajar. Suspicious, Jerry peers his head in, but finds all 3 siblings fast asleep and accounted for. He closes the door bag at 5 degrees, uses the toilet, and departs. This is the last confirmed sighting of Madeline McCann. A few minutes pass by and Jerry stops to speak with a friend and fellow holidaymaker Jeremy Wilkins at 9:08 p.m. on the road near the Tapa's restaurant. Throughout the next hour or so, members of the Tapa's 7 swap turns going back to their apartment complex and checking in on their respective children. At 9:10 p.m., Jane Tanner walks up the road to her flat and passes by Jerry and Jeremy Wilkins without their notice. On her way, she sees a man walking across the path ahead of her, carrying a sleeping young girl wearing pink pajamas in his arms. It's a peculiar sight but not uncommon to a resort with many families. Tana finds her daughter safe in her room and returns to the restaurant. A little later at 9:30 p.m., Kate gets up to check in on 5 once more, but fellow Tapa's 7 friend Oldfield offers to do it instead while he keeps an eye on his own family. Kate agrees and Matt travels to the McCann's apartment. Inside, he finds the door to the children's room open again, but to him, it means nothing. Instead, he pops his head in the door quickly and sees the twins sleeping in their respective cribs. From this vantage point, he doesn't explicitly notice Madeline and leaves the quiet building assuming all is perfectly normal. A half hour passes by and Kate makes another 5 checker south at 10 p.m. However, when she goes to push the children's door open, a draft of wind from inside the room slams the door shut. Kate enters with force and finds the window open and the shutter pulled up. The twins sleep soundly in their beds, but Madeline is nowhere to be found. Minutes later, Rachel Oldfield rushes to find fellow Tapa's 7-member Jane Tanner in her apartment and relays the news of missing Madeline. Jane immediately calls back to her sighting and explains, "Oh my God, I saw a man carrying a girl." Matthew Oldfield then travels to the 24-hour reception desk at the bottom of the resort's hill to alert them of the disappearance. An alarm is raised and police are called at 10:15 p.m. 15 minutes pass before the local authorities arrive at Flat 5A, along with the police. Around 60 staff members and assorted guests search the grounds for Madeline. An exhaustive hunt that lasts until 4:30 the following morning at 11:10 p.m. Special investigators from the police judiciary ventured to the scene and discovered the sliding glass door that was found open by Kate McCann as a lock. Both Kate and Jerry are unsure if they actually locked it at the beginning of the vacation. While resort employees unveil that the cleaning staff will often open the sliding windows to air out department interiors, the special investigators are unable to confirm if this was the case. By the early morning hours of 2 a.m., patrol dogs are called in to keep an eye on the search efforts. 6 hours later at 8 a.m., 4 rescue dogs arrive to sniff the area around the resort and attempt to catch trail of Madeline at 5 a.m. beyond. At 10 a.m., the local police finally set up roadblocks to monitor traffic both coming and leaving the resort and surrounding routes. Over the next 24 hours, up to 20 strangers outside of the main investigators and family members interact with the 5 apartment, later proving to taint much of the evidence and cause headaches for future forensic work. In the coming days, police began interviewing anyone and everyone associated with the resort or simply living in the area. Kate and Jerry rented out another nearby home to stay close to the investigation. Throughout the next 11 to 12 years, a combination of Portuguese Police Scotland Yard, Macon Associates, private investigators, and public empathizers have yet to find one solid trace of Madeleine McCann. Certainly. Here's the revised script with corrected grammar. After faulty DNA findings and tabloid exploitation, the case has entered a sphere unlike any missing persons tragedy before. Madeleine's disappearance changed the world to the point that many UK citizens and people close to the case define society as either before Madeleine vanished or after Madeleine vanished. Regardless of cultural impact or giving value to the importance of one case over another, one thing is certain. Until she is found, we must continue evaluating all theories, evidence, and tips. Until Madeleine comes home or her fate is justifiably understood, and there are some major case points we need to examine. From the beginning of the search for Madeleine McCann, investigators knew that pinpointing suspects, or what the Portuguese classified as aguidos, would be daunting, as the location of the disappearance happened to be a busy hotspot for tourists, residents, and complete strangers who came and went each day. Specifically, the late spring vacation season was ripe with faces both old and fresh, meaning the early list of aguidos would stretch to impossible numbers. Anyone could be guilty while everybody was innocent at the same time. They dashed at the catch-22. Luckily for the police, Jane Tanner recalled her peculiar incident from the evening of May the 3rd sooner rather than later. Her sighting of a man carrying a young girl away from the McCann apartment complex would become the focal point of the early investigation and remain as the major case point in the eyes of the public following for almost 6 years. However, its importance isn't grounded by what it unveiled to authorities. Rather, grounded by what it distracted authorities from considering. It took up more than a decade of the precious moments spent looking for Madeleine. Dubbed the Tanner sighting, Jane Tanner's testimony gave the first possible timeline of Madeleine's suspected abduction. As mentioned previously, Jane had traveled from the Tapas restaurant back to her flat to check in on her children at around 9:10 p.m. She walked down the road, passed by Jerry McCann as he spoke with a fellow vacationer, and headed into the complex. Both Jerry and the second man would later say they couldn't remember seeing Jane walk by them that evening. And due to the confines of the narrow street, police initially believed Jane to be fabricating the entire ordeal, yet Jane stuck by her following claims and highlighted that while Jerry and the vacation didn't confirm her movements, they couldn't deny them either. A few minutes of walking later, and Jane witnesses an older man with what appears to be a toddler in his arms. She says he was crossing the junction of Francisco Gentle Martins and Rua Drive, Augusto de Silva, moving east and away from the corner of 5A, where the Macon children's bedroom was located. His direction was first determined as suspicious as he was supposedly walking in the direction of Robert Murat's residence, a 34-year-old Portuguese suspect early on in the hunt. Jane Tanner described the unidentified man as a white male standing at about 5 feet 7 inches with dark hair and complexion that would indicate European or Mediterranean descent. He seemed to be 35 to 40 years old from a distance, wearing beige pants, a dark jacket, and the demeanor of a local. The girl he was carrying was wearing pink and floral pajamas cuffed at the legs, much like Madeline was wearing. These descriptions were curiously withheld from media until May the 25th, 3 weeks after the disappearance. A few months later, in October 2007, money from a fund set up by the McCann family was used for a forensic artist to recreate a simulated sketching of the Tanner sighting. The result is now one of the most famous images associated with Madeline's case. Sadly, the intensive search for the man from the Tanner sighting turned out to be a 6-year red herring chase. In October of 2013, Scotland Yard finally identified a British holiday maker who matched the TS description and fully corroborated with police. He explained that he was indeed carrying his own daughter after picking her up from the Ocean Club and heading back to their flat. To prove his innocence, the identified man dressed up in the same clothes as was mentioned in a TS report, and visually to the specific profile detailed in the sketch. The man was also able to provide the clothes his daughter was wearing the night of the sighting, as well, and once again the alibi cleared when the unveiled pajamas bore a likeness to Madeline's Yorset but was, in fact, different. What frustrated authorities the most with the Italian sighting wasn't the lack of information it provided, but rather the time it took away from other potential pieces of evidence, and eyewitness testimony that would later prove vital. First off, the Tanner sighting led investigators to believe the main abduction took place between 9 and 9:15 p.m., which they based their impending reports on. However, after learning the town of sighting had little to no connection, they had to retrace their steps and recalibrate more than half a decade's worth of thinking. Thus, Scotland Yard turned their attention to another eerily similar sighting from the night of May 3, 2007. This incident reported by Irish holiday makers Martin and Mary Smith. The Smiths claimed that they saw a man carrying another child at about 10 p.m. in a location which was about 460 meters away from the Macans in 5A. The Smith sighting man was walking away from the Ocean Club and nearing the beach at Rua 25 Diabril. The Smiths described the new figure as a male standing at about 5 feet 8 inches with shorter brown hair and a slim build. He seemed to be in his mid-30s from the Smiths' vantage point and wore beige shorts. Much like how Jane Tanner described the man in her sighting, as not a tourist. The Smiths offered the same testament, going as far as to say the man seemed uncomfortable carrying the child. The girl he was carrying had blonde hair, pale skin, bare feet, and was wearing lighter-colored pajamas, again like what Madeline was wearing. EFIT images were initially created back in 2008 when the testimony was first recorded, but the entire sightseeing was muddied when Martin Smith thought Jerry McCann fit the profile of the Smith sighting man. Oakley International private investigators were quick to strike down the possibility since Jerry had been confirmed at the Tapas restaurant at 10 p.m., but the rumored confusion created sensitive press about the Smith side. It wasn't until October of 2013 that it reverted law enforcement's attention and reset the timeline to the abduction happening just before the Smith sight. While the Tanner sighting ended in lost time, it's sadly a common thread found in many missing persons cases and criminal investigations overall. Where a lead seems revolutionary, yet can take years only to find it with a dead end. Regardless of results, the sightings are also proof of just how vast the spiderweb of possibilities is with Madeline's disappearance. And the preceding searches and how one simple memory or visual can spawn thousands of theories that send everyone involved spinning in circles. One of the early theories cultivated by Portuguese investigators actually considered Kate and Jerry McCann as suspects. The base of the claim was built by supposed DNA evidence found by cadaver dogs inside the family's rental car after Madeline's disappearance, as well as DNA matching hers discovered behind the couch in the 5A apartment. This led police to draft a 10-page conclusionary report including wild ideas regarding a likely murder of Madeline, a cover-up fake abduction that involved the top 7 as conspirators to mislead police, and even a claim that the number of suitcases each member of the party brought to Portugal was suspicious in nature. Realistically, none of the theories made sense or had conclusive evidence to back them up. The DNA found in the car and in the flat were tested using DNA methods, and it was stated in the forensic reports that despite the matches to Madeleine's DNA, the sample sizes were simply too small to consider credible. Not to mention the hours upon hours spent questioning the Wacken couple and their friends, who all cooperated fully and dedicated their testimony to truth and hope for Madeleine's fate. In fact, almost as soon as the disappearance was reported, Kate set up a project called Madeleine's Fund, Leaving No Stone Unturned Limited, which immediately caught fire across the UK and raised thousands of dollars to help hire private investigators and allocate resources directly to spreading awareness. Unfortunately, the early consideration of the McCann couple as Aguidos fostered a tabloid firestorm that ended with lawsuits, deformation hearings, and unnecessary backlash that has turned a lot of the conversation around Madeleine's disappearance to gossip and unsubstantiated finger-pointing. Because Kate and Jerry were soon relieved of suspicion after these reports were filed, they have since been 100% cleared by the current authority. There is no reason to consider their involvement as a realistic or plausible hypothesis, and will not be considered any further. Another early theory proposed by investigators was a burglary gone wrong. According to records, the time between January and May of 2007 saw an unnatural rise in burglaries and burglary attempts in the area, including 2 around the McCann's apartment in the 17 days leading up to their vacation. These reports suggested that a burglary went into place the evening of May the 3rd, of which Madeleine interrupted after climbing out of bed and exiting a bedroom, hence why the doors opened further than Gary had left it. Then the burglar would have taken Madeleine as a precaution, leaving through the bedroom window since it faced the street outside the resort. In April of 2017, Scotland Yard announced a foiled burglary attempt was no longer under consideration. After they had interviewed potential thieves in the area and other potential suspects, but found no evidence. While the theory wasn't completely ruled out, their focus would turn to other ideas. A third position by investigators but quickly disregarded is that Madeleine wandered out of a bedroom on her own accord and was taken by a passerby or fell into a construction zone nearby. These musings were first discounted by Kate McCann, who reminded police that Madeleine would have had to open the patio doors on her own, close the blinds behind her, remember to shut the door again, operate the child-proof gate at the top of the stairs, and finally open and close the gate at the street level. All while being a 3-year-old toddler and unseen by resort members. It's also regarded unlikely that Madeleine climbed out of the bedroom window under her own power as well. The most agreed upon theory by private investigators and law enforcement is one of abduction, including pre-planned abduction. This theory stems from the bevy of suspects seen around the 5A apartment complex in the days leading up to Madeleine's disappearance, looking suspicious or acting out of a normal manner, possibly carrying out reconnaissance for a bigger operation. For years, police have been tracking down these suspicious men, as well as known pedophiles, bogus charity collectors, and criminals who were later convicted of similar crimes and could be placed in or around the area in May of 2007. In the end, the unbelievable amount of press and scrutiny this case has received from various experts and media channels all across the world have bloated websites, editorials, and blog posts with both theories and conspiracies. Some crime scene experts who have taken a dive into Madeleine's disappearance have stated that they do not believe the scene backs up an abduction hypothesis and believe Madeleine was murdered. Other followers call the police work in the case as nothing more than hunches, reminding us that the treatment of the 5A apartment was so improperly handled that no evidence or forensic examination could be carried out and tainted. At least 20 different people went in and out of the room on May the 3rd. 2007 before it was taped off. Killer testing wasn't carried out for months, allowing new vacationers to rent the apartment from the resort before it was locked down by police again. This coincided with constant bickering back and forth between Portuguese police and investigators from the UK, where tensions were rather high after numerous law enforcement entities made their way to Portugal and interrupted the search. To top it all off, the tabloid interference and age of media bombardment against the McCanns skewed public perception and hindered authorities to go about their duties without incredible tension waiting around the corner. With the vast amount of possibilities, no theory can accurately be concluded as the answer. Authorities have released tens of thousands of documents and translated almost every single one of them. They've investigated over 8,000 claimed sightings of Madeleine and had counted, in 2015, that they took almost 1,400 statements, collected over 1,000 exhibits, investigated 650 sex offenders and 60 persons of interest, not counting the next 4 years of research. As of today, Madeleine's case has received €11,750,000 in funding. Yet there are still so many unknowns associated with Madeleine's vanishing, and until they are resolved, and police release every document, report, and case file, we must wait for new leads to surface while doing our part in spreading awareness. But let's take a look at some of the suspects. One way we want to help divulge information is by sharing a list of suspects still wanted in the hunt for clues leading to Madeleine due to the sensitivity attributed to the case, and the unfortunate loss of time in the early years of the investigation. We won't be drawing our own hypothetical conclusion, instead, highlighting critical police sketchings and efforts of people either acting suspiciously around the time of Madeleine's disappearance, or who have raised red flags in a variety of situations around Europe. Firstly, we have an unidentified woman whose profile was released on August 2009. The woman in question was seen near Port Olympic Marina in Barcelona, Spain, on May 7, 2007, just 72 hours after Madeleine disappeared. She appeared agitated, was nicely dressed but kept pacing up and down the street by Rue de la Gamba restaurant and bar. 2 passing British men noticed the disturbed woman and decided to approach her. When one of the men, who wishes to remain anonymous, asked if everything was okay, the woman asked, "Are you here to deliver my new daughter?" No other details are known, but the British witnesses say that after their conversation, the woman had a colorful argument in Spanish with a local inside the neighboring pub. Again, no other details have surfaced except that the witness described the woman's accent to be of Australian qualities and appeared as an Australian Victoria Beckham lookalike. Next, we have an unidentified man who was spotted 3 different times by a fellow holidaymaker, Gail Cooper, who was in Praia de Luz on vacation from England. The first time she saw the man, he was walking in his lonesome under a heavy rainstorm along an abandoned beach on April 20, 2007. Later the same day, the man with olive skin and shoulder-length hair knocked on Gail's door and pretended to be a charity collector, a popular con around the resort area during the spring of 2007. 2 days later, on April 22, Gail saw the man for a final time, hanging around a children's event sponsored by the Mark Warner Resort. Gail was called back to Portugal in 2008 to work with the detectives on recreating the man's likeness through 2 sketches. At first, the man was thought to be the same man whom James Tanner witnessed carrying a small child away from the apartments back on May 3. But when he was cleared, the long-haired man was confirmed as a separate individual. In 2010, private investigators showed clips they had filmed of a man from inland Portugal, doing labor outside of a white truck. Gail watched these unreleased clips and found that despite the lack of a mustache and lighter hair color, the recorded man was the same man from the Praia de Luz beaches in April of 2007. Similar stories compared to the previous men have been updated with police sketches as well. Again, other witnesses claimed to have interacted with fake charity workers in the area around the time Madeleine vanished and gave descriptions that were translated to pictures of these 2 men. 2 other fair-haired men were also described to have been hanging near the McCann flat around May 3 and were thought to be of Scandinavian, German, or Dutch heritage. Another pair of EFIT profiles were uncovered in old Portuguese police reports, and subsequently unveiled to the public, again representing suspicious men appearing in the area. In addition, the Smiths sighting evidence also resulted in 2 different EFIT creations for a man seen carrying a small child at 10 p.m. on May the 3rd. Another mysterious encounter resulted in police sketches occurred 3 days after Madeleine's disappearance but wasn't announced to the McCann family or the public for over a year until the eyewitness was approached by Mirror magazine. Annette, then 41 years old, made a call to Dutch police when she thought Madeleine and an older Dutch couple walked in at an Amsterdam shop on May 6, 2007. According to Annette, the man was between 35 and 40 years old, with a mustache, dark skin, and spoke Portuguese. The woman he was with was a little older, maybe in her 40s, with brown hair and spoke French. Accompanying them was a little girl. The following are direct quotes from Annette in Mirror magazine, who said, "I'll never forget the girl. She had her hair in a ponytail, huge green-brown eyes, a pale face which showed no emotion. I didn't like the man. He didn't look like a nice person. I work in a party shop, so most people smile when they come in to buy things, but he didn't smile back at me when I smiled at him. He had no sparkle in his eyes. He was short with me and seemed angry. I got the feeling he didn't want me to interfere with him and the others. The woman was also peculiar, acting stressed and uncomfortable," Annette said. "She tried to smile at me, but it was out of obligation, not from the heart. The whole way they reacted made a big impression on me." The man spoke in Portuguese. "I know because I have Brazilian friends." The woman spoke in French while the little girl spoke English. It didn't seem like a real family. When the girl spoke, she allegedly mentioned, "My name is Maddie," followed by "She is not my mummy. They took me from my holiday." Anna later recalls thinking, "The woman told me she was in a station wagon, a larger car. Maybe they were going on a long journey because this woman spoke French. I immediately thought that they would go to Belgium or France." This would later connect the dots with early police theories that feared Madeleine had been taken by a Belgian pedophile gang, followed by 3 separate sightings of Madeleine lookalikes in Belgium after May the 6th. Because Anna wasn't 100% certain that there were any criminal acts associated with the encounter, she didn't report it to the police right away until a month later when she saw the Madeleine McCann case discussed on television. The Dutch police created EFITs and sent it along to Portuguese police on June 18, 2007, but the info never made it to the McCann family. So when Anne heard that over a year later in the summer of 2008, the McCann family had no knowledge of her testimony, she took it upon herself to connect with the current British law enforcement covering the case and cycled back through her memories. Thus, the sketches of the French woman and Portuguese mustached man were created, leaving Anna fearful her testimony came too late and the potential lead lost in translation. Probably the most disturbing police sketch is that of the pockmarked man. The man in question was seen multiple times hanging around the McCann apartment by 3 separate witnesses, all in the time frame of the McCann's vacation. The first witness, a 12-year-old local girl who saw the pockmarked man outside the balcony of 5A at 8:15 a.m. on April 30th. In her own words, the girl said, "I was walking to the school bus stop. I go this way to school every day. I saw a man on the small path behind the block. He seemed to be looking at the balcony of the ground floor apartment. My grandparents used to live in that department, so I always look at it as I pass by." A few days later, on May the 2nd, the day before Madeleine disappeared, the girls saw the same man looking at the McCann flat again around lunchtime. The second witness was a female British tourist who recorded the following. "I saw a man acting suspiciously on 2 occasions. The first time I saw him, I was walking along the road with my daughter. I grabbed my daughter's hand and pulled her towards me because, for some reason, the man unnerved me. The next time I saw him, he was standing on the opposite side of the apartment. He was watching it. I would describe him as very ugly with pitted skin and a large nose." The third witness, a man from Cheshire, was walking with his partner at 11:30 a.m. along the road by 5A, but couldn't remember if it was May the 2nd or 3rd. He said, "I saw a man standing next to a wall. On the opposite side of the road was a white van. I paid particular attention to him because he appeared to be focused on watching the apartment block. As I walked past him, I looked at him, and for a split second, we had eye contact. But then he just carried on staring at the apartment." All three sightings have incredibly creepy backstories to them, and truly send shivers down the spine when inspecting the man's sketch. If Madeleine's abduction was pre-planned, finding the figure who was seen multiple times by multiple people, analyzing the McCann's living quarters could lead to valuable information. If the man in these testimonies or any of the presented drawings rings a bell at all, please speak up and say something. Even though it's been almost 12 years since that tragic night in Praia de Luz, we must remain diligent in our pursuit of Madeleine's captor or anyone who might be involved. We'd love to make detailed videos about a single possible suspect, but there are so many involved it pains us to leave out smaller players who could still have a big role. We recommend everyone who's interested in the case to research the other persons of interest, and we have provided some useful links in the description. Madeleine wasn't just a ray of sunshine, but also a child constantly absorbing knowledge with the potential to grow into a gifted and gracious human being. She was stripped of that opportunity, but the chance to rekindle her spirit isn't gone forever. There are still zero signs or clues provided that would lead investigators to think she is deceased, and until we find evidence that suggests otherwise, we must act as if her heart still beats somewhere out in the world. Whether it's in Europe or elsewhere, Madeleine's will to survive does not go away with time passed. Her energetic soul and compassionate heart deserve our attention, our grace, and our utmost determination. The little girl who loved to communicate, display her affection for family, and find the beauty in all that entered her youthful, innocent life needs our help. And we'd be defying our duty as fellow dreamers of the human race if we didn't pour our faith into the efforts of finding Madeleine McCann or direct evidence that leads to someone who knows of her fate. Rico Omar Harris, known to the world of basketball, and all who followed his career as simply Rico, was an extroverted athletic, one-time world-renowned basketball prodigy. His energetic, entertaining skill set followed by a courageous battle against addiction and apparent recovery was cut short by an unexplainable, untraceable vanishing in October of 2014, leaving all who knew him, from college basketball fans in Los Angeles to the Harlem Globetrotters, grasping for answers in a sea of evidence that drowned us all in doubt. Rico Harris was born on May 19, 1977, to parents Henry Harris and Margaret Fernandez in Los Angeles, California. After moving to Oregon for a little while to account for Henry's new job, the Harris family quickly bonded with one another but moved back to Los Angeles soon after to raise 3 additional children. During their younger years, the Harris siblings were subjected to violent and abusive tendencies at the hands of their father. Rico specifically was a frequent target of Henry's rage, taking the brunt of his abuse, despite desperately seeking out his approval as he grew into a teenager. Henry's collision course eventually drove Margaret away, and she took her children with her to Alhambra, California. Rico, the eldest brother, took it upon himself to help support the family, and while Margaret would work full-time, he watched over his siblings. While his parents urged him to use his big body frame in sports, Rico decided to pursue basketball at age 15. To improve his chances of finding success, he enrolled in Hollywood High School, a headache of a drive all the way from Alhambra. However, these aspirations only lasted a year before Rico realized he was born to play basketball, and used his father's address to attend Temple City High School. By the time he was 16 years old, Rico was already 6 feet 8 inches tall and 250 pounds, a colossal young man. It didn't take long for him to take control of the basketball court, dominating his opponents and entertaining the crowds with his explosive style of play. He transformed a once dormant high school club into a powerhouse program, drawing in college scouts as he reflected the style of Magic Johnson and broke through double-team defenses. Off the court, He was an introverted adolescent without much academic prowess. Until he met a girlfriend whose family helped him achieve higher grades in school. This helped Rico find even more success in basketball, and during his senior season, he averaged 28 points, 15 rebounds, and was compared to top basketball recruits in the Western United States, such as Jason Terry and Paul Pierce. Sadly, because Rico failed to receive high marks on the SAT, his scholarship offers from top-flight universities such as UCLA were rescinded. Thus, Rico ended up at Arizona State to take classes before regaining eligibility to play basketball. For the first time in his life, Rico was away from friends and his close-knit family, and it caused struggles in his studies and his social life. In March of 1996, he was briefly accused of unlawful imprisonment along with 2 other teammates. But the charges were dropped, and Rico was told he had to sit out a second sports season to clean up his act. Refusing to sacrifice additional precious time, Rico transferred to Los Angeles City College. He was able to join the basketball team and immediately let his presence be known. He guided the LACC club to a state title and won Most Valuable Player. But by his second year, Rico found himself in academic decline and trending towards an unhealthy lifestyle, constantly consuming alcohol despite still performing at a high level on the basketball court. When he lost connection to his former girlfriend and acknowledged his deteriorating emotional health, Rico shut down his recruitment from other colleges, fearing they only wanted his skills rather than his personal development, and declared for the NBA draft. Once again, this plan went up in flames when Rico kept pushing off special events to showcase his skills in order to remain close to home. As a byproduct, he withdrew his name from draft consideration, declining various college offers to play Division I college ball, and transferred to Cal State Northridge. Many thought it was a poor choice for Rico's future career, and the doubters were unfortunately correct. Over the summer between semesters, Rico attempted to reconcile with his estranged father Henry, but was swiftly rejected. Caught in the purgatory of social and emotional negligence, Rico continued to lose focus and lost interest from the NBA during his only lackluster season at CSUN. As per NCAA eligibility, Rico turned to semi-professional basketball to keep his NBA dream alive. He played in San Diego, St. Louis, and other pickup teams before deciding to join the Harlem Globetrotters, a comedic exhibition basketball team. In a tragic twist, Rico found himself in a scuffle in South LA 1 month into the Globetrotters gig, in which he was hit in the back of his head by a baseball bat. While he survived, Rico suffered from balance issues and headaches thereafter, effectively ending his basketball career. After moving back to Alhambra with his mother and siblings, Rico entered a 7-year stretch of battling addiction that started with alcohol and exploded into heroin, meth, and cocaine. In fact, all of the Harris siblings were suffering from some version of substance abuse, and then Mother Margaret did everything she could to help them with their demons. After Rico turned 30 years old in 2007, he finally sought true help and entered rehab. The program lasted longer than normal, but in the end, Rico recovered from his addiction. In 2012, he met Jennifer Song, a Seattle insurance broker, and the two entered a romantic relationship. Throughout the next couple of years, Jennifer and Rico became very close. Rico eventually moved to Seattle permanently, and started planning a life with Jennifer as a married couple. The two talked about having children and setting up a happy future. Rico even lined up a job interview as a property appraiser, an incredible opportunity considering all he had to overcome. However, before Rico could make the final transformation, he had to go back home to Alhambra one more time, to find closure with his family. He arrived on October the 9th, 2014, and had dinner with his brother, gifting him a new cell phone. Rico then visited his mother, engaging in a one-on-one private conversation. Whatever resulted in the exchange is unknown, but it's believed to have been against Rico's wishes. Rico left for Seattle again just after midnight and stopped in Lodi, California for gas. He drove all night and in the morning called Jennifer to let her know he was going up into the mountains to rest. It was the final point of contact anyone made with Rico Harris, and he soon disappeared into the North Sacramento wilderness. In early September of 2014, Rico and his girlfriend, Jennifer, enjoyed their intimate, hopeful relationship with one another and began to think about the future together. However, Jennifer noticed something off with Rico, who acted abnormally and lost his sense of organization. After she persisted in questioning him, Rico revealed he lapsed the previous summer of 2014 with alcohol consumption. While it hadn't turned back into a habit, the return to an old threw Jennifer off balance. Rico's relapse is confirmed by longtime friend David Lara, who had rekindled their friendship around the same time. Later in September, despite the earlier friction, Rico and Jennifer settled on taking their relationship a step further and moving together in Seattle, Washington. It's seen as a monumental endeavor for Rico, who previously struggled, went away from his hometown of Los Angeles, and close-knit family. The couple engaged in intense conversations about marriage, having children, and exploring true love, yet Rico still felt insecure about the new surroundings. It took him almost a month to unpack, as Rico felt awkward making himself at home in a living space that wasn't his own. Jennifer later says it was Rico's sensitive underlying will to provide for loved ones that fed the insecurity, and not lingering second thoughts or laziness. Within the first week of October, things changed for the better. Rico secured a job interview for a position as a property appraiser at a local real estate company. The new opportunity sparked joy and encouragement, and Rico finally unpacked his belongings in Jennifer's house, a signal he was ready for change and was there to stay in Seattle. The happy eyes shifted unexpectedly on October the 8th, 2014, when Rico told Jennifer he was going out later in the day to explore, a bit strange compared to Rico's usual activity. Yet Jennifer didn't think twice about it and kissed her fiancé goodbye. But when Jennifer calls Rico later in the evening of October the 8th, Rico informs her that he's on his way to Los Angeles to visit with his family. Rico explains that he wants closure from the dark past of his childhood and to create trust with his mother again regarding their relationship and his future. Jennifer, while taken aback, understands his well-meanings and supports his quick decision. Jennifer remembers Rico sounding excited to move on, his head seemingly in the right space. Rico arrives in Alhambra the next day on October the 9th. His mother, Margaret, notes his excitement about the recent changes and ultimately about his flourishing life. However, Margaret also suspects Rico to have been drinking or under the influence of a substance. In the evening of October the 9th, Rico leaves his mother's house and has dinner with one of his younger brothers. He buys his brother a new cell phone, and the two reminisce of old times. After the brothers' rekindling, Rico heads back to Margaret's house in Alhambra to engage in a private conversation and again seek the closure he desires from a tattered childhood. The conversation does not last long, and Margaret later claims she felt Rico hadn't taken from the conversation what he had hoped for in terms of emotional revelation. Not long after the clock strikes midnight on Friday, October the 10th, Rico decides to head back to Seattle rather than spending the night like his mother expected. In order to have extra prep time for his interview, he takes a few extra personal belongings from his mother's home and hits the road. At around 1 o'clock, Rico calls his mother again to explain his rash decision. Margaret recalls her son saying something along the lines of, "I have these things that I need to do." Right after talking to his mother, Rico then calls Jennifer once again, surprising her with the premature return home. The couple talks for 3 to 4 hours, throughout which Jennifer encourages Rico to find a motel and sleep, considering he had been awake for 40+ hours. Rico finally comes around but expresses the desire to drive up to the nearby mountains for a quick nap. Jennifer suggests an alternative, reminding him he'd have no cell service at high altitude, and the dark winding roads would be dangerous in the thick of night. The two end their phone call with Rico still set on driving. At 8 a.m. on October the 10th, Rico receives a second call from Jennifer after she slept for a few hours. Rico informs her that he's getting gas at a station near Sacramento in a town called Lodi, California. He sounds incredibly tired from his end of the phone. An hour or so later, Rico was contacted again, this time by his mother, wondering about his progress. Rico finally admits to his exhaustion and claims he's going to find somewhere to rest and eat throughout the morning. Both Jennifer and Margaret make multiple calls to Rico to check in on his resting plans, but Rico never picks up. After a few unsuccessful tries, Jennifer sends him a text. At 10:44 a.m., Rico finally responds to Jennifer's text and says he is doing well but gives little details. This is the last official contact anyone makes with Rico Harris. As morning shifts to the afternoon, Jennifer tries to let Rico's rest time go uninterrupted. Yet her anxieties get the best of her, and she calls him anyway, still getting no response. Jennifer tells herself he must still be in the mountainous region of California, and the cell service is playing a role. Between 7 and 8 p.m., Jennifer officially falls under the silence of Rico and calls Margaret to worry. Margaret, on the other hand, is calm and guesses Rico is just operating on his own will, not uncommon to his personality. Sometime before midnight, Rico records himself singing along to in his parked car but appears to be doing so unintentionally. He also throws around various CDs from the passenger compartment as well. These video clips are later found to be timestamped on the evening of October the 10th, confirming he was alive and functioning at that time. At 11:15, Rico's cell phone turns off. Whether it was by Rico himself or due to battery failure is unknown. The weekend of October 11th and 12th goes by, and Rico never returned any calls or returns to Seattle. Yet Jennifer and Margaret hold off on reporting it, remembering he won't escape to San Diego for a few hours without notice and give him a couple of days to reappear. On Monday, October the 13th, a Yolo County deputy sheriff makes a routine check of an isolated rest area parking lot at Rumsey Canyon in Ramsey, California, along California State Route 16. He finds a black Nissan Maxima off to the side in the dirt lot with no nearby passengers but lets it be. The following day on Tuesday, October the 14th, the same Yolo County sheriff returns to his route and finds the Nissan in the same spot in the parking lot. He runs the plate in his database and discovers it belongs to Rico Harris, his address still linked in Alhambra. The Yolo County Sheriff's Office calls Margaret to inform her they found the car but no person, and she then calls Jennifer, trying to make sense of what both women described as a surreal dream. Margaret officially files a missing persons report with the Alhambra Police Department, and law enforcement opens an investigation. Over the next week or so, they put together a vast network of searches and rescue personnel. Helicopters with thermographic cameras fly over the surrounding areas. All-terrain vehicles are commissioned for the mountainous search zone, and cadaver dogs are deployed to pick up any lingering scent of Rico. Overall, the crews covered a 5-mile radius of the parking lot and a 27-mile stretch of Ramsey Canyon, along Route 16, but find little clues besides unidentified footprints in the dirt alongside the road. Using cell phone data, police interview residents of nearby locals and receive a few reassuring sightings dated back to Sunday, October 12th, but nothing concrete surfaces. On October the 19th, investigators receive another tip about the sighting of a large man walking along Route 16, and subsequent shoe prints are found in the dirt once again. However, the location of the previous eyewitness testimony and footprints compared to the October 19th clues lead police to conclude Rico had left the site of his car at Ramsey Canyon, walked along the Cache Creek, and then returned to the original spot for unknown reasons. This revelation would provide the strongest foundation for later theories. A few days later, on October the 22nd, the search is pulled back and slowly dwindles down. In mid-November of 2014, divers returned to deeper sections of the surrounding bodies of water to record more searches, but again, find nothing of use or suspicion. Since the mid-October mystery, nobody has found credible evidence to lead police to answers or spark reasonable theories outside of speculation. Currently, we are only left with what was found in those few weeks of investigating, making the entire ordeal murky with dead ends and puzzle pieces without a home. In the case of the disappearance of Rico Harris, most of the tangible clues were discovered in the first week or so of searches. But none was more perplexing than the backpack and cell phone recovered on a guardrail along Route 16 near Cache Creek. After police assessed cell phone records from the provider company, data pings led them to the Redwood Valley area in Northern California, about 70 miles northwest from where Rico's vehicle was originally located. To cover all their bases, authorities called as many residents as they could in the surrounding communities, leaving messages on voicemails asking for tips. It didn't take long for the scheme to produce results when lead investigator Dean Island received a call from a Redwood Valley man who claimed to have found items belonging to Rico. Police immediately responded to the tip and learned that the Redwood man indeed had a black backpack owned by Rico Harris. Inside the backpack were jumper cables and his cell phone. The man explained that he, his wife, and their grandchild were driving along Route 16 when the young boy alerted his grandparents that the stray backpack was on the curb of the highway and alarmingly out of place amid the surroundings. The man pulled over, and the trio shouted into the wilderness to hopefully make contact with the bag's owner. When they found nobody down the creek, the Redwood family checked the bag for ID. All they found were the cables and phone, so they took it with them in hopes to charge it and contact someone. Law enforcement quickly assumed the backpack to be Rico's. Not only was the bag like a purse, according to Jennifer, who recognized the parcel instantly, but was also found only 1,500 feet from a sighting reported by a passerby earlier in the week, someone who had seen a large African-American man standing along the guardrail on Route 16. These inclinations were confirmed when the officers assessed the cell phone and combed through its information. Pulled from the phone would later prove to be crucial visual evidence in creating the timeline of Rico's last known actions. In his media gallery, Rico had videos of himself singing along to music in his car, seemingly ignorant of the fact that he was recording himself. Along with absent-minded singing, Rico was also seen throwing around CDs in the cabin, ripping up random papers, and playing with the sunroof controls. These clips were saved in the evening hours of October the 10th, meaning Rico was alive that night, and probably showcased the reason why the vehicle was out of gas and had a dead battery. The fact that Rico had been tossing items around in the car also helped explain why the car had originally appeared ransacked when investigators towed it into the station. Most importantly, however, the cell phone videos gave authorities a better idea about the state of mind Rico was in around the time he'd last made contact with his family. The fact that Rico recently relapsed with drug use was thought to have consumed alcohol while in Alhambra, engaged in difficult emotionally draining conversations with his family, and was awake for an estimated 50 hours straight would certainly lead to a fragile psyche. This combined with Rico's indecisive demeanor and lifetime's worth of personal struggles could have tripped him into madness, or at least extreme exhaustion. Without a doubt, the backpack, cell phone, and overall major case points show Rico was in trouble. And if not from a third party, then at least from his own beaten bat itself. The first and most popular theory discussed in the case of Rico Harris developed into a confusing speculative story of foul play. The hypothesis originated with the Yolo County Sheriff's Department after the Nissan was found abandoned and seemingly plundered. Besides the mess of papers, CDs, and bottles in the back seat, investigators also know Rico's wallet was left behind, still full of its contents, except for a Discovery credit card. On the exterior, the car wasn't parked in any of the marked parking slots, and had both no gas and the dead battery. Police calculated that after filling up with gas in Lodi, California, Rico took a wrong turn and headed northeast on Route 16. When he found the Cache Creek Park in Rumsey-Con, he pulled off to rest, released pent-up energy, and was eventually embattled with a third party to explain the defects of the car. Investigators guessed the gas must have been siphoned. This theory would also explain why a 6'8", 300-pound man could so easily slip through the cracks outside of a few potential sightings. Men of that size typically don't go away unnoticed unless another person or persons drive them away, or something far sinister. The foul play musings became much more obscure when Rico's backpack and footprints were discovered. Because the cell phone videos show Rico sitting in an idle car on October 10th, it's possible he ran out of gas and used the battery from extended periods of running both the engine and the audio system. Normal cars can run through 1.5 gallons of gas per hour just in the idle position. So it's in the realm of possibility that Rico let his car run through the night to the 10th and into the weekend of October the 11th and 12th. It would also help explain why the interior of the car was wrecked and why jumper cables were in Rico's possession. He was probably looking for someone to help jump his battery, meaning the footprints along Route 16 suggested Rico walked along the highway to flag down passers-by. There was also zero DNA findings to corroborate third-party interference or the presence of a stranger. So while Rico certainly didn't encounter foul play while in his car at Cache Creek, investigators still theorize he met with trouble after hitchhiking along Route 16. They believe while walking and talking to anyone who would pull over to assist him, Rico was taken advantage of by someone or somebody with criminal intentions. It's very likely Rico was not in the right frame of mind that weekend, and if he came across as exhausted or groggy, his could easily persuade him to leave his backpack behind and get in the vehicle. It's a bit confusing as to why someone would risk dealing with a man who is almost guaranteed to have a physical advantage, not to mention no money on their person, but it's also worth remembering Rico relapsed shortly before his disappearance. And if he found someone who promised him drugs or other substances, how likely would he have been persuaded? Well, this figure could be ranges from a potential killer to a drug dealer to someone desperate for a man of Rico's stature. Unfortunately, there are hardly any leads or threats associated with the foul play theory besides combing through people with criminal backgrounds in the area. Due to the vast population of Northern California and the Sacramento area, the possibilities are borderline infinite. Another theory considered by many is that Rico was wounded and taken by a wild animal or large predator. Northern California has its fair share of wildlife, including combative creatures such as rattlesnakes, mountain lions, and black bears. A rattlesnake would certainly be able to bite and poison an unsuspecting human. But if Rico was in fact bit by a snake, his body would have been picked up by the air helicopters or numerous search parties. Black bears, while imposing animals, are in fact quite docile and do not interact with humans very often, let alone a large man the size of somebody like Rico. The only animal that makes sense is a mountain lion, yet it would take a considerably strong cougar or pack of cougars to kill Rico and then take his body into a dwelling cave or habitat hidden from humans. The search found no signs of struggle in the dusty expanse of Ramsey Canyon. And again, the mere size of Rico probably deterred wild animals from approaching. And if he did die somewhere in the wilderness, his body would not have tokayed into the ground and avoided visibility due to the timeline of the disappearance and impending manhunt. The third theory associated with Rico involved around a planned escape and manufactured disappearance. This conspiracy points to Rico's history with indecision and probable disappointment with the closure he sought when returning to Alhambra. Supporters of the story suggest that Rico realized in his return home he no longer wanted the life he hoped for in Seattle, and thought best to vanish without a trace and escape somewhere new. The theory points to the new cell phone Rico bought for his brother, highlighting that Rico could have bought a second phone that he used for his getaway, and that his brother helped him along the way. After the conversation with his mother went south, Rico decided to leave unnoticed, using his scheduled interview as an excuse. On the way to Sacramento, Rico slowly broke off contact his mother and girlfriend and veered off course from Interstate 5 to Seattle and drove east to Cache Creek. When he arrived, he recorded himself to appear distressed and potentially even stage a kidnapping or robbery. After the car finally ran out of gas and electricity, Rico walked off with his backpack and old phone, appearing to need help with the jumper cables. Instead, when Rico flagged down a car to hitchhike, he left the bag and cell phone find to create a diversion. Some go as far to say whoever picked him up was in on his plan, and a link to Rico's staged disappearance and his new life. In the end, this theory is rife with inconsistencies. Rico had been adamant to all he knew that the opportunities in Seattle were incredibly encouraging. He had recently become a resident of Washington State, constantly talked about marriage and fatherhood, and truly settled in with Jennifer. Police also tracked the missing Discovery credit card found missing from Rico's wallet, and the account was never assessed or operated at any time following October the 10th. Meaning that if Rico escaped, the funds he would most certainly need to execute such a scheme came elsewhere and not from personal wealth. Taking into consideration the skill and resourcefulness needed to pull off such a feat, the improbability of faking a mental collapse seen in the selfie videos, and coincidental contrast of Rico's recent attitudes towards life. The idea that Rico stays at his appearance and escape thereafter is highly implausible. Before we divulge our hypothesis of Rico's mysterious disappearance, we want to make known our conclusions presented in Cold Case Detective. Our purely logical speculation based on evidence, circumstance, and factual subtext. We are only privy to the same information presented in each video, and we do not attempt to promise certain or an expert guarantee on the findings we reach in the closing. We simply observe, research, and report. In this case, we believe Rico continued to relapse into substance abuse as a result of personal torment and extreme exhaustion. Found himself alone and free of scrutiny out in the wild after making a wrong turn on his journey and wandered into unknown territory where he most likely died hidden by the natural elements. All of his life, Rico dealt with the absence of a caring, nurturing father. Despite the physical and verbal abuse he sustained in his youth, Rico sought his father's approval and internalized his love for basketball. After he and his siblings moved in with their mother, Rico never quite broke off the relationship he had with Henry Harris. When Rico's basketball career fizzled out, and he turned to drugs and alcohol, Rico swelled the bubbling tension from a rough childhood. To make matters more complicated, Rico ran into his own father in jail after an arrest for public intoxication. These humiliations and unresolved conflicts took a psychological toll on Rico, leaving him with signs of undiagnosed depression, anxiety, and possibly bipolar disorder revealed by Jennifer after he disappeared. Taking a history of mental troubles into consideration, a relapse into substance use, and family or shortcomings would have put Rico in a very dark place on his drive back to Seattle after his attempts to tie knots on his past fell short, and failure created the wounds in his heart and mind to irreversible sizes. Thus, after staying awake for more than 2 consecutive days, the emotional instability caught up to Rico, and he ventured from the planned course. On his drive up north, he probably took a wrong turn that took him through the mountains of northern Sacramento and into Ramsey Canyon. Between the stop for gas in Lodi and parking in the lower side of Cache Creek Park, Rico found an outlet for drugs and alcohol and picked him up. Hard drugs are notoriously distributed throughout Sacramento and the surrounding regions, so it wouldn't be too tricky for a former addict to navigate and purchase. After he parked, Rico either consumed the drugs he had collected or experienced the side effects in full force. It's plausible he had taken either crack or methamphetamine throughout the trip anyways, stimulants that explain how he could stay awake and alert for so long. The drug reasoning comes from a vital clue found in the Nissan Shima after police towed the vehicle into evidence. Under the glove compartment below the passenger seat, investigated Discovery bundle, a plastic wrap used specifically for drugs. Now the bundle in question was empty and contained no residue or drug paraphernalia, but hinted at a recent inclination towards substance use. There were also 2 bottles of alcohol found, one empty and the other half full, also thought to be consumed by Rico. After the car ran out of power and gas, Rico wandered off from the lower side along the guardrail on the highway. He set his backpack and cell phone on the curb and walked down to the actual creek for a drink and cooled down, where enormous footprints were found days later by the search teams. After spending time by the water, Rico found an easier way up the hill back to the road, a different place than where he'd left his belongings. While continuing to plot along Route 16, Rico was able to hitchhike and find a way into a small town or establishment where he could clean up and find something to eat. A couple vagrants in Clear Lake, California have said they recognized Rico buying drugs in the area once, but didn't have any details or further information regarding their testimony. The last part of this theory is quite cloudy. What Rico engages with throughout the next week is a complete mystery. But he avoids eyewitnesses and returns to the lower side in Ramsey Canyon, where his car was parked on October the 19th. It was this night when someone reported sighting a large African-American male walking in that direction, and police later confirmed it with more footprints in the immediate area. Rico was probably dropped off so that he could return to his car. But when he found it was hauled away, either went back to the vehicle that dropped him off or decided to stick the new friend freedom and march into the woods. What happened afterwards is the true meat of the mystery. As mentioned previously, Rico was hard to miss, and his profile didn't allow for much invisibility. Maybe he tripped into a sinkhole, or that camouflaged him from search and rescue. Maybe he took his own life in a deep part of the rugged forests. Regardless of details, Rico Harris was dealing with issues none of us can fathom or ignore. Whether it was a lack of sleep, a depressive episode triggered from recent events, or a combination of anxiety and drug use, Rico wasn't in his normal state of mind. His reckless activity in the cell phone videos proves just as much, and unfortunately casts a heavy shadow of unpredictable behavior that stemmed afterwards. The Harris family and Rico's close friends have often talked about Rico's history with drugs and addiction to a stigmatized character, and undermine the public perception of the case. We want to be perfectly clear. Rico's struggles with substances does not take away from the compassionate and caring person he was. He deserves just as much attention as any missing person, and is not any more of a bad guy than you are. Addiction's sting will be damned. Addiction is a disease of mind and body and can create turmoil of both physical and emotional health. Those who struggle with addiction must battle not only their own sickness, but the constant degradation of society, and those who categorize addictive persons as failures to the consequences of their actions. Rico Harris deserves to be found. He was a warrior, a courageous spirit that endured so much pain throughout his life. He finally found the light at the end of the tunnel, the dawn breaking from a treacherous night. He loved his family, he loved his friends, and he loved making a difference in people's lives. Outside of his athletic giftedness, Rico was a kind soul. He would have gone unthinkable distances to help those in need, so it's only fitting we do the same in his favor. Let not his legacy be Harlem Globetrotter to drug it to missing person. Let his legacy be of caretaker to a fighter, to a found and fostering father, his ultimate aspiration. Like this video and subscribe our channel. Phoenix Caldon was an endlessly inquiring, spirited, and musically talented young woman. Her dedications to religion and giftedness in the arts were cut short by an unexplainable, untraceable vanishing in December of 2011, leaving all who knew her, both in life and through the World Wide Web, grasping for answers in a sea of evidence. As a hope to provide more substantial reasoning built upon observable evidence and situational analysis, this is an examination of the disappearance of Colden and the mystery at the 900 block of St. Clair Avenue. Phoenix Colden was born on May 23, 1988, to parents Gloria and Lawrence Colton. After spending some time of her youth in the sunny state of California, Lawrence's job moved the family to the greater St. Louis, Missouri area, where they spent the remainder of their time together. The Coldens moved into a residential neighborhood of Spanish Lake, a quiet and middle-class suburb where Gloria and Lawrence would commit to raising their bright and beloved daughter. From an early age, Phoenix was raised in a world surrounded by church and Christian values. Her parents kept a close eye on her demeanor and social interactions, making sure she kept true to kindness, compassion, and respect. This was coupled by a strong attraction to music and instrumentation as Phoenix developed a profound talent for the musical arts. Every Saturday morning, she would practice on the family's piano, quickly falling in love with the craft and finding a means in which to express herself. Phoenix's time at home increased when she entered middle school after her parents decided that she was better off in homeschool rather than attend a public institution. While it continued to shelter Phoenix from interacting with a different world than what she was accustomed to, she never batted an eye. Her enthusiasm for learning, knowledge, and participating in academics was second to none, and she excelled in all of her studies. When she wasn't doing coursework or making music, Phoenix was advancing her fencing skills, attending rigorous practices that led her to ultimate championing of the sport, as she retained the local junior fencing title. From 2007 to 2011, Phoenix attended the University of Missouri-St. Louis, moving into an apartment with a friend. Around this time, Phoenix started displaying a different side of her personality, struggling to reconcile with her sheltered upbringing and strict lifestyle. She began arguing with her parents more frequently and participated in risky behavior. While it was a contrast to the normal Phoenix that her parents knew, neither Gloria nor Lawrence figured it to be any more than the pains of entering adulthood. That is until May of 2011 when Phoenix returned home at the demand of her mother, and tensions skyrocketed. Throughout the next months, Phoenix's abnormal behavior hit an all-time high when she broke off her closest friendship with her longtime neighbor, Akira, after an argument forced Phoenix to admit she was uneasy about something in her life. Something that would not be cracked by either Akira or the Colden family. As the warmth of summer turned to the chills of winter, Phoenix's crisis worsened. Her parents and few friends described her as a different person. No longer was she the well-balanced, soulful woman with a great sense of humor, strong in her faith, naive about the world, and ambitious to live up to the world's expectations. Instead, she was a shell of her former self. Both Gloria and Lawrence Colton felt that their daughter's own soul was on the brink of returning. But sadly, never knew for sure when, on a silence in the afternoon, Phoenix walked out of a Spanish Lake home for the final time. Not to be seen or heard from again. Leaving nothing behind but odds and ends in her car, abandoned in the middle of the road on St. Clair Avenue. Sometime in the year 2005, Phoenix called on meets Akira in the Spanish Lake neighborhood, and the two quickly become good friends. Because Phoenix is homeschooled, she waits by the bus stop each day for when Akira arrives home after public school. Phoenix isn't allowed to go over to the Hogan household much, so her relationship with Akira and her mother Martini consists of talking on the front porch. The Hogans see Phoenix's parents as a little too strict as a result. In the fall of 2007, Phoenix enrolls in the University of Missouri, St. Louis, eager to explore lifestyles differing from the religious-tempered world she knew growing up. Around the time of starting college classes, Phoenix meets a guy named Michael B. They soon enter a romantic relationship despite her parents' disapproval of him. Over the next few years, Phoenix and Michael B. hide most of their intimacy from the Colton family. They move into an apartment together with the help of Phoenix's mother, Gloria, who signs the lease under the impression that her daughter is moving in with a female friend. Gloria proceeds to visit the flat multiple times in the duration Phoenix lives there, and not once sees a clue that alerts her a man is living there. At some point in 2010, Phoenix informs her childhood friend, Akira, back at home, that she wants to leave Michael B., but isn't sure about how to go about it. Instead, she starts meeting other men. One of the men is another person named Michael, referred to as Cell Phone Mike. Phoenix heats up a second romantic relationship with Cell Phone Mike behind the back of Michael B. Around the same time, Phoenix purchases an alternative cell phone plan behind the back of her parents. She uses the burner phone to communicate with Cell Phone Mike and her phone from the family plan to upkeep her normal life with Gloria, Lawrence, and Michael B. In the months leading up to spring of 2011, Phoenix secretly steals money from the Colton family safe in their home. The money in question is in the form of savings bonds under Gloria Colin's name. Phoenix discreetly cashes these bonds at various points, pulling in around $2,500. What happens to this money isn't known. When May of 2011 arrives, Phoenix moves back in with her parents, at their request after they decide paying for the apartment is financially difficult, and their house is technically closer than her apartment is to the university. The situation begins to unravel in the summer of 2011, when Phoenix has a mental breakdown in front of her friend Akira. Phoenix claims she has the feeling that she's being followed, specifically saying that an anonymous person or people are watching her and the Colton family in the park one day. It is a paranoid discussion with unsettling foreshadowing in which Phoenix shares she has a feeling that something is after her and something is going to happen. On November the 15th of 2011, Phoenix records a selfie video on her phone while she sits in her car, expressing the extreme frustration she has with herself and the emotional crisis she's in. Phoenix appears distressed and on the verge of tears, saying things like she wishes she could start over. She also recites an altered version of the Serenity Prayer. During Thanksgiving break later in the month, Phoenix meets with an old friend from her teenage years, Tim Baker. She confides in him that, despite telling people she's at the university, she never actually enrolled in classes that semester. Given the secret from her family, Tim knows about the second burner phone and realizes Phoenix is living a double life and feels like she's hiding something from him too. Not long afterward, sometime at the end of November or early December, Phoenix has another fiery incident with Akira. This time, she argues with her best friend about petty little issues regarding their friendship and Michael B. It escalates when Phoenix reveals she carries a 10-inch dagger knife stored in the driver's side door of her car. Akira thinks Phoenix is just trying to intimidate her, and claims she's done nothing wrong. After Phoenix hints that she's going somewhere to get away, Akira claims this mental state is totally abnormal for Phoenix, and, like Tim Baker, feels that her friend is hiding something. Throughout the first weeks of December, Phoenix makes an increasing number of phone calls to her original boyfriend, Michael B., via her family plan's cell phone. On December the 17th, she engages in 10 separate phone conversations, ending with a 116-minute call unknown as to what it is about and if it played a role in the mind-numbing mystery about to unfold. At 9:34 a.m. on December the 18th, 2011, Phoenix makes a 2-minute phone call to a friend Rosie again using a family plan and cell phone. 5 minutes later, at 9:41 a.m., Phoenix makes a 6-minute call to Michael B., on the same cell phone as before. At 11 a.m., Phoenix attends the morning service with her mother, Gloria, at their usual church. Phoenix performs in the handbell choir and appears like her normal self to the congregation's pastor, Mark Miller. After church, Phoenix makes the last recorded call on her family plan cell phone to Michael B., a call that only lasts 1 minute with unknown details. Not much time passes before Phoenix and Gloria run an errand to the grocery store around 2 p.m. On the way home to Spanish Lake, Phoenix turns to Gloria and says, "Mom, we need to get back to the way we used to be." Gloria responds asking, "What do you mean, Phoenix?" And Phoenix says, "We just need to be more what we used to be like." Gloria figures, the old version of her daughter is coming back. 5 minutes past 3 p.m. later that afternoon, Phoenix walks past her father silent yet determined. She hops into a black 1998 Chevy Blazer and backs out of the driveway. This is the last known sighting of Phoenix called on. About 2.5 hours later, at 5:27 p.m., East St. Louis Police Officer Perry received a call about an abandoned car in the middle of the 900 block of St. Clair Avenue. Officer Perry arrives on the scene in 8 minutes at 9:35 p.m. and finds an empty black Chevrolet Blazer sitting in the middle of the road near a stop sign. Assuming the vehicle ran out of gas, Officer Perry checks out the interior. He finds the engine's not running, the lights are off, bearing no purse or phone inside, no sign of struggle, and resting there like any normal parked car would. He runs the license plates to see if it comes up as a stolen car in the database, but produces no hits. He calls a local towing company and runs the VIN number, confirming that the car was actually from Missouri and probably crossed state lines on a routine drive. Officer Perry enters the car's data into a nationwide car logging system, but the delay in the program causes the vehicle to remain absent from the National and Pine Register. Later in the evening, the car is taken into an Illinois car and truck impound lot, but the owners of the vehicle are not contacted. The next morning on December the 19th, Gloria and Lawrence awake and immediately feel concerned for the daughter who never stays out all night and hasn't been heard from since the previous afternoon. When Gloria calls law enforcement and provides Phoenix's date of birth, the police announce that because Phoenix is a legal adult and has only been gone less than 24 hours, there's no reason to believe she's missing. Gloria persists and informs the officers over the phone that Phoenix was in the 1998 Chevy Blazer, so they run a vehicle check. However, no red flags pop up in the system, despite the impound on the 18th. Over the next couple of weeks, the Golden family urges endlessly for their daughter. They pass out flyers, call nearby hospitals, and visit potential hiding spots around town. Gloria even calls multiple local news stations, but none of them air Phoenix's story or help spread awareness. At the end of December, Gloria and Lawrence are informed that one of their vehicles has been impounded at an East St. Louis car lot. They rush across the Mississippi River to find their Chevy Blazer exactly how Officer Perry found it, strewn with odds and ends belonging to Phoenix, but showing no sign of conflict. Gloria feels Phoenix was most certainly not the one who put the car on St. Clair Avenue, while Lawrence gets a sense that Phoenix is ultimately okay. On New Year's Day 2012, authorities finally pick up the case and declare Phoenix Colton an official missing person a little over a week later on January the 9th. Phoenix's profile is first reported by news outlets and is given special spotlight by Cianria Thomas on January the 25th, who then accidentally shares false information about the state of the Chevy Blazer found on December the 18th, leading viewers to believe Phoenix had been taken from the car with its engines still running and door ajar. In February of 2012, the Colden family hires a private investigator, Steve Foster, to find Phoenix. Along with the local police department, detectives interview all known suspects, including both of the Michael boyfriends who are cleared after interrogation. This would be the only time either boyfriend spoke out about the case, and their transcripts have not been released. Steve Foster also discovers Phoenix's safe-stealing habits, which leads to the reveal of Phoenix Colden's second birth certificate under the name of Phoenix Reeves, her mother's maiden name. Over the next couple of years, tens of thousands of tips come in regarding potential sightings of Phoenix. However, none bear any real fruit. These false wolf cries forced the Colden family into spending more money they had on PIs to track breadcrumb trails with dead ends, leaving the family no choice but to foreclose their home without any tangible hope. The police are unable to find any real clues or physical evidence either. In 2018, the Oxygen television network videotapes a separate investigation into the disappearance of Phoenix, with the original investigative reporter, Sean Dwight Thomas, and the retired police deputy, Joe Delia. The two combed through the major points in the case and brought a third private investigator, Dean Duke, to run a detailed database analysis of the second birth certificate of Phoenix. The system reveals only 4 matches in the United States. 3 of them are ruled out with complete profiles. However, one sticks out as peculiar. The final Phoenix Reeves's match has no date of birth, no social security number, and no relatives. Just an address for a house in Anchorage, Alaska, that was active from January to June 2012. Joe and Dean traveled to Alaska and interviewed the neighbors around the address regarding Phoenix. However, none recognize her name from her missing posters. They eventually contact the woman now living in the house that was matched in the database, but the woman says that she's been the sole owner of the place since 2002 and has never seen or heard of Phoenix, neither with the Reeves nor called on surname. While both private investigators are convinced their suspicious profile is that of the real Phoenix called on, they have little else to go on. This is the most recent development of the still frozen solid disappearance. When looking across the entirety of Phoenix's cold case, there are plenty of curious items that could play a major role in the investigation. However, the one piece of evidence that provides the most critical information about Phoenix and her train of thought is the selfie video she recorded on November the 15th, 2011, just shy of 1 month prior to her vanishing. Unfortunately, the entire video itself has not been released to the public, but there are intriguing pieces of direct quotes from Phoenix originating from the video that we've collected for the case file. She starts off by claiming she got ditched by an anonymous person or persons. She follows up by saying, "This is ridiculous. I just want to start over. I just feel like I can't start the new me over." A few moments pass, and she continues with, "I don't know. I've got to see things for what they are. You know, like instead of thinking about it like that, see things for what they are." Phoenix trails off, saying a few inaudible lines before looking into the camera and reciting a version of the Serenity Prayer. "As Lord, please help me accept the things that won't change, and that I won't change the things that I can't change." Further along the video, Phoenix explains that's why I don't like talking to people when I'm mad or whatever, because I say stuff that I don't mean. And that's when you learn to hold your composure. "I want people to take me seriously." Due to the poor quality of the sound and a few moments where Phoenix was mumbling, it's hard to make out what she's saying. Investigators, Chandra Thomas and Joe Delia, took the video to an audio engineer, Brian Kaskin, to clean up the audio and decipher the rest of the dialogue. He unveils a portion where Phoenix says, "I just want to be happy. I feel so stupid because I let myself go a little bit. I probably would have been in a better situation if I would have stuck with how I used to be." She then proceeds to say, "Might as well ride in the back with the cops all up in here. The only person that won't let me down is me." It's unknown how much longer her self-reflection goes on for, but at the end of the video, Phoenix gives one last look into the camera and says bye. Throughout the conversation she has with herself, Phoenix takes plenty of long pauses looking outside the window with a somber, agitated demeanor. Her voice is mellow, soft, and sometimes indistinguishable, yet doesn't come across as calm. Rather, Phoenix sounds as if she's truly worried about the state she's in, consciously struggling with her life in that moment compared to the good-natured lifestyle she lived in prior. It's in these moments that Phoenix herself clarifies she has been a completely different person, for better or for worse. Some investigators theorize that Phoenix references a situation that's put her in legal trouble, all that she's hanging around a bad crowd of people are pushing her to want out. Regardless, it's clear Phoenix is struggling with internal conflict, most likely as a result of external pressures. She seemed to rely on no one but herself, and her trust in the people around her is obviously deteriorating. Despite the tense atmosphere, however, Phoenix displays her sensitivity and cognitive ability to understand the world. She's attempting to decipher the present by working through the past to hopefully set up a brighter future. Sadly though, the timing of the video and being so close to the disappearance leads all involved to believe her crisis played a major role in the events that mysteriously unfolded. The 7 years since Phoenix's cold case has entered the public sphere. The most discussed theory revolves around a possible human trafficking incident. When her disappearance was first reported, a rumor started that the 1998 Chevrolet Blazer driven by Phoenix was discovered on the 900 block of St. Clair Avenue with the engine running, the lights on, and the driver's side door swung open. This version of the story implies that Phoenix was most likely taken out of the car by a second party, and the Chevy was untouched. So who could have kidnapped Phoenix from her vehicle with a sudden force? Well, it just so happens that the 900 block of St. Clair U is positioned right next to the Interstate 70 highway, branded as the human trafficking highway of America. Not only that, but the area surrounding St. Clair Avenue in East St. Louis is notorious for high levels of crime, gang, and drug-related activity and human trafficking itself. Thus, multiple theories suggest Phoenix was driving in East St. Louis for whatever suspect business she had involved herself in months prior, was targeted by a group of pimps or trafficking operatives, and taken away while at the stop sign and kidnapped into the underground oblivion. Human trafficking survivor, Kat Summers, believes the case had earmarks usual trafficking situations, again, pointing to the state of the car and degraded status of East St. Louis street life. Katie Rhodes, the founder of Healing Action, also felt like Phoenix was most likely pulled into the human trafficking sector. Although she claims Phoenix went into it with a sense of autonomy, Katie explained that pimps are master persuaders, often seducing their victims with the promise of freedom away from the control of parents. That would definitely be the case for Phoenix, who was unhappy living back at home and constantly fighting with her mother. If she was enticed to enter the realms of prostitution in exchange for independence, the pimp would have worked quickly to disorient Phoenix and strip her personal life away. To add fuel to the fire, a woman from the local St. Louis Mothers of Missing Children group claims that in 2017, she received a message that included a link and a picture of Phoenix associated with a suspicious escort website. However, when investigators used the link directed them to a fake Facebook page with Phoenix's picture in the profile image, proving to be nothing more than a cruel hoax. This wasn't the only alleged sighting of Phoenix throughout the years, though. In March of 2014, an old friend, Kelly Fronot, reportedly sees Phoenix on a plane going home from Las Vegas. Kelly was seated on her flight during boarding and looked up, catching a glimpse of a woman who appeared to be Phoenix with a group of women staring straight ahead. Kelly called her name, to which the woman looked up immediately and asked Kelly if she looked like someone. Kelly responded with the air, "You looked like my friend, Phoenix." But this woman kept going, never engaging with Kelly again. She was wearing a zipped-up jacket, nice jewelry, along with women all bearing the same likeness. There were 2 men in the group with them, pro football player types in the age range of 35 to 40 years old. When they landed in St. Louis, Kelly disembarked and went to Southwest Airlines service counter, saying she saw a missing person on the flight. Police came and combed through the airport but never found the woman thought to be Phoenix or her crew members. Kelly is adamant the woman was Phoenix, raising her confidence a 9 out of 10 during the Oxygen documentary series. There isn't much evidence to refute the possibility that Phoenix disappeared into the human trafficking trade due to the geographic tendencies and history of East St. Louis. Yet it's hard to accept this when the state of the Chevy showed zero signs of struggle. While there were a few odds and ends strewn about the interior of the car, neither Phoenix's purse nor cell phone was found, unlike the original report stated. The car was abandoned rather than broken into. Unless Phoenix was taken somewhere, and the car was dumped afterward, it's unlikely Phoenix was forced out. This then leads people to believe Phoenix was lured away by someone she knew and murdered. St. Louis, Missouri, is the top 5 city for violent crime in America, and many sleuths point to the boyfriend's situation and the secret nature of a double life outside of Spanish Lake. Michael B. was thoroughly investigated by police and early private detectives, and all parties are convinced he is innocent. While his alibi is unknown, Cell Phone Mike also makes sense as a suspect. In fact, Cell Phone Mike actually had a restraining order against him by a separate ex-girlfriend who claimed he was both emotionally and physically violent. Not only this, but during Christmas time of 2011, a week after Phoenix disappeared, the ex-girlfriend states that Cell Phone Mike took special interest in missing person cases around the area, specifically checking up on the status of Phoenix's case. After authorities reported it official, the ex-girlfriend confronted Cell Phone Mike about these interests. He said Phoenix had been a customer at the convenience store he worked at, ending with a shouting match in which he asked, "Why are you worried about someone that's dead?" The ex-girlfriend has since declared she is unsure if Cell Phone Mike was just assuming or knew for sure. Even with the 2 Michaels cleared by police, a potential murder makes sense when considering all of Phoenix's banknotes, cell phone records, and social media posts came to an abrupt halt the day she vanished. She found that she was being followed for months, leading up to the disappearance, and saw darkness on her horizon. The videos she recorded stemmed from a hypothetical sticky situation in which she found herself in trouble involving the police and more than likely a larger and known number of people. Taking it all into account, it makes sense to believe Phoenix's involvement with foes outside of her known social circle led her to illegal doings. Her use of the burner phone was used to navigate these operations, and on December the 18th, she went out to resolve a dispute, ending up a homicide victim at the hands of these anonymous connections. All that being said, police are aware of the second cell phone and haven't reported it as a piece connecting Phoenix to any criminal organization. And while it is possible that because the search is ongoing, law enforcement cannot unveil case details, there's just not enough observable evidence to indicate foul play is involved. There's no blood, no wanted suspects, and no DNA in a Chevy Blazer that belongs to anyone other than Phoenix, Gloria, or Lawrence Colton. Nevertheless, no theory can be completely ruled out with the bizarre events surrounding Phoenix's vanishing and life as a whole. Living two lives with one being a complete mystery to the people investigators have access to makes extracting leads and following clues a naturally tedious and borderline impossible task. Absorbing all of the information, interviews, and intelligence provided across the board by multiple private investigators, we've concluded that Phoenix Colton up and left Spanish Lake on her own accord, with the help of friends at first, using her pseudonym, Phoenix Reeves, and the alternative birth certificate before building a completely new identity and dissolving into society under a new independent position of power. First, let's discuss the abandoned Chevy Blazer, the contents of the car, mostly junk and random garments, leaving no signs of illicit activity or foul play. The collection agency notice regarding Phoenix's unpaid burner phone bill that was discovered makes people question why she would leave it behind so carelessly. But ultimately it wouldn't matter because the phone was still under her name and easily accessible by authorities with investigative abilities. The vehicle itself looked parked and planted from first sight, according to Officer Perry, and was most likely used as a decoy maneuver by Phoenix, whoever was helping her leave. Putting the Chevy in East St. Louis would make it seem like something criminal encountered Phoenix and lead searches on a wild goose chase when really it was more than likely camouflage. Once the car was set up, Phoenix most likely had another person drive her away or had another car at the ready. In addition, there's a chance that the Interstate 70 being so close as the trafficking highway of the U.S. was merely a coincidence. In reality, it being a nearby escape route for a quick departure. It's also important to note that East St. Louis is across state lines in Illinois, which would later prove to throw a wrench in the initial search for Phoenix and the vehicle within the automobile database. The second key to the maze is Phoenix's immense critical thinking skills and subtle resourcefulness. Known associates of Phoenix described her as able to make friends with just about anyone, allowing her to adapt to a variety of situations and befriend people with specific sets of services. It's not out of the realm of possibility that Phoenix met friends of friends who could assist with leaving the community and restarting an anonymous life. Now, who these suspects might be and to the degree of their craft is unknown, but Phoenix did have a head start with 2 birth certificates. Using the Phoenix Reeves document for secret plans wouldn't be tracked right away at all and would buy her precious time. She could make purchases, apply for a new social security number, and access any number of resources outside of the Golden Legacy. She was obviously smart enough to hide a second cell phone plan from her family and some of her friends, and could have had any number of other phones or communication methods. Remember, she was also intermittently stealing savings bonds from her family's safe before moving back home, a potential method of collecting funds for her future departure. When the 2 private investigators, Joe Delia and Dean Duke, discovered the Phoenix Reeves identification address in Anchorage, Alaska, they visited the neighborhood but came away empty-handed. Apparently, the woman who lived on the address under Phoenix Reeves owned the property during the month when Phoenix was linked to it, from January to June 2012. However, this woman had never rented it out since purchasing it in 2002 and never saw anyone who looked like Phoenix during her 25-year residency. Yet something isn't right about this anomaly. It just so happens that Phoenix Reeves's profile had 0 information points except for an address that was dated just 1 month after Phoenix disappeared and appeared to be a sensible runaway location. Nobody in Anchorage would recognize Phoenix if she did indeed travel there to hide or plan a further identity transformation, and would serve as an excellent middle ground between the United States and starting anew in a foreign place like Japan. It also can't be ruled out that Phoenix paid off the woman who owned the house on record. Either way, we believe there's something very suspicious about Anchorage, Alaska, and concur she was definitely there at some point after her vanishing. In addition, many friends and connections to Phoenix have been less than welcome to reporters, investigators, and anyone looking for answers. While they haven't been necessarily silent, a lot of her friends simply do not want to talk. Human trafficking survivor, Kat Summers, believes the case had earmarks usual trafficking situations, again, pointing to the state of the car and degraded status of East St. Louis street life. Katie Rhodes, the founder of Healing Action, also felt like Phoenix was most likely pulled into the human trafficking sector. Although she claims Phoenix went into it with a sense of autonomy, Katie explained that pimps are master persuaders, often seducing their victims with the promise of freedom away from the control of parents. That would definitely be the case for Phoenix, who was unhappy living back at home and constantly fighting with her mother. If she was enticed to enter the realms of prostitution in exchange for independence, the pimp would have worked quickly to disorient Phoenix and strip her personal life away. To add fuel to the fire, a woman from the local St. Louis Mothers of Missing Children group claims that in 2017, she received a message that included a link and a picture of Phoenix associated with a suspicious escort website. However, when investigators used the link directed them to a fake Facebook page with Phoenix's picture in the profile image, proving to be nothing more than a cruel hoax. This wasn't the only alleged sighting of Phoenix throughout the years though. In March of 2014, an old friend, Kelly Fronaut, reportedly sees Phoenix on a plane going home from Las Vegas. Kelly was seated on her flight during boarding and looked up, catching a glimpse of a woman who appeared to be Phoenix with a group of women staring straight ahead. Kelly called her name, to which the woman looked up immediately and asked Kelly if she looked like someone. Kelly responded with the air, "You looked like my friend, Phoenix." But this woman kept going, never engaging with Kelly again. She was wearing a zipped-up jacket, nice jewelry, along with women all bearing the same likeness. There were 2 men in the group with them, pro football player types in the age range of 35 to 40 years old. When they landed in St. Louis, Kelly disembarked and went to Southwest Airlines service counter, saying she saw a missing person on the flight. Police came and combed through the airport but never found the woman thought to be Phoenix or her crew members. Kelly is adamant the woman was Phoenix, raising her confidence a 9 out of 10 during the Oxygen documentary series. There isn't much evidence to refute the possibility that Phoenix disappeared into the human trafficking trade due to the geographic tendencies and history of East St. Louis. Yet it's hard to accept this when the state of the Chevy showed 0 signs of struggle. While there were a few odds and ends strewn about the interior of the car, neither Phoenix's purse nor cell phone was found, unlike the original report stated. The car was abandoned rather than broken into. Unless Phoenix was taken somewhere, and the car was dumped afterward, it's unlikely Phoenix was forced out. This then leads people to believe Phoenix was lured away by someone she knew and murdered. St. Louis, Missouri, is the top 5 city for violent crime in America, and many sleuths point to the boyfriend's situation and the secret nature of a double life outside of Spanish Lake. Michael B. was thoroughly investigated by police and early private detectives, and all parties are convinced he is innocent. While his alibi is unknown, cell phone Mike also makes sense as a suspect. In fact, Cell Phone Mike actually had a restraining order against him by a separate ex-girlfriend who claimed he was both emotionally and physically violent. Not only this, but during Christmas time of 2011, a week after Phoenix disappeared, the ex-girlfriend states that Cell Phone Mike took special interest in missing person cases around the area, specifically checking up on the status of Phoenix's case. After authorities reported it official, the ex-girlfriend confronted Cell Phone Mike about these interests. He said Phoenix had been a customer at the convenience store he worked at, ending with a shouting match in which he asked, "Why are you worried about someone that's dead?" The ex-girlfriend has since declared she is unsure if Cell Phone Mike was just assuming or knew for sure. Even with the two Michaels cleared by police, a potential murder makes sense when considering all of Phoenix's banknotes, cell phone records, and social media posts came to an abrupt halt the day she vanished. She found that she was being followed for months, leading up to the disappearance, and saw darkness on her horizon. The videos she recorded stemmed from a hypothetical sticky situation in which she found herself in trouble involving the police and more than likely a larger and known number of people. Taking it all into account, it makes sense to believe Phoenix's involvement with foes outside of her known social circle led her to illegal doings. Her use of the burner phone was used to navigate these operations, and on December the 18th, she went out to resolve a dispute, ending up a homicide victim at the hands of these anonymous connections. All that being said, police are aware of the second cell phone and haven't reported it as a piece connecting Phoenix to any criminal organization. And while it is possible that because the search is ongoing, law enforcement cannot unveil case details, there's just not enough observable evidence to indicate foul play is involved. There's no blood, no wanted suspects, and no DNA in a Chevy Blazer that belongs to anyone other than Phoenix, Gloria, or Lawrence Colton. Nevertheless, no theory can be completely ruled out with the bizarre events surrounding Phoenix's vanishing and life as a whole. Living two lives with one being a complete mystery to the people investigators have access to makes extracting leads and following clues a naturally tedious and borderline impossible task. Absorbing all of the information, interviews, and intelligence provided across the board by multiple private investigators, we've concluded that Phoenix Colton up and left Spanish Lake on her own accord, with the help of friends at first, using her pseudonym, Phoenix Reeves, and the alternative birth certificate before building a completely new identity and dissolving into society under a new independent position of power. First, let's discuss the abandoned Chevy Blazer, the contents of the car, mostly junk and random garments, leaving no signs of illicit activity or foul play. The collection agency notice regarding Phoenix's unpaid burner phone bill that was discovered makes people question why she would leave it behind so carelessly. But ultimately it wouldn't matter because the phone was still under her name and easily accessible by authorities with investigative abilities. The vehicle itself looked parked and planted from first sight, according to Officer Perry, and was most likely used as a decoy maneuver by Phoenix, whoever was helping her leave. Putting the Chevy in East St. Louis would make it seem like something criminal encountered Phoenix and lead searches on a wild goose chase when really it was more than likely camouflage. Once the car was set up, Phoenix most likely had another person drive her away or had another car at the ready. In addition, there's a chance that the Interstate 70 being so close as the trafficking highway of the U.S. was merely a coincidence. In reality, it being a nearby escape route for a quick departure. It's also important to note that East St. Louis is across state lines in Illinois, which would later prove to throw a wrench in the initial search for Phoenix and the vehicle within the automobile database. The second key to the maze is Phoenix's immense critical thinking skills and subtle resourcefulness. Known associates of Phoenix described her as able to make friends with just about anyone, allowing her to adapt to a variety of situations and befriend people with specific sets of services. It's not out of the realm of possibility that Phoenix met friends of friends who could assist with leaving the community and restarting an anonymous life. Now, who these suspects might be and to the degree of their craft is unknown, but Phoenix did have a head start with 2 birth certificates. Using the Phoenix Reeves document for secret plans wouldn't be tracked right away at all and would buy her precious time. She could make purchases, apply for a new social security number, and access any number of resources outside of the Golden Legacy. She was obviously smart enough to hide a second cell phone plan from her family and some of her friends, and could have had any number of other phones or communication methods. Remember, she was also intermittently stealing savings bonds from her family's safe before moving back home, a potential method of collecting funds for her future departure. When the two private investigators, Joe Delia and Dean Duke, discovered the Phoenix Reeves identification address in Anchorage, Alaska, they visited the neighborhood but came away empty-handed. Apparently, the woman who lived on the address under Phoenix Reeves owned the property during the month when Phoenix was linked to it, from January to June 2012. However, this woman had never rented it out since purchasing it in 2002 and never saw anyone who looked like Phoenix during her 25-year residency. Yet something isn't right about this anomaly. It just so happens that Phoenix Reeves's profile had 0 information points except for an address that was dated just 1 month after Phoenix disappeared and appeared to be a sensible runaway location. Nobody in Anchorage would recognize Phoenix if she did indeed travel there to hide or plan a further identity transformation, and would serve as an excellent middle ground between the United States and starting anew in a foreign place like Japan. It also can't be ruled out that Phoenix paid off the woman who owned the house on record. Either way, we believe there's something very suspicious about Anchorage, Alaska, and concur she was definitely there at some point after her vanishing. In addition, many friends and connections to Phoenix have been less than welcome to reporters, investigators, and anyone looking for answers. While they haven't been necessarily silent, a lot of her friends simply do not want to talk. In a sense, this could be analyzed as guilt behavior, but we feel that the guilt comes from their role in helping Phoenix, not hurting her, to pull off a feat like running away and becoming invisible. One would need help from the outside. Phoenix could have been using her new acquaintances as assistants in disappearing, including someone like Michael B. Their phone conversations increased in the weeks leading up to December 18th and ended with an abnormally long 116-minute call on December the 17th. We theorized the 2-hour talk was a final discussion about the master plan, and the 1-minute call on the 18th was Phoenix altering the plan's initiation, seeing as though it was her final call on the family plan phone. Again, it's possible more calls were made on the burner phone, but without those records, it cannot be stated with 100% certainty. Finally, when drawing this conclusion, we must address Phoenix's emotional and mental state at the time of December 2011. Multiple friends described Phoenix as unlike her normal self. She was agitated, displeased, and uncomfortable. Her relationship with her mother became untenable at times, ending with arguments and disputes, but various topics as Phoenix spaced further and further away at church. Not to mention, Phoenix was constantly looking over her shoulder, regretting decisions in the past that took her down a path of present complications. Most telling of all was Phoenix's spoken wish to start her life over, to reset her problems and return to the old version of herself. It's quite possible that she tried to do so in between November the 15th and December the 18th, with a couple of clues hinting at such efforts. However, it couldn't overcome the cloud of darkness that hung over her head. As her friendship with Akira cracked and her paranoia skyrocketed, Phoenix was the product of an incredibly strict parenting style, sheltering her from real-world conflict and suppressing her social development. She was eager to expand her knowledge and experience life outside of the airtight rules found at the Golden household. But over and over again, she was rejected of these desires by her parents. This slowly ate away at the connection she had with Gloria and Lawrence, and sadly, made it an easier decision to let go of the religious conservative front that everyone knew her by. Leaving in her eyes was most likely not an easy choice but a necessary decision to escape the decades of difficulties that eventually made life a losing battle.
Lam Yohe, better known to her peers at the University of British Columbia and popular culture at large as Elisa Lam, was a bright, thoughtful, and imaginative student. Her interests in fashion and talents for writing were weighed down by the unfortunate demons of bipolar disorder and mental suppression, clouding the circumstances that most assume led to her initial vanishing and tragic death. Amateur sleuths and professional investigators alike have spent the better part of almost 9 years digging theoretical tunnels and holding magnifying glasses up to anything and everything that might shed that one decisive clue in the ultimate reason behind Elisa Lam's demise. These probes and pursuals, combined with assorted observable evidence, have only created headaches more than they've solved questions, leaving the uncracked mystery up for grabs by anyone willing to rise to the challenge. As I hope to provide a more substantial reasoning built upon observable evidence and situational analysis, this is an examination of the bizarre circumstances surrounding Elisa Lam's confusing death. Elisa Lam was born on April 30, 1991 in Vancouver, British Columbia to two immigrants from Hong Kong, David and Yana Lam. Her parents opened up a restaurant in Burnaby, Canada, and the family helped operate the popular dining spot called Paul's Restaurant for years. In 2010, Elisa started her first blog on the internet titled Ether Fields. Before we continue, I have a surprise for you. We've created a new channel where we upload content related to old, historical ruins and interesting events. So, subscribe to my channel, Decoverize, for daily interesting videos and show some love in the comments. Let's see who will be the first. The link is in the description. Okay, let's continue. Throughout the next couple of years, she used the platform to showcase her love of fashion and clothing, often posting magazine articles and fashion-related photography. She would also openly speak about her struggles with mental illness. Constantly fearing, her transcript would show her frequently dropped classes and sporadic college attendance. However, she also wrote honestly about her thoughts and ideas on psychology, emotion, and the human spirit. Throughout these blogs, she kept records of her own musings while sharing stories that reflected a bright mind and intelligent thinker. Written in her final blog on Ether Fields, Elisa announced she would be transferring her energy and social media presence to Tumblr, starting a page called Nouvelle Nouveau, translated as News New. On her page, Elisa shared thousands of images and pieces of writing, both her own and of various authors. It was apparent on Tumblr that she held deep-rooted interests in classical books and films, experimental art and design, and fashion and culture. Sprinkled amongst these fascinations were bits of dark and brooding images hinting at a more personal sadness and perhaps conflicted mind full of monsters, melancholy, and misery. In fact, Elisa did have a history with a couple of psychological disorders. This narrative kept under wraps by her family for months after her disappearance and death. Specifically, she was diagnosed for bipolar disorder and depression. Bipolar disorder is a mental illness that causes depression itself, in addition to instances of abnormal and elevated mood called mania or hypermania. To treat these disorders, Elisa took multiple medications such as dexedrine, Wellbutrin, and mood stabilizers. For most of her life, Elisa functioned without major ramifications as a result of these struggles. And until the fateful trip to Los Angeles in 2013, she had shown zero signs of breakdown or danger to either herself or to others. With these characteristics in mind, it's important to remember Elisa Lam as a human being, not a diagnosis. She was a promising student at the University of British Columbia and obviously had a plethora of ideas about the world. She had a family, hobbies, and most importantly, a future. Unfortunately, it was cut short of its potential. As the mystery of her fate began to unravel in December of 2012. Now let's explore the timeline of events leading to Elisa's death. On December 21, 2012, Elisa gives the first recorded mention of her desire to travel to the West Coast and visit a school in Santa Clara for potential transfer. A week later, on December 28, Elisa mentions on Tumblr that her cell phone has been misplaced. After the new year, on January 5, 2013, Elisa mentions planning for her West Coast tour and for the first time suggests meeting up with people via the internet. A couple of days later, on January 7th, Elisa books her flight for the West Coast tour and tacks on a very eerie message regarding the future on Tumblr. Then on January 9th, Elisa posts on Tumblr that due to paranoia, she has made a new Facebook account for the 5th time, and reposts a blurb she had written earlier that day. Before the blurb is an introduction in which she claims, "This is the very start of my depression, and today I am feeling very low." Fast forward to January 18th when Elisa supposedly arrives in Vancouver on her tour. For days later, on January 22nd, she supposedly travels to San Diego for the next leg in her journey after missing her initial flight while getting lost in the airport. On January 24th, Elisa posts on Tumblr that her trip so far has consisted mostly of activities and actions that she participates in back at home on a normal schedule. With this post, she hints at her later actions in Los Angeles when she says, "Every now and then, I do something entirely impulsive and reckless." A few days later, on January 27th, she posts again on Tumblr that she was out with friends at a speakeasy and had in fact lost another phone, although this time it did not belong to her. Instead, she had borrowed her friend's old BlackBerry for her trip. The next day, January 28th, Elisa arrives in LA and checks into the Cecil Hotel near Skid Row, a budget motel for tourists in the city. On January 30th, Elisa's anonymous roommates complain of her odd behavior, and she is moved to a private room on the 5th floor so that she isn't a disturbance to other guests. On January 31st, the last day of her planned visit in LA, Elisa is seen for the last time by a couple of anonymous hotel workers and then finally by a clerk, Katie Orphan, at the local bookstore, who mentioned Elisa was by herself, but also outgoing, very lively, and very friendly. Orphan also said she was talking about what book she was getting and whether or not what she was getting would be too heavy for her to carry around as she traveled. Because Elisa was supposed to check out of the Cecil Hotel that day and travel to Santa Cruz for the last leg on her tour, both her parents were waiting for a phone call. In fact, Elisa had called her parents almost every night during her trip, despite losing her temporary cell phone. After they heard nothing from their daughter, Mr. and Mrs. Lamb flew to Los Angeles to file a missing persons report and assist the Los Angeles Police Department in their search. Throughout the first week of February, both the Lamb couple and the LAPD scoured the Cecil and the surrounding areas for any trace of Elisa. Police dogs were unable to pick up on her scent, and for the first few days, no clues were uncovered. Elisa's room that she stayed in prior to her disappearance was void of any suspicious items or signs of disturbance, an unsettling occurrence for such a strange vanishing. On February 6th, the LAPD released an official statement online regarding Elisa Lamb's disappearance and details surrounding the case, urging citizens to keep an eye out for her profile. A day later, they hold a press conference on February 7th, but again, receive no leads or calls from the general public. Then on February 14th, LAPD releases the biggest bombshell in the entire case, an elevator surveillance clip from February 1st showing Elisa Lam walk in the elevator, press a series of buttons and proceed to act in a bizarre manner. The clip was unsettling to say the least, but gave investigators one more glimpse into Lam's final sighting and brought the case to worldwide attention. The missing person search would soon come to an end, however, when on February 19th, a Cecil Hotel worker responded to multiple guest complaints about funny-smelling water and low faucet pressure. The employee went up to the rooftop water system, peered into the open tank, and discovered Elisa Lam's naked body floating face up. LAPD was immediately notified, and the water tanks soon became a crime scene. A couple of days thereafter, on February 21st, the Los Angeles Coroner's Office issued a label of Elisa Lam's death as accidental due to the consequence of drowning, with bipolar disorder as a finding of other conditions contributing but not related to the immediate cause of death. On June of 2013, the full coroner's reports, along with the toxicology results, were released to the public as well. While not revealing any massive twists to the mystery, it did note that Elisa Lam's body was indeed found naked, with her clothes also found in the water tank covered in a sandy particulate along with her keys and watch. From here on out, thousands of theories, hypotheticals, conspiracies, and simple casual conversations have been discussed through the following months and years. Nobody seemed to want to stick by the LA Coroner's Office and their findings. Many questioned the police investigation and even more saw possible holes in the final report. Regardless, the timeline of Elisa Lam's death and its direct series of events blossomed into the most talked about case of the 21st century. Without a doubt, the most controversial and scrutinized piece of the Elisa Lam case is the 4-minute CCTV footage that the LAPD pulled from one of the Cecil Hotel surveillance tapes, situated in the upper corner of a main elevator carriage in the northern corridor. Before we dive deep into its contents, let's watch the main portion of the video. Viewer discretion is advised. The following images are unsettling and could be viewed as sensitive material. The video is a bit grainy, and segments of it are hard to clearly make out. But one thing is for certain, Elisa Lam is the subject of the footage and is clearly reacting to something. Now, what that something is will likely never be accounted for with 100% certainty, but it does make the clip that much stranger. It makes one wonder if Elisa is peering out of the elevator with the sense that she's being followed. One could argue she's talking out loud at certain points, possibly just to herself. Between the random buttons pressed on her entrance to the emptiness of the hallways to the undistinguished hand gestures and body positions she makes, the rhyme and reason of the video is impossible to explain on a first watch. There have also been some controversy surrounding the tape's origins. Some people across the internet claim the footage skips 1 minute of the time code, but because of its low quality, it's not easy to point out. Others say the footage itself has been tampered with, purposefully pixelating Elisa's mouth at various points. But these reports have either been denied or flat out ignored by professionals. One thing is for sure, the elevator footage from February 1, 2013, depicting the last known images of Elisa Lam, have conjured both worthy concern and far-fetched conspiracies, and remains the single most intriguing piece of evidence linked to the case. And now let's examine the theories surrounding the mystery of Elisa Lam's death. Since the day Elisa Lam went missing, the CCTV tapes were released and her body was discovered on the rooftop of the Cecil Hotel. Countless theories have been proposed across the internet and publications all over the world trying to unlock the secrets of the unexplainable mystery. Many of these assumptions are based purely in conspiracy theory. Some circles have drawn up wild fantasies that explain Elisa was playing an elevator game, attempting to cross over into alternative universes. Others believe Elisa was possessed by spiritual forces, encountered paranormal subjects, or was contacted by otherworldly beings. These are farcical attempts to glamorize Elisa's death as science fiction or occultist and are based upon zero observable evidence connected by complex coincidental claims and hyperbole. For example, the location of the Cecil Hotel is in Skid Row of downtown Los Angeles. The area is infamous for its high crime rates and suspicious activity. Drug peddling and violent crime are common both outside and inside of the hotel, which has its own history of murder and suicide. In 1985, serial killer Richard Ramirez, dubbed as the Night Stalker, stayed in one of the 600 rooms of the Cecil in the midst of a killing spree that ended in the deaths of 13 women. Another homicide suspect, Jack Unterberger, stayed in the hotel in 1991. It was a frequent spot for those with suicidal tendencies, seeing a few people jump from the rooftop in the 1950s and 60s. It even housed another cold case, that of Pigeon Goldie Osgood, a former telephone operator whose mutilated body was discovered in her room in 1964. However, despite the criminology of the Cecil, none of it can be directly attributed to the death of Elisa. A much more plausible explanation is that Elisa Lam was followed during her time in LA, chased in the hallways of the Cecil Hotel and subsequently murdered and placed in the water tank by a second party. Initially, this theory made sense. If you go back to multiple Tumblr posts that Elisa made throughout the end of 2012 and beginning of 2013, she was conscious about her outspoken nature and feared that one day her mouth would get her into trouble. At various points, she wrote about unsettling anxieties. One post read, "I'm going out tonight. I really hope no creeper comes near me." At least twice, Elisa was convinced trouble was lurking around the corner at the fault of her tongue, saying, quote, "I really need to be removed from society before my big mouth gets me in trouble and I get beaten up. As well as my mouth is my downfall and it will get me in trouble. I already do so many stupid things. I have troubles knowing where boundaries are. And it seems I always make the biggest mistakes at the worst possible moments and get caught and face consequences for me getting caught the one time I wasn't thinking and did something stupid to cut corners." Taking this into consideration, her own admission that she frequently sparked arguments with strangers around her, it is plausible she came into a confrontation at the wrong place and at the wrong time that winter. In addition to Elisa's worries is the manner in how she acts during the elevator footage. After she enters for the first time and presses the floor buttons, she waits a few moments before slowly approaching the elevator's door frame. She then quickly sticks her head out in the hallway and glances from side to side in a hurried manner, then pulling back into the elevator. She pins herself against the wall and then into the corner, acting as if she was avoiding the vision of someone from outside. She goes back to the doorframe once more and again cautiously sticks her head into the open. From here, she makes a series of random movements before pressing more buttons. When she returns outside for the final time, it appears as if she's communicating either orally or with her hands. Regardless, no one is seen and Elisa disappears from view. The first part of her movements could indicate she was hiding from another person, but her random footwork and dazed demeanor in the second part of the footage don't seem to make sense if she was truly on the run. The Tumblr post concerns combined with the suspicious video truly makes one wonder if there was someone involved with Elisa's death. But there are too many rebuttals to the arguments that her cause of death was homicide. For instance, there were 0 bruises or signs of bodily harm on Elisa's figure, ruling out an assault. All of her belongings were accounted for besides the long-lost cell phone, ruling out robbery or attempted robbery. The eyewitness testimonies by hotel employees and the bookstore clerk claim she was completely alone and showed no signs of struggle or distress regarding another person. Cameras captured no other suspects around the time of Elisa's recording, and her lack of relationships in a new territory helped rule out a planned or gestated murder, as she had very little friends back at home, let alone Los Angeles. In the end, there was 0 evidence confirming these theories about murder or foul play, leading us, just as the LAPD did, to rule murder out. All that being said, the official opinion of the LA chief coroner and assigned medical examiners presents a catch-22. They preface their final hypothesis with a warning that the interpretation of the evidence is limited because the sample size is small, particularly the lack of blood samples tested due to low levels. However, they then contradict themselves when they say that the police investigation ruled out foul play, but also stated, quote, "A full review of the circumstances of the case and appropriate consultation do not support intent to harm oneself. The manner of death is classified as accident." So if there was no harmful intention either by Lam herself or a second suspect, then how exactly did Elisa accidentally climb up a massive cylinder, discover it was a water tank, lift up an incredibly heavy lid and jump into the dark water? And if the lid was already opened, why did she choose to climb in as a response? Murder and suicide are polar opposite explanations that have both been deemed inapplicable. Believers that Elisa was killed by somebody else linger over the fact that the rooftop access was protected by alarms on the doors and the fact that her accessing the water tanks required agility and strength. However, it has been repeatedly explained that the hotel has 4 different access points, 3 by fire escape that have no alarms, and that the water tank lids were either opened or lighter than originally assumed, easily operated by a woman of Elisa's size. So now we must find the middle ground between the 2 explanations and justifiably theorize how such a specific unarguable set of circumstances could be regarded as an accident. The most plausible and evidential theory is that Elisa Lam suffered a manic episode due to her struggles with bipolar disorder both leading up to and on the day of February 1st. To start, we must consider the toxicology reports. 2 different antidepressant medicines prescribed to Elisa were either traced directly or metabolites were traced to her heart, blood, and liver enzymes. One of these drugs was bupropion, known to sometimes cause mania in bipolar disorder. Another mood-stabilizing medicine had metabolites traced to her enzymes, but Elisa's antipsychotic medicine was not found in her system. So in review, Elisa had only taken one of her prescribed drugs the day she passed and had only taken the others recently, if not at all, in the days leading up to her death. The toxicology report also confirms that Elisa had no alcohol in her system or other recreational drugs. This rules out the possibility that she had been under the influence of substances while on camera in the elevator, or that something such as marijuana, pills, or drunkenness inspired her to climb into the tank. Her liver was not tested for rohypnol, better known as roofies. There was no urine in the system, meaning that she excreted any and all liquid waste urine that would contain traces of roofies, ketamine, or other date-rape paraphernalia before entering the tank. So reflecting on the information regarding her history with mental disorders and the calculated prescription use and lack thereof, we must next understand what exactly an episode of mania is. Several mania can include psychotic features such as hallucinations, delusions, paranoia, catatonia, and lack of insight. One mental health professional uses the phrase disorganization, yet appearing singularly focused, highlighting its occurrence when Elisa presses the buttons in the elevator at random, appearing intent on some kind of agenda or direction. Symptoms of mania also include psychomotor agitation, which involves repetitive, purposeless, or unintentional movements and behaviors. Dr. Daniel Morrill reviews in a medical journal that these actions can result in the wringing of the hands, pacing, and taking off clothes repeatedly. All 3 behaviors were exhibited by Elisa, both in the elevator footage and in or around the water tanks. The fact that Elisa Lam attempted to go to the roof at all could be a response to hallucinations or delusions. What these might have been are unknown, and it would be unfair to Elisa's memory to assume and fictionalize her mental illness. It is important to note that manic hallucinations are not just visual, but can be manifestations of sound, smell, taste, and touch. Another possible explanation to her removing of clothing. In combination with the inconsistent prescription upkeep, the pure fact that Elisa was in a foreign location with a lack of communication back home could have set off a manic episode. The people Elisa had been staying with since she booked a shared room with fellow guests stated that Elisa was acting strangely to the point where she was bothering the others and had to be moved to another room by herself. The last piece of promising evidence supporting this theory came to us in a testimony from a confidential resident to be referenced as Resident A from Los Angeles, California, who wishes for both them and their family to be kept anonymous. After hearing about our investigation to the case of Elisa Lam and having little to no prior knowledge of the scenario, Resident A told us that a few years ago, they had a family member in Mexico commit suicide as a result of manic depression or bipolar disorder. Resident A stated that this family member died from drowning after plunging into the depths of a similar industrial water tank. Resident A also stated that this was a common occurrence for the family member who, as a result of their bipolar disorder, seeked out bodies of water whenever suffering from a bout of mania. Resident A confirmed that this family member was about 35 years old when they passed away, but had been suffering from mental illness for over a decade, and had an inclination to run away and find attraction to water throughout the years. While this case has no direct relation to Elisa Lam, it's peculiar that both instances involve a confirmed bipolar subject who, as a result of their condition, drowned because of an unconscious gravitation to water. There is hardly any research done in the medical or psychological field regarding this phenomena, but we are incredibly interested. If there are other situations like this one, if anything, it further suggests that Elisa's reason for selecting the Cecil Hotel's water tank may not be a mystery but a tragic symptom of her psychological illness. In the end, taking all evidence, scientific research, and social patterns into account, we've determined that the initial report from the chief coroner is accurate in that Elisa Lam died accidentally due to drowning as an indirect result of bipolar disorder. While other theories were briefly discussed, their complete lack in observable evidence and origins from make-believe prevented them from serious consideration. The reason this case fascinated followers all over the world and produced incessant gossip and conspiracies is the fact that it's hard for people to accept simple, innocent explanations for complex and unsettling situations. Psychological disorders are heavily stigmatized, even today, but also very misunderstood. People don't want to accept that Elisa Lam was suffering from hallucinations due to bipolar disorder because that's only in her mind, and they struggle accepting such indistinction. Instead, it's far easier to tell our own versions of what we want to have happened, something more fantastical or intriguing than mental illness. For example, some people believe another party was involved because Lam's cell phone was missing, and her Tumblr remained active for months following her death. Yet the simple answer is her original phone was lost weeks before her trip, and Tumblr will populate active accounts with posts in the likeness of their previous content for a brief time after they go dark. People also couldn't wrap their brains around the fact that Elisa made it to the rooftop and into the water tanks undetected. However, it is quite simply laid out in the undisputed material facts and supporting evidence section of the motion for summary judgment document after the Cecil Hotel was sued for its role in Elisa's death. In Box 10, it states that, quote, the rooftop access door is equipped with an electronic alarm system which alerts hotel employees when the rooftop access door has been opened. Followed by Box 14 that states, quote, the alarm for the rooftop access door was not activated at any point in January or February 2013. This means that Elisa used one of the 3 fire escapes to reach the rooftop, which was proven possible by an international guest at the Cecil Hotel via a YouTube demonstration. In addition, the motion for summary judgment reports in Box 20 that, quote, someone could theoretically access the water tank by climbing to the top of an elevator utility room and jumping down on the water tank from above. This photo depicts the elevator utility room in question, which allows easy access from a red set of stairs and a joined ladder. The leap from that structure to the water tanks is also quite negligible as seen put to scale with the size of a human portrayed here. In terms of the elevator video, our story-centric minds want to fill in the hallways on either side of the elevator with monsters and perpetrators and supernatural phenomena. But in reality, there was nothing out of sorts on the night of February 1, 2013. Only Elisa Lam truly knew what she saw and what she felt the day she disappeared. And it's up to us to trust that it was the unfortunate unpredictability of mental illness that caused these emotions and the actions that resulted as such. After all, Elisa was a young woman who had recently gone through intense emotional roller coasters with an identity crisis and building anxieties revolving around her purpose in life. She was somewhat aware of impending depression and admitted online that she could tell she was leaning towards more impulsive and reckless tendencies after the fact, a glaring sign of potential mania. She was about the age that many young people start to experience what are called breakthrough symptoms of both bipolar spectrum and schizophrenia spectrum tendencies. The unfamiliar surroundings of Skid Row, LA, potential insomnia mixed with an absence of proper medicine compounded her confusion and eventual mania. There is no one ruling factor that led to Elisa Lam's harrowing death. Instead, it was a combination of nature and circumstance heightened by coincidental video recordings that cultivated a gross amount of inconsiderate internet conspiracy. Let this examination of the bizarre circumstances surrounding Elisa Lam's death be a step in the process of ending the stigmatization around her struggles with disorder and mental illness in general. Elisa was a wonderful human being with infinite potential. She had interests and hobbies and dislikes as all of us do. She has a family who still honor her memory. It is time for us to do the same and take lessons where we can. Look after those with mental health issues and speak up about it before we create another tragic saga like that of Elisa Lam. Lars Mittank, a compassionate and easygoing young man, was a hardworking engineer and family man of Itzehoe, Germany. His free-spirited personality and love of all things traveling was cut short by an unexplainable, unsolved disappearance in July of 2014, leaving all who knew him around northern Germany and the entire of the world at large, grasping for answers in a sea of evidence that drowned us all in doubt. As a hope to provide more substantial reasoning built upon observable evidence and situational analysis, this is an examination of Lars Mittank's unsettling disappearance at the Varna airport in Bulgaria and the mysterious CCTV footage that was released soon after. Lars Mittank was born on February 19, 1986, near Berlin, Germany. From Berlin, a young Lars and his parents moved to Man, where his mother, Sandra, and her husband had resided alongside their families for decades. Not long after, his family moved to Itzehoe, Germany, the capital of the Steinberg district in northern Germany. Itzehoe is a smaller town compared to major cities around north-central Europe, featuring a population of just 31,000 as of 2019. It is a quiet place throughout most of the year. Aside from the first weekend in August, when commuters from the nearby Wacken Open Air, a heavy metal music festival held in Wacken, Germany, use Itzehoe shuttles for transportation. Overall, the town has a gentle aura that made raising a small family quite the easy endeavor for the Mittank couple. Thus, as Lars navigated childhood, he found it easy to make friends and always got along well with his classmates. He fit right into the soft-spoken, low-key nature of his fellow Itzehoe community and found much social and educational success because of it. Lars loved outdoor activities and as a teenager, found a love for fishing and diving expeditions. He would often go on weekend excursions with his school friends, sometimes even vacationing outside of Germany to see what other European countries had to offer. Without a doubt, though, Lars' favorite pastime was cheering on his favorite football club, the hometown SV Werder Bremen Green Whites. Werder Bremen competes in the top tier of the German football league system. And while they aren't considered powerhouses of their league in the 21st century, Lars bled their colors and supported them nonetheless. He didn't care about championships and honors. He simply devoted himself to his favorite team and carried that fiery spirit wherever he went. When Lars wasn't attending Werder Bremen matches with his friends or chasing adventures around Itzehoe, he was diving deep into his textbooks and studying to become an engineer. Forgoing the traditional 4-year university course, Lars went the route of a specific trade, taking extra coursework and advanced training classes to become a power plant operator at a coal-fired power plant. Lars excelled beyond expectation. And after receiving top marks in all of his courses, he found employment at the Wilhelmshaven power plant. This new job led Lars 150 kilometers away from his family and friends back home in Itzehoe and Man, but he made sure never to forget them and kept in tight communication with everyone. A symbol of his devotion and love for those around him. That familial sacrifice was seen most drastically in 2012 when Lars's father suffered a stroke and needed special care moving forwards. Lars, living near Wilmshaven, would go home on weekends between work shifts to help Sandra take care of his father. While he could have been taking additional trips or hanging out with his friends, he chose nursing his father back to full health instead. He was always thinking of others, no matter what life threw at him. Outside of his ailing father, Lars's life was otherwise smooth sailing for 2 years following the stroke. In 2014, he continued his sporting ventures and enjoyed a healthy relationship with his girlfriend of several years. Everything appeared to be going as planned. That is until one of his many vacations took a turn for the worse. And after a bizarre set of events on the coast of Bulgaria, Lars disappeared, never to be seen or heard from again. Now let's turn to the timeline of events that led up to Lars' disappearance. In the early summer months of 2014, Lars Mittank decides he needs a vacation from the constant stress of balancing work and tending to his father. He and 5 friends, 3 from childhood and 2 from school, decide to plan a trip to Varna, Bulgaria, a coastal city along the Black Sea. It's not the normal type of vacation for Lars, but his friend's crew has an open reservation and Lars jumps on board the opportunity. On June 30th, later that season, Lars and his friends fly to Varna and check into Hotel Viva, a 4-star lodge along the Golden Sands beaches on the Bulgaria Riviera. Over the next few days of the vacation, Lars breaks from his group of friends to play football with a group of high school graduates on the beach. His friends all stay behind at Hotel Viva to eat by the pool and party in their rooms. But Lars likes the physical activity and is considered a pleasant guy by the other beach footballers. At 11 p.m. on July 3rd, the 4th day of the vacation, Lars reconvenes with his 5 friends and they all attend the Mystery of Golden Sands bar to watch Costa Rica and the Netherlands in their World Cup quarterfinals match. Throughout the night and to the early morning hours of July 4th, Lars and his friends exchange flags of their home football clubs with others around the bar. Lars wears his Werder Bremen jersey proudly like usual and with a few drinks in both he and his friends. The flag trading with other patrons in the bar upsets a group of Bavarian high school graduates. These young men start an argument with Lars. Whether it's for his hometown jersey or ornery antics with the World Cup flags is unknown, but Lars and his friends quell their bickering and end the night on a positive note. Another few hours pass and at 4 a.m. on July 4th, Lars and his 5 friends are the last patrons to leave the Mystery of Golden Sands bar. Just after 4 a.m., 2 of Lars' friends, Tim and Paul, suggest the crew stop at a nearby McDonald's for food. Lars declines the offer. Having little appetite for fast food and considering his athletic diet for sports and nutrition, he breaks off from the rest of his friends and starts the 1-kilometer trek back to the hotel. However, not long after leaving the group, Lars is attacked and beaten by a gang of either Russians or Bulgarians. He escapes without any major injuries except for a torn eardrum due to a blow to the left side of the head and returns to Hotel Viva to sleep it off. After a few hours of rest, Lars wakes at noon on July 4th and immediately phones his girlfriend. He tells her of how he believes that the gang that attacked him was hired by the FC Bayern Munich fans that argued with him at the Golden Sands bar. Remembering how they told him the night before that hiring someone to beat someone else up for money isn't that difficult in Bulgaria. Lars' girlfriend pleads with him to get his ear checked out by a doctor. But Lars says he doesn't think there would be a medical office open on the weekend. He goes on to tell his girlfriend he hopes his ear will heal naturally and ends the conversation. That same evening, Lars rejoins his friends once more for a night of celebration and drinking in town. No further incidents occur and everyone has a great time. The same good fortune continues over the weekend on both July 5th and 6th as Lars and the crew relax at their hotel. And the vacation winds down to an end. On July 7th, just before 12 p.m., Lars checks out of the hotel but still can't shake the pain he has in his left ear from the fight. He realizes flying with a hurt ear could damage his hearing and slow him down at his job. So he hails a cab with one of his friends and visits a doctor's office. Between 12 and 1 p.m., Lars is checked out by a practitioner who diagnoses him with a ruptured eardrum and tells Lars he cannot fly in his current state. Instead, the doctor refers Lars to the St. Anna Hospital in Varna for additional assistance. Before going to the hospital, however, Lars returns to Hotel Viva and rendezvous with his friends later that afternoon at 5 p.m. Lars implores everyone to fly home without him, saying he'll find a way back to Germany after treatment via travel insurance. A few hours later, at around 8 p.m., a shuttle bus picks up Lars's 5 friends from Hotel Viva and takes them to the airport. Lars waves goodbye and climbs into a separate cab of his own that transports him to St. Anna Hospital. A mere 40 minutes pass by before Lars is examined by an ear, nose and throat specialist in St. Anna at 8:40 p.m. However, in a strange twist, there is a communication debacle between the ENT specialist and Lars. Thus, Lars is never admitted to St. Anna but does receive a prescription for 500 milligrams of cefprozil, a common antibiotic used for ear infections. At 9:41 p.m., Lars exits St. Anna and finds the same cab that dropped him off, still parked outside the hospital's entrance. Lars climbs inside and asks the driver to take him to the nearest pharmacy. The pharmacy in question isn't carrying enough cefprozil tablets to fulfill Lars's prescription, and so he asked the cab driver to take him to a second pharmacy. At 10:05 p.m., Lars finally receives his full order of cefprozil and asks the cab driver to take him to one final destination, a cheap hotel. The cab driver informs Lars that due to the popular summer season, almost all of the hotels in the area would be booked. However, he knows of one possibility, and drives Lars to the Hotel Color Varna, a small lodge in a poorer area of the city. 5 minutes later, at 10 p.m., Lars arrives at Hotel Color and pays his cab driver with a hefty tip. He thinks about grabbing water at the convenience store across the street, but notices a few men dressed in dark clothing milling about and thinks better of it. Instead, Lars checks in at the front desk of Hotel Color and pays for his room with a credit card. Between this time and 11 p.m., Lars ventures down to the hotel bar and fills up on water there, both to quench his thirst and so he can take these cefprozil tablets. Just after 11, Lars' behavior begins to change and he calls his mother, Sandra, from his cheap cell phone. Because he left his new smartphone back home in Germany, his lesser phone needed minutes charged to it to make outgoing calls. Lars asks Sandra to put money towards the phone minutes, to which she agrees. This is where Lars finally informs his mother about the weekend's events. He tells her about the argument in the Golden Sands bar, the fight with the soccer fans, the ruptured eardrum, and how the ENT doctor mocked him and refused to speak to him in English, laughing him out of St. Anna. Sandra is understandably perturbed about her son's stories, but she tells him she'll file a claim with foreign health insurance to secure a patient transport back to his home in Germany. A few minutes pass by, and Sandra calls Lars back. She tells him about the health insurance claim failing, to which Lars responds with more cryptic behavior. He tells Sandra that he needs to leave because there is something off about Hotel Color. He goes on to ask Sandra to cancel his credit cards because apparently the front desk clerk had copied his credit card upon check-in, and that bothered him as he had never witnessed that process at a hotel before. Sandra double-checks with the bank to make sure she can cancel the cards and unblock them later, but the bank assistant tells her it's not possible. Nevertheless, Lars pleads with his mother to cancel them anyway, claiming to have enough cash on hand. Another couple of minutes go by and Sandra books Lars a bus out of Varna for the following night at 11:30 p.m. on July 8th. She implores her son to get a good amount of sleep and rest up for the next day's journey. Before the clock can strike midnight, however, Lars calls Sandra once again, this time more paranoid than before. He goes on about something being wrong with the hotel, but doesn't go into further detail, acting as if his room was wiretapped and someone is recording his every move. Sandra tries to comfort her son, but Lars ends the call saying he needs to get out of there. Sometime between 2:30 and 3 a.m., Lars calls Sandra once more, whispering to her that he's being followed by 4 men who want to kill him. Lars sounds more frightened than ever before, but hangs up soon after calling. At 3:06 a.m., Lars texts Sandra asking her what, quote, cefprozil 500 is. He repeats the text again at 3:15, apparently confused by his cefprozil tablets. At this point, Sandra knows the situation is more dire than originally thought, and books Lars a flight out of Varna Airport for 4:20 p.m. later that day on July 8th. A couple of hours later, at around 5 a.m., Lars is spotted waving at a new cab driver on the side of the road. The driver picks Lars up and takes him to Varna Airport. The other female passenger in the cab reports Lars' pupils to be severely dilated. After arriving at the airport later that morning, Lars meets a man inside of the terminal who explains to him how to send and receive money through the Western Union banking system. Lars calls his mother again, careful not to burn through his cell phone's battery, and asked her to send him money via Western Union. Sandra is confused as neither she nor Lars has ever used it before, but she agrees to send him 500 euros per his request. Sandra also gives Lars the information regarding his flight that evening, but also asked him to check in with the airport's medical office to make sure he is safe to fly. In the event that the doctor suggests otherwise, Sandra also gives Lars the info for the bus tickets she bought him on the previous night as well. Lars makes a comment that they won't let him fly or drive and that he looks disheveled from hiding around earlier that night. Sandra suggests cleaning up in the bathroom and calling back when he has new information. A few minutes later, after setting up the Western Union transaction, Sandra calls Lars again, but after hearing only an unintelligible whisper from Lars, the call shuts off. This is the last point of contact Sandra makes with her son. She attempts to call again, but Lars never answers. At around 9 a.m., Lars finally makes it to the airport's medical clinic and meets with Dr. Kostow. Over the next 42 minutes, Dr. Kostow studies Lars's passports, gives him medicinal eardrops, and clears him with a normal temperature of 37.2 degrees Celsius. Dr. Kostow attempts to give him more pills as well, but Lars refuses. Regardless, Dr. Kostow lets Lars know he is healthy enough to fly. He'll just need to sign a waiver. Lars signs this waiver and then asks to use the restroom, whispering under his breath about coming right back. It is at this time, around 10 a.m. on Monday, July 8, 2014, Lars bolts from the medical clinic, flees the terminal, and runs away from the airport. He climbs a fence, escapes into an adjacent meadow, and disappears into a sunflower field along Bulgarian Highway A2. This is the last confirmed sighting of Lars Mittank. Over the next couple of hours, Sandra Mittank attempts to locate her son. After losing all communication with him, she calls the honorary consulate in Varna and speaks to Ms. Mitrova at 11 a.m., informing her of the situation. An hour later, at 12 p.m., Ms. Mitrova returns Sandra's call and informs her of Lars' frantic escape from the airport. She says that Lars left all of his belongings behind and hasn't been seen since. The following day, on Tuesday, July 9th, a missing persons report is filed on behalf of Lars Mittank in Germany. The Wilmshaven power plant hires a private detective and lawyer based out of Varna. And the investigation into Lars' bizarre disappearance begins nearly 7 years later. Despite countless search and rescue operations and a few potential sightings, Lars Mittank is still missing. His family and friends scouring Europe for any remaining clues. Despite the time passed without any credible evidence coming to the surface. Not long after the missing persons report was filed, Bulgarian officials brought in Sandra Mittank to show her CCTV footage recorded at Varna Airport the morning Lars arrived and subsequently ran out just prior to vanishing. Some of these clips were eventually released to the public as well. As in all cases regarding missing people, security footage is our best tool to tracing their final steps and getting a best glance at their situation. However, these clips may also be distressing for some viewers and thus discretion is advised. We will show you the footage now. In the footage, we see Lars recorded walking through the airport terminal with his luggage under normal circumstances. He looks as if he's simply walking from point A to point B. However, after he looks over his shoulder and enters the CCTV's blind spot, the tape cuts to a later point in which Lars sprints back in the opposite direction without luggage and exits the terminal altogether. Then outdoor cameras capture Lars completely abandoning the airport property itself, supposedly scaling the fence. In these clips, we don't see anyone explicitly tailing or following Lars or really any suspicious figures at all. What Lars is running from isn't concrete, and the videos only add to the mystery. They do confirm that Lars was quite obviously troubled and whatever he was dealing with during those final few days in Varna wasn't just real, but very severe too. The only anomaly reported about the CCTV clips is that Sandra Mittank was actually shown different footage to what the public has access to. In the interviews following the investigation, Sandra told reporters that she saw additional security footage of Lars outside the airport. In these clips, one can see Lars navigate around 2 police cars as if he was avoiding capture. Sandra went on to say that judging from these clips, Lars was acting in a stable frame of mind and was operating with a plan. She said his actions were stealthy, moving behind buses and piles of sand before running towards the fence. Again, we do not have access to this portion of the CCTV files, but if Sandra and other investigators do have this information available to them, it does put a different perspective on Lars's activity. It does not answer the question why, but it does give us some information in a case with precious little. Now let's turn to the most prominent theories in answering the question of Lars Mittank's unsolved disappearance. When dissecting the strange case of Lars Mittank, many people wonder if Lars wasn't imagining the supposed men following him in the final hours of his movements around Varna, but that the 4 men who assaulted him on July 4th were indeed stalking him as he finished up his vacation. The big question, however, is why? Why would these men continue to follow Lars even after inflicting severe pain on him and letting him go? Some people wonder if Lars had actually escaped the initial first fight, had said something to the four gangsters as he ran off and thus coaxed them into further retribution. It would explain why Lars only had a ruptured eardrum and nothing more permanent. And also why he'd be worried about the four men finding him in the first place, because he said something he regretted and felt like it put his life at even greater risk. The four men would have then eventually found him, waited for his friends to leave, and then followed him to the airport where they met him in the bathroom after his pre-flight checkup. At first, this may sound like a plausible theory, but it doesn't make much sense when you consider Lars' actions following the scuffle. He still went out with his friends the next couple of nights after July 4th and would have put himself in the public's eye where the gangsters could find him. Sure, maybe he felt protected in a group of people, but he would know that the gangsters could just follow him until he was alone. In addition, no one besides Lars ever reported seeing suspicious men follow him or around him after July 4th. In fact, even Lars himself was acting usual up until his friends flew back to Germany. Outside of not eating much, which can be linked to the incredible heat, Lars was being Lars. There was no reason to think he was being stalled by a nefarious crew of criminals. So if Lars wasn't running from a gang of hired Bulgarians, what could he have been paranoid about? There are those who believe Lars was actually in cahoots with a group of men or part of a larger criminal organization helping them to peddle drugs. It is possible that if Lars was dealing narcotics, it was against his own will and not necessarily by his design. These theories suggest that after Lars was roughed up by the four Bulgarians on the way back to the hotel on July 4th, they gave him a proposition: help them with their drug operation or suffer worse consequences than a busted eardrum. Not having much of a choice, Lars agreed to the deal and went back to Hotel Viva under the pretense that he had simply been beaten up a little by the Bulgarians after his confrontation at the Golden Sands bar and that it was no big deal. This would explain why Lars was hesitant to go to the doctors as suggested by his girlfriend, because he didn't want to alert anyone else of the situation or bring suspicion upon his motives. Lars then acted like his usual self for the remainder of the vacation and used his ear as an excuse not to travel home with his friends. It was after his friends left and he realized he was alone and stuck in a horrible situation that Lars felt overwhelmed. Hence the conversations with his mother on the phone and his paranoia regarding his credit cards. Maybe the night he was supposed to drop off the alleged narcotics was the night he spent at the Hotel Color and was captured by the hotel CCTV meandering aimlessly in the lobby, almost as if he were distressed. People also like to point out that Lars was using the same cab driver the night of July 7th and suggests that he had maybe been sent by the Bulgarians to escort Lars or keep an eye on him as he made the drop for whatever organization had threatened him. The most intriguing points to the drug cartel theory is the revelation made by reports of the airport CCTV footage capturing Lars avoiding detection by police as he disguised himself running away from the terminal. It's possible that the airport itself was a drop point, and after Lars fulfilled his part of the plan, he took off into the distance, careful not to be arrested, fearful that he was a fugitive of the law. It would explain Lars's bizarre moves and give reason as to why someone would completely change their personality and behavior in the blink of an eye. However, if Lars did enter some sort of pact with Bulgarian drug peddlers, there isn't very much physical proof outside of circumstance. Lars's suitcase and luggage were recovered at Varna Airport, and there were no illegal substances or any other drugs amongst his personal artifacts. Not only that, but the question must be asked: if Lars was forced to get involved with the drug trade at the request of a few street gangsters, why wouldn't he just tell the police? He'd have the busted eye Dromo's proof of coercion, as well as witnesses who saw the confrontation with the Bavarian football fans at the Golden Sands bar, and heard their verbal threats about hiring Muscle to assault Lars himself. It is not as if no one would believe him. The area he wound up in on July 7th was a poorer section of Varna and well known for both human trafficking and higher crime rates. It's within the realm of possibility that Lars ran into trouble, but also totally plausible that law enforcement would be sympathetic to his situation and get him back to Germany safely. There are those who wonder if Lars wasn't threatened to do this, but rather got in on a drug transaction for the money, pretending not to want McDonald's on July 4th, when in reality, he was meeting up with people in a pre-planned event. The problem with this line of thinking is Lars had never engaged in criminal matters before, and it seems unlikely he would put his steady job and flourishing relationship in jeopardy, all for an incredibly risky crime, hundreds of miles from home. Lars didn't know anyone in Varna, nor did he speak either Bulgarian or Russian. He never showed signs of living a double life, and Breaking Bad on a random summer night during a relaxing vacation doesn't make sense. So if Lars wasn't running from gangsters or involved in a drug ring, was there anyone else who could have been responsible for scaring Lars away? One suspect a few theorists have pointed out is the doctor who treated Lars at the Varna airport right before he disappeared. Dr. Kostow? Dr. Kostow changed his statements over the course of the initial investigation and made interesting claims about who exactly was in that examination room when Lars ran out. Kostow's first testimony claimed that a man in an airport uniform unexpectedly entered the office while Lars was being treated, which spooked Lars and led to his escape from the medical station. This man was described as an employee of the airline that Lars was using to fly home to Germany and was actually looking for Lars at that moment. The next statement Kostow gave mentioned an airport laborer walking into the examination room, not an airline employee. Finally, in the third claim, Kostow told investigators that he did not know who the intruder was and that he did not recognize him as either an airline employee or a separate worker. When investigators attempted to locate this man from the third statement, they were introduced to a man who was said to have been this mysterious figure. However, after exhaustive facts-checking, it was learned by police that this man wasn't even in Bulgaria the day Lars disappeared, only clouding the entire airport predicament. Not only this, but there are holes in Dr. Kostow's first two statements as well. Lars visited the airport medical site at around 9 a.m., but his flight wasn't scheduled until 4:20 and there were no travel alerts associated with that specific flight. So why would an airline representative be looking for a passenger so early? And how would they know Lars was with the doctor, or the fact that he was even at the airport so early in the first place? Similarly, if the intruder wasn't an airline employee but rather a maintenance worker or other laborer for the airport, why would they just walk into an examination room unannounced? That would be a pretty large breach of privacy and very abnormal. If it was true, if someone did barge into the doctor's office while Lars was getting checked on, it's not out of the question that being in a vulnerable state of mind, Lars panicked and ran out thinking this intruder was out to get him. However, not even that scenario lines up with official reports. Remember, when Sandra called the honorary consulate, they told her that Lars had asked to use the restroom and Dr. Kostow gave him permission, believing that Lars would return and collect his luggage. So in this scenario, there was no third man and Lars didn't make a run for it until he was out of the office. Who is telling the truth? Was Dr. Kostow really involved? Authorities have ruled him out as a suspect and there doesn't seem to be any motive for him wanting Lars out of the story anyway. It just doesn't make sense as to why he would lie. Could it be an honest mistake? Absolutely. But that would be 4 separate misspoken testimonies. And that does lead one to see Dr. Kostow in a suspicious light. Was he paid off to change his story? Well, it is unlikely but plausible. Regardless, we'll never have definitive proof of exactly what happened in that examination room as airport CCTV cameras do not capture the entrance to the office space, making it a blind spot. Without a doubt, the most popular theories surrounding Lars Mittank's unsolved disappearance revolve around the idea that Lars suffered from an unfortunately timed mental health crisis or similar psychological break. Some people are quick to blame the medicine prescribed to Lars by the physician on July 7th, just after Lars checked out of Hotel Viva with his friends. The medicine in question, Cefprozil, while a popular antibiotic in Bulgaria, is not as widely spread a drug in Germany. While it's highly effective against ear and other bodily infections, German health officials are wary of its possible side effects, including, but not limited to, hallucinations and potential drug-induced psychosis. It should be mentioned that these type of side effects are extraordinarily rare, basically never happening at all. But experts have warned that Cefprozil, taken with other substances such as alcohol, can exacerbate the drug's various ill-fated effects. It is a known fact that Lars was drinking alcohol with his friends on the vacation prior to receiving the Cefprozil. And it is possible he was taking other pills too, prescription nor recreational. Thus, Lars could have suffered a reaction to the Cefprozil, the alcohol, or other drugs and fallen victim to the drug's powerful side effects. It is also important to recognize that Lars's dosage of Cefprozil 500 mg was higher than most prescriptions of the same type and could also have played a role in creating a stronger reaction to the negative aspects of the antibiotic. Not only that, but it seems as if Lars himself was wary of the drug the night in which his paranoia began. He sent 2 texts to his mother, Sandra, asking her what, quote, Cefprozil 500 was, maybe as a reaction to feeling the strong antibiotics affecting him in an unsettling way. Not only that, but these side effects. In combination with being alone in a foreign country and after experiencing a potentially traumatic event at the hands of the Bulgarians, could have tipped the scales and left Lars to deal with new anxieties, panic and hallucinations without the appropriate care to handle him. Spinning off this theory are questions of Lars' mental health in general and potential risk of developing schizophrenia. Lars' age at the time puts him right on the point of the demographic who are most likely to see an onset of schizophrenia prior to age 30. His symptoms also line up with those often seen in schizophrenia patients who are early on in their diagnosis, such as the feelings of being followed, losing control, imminent death, and of course, hearing voices, seeing things that aren't there, and physical sensations that do not exist. Everything Lars had dealt with leading up to that moment could have triggered his own psychosis and thus left him afraid and paranoid. It should be stated, however, that no one in the Mittank family has ever displayed a history of schizophrenia, nor was Lars considered at risk by medical professionals back home. Lars did have somewhat a stressful life with his demanding job and his father's ailing health not helping matters. But again, there were no warning signs or previous diagnoses that affirmed the speculation that Lars was dealing with the onset of schizophrenia. So if it wasn't a mental disorder, could Lars have been dealing with a deeper physical issue than just a ruptured eardrum? Some theories detail a much more complex problem, figuring Lars to be suffering from repeated brain aneurysms, leading to retrograde amnesia and the inability to create new memories. This may explain why Lars seemed confused and at odds with everyone around him. He may have continually forgotten why he was where he was. This alone would spin anyone through cycles of emotional and psychological distress, potentially unlocking further panic and unrelenting terror. While a more severe brain injury is certainly in the cards, remember that Lars had been checked by 3 separate medical professionals, all of whom told him he was only suffering from the eardrum rupture. Maybe Lars was convinced there was something worse happening inside of his head, developing symptoms of hypochondria. And when the doctors continued to tell him no, he lashed out and ran away. Maybe this is why Lars had that awkward encounter with the ENT specialist at St. Anna's. And while he ran away from Dr. Castell because he believed he was dying but was being told he wasn't. Of course, this may have been an issue in of itself and not necessarily the effects of a traumatic brain injury. But it would explain the bouts of confusion. Also, it should be stated that Lars was lucid enough to call his mother multiple times, engage in conversation with others, navigate complicated bank transfers and credit card functions, and travel around Europe. So whatever he was dealing with, it wasn't 100% debilitating. If Lars was totally incapacitated, he wouldn't have slipped through the cracks so seamlessly. Despite the countless abnormalities surrounding Lars's case, there is still hope he is alive. While the summers in Varna, Bulgaria can get incredibly hot, Lars was an experienced outdoorsman and theoretically could have survived the elements. The fact he ran off without his belongings, his wallet, cell phone, and any other necessities do not increase his chances of survival, but certainly don't guarantee death. Like all major missing persons cases, there have been countless sightings of Lars made by the general public in the 7 years since he vanished into the sunflower fields around Varna Airport. One truck driver saw a man eerily similar to Lars' physical description hitchhiking along a Varna highway about a year after he went missing. Another sighting alleged Lars was living as a homeless man in Poland, while one person posted their supposed meetup with Lars in Canada on Reddit 3 years ago. While none of them have been confirmed, there was one testimony that led investigators to believe they had actually found Lars. In December of 2016, authorities in Porto Velho, Brazil, discovered a homeless man bearing a very strong likeness to Lars walking along a highway. The man was barefoot, disoriented, and disheveled. When police asked who he was unable to remember where he came from or even what his own name was. He carried no identification and was confused as to how he got there. Law enforcement took him to a nearby hotel and a photo of the man sleeping circulated around the internet. Like police, people believed this man was Lars Mittank, thinking it was him hiding behind the massive beard and matted hair. Ultimately, authorities discovered this man was, in fact, not Lars but another missing man, a Canadian humanitarian worker named Anton Pilipa, who had disappeared in 2011. While it didn't end up solving Lars' mystery, it did give hope to the fact that finding Lars alive and breathing is not out of the question. He'd probably be found in a similar state to Anton, confused and unaware of his situation. It's also proof that no matter how long we go between someone's disappearance and discovery, we cannot give up hope, because unless evidence proves otherwise, they could still be out there, alive and desperate to return home. Stephen Mitchell Adams, known to his friends and family as a hardworking and persevering individual, was a kind and empathetic young man hailing from eastern Oklahoma. His deep-rooted interests in higher education and engineering, as well as his inclination to take care of his family and protect those he loved, was cut short by an unexplainable, unsolved disappearance. In the hilly woodlands of Toluca, Oklahoma on December 13, 2004, leaving all who knew him across Cherokee Nation and the entire county at large, grasping for answers in a sea of evidence that drowned us all in doubt. As I hope to provide more substantial reasoning built upon observable evidence and situational analysis, this is an examination of the disappearance of Stephen Mitchell Adams and the troubling mystery near Tenkiller Lake. Stephen Mitchell Adams was born on August 4, 1978 to parents Carl Adams and Deanie Hayes near Weber Falls in Cherokee County, Oklahoma. Stephen was the third child, becoming the youngest of three boys. His older brothers, Bradley and Chris, welcomed a younger brother with open arms and quickly fostered a healthy bond with the family's newest member. From birth, Deanie always spoke about Stephen's sweet brown eyes and his delicate love for everything and everyone he encountered. He was fascinated by people and displayed little shyness, smiling at strangers and rarely crying out. This bled into his childhood and adolescence when Stephen continued to live as a well-mannered boy, obedient yet still his fun-loving, whimsical self. He knew how to make the people around him laugh. A natural class clown guaranteed to boost his classmates' spirits. His mother described him as a character never afraid to back down from a bit of weirdness to mellow out tense situations or simply just to make others feel at ease. People regularly told Stephen he would one day make a wonderful father, as well as just being a faithful friend. When Stephen and his brothers were still in grade school, the family did hit a bit of a rough patch after Carl and Deanie Adams got divorced and the family split up. Despite this fracture, however, the Adams clan remained tight-knit, strengthening their bonds even amidst the hardships. Stephen and his brothers continued to perform well in school, not letting the distractions of life take them down nefarious paths. As he neared the end of high school and the beginning of adulthood, Stephen realized he could continue his academic excellence and attend college, an opportunity not necessarily readily available to all of his classmates in Cherokee County. He researched as much as he could the programs that interested him and prepared tenfold for a post-graduation career in engineering, eyeing job opportunities in management sectors. He ultimately chose Haskell Indian Nations University in Kansas to pursue his passion. Prior to completing his degree, though, Stephen's life would take a drastic twist in his late teenage years, delaying his move to university. You see, Stephen met fellow Tahlequah resident Alicia Renee Sizemore, and the two quickly entered a relationship. Before long, Alicia discovered she was expecting a baby girl and the couple married. They moved in with each other as Stephen worked a few jobs here and there, but nothing that set him on his career path. Eventually, their infant daughter was born, who they named Cheyenne, and Stephen and Alicia became full-time parents. Unfortunately, however, the stresses of parenthood at such a young age saw the once happy couple's relationship crumble behind closed doors. Stephen and Alicia would get into frequent arguments and soon recognized their marriage was untenable with a baby girl to attend to. The couple divorced at the turn of the millennium. However, Stephen's troubles were far from over. After the divorce and on two separate occasions, Stephen was falsely accused of child molestation by Alicia and her family. Both incidents led to Stephen being found not guilty and the charges were dismissed, but Stephen was still plagued by disagreements with his ex-wife. Even though they had sordid custody battles in court, Alicia would not allow Stephen to visit his daughter on his own time, forced supervised visitations as Alicia fought for sole custody and to completely remove Stephen from his daughter's life. Nevertheless, Stephen persisted. While managing custody issues, he moved in with a cousin of his nearby the Northeastern State University campus where Stephen had finally enrolled to take college courses. He was doing quite well despite the other stresses of his life. And he had a good part-time job at El Chico, a local Mexican restaurant. He had full support of his family behind him as the unfortunate disturbances shrouded his life and was able to start a much healthier relationship with his new girlfriend, Brianna Farr. It was looking like an uphill climb to fight for time with his daughter Cheyenne, but a climb Stephen was mentally and emotionally prepared to undertake. He had already made it so far in his young life, and he'd be damned to let it all slip away. Tragically, however, despite Stephen's unshakable determination, his aim to build a better life for himself and his daughter was seemingly ended when, in the middle of December 2004, he vanished without a trace, bringing his fight for a career and a happy family to a screeching halt. Let's now turn to the timeline of events that led up to Stefan's unexplainable disappearance. The morning of Monday, December 13, 2004, begins like any other. Stefan Mitchell Adams awakes at his Tahlequah, Oklahoma apartment. He shares the modest living quarters with his cousin but keeps to himself most mornings. Stefan eats breakfast after sunrise and prepares for an important day. He has final exams for his autumnal semester at Northeastern State University later that day and is anxious to perform well. Stefan informs his roommate that he also has a shift at El Chico that evening and will visit his mother between class and work. He packs up a few books and school supplies, but leaves the majority of his possessions behind, not needing much for an exam across town. Stefan departs between 8 and 9 a.m. and heads towards Grand Avenue, where the NSU Tahlequah campus resides. Between 9 and 10:30 a.m., Stefan takes his final exam at NSU. His classmates and professor alike confirm his attendance and report nothing out of the ordinary. At the same time, Stefan takes his test, and from maybe as early as 7:50 that morning, eyewitnesses spot a man sitting in his truck at the Dollar General store located on East Downing Street in Tahlequah. This Dollar General is only a few blocks from Stefan's apartment, and the man occasionally gets out of the car to walk around as if waiting for someone. One eyewitness asked the man what he's doing hanging around at the storefront, to which the man says he's a construction worker from Keys, Oklahoma, waiting for someone to pick him up. No one recognizes the man, and his activity is considered odd compared to the day-to-day traffic around the area. Back at the NSU campus at around 1:45 a.m., Stefan wraps up his exam and leaves his classroom. He hops into his white 1995 GMC Sierra single-cab short-bed truck with chrome bed rails, driving off NSU grounds and theoretically towards his mother's place in Weber Falls. Within the next 15 minutes, estimated to be around 11 a.m., the mysterious man at the Dollar General disappears and does not return. About 7 minutes later, at 11:07 a.m., he picks up and the couple chats about Stefan's exam. He tells Brianna he thinks he fared well and is looking forward to wrapping up the semester. Stefan also informs Brianna that he is on his way to Weber Falls to visit his mother, Deanie, but after he drives an unidentified man down to Keys. Stefan doesn't clarify if he knows the man or not, but Brianna hears a muffled voice in the background, assuming Stefan has already picked up whoever it is, most likely just a hitchhiker. Outside of this bizarre errand, Brianna claims Stefan sounds normal and in good spirits and doesn't think much else of it. This would be the last confirmed contact anyone has with Stefan Adams. At around 11:30 a.m., Stefan's cousin, who lived with him back at their apartment, tries calling Stefan's phone. The cell rings only twice before cutting to voicemail. Subsequent attempts to call Stefan's phone result only with voicemail options. From this point, his phone never rings again. Around the same time frame, between 11:30 a.m. and 12 p.m., Stefan is spotted by an eyewitness outside a convenience store in Cookston, Oklahoma, south of Keys. He is by himself, the supposed hitchhiker nowhere in sight. Stefan appears agitated or upset by something, a different demeanor than one heard by Brianna just a short time before. He reportedly gets back into his car and drives northbound along Highway 82, the opposite direction of Weber Falls. This is the last confirmed sighting of Stefan Mitchell Adams. Monday, December 13th wears on and Stefan never arrives at his mother's house in Weber Falls. Despite multiple calls by her and other family members, no one is able to reach him. At 5 p.m. that same day, Stefan fails to show up for his evening shift at El Chico. Neither Stefan's supervisor nor his co-workers hear from him. A strange anomaly at odds with his usual punctuality. Later that night, when Stefan never returned to his Tahlequah apartment complex, his family reaches out to the rest of their family and various friends to check to see if Stefan had taken shelter with any of them. Again, they are unable to find Stefan's whereabouts and go to bed fearful of his fate. The following day, on Tuesday, December 14th, Stefan's supposed disappearance reaches a new severity when he fails to show up to class for another exam at NSU. This is the final straw for his family, who know that Stefan would never jeopardize his future by skipping a final exam. They file an official missing persons report with the Tahlequah Police Department. Investigators immediately start seeking out the hitchhiker Stefan told Brianna he was driving to Keys the day before. They also put out a be alone notice for any 5'7" Native American men matching Stefan's description, as well as his white GMC Sierra truck. Over the next few weeks, law enforcement canvasses the hills and various landscapes of Tahlequah, Oklahoma and its surrounding communities. When the holidays come and go without any sign of Stefan, detectives begin approaching the case as a homicide investigation. They base this conclusion on the fact that Stefan left all his personal belongings behind, including his 2 inhalers which he needed due to a severe case of asthma. At the same time, police look at Stefan's ex-wife and her family as potential instigators. Stefan had been due in court for a custody hearing on December 21st in hopes of reversing the supervised visitation rule. But the timing of his disappearance seems like more than just a coincidence. They interview Alicia Sizemore and have her take a polygraph test. She technically fails, but as we know, polygraph tests are famously unreliable. And without any concrete evidence against her or her family, law enforcement let her go. Just after New Year's Day in January of 2005, Stefan Adams' family receives a vile phone call from an anonymous man who threatens to hurt the family if the investigation does not cease. Police are made aware of the call and the Adams family goes on high alert. However, no physical damage is ever brought forth against them. In 2006, rescue groups team up with law enforcement agencies to search the waters of Ten Killer Lake, a large and deep body of water, located in the vicinity where Stefan was last spotted. The search only covers portions of the lake rather than its entirety, and nothing of note is found. These dives are paralleled with ground searches at the Fort Gibson historical site, but they all prove fruitless in the end. Across the next few years, investigators scour the rest of eastern Oklahoma for any vital clues, but come up empty-handed. They keep tabs on Stefan's social security number, bank accounts, credit cards, and phone service, but none are ever used or activated, dating back to December 13, 2004. The case is left cold until July of 2011, when Stefan's father, Carl Adams, submits a petition to impanel a grand jury to the district courts of Cherokee County, asking for a special investigation into the disappearance of his son nearly 7 years ago. The petition lists several factors contributing to the motion, including previously unheard statements that the man Stefan picked up at 11 a.m. on December 13th went by the name of Ronnie Meachling, who was tasked with delivering Stefan and his truck to multiple individuals. The petition claims that Meachling also wrote threatening letters from jail to Brianna Farr, Stefan's girlfriend at the time, demanding she keep her mouth shut about her missing boyfriend. The petition also claims that there are witnesses who saw Stefan beaten to death, that his disappearance was orchestrated by members of the Sizemore family, and the district attorney's office in Cherokee County refused to charge first-degree murder against any specific individuals or allowed the Adams family access to any investigative files or any pertinent information regarding the search for Stefan. The factual basis of these claims mentioned are neither confirmed nor denied, but the case is taken up by a grand jury nonetheless. Another 5 months pass by before the grand jury publishes their final report stemming from the special investigation on January 12, 2012. The report lists 5 major hypothetical conclusions in the overview of the grand jury's findings. The first being that they believe Stephen Adams is indeed a victim of homicide and that his body is located somewhere in eastern Oklahoma. Their second point states that Stephen's truck had been located parked, locked and abandoned by the Illinois River the day after his disappearance, but that it was subsequently ransacked of its belongings, including Stephen's NSU textbooks, which were sold back to the university, before the truck was stolen a second time. The report also clarifies that while there were certain individuals who had motives to kill Stephan Adams, they could not discern the exact cause of death, but they felt those responsible actually appeared before the grand jury in court. Most crucially, the overview states that they do believe the killers will be brought to justice and that those who clearly lied under oath during the grand jury testimonies should be investigated and properly prosecuted by then District Attorney Brian Custer. The grand jury concludes their report with optimism that their investigation and later findings will help aid the search for Stephan's body and bring his killers to justice. Over 9 years later, however, and neither revelation has happened. The case is still open, but there are no updates, no clues, and no promising leads as of the present day. Whilst discussing the timeline of Stephan Adams' disappearance, we mentioned a man spotted in the parking lot of a Dollar General store the morning of the ordeal. As random as it may have seemed, the dollar store situation may be connected to the case in more ways than one. In fact, investigators have pleaded with the public to keep an eye out for the man who was seen there, who authorities aren't calling a suspect but a person of interest. They believe he may have vital information to either the location of Stephan's body or could at least provide a better idea of what happened to him that chilly winter's day. The dollar store man is our major case point, seemingly at the center of this mystery. When the unidentified man was first sought out by law enforcement, a sketch was released along with a detailed description, built from multiple testimonies of people who shopped at the Dollar General that morning. He was described as a Caucasian male in his 40s or 50s, standing at around 5 foot, 11 inches, and weighing approximately 190 pounds. He was thought to have had either brown or salt and pepper-colored hair obscured beneath a dark green stocking cap or beanie. Some people also mentioned that the man had a beard and a mustache of about 4 to 5 days' worth of facial hair growth. However, this wasn't a unanimous testimony. Along with the green cap, the man also wore dark blue or black faded jeans, a tan-colored car hat jacket over a flannel shirt, and wore eyeglasses. His vehicle was estimated to be a black or other dark-colored 2000 Ford Ranger pickup truck fashioned with a silver toolbox in the bed. He never gave his name, only his destination, and a basic reason as to why he was hanging around for such a long time. There are a few reasons why this is pertinent to Stefan's case. The first is the general strangeness of the predicament. Locals were quick to pinpoint the bizarre nature of the man's situation. There aren't a lot of middle-aged men sitting in parking lots of dollar stores waiting for rides to cities just a few miles away, especially before 8 in the morning in Tahlequah, Oklahoma. The second is the location of the man. The Dollar General in question is found right next to Stefan's apartment complex in the 400 block of East Downing Street, less than a minute's walk away. Not only that, but police reports from the morning also detail another sighting of a, quote, suspicious man snooping around Stefan's apartment the morning he went missing. It was never confirmed that the Dollar General man was also the man at the apartment complex, but the fact that the area had two strange interactions with an unidentified male at the same time make it truly baffling. The third reason this connects to Stefan's case is the timing of it all. Along with the parallel suspicious sightings, the Dollar General man timed his stakeout at the store to coincide with Stefan's departure from his home and his time spent at NSU campus. The Dollar General man also left the shop at the exact same time Stefan left class and right before Stefan theoretically picked up the hitchhiker, later reported to be Ronnie Meachling. It was never clarified if Ronnie Meachling was the Dollar General man, but considering the police are still looking for the man in the sketch, it is safe to assume they are two different people. So could this all just be a coincidence? Of course, there is nothing criminal about waiting in a parking lot for someone to give you a lift. However, when you start to list all the coincidences, it becomes too much to ignore. The Dollar General man was near Stefan's apartment on the morning he went missing and never returned. He also told people he was heading to Keys, Oklahoma, the exact location where Ronnie Meachling or whoever the hitchhiker was told Stefan they were going. Is it possible? The Dollar General man was working in tandem with others in an abduction operation. At the very least, it cannot be ruled out. He could have been watching Stefan the morning of the 13th and waited for him to leave for his exams. Then when 11 a.m. arrived and Stefan never returned, he knew that Stefan had been kidnapped and at that point left the scene. Again, however, it is also possible that the Dollar General man is truly just a person of interest and had no involvement with the disappearance. Maybe the man is sought out by police because he had the best vantage point of Stefan's apartment the day he went missing, and thus could be the only eyewitness to be able to describe the other male who was seen snooping around that morning. It is impossible to label the Dollar General man's exact involvement, but considering the circumstantial oddities and overall suspicious nature of his activity, it is vital we find the man in the dark green stocking cap to take that next step in this investigation. Let's now turn to the most prominent theories surrounding the disappearance of Stefan Mitchell Adams. One of the earliest theories surrounding Stefan's disappearance involved an accidental death. Theories that included no third parties or alleged killers responsible for the man's fate. Instead, these theories suggested Stefan ran his truck off a road on his way down Highway 82 towards Weber Falls to see his mother. These theories posits that Stefan drove the hitchhiker down to Keys and dropped him off without a hitch, then somewhere on his journey. His truck may have started causing problems or broken down to a degree where it was still drivable but not necessarily safe to do so. This could have been when Stefan pulled over at a convenience store near Cookston, where a passerby alleged they spotted Stefan acting flustered or in some sort of emotional distress. Maybe Stefan was upset about his truck, worried about having one more thing break down or go wrong when so much in his life was volatile at the time. And then after deciding to turn around because of his truck's troubles, he broke down again, but this time on one of the winding roads through the surrounding foothills. If this was the case and Stefan lost control of his truck and sped off the road, it is highly possible he drove into a ravine or steep drop-off that concealed his destroyed car and, even worse, Stefan's injured body. When people think of Oklahoma, they usually imagine the flat plains and open pastures of prairie grass and farmlands. However, it should be noted that eastern Oklahoma is a more mountainous region of the state, featuring uneven terrain that could definitely contribute to such a scenario. Stefan was driving a 10-year-old truck at the time, so a random breakdown during a routine trip isn't out of the ordinary or unexpected. It also would explain why Stefan was heading northbound after he left the convenience store in Cookston when Weber Falls is in the opposite direction. If he felt more comfortable just heading back to Tahlequah where a trusted mechanic could look things over for him, he may have simply decided to postpone his visit with his mother. All that being said, there are too many holes in the accidental death theory to be ignored. If Stefan was having car troubles and needed immediate help, why wouldn't he just call someone? He owned a cell phone and could have called a local mechanic or a friend to pick him up. On a similar note, if the car troubles were enough to disrupt his plans with his mother, why wouldn't he call her to let her know what was happening? Remember, at the same time Stefan was seen at the convenience store, his cousin was attempting to call him but only reached voicemail. Now certainly, Stefan was agitated at that point and may not have been in the best of moods to talk. But if he was in a bind with his truck, it surely would make sense that Stefan would at least answer his cousin's call and explain what was happening. On a larger scale, the accidental death theory doesn't make sense ultimately because of the fact that the truck was never found to begin with. Had Stefan driven off the road, he couldn't have gone very far after that. Even traveling at high speeds down Interstate 82, the trees and inclines surrounding the highway would have slowed his vehicle enough so that it wouldn't completely vanish into the woods. These lands were scoured by search and rescue teams and investigators, especially Highway 82. A large white truck would have been found. And if a random passerby found the total truck before police, they would have reported it, seeing as though Stefan's body would be inside. An entire pickup truck doesn't evaporate into thin air. And unless Stefan drove his broken truck deep into the wilderness after crashing it through a horrific injury, there is simply no reason why it wouldn't be found. Spinning on from these theories came another hypothesis that if Stefan didn't drive off the road by accident, he did it on purpose. Some believe that the life circumstances around Stefan had become too intense and led to a breakdown, which tragically then led to a suicide attempt. These theorists believe Stefan left his apartment that morning with the idea he would not return, explaining that was the reason he left behind all of his personal belongings, including his life-saving inhalers for his asthma condition. They continue, saying Stefan camouflaged his day to appear normal with final exams and a trip to his mother's house. When his girlfriend called after class, Stefan again hid his true intentions, presenting himself to be in good spirits. Then, he used the story about a hitchhiker to cover up his plans, giving himself an alibi, so to speak. This would explain why Stefan was then seen alone and upset at the convenience store. He had never actually picked anyone up and was struggling to cope with what he was about to do. The theories then speculate this is why Stefan's cell phone was ignored and eventually shut off. From here, there are dozens of sub-theories, with some suggesting Stefan drove into the nearby 10-Killer Lake on purpose. Others posit that Stefan drove off somewhere he knew he'd never be found to end his own life on his terms away from where his family could find him. However, we must follow up this theory with the fact that nearly every professional investigator associated with the case, including Stefan's family and closest friends, have rejected the idea that Stefan committed suicide. Too many people attempt to decipher one's mental state as being fragile and immediately label a disappearance as suicide. Yes, Stefan was going through immense difficulties and fighting to see his own child, but he was also determined and strong-willed and had already overcome so much. In short, he had hoped that his situation was ready to change, with a custody hearing to reverse supervised visitation in a mere 9 days. To speculate without any concrete evidence that he killed himself simply because his current situation wasn't the smoothest of rides is an insult to his memory, especially when there are many other factors to suggest suicide is not the cause of death. Most contradictory of all is the fact that there were numerous purported threats against Stefan's family and his girlfriend. If Stefan had ended his own life, why would people who had a vendetta against him scare his living family members and threaten them with violence if the investigation wasn't halted? If Stefan's enemies saw that he had disappeared and they had nothing to do with it, why would they try and stop investigators from figuring out what exactly did happen? That would absolve them of any wrongdoing and that have nothing to worry about. Plus, there have been countless private detectives, law enforcement officials, and an entire grand jury who have all ruled Stefan's case to be that of a homicide. So it is reasonable to assume there may be yet more information that might not be available to the public that points directly to murder. It also makes little sense that all the bizarre behavior would take place within the same few hours on the same day Stefan vanished too. The suspicious sightings, the hitchhiker, the cell phone, Stefan's behavior at the convenience store. It all adds up to something more than a mere suicide attempt. So if Stefan was murdered, the question is, who could have done it? The idea of a serial killer doesn't really get tossed around much in Stefan's case, and it makes sense. There were 0 known or unidentified serial murderers in the Tahlequah, Oklahoma area in the early 2000s, or really the surrounding areas for much of that time frame and location. Our research did show there were a couple of criminals and small-scale killers around eastern Oklahoma in December of 2004. But almost all of them involved specific motives or victims not of Stefan's demographic, or were obvious instances of the killer knowing their victim and not just a random murder as is too often seen in serial homicides. In fact, it's that exact type of crime, a killer killing because of a personal relationship with the victim, that fits Stefan's case file best. As previously mentioned, Stefan did have a group of people who did not want him alive. And theorists believe it was this collection of characters who conspired to and ultimately did kidnap him. Remember, Stefan's ex-wife Alicia accused him not just once but twice of child molestation against their young daughter, Cheyenne. Both times the accusations were dismissed in court and Stefan was found not guilty. But that didn't stop the rest of Alicia's family from taking out their anger on Stefan himself. Deanie Hayes, Stefan's mother, told police after his disappearance that at some point between Stefan going missing and the court cases, Alicia's father threatened to kill him personally. Stefan never appeared too distraught or intimidated by the threats and never instigated any violence against the Sizemore family to protect his future with his daughter. Yet that didn't stop them from verbally abusing Stefan or stop Alicia from going out of her way to stop Cheyenne seeing her father. So beyond a clear motivation, what else could point to the Sizemores being responsible? Well, theorists are quick to point out that the last sighting of Stefan at the convenience store in Cookson was actually reported by a semi-distant relative of Alicia's. The woman who told authorities about Stefan's agitated demeanor and northbound departure in the wrong direction was Alicia's mother's brother's sister-in-law, or in simpler terms, the sister of Alicia's aunt-in-law. Now it's easy to understand how this might sound convoluted and somewhat irrelevant. Small towns across America are known for large interconnected families, where scratch anyone and their kin to anyone else. Yet it has led some to wonder if this eyewitness was a part of the Sizemore family that held disdain for Stefan. Could they have made up the sighting to throw off police? Maybe this person did see Stefan at a convenience store but lied about him being alone to give the hitchhiker or Ronnie Meachling an alibi, or at least absolve them of any wrongdoing. Or maybe this eyewitness lied about the direction in which Stefan drove so that detectives would look in the wrong places for his body or his truck and at least slow down the investigation. However, it is still entirely plausible that even if the witness was giving a false statement to aid her extended family, parts of the sighting remain true. The part which makes the most sense is Stefan's odd behavior. His obvious discomfort and agitation for telling what was about to happen, whether he knew outright what it was or not. Again, it must be stated that just because this eyewitness had a relation to Alicia and her family does not mean she was lying or covering up a murder. That is an extremely heavy accusation to make with pretty much no evidence other than a rough, distant relation to someone we know wanted Stefan out of the picture. Also, if the Sizemores included a relative so far down the family tree in their scheme, that would most likely mean there were plenty of others in the family who knew of their dastardly plot too. Maybe the eyewitness was closer to Alicia than just being her mother's brother's sister-in-law, but there is still an enormous amount of doubt surrounding her potential role in a murder conspiracy. Could she be one of the people who lied under oath during the grand jury inquiry in 2011? That too is a distinct possibility. Aside from the convenience store witness, the other suspects in the investigation aren't as clear-cut as to what they mean regarding Stefan's fate. It's still unknown whether or not the Dollar General man was ever located. And if so, what detectives learned about his time spent in Tahlequah on December 13th. It's also still unknown how Ronnie Meachling, the supposed hitchhiker, fits into the investigation. The man wasn't identified until Carl Adams, Stefan's father, listed his name in the petition for the grand jury in 2011 and claimed that Ronnie told people his role in the disappearance was to hitch a ride with Stefan and then, quote, deliver him and his truck to another group of individuals. Who these people were has also never been clarified. Brianna Farr told police she received a letter from Ronnie from jail, though, advising her to back off from the case, but it also hasn't been made public why Ronnie was in jail in the first place. Was it for his connection to Stefan's disappearance or a completely separate issue? We have searched for Ronnie tirelessly across the internet and databases, but found zero matches. Could it be his name was misspelled in a court report? Could it be that Ronnie Meachling is an alias for someone else? And on that subject, is Ronnie Meachling also the Dollar General Man? They never appear in the same vicinity together in the story, and the Dollar General Man's movements align perfectly with Ronnie's entrance into the scenario. Again, these answers have not been provided by investigators. Maybe they think that by releasing Ronnie's full profile, it will hamper their investigation. But from our perspective, the official investigation has been stalled for 9 years now. And the haze surrounding Ronnie Meachling makes it very hard to get a full grasp on the case at large. Technical details aside, theorists who believe Stefan was kidnapped and murdered by someone associated with Alicia and her family tied it all together like this. Stefan was supposed to be kidnapped at an earlier date, like the grand jury reported, but those plans fell through and they were redirected for December 13, 2004. A man, either part of the Sizemore family or paid by them, later known as the Dollar General Man, is recruited to spy on Stefan's apartment that morning. He arrives at the Dollar General at around 7:50 a.m. and begins to stake out the area, waiting for Stefan to leave. During his time spent in the parking lot, he also wanders over to the apartment complex himself and snoops around, making him the man who was later reported to have been spotted near Stefan's home that morning. Then, when Stefan left for class, the Dollar General Man stayed put, making sure Stefan did not return home earlier than expected. At 11 a.m., once it was confirmed the coast was clear, the Dollar General Man left, his job done. This is where Ronnie, or the hitchhiker, as we'll call him, enters the plot. On Stefan's route home, possibly where Stefan parked his car on NSU's campus, the hitchhiker introduces himself to Stefan and asks for a ride to Keys. Knowing Keys is on his way to Weber Falls, Stefan agrees and calls his girlfriend. When Stefan tells Brianna everything is okay and hangs up the phone, the hitchhiker probably asks to use the phone himself. This is where the hitchhiker most likely calls the people he is delivering Stefan to. The hitchhiker then holds onto the phone after he is done. And when Stefan's cousin attempts to call, the hitchhiker either turns the phone off or destroys it using a gun or other means to hold up Stefan. The hitchhiker has Stefan drive off into an unknown part of town or secluded location where they are then intercepted by others who take Stefan's truck, kill him, and dispose of his body. They dump the body somewhere in the eastern Oklahoma wilderness and drive the truck to the banks of the Illinois River where it is ransacked and stolen the following day. Everyone involved gets out clean and the police are left with a massive case void of clues. In this theory, the sighting at the convenience store is considered a red herring fabricated by those responsible. To date, this is perhaps the most plausible theory drawn up by investigators. It includes crystal clear motive, suspicious characters, and fits the timeline of events. It may seem a stretch to believe that a little family in a little town in Oklahoma could concoct such a horrific scheme and also get away with it. But remember, the grand jury themselves said they felt like they knew who killed Stefan and those responsible had testified before the courts. This was almost certainly referencing the Sizemore family since they were known to be involved with the hearings. At this point, it comes down to physical evidence being procured by cold case detectives and/or combined with an admission by a member of the family or guilty party. Until that happens, this remains just another theory like all the others, regardless of how well the pieces seem to fit the puzzle. Before we divulge our hypothesis of Stefan Mitchell Adams' unsolved disappearance, we want to make known that our conclusions presented in Cold Case Detective are purely logical speculation based on evidence, circumstance, and factual subtext. We are only privy to the same information presented in each episode, and we do not attempt to promise certainty or an expert guarantee on the findings we reach in closing. We simply observe, research, and report. In Stefan's case, we find it relatively obvious how Stefan disappeared via kidnapping and then most likely murder. There are too many factors to suggest Stefan ended up the victim of foul play, let alone the numerous conclusions reached by professional investigators and the Cherokee County Grand Jury. Frustratingly, they reveal a lot about the case while simultaneously not revealing much at all, at least in terms of specifics. But they do lead us to believe police have their prime suspects lined up in sight and are just waiting for the physical evidence to surface so irreversible arrests can be made. Who those suspects are is easy to define and is definitely the people who called to threaten Stefan's family, both before and after he vanished. Sometimes it is all too easy to get lost in cold cases and try and link victims with far-fetched narratives about random killings. But when there is a clear-cut motivating factor behind people connected with Stefan, it is logical to assume they are the guilty party. Of course, they are innocent until proven guilty, but in terms of building a hypothesis, the people who literally called for Stefan to die prior to him going missing are most likely the ones who did it. So if they did, how was it done? The final theory we mentioned in the previous segment sums it up best, as we believe the Dollar General man was staking out Stefan's apartment and complicit in the crime whether or not he was the actual killer. We believe Stefan did indeed pick someone up after finishing his exam. And even if the man's name wasn't Ronnie Meachling, or if Ronnie Meachling doesn't actually exist, we believe they held Stefan at gunpoint and directed him towards his fate. Then after the murder, they disposed of his body in a place no one will ever find and dumped the white GMC pickup truck near the Illinois River, per the grand jury's findings. We wish investigators would continue looking for the people who looted the truck and resold Stefan's textbooks back to Northeastern State University, because they too could hold vital information regarding evidence left behind. The killer could have left DNA and fingerprints in the truck. And while those have most likely been lost to time over the last 16 years, there is always a chance, and chances are worth clinging to in times of desperation. Thus, we ask that anyone with any sliver of information related to Stefan's disappearance, his truck's disappearance, or the situation at large to please call the Oklahoma State Bureau of Investigation at 800-522-8017. We also want to take a quick moment and acknowledge the complicated issue regarding the accusations of child molestation against Stefan. We do not want to minimize these types of accusations, but rather clarify we are simply reporting what was found by two separate courts in the matters. Each accusation was dismissed in court and heavily refuted by both Stefan and his family. Therefore, that is how we present the research. Tragically, and far too often, ideas that women lie or fabricate their stories about neglect, abuse, and rape are shared and believed. These are incredibly serious topics and are very real and never to be minimized. Also, just because someone's case is dismissed by a judge does not mean they didn't do something. And that is why every instance is unique and should be handled with care and respect, no matter how you feel about the accuser. However, in the end, cold-blooded murder is never justified. And Stefan Mitchell Adams did not deserve to leave Earth so soon and without a trace. He was a hard-working young man who fought tooth and nail to provide for his family. He was a free-spirited presence who loved to laugh and, more importantly, entice others to join him in the laughter. Stefan was well on his way to management within the engineering sector, and would have made a wonderful leader among his peers. Needless to say, he had a bright future, a future cut to darkness far too soon. His family does not deserve to dwell in that darkness any longer. Therefore, it's up to us to rekindle the fire that will light the way towards his discovery, illuminating the mystery of Stefan Mitchell Adams and his final drive through the foothills of the Ozarks. Amber Alyssa Tuccaro was a fiercely courageous, confident, and compassionate young woman beloved by her friends and family. Her deep-rooted connection with cultivating relationships, as well as her passion to nurture those in need and make a positive impact on the world around her, was cut short by an unexplainable, unsolved death in the dog days of summer 2010. She left all who knew her in the Mikisew Cree First Nation in Alberta, Canada, and the entire country at large, devastated, bewildered, and horrified in the wake of her tragic murder. In the hope of providing a more substantial reasoning based upon observable evidence and situational analysis, this is an examination of the death of Amber Tuccaro and the suspicious audio recording from Amber's final phone call. That may provide a clue to identify her unknown killer. Amber Alyssa Tuccaro was born on January 3, 1990 as a part of the Minishu First Nation crew, an Indigenous First Nations government of Woodland Cree people in northeastern Alberta, Canada. 3 days after her birth, she was adopted by the Tuccaro family, led by her soon-to-be mother, Vivian Tootsie Tuccaro. She joined a family of all-male children. Tootsie and her husband at the time had always wanted a baby girl of their own and looked into adoptions as a solution. Thus, when they received a call about an opportunity to adopt, Amber was happily introduced to the Tuccaro clan and was instantly loved by each member of the family. Growing up, Amber wasted no time forging a close relationship with her parents and brothers, Paul, Billy Joe, Conrad, and Justin. Together, the Tokoro's siblings grew up in Fort Chipewyan as a part of the Minishu First Nation Crew Reserve, which was signed to the indigenous tribe in a treaty with Canada in 1986. Paul Tokoros and his brothers took special care in looking after Amber, later saying that she was coddled, but she also picked up on vital parts of living quite early, learning how to walk at the surprising age of only 8 months. This solidified a resounding resilience in Amber, who hardened into a fiercely independent and resourceful young woman. Paul later said at the MMIW National Inquiry revolving around Amber's death that she was the family's pride and joy and had a special place in Tootsie's heart as the daughter she never thought she'd have. A few years later into Amber's life, Tootsie and her then-husband filed for divorce. While it was originally planned to split up the family with the siblings breaking up into 2 residencies with each parent, it ultimately left Tootsie with all of her children. However, like many broken marriages, the divorce left Paul and his brothers to take leadership roles within the family, continuing to look after Amber and their mother. The brothers shared cooking and cleaning duties whilst all the siblings attended Athabasca Delta community schools. As a teenager, Amber struggled with staying motivated to continue school in the reservation education system, but kept at it after the prodding of her older brothers, who constantly preached how important education was for a family who lacked it in generations prior. Once the brothers grew older and started miniature families themselves, Amber played a vital role in fostering relationships with her sisters-in-law, nieces, and nephews. One of the many interests she developed over the years was a fascination with music and would introduce an eclectic variation of songs to her younger family members she looked after, much like her brothers did for her. She grew incredibly proud of her nieces and nephews and infected them with her happy-go-lucky spirits whenever she visited. In June of 2009, Amber had a child of her own, giving birth to a son named Jacob. Jacob became Amber's everything, and she cared for him deeply. The two went everywhere together, even on trips outside Fort McMurray where she last lived. Tootsie Tokoro often warned Amber of the dangers of such adventures, but Amber's forwardness and hard-headed spirit persisted. She was never afraid to get her hands dirty and always stuck up for herself and her loved ones. Sadly, however, the last trip the mother and son duo ever ventured on would prove to be fatal. When on the night of August 18, 2010, Amber last made contact with her Tokoro family and then disappeared into the calm countryside of Edmonton, the site where her homicide investigation would break out 2 years later, when it was discovered that it was here that she drew her last breaths in Leduc County. Let's turn now to a timeline of the events leading up to Amber's death. 20 years between the 1990s and the end of the noughties, Tootsie Tokoro looks out for her daughter, Amber Tokoro, like a hawk, always preaching common sense, safety, and daily precaution as any mother will. These tips included warnings of staying away from strangers and getting into cars with unknown men. It fastens an important bond between her and her only female child. Fast forward to 2010, and Amber blossoms into an independent and lively soul, starting a family with her own newborn son, Jacob, and surrounding herself with devoted friends. She develops an explorative soul and a curiosity that inspires her to take trips around Canada and check out the various cities and cultures outside of her hometown lands. Later that same summer, in August of 2010, Amber decides to plan a trip to Edmonton to visit a friend. She invites another one of her unidentified friends to join her and her 14-month-old son, aiming to leave in the middle of the month for a 2-day excursion. Soon after the plans are forged, Amber informs her mother of the short Edmonton vacation. Tootsie immediately feels uneasy about the idea and tells her daughter she shouldn't go, hearkening back to her safety standards of adolescence. Amber's independent and forward spirit holds true, however, and she keeps the plans intact. On Tuesday, August 17th, Amber packs up a few essentials and heads to the airport with Jacob and her friend and flies from Fort McMurray to Edmonton International Airport. Later on the 17th, the young trio arrives just outside of the city near the airport and checks into the Nisku Place Motel for lodging. During their stay at the motel, Amber stays in constant communication with her mother, sending along texts and updates throughout the afternoon. On day 2 of the trip, Wednesday, August 18th, Amber agrees with her friend that they will travel into the city the following day. Their funds are not large and they plot ways to save money during the trip. As the evening draws near on the 18th, Amber decides she wants to head into Edmonton earlier than they planned. Being low on cash, she makes unknown arrangements for a ride into the city and leaves Jacob with her friends at the Nisku Motel. Without divulging any specifics of the ride or details about who is picking her up, Amber leaves for a hitchhike in the stranger's vehicle. This will be the last confirmed time anyone sees Amber Tuccaro. During Amber's ride with her mysterious driver, she receives a phone call from her brother in the Edmonton Remand Center, a local prison system. The entire conversation lasts 17 minutes and includes multiple instances of Amber questioning her driver of their intended destination, to which he replies with suspicious and strange answers. The call ends without notice and would be the last confirmed time anyone talked to or heard from Amber Tuccaro. As we fall deeper into the night of August 18th, both Amber's friend and Tootsie Tuccaro lose all contact with Amber, who no longer responds to texts or phone calls. Tootsie immediately feels intense worry. Remembering her daughter's hard-headedness to all of her warnings about the mischievous characters of the world. Knowing her daughter's silence is too abnormal for comfort, Tootsie calls the authorities and reports Amber missing. After the Royal Canadian Mounted Police receives the missing persons reports, they tell Tootsie the case is not of any serious importance. Their excuse is that Amber is probably out partying and snuck away for recreation and will call later that night or the next day. 24 hours go by and Amber remains silent. Tootsie pushes the missing persons reports and the RCMP finally takes initiative to investigate. Over the next 14 months, the RCMP interviews people both familiar with Amber and folks around Edmonton's outskirts. They develop few leads and find little to no evidence around Nisku. In October of 2011, the RCMP officially asks for investigative assistance from Project CARE, a special task force that focuses on missing and murdered women's cases. Yet, it wouldn't be for another 10 months before the next big development explodes in Amber's vanishing. In August of 2012, police obtain a 17-minute phone call recording from the Edmonton Romance Center featuring Amber Tuccaro's voice. Amber appears to be in a car with an unidentified male. Authorities confirm the legitimacy of the audio clip and theorize the mysterious man in question is almost certainly involved with Amber's vanishing. By the end of the month, on Tuesday, August 28th, Project CARE and the RCMP released the phone recording to news outlets who broadcast a 1-minute excerpt to a national audience, asking citizens around the country if they can recognize or identify the unknown male's voice. Hundreds of tips pour in from concerned listeners. In a major coincidental twist, on Saturday, September 1, 2012, a mere 4 days after the clip is released, a group of horseback riders stumble upon a fragment of human skull in a wooded area on rural farmland near Leduc in Leduc County, south of Edmonton. The bones are quickly sent for processing and dental records confirm they match Amber Tuccaro's DNA profile. Her case transitions from missing persons to an unsolved homicide. In the following weeks, months, and years, investigators continue their pleas for the general public to come forward with information about the male voice in Amber's final phone call, now understanding him to likely be her killer. Plenty of followers report potential persons of interest, but none are ever announced to the public or arrested. The most curious circumstance of all is a time when 3 separate women who wish to remain anonymous come forward to the police and say for certain they know who the voice belongs to. However, this man is apparently heavily searched and interrogated by investigators and cleared of having any connection to Amber. Sadly, from 2012 to the present day, Amber's unsolved death has only grown colder. The male voice has yet to be identified, and the longer it freezes, the more forgotten it becomes by society. The most recent update came on January 24, 2020, when a young man from Edmonton called the RCMP and stated he believed his father was not only the male driver in Amber's case, but also responsible for the deaths of other murdered women. In the Leduc County area, the RCMP investigated the claim but found it to be unsubstantiated. They said the claimant had a history of reporting fabricated tips and that some of the murdered women's cases he said his father had involvement with were already solved. As of today, both the RCMP and Project CARE investigators are still asking for people to call in with any leads to identifying the unknown man, or solving Amber's homicide case in general. Of all the odd peculiarities prodding out of Amber's case file, none cuts deeper than the mysterious phone call recording obtained by police and major news outlets 2 years after Amber Tuccaro's initial disappearance. While the exact time of the phone call has never been specified, it's collectively agreed upon to be the last communication Amber made with any of her family or friends and the final clue she left behind before she was ultimately killed. Thus, it's believed the phone call recording took place originally on August 18, 2010, the day Amber vanished and passed away. It happened in the later evening hours when Amber decided to leave her son with her friend and travel into Edmonton that night rather than the following day. To save money for lodging, Amber decided to forego a taxi or paid car service and hitchhiked with a stranger. During the ride with the unidentified man, Amber entered a telephoned conversation with her brother, who made a phone call from prison at Edmonton's remand center, where all outgoing communication is recorded and preserved. The entire talk is 17 minutes long, but only about 1 minute was released by authorities, claiming it's the only vital piece of information relevant to Amber's death. The ending of the clip is not the ending of this conversation. However, in an interview with Tutsi Takuro, CBC News reported that Tutsi had heard the entire recording and said it ended abruptly, detecting fear in Amber's voice. But as I'm sure you noticed, even within the 1 minute we have available, there is a level of discomfort emanating from Amber's question. While she holds firm on her desires and remains vocal, there is a sense of unease. The unknown man is clearly lying with Amber, at first saying they're heading south or north of Beaumont. Later in the recording, he says he's taking her to 50th Street. However, locals of Edmonton claim there are no gravel roads on 50th Street and that he was most likely driving down countryside roads in the complete opposite direction. The suspect also sounds as if he laughs at one point in the clip, hinting at a potentially deranged motive. Regardless, it's obviously painful to hear Amber's final words confessing her concern with the man taking her someplace she doesn't want to go. It's highly probable that the man in this recording is the man who took Amber's life, or at least he was one of the final people to make contact with her and absolutely knows of her fate. Hundreds of people have called into the RCMP over the years with tips and names of possible suitors. Yet investigators have never confirmed or released a name, rather explaining that they've researched all leads and have yet to find someone who fits the man's profile. Without a doubt, someone out there has also heard this male subject's voice before and could come forward with absolutely vital information. If you or anyone you know might be able to identify the voice heard in Amber Takaro's final phone call, please alert the proper authorities. Although audio from telephones and secondary recordings can distort a person's voice, identifying the man behind this audio clip will likely be the information needed to finally crack Amber's case, bringing a family in mourning much-deserved closure and bringing justice to light against a killer. In the years since Amber Takaro's murder, plenty of theories have been constructed by her family, by Edmonton residents, and concerned followers of the case all across Canada. Most often they revolve around the tragic audio recording of Amber's haunting final phone call and pinpointing the identity of the man behind the wheel, driving her towards doom. One popular theory attempting to identify Amber's killer derives from 3 women who called in with testimonies about who the male voice belongs to in Amber's phone recording. Soon after it was released in 2012. The first woman who alerted authorities claimed she was certain she knew who the voice was, saying she was able to perfectly picture him in the scene of Amber's final moments. The name of this male individual was not released to the public, but soon after, 2 new women followed up the report with additional claims that they believed the voice to be of the same male individual. 3 random incidents of 3 separate women, or reporting the same person, rings highly suspicious. The RCMP thought so too, but has since announced that the male individual has no connection to Amber or her final days in Edmonton. And yet those unidentified women believe the claims against the man were not investigated thoroughly. After some digging by curious third parties across the internet, it was discovered that the person in question reported by the 3 women was a man by the name of Pat Carson. Pat Carson is an infamous figure of the Edmonton, Canada area, known for his criminal record and arrests for sexual assault, procuring juvenile prostitutes, and physically assaulting a woman by choking her to overcome her resistance. He was released from prison on January 28, 2003 and returned home to his horse ranch in Sandy Beach, Alberta. Ever since, he has been residing there, working around his land and fixing machinery while also posting advertisements across Craigslist and other internet forums for people to come and work on his ranch as apprentices. This is where things become murky and disturbing. Since being released from prison, countless stories of Pat and his horse ranch have populated blogs and Reddit threads online discussing his severely suspicious activity and history of disturbing behavior. In fact, there is an entire website dedicated solely to warning young people and anyone who comes into contact with his job postings, allowing people to share their stories of horror in regards to both Pat himself and the ranch. Multiple people talk about how manipulative he was over the phone and in person, talking about taking naked photos for wood carvings to generate revenue. One detailed story from a woman who visited the ranch in the mid-2000s. Repeated similar circumstances and how Pat would use alter egos and ask for full body massages. The same victim went on, saying how she realized she wasn't safe at his ranch and telling of how she once went through his things one night when he wasn't home and found he had saved pornographic photos of young Japanese women he had convinced to come and work on his ranch years prior, along with shrines of the women and videos of them flexing their muscles. Another woman who ended up on the ranch found the exact same materials and claimed Pat would talk at length about how fond he was of Asian women. The most harrowing stories were of a woman who survived time alone at Pat's horse ranch but said that when they expressed their desire to leave, he would argue against it and sometimes offer to take the woman on, quote, one final horse ride in the dead of night. In the dead of winter. These women claimed that had they given in to Pat's requests, they would no longer be alive. One of Pat's full-time stable hands, a man under the moniker of Richard, was also reported to engage inappropriately with female visitors, acting like a ringleader in getting young women to be alone with his boss. We visited Pat's Facebook page for his ranch, and on a photo of this supposed Richard, a commenter wrote, quote, "So you're the guy who thinks Pat is a nice normal guy, eh? You must be just as sick. I've informed the police about this site and the blog and the fact that the name changes. You must be the boy who goes to Edmonton and picks the girl out with him and talks them into going there. What part of that do you think is okay?" The most curious story in relation to Amber, however, came 5 years ago in a woman's testimonial about how she and her friend went to work on Pat's ranch when she was 19 in order to earn a little extra cash. This is an excerpt from her story. Quote, "He often brought up people who had stayed with him before and all of them had left suddenly and maybe unexpectedly. As the days went on, his welcoming nature began to give way to a very temperamental and aggressive one. I didn't really find him creepy but intolerable. I didn't like him at all. He seemed extremely socially inept and said inappropriate things. It was also extremely apparent that he did not view women as equal or anywhere near equal to men. One day he told us to get in the truck because we were going to the city. We were way out in the country, so it was a long ride, but he was really excited about going. He asked us to walk around and ask young people to come and work with us on the ranch. This made us super uncomfortable. We were introverts and just felt very odd to approach people and ask them to get in the truck. He got upset by our disapproval. So we got out and pretended to look for people to talk to. He also went to talk to people on his own. The reason this sticks out so much in relation to Amber's death is the confirmation that both Pat and his suspicious stable hand are both known for driving around town looking for young women, offering money and monetary help in exchange for their services. Notice that Pat also referenced traveling into the city, a verbiage mirroring what the mysterious man in Amber's phone call told her before her death. Throw in the criminal record and the predatory behavior, and bizarre actions towards women of different ethnicities. And it's safe to say Pat Carson fits the profile of a disturbed and dangerous individual. This being said, the RCMP did clear him of any wrongdoing in Amber's case. Not only this, but some women who visited the ranch and shared their stories of terror remarked on Amber's case that the voice in her phone recording didn't sound like Pat, at least in their opinion. There are arguments on both sides. But theorists refuse to drop Pat as a suspect until a more in-depth investigation is carried out. Some also theorize that Richard, the stable hand, could be the voice on the Takaro phone call, perhaps picking up Amber in one of his runs through the city to convince people to come to the ranch. Another prominent theory, one raised by Tutsi Takaro herself, is that Amber was the victim of a serial killer still at large in the Leduc County area in Canada. This theory stems from multiple missing person reports of women posted throughout the county between 2000 and 2010. 4 of these cases ended up as unsolved homicides when remains of 4 different young girls were discovered on multiple rural properties near Leduc. The first 3 victims were all last seen in Edmonton in April of 2003 and May of 2004. The first body was found in July of 2004, but 2 others weren't found until April of 2015. All 4 ladies were found in an 8-kilometer radius, suggesting that their killer could be the same person. There isn't much more evidence than only a pattern of gender and burial locations, but it does make one wonder if there's a more sinister scheme happening in Leduc County. In addition, you may remember us covering the Highway of Tears in a previous video earlier in 2020. About the 750-kilometer stretch of road from Prince George to Prince Rupert, Canada, in which countless women and children have gone missing or been murdered without any explanation. Many of the women parts of the Highway of Tears are indigenous and fit similar profiles of Amber Tuccaro. While Amber's murder is another 750 kilometers away from the highway's original mapping, it does make one wonder if there was a murderer targeting that specific stretch of road. Could they have expanded their territory in the hopes to throw investigators off their scent? Or did they worry about leaving behind too many clues in the same area and move westward to try and randomize their spree of terror? These are all legitimate questions with a complete lack of answers. Without a doubt, however, there could be a connection in both sets of circumstances, a connection in the mistreatment and inherent racism against Indigenous peoples across all of Canada. There is certainly a sad trend in the Highway of Tears cases, and Amber's own profile is just a microcosm of a bigger issue. While there may not be one specific or physical killer sabotaging all these women and children, it could be a similar modus operandi and mindset that these women are dying at the hands of prejudice and nationalistic evil. Groups that tout these awful ways of thinking and living could be the targets of investigation, and it's completely plausible that Amber was a victim of a hate crime or somebody who simply wanted to take advantage of an Indigenous female. The final theory of prominence highlights the lack of effort given by the RCMP and fellow investigators during the height of Amber's case, specifically in the beginning. Remember that when Tootsie first called in her daughter missing, the police literally told her it wasn't going to be an issue, that Amber would return her calls after a night of partying. They had absolutely zero pretense to make such a clumsy assumption, and it could have been the decision that cost Amber her life. Not only this, but the Tuccaro family claimed frequent mishaps by the police during their daughter's trial, citing a lack of effort and inconclusive briefings. Even the people calling in leads to the authorities, such as the 3 unidentified women who dropped Pat Carson's name, felt the inspectors weren't doing enough to justify their findings. Thus, theorists speculate Amber's disappearance and homicide might have been somehow related to law enforcement, perhaps committed by someone under the protection of the police. Perhaps, as some argue, this all connects back to the overall racism issue Indigenous people face in Canada. Living on reservations and dealing with jurisdiction issues across the country, cases involving tribal members are often swept under the rug and forgotten about, or simply never even attempted to be solved at all. Even if Amber's murder isn't that of law enforcement corruption, it could definitely be the results of higher-ups choosing to ignore her due to her background as an Indigenous individual. It is a heartbreaking thought, but also a story that we are all too familiar with in many cases in Canada and around North America.
Don Lewis was born as Jack Donald Lewis on April 30, 1938 in Dade City, Florida. In Don's early years as a child, his father abandoned the family and left Don's mother to raise him and his 2 siblings. While Don's mother did her best to support her children through freelance gigs as a for-hire seamstress and bread baker, her income wasn't quite enough. Thus, to help aid his mother and take care of the family, Don started working at a young age, forming the foundation to his business ethics. As an adolescent, Don helped out a local mechanic and worked as a farmhand for nearby ranch owners and successfully graduated from Pasco High School in 1955. When he was only 17 years old, Don married his first wife, known today as Gladys Lewis Cross. Together, the couple had 3 daughters and adopted a son. Just as Don continued to expand his economic prowess, he worked countless odd jobs around Florida and eventually settled in the used car business and automotive trade. Slowly but surely, Don built his brand scrapping old machines, selling parts and metal resources while simultaneously investing in real estate opportunities. Don would buy parcels of land to develop and resell, sometimes keeping tracts of land for himself for future business ideas. Before long, Don was a self-made millionaire and the prime example of the American dream in action, starting from nothing and forging his own path to success. Friends and associates of Don would say that no one could tell his success just by looking at him. He always dressed like a normal laborer and kept his public life simple. However, he would keep a $500 bill in his pocket at all times, a symbol of his ability to turn anything he touched into profits, a true green thumb. However, Don's personal life wasn't quite so perfect. It was a well-known fact after his first marriage that he was a womanizer and often found mistresses or second girlfriends to take care of, despite having the family back home. One such instance occurred in 1981, when Don met a young woman named Carol Murdoch at the time on Nebraska Avenue in Tampa, Florida. Carol was walking alone at night and crying after struggling with her then-husband, Michael Murdoch. Don asked Carol if she needed a ride, and initially, Carol rejected him. However, Don circled around in his truck anyway, even offering the gun in his passenger seat to Carol to use as protection while he drove, explaining that he needed someone to talk to as well. Carol finally agreed, and after conversing with one another for a while, Carol stayed with him that night and the two fell in love. Of course, this sent shockwaves through Don's family, and tensions arose between him and his then-wife Gladys. Nevertheless, Don continued his relationship with Carol, who joined his real estate business and helped increase his profits through major land sales. Not long afterwards, Don and Carol's relationship became too serious to ignore, and they divorced their respective spouses and married in 1991. With the excess money from Don's empire, he brought his new cat-loving wife, a bobcat called Windsong, at an auction. The couple then began buying big cats from a breeder in Minnesota who was planning on slaughtering them for the fur trade. As was perhaps in his nature, Don viewed this as another chance to create a business, and in 1992 founded Wildlife on Easy Street with Carol and what would later become Big Cat Rescue. Carol, however, thought the initiative should be a charity, not just for profit. But Don disagreed, and slowly tensions arose between the two. Over the next few years, Don continued developing Wildlife on Easy Streets and started buying more animals. In 1995, he bought his first tiger from Dennis Hall, and around the same time was beginning the process of taking his beloved emporium and moving it to Costa Rica, where he'd been buying vast tracts of land and making connections and associates on the tropical island. At the same time, others began thinking that Don was using Costa Rica as a means to attract women unbeknownst to Carol, and escaping away with Costa Rican mistresses. This continued to damage the pair's relationship, and soon it fell beyond repair. In early 1997, Don Lewis began preparing for divorce, gathering his assets together and planning for a future away from Carol. Carol claims that at this same time, he began showing early signs of dementia, his short-term memory declining while digging through dumpsters and collecting junk for seemingly no good reason. Don's lawyer and business associates later said this wasn't proven, and they had never witnessed Don in a worsening state of mind. Regardless, Don's frantic behavior did include a growing fear of Carol. And in June of 1997, he filed a restraining order against her after she verbally threatened to kill him. According to Don, Carol was in possession of multiple guns, but the courts never granted him protection due to her freedoms of speech under the First Amendment, and they felt she posed no true physical harm to him. Don was a worried man, and soon his paranoia was proven correct when at the end of that same summer, the threats, confusion, and anxiety gave way to a tragic mystery. Let us now review the timeline of events that led to the disappearance of Don Lewis. In June of 1997, Don Lewis begins exhibiting signs of paranoia, anxiety, and fear, centering around his then-wife, Carol Lewis, now known as Carol Baskin. He gives his executive assistant at the time, Ann McQueen, an envelope containing a restraining order against Carol to be submitted to the local courts. This document contains unnerving quotes by Don, such as, quote, "This is the second time Carol has gotten angry enough to threaten to kill me. Carol got in a big fuss. She ordered me out the house or she would kill me. She has a .45 revolver and she took my .357 and hid it." Later that June, the Florida courts deny protection from the restraining order, saying Carol is no immediate threat and that the First Amendment, granting free speech, allows her to say such things without consequence. Throughout the summer, Don's erratic behavior continues. He tells his former wife Gladys and a couple of their children to stay away from Carol, that he's done with her and planning to divorce her. He speaks his final words to them, saying Carol is one of the worst people and quite dangerous. Not long after this encounter, Don repeats the same information about his probable divorce to business associate Wendell Williams. Don signals to Wendell that he is putting most of his possessions in a protective state that would allow him to keep most of what he owned and away from a settlement. Sometime in July of 1997, Don gets together with another friend, Mike McCarthy, and tells him that he feels his life is in danger. As July turns to August, Don informs his lawyer, Joseph Fritz, he's in search of another small passenger plane to add to his collection of planes. He finds one he likes, but the aircraft needs work to be able to fly for longer durations of time. At some point during the first 2.5 weeks of that same August, Don has a conversation with his longtime handyman of 15 years, Kenny Farr, while they build a new complex cage for the big cats. Don remarks that he has vague plans of some sort. Plans he never fully explains to Kenny, but is intent on carrying out. At the end of their talk, Don says, quote, "If I can pull this off, it will have been the slickest thing I've ever done in my life." Before Kenny can ask for clarity, Don leaves to attend a phone call and never finishes his thoughts. It would be the last thing Don ever says to Kenny. On Friday, August 15th, Don's assistant and McQueen calls Don regarding paperwork for cars he's preparing to take down to Costa Rica. Despite multiple attempts to reach him by phone, and isn't able to make contact. And continues calling throughout that weekend, but she still has no luck. In the evening of August 17th, Don prepares to drive down to Miami and then travel on to Costa Rica. He tells Carol he needs a truck made available for travel by his handyman Kenny, but it's unknown if he ever secures one. That night and into the early morning hours of August 18th, Carol makes her own plans to do chores and run errands for the Big Cat Resort. At around 3 a.m., Carol goes to a shop called Albertsons to buy milk byproduct for the cats. Her car breaks down, but she's saved by her brother, a local sheriff's deputy, who gives her a ride back to her home. Just a few hours later, a little prior to 6 a.m. on August 18, 1997, Don Lewis leaves his house to make an early delivery of real estate paperwork to his lawyer's main office and then to travel to Miami and ultimately Costa Rica. This would be the last confirmed sighting of Jack Donald Lewis. Nearly 36 hours pass by and no one hears from Don. And calls Carol with real concern and suggests they get the authorities involved. Carol agrees, and at about 1:30 p.m. on August 19th, she telephones law enforcement to officially report Don Lewis as a missing person. In the first 24 hours after the missing persons report is filed, police and a few volunteers combed Don's entire 40-acre property in Tampa, Florida, including the wildlife on Easy Street Resort. Despite a thorough search, including aerial support, detectives find no clues or anything to suggest they should continue digging at Don's residence. On August 20th, the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office discovers Don's personal van, a 1989 Dodge Ram, parked and abandoned at the Pilot Country Airport in Spring Hill, Florida, about 40 miles away from Don's last appearance at his animal sanctuary. Besides the keys to the van and a briefcase full of insignificant documents, nothing of note is found inside the vehicle, and the trail of clues is frozen once again. Over the next 4 to 5 days, detectives traveled down to Costa Rica to progress the manhunt. While investigating every nook and cranny possible, law enforcement discovers Don had been engaged in extramarital affairs whilst in Costa Rica. They interview possible connections to Don and those who knew of the businessman, but still find zero leads. The only thing remarkable that investigators learn is that 2 of Don's exotic animals, a pair of ocelots, were shipped out just before Don disappeared. Where they went is still unknown. Initial reports, once Don's disappearance reaches national headlines, date that they believe Don probably walked away on his own. But as time goes on, both the media and investigators start thinking something more sinister is at play. A few days after the 1-year anniversary of Don's vanishing on August 23, 1998, Carol refuses to take a polygraph test or allow investigators to carry out an intensive search of her wildlife sanctuary or the meat freezers, citing legal advice from her attorney. Later in 1998, Don Lewis's ex-wife Gladys and their daughters publicly accused Carol of being responsible for Don's fate and discarding the body via the exotic animals they own. This is heavily refuted by Carol. In August 2002, on the 5-year and 1-day mark since he first disappeared, Don is declared legally dead by Carol and his wills are put solely in her possession due to the specific verbiage used in his documents. 9 years later in 2011, Carol is asked one more time by investigators to undergo a polygraph test. Once again, she refuses this request. Over the next decade, countless conspiracies and folk tales are created by curious bystanders of the case and by those with ties to Don, his ex-wife Carol, and their big cat business. However, John Mariscano, the lead homicide detective and spokesman of the investigation for Hillsborough County Sheriff, has shot down any and all gossip. In April of 2020, stating that authorities have no prime suspects, no leads, and still no updates regarding the disappearance of Dawn Lewis, a case just as cold as it had been in that early August morning, 23 years before. Not a lot of physical evidence remains in the Dawn Lewis disappearance. And without a final phone call recording leftover or CCTV footage capturing Dawn's penultimate movements, there's not much to run with. However, one discovery does provide us at least a hint of what happened to Dawn before he vanished, even if it does bring more confusion than clarity. The day after Dawn was reported missing, investigators discovered his 1989 Dodge Ram van, discarded at the Pilot Country Airport in Spring Hill, Florida. The airport was about 40 miles, give or take, from Dawn's personal residence and initially thought to be where he flew out of that August morning. The troubling thing was that almost nothing was left behind in the van, and the things that were did not preclude a self-made decision to escape. Inside were the van's keys and Dawn's briefcase full of random papers. Unfortunately, the police did not impound the vehicle right away, leaving it abandoned in that parking lot, allowing for possible tampering and for critical physical evidence to be removed if there was something hidden on the atomic level. When the police did analyze the forensics, they found nothing but normal traces of Dawn and a second pair of fingerprints belonging to an auto mechanic, Dale Lively. When law enforcement interviewed Dale, he gave proof of a perfectly innocent explanation, stating a few days before the disappearance, Dawn had swung by the shop and asked Dale to work on the van. During their interaction, Dawn also asked Dale to come with him to Costa Rica to help on his land, further indicating that Dawn was fully committed to a southward trip. Dale declined, and the van situation became just another dead end in a case full of questions without answers. Many people associated with the case believe the van is a sign that Dawn was kidnapped and not a sign that he left on his own accord. Detectives agree, thinking the van was planted at the airport either to simply get rid of it or to make investigators think it was Dawn's final stop. Regardless, the amount of time it took authorities to analyze the insides of the van for forensics creates a massive what-if in the search for Dawn. And it is sadly the biggest clue they've received to date. One which may have been regrettably squandered. With the facts of the case understood, now let's turn to the dominant theories. In the case of the disappearance of Dawn Lewis, like so many cold cases around the world, the disappearance of Dawn Lewis has been the fodder for some truly outlandish claims and conspiracies sparked by both family members and those with disdain for Dawn's former partners. Sadly, these brash and borderline barbaric theories have been glamorized and focused on by one particular documentary series and its ensuing publicity. So we will do our best to dissect each theory with clarity and reasoning backed by evidence to properly respect the facts of the case and the man who went missing. It's our belief that truth and respect to the facts of the case should always take precedence. And it is insulting to Dawn Lewis's memory and potentially damaging to his case to sacrifice these in the pursuit of an over-dramatized quote-unquote good story. The first real theory purported by those involved with Dawn Lewis's personal life came from his daughters and his first ex-wife Gladys Lewis Cross in 1998, only 1 year after Dawn went missing. They made a public interview in People magazine theorizing that Carol Baskin had indeed killed Dawn and then disposed of his body via a meat grinder and then feeding it to her tigers at the Big Cat Rescue Sanctuary. Donna Pettis, one of Dawn's daughters, felt the police didn't do a thorough enough job searching the property and should have carried out forensic analysis on Carol's meat grinder, testing it for Dawn's DNA. Carol has vehemently denied such possibilities, claiming the meat grinder in question was too small to even handle something like a human hand, let alone an entire full-grown adult male body. Not only this, but what many people fail to realize and what one documentary fails to make widely known, is that the meat grinder in question was removed from the Big Cat Rescue weeks before Dawn went missing, confirmed by the sheriff's office investigating Dawn's case. And if Carol did try to use a corpse as food for her big cats, there's absolutely no way bones and forensic evidence would not be left behind. The acidity of a tiger's stomach is strong, but not strong enough to completely destroy human remains. There would be a significant amount of bones, blood, and tissue left over. And to try to clean up every bit of the leftovers and leave absolutely no hints of the act is too far-fetched to believe. Such a vile act, even if utilized, would leave behind too much evidence and investigators certainly would have picked up on something. Nevertheless, these outlandish claims only picked up steam when notorious big cat collector and nemesis of Carole Baskin, Joe Exotic, created an obscene music video flaunting the tiger-feeding hypothesis. But that wasn't his only crazy claim. Joe Exotic became obsessed with another theory that while Carole was still responsible for her husband's disappearance, she actually hid his body under the ground at Big Cat Rescue, digging up the dirt where her septic tank rested and putting Dawn's body in that, covering it up and pretending as if nothing had happened. Joe made many public pleas for investigators to excavate the earth around the property and check the septic tank. And this idea spread around his own exotic zoo where employees began believing that same conclusion. However, the documentaries covering Joe and his theories also failed to share the information that debunks his theory as well. The septic tank in question, in a similar vein to the meat grinder, was not installed on the Big Cat Rescue Sanctuary until multiple years after Dawn went missing. If Dawn was buried somewhere on the property, it was nowhere near the septic tank. In addition, it makes little sense for Carole to bury Dawn on her own property, where future digs and construction work will almost assuredly take place and risk discovery. Now, all this being said, to completely remove Carole Baskin as a suspect would be premature. While she has consistently denied any involvement, there are pieces to her past that might suggest a motive or at least further consideration. The major piece of the case that might preclude motivation for Carole is Dawn's promiscuity and overall stance on the wildlife projects he and Carole had created. It is well known that Dawn saw the tigers and various big cats as nothing more than a business and thought of it as a means to make money rather than any real charity. While they were initially together in that viewpoint, Carole eventually wanted the sanctuary to be exactly that, a place where rescued cats could live approved by fellow activists, saving them from immoral breeding and cub abuse. This requires a lot of money. And Carole had Dawn to fall back on. Some in Dawn's inner circle said he hated losing his money to her spending and that being a millionaire married to someone without much money is a treacherous combination. But we mustn't pretend that Dawn was perfect either. He was also involved in various extramarital affairs, having multiple girlfriends despite his marriage to Carole, including a secret mistress down in Costa Rica. With a clashing philosophy and a dying marriage, Carole may have sought to end what was becoming a toxic situation. In fact, pages from her personal diaries exposed by various sources found entries written by Carole stating things such as, quote, not to mention her verbal threats. Eventually, her wish was granted, and most suspiciously of all, Carole Baskin did end up the biggest beneficiary of Dawn's vanishing. Not long after he went missing, Carole cut off all the utilities to Dawn's office, took out his wills and powers of attorney, and held on to them until the very first date she was allowed to declare him legally dead, the 5-year and 1-day anniversary of his disappearance. Even stranger was that when the powers of attorney were read, lawyers found that a special clause had been written granting Carole head of Dawn's estate, not after his death, but specifically after his disappearance. Multiple lawyers have said this is an irregular clause for such legal documents, as people rarely expect to disappear. Not only that, but Carole ended up inheriting 90% of Dawn's worth, leaving just 10% behind for Dawn's former family. Now, it should be stated that Dawn had instructed Carole to leave them with 0%, but she decided to help them regardless, citing their blood relationship to Dawn as meaningful. Does the strange disappearance clause in Dawn's will, combined with his infidelity and strict business-minded pursuits, make Carole the killer? No, but it does raise suspicion in her motivations, as millions of dollars were at stake to keep her dream of saving big cats alive. Some have pointed out that just because she had Dawn legally declared dead the first day possible doesn't mean she was the mastermind either. And they have a point. Wouldn't it be ridiculously obvious to carry out such a suspicious legal action? If Carole was indeed at fault, drawing attention to the matter wouldn't be her priority. It's also possible that she wasn't the killer, but rather had blood on her hands, arranging for someone else to handle Dawn. It is undoubtedly deeply suspicious. There are many people afraid of Carole, including Dawn himself, but fear, circumstantial evidence, and speculation unfortunately does not mean the party is guilty without physical evidence. Of course, Carole Baskin isn't the only one subject to theories of involvement. In fact, many people wonder if Dawn wasn't involved with anything malicious or any third party at all, but rather left on his own accord or died trying to do so. With his vast resources and millions of dollars, Don certainly had the capital necessary to pull off a stunt and escape his previous life. Perhaps he was done with the big cat operation and the hassle of dealing with such a consuming business. Perhaps his affairs with women were catching up with him and he wanted to start over, or perhaps he was truly fearful of Carol and set up his estate so she would profit over his disappearance while he got to start over on the far side of the world. These theorists believe Don faked a kidnapping, fully intending to fly out of Miami that August morning and never return. He could have put his van in a different airport parking lot to throw police off his trail, hopped on another flight, and vanished in the blink of an eye. It's not out of the realm of possibility that Don had money outside of his known estate or was saving up for this exact scenario. Don was full of secrets and constantly plotting his next move, preparing for the future are better than most. In fact, Don's personal handyman, Kenny Farr, told reporters he knew Don would bury money and gold bars around his various properties and was probably worth around $20 million, $15 million more than his lawyers thought. Remember that Kenny was the person Don told, quote, "If I can pull this off, it will be the slickest thing I've ever done in my life." Could it have been a great escape plan? Many think it to be possible. But not Kenny. He doesn't understand why Don would leave a van at an airport at all, even if it wasn't the right one. It would be too big a clue that Don was running away and make it much harder to become invisible. Both Don's lawyer, Joseph Fritz, and lead investigator of Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, John Marcicano, agree, saying Don was more likely to have been killed. The other arguments that Don left on his own will, but perished unexpectedly, is also heavily gossiped. Some followers of the case, including Carol Baskin herself, think that Don may have got into one of his planes to fly to Costa Rica, but crashed somewhere in the ocean. There is, however, a lot of evidence to suggest this is false. Detective Marcicano points to the lack of flight records going to Costa Rica that day, and the lack of crash reports in the area for the same timeline. Theorists then report that Don was a known illegal flyer, having lost his pilot's license, but choosing to fly anyway, operating his planes low and under radar detection. Yet again, Detective Marcicano refutes these claims, saying every plane Don owned was far too small to make the trip to Costa Rica in one go. If Don did get in a plane and attempt to travel south, it would have been desperate and unsafe, possibly hinting at a deteriorating state of mind that some have claimed that Don was suffering from before he disappeared. As previously noted, Don was experiencing symptoms of onset dementia and may have been overcome with fatigue, paranoia, or a combination of the two. This would explain his ramblings to his friends about being in fear for his life and constantly looking over his shoulder, conspiring against his then-wife, Carol. The problem with this theory, though, is that if Don was truly dealing with memory loss and dementia, he would not be able to successfully vanish without a trace so easily. If his mental faculties were becoming compromised, surely he would have made a mistake somewhere. Plus, a lot of close associates to Don don't believe the dementia stories anyway, saying he was of sound mind and honestly genuinely terrified for his life. So if it doesn't appear that Carol killed Don and it wasn't Don who left by choice, who was responsible for his disappearance? A few people think Joe Exotic was actually the one to blame, wondering if he may have taken Don out to spite Carol and derail the future of wildlife on Easy Street, claiming the validity in such a conspiracy, knowing John was guilty of other plots against Carol's life. However, it should be noted that Joe and Carol's bitter rivalry did not exist in 1997, and no such evidence supports this idea. A few others point to militant animal rights activists, or think that Don had connections to drug lords in South America that wanted him dead. Regardless, the fact of the matter is the police have no hard evidence and have no prime suspects in their sights. Anyone could be at fault. And that's what makes Don Lewis's disappearance all the more tragic. Tara Calico was born February 28, 1969 to parents David and Patty Calico in New Mexico, the land of enchantment in an ordinary world. Tara was an adventurous young girl and grew up exploring the great outdoors, joined by her siblings and friends around the area. During childhood, her mother and father divorced and Tara remained with Patty, who remarried to John Dole and moved to Belen, another regular New Mexico suburb. Belen is the primary seat of Valencia County, New Mexico, taking its name from the Spanish translation of Bethlehem, the legendary biblical town. It's the transportation hub of the greater Valencia area and primarily a Catholic and Christian demographic. When the Dole family moved to Belén, it seemed like the quintessential place to raise Tara and her siblings, Michelle and Chris. It was perfectly quaint without a controversy or worry in the world. It's a place described as, quote, small-town America, where everyone knows everyone, everyone looks after everyone, and no one is outside the realms of safety. Its main economic turnstile was ranching, and it offered many recreational possibilities across its welcoming landscape. This meant it was the perfect place for Tara to engage in her exploratory tendencies, free from the fear of sinister consequences. As Tara entered adolescence and young adulthood, she became a beloved member of her high school class by schoolmates and close friends alike. They described her as an athletic, yet highly intelligent individual with an innate kindness not often seen from children her age. She was admired by her peers and revered by her teachers, who noticed her undying responsibility and knack for extreme organization, a trait that would be highlighted after her disappearance. A story told by Melinda Escabel, a friend of Tara's, described her as a friend to anyone. Melinda had joined the marching band in high school and at the time had no one else to confide in or hang out with in the band. When Tara saw Melinda sitting by herself one day, she took this new girl into her circle of friends despite knowing nothing about her. A selfless act of building a better atmosphere for her peers. And a memory that stuck with Melinda well after the fact. After high school concluded, Tara decided to attend college and study psychology, a subject that always fascinated her. She chose the University of New Mexico Valencia branch, which also happened to be Melinda's school of choice as well. The two would see each other frequently and often spoke during moments of freedom. It was around this time that Tara also started dating former high school classmates, Jack Cole, a captain of their football team and well-liked student athlete. The two met at a social event with mutual friends after they graduated and started a relationship soon after. They always talked about traveling the states and country together and often stayed active while dating. This was the preferred lifestyle for Tara, who was a religious biker and outdoor enthusiast. And sadly, it was the first domino to a fateful collapse when on September 20, 1988, Belén, New Mexico would forever be transformed from the idyllic American community to a dark spot of mystery, tragedy, and controversy. In the early waking hours of Tuesday morning, September 20, 1988, at around 9 a.m., Tara Calico wakes up and sets out her clothes and school books on her bed. She preps to leave her Belén, New Mexico home to ride her bicycle along New Mexico State Road 47. A daily routine frequented by Calico and her mother, Patty. At this point, however, Patty has quit riding with her daughter after getting the feeling a motorist was stalking her during their trek. She urges Tara to ride with mace hidden on her person, but Tara rejects the idea. Sometime after 9:15 a.m., Tara asks Patty to come pick her up along the highway if she hasn't returned by noon. When Patty asks why, Tara reveals that she intends to play tennis with her then-boyfriend at 12:30 p.m. that day, followed by college classes at 3:30 p.m. At about 9:30 a.m., Tara leaves her house on her mother's bicycle, a 10-speed pink Huffy brand due to her own bike having a flat tire. The neon bike also came with yellow control cables and sidewalls, very distinguishable characteristics. This would be Tara Calico's last confirmed contact with her friends or family. Over the next 2 hours, between 9:30 a.m. and 11:15 a.m., Tara bikes approximately 17 miles to the southern railroad tracks outside of town, her usual route. The ride is assumedly normal without hassle, and she turns around to start the ride home so she can get ready for her tennis date. At around 11:30 a.m., Tara is seen on the pink bicycle riding northbound towards her home by two unidentified ranch hands along State Route 47. Nearly 15 minutes later at 11:45 a.m., three men drive southbound on the other lane of the 47. They are driving home from a hunting excursion and pass by Tara on her bicycle. However, they notice something very eerie as a white pickup truck tails her very closely. They note Tara is listening to music on her Walkman with headphones and seems ignorant to the pursuant truck behind her. Not long after the second sighting, another driver in the south lane passes Tara and also witnesses the white truck tailing her, just under 5 miles away from the Rio communities. This driver claims he noticed the ominous truck contained multiple occupants and not just a solo driver. This is the last confirmed sighting of Tara Calico. 5 minutes past noon, Patty Duell stays true to her word and sets out to pick up Tara per her daughter's request. She drives up and down the railroad tracks both ways along Route 47, but makes no sighting of her daughter or the pink bike. Patty even calls a nearby hospital to check and see if Tara had an accident and was admitted, but no one matching her description is accounted for. Patty then rounds up a few of Tara's friends to help search, but not a trace is found. They finally give in and call the Valencia County Sheriff's Office, where a police search party begins. The following day, on September 21st, the search team discovers a set of bicycle tracks on the west side of Route 47, 4 miles from the Rio communities and even closer to Tara's last sighting. The bike tracks veer from the side of the road onto a soft shoulder and towards a location about 100 yards away from the highway. This new location has actual tire tracks as well as a fresh oil slick. From here, police find a trail of footprints that leads them to their biggest find in the case thus far. Tara's cassette tapes of the rock band Boston, the broken front plastic window piece to the Walkman device, and empty beer cans strewn about. Between September 21st and the 23rd, law enforcement doubles their search efforts around State Route 47. On Saturday, September 24th, investigators find the remaining pieces. Tara's broken Walkman around the entrance of John F. Kennedy Campground at the base of the Manzano Mountains. The area is remote, unpopulated, and only 20 miles away from the initial discovery. Throughout that same weekend, the Ventura County Sheriff's Office dispatches more than 300 air and land searchers to patrol the river and Manzo Mountains, but find nothing out of the ordinary and retreat on Tuesday, September 27th. In the following days and weeks, authorities seek out any and all witnesses to Tara's final bike ride on the 20th. They find 7 people who claim to have seen Tara, 5 of which also claim to have seen the white pickup truck following her. 4 of these individuals are even hypnotized in an attempt to pull more details, but nothing concrete is learned. Law enforcement also eliminates possible evidence such as a biking water bottle found in a nearby yard, a patch of uneven dirt alongside Route 47, a connection to the September 1985 disappearance of Deborah Lansdell, and 3 men who were found drinking beer in the back of a pickup truck soon after Tara's vanishing. Their alibis: the beer they were drinking was Budweiser, and the empty beer cans found near Tara's broken Walkman were Old Milwaukee. 1 month later, on October 25th, lead investigator, Sheriff Lawrence Romero, tells the public their main suspects are believed to be 2 males, based on the report that the white pickup truck was seen with 2 men inside. The driver is described as 35 to 45 years old, white with red hair, standing 5'9" to 6 foot and weighing 200 pounds, and most interestingly, with wrinkles between his eyes and temples. The truck itself is detailed as a white 1950s to 1960s Ford pickup model with a camper shell, chrome hubcaps, large tires, and the Ford emblem spelled in smashed red glass letters. Its license plate starts with WBY or WBZ and ends in the number 6. Again, weeks go by and hundreds of calls and hotline tips pour in regarding the suspect and the vehicle announcement made by police, leading to a few interviews. But no arrests are made and the case begins to grow cold. On June 15, 1989, an unnamed woman in Port St. Joe, Florida, comes to police with a Polaroid photograph she found in the parking lot of a convenience store. The picture displays a young female adult and a young boy duct-taped at the mouth and bound at the wrists, laying in the back of a van. This Polaroid is broadcast across the country. And relatives of Patty Duell call her to inform her that the girl in the disturbing photograph bears a striking resemblance to Tara. Patty flies to Florida to take a closer look and agrees that the woman in the shot looks like her daughter. Over the next year, 2 more photographs are submitted to authorities that show a young female bound and gagged in a similar fashion, but feature a different woman than the one in the original Port St. Joe photograph. While all 3 are believed to potentially involve Tara Calico, none have ever been confirmed to contain her image, and their status is left up to debate among government agencies and amateur sleuths alike. Decades pass, and Tara Calico's disappearance remains unsolved. Despite endless searches around New Mexico by countless investigators and private contractors, little evidence is ever uncovered surrounding the case. In September of 2008, 20 years after the fateful morning, the then sheriff of Ventura County, Rene Rivera, comes out with a statement alleging he knew who kidnapped and killed Tara. But without any incriminating evidence or bodies to exhume, the conclusion could only remain a theory. His wasn't the only hypothesis circulating the news. And as his peculiar confession wears down on the followers of the case, so does the coverage of Tara's mystery. In 2013, a task force was created, different federal and local agents, to reopen the investigation. But over 7 years later, and nothing new has surfaced regarding Tara Calico or her mother's pink neon Huffy bike. When people familiar with the Tara Calico disappearance think of her cold case, the first image that pops into their head is the suspicious Polaroid photograph found by a woman at the Port St. Joe's convenience store in June of 1989. As previously mentioned, the picture appears to show a young woman and a little boy held against their will, trapped in the back of a van without an identity or story. After the woman turned the Polaroid into the police, she mentioned that the parking spot where it had been found was actually occupied by a white Toyota van when she arrived at the store, leaving seconds before her return to the parking lot. The woman was able to catch a quick glimpse of the driver and stated he was middle-aged and mustached, probably in his late 30s. Immediately, the suspicions of the photo began to click. The white van could easily be the van that houses the bound woman and child from the image. Could this van be the source? Could the driver be the kidnapper? Or could this all be a prank? The woman, authorities, and local newscasters didn't think so. They started investigating right away and sent the Polaroid to a current affair where it was nationally televised. Now here comes the connection to Tara Calico. Friends of the Dole family watched a current affair and felt that the Port St. Joe picture's female subject bore a striking resemblance to Tara. They telephoned Patty and John, who didn't hesitate to study the picture themselves. Patty slowly but surely came to understand that the lady in the photo was her daughter. The biggest clue? She stated Tara had been in a car accident as a girl and battled a leg injury that left her with a scar along her thigh, and pointed to a discolored streak along the bound woman's thigh in the Polaroid. Not only that, but if one looks closer at the image, one can make out a book sitting next to the woman. The book in question was My Sweet Audrina by V.C. Andrews. Coincidentally, or maybe not, one of Tara Calico's favorite books by one of her favorite authors. Investigators on Tara's case agreed that there were enough similarities to warrant professional analysis, and multiple agencies took a closer look. However, out of 3 detailed inspections, the results were inconclusive. Scotland Yard said the bound woman was Tara, the Los Alamos National Laboratory said it wasn't Tara, and the FBI could not make an official conclusion. The naysayers had plenty of their own physical traits to emphasize. First and foremost, the bound woman's facial features didn't quite match Tara's. Their eyebrows are of distinctly different shapes, as well as their overall draw lines. That being said, we must consider the drastic changes in settings. The Polaroid could not have been taken any sooner than May of 1989, as that specific stock of film hadn't been produced and released until spring of that year. Thus, the photo must be depicting Tara at least 7 months after her disappearance and alleged kidnapping. A lot of physical change can happen in that time span, including weight loss that affects the jawline and a lack of hygiene and eyebrow maintenance. But perhaps more importantly, the Polaroid scenario would include months of being lodged in a tight space. Months of anxiety, months of stress. Of course, there will be noticeable differences to studio-lit makeup and style portraits most used to compare Tara to the bound woman. These are arguments to both sides of the equation, but ultimately, there is too little information in the Polaroid to make an affirmation regarding Tara. Of course, there is an entirely separate mystery in the Port St. Joe photograph as well. The little boy laying next to the bound woman deserves equal attention. When the Polaroid first made waves around Belen, New Mexico, and the state in general, many people wondered if the male subject was Michael Henley, a young boy who went missing 5 months before Tara in April of 1988. He too disappeared in New Mexico during a hunting trip with his father. He had wandered away from the campsite one day and vanished, with searching crews unable to find a shred of evidence. While he had no personal relationship with Tara or the Dole family, his physical characteristics also matched the bound boy, and relatives of the Henley family agreed it was probably him. How or why they'd be together was cloudy, but if a serial kidnapper was abound in New Mexico, it wasn't outside the realm of possibility that they'd been secluded together across the country. However, this theory went moot a year later in June of 1990, when Michael's remains were found buried in the Zuni Mountains of New Mexico. A forensic analysis found that Michael had most likely died of exposure in the wilderness after wandering off from the campsite, which was 7 miles from the excavation zone. The campsite was also only 75 miles away from Tara's disappearance. But when Michael's fate was learned, the connection to Tara dissolved and the bound boy in the photograph remained unidentifiable. Just another, unexplainable story associated with the strangers in the mysterious Port St. Joe Polaroid. While the Polaroid controversy spawned thousands of theories on its own, none were weighed as more probable as the one that surfaced in 2008 by law enforcement themselves. After years of stale leads and a spiraling investigation, the then Valencia County Sheriff, Rene Rivera, said he actually knew what happened to Tara that September morning. In 1988, the Valencia County News Bulletin reported on the 19th anniversary of the disappearance that Rivera, quote, received information over the years that 2 men who were teenagers at the time of Tara's disappearance found her riding her bike on the rural road that day and had help afterwards disposing of her body. He continued detailing his theory through a play-by-play of the morning itself that the 2 men were taunting Tara in the back of a pickup truck. Hit her bike, causing her to lose control and fall, kidnapped her and then killed her when she threatened to contact authorities out of panic. Rivera went on to say that the reason he couldn't act on the tips or arrest those responsible was because there was no concrete evidence to convict, specifically Tara's body or place of burial. However, he did believe that it was likely still in Valencia County and most likely in the general area of those railroad tracks. Rivera wouldn't even release the names he had in relation to the theory, making many citizens, including stepfather John Dole, curious why he would make the claim in the first place. Rivera countered and said that he made the announcement in hopes it would persuade the perpetrators or anyone with information about Tara's resting place to come forward and bring legal closure to the Calico and Dole families. Yet, no matter how much the sheriff pleaded, no one came forward. And his desperate conclusion ended up causing more pain than it relieved. With this in mind, Sheriff Rivera's theory does match a recorded incident left behind in Tara Calico's case documents, now available in the public record. Inside of the document, a section contains an interview with Henry Brown, New Mexico citizen who was since perished due to failing health. The interview, which some label as more of a confession, is held by Sheriff Deputy Frank Mithala, who was specifically requested by Brown when he was asked to come in and share his side of the Tara Calico story. Frustratingly, there is no date connected to this event, but it is believed to have taken place years after the disappearance. In the interview, Brown recounts his times hanging around fellow Valencia County teenagers, led by troublemaker Lawrence Romero Jr., the son of the old sheriff. Lawrence Romero Sr. He said Lawrence Jr. was a drug peddler and interested in dating Tara Calico, but was never considered because, according to Brown, Tara was dating a man by the name of Jeff Abhida. Brown continued, recalling that he was at a party attended by Lawrence Jr. and his other mischievous friends in the basement underneath Lawrence Jr.'s trailer, and that Lawrence told him he and the guys had hit Tara on her bike with their truck, raped her, and murdered her. Lawrence Jr. informed Brown that they had originally just tossed the body in some nearby bushes, but became paranoid in light of the police searches and transferred her body to the makeshift trailer basement and later to a nondescript pond. Funnily enough, Henry Brown was not the only person to tell this story to authorities. Another man named Donald Dutcher also informed police in 2013 that a suspect had confessed their heinous crime to him. But he didn't have an exact location on the body either. Coincidental or not, neither Brown nor Dutcher's stories could be confirmed by Lawrence Jr. or his friends themselves because they had all in fact died by the time of the interviews. Lawrence died of a self-inflicted gunshot wound and conspirators claimed there was a suicide note with a confession to Tara's murder. But if it did exist, Rivera never entered it into evidence. Another questionable decision. The case documents also failed to mention reliable sources of the names of the other criminals, but Belen residents and others with knowledge of the case confirmed that the legitimate suspects did indeed die before they were able to be called forward. So the question remains, if this theory holds serious weight, is it truly a lack of physical evidence keeping police from taking it to the prosecutor's office, or is there a cover-up in play by the Valencia County Sheriff Office? Obviously, the main suspect being the son of a former sheriff raises a major red flag, and the cloudiness of a written confession raises speculative suspicion. But it goes without saying, the two separate interviews with the same story have to be considered legitimate. It's a shame the suspects themselves are no longer with us, and the amount of time that has passed since Tara's disappearance does not bode well for an unknown accomplice to randomly come forward and share further details. But it does match multiple witness testimonies regarding Rough Riders in a pickup truck tailing Tara during her bike rides. Certain details are clunky, such as the information that Tara was seeing a man named Jeff and not Jack Cole, a drug dealer nonetheless, and the last person on Earth any of her friends could see her dating. But the theory does give a thorough reasoning why Tara's body was never recovered, being hidden amongst the vast New Mexico wilderness and ignored by those with the ability to recover her. This is a truly dastardly act of injustice and corruption if true. Of course, there are plenty of other hypotheses surrounding Tara Calico. Like any prominent missing persons case broadcast on national networks, plenty of possible sightings came into law enforcement and television networks. Regular people claiming they've seen Tara with suspicious individuals or walking freely among the streets. However, most of these sightings came in Florida after the Polaroid mishap, most likely the results of phenomenon bias. People were much more willing to believe they had seen Tara after thinking she was held hostage somewhere in the Sunshine State, a combination of wanting a solution to be born of a possibility and to play the hero in an unsolvable mystery. They thought Tara may have fled on her own, explaining the added vanishing of her bike and the breadcrumb trail to nowhere made up by her broken Walkman. Yet the theory made no sense when considering her healthy home life, relationships, and drive to finish school. There were absolutely no warning signs of abandonment, and Tara had plans in place to make sure she wouldn't get lost, a far cry from a scheme to dissolve into the faraway world. Another prominent theory put Tara's fate in the hands of an elaborate kidnapper, a serial criminal with a twisted mind and a knack for public attention. This idea was born not just from the one Polaroid found in Port St. Joe's, but from a series of photos found by outsiders and received by Florida police. In addition to the first picture, another Polaroid image was discovered at a construction site in California, depicting a young woman gagged and seemingly under distress. The picture was up close and blurry, but the woman once again bore a few similarities to Tara, and the fabric in the background could have been a match to a fabric seen in the Port St. Joe's Polaroid. The third image came from an unconfirmed location, but depicted a woman tied to an Amtrak sitting next to a male figure laughing. This female showed even fewer comparisons to Tara, and the entire situation was widely believed to be staged and never seriously considered by investigators. In a strange twist, 20 years after the Polaroids were found, another set of printed pictures entered the case. Chief David Barnes of Port St. Joe's Police Department received two envelopes, postmarked June 10 and August 10, 2009, from Albuquerque, New Mexico. The first envelope contained a photograph of a brown-haired boy with a black, sharply-drawn band of tape over his mouth. The second envelope contains the original, unaltered photo of the same boy. Then, 2 days later on August 12, Port St. Joe newspaper, the Star received a third envelope. Again, postmarked August 10 in Albuquerque, it contained another photo of a boy with more black sharply drawn over his mouth. It's unknown if the boys were the same person in each mailing, but investigators initially wondered if they were somehow connected to Tara Calico's case due to the same locations, matching her profile. Unfortunately, there were no letters in the envelopes containing identities or any clues at all. But perhaps strangest of all, these envelopes were obtained the same time a self-proclaimed psychic was calling into Port St. Joe PD, talking about dreams she had of Tara dying and being buried in California after running away. She also mentioned she met a girl at a strip club who claimed to be Tara. But that girl was located and mistakenly identified. Conspiracy theorists think that both incidents are connected, that either the psychic caller was also the person sending in the envelopes as a means to find attention or the work of a serial kidnapper playing a Zodiac killer-level prank on local authorities and news stations. They believe Tara was kidnapped and driven around the county in the back of a van. and that she was the girl in at least the Port St. Joe photograph and possibly the girl in the other Polaroids as well. Could the psychic have been a legitimate suspect? Multiple agencies ruled them out, calling it a hoax, but many have their doubts, pointing at the piling circumstantial evidence to be more than a mere coincidence. I believe that everyone on Earth has the potential to do wonderful things. But there are undoubtedly those who exemplify the absolute brightest version of humanity, who go out of their way to bring peace to others, to bring a smile to the faces of everyone they meet, seemingly without any effort. People who look after their friends and families and even strangers before themselves, who know that the only way to push us forward as a society is to surround ourselves with happiness, selflessness, and charity, people who were quick to encourage, slow to judge, and effervescently authentic, everyday heroes. Elizabeth Barraza was one of these people, a shining star and great influence on all she met. A child of the 1990s and native of Southeast Texas, Elizabeth, called Liz by all who knew her, grew up infatuated with fantasy, storytelling, and pop culture. Her love of imagination and specifically science fiction fandom was nurtured by her father, Robert Jr. She was particularly fond of Star Wars, growing up with the movies and later exploring the rich worlds provided in television series, comic books, and novels. If there weren't any new expanded universe books to pick up, Liz would turn to her other escapist entertainment, Harry Potter. Liz was a self-described Potterhead, an expert in all things witchcraft and wizardry. She was first in line to grab a copy of every new release and, like Star Wars, spent endless hours of childhood wrapped up in the comfort and confines of their creativity. Her own imagination molded by the adventures she was so absorbed with. Alongside her love of the premier pop culture lexicon, Liz also discovered a strong skill set in arts and crafts. She was a meticulous costumer, able to construct complex designs and outfits matching her favorite movie and comic book characters. As she grew older, she discovered there was an entire community of hundreds of thousands of fellow costume fanatics and creatives. This turned Liz onto comic conferences around the United States, where fans would come together dressed head to toe in homemade costumes and show off their intricate creations, a hobby known as cosplaying. It was through cosplaying and a love of Star Wars that Liz became quite close to Sergio Barraza, a fellow Texas native and entranced by the escapist pastime himself. In the winter of 2014, the pair got married and combined their love of Star Wars and cosplaying together. The newlywed couple would travel to various Comic-Cons around their home state and America at large, showcasing Liz's expert crafting capabilities. When they weren't dressing up for comic conventions, Liz and Sergio were taking part in the 501st Legion, a world-renowned group of the biggest Star Wars fans who dress up in screen-accurate replicas of Star Wars' most notorious villains and their costumes. This wasn't just any old hobby, however. The 501st Legion consists of over 14,000 volunteers who use their costumes and cosplaying skills to attend charities and hospitals, visiting sick children and adults alike, raising money for research efforts, medical fundraisers, and the fight against countless diseases. These charitable contributions were a linchpin in Liz's vision for her life. She went above and beyond to attend these visitations and events, bringing joy to so many people whose very lives were in jeopardy. And most importantly, Liz didn't think twice. It was just her nature to give hope to those who needed it. Through their 5 years together, Liz and Sergio were an immeasurably happy couple. Their tireless work ethic at both their jobs and their recreation did not push them apart, but drew them closer together. To celebrate their 5-year anniversary, Liz planned a magical vacation to Orlando, Florida, where Universal Studios awaited them. The couple was excited to visit the new immersive Harry Potter attractions, and Liz prepared specially homemade costumes for the pair to wear during their travels. To make things easier on their finances and enjoy the upcoming anniversary without a worry, Sergio and Liz got together some old things from around their house to sell at a garage sale. However, things swiftly took a tragic turn when this innocent attempt to make ends meet resulted in a terrifying murder. Let's now turn to a timeline of events that led to the unsolved murder of Liz Barraza. It's just after New Year's Day in the year of 2019. Liz and Sergio Barraza celebrate another year of love and success together and prep for their upcoming 5th-year anniversary. The two plot out the perfect celebration, deciding that the new Harry Potter fantasy attractions at Universal Studios Florida would be their dream locale. They chart a course for an end-of-the-month departure and begin preparations. As January progresses, Liz and Sergio realize all of their expenses for the anniversary trip will push them to the max of their budget. Liz also hopes to buy Sergio a couple of gifts herself, and the pair decide to hold a garage sale right before they leave, selling a few odds and ends and items they no longer need from around their house, hoping to raise some spending money for the trip. The end of the month nears and Liz and Sergio finalize the garage sale details. They schedule it middays before they leave for Florida and inform their close friends, families, and co-workers of their plans. They do not broadcast it on social media or around the town, however, keeping it close-knit until the day arrives. The final full week of January arrives, and Liz requests time off work for both the vacation and the garage sale. Employed as a data reporter for a pipeline inspection company, Liz is able to get the extended dates approved. On the night of January 24th, Liz and Sergio make their final preparations. Sergio is to go into work as per usual, and Liz says she'll get up early with him to start putting up signs advertising their sale before the sun comes up. The two go to sleep, excited at the prospects that await them, unknowing of the horrors lurking as well. The rooster crows the following morning on Friday, January 25, 2019. It is barely dawn, and Sergio Barraza gets ready for work while Liz gathers the signage supplies. She goes outside with her husband as he climbs into the truck. Concurrently, security and CCTV cameras capture a 2013 or newer four-door dark-colored Nissan Frontier Pro 4X drive around the Barraza's Tomball suburb, a vehicle not recognized by the neighbors and never seen driving around the area at such an early time of day. At around 6:48 a.m., Sergio kisses Liz goodbye and departs in a truck of his own. Captured by CCTV cameras, leaving the housing complex, heading towards his place of employment. Over the next 4 minutes, Liz takes the signage and begins setting them up in her front lawn for any passers-by to notice their pending garage sale. She works alone and seemingly doesn't expect a visitor or anything particular to happen. At around 6:52 a.m., the same Nissan Frontier truck seen driving around earlier is captured once more. On a security camera set up on the doorbell of a neighboring house in the Tomball suburb, facing the front yard of Liz Barraza's home, where she continues working outside. The dark-colored truck passes the house and parks in another home's driveway. From the driver's seat, a person with either long hair or a wig exits the vehicle and walks towards the spot where Liz places a sign. The pursuant, wearing what could either be a trench coat or a long robe, conceals something as they walk up to Liz. Liz looks up, startled, but doesn't run away. Only 8 seconds pass of what appears to be a quiet conversation before the figure in the long garment pulls out a gun and shoots Liz 3 times at point-blank range. The killer then steps over Liz's body, seemingly checking for something before firing off one final point-blank shot. As the clock ticks forward to 6:53 a.m., the shooter sprints from Liz's body back to their truck. They hop inside, back out of the driveway, and drive up and down the street once more, almost as if observing the crime scene before peeling out from the neighborhood, away from the cameras, and forever into anonymity. At the same time, a male subject who heard the gunfire and saw the truck escape runs outside and calls 911 to report both the shooting and ask for an emergency medical response. Meanwhile, another neighbor who comes outside in response to the commotion quickly understands what has happened and personally calls Sergio to inform him Liz has been shot. Not even 10 minutes go by and Sergio returns to the neighborhood to tend to his critically injured wife. Medical and emergency response personnel join him and Liz is rushed to the hospital. Meanwhile, police begin interviewing neighbors to try and find out exactly what transpired. Liz makes it to the hospital, still breathing with a heartbeat. However, after surviving through the night, the following day on Saturday, January 26th, she succumbs to the gunshot wounds and passes away. Soon after, on the investigation side of the ordeal, authorities are quick to label the death a murder, as the crime scene suggests an execution-like shooting combined with the eyewitness testimony of the male subject who saw the killer flee. Within a matter of weeks, police canvass the Tomball suburbs for any and all security footage that may give them a better glimpse of what happened on January 25th at 6:52 a.m. One of the Barraza's neighbors then gives law enforcement a copy of their doorbell cam tape from that morning, the now infamous recording of Liz's final moments. In the coming days, detectives study the security footage and release it to media outlets, hoping someone will come forward to identify either the truck or the shooter. Tips pour in, but nothing substantial rises to the forefront of the case, a case growing colder by the minute. It wouldn't be for another year until the Barraza family finally receives a major update in the investigation. During a one-year memorial held by family members, community members, and members of the 501st Legion in honor of Liz's life at the tail end of January 2020, reporters hear from a lead detective on the case that police have obtained a warrant that could lead them directly to the party responsible. There are no other details given, and the exact type of warrant is not revealed, whether it be an arrest warrant or an evidentiary warrant. Again, however, the lead stopped there without any major announcement until June 30th of 2020. A breaking news bulletin reveals that police unveiled an additional nugget of information stemming from the CCTV footage capturing Liz's murder. Authorities announced after analyzing discernible audio from the recording, it can be said confidently that as the suspect approached Liz at 6:52 a.m., Liz could be heard saying, "Good morning" in response. It is not a major clue, but it does make detectives wonder if Liz didn't actually know the suspect as opposed to earlier theories. Sadly, that news alert on June 30th is the last piece of evidence the public has received in Liz Barraza's case. As of today, Liz's brutal murder remains unsolved. The investigation did undergo a change in top leadership, so that must be considered as to why there are apparently no sizable leads despite almost 2 years of sleuthing, as well as the global pandemic slowing down the world in general beginning in March of 2020. All that being said, police maintain that this case is still very much solvable and will continue to pursue any and all leads provided by the public or otherwise. Without a doubt, the biggest and really the only case point in the Barraza investigation is the CCTV security footage procured from around the crime scene by police in the direct aftermath of January 25th senseless murder. The video shows the murder take place, albeit from a distant and grainy point of view. However, it also shows the suspect flee and, most importantly, the side profile of the Nissan Frontier Pro 4X driven by the shooter. Before I play the video in its entirety, as first released by authorities, I want to be upfront about the disturbing nature of the footage. The shooting depicted is real. And if you understandably wish to avoid seeing any sort of extreme violence, it would be best to fast forward or turn away for the next few minutes. I want to give you fair warning. So please be advised, what you're about to witness may be hard to watch. What you have just seen is the murder of Liz Barraza. As you saw, a figure with long hair, a long coat or robe, and what could be boots, parks across the street from the Barraza residence, walks over to the front yard where Liz works on the garage sale sign, confronts her with 8 seconds of unknown dialogue, then shoots her 4 times at point-blank range before standing over her body and running off. The most contested part of the video is whether or not the shooter is a woman, as it might seem at first glance, or a man dressed to appear as a woman. It truly is hard to tell. Some point to the end of the video where the killer runs away, stating that the gait is most often attributed to the form of a female run. However, it is also widely believed that the killer was wearing boots as a part of their peculiar getup, and that may have changed the appearance of their movement. Nevertheless, we don't share this video to determine whether or not the killer was male or female or disguised or in plain clothes. It's meant to spread awareness and hopefully catch the eye of someone who hasn't seen it before, recognizing something that could be game-changing, a vital clue. If anything in this video rings a bell, even the slightest memory in the back of your mind, whether it be the identity of the shooter or the origin of the Nissan Frontier truck, contact Crime Stoppers at 713-222 tips. Let us now turn to the most prominent theories that attempt to explain the unsolved murder of Liz Barraza. Because of how recent the Liz Barraza murder case is, the theories surrounding it are few and far between. Both its recency and a withholding of most case details by law enforcement are to blame for this. But that isn't necessarily a bad thing. Police usually keep important clues and even pieces of evidence that don't seem relevant close to their chest in order to avoid tipping off the real suspects of their findings or threatening their chances of making an arrest. It's why studying cold cases within their first few years of investigation are so tricky. There simply isn't enough yarn to thread together a solid board of theories, at least not yet. However, there are still some ideas. One of the very early hypotheses speculated by case followers was that either Sergio or Liz was involved in a secret love triangle and the shooter from the video is an enraged lover or person who was intimately involved with one of the members of the couple. However, we don't believe this is the case. Personal and melodramatic gossip often circulates after a murder. And it can be harmful to the Barraza family and disrespectful to the memory of Liz herself if presented without any real evidence. In fact, there is a very simple and straightforward observation regarding this theory that helps delegitimize it from rampant belief. If there was indeed a love triangle and a secret partner involved, there would be a paper trail or at least a digital one. There would be emails or texts or some sort of communication remaining on a phone or a computer. A forgotten voicemail or letter or something left over to make a connection. The absence of any evidence of this nature speaks for itself. It also shouldn't have to be said, but Sergio himself has been very clear and concise with police and has fully cooperated with both law enforcement and the media. He has shown no signs he has something to hide. And until police uncover something to the contrary, we must focus on other possibilities than those that likely end up in a tabloid magazine. Of course, the shooter could be connected via a close relationship to either Liz or her husband, but to immediately point fingers towards a scandalous extramarital affair would be jumping the gun. Another commonly held belief about who the killer could be is that they met Liz somewhere at a comic book convention or similar cosplaying event and for whatever reason, fixated on her with the intent to murder. But why or how could this happen? One explanation is the passion behind fan-based activities such as Comic-Cons and other global events is normally brought to the absolute extreme. It regrettably doesn't take long when investigating some pastimes such as these to find there is a history of toxic fandom, misogyny, and elitism. Certainly not in the majority, but that 1% is known to exist. Of course, cosplaying and passionate fandoms are a good thing, full of good people with good intentions and are meant for escapism and passion. But there are cases where people have taken their favorite pop culture iconography a little too far. And that bad blood has been known in the past to spill over into nefarious and criminal territory. Thus, it is suggested that somewhere along their travels or even in an online community, Liz met someone who became overly jealous of her or Sergio, made advances, and when they didn't get what they wanted, went after her in the most horrific way possible. Now, while this is also somewhat unlikely to not have a trail of communication somewhere on the internet for police to track, it's possible this connection was made in person and the killer was an unknown stalker, following Liz around and waiting for her to be alone. There have been confirmed cases of women being stalked at comic conventions before, and has even led to abuse and assaults. It is not a common occurrence, but it has happened frequently enough for some to consider it in connection with Liz's case. The biggest criticism to the cosplay-related stalker theory is how out of place the subject was in Tomball itself. The neighbors never reported seeing the Nissan Frontier truck in the housing complex prior to that night. And it wasn't recorded on CCTV cameras in the hours or days leading up to the murder. For the stalker to have been following Liz leading up to the shooting, they would have had to stalk her discreetly, using another vehicle and tracking her every movement to confirm that she would be alone when she was. Because the garage sale was not widely broadcast or marketed to the public, the stalker wouldn't have known to go out to the neighborhood that morning. Coincidentally showing up would require an intense amount of dumb luck. And by all accounts, this was a calculated assassination beyond the odds of pure fortune. We must also remember that the stalker was wearing what some believe is a disguise in the security footage with a long robe and possible wig hiding their true identity. It is possible that the stalker was going an extra mile to hide who they really are, but that also goes against what a stalker typically is. Someone in the shadows undetected, a disguise not necessary. That is unless the shooter wasn't a random stalker, but someone with a more personal relationship to Liz, who somehow knew about the garage sale. Again, this is banking on the idea that detectives did not obtain a list of everyone who knew about the garage sale and clear them of involvement. If they did, which frankly should have been routine investigative work, it would be immensely difficult to slip through the cracks. This is unless the friend or co-worker rented a car, or better yet, borrowed one from a friend or family member. This way, if the cops searched car rentals from around the area for that exact model of a Nissan Frontier Pro 4X, the subject would sneak through the cracks without a public or even private record connecting them with anything. And while it seems perhaps overly elaborate for a killer to rent a car for use in a murder plot, keep in mind that many think the shooter was also wearing a disguise, the longer hair appearing more like a wig than a natural hairstyle. Of course, this is impossible to discern on such a low-quality camera feed and can neither be confirmed nor denied. But if the killer dressed up, they may also have used a car under someone else's name, knowing there could be many prying eyes identifying the make and model of their getaway vehicle. Overall, however, the idea that the killer was a personal friend is hard to make sense of when considering the most recent update from law enforcement regarding the first word spoken by Liz when the shooter approached her. An unexcited good morning that was described by law enforcement as a greeting someone would extend to a stranger or passerby doesn't give much credence to the thought that Liz knew her killer. Again, this loops back to the disguise theory. Liz simply may not have recognized her killer at first glance. We also must remember that it was just 6:50 in the morning in the very early phases of daylight. The shadows of twilight may have cloaked the face of the perpetrator. We also don't know what exactly the killer and Liz spoke about in the 8 seconds between good morning and gunfire. Once the killer got close, Liz may very well have realized who it was. The CCTV footage doesn't reveal any sign of alarm or attempt to flee by Liz, but the gunmen also drew their weapon quickly, allowing very little time to react. There are admittedly many holes with this theory, but it is also only one breakthrough or piece of evidence away from explaining everything. Sadly, for now, it is too vague to be counted on. The final theory most discussed by sleuths so far is that the shooter is a contract killer. Someone who was hired by an associate or even a stalker of Liz's to kill her that fateful morning. This would explain all the irregularities of the video and the situation at large as we currently see them. A contract killer who has no connection to the Barraza household wouldn't be identified by Liz herself. The vehicle would not be traced to any of her family and friends, and they would have been given the garage sale information by whoever hired them or asked them to do such a terrible thing. Obviously, this depends on the idea that it was someone who knew about the garage sale that sealed Liz's fate. But the way that the perpetrator's truck drove around the neighborhood that morning makes us believe that they knew Liz would eventually be alone that day, understanding Sergio would go to work while Liz set up the supplies. There's even a hypothesized conversation to go with this theory, with some thinking that the 8-second conversation before the muzzle flashes consisting of the killer asking if Liz was who she really was, if her garage sale was really a garage sale, and then firing the gun when Liz confirmed this. It should be noted that if the killer was hired by contract, they were by no means a professional assassin or had much experience in violent crime. Someone who murders with intent per contract surely wouldn't have been so obvious, would have used silencing techniques for maximum stealth, and most certainly wouldn't have done it wearing a pair of boots and a long flowing robe. There are, of course, thousands of characters around the country that might fit that bill, but a hired gunman likely isn't one of them. Is this by design, another way to camouflage intent with ridiculousness? It can't be ruled out, but at this point everything is still in play. Tammy Alexander was born on November 2, 1963 in Atlanta, Georgia to parents Joe Alexander and Barbara Jenkins. From birth through childhood, Tammy lived through incredibly turbulent and terrifying times. Her parents negligent and filling the household with dread, their unruly choices permeating into the psyche and overall emotions of their children. As a mere toddler, Tammy would walk in on her mother abusing pills in the bathroom, addicted to prescription medicine after Tammy's father, Joe, moved out. These bouts with addiction and other mental illnesses spiraled into occasional suicide attempts, including times where Barbara would slit her wrists right in front of her own daughter. Despite the chaos and Barbara's endangerment to both her family and herself, there was no true intervention during Tammy's early years. While she did survive with the help of the infrequent relative or family friend, Barbara never achieved the help she needed and the hardships carried over into Tammy's adolescence. After Joe Alexander left Tammy and her mother, however, Barbara did bear another daughter with a different man. Tammy was blessed with a half-sister and family ally in Pamela Dyson. The two girls used each other as lifelines during the rough bounce at home, and clung to each other's spirits when the tides of terror rolled in. Sadly, Pamela was subject to the same tantrums as Tammy, and she would later tell reporters that had Barbara been properly diagnosed by a mental health professional, she would have received treatment and she and Tammy would have lived much more peaceful lives. Nevertheless, the sisters fought onward, and at age 11, Pamela escaped the Jenkins household to live with her paternal grandmother. She presumed Tammy was able to find a similar escape and move in with fellow relatives, but little did she know Tammy continued to be stuck in the presence of her volatile mother, left to process that trauma alone and into her teenage years. Luckily, Tammy's end of middle school and beginning of high school years weren't completely isolating. At school, Tammy was able to form a few close friendships with like-aged girls in her Brooksville, Florida classrooms. One girl in particular was Laurel Noel, who shared multiple personality traits with Tammy and quickly clicked with her go-getting demeanor. Laurel and Tammy would often write letters to one another, Tammy consistently informing Laurel of her most recent boy crushes and desire to escape their Brooksville home. Soon after their high school careers began, Tammy found love in another classmate, an older boy named Kevin Williams. Tammy was certain she wanted to marry Kevin despite their relative youth. In helping end meet, Tammy joined her mother, Barbara, as a waitress at a local truck stop, bussing tables and collecting tips to prepare for her future abroad and away from trouble. In an intriguing twist though, trouble still followed Tammy despite her best intentions. Due to her crumbling relationship with her mother, Tammy often sought temporary escapes from her home in Brooksville. And she and her friend Laurel would hitchhike around the country as means of adventure. Often they would go places they had no connection to, just two teenage girls wandering the open United States. One time the pair hitchhiked all the way to California. However, upon arrival, Laurel called her parents out of confusion and Mr. and Mrs. Noel flew both their daughter and Tammy back to Brooksville. Tammy's parents, however, didn't seem to care. And she often wrote new letters to Laurel, professing her desire to hitchhike again, viewing these cross-country escapades as fun journeys, never questioning the overall safety of their trips. These letters would become the defining artifacts of Tammy's final weeks alive and well. She and Laurel weren't always on the same page about things. Like many high school friendships, they took part in their fair share of arguments. But one thing was for certain in the letters. Tammy was not just a person defined by her rough upbringing or occasional carelessness. Rather, Tammy displayed a natural charisma, an enigmatic mode of operating that reflected her love of independence. Tammy was strong-willed and vastly imaginative and, above all, incredibly introspective. In tune with her emotions, while understanding exactly what she wanted, she sought a sturdy life. At least something sturdier than she knew as a child, hopeful for a post-grad marriage and a happy life far, far away. Her exuberance pushed her to new heights and tragically to new places for unknown reasons. For in 1979, Tammy Jo Alexander went missing from her sleepy town in central Florida, only to be found dead in autumn of that same year, left unidentified as the Cali Jane Doe. For over 35 years. Let's now turn to the timeline of events leading up to Tammy's disappearance. The last stretch of Tammy Alexander's known whereabouts began at 11:35 p.m. on May 26, 1979, in Brooksville, Florida. She writes a final letter to her best friend, Laurel Noel, announcing her desire to get married before the year is out, and her plan to leave the Sunshine State in September of the following year. The letter acts as a goodbye of sorts due to Laurel and Tammy's impending parting of ways. This would be the last time Laurel hears from her childhood friend. A short while after Tammy sends her final letter to Laurel, around the time spring transitions to summer of 1979, Tammy ends up at the Rainbow Prison Ministry in Young Harris, Georgia. Young Harris is a rural yet mountainous region in the northern sector of Georgia, and the Rainbow Prison Ministry hosts inmates who have either been released on parole or on probation. However, why Tammy attends the camp is unknown and could either be as a volunteer of sorts through a summer school program or an actual attendee, considering her runaway incidents in Florida, seeking an alternative form of corrections. Yet none of Tammy's friends nor family know of her whereabouts, and assume she has run away again. During Tammy's stay at the prison ministry in July of 1979, she leaves a series of voice recordings via phone for her boyfriend, Kevin Williams, who remains back in Florida. Kevin isn't privy to Tammy's exact location, but in her messages, she sounds at peace and hopeful, not at all disturbed nor in danger, thus prompting no anxious reaction from Kevin. This is the last confirmed communication made by Tammy. Later that summer, Tammy's trace disappears. She theoretically leaves the ministry in Young Harris, Georgia, and travels either back to Florida or westward. Due to her history of hitchhiking and taking rides from strangers, it's believed that Tammy journeys on a cross-country road trip with strangers and most likely not by herself for the time being. As the dog days of summer give way to the mild chills of autumn, Tammy remains missing from her Brooksville community. She continues to travel, most likely northeastward this time around. Either at the end of October or the beginning of November that year, Tammy lands in upstate New York. How she gets here or why she chooses this location is unknown, but again, she is most likely accompanied by either one or multiple companions. In the early evening hours of Friday, November 9, 1979, Tammy is reportedly spotted at a diner in Lima, New York, a small town of less than 4,000 people in the northwest area of the state. A waitress who later recounts as an eyewitness serves a girl matching Tammy's description and an older male figure who accompanies her. Tammy doesn't appear distressed or in any real danger, and the male figure pays for the meal, before departing with Tammy a little while later. This is the last known sighting of Tammy Jo Alexander. Later that night of November 9th, Tammy is taken to a road on the edge of a farm in Caledonia, New York of Livingston County, another small town only a 20-minute drive west of the Lima Diner, along Interstate 20 and New York State Route 5, 23 miles south of Rochester. Here, she is shot in the back of the head once via handgun, stripped of all identification and dragged into the neighboring cornfield. In the field, the perpetrator fires one more bullet into Tammy's back and leaves her for dead. The gunshot wounds hemorrhage and Tammy passes away before sunrise, her murderer escaping into the night. As the clock strikes midnight and the calendar flips to Saturday, November 10th, a series of rainstorms hit upstate New York and wash away most of the evidence from Tammy's body, vital DNA destroyed, and Tammy Alexander's story is blemished almost beyond any understanding. The following morning, a Caledonia farmer awakens and walks outside to check on his pastures after the inclement weather of the night before. As he approaches the cornfields, the farmer spots a bit of red fabric settled in the distance. Believing it to be a trespassing hunter or unwanted visitor, the farmer approaches with caution. Upon reaching the red clothing, however, the farmer instead finds the body of a young girl, shot twice and covered with dirt. He quickly returns to his farmhouse and alerts the police. Not long afterwards, authorities show up at the scene and begin collecting evidence. They find a small pool of blood on the edge of the cornfield where the girl was shot, along with the trail leading from the blood to the body. The body itself shows no signs of sexual assault and was fully closed. However, her pant pockets had been turned inside out as if ransacked prior to abandonment. At the coroner's office later in November, the medical examiner notices that the gunshot wounds indicate that the girl had not flinched or moved as she was shot, a peculiar yet common phenomenon in murder cases. The coroner is unable to find anything else peculiar though, and rules the death as a homicide while the police continue searching for the girl's identity. As November 1979 comes to a close, law enforcement announced the female corpse as the Caledonia Jane Doe, failing to find her family, origin points, or even name. She is initially described as a young girl between the ages of 13 and 19. Standing is around 5 foot 3 inches and weighing around 120 pounds, with brown eyes, wavy brown hair at shoulder length that had been dyed 4 months prior to death, and coral-colored nail polish painted on her toenails. She displays no signs of dental work. Her blood type comes back as a negative and her stomach contains sweet corn, potatoes, and canned ham. The analysis of the composition and mineral content in her teeth reveal a North American drinking water pattern. Despite these revelations and biological clues, police are unable to identify the Cali Jane Doe as 1979 comes to a close. About a year later, on October 20, 1980, authorities release a sketch of the Cali Jane Doe, asking for anyone who recognizes the girl to come forward with information. Her case is quickly shipped to major news networks, and before long, the entire state of New York is searching for Cali Doe's identity. Even with the advanced efforts of investigators to share the Cali Doe story with the general public, very little advancements are made in the case over the next few years as the 1980s progress. A few tips here and there make their way to the proper channels, but none turn out to be of any use. The first major bend in the case arrives in 1984, when the notorious serial killer Henry Lee Lucas, murderer of 11 women and friend of fellow murderer Otis Toole, confesses to Texas State Rangers while in prison that he had killed the unidentified girl known as Caledonia Jane Doe back in 1979 without ever giving away her true identity. Rangers relay this information to fellow New York State detectives. However, even through joint investigations, each branch is unable to find sufficient evidence in this claim. Lucas's involvement is then all but ruled out in 1985, when it's discovered that he had falsely confessed to over 100 murders in which he had zero connection. It is widely believed that the Caledonia confession is one of these 100-plus bogus claims. As the 1980s come to a close, police interview their fair share of other serial killers and small criminals with potential links to Caledonia. However, none prove fruitful and the case remains as cold as it was that November morning of 1979. In 1989, newly elected sheriff of Livingston County, New York, John York, promises the public that the Cali Doe investigation will remain active as long as he remains sheriff. York was deputy sheriff and one of the first responding officers at the scene of the crime and acts as the strongest voice for the still unidentified teenage girl well into the new millennia. Over 15 years pass until the next major development in 2005. When forensic scientists perform a successful DNA extraction from Cali Doe's remains due to improved technology. This allows for the possibility that her identity will be found someday through another DNA sample match. Another break in the case helps authorities inch closer to solving Cali Doe's mystery 1 year later in 2006, when an analysis of her teeth display an isotopic oxygen ratio, hinting she may have been from the south or southwestern regions of the United States. These tests are paired with a paleological analysis done on the Cali Doe's clothing, in which pollen pulled from her body can be traced back to trees grown in California, Arizona, and other southwestern regions in the United States, leading investigators to recognize that their Cali Doe was not a Caledonia native. A few years later in 2010, Web Sleuth's moderator and California artist, Carl Koppelman catches wind of the ongoing Cali Doe cold case and opts to perform a facial reconstruction of the girl's profile in hopes that a newly drawn image will aid both investigators and the general public in identifying the body. The facial reconstruction is uploaded to the National Missing and Unidentified Person System, also known as the NAMUS database, but no new information is discovered. Coincidentally, around the same time in 2010, Laurel Noel, Tammy Alexander's best friend from Brooksville, starts searching for her old high school classmate via social media, but cannot find Tammy or her name on any internet platform. As the next few years trickle by, Laurel doesn't give up her efforts. She eventually reaches out to Pamela Dyson, Tammy's half-sister, who now resides in Panama City, Florida. Pamela tells Laurel that she moved away from Tammy and their mother, Barbara, when she was only 11 to live with other relatives and figures Tammy did the same not long afterwards. However, both women also discuss Tammy's inclinations to run away from home and wonder if she simply left Brookville to start her own life, free from her haunted history in Central Florida. When Laurel informs Pamela of her own research and the lack of Tammy's presence on the internet, Pamela digs deeper into the connections with the surviving members of the Alexander family and learns that Tammy hasn't been heard from since her initial disappearance in 1979. Barbara Jenkins, the girl's mother, had died in 1998 and listed Tammy as deceased in her obituary, a commonly held belief when she had never returned home after the summer of 1979. In 2014, both Laurel and Pamela share with one another their concern that Tammy had wandered along a dangerous path after she vanished and wonder if she is a victim to an unknown crime. Pamela tells Laurel that she believes police may not have taken a missing persons report seriously if they knew about Tammy's hitchhiking history. And so even if Barbara had filed one, it may have been disregarded or lost. Thus, in August of 2014, Pamela and Laurel pay a visit to the Hernando County Sheriff's Office in Central Florida to inquire about a missing persons report for Tammy Jo Alexander. The officers at the station check and say no report had ever been filed in 1979 or since, so the two women file one, and the authorities launch an official investigation. About 1 month later, in September of 2014, the Calido artist, Carl Koppelman, spots the new listing for Tammy Alexander on the NAMUS database and realizes her face is strikingly similar to the reconstruction of the Caledonia Jane Doe. He promptly emails the Livingston County Sheriff's Office in New York, the Hernando County Sheriff's Office in Florida, the NAMUS Regional Admin, and the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. Law enforcement quickly responds and arranges a DNA test with Pamela Dyson since her blood relation to Tammy Alexander could provide an accurate match. A few months later, in January of 2015, the DNA results come back to the Monroe County Medical Examiner and reveal Pamela's mitochondrial DNA samples match perfectly with Callie Doe's samples. For the first time in 35 years, detectives know the body's identity, and Pamela knows the tragic fate of her half-sister, Tammy Alexander. Not long after, on January 26, authorities announced during a news conference the identity of the Caledonia Jane Doe, and shift the focus of their investigation from identification to solving Tammy's murder. A mere month passes by, and at the end of February 2015, the Livingston County Sheriff's Office reports that a record number of tips have flooded through their various channels, a drastic change to the slowly decreasing number of leads they had acquired up until then. One call from a Tennessee truck driver gives detectives what they describe as their most sizable development yet. However, what this is never disclosed. Another month flies by, and in March of 2015, the revelation regarding Tammy and her time spent at the Rainbow Prison Ministry is revealed to detectives. However, the Young Harris Ministry has long since closed, and the husband and wife who started the ministry have passed away along with one of their children. The lack of public information regarding Rainbow Prison Ministry doesn't deter investigators and at least gives a bit of insight into Tammy's final months of life. Details which had been lost for 3.5 decades. A few months later, on June 10, 2015, Pamela, Laurel, and about 100 other attendees visit Tammy's cemetery in Dansville, New York for a ceremony replacing the Jane Doe tombstone with one that reads Tammy Jo Alexander. The family decides to keep her in New York rather than transfer her back to Florida, thanking the Livingston County officials for their hard work on the case. In what might be the biggest discovery in Tammy's case since her identification in 2015, another piece of DNA evidence is procured from an auto racing jacket found on her body in early 2016. This sample is different than the one used to identify Tammy Jo and is found to be that of an unknown male subject. 3 separate male persons of interest are brought in for questioning, and their DNA is taken in order to match against this new evidence. Almost a year passes until November of 2016, when the Federal Bureau of Investigation, now a major player in the Kolb murder case, announces none of the 3 male subjects match the new DNA sample from Tammy's body, but that they are still following any and all leads that they may obtain. The most recent update delivers on what would be Tammy Alexander's 57th birthday, November 2, 2020, when the Livingston County Sheriff's Office releases 3 segments of the audio recording acquired from her high school boyfriend, Kevin Williams, who had kept a voicemail he received from her on a tape cassette prior to her disappearance in 1979. Detectives hope that someone out there recognizes Tammy's voice from around the time she went missing. Another effort to bring the final closure to a mystery with so many twists and hardly any answers. In most cold case detective investigations, I like to hone in on one specific aspect to the case that signifies the mystery's biggest clue, or in some cases, its most microscopic detail that could cause the fissure needed to crack the case wide open. In regards to Tammy Jo Alexander's murder, I'm gonna bend the rules a bit to highlight 2 separate case points as they both reflect vital pieces of evidence that we all must take seriously when considering Tammy's case. The first major case point is the description of the male subject seen with the girl thought to be Tammy Alexander at the diner in Lima, New York on the night of November 9, 1979. The man was first spotted and described by the waitress who served him and Tammy, and is thus far the only suspect with a verified eyewitness accounts and corresponding profile. He was a middle-aged white man standing around 5 foot 9 inches. He wore black wire-rimmed glasses and reportedly drove a tan station wagon to and from the diner. The waitress told police that he paid for both his own and Tammy's meal, but never aroused much suspicion or concern. The man in the black-rimmed glasses is still considered a prime suspect by police, and his facial composite sketch is still used on wanted posters across the country. You can see a copy of this sketch in the show notes on this podcast. If the man in this drawing is familiar to you, if you recognize his face from the Livingston County, New York area, or any area in general dating back to the late 1970s, please call the Livingston County Sheriff's Office at 1-844-527-6847. The second major case point is the recordings released by police revealing Tammy Alexander's voicemails left to her former boyfriend in 1979. I have 3 segments here that I will play to you now. These recordings are thought to be from the time Tammy spent at the Rainbow Prison Ministry and showcase her personality mere months before she was killed. These are the 3 excerpts. Played one after another. Well, hi Kevin, how you doing? I'm fine. That was nice to hear from you. I'm very glad you're better. I gotta go now, so you take care and be careful. Oh, that was cool. I'm looking at it. Moon Atlantic Ocean in Florida. It's got 2 palm trees, the moon, the Flight 10. While investigators have come forward and said they believe there is nothing incriminating or suspicious involved with these recordings, they do give us a rare opportunity to hear Tammy's true self, to get a glimpse, even a small one, into the caring and optimistic person she was, and maybe even trigger someone's memory who may remember hearing that voice back during her final months spent alive in the autumn of 1979. While the chances of such recognition happening are slim, as it was over 4 decades ago, cold cases such as these deserve every opportunity to be solved. Every avenue must be explored, as far-fetched as it may seem. Again, if you recognize this voice or know someone who might, please share this audio. And call the Livingston County Sheriff's Office at 1-844-527-6847. Now let's turn to the most prominent theories surrounding the murder of Tammy Jo Alexander. For years, the central theories revolving around Tammy's case file focused on her true identity, considering her Jane Doe moniker. Luckily, that aspect of the mystery has been solved. And we can focus our theories on who killed her and how she wound up in Caledonia, New York, hundreds of miles away from Central Florida. To start, it's vital to track Tammy's first movements when she left in the summer of 1979 to theorize where she may have gone and theorize who she may have met between Brooksville and Livingston County. We do know that Tammy spent time at Rainbow Prison Ministry in Young Harris, Georgia. But where did she go after this? Like many theories surrounding Tammy's murder, we can draw incredibly helpful clues from the clothing she was wearing the night she was killed and the artifacts pulled from her body after her discovery on the morning of November 10th. As we've previously mentioned, scientists completed a paleological analysis of pollen samples extracted from the exterior of her garments in 2006 to trace the origins of the samples and track her movements via United States pollen patterns. The tests were conducted at the Palynology Lab at Texas A&M University, and researchers found 4 distinct types of pollen grains, that of Australian pine, oak, spruce, and birch trees. These grains were then compared to a controlled sample of pollen grains extracted from the rural upstate New York area in 1978. 1 year before Tammy's tragic arrival. Oak trees are found all across the United States alongside birch and spruce trees, which are especially popular in the state of New York. That being said, there were no oak, spruce, or birch pollen grains detected in the 1978 controlled sample. And it should be mentioned that no birch or spruce trees were located in the general vicinity of the body's discovery in Caledonia. In fact, the birch and spruce varieties found on Tammy's clothing were eventually matched with birch and spruce species found most often in the mountainous regions of California, on the other side of the country, and 3,000 miles away from Livingston County. The 4th and final pollen grain extracted from Tammy's person, the Australian pine, is considered an invasive genus. Grown sporadically across the United States and in surrounding countries, but in finite quantities. Australian pine can be found in Mexico, South Texas, South Florida, the campus of Arizona State University, the campus of the University of Arizona, and some regions of California. We know that Australian pine cannot survive the cold winter seasons of upstate New York. Therefore, we know at least one of these strains was picked up away from Caledonia. And the one area that shares overlap in all four pollen grains, the Australian pine, oak, birch, and spruce, is the southwest mountainous area of California, including San Diego. While detectives are confident these findings paint a clearer picture of Tammy's movements prior to death, do a few pollen grains certify Tammy's presence in the southwestern United States? No, but that's not all that hints of her westward journey. Another piece of clothing, or in this instance, jewelry, supports that very theory. A handmade necklace found on Tammy's body the morning of November 10th. The necklace, chain, clasp, and prongs are made of imitation silver with 3 turquoise stones fitted to each prong, one resembling a bird. You can find a picture of this necklace in the show notes. And craft of the necklace strongly supports a homemade origin as it bears no brand name or identifiable match in any jewelry catalog from the time period. Rather, investigators view the necklace as a replica of Native American jewelry made and sold mostly in the southwestern United States. Of course, there is no way to confirm Tammy didn't already own the necklace prior to her 1979 departure, as she could have potentially bought it at a thrift store or antique stand somewhere in Florida. But experts don't think so. This would be far too coincidental. And it also ties in with Tammy's wishes to return to California that she expressed in her final letters sent to Laurel Noel. So the route that Tammy Alexander most likely took after leaving Young Harris, Georgia tracks southwest across the United States. Through the Bible Belt, through the deserts of Texas and New Mexico, and then through Arizona into Southern California. She most likely stayed in that area for more than a few days, as the tan lines found on her body post-mortem hinted at a lengthy stay in a sunny climate. It was here she probably picked up the regional Australian pine pollen grains and then headed back east. Detectives believe Tammy then tracked through the Sierra Nevada mountain range, picking up the exclusive birch and spruce species of pollen before heading through Nevada and most likely hitchhiking eastward towards New York State. In terms of the remainder of Tammy's belongings, police also recovered 2 metal keychain pendants, which were traced to vending machines set along the New York State Thruway, a series of controlled access highways that cross a mere 4.5 miles north of Caledonia. The pendants were a lock and key style of paired chains, and the locket included the inscription, "He who holds the key can open my heart." Unfortunately, the key portion was also included on Tammy's body, meaning the perpetrator never took one half of the pendant. This clue doesn't reveal too much, except that Tammy most likely came into New York heading east on Interstate 90. Aside from jewelry, detectives took a deeper dive into the rest of Tammy's outfit to see if they could match anything else to an ulterior source. Most of what was left behind seemed to make sense belonging to a 16-year-old independent teenage girl. The tan corduroy pants, colored, pleated cotton polyester shirt, blue knee-high socks and brown ripple sole shoes all fit Tammy's demographic. However, there was one piece of clothing that did not fit a girl of her age's profile and was thought to belong to another male. A red nylon-lined windbreaker with black stripes along the sleeves with a collar label reading Auto Sports Products Incorporated. This is the garment that included a new DNA sample belonging to an unidentified man, and was tested against 3 other male subjects' DNA in 2015. That DNA has still yet to be matched, but it is widely agreed upon Tammy picked up the red windbreaker on her ventures out west, either on the way there or on the way to New York. Now, this isn't proven to have belonged to the killer himself, since the killer went through the trouble of removing Tammy's other identifiable belongings. But there is a good chance whoever it does belong to knows more about Tammy than anyone else at this point in time. One specific theory attached to the red windbreaker does include a possible known killer, Christopher Wilder. Wilder, also known as the Beauty Queen Killer, was an Australian who immigrated to the United States in 1969. He raped 12 women and killed 8 on a cross-country crime spree in a 6-week period in early 1984. He is also thought to be the culprit of 2 statutory rape cases in Florida in 1983, as well as countless unsolved murders, both back home in Australia and in the United States. Wilder's MO was to persuade young women to get into his truck after offering them a modeling contract, using his background in photography as a means to appear legitimate. The crimes that have been confirmed to have been Wilder's took place all over the country, including Florida, Georgia, Kansas, Texas, Utah, Arizona, and California. But one in particular really stands out. In April of 1984, Wilder abducted a 16-year-old girl named Tina Marie Rizzico and forced her to road trip with him across the country while helping him abduct other unsuspecting female victims. They eventually reached New York, where Wilder again abducted a woman by the name of Beth Dodge before killing her and dumping her in a gravel pit. He then bought a plane ticket for Tina Marie back to Los Angeles before heading back out on the road to commit further crimes. One of the elements that makes Wilder such a fitting suspect in relation to Tammy Alexander's murder is the way he traveled while committing crimes and the places he was known to frequent. Tammy was killed 5 years before Wilder's 6-week homicidal spree, but it is possible he was in the United States during that time period, driving across the country, scouting out locations and understanding the general routes between state lines. It is entirely feasible Wilder ran into Tammy during her own adventures out west and pulled the same sickening stunt he would on Tina Marie Rizzico half a decade later. But that is not where the suspicions end. Wilder was also a prevalent race car fanatic, even dabbling in stunt driving and other high-speed endeavors himself. In fact, he owned a fair share of merchandise that was manufactured by the same company labeled on Tammy's red windbreaker, Auto Sports Productions Incorporated, leading investigators to wonder if that jacket Tammy had belonged to Wilder. In addition, Wilder was also known to have used a Colt Python .357 Magnum revolver, a gun that can be used to fire .38 caliber bullets, the type of slug found at Tammy's crime scene. Sadly, the ballistics of Wilder's gun were never tested alongside the bullet found at the cornfield in Caledonia. And Wilder was killed in a standoff with police in Colebrook, New Hampshire, before any interview could ever take place regarding Tammy. It should be noted that Wilder's involvement in Tammy's case was theorized early on in the investigation and prior to the male DNA sample's discovery in 2015. Now it is safe to assume that Wilder's DNA has since been tested against the windbreaker's evidence and rendered not a match. However, until there is an official statement made by the assigned detectives, Christopher Wilder is still a solid suspect in the case. Beyond a few other lower-tier criminals investigators have already ruled out using DNA evidence, there just aren't many names tied to Tammy Alexander's murder. One could conceivably still chart Henry Lee Lucas as a possible culprit using his MO and testimony. But remember that officials have his DNA on file as well and have most certainly tested it against the mystery male subject's DNA. Of course, there is also the family left to consider. Anytime a person goes missing, especially an underage teenage girl, the focus always passes over the family. There are those that wonder if Tammy's listing as deceased on her mother Barbara Jenkins' obituary in 1998 wasn't just an assumption, but rather admissible of the fact that her family knew she was dead. As previously mentioned, Barbara had various untreated mental disorders, and working at a truck stop with Tammy would have meant frequent encounters with nefarious characters. It's possible Barbara or one of her boyfriends knew about, or worse, was complicit in Tammy's death and then covered it up using her runaway status against her. It should also be noted that no missing persons report was ever filed, a mistake that could be rendered purposeful. Some theorists also refrain from absolving Kevin Williams, Tammy's high school boyfriend, of any guilt. Kevin was reportedly the last person to hear Tammy alive. And some suggest that if he caught Tammy running away with another guy on one of her hitchhiking escapades, he may have taken things a step too far. However, both we and the authorities do not believe Tammy's family or boyfriend are in any way involved with her disappearance and death. Tammy was rarely home as a teenager, and the fact that her mother and other family members figured she simply ran away in 1979 does make sense when factoring in her known behavior. Kevin Williams has been nothing but helpful throughout the investigation and was only a boy at the time. These theories also do not explain how Tammy had pollen grains from terrain on the opposite side of the country and ended up thousands of miles away from Brooksville, Florida at the time of her murder. These theories simply do not fit in any way, shape or form with the remaining evidence left at Tammy's crime scene and should not seriously be considered by the general public. When considering killers, recall the fact that the detectives have a DNA profile. We don't know for sure it's the killers, but it has likely been used to rule out known players in Tammy's life who are still alive, as well as criminals already included in the FBI's database. Whoever the killer is, they